Chapter 1, Where is he now? The streets after midnight were silent, with no vehicles passing for several minutes. The entire city was deep in slumber, and the faint lamplight seemed even more still than the moonlight. Suddenly, a black Maybach came to an abrupt stop, scattering a fine layer of dust, outside an Alpha private hospital located in the center of Jiang City. Screech. The harsh sound of the brakes echoed, making Ji feel dizzy. His body, already too weak to sit up straight, swayed as if it might collapse to the ground. Ji's breathing was visibly rapid, his face flushed unnaturally, with a large portion of his neck exposed. His sweat-drenched skin clung to his clothes, exuding an almost feverish air. "We're here. Master Ji, please hold on just a little longer, we'll find you a doctor." This was the driver speaking. His hands on the steering wheel were damp with sweat from the 10-minute journey that had taken only half the usual time. Jumping out of the car, the driver rushed to support Ji, helping him out of the back seat. Normally touchy as an alpha could be, today's Ji resembled a starved lion yet behaved like a lamb. He didn't shout or hit anyone. 2 minutes later, they arrived at the emergency room. After drawing blood, they checked his pheromone stability levels. It seems this is indeed a manifestation of hypersensitivity. The doctor observed Ji's restlessness, placing down his medical card. Emergency blood test results will take approximately 15 minutes. Then he pointed to a small room beside them. "If you're uncomfortable, there's a comfort room next door with universal omega calming pheromones. Omega pheromones may ease your discomfort." Ji's hand clenched tightly, small strands of wet hair sticking to his forehead, and even around his neck where beads of sweat gathered. Though strikingly handsome, this young man bore an intense gaze, unfearful, fierce, and somewhat menacing. Even subdued now, he remained hard to approach. "I don't need it." Ji declined swiftly. Since there was no perfectly matched omega, adult Ji always managed through sensitivity phases using suppressants. However, this time it was different. Oral suppressants had no effect, and neither did injections. The frustration grew increasingly unbearable. What made this situation stranger was the absence of any instinctive drive to mark an omega. He wasn't craving omega companionship nor seeking solace from an omega. It simply didn't resemble a typical sensitive period for an alpha. Alphas during heightened sensitivity are restricted to 1 injection of suppressant per day. Therefore, Ji needed to come to the hospital. "Where's your omega?" the doctor asked. "I have never marked an omega." Ji tried to speak clearly despite his agitation. The doctor's brow tightened visibly, suspecting Ji was lying. Without having ever marked an omega, Ji's reaction shouldn't be so severe. During these heightened periods, alphas experience their most intense possessiveness towards omegas. Strong reactions indicate a dire need for an omega companion's reassurance, proving the existence of such a mate. "You mustn't lie to a doctor," the physician warned severely. "You just admitted earlier that suppressants and injections have been administered, yet based on your current condition, isolation might be necessary. In this state, stepping outside poses significant danger to omega populations. To protect the inherently weaker omega population, laws strictly require mandatory isolation for severely affected alphas due to their volatile, often violent tendencies. They were likened to hunting lions, perilous and uncontrollable." Ji couldn't think of how to respond. "I am not lying," he said quietly. "I also reject isolation." Indeed, he felt no urge to mark any omega. It was merely an overwhelming discomfort, as if being thrown into a blazing furnace, full of irritation and unease with no reprieve. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from outside. "Doctor, the blood test results for patient A90 are out." A nurse holding the lab report entered the examining room with a strange expression. Her demeanor shifted when she looked at Ji. The nurse handed over the results for the doctor to review, who, as expected, exchanged a stunned glance with her. The nurse then asked earnestly, "We've conducted 3 same blood source tests. Do we need to draw another tube of blood for confirmation? Perhaps the machine malfunctioned. Or perhaps we should transfer the patient to a higher-level hospital." Ji's eyes darkened at these words. Transfer to another hospital? Could it be that a hypersensitivity test also diagnosed him with a terminal illness? Judging by the nurse's tone, it definitely wasn't a minor issue. "Could you please tell me what the problem is?" The driver, who had been standing all this time, also approached upon seeing the situation. The doctor was holding the examination report and waved his hand to dismiss the nurse. "You can go out, no need for another check." Upon hearing this, the nurse glanced at Ji before quietly stepping out. Ji sat on the small stool across from the doctor, feeling increasingly unstable. His hand rested on the table, trembling involuntarily. It felt terrible when his body wouldn't obey his mind. It was like drowning underwater. Ji wanted to burst through the surface but found himself trapped in agitation, acting like a headless fly. The doctor handed over the examination form to Ji, flipping it around. Sex pheromone concentration 9,000 plus. Gland blood ketones 300 plus. Ji stared at the form. Being someone who frequented nightclubs all the time, he didn't understand these scientific terms. What does this mean? Was his pheromones out of control? You're not in the sensitivity phase. The doctor lightly tapped the desk. This is a manifestation of heat. After saying that, Ji visibly became furious, as if wanting to demolish the hospital. As everyone knew, heat was something only Omegas experienced. How could an alpha have a heat cycle? Even TV dramas couldn't get any more dramatic than this. Are you about to say my symptoms deserve a place in the hospital's rare cases archive too? Ji sarcastically shot back. The doctor didn't deny it. I do intend to include this with your consent. This truly is a rare case. Shit. Ji was just about to curse, but the doctor continued, I know it might be hard for you to accept, but you are indeed in heat. The gland blood test shows that you've been marked. It's not that your mind doesn't want to find an Omega, rather, your pheromones only seek those of the one who marked you. You subconsciously want to get closer to him. Since medications can't help, I suggest finding the person who marked you. His pheromones can help you survive this heat period. Beyond that, there's no other way. Ji's breathing grew heavier, while the doctor's words seemed scattered like chanting scriptures. Marking was an alpha's way of claiming ownership over an Omega. How could an alpha possibly be marked? The driver standing beside them was confused too. Doctor, are you mistaken? He's an alpha. The doctor still spoke directly to Ji. No mistakes. We're an alpha private hospital, there's no need to confirm your attributes. Though there were precedents where Omegas marked alphas. This happened twice in 100 years, typically involving Omegas whose attempts to differentiate into alphas failed. Or another possibility, an even more terrifying possibility. Until verified, he dared not jump to conclusions. The doctor stood up with an empathetic look. Your symptoms are severe now. Without comfort soon, within 2 hours, you won't even be able to sit here talking to me. Realizing Ji's confusion, the doctor added. If you were bitten during an unconscious state, I can help apply for bite tracing analysis. You could sue for indecent assault. Forceful marking is illegal, with lighter offenses resolved privately and worse ones resulting in imprisonment. Indecent assault. That was the most common charge brought by Omegas against alphas. For an alpha to accuse someone of indecent assault would be like having his head torn off for children to play ball, too humiliating. There were no stories as embarrassing as this. Kill him. Right now. By hanging. The doctor fixed his gaze on Ji. Can you recall who did this? You don't have much time. Ji took a sharp breath, feeling utterly disoriented. However skeptical, his body reactions couldn't lie. He needed to find something, to locate a pheromone that would calm him down, preventing him from going berserk. Otherwise, he would go mad. Definitely. His entire body felt powerless, even his internal organs screamed for release, needing only a spark to burn everything inside. Ji desperately tried recalling scenes in his chaotic mind. As a habitual troublemaker without anyone to discipline him, he seldom did anything serious all day. Causing trouble everywhere, fighting constantly, he offended many people, and if not for his identity and being an alpha, he might have ended up much worse off by now. Normally, it was always him bullying others. No one dared to bully him. Ji's mind flickered through memories, suddenly catching a specific figure. The hospital lights overlapped with the neon colors of his memories, and Ji's pupils reflected a warm, fine glow. He remembered. A month ago, he was indeed bitten by an Omega. Hurry. Ji, eyes bloodshot, glanced at the driver. Find out who that Omega was that I flirted with a month ago at Lingxin Bar. Where is he now? Find this out for me immediately. Chapter 2. Please give me some of your pheromones. I need this Omega now. Even if, giving him a sum of money and not interfering with each other will do as well. He would go crazy if this continues. The driver, upon hearing Ji's words, immediately mobilized his connections to investigate the surveillance video of Lingxin Bar. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. If it weren't for Boss Hen Group's reputation, this would absolutely be impossible to achieve. The doctor explained the reason and clearly stated that there was no special medicine to solve Ji's symptoms. Ji didn't ask any more questions. All he wanted right now was to find that Omega as soon as possible. Time had passed for too long, and the bar's environment was dim, so Ji couldn't remember what the person looked like at all. He only vaguely remembered that the person was very tall. Ji had never seen such a tall Omega. When the Omega bit him, it seemed like they were hanging their head. After coming out from the hospital dazedly, Ji directly got into the car. Ding dong. The mobile phone notification sound rang, and he hardly had the strength to look through his phone now. He fiddled with his clothes, unbuttoned 2 buttons of his light blue shirt. The boy wearing the shirt did not look mature, rather, he looked like a student who had just left school. Ji neither looked soft nor charming, his sharp eyes carried a sense of coldness, even when he smiled, it resembled being wrapped in a cold wind. His unique chilly demeanor, along with his proud family background, made many Omegas admire and pursue him. Although Ji loved to play around, he didn't toy with Omegas. His previous interaction in the bar was entirely because he intentionally went up to someone due to their fighting skills. He didn't expect to fall for it. To encounter an Omega once in 100 years on the first try. Ji Qi admired his own judgment of people inside his heart. Ding dong. The mobile phone sound rang again, pulling back Ji Qi's thoughts. He shook his head vigorously, focusing his vision to look. It was sent by Ji Xingming. To put it politely, his father. It must have been the matter of making the driver search for someone that startled him. Ji Xingming, do you know who you're looking for? Ji Xingming, other people's calls have reached me. Ji Xingming, you come home right now. Ji Qi felt depressed in his heart, almost suffocating. Where could he summon the strength to reply? At this moment, the driver outside quickly opened the car door and got in. Address is known. Young master. The driver's tone was a little excited, but upon careful listening, one could hear the difficulty in it. He glanced at Ji Qi in the back seat. Rather than having the young master in trouble, he'd rather be scolded. You hold on a little longer, I'll take you to that Omega's house. Ji Qi moved his lips but ultimately didn't utter a single word. The damned pheromone connection actually made him, an alpha, degenerate to finding an Omega at 2 o'clock in the morning. He had always been high and mighty. In this era of survival of the fittest, alphas possessed absolute authority. Ji Qi's identity and status further made him always stand at the top of the pyramid. He was arrogant, raised in luxury, and had never done anything humble. A glance from an alpha was enough to make their Omegas tremble all over. And now, he actually seemed like he was begging. Ji Qi's heart was complex, he detested his own behavior, yet he wanted to save himself. The car was driving very fast. Gradually, Ji Qi became a puppet controlled by pheromones. He needed that person's pheromones. At least, getting closer to them. Desiring comfort, his troubled heart seemed torn apart, any later and it might drag his bones away as well. No one would refuse him, an S-class alpha, which is something every Omega strives to obtain. Including that Omega from last time. As the car drove forward, the place became more remote, finally stopping in front of a cluster of rented apartments dozens of kilometers away from the city center. This kind of place, certainly somewhere Ji Qi would never visit in his entire life. Sir, it's the room you enter first, knock politely, the driver's voice sounded. We are seeking help. The driver was afraid that Ji Qi would act arbitrarily, so he reminded him very gently. Say, excuse me, after knocking. How could Ji Qi listen to such things? Upon hearing that it was the first room by the entrance. Just like a lone wanderer in the desert who has been dry for half a month, finally finding water. Must hurry faster, much faster. His consciousness couldn't control his thoughts, letting his blood boil heavily. Ji Qi opened the car door, stumbled towards that room. Every step felt like the ground was about to give way beneath him in the next second. He forgot his gentlemanly manners, forgot that he was an alpha who shouldn't scare his Omega. No, this was only a temporary measure, he refused to admit that the person inside was his Omega. Ji Qi's knocking awakened the sound-activated lights of the shared apartment, even lighting up the second floor with creaking noises, which made Ji Qi increasingly irritable. He thought it wasn't enough, this door needed to be broken down. Bang bang bang. His heart was racing faster than the knocking. Bang bang bang. The driver stood a few meters behind, knowing it wouldn't be proper to get too close when Ji Qi was looking for an Omega. He could only sigh heavily as he watched Ji Qi losing control. At one point, Ji Qi's strength waned, and his knocks became more polite against his will. He didn't even realize when the door opened. Until that weak punch landed harmlessly on a sturdy chest. Ji Qi's breathing was deep, his fingertips curling slightly. His voice came out sticky and soft, please, give me some of your pheromones. Chapter 3, You Can't Escape. Ji Qi's crimson eyes dimmed as he looked at the Omega in front of him. The man was really tall, almost a head taller than himself. This wasn't the type of Omega Ji Qi liked. Ji Qi had vowed to find an Omega who was sweet, soft, pretty, and cute, someone who loved to be affectionate and preferably didn't like bossing him around. The Omega before him made Ji Qi's heart sink significantly. Omegas with this kind of physique were quite shocking even by world standards. When he slightly raised his gaze, the Omega towered over him, taller than any alpha. He was destined to be alone. Looking more alpha than the alphas themselves, who would like an Omega like a muscular Barbie? Ji Qi liked it even less. Even so, Ji Qi knew that deep inside, he craved the scent of the other person's pheromones, a primal state beyond his control already. He needed some comfort, at least being closer to him would help. An alpha during their sensitive period either need suppressants or must remain near their Omega. Pheromones from Omegas provide a soothing effect, effectively calming the restless hearts of alphas. Otherwise, they might go crazy. Every nerve in Ji Qi's body screamed for it. Holding on to the man's clothing, Ji Qi once again said in a low voice, please give me some, your pheromones. Ji Qi's voice was weak, audible only to the two of them. The man wore a black, loose long shirt that exuded an air of laziness, but his dark eyes radiated danger. He didn't reply. The faint sound-controlled light dimmed. Only moonlight illuminated half of the man's face, creating an interplay of shadows and light. His features were rugged and chiseled, tempered by time into a look of sternness. Though not unfriendly, he was distant and apathetic. As if now, faced with this situation, he showed not the slightest sign of unease. Lowering his gaze to the young man gripping him tightly, the man answered indifferently, his weary tone flowing smoothly yet piercing straight to the core. Ji thought the other was lying. He had marked himself. How could there be no pheromones? Ji's brow furrowed, his fingertips gripping even tighter. If you have them, you'd have smelled them already if you stood here. The indifferent voice rang out once again. Ji was momentarily dazed. The man was right, he was so close to this Omega, and the person carried such a strong aura, how could he possibly miss his pheromones? Alpha pheromones would terrify an Omega. Normally speaking, this Omega should have surrendered or been scared to tears by now. But this individual was eerily calm. There was only one possibility. This Omega had disrupted pheromones. That's why he didn't act much like an Omega. Ji's fingers trembled slightly, his bright eyes darkening. No apparent pheromones. Then. He remembered that people with disrupted pheromones could pass on pheromones through kisses. Any bodily fluids worked too. Ji shook his head violently, taking a deep breath. Clutching tightly onto the man's shirt collar, Ji murmured, "We've both meddled with each other." Without waiting for the man's consent, his hand touched the side of the man's neck. It was cool, like the ripples of cold moonlight. Tilting his head up slightly, Ji breathed warmly, pressing his lips onto the man's thin lips. The moment their lips met, he caught the faint trace of pheromones. It felt like the chill of a glacial spring, of snow-forming mountains and rivers. Like in the sweltering summer heat, upon opening the door, one is greeted with the sight of snowy peaks, carrying a subtle cold fragrance that sank deeply into his bones. And at its core was the scent of sandalwood. He liked this smell. Chapter 4, Keeping Secrets. Ji was like a predator, one who stood high above. This Omega must have been ill, only through kisses could one taste the exceedingly rare pheromones. Ji even bit the other's lip until it bled. Because blood also carried the owner's pheromones. Ji kissed the man in front of him almost with the posture of a superior. Demanding, probing. Yet clumsy. The warm breath accompanied by a fierce heartbeat. Getting close to him was like saving oneself. Suddenly, he felt the other's hand on his waist and heard the question near his ear, "Will you regret this?" Ji answered quickly, "No." In the next second, Ji felt the man come closer. Then, with a whirl, he found himself pinned against a corner of the narrow door in the shared apartment by the man in front of him. Looking into the eyes of the man before him, Ji felt a moment of surprise. It seemed as if he were the prey. "If you don't regret it, I'll give you my pheromones." The man's voice was hoarse, filled with an inexplicable sensuality. When the man grabbed Ji's wrist, Ji went crazy. "Fuck you. I'm an alpha." The man held Ji's shoulders tightly, "I certainly know that. But you don't have a choice anymore. I've already considered your opinion." In the dark room, the man's eyes shone terrifyingly bright, like a sharp knife. Ji felt as if every part of his body had been completely shredded by him. "Now, there's no way for you to escape." These words echoed long in the small room, circling around Ji's ears without end. 3 days later, Ji still woke up in this shared rental apartment. The scenes flashing through his mind were intense and vivid. Shit. Ji slowly sat up. The man was nowhere to be seen. He glanced at the clothes beside the bed. They were brand new. But of poor quality. Ji didn't like them, but his original clothes were dirty. After putting them on, he sat at the edge of the bed in a daze for half an hour. During an alpha's heightened sensitivity period, they tend to follow their instincts more closely. Now Ji strangely felt an impulse to strangle himself. He shouldn't have come to this place. Ji got up slowly. As he approached the table, he noticed a water glass sitting there. Beneath it was a note. "Let me know when you're leaving." Looking at the handwriting, it was as if he could hear the man's gentle and mellow voice, steady and pleasant. "My fucking hands will tear you apart." Ji clenched the note so hard his knuckles creaked. But he did drink the warm water because he was thirsty and his throat hurt. After drinking the water, Ji stormed out in a rage. When he came back, he was holding an iron hammer. He hammered the man's bed until it was utterly destroyed. Even after destroying the bed and seeing the wreckage scattered all over the floor, Ji still didn't feel satisfied. The anger in his chest wouldn't dissipate. Accustomed to always being on top, Ji had grown up learning about how alphas dominate omegas. This made Ji unable to accept what had happened to him. He wanted to kill that man, to make him disappear from the world forever. He wanted to obliterate this whole incident. Ji collapsed helplessly onto the ground. His arms hugged his knees tightly. Even though it was he himself who had begged for the pheromones. Why couldn't the man leave when he said no? Ji hugged his knees, locked the door, and shamefully cried, trying not to think back, too afraid to think back. After much time, Ji consoled himself and adjusted. He placed a phone call. An hour later, the driver brought over a stack of documents. Ji freshened up. He looked at the mirror. Apart from slightly red eyes, he was still that high and mighty alpha. Still the alpha capable of scaring omegas until their legs gave out. He would not acknowledge what happened in this rental house. He was born amidst glitz and glamour and never stepped into filth. This was just a dream. When he left here, the dream would wake up. Ji waited in the room all afternoon. Near evening, the man returned. There was some gray dust on his body, quite noticeable on his black clothes, seemingly from work. There was a construction site nearby. Ji guessed, that was where he worked. This was the first time Ji looked at the man in a foolish state. To be honest, the man was handsome. Sharp eyebrows, indifferent eyes, a tall nose, each of these features alone could serve as a benchmark for plastic surgery. There was an aura of nobility emanating from his very bones. Had it not been for living in this rental apartment, Ji would have absolutely doubted that he had undergone plastic surgery. This was a type he fundamentally wouldn't like. This omega with some mental issues wasn't suppressed by alpha pheromones. So he wasn't the least bit afraid of Ji. On the contrary. Ji felt a chill every time he recalled every moment of the other person from the past few days. He couldn't appear weak. The man pushed the door open and saw the haughty teenager at the desk, as well as the bed that had been smashed to pieces. He didn't blame, and was even quite calm. As if he had expected just such a reaction. Ji pointed at the documents on the table, looking arrogant as he spoke without beating around the bush. The content in the agreement, take a look. After confirming, give your ID to my driver so they can prepare another copy for you to sign. In the future, we must not have any more connections. You must keep everything confidential. Best if you forget everything too. Not a single word should escape. The man glanced at the contract on the table, his eyes darkening for a moment. He took a step forward without showing any emotion. There are still residues of my pheromones on your glands. When you next come into heat, you'll still come find me uncontrollably. Ji's chest heaved as he slammed his palm on the desk. An intense voice thundered along with the bang, so you must move out from here. Chapter 5, I will take responsibility for you. The extreme buildup of frustration had reached its peak. Ji's voice grew louder, urgently trying to sever all ties. Don't let me see you again. I can give you wealth that you couldn't earn in your entire lifetime. Sign this, and leave my sight forever. Ji angrily stared at the agreement in front of him. Those eyes, filled with coldness, carried a sharp edge. Thinking about his loss of control, Ji didn't know whom to blame for the mistake. Ultimately, it was he who had come seeking the other. Everything here was what he didn't want to admit, stains that must be erased from his life. He was an alpha, born to be. The man opposite lowered his gaze, his soft voice calm and gentle. To be precise, it was you who begged for my pheromones. To use and then discard is abandonment. Ji stood straight and glared over, clenching his fists. Are you out of your mind? Do you even realize who's at a disadvantage here? He was out of his mind. Whose omega pheromones could suppress an alpha's? Ji had been feeling disoriented these past few days. But clearly remembered when the other released their pheromones. Even someone like him, an S-level alpha, felt suppressed. And not just slightly. Normally, omega's pheromones are sweet without any aggression and used mainly to attract alphas. They were natural subordinates. Suppression only occurred between alphas. Ji gave the other a venomous glare, and a shocking thought came to his mind. Was the other person possibly an alpha? But how could this be? Alpha pheromones repel each other, they are natural enemies. Moreover, there wasn't even a whiff of alpha scent on the other person. At least when they weren't actively releasing them, they seemed entirely ordinary. If one alpha marked another alpha, it would be like two lions tearing and killing each other. Their innate dominant pheromones wouldn't yield. So, the outcome could only be one dead and one injured. Or, two coffins. Therefore, when the doctor told Ji that he had been marked, he instinctively assumed the other was an omega. Even though it was far-fetched. It was still more probable than the idea that the other person was an alpha. At least his and the other's pheromones did not repel each other. Nor had there been a fight leading to mutual destruction. I will take responsibility for you. The deep voice rang out again, its words light but oddly powerful, like a promise. Ji's fluttering long lashes stopped momentarily. Responsible? Was he insane? An alpha like himself being held accountable by someone else. Ji's already gloomy eyes became even darker as he let out a long sigh. His voice low yet particularly disdainful and icy. Wasn't I clear enough earlier? I said we'll have nothing to do with each other going forward. These few reckless days were because I didn't control myself well. I don't like you and wish to sever all ties with you. I came looking for trouble myself. Even though I might want to kill you now, that wouldn't be fair, so I concede. Once I walk out of this door, wherever we meet later, we can pretend we don't know each other. Ji tried to calm himself down as he leaned both hands on the desk. We're square. The man picked up the contract on the table and flipped through it for a moment, showing no detectable emotions on his severe face. You're acting like a tyrant. Banishing me, not even discussing it with me. The man's deep eyes narrowed slightly. You want to cut all ties with me that much? Ji looked at the other intensely. Exactly. The fact that you haven't died already is the chance I'm giving you. He originally thought the other was an Omega, and even if he didn't like them, he'd give them money or even buy them a car or house for options. After all, he had bullied them, so he should provide them a way out. If the other wanted him to take responsibility and marry, he would agree too. But in the current situation, Ji just wanted to sever ties with this person whose mere presence was unsettling. This was too terrifying. Everything around him felt like hell. In Ji's understanding, the level of terror exceeded the notion that his life was in others' hands. What if I don't move? The man asked lightly. Ji's eyes dangerously narrowed. I'll buy this land, turn it into a graveyard, you have no choice. The corner of the man's lips tightened slightly, as if anticipating Ji's ruthlessness. Are you afraid that next time, you still won't be able to resist coming to me? Ji's chest rose and fell with angered breaths. Even if I die, I will not come to you. When the E-sensitive period arrives, the pain prevents one from washing off the mark. But that doesn't mean it can't be done now. I'll go to the hospital to have the mark washed off. But since the full removal and healing of the mark takes a few months, you must move out. I don't want any more interruptions during this process. Ji raised his gaze, his expression severe, his originally cold face growing icier. Am I clear enough? Every word Ji spoke was delivered from an absolutely leading position, leaving no room for retreat or negotiation, a consistent feature of his style, sharp and decisive when needed, never dragging his feet. He didn't want to make things complicated again. It was best to force the other party into a corner from the very start. And certainly, he wouldn't give the other party any choice. Clear enough, the man nodded slightly. Instead of agreeing, the man took a step closer to Ji, saying something utterly unrelated. My name is Jiang. Confused by this random self-introduction, Ji blurted out, I'm not interested in your name, nor do I want to know it. So there was no point asking. How could this guy even introduce himself like this? Was he trying to make Ji remember his name? No, Ji wanted to kill him. As Ji was about to say something, Jiang approached him 2 more steps. Perhaps out of instinctive fear, Ji subconsciously stepped back. Realizing his own reaction, Ji wanted to slap himself twice. What happened? By retreating like that, he seemed as though he was afraid of him. Thinking thus, Ji stood straight, even leaning forward. An alpha would never be afraid of anyone. Because Ji moved forward, the distance between them instantly shrank. The warm breath tinged with a faint plum wine pheromone swirled around. Cold pride, powerful dominance. That was what radiated from Ji. S1 type, warning pheromones. This kind of pheromones was ostentatious and wild, like a hunter warning others of his hunting grounds, refusing invasion, needing avoidance. For another alpha, encountering such strong pheromones would usually lead them to back off to avoid trouble. But obviously, it didn't affect Jiang. Not only did he not retreat, but he acted perfectly normal, as if he were an ordinary beta unaffected by pheromones. A wave of frustration hit Ji clenching his teeth. He tried raising his hand to push the other away, but his wrist was seized by Jiang. Before Ji realized what happened, a faint tingling sensation spread across his palm. Looking down, Ji saw Jiang writing on his palm with a pen. Dumbfounded for a few seconds, Jiang let go of Ji's hand. This is my number, Jiang stated. Frowning at the digits on his palm, Ji cursed his excellent memory which he suddenly despised. Because he remembered it at first glance. Damn. Ji felt inexplicable anger. Who asked for your phone number? Enraged, Ji wiped the numbers off his palm. Jiang, right? Grabbing the man's collar, Ji warned, let me tell you, don't attempt to use these past few days as leverage to threaten me. Or you'll regret it. With that, Ji furiously released Jiang, unwilling to waste more time here. My point is, if you need me, you can call me. Jiang remained calm looking at Ji. In those deep eyes, thoughts swirled unreadable, the abyss within immeasurable. Ji wiped the number clean, holding up his blank palm to show Jiang, rest assured, that day will never come. After finishing his sentence, Ji walked past Jiang, glancing sideways towards the door. You have no choice over any clause in the agreement. Otherwise, I'll completely ruin your life. To the upper echelon wanting to destroy someone, it was far too easy. Bosun Group, as a capital conglomerate spanning various industries. Ji said this without the slightest hint of jest. After Ji Qi left, Jin looked after his retreating figure with dark narrow eyes flickering. Plum wine, truly intoxicating. But your pheromones only make me want to tear you apart. Chapter 6, Unyielding Resolve. After leaving the shared apartment, Ji Qi turned on his phone to find it flooded with messages. Ji Qi dialed a number. After 2 beeps, a pleasant male voice came from the other end. Hey, Xiao Qi. Song Lin, accompany me to the hospital. A cool breeze swept through his hair, carrying a chill, and Ji Qi's words were calm yet icy. The tone on the other end paused momentarily, then became laced with concern. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well somewhere? Ji Qi gave a slight hum of acknowledgement. Song Lin was Ji Qi's childhood friend, and this matter couldn't let others know. Coincidentally, Song Lin was an alpha, and based on how much Song Lin cared about Ji Qi, along with some clever insights that Ji Qi lacked. Ji Qi knew he couldn't hide it from him and decided to let him help. According to what Ji Qi had read in books, cleaning a marking would be excruciatingly painful. Temporary mark removals often required hospitalization. This was common knowledge, which is why even though there were many beautiful omegas around Ji Qi, as long as he wasn't attracted to them, he wouldn't bother anyone else. A marking without the intention of marriage was just flirting recklessly. It was bullying. Ji Qi didn't want to go to the hospital alone and feel half dead while there. When Song Lin arrived by car to pick up Ji Qi, he noticed the exhausted look on Ji Qi's face and felt his heart tighten. Beep beep, Song Lin honked the horn several times at the roadside. But Ji Qi seemed like he hadn't heard it, lost deep in his own thoughts. As if one light breeze could make him vanish. Xiao Qi. Song Lin opened the car window and called out again. Ah. Hearing the sound, Ji Qi turned his gaze, his wandering thoughts instantly snapping back. What were you thinking about so deeply? Song Lin pursed his lips. The man's sharp facial features looked somewhat aggressive, his distinct contours exuding authority. His expensive suit and highly valued watch made him appear exceptionally noble, making people instinctively think of him as having the scent of high-end cologne. Ji Qi spaced out for a moment before Hu Jin's figure suddenly re-entered his mind. It's nothing. Ji Qi walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and got in. Song Lin glanced sideways at Ji Qi's clothes, which were obviously cheap. If you're low on money, I can give you some. Ji Qi hesitated, looking at his own clothes. He didn't answer Song Lin's offer but went straight to the point. Ji Qi's eyes seemed somewhat scattered as he stared ahead at the blurry road. I've been marked. Squeak, screech. The slowly moving car abruptly stopped. Song Lin's hands gripping the steering wheel instantly revealed bulging veins, seemingly unable to calm down. You said, what? Song Lin clearly appeared shocked. Ji Qi didn't want to say too much. Let's just go to the hospital. It's hard for me to explain. Was it an alpha? Song Lin's breathing grew rough. Ji Qi shook his head. An omega then? Song Lin pursued further, his hand rubbing the steering wheel so forcefully that his knuckles turned red. Ji Qi pressed his lips into a thin line. He has no pheromones, at least, when he doesn't actively release them. Alphas and omegas, apart from being distinguished by their size difference, are most clearly identified by pheromones. These are gender symbols, business cards naturally emitted and uncontrollable by humans. In public places, these uncontrolled attributes are the most accurate way to distinguish between alphas and omegas. No one can control their attribute pheromones so freely. Not to mention hide their identity. No one. Neither drugs nor pheromone blocking patches can achieve that. To be able to control pheromones freely, resist the suppression of alpha pheromones, and still manage to mark oneself left Ji Qi utterly confused. Ji Qi heard Song Lin take a heavy breath. Song Lin looked at Ji Qi's neck and started the car again. This time Song Lin drove fast. Ji Qi thought Song Lin looked like he might know something. Song Lin drove straight to a private hospital. After getting out of the car, he dragged Ji Qi towards the hospital, and Ji Qi felt like Song Lin was more anxious than himself. Song Lin had already begun contacting doctors along the way. Song Lin pulled Ji Qi in front of the VIP room doctor and blurted out, cleanse the mark. Every domineering CEO has a doctor friend, and clearly, Song Lin did too. The doctor nearby sighed slightly. Song Lin had explained the situation to him throughout their drive here. The doctor glanced at Ji Qi once. Cleaning the marking on an alpha involves a very complicated procedure. He handed Ji Qi a questionnaire. After being marked, did the reaction occur earlier or later? Ji Qi. Ji Qi's eyes flashed as if struck by lightning, his thoughts in disarray. The flowers had wilted and the grass was scorched. Boom. Ji Qi rapidly smoothed out his clothing, his lips losing their color. He opened his mouth, but for a long while it was as if cotton blocked his voice. Seeing this, the doctor's gaze softened. I already understand what you're trying to say. Let's first check your current gland pheromone levels. We'll do a trace analysis before determining the surgical plan. Hearing this, Ji Qi took the examination sheet and exited the VIP consultation room. After Ji Qi left, Song Lin glanced at the doctor, asking with heavy tones, "Is it Enigma?" The only person who could conceal pheromones at will and even mark an alpha, it could only be Enigma. The supreme ruler who surpasses all others. What's the likelihood? The doctor lifted the teacup in front of him, sipping slowly before replying, 100%. Song Lin's face clearly showed his shock. The doctor chuckled, his tone tinged with mockery as he continued. This is exactly the fourth gender that you've always dreamed of becoming, sovereign over all alphas. A king who can mark alphas, turning them into their exclusive omegas. The doctor's words were both seductive and laced with arrogance. Song Lin clenched his fists tightly until they creaked. The doctor arched an eyebrow provocatively. How does it feel? Isn't it painful? Years spent studying the third differentiation of alphas have all been leading to one day when you could become Enigma yourself, just so you could act on your feelings. You've always dreamed of marking Ji Qi, yet now someone has beaten you to it. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Hold your tongue. Song Lin snapped loudly. He will clean the mark. There will be no connection between him and that person after today. The doctor lifted his elegant pale hand to adjust his glasses. Once marked by Enigma, there's no end until death. At that moment, Ji Qi stood rigidly at the door, every single word having slipped directly into his ears. Chapter 7, likes to stay by his side. Enigma. Ji Qi's knuckles trembled slightly. This was a human trait Ji Qi had only seen in textbooks, so he never even considered this possibility. They were completely at the top of the food chain, mysterious beings. Their rarity was almost negligible. The book said, Enigma can mark an alpha. Alphas originally don't have a mating season, but after being marked by an Enigma, they will experience one. And during the mating season, they become restless and fragile, difficult to console. Only the Enigma who marked them can calm them down. Suddenly, everything that came to mind made sense if it was about an Enigma. Ji Qi's hand, which was gripping the examination report, was almost grinding it into sparks. Why were all these crazy people around him? Even Song Lin. He treated Song Lin as a friend, yet Song Lin harbored such a deranged sentiment for him. Ji Qi couldn't understand his current emotions. It was like suddenly stepping into a dark and terrifying forest, with vines surrounding him everywhere, making everything frighteningly dark. He didn't go back, instead, he acted as if nothing happened and went to the restroom. The marking of an Enigma cannot be surgically removed. Since he thought it was incredible when studying it in school, it left a deep impression, which he has always remembered. When Ji Qi arrived at the restroom, he saw an alpha smoking. Approaching him, Ji Qi felt inexplicably annoyed. Following this was the strong aroma of plum wine pheromones, not a request, but a demand. The tone was harsh and brooked no refusal, give me one. The alpha opposite wasn't at the same level as Ji Qi. Overwhelmed by Ji Qi's phenomenal oppression, the other person quickly wilted. He handed over the whole pack of cigarettes along with a lighter, muttering, here. After giving away the cigarettes, the alpha could clearly feel Ji Qi's anger. Not wanting to provoke trouble, the alpha cautiously shuffled past Ji Qi. Broken-hearted, so aggressive. Ji Qi paid no heed to the murmured comment. His hands were trembling as he opened the cigarette box, making his thoughts more chaotic than ever. He struggled to take out a cigarette after 3 or 4 failed attempts. He tried lighting it several times before finally sparking a flame. After lighting up, Ji Qi took a deep puff. His hand shook even while holding the cigarette. Smoke swirled around him, clouding his vision. His eyes became hazy. He didn't smoke much usually, and right now, drinking would be what he preferred. At the smoking area outside the restroom, Ji Qi smoked 3 cigarettes in a row. In the already small and smoky space, the atmosphere grew heavier. Leaning against the wall, Ji Qi drew in another heavy breath. Then, Ji Qi pulled out his phone and tapped on the search bar. He remembered that the temporary marking of an Enigma lasts much longer than that of an alpha. If it cannot be erased, then all he needed to do was endure until the temporary marking faded away. No problem, worst case scenario, he'd use 2 suppressants. Ji Qi typed into the search bar, how long does it take for Enigma's temporary marking to completely fade? For alphas, it is 3 months. How about Engem? At most 6 months. 6 months, he could make it through. Ji Qi, things aren't that bad. Just hold on. It's not that terrible. When he saw the answer from the phone search result, his fingers began to shake again. His chest tightened. National Information Center provides the best answer, an Enigma's temporary marking lasts a minimum of 3 years. Shit. Ji Qi threw his phone hard onto the floor. Fuck. Staring at the shattered remains of his phone on the ground, his body slowly slid down the wall until he was curled up miserably in the corner. His gaze was unfocused for a long time. Wrapping his arms around his knees, the young man seemed to sob softly. An oppressive and bitter mood tangled endlessly in his heart. It felt as though he had been sealed inside a closed black box, unable to open the door. Everything was spiraling toward the worst possible outcome. What should you do, Ji Qi? Suddenly, a faint trace of cold sandalwood pheromones invaded. So unexpected. Yet so reassuring. This smell calmed Ji Qi's agitated heart considerably. He glanced upward and caught sight of someone squatting halfway in front of him. It was a face one couldn't forget once seen. His eyes radiated warmth, especially when gazing at Ji Qi. Ji Qi's eyes widened in surprise. It was Hu Jin. He changed his clothes, the black shirt accentuated his figure. This was Ji Qi's second direct, extended gaze at Hu Jin. But because his eyes were misty, he couldn't quite see clearly and could only recognize it was Hu Jin. Just as he was about to say something, Hu Jin handed Ji Qi a tissue. Ji Qi didn't take it, so the next moment, Hu Jin reached out and wiped away the tear stains on Ji Qi's face, a warm sensation spreading beneath his eyes. Ji Qi flinched slightly and lifted his lustrous eyes. Hu Jin. Hu Jin responded gently. I wasn't intentionally following you. I came to this hospital for work reasons. I hope you're not upset, Hu Jin explained while wiping Ji Qi's tears again. Ji Qi felt utterly drained, having no strength left to push him away, merely staring directly into Hu Jin's eyes. His tone sank heavily with regret, uneasiness, and a trace of choking sobs. I didn't mean to bother you. Please leave me alone. Ji Qi's voice quivered slightly. I apologize to you. Please leave me alone, Hu Jin. Rarely did Ji Qi ever beg anyone for anything, but it seemed like his life had been destroyed now. He was no longer that superior alpha. A gust of wind could knock him over. Hu Jin glanced at the broken phone on the floor and the cigarette butts scattered everywhere. His expression turned dim. I'll move away. I've never intended to entangle you. But I promise you, during the period when the temporary mark is still in effect, you can find me for any reason, whether it's due to a bad mood, wanting to scold me in anger, or even needing my pheromones. You are always welcome. Hu Jin's voice was weary and hoarse, like cold stream water sliding past smooth pebbles, steady and gentle. I know you want to distance yourself from me. I respect whatever you choose to do, and I will ensure to vanish from your life. After the tissue became wet, Hu Jin wiped Ji Qi's tear-streaked eyes with his fingertips once more. Don't cry anymore. I'm sorry to you too. And I also wish, just as you hope, that we can sever our ties soon. Ji Qi dodged Hu Jin's hand. Although his memory of the bar incident was vague, he was sure that last time it was he who voluntarily approached Hu Jin. All of this stemmed from his own actions. He had no right to blame others excessively. Hu Jin's presence brought him comfort, the faint cool sandalwood pheromones relaxed him. Ji Qi wanted to shove Hu Jin away, run off, or even curse at him and demand he go. But he was addicted to this scent, as though it had somehow embedded itself deep within his bones and blood. This was the irresistible pull of the pheromones. Marked. From being an alpha, Ji Qi had now become Hu Jin's personal omega, and he dared not think too much about what this implied. He would look forward to smelling Hu Jin's pheromones daily, like an ordinary omega. He liked staying by his side. Just like, right now. Chapter 8, He is mine. This was a fact Ji Qi couldn't admit. He didn't want to become like this, and he absolutely would not turn out this way. This wasn't love, it was merely the influence of pheromones. He was an alpha, and would forever only be an alpha. Ji Qi distanced himself from Hu Jin, slowly standing up. When Hu Jin reached out to help, Ji Qi evaded him again. Don't touch me. Just as he was about to leave, Song Lin came over from the doctor's office. Song Lin immediately saw Ji Qi pushing Hu Jin away, his powerful aura leaving Song Lin momentarily stunned. Xiao Qi, seeing this, Song Lin hurriedly went to support Ji Qi. At this moment, Ji Qi felt increasingly agitated seeing these two people, let alone them standing together. Get lost. Seeing Song Lin coming over to help, Ji Qi furiously pushed him away. None of you touch me. Saying this, Ji Qi quickly ran out. At that moment, Hu Jin and Song Lin faced each other. The atmosphere became unbearably tense. As soon as Song Lin arrived, he smelled a very high-grade cold sandalwood pheromone. There was no need to guess who the person in front of him was. Damn you. Song Lin immediately cursed loudly and violently lashed out with his fists. As the fist neared Hu Jin's face, his wrist was tightly gripped by Hu Jin. Hu Jin's side elbow pressed the man against the wall with a huge sound. Song Lin groaned as the loud bang echoed. Hu Jin's eyebrows twitched slightly, and his contemptuous voice carried a hint of anger. What? Do you like him? Hu Jin's elbow tightly restrained Song Lin's neck while pressing hard on the other's shoulders. This statement was accompanied by highly oppressive and aggressive pheromones. The cold sandalwood aroma thoroughly overwhelmed Song Lin's pheromones, driving them out. Song Lin was shocked by that powerful coldness, and the sudden suffocating sensation made him want to flee. This was the first time in his life he'd experienced being suppressed, heart palpitations, agitation, and fear all rolled into one. Sorry, but he's mine now, Hu Jin's oppressive voice came again, full of warning. Song Lin took deep breaths, the feeling of suffocation made his words falter, yet his eyes remained abnormally fierce. Don't get too cocky. Ji Qi doesn't even like you. That's why he came to the hospital today to clean off the marking. I'll never let you go unpunished. Song Lin glared at Hu Jin menacingly. Even though if Hua Jin released his hold now, Song Lin would collapse due to the pressure of the pheromones, he still issued threats. Right as the tension was reaching its peak, a male doctor in a white coat walked in from outside. He held a stack of papers. "Director Hua, the results are out, take a quick look." Upon hearing that, Hua Jin immediately let go of Song Lin, watching as the man slumped to the ground. Hua Jin moved his own wrist slightly. "Tough talk isn't enough, you're just a useless fool." With that, Hua Jin left, the cold sandalwood-scented pheromones completely vanishing. Song Lin was breathing heavily on the ground, and after attempting to rise but falling again due to instability. "Lousy won't let you off easily, we'll see who comes out on top." Song Lin straightened himself and pulled out a stabilizing agent from his pocket. It was a pheromone stabilizer. After calming down, Song Lin slowly got up and walked out. He called Ji Qi. 2 seconds later, the call was picked up. Ji Qi's voice sounded relatively normal. "Sorry for what happened earlier, I didn't mean to curse at you." "I understand," Song Lin said without showing any signs of anger. Ji Qi hummed lightly. "I've looked at the results already, there's no need to waste more time at the hospital in this condition. Let's go drink some alcohol." "Are you really alright, Xiao Qi?" Song Lin asked with concern. Ji Qi clicked his tongue in irritation. "I'm fine. Was that person looking for you earlier? Did he force anything on you?" There was a hint of urgency in Song Lin's tone. Ji Qi didn't respond, so Song Lin didn't pursue further questions. After hanging up, Song Lin went downstairs, and Ji Qi was waiting for him outside the hospital. Seeing Song Lin come, Ji Qi's somewhat dim expression added a bit of pretense. "I don't feel well today, I'll go rest. In a few days, I'll arrange something, we can have a couple drinks." "Alright," Song Lin agreed. 3 days later, Ji Qi called Song Lin. The place was chosen by Ji Qi, a bar frequented by Omegas, with Ji Qi reserving the most expensive VIP seat. Inside, various sweet pheromones mingled together under flashing lights, painting their faces with the illusion of intoxication and debauchery. It was chaotic and noisy, with subtle fragrances swirling around. Ji Qi glanced at the row of standing Omegas and gave Song Lin a sidelong look. These Omegas all looked as beautiful as BJD dolls. There were seductive ones, cute and charming ones, timid and weak ones, bold and sexy ones, indifferent and cold ones, making people dizzy with their variety. Ji Qi picked up his glass of wine and took a sip. "Guess which one I like." Song Lin's lips tightened. He had always known that Ji Qi liked sweet Omegas. But he didn't expect such blatant selection of drinking partners today. Ji Qi was quite a gentleman, never toying with others' feelings and being straightforward if he didn't like someone. For a moment, Song Lin wondered if Ji Qi knew something and deliberately brought him here, indirectly telling him not to cross the line. "I don't know," Song Lin said indifferently. After hearing this, Ji Qi stood up immediately and went to the row of standing Omegas. He grabbed the hand of an Omega who looked obedient. "I like this kind." Ji Qi's words were extremely decisive. Then he glanced at Song Lin. "Today I'm treating, I'll take this little cutie home. You keep drinking slowly." Song Lin's fingers clenched tightly, but he had no reason to stop Ji Qi from doing so. He was an alpha, it was his freedom to choose any type of Omega he wanted. Song Lin picked up his wine and gulped down a mouthful without replying to Ji Qi. After saying this, Ji Qi pulled the little Omega out. The red lights and green shadows painted blurred figures. As soon as they left the bar, Ji Qi let go immediately. "Sorry for being so abrupt." The Omega's eyes were lowered, not daring to look at Ji Qi. "No. It's fine, big brother." Ji Qi took out the cigarettes he had just bought that day from his pocket and lit up a few puffs. Somehow, he had never bought cigarettes before, but with too many troubles on his mind, he couldn't sit still. Pale white smoke swirled around. The Omega coughed a couple of times when smelling the cigarette smoke. Ji Qi quickly pinched off the cigarette. "If you mind, I can stop smoking." Yanlo had been working in the bar for a long time and hadn't seen an alpha who cared about his feelings so much, feeling somewhat startled. No. But big brother should really smoke less." Ji Qi smiled self-mockingly at the corner of his mouth. He took out a stack of cash and a hotel room card from his pocket and handed it to the Omega in front of him. "The alpha who was with me just now will definitely ask you about things between me and you. When asked, you just say." When Yanlo heard Ji Qi say this and looked at the hotel room card in his hand, he almost instantly understood. "Say we slept together." Song Lin's character Ji Qi had already figured out after so many years, deep-hearted, meticulous, willing to break jade rather than submit. He had witnessed Song Lin set up a trap to send someone to prison over a piece of land. Ji Qi had never engaged in conflicts of interest with Song Lin, so Song Lin had always been good to him. Now Ji Qi finally realized that this kindness came with intentions. He only wanted to dispel Song Lin's thoughts. Seeing that Ji Qi didn't deny it, the Omega pursed her lips. "I understand, big brother. Although I don't provide that service, since you gave me so much money, I can sell myself for money." "Thank you." Ji Qi suddenly chuckled with a teasing tone. Do. At this moment, Yan Li's phone rang, and the boy's face became visibly serious upon answering it. "Right now. Deliver it immediately." The Omega frowned as he began looking around anxiously on the street. I know, coming right away. After hanging up, Yenlo urgently asked Ji Chi, Big brother, does your meaning earlier mean I can leave now? Ji Chi nodded, of course, go ahead with your business. Yenlo, having received a definite answer, gave Ji Chi a grateful smile, and his naturally soft face looked incredibly cute. After running off, Ji Chi saw Yenlo trying to hail a taxi by the roadside, looking anxious with no car stopping. Since he couldn't go back today anyway, Ji Chi directly drove his car up to the Omega. Where to? Let me give you a ride. Can I really? Although Yenlo spoke like this, due to his anxiety, he really opened the door and got into the back seat. Big brother needs to go to my place first, then to the CE Institute in Jiangcheng. Huh? CE Institute? Ji Chi did not think this was a place Yenlo could possibly access. You. Ji Chi started with a hint of confusion, but before he could finish, Yenlo had already understood his meaning. Ah. Yenlo smiled lightly, I'm just here to deliver something. I've only been there twice. Able to go to the CE Institute for deliveries must be pretty cool, right? Ji Chi remembered how he applied 20 times when he was in school, and got rejected every single time. Not even pulling strings using his father helped back then. This made Ji Chi look at Yen Lu with slightly more respect. Following Yen Li's lead, Ji Chi took the Omega home. There, he saw him bring out a large potted plant from an old house and load it into the car. Sorry big brother, there might be too much mud on my stuff. If the car gets dirty later, I'll clean it for you, the Omega said apologetically while hugging the potted plant. It's fine, Ji Chi replied indifferently, not asking any questions as he drove toward the institute. When they arrived, he escorted the Omega all the way to the lab entrance. The reason he went up was because Ji Chi had always dreamed of visiting the CE Research Center. It was the National Pheromone Center, where every corner was classified information. Back in the day, he couldn't break in even by climbing through a window. He never thought that today he'd get inside thanks to a clump of mud. Unbelievable. But exciting. Yenlo went into a large office, which looked simple yet sophisticated. Its owner seemed like someone who followed strict rules and kept everything serious. Director Hua, I've brought the batch of serum stones. The Omega knocked gently on the huge glass door of the office. Come in, a calm voice echoed. Ji Chi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The voice sounded familiar. Ji Chi. Chapter 9, got a young boyfriend? He followed the source of the sound and saw Hua Jin standing before the desk, pen in hand, sketching something. Ji Chi saw Hua Jin and drew in a sharp breath. Perhaps due to his concentration, Hua Jin spoke without lifting his eyes. The indoor lighting and the glittering city lights outside contrasted gently, highlighting Hua Jin's focus that made Ji Chi momentarily unable to look away. Hua Jin wore glasses today, enhancing his composed and detached demeanor to perfection. His composure was cool, distant, making people feel as if he were unattainable, and because of this distance, Hua Jin himself exuded a mature and alluring allure, a charm Ji Chi lacked, matured by time. Ji Chi's eyes shimmered, and his heartbeat quickened. Wasn't he, a staff member of the CE Institute Research Center? This is the highest level data management center after all. Ji Chi remembered his old man cursing him, saying he wouldn't want Ji Chi to meddle unless he managed to get into the CE Research Institute. Ji Chi took 2 steps back after entering. It must be fate colliding once again. Just as he was retreating, an Omega grabbed his arm. Brother, don't get excited. In fact, I haven't even met Hua Jin a few times. He's really nice, so please don't be nervous. Ji Chi furrowed his brows, not because he wasn't familiar with excitement, but because he had met Hua Jin before. Before Ji Chi could react to what the Omega said, Hua Jin lifted his gaze upon hearing their conversation. Before meeting Hua Jin's eyes, Ji Chi wanted to hide. To hide after exchanging glances would show weakness. Why would an alpha like him be afraid of someone? Ji Chi stared firmly back, nonchalantly proud. When Hua Jin saw Ji Chi, he was initially surprised. He stopped writing and placed his glasses on a thin set of documents as a weight. At this moment, Yenlo also pulled Ji Chi into the office. Big brother, you'll be able to put this on your resume from now on. Ji Chi. Standing stiffly in front of Hua Jin. He neither wanted to run nor stay. Suddenly, he felt like a troublemaker brought to see a teacher. No wonder he'd seen Hua Jin at the hospital. Last time, the mud on Hua Jin couldn't have been from a construction site. Hua Judge. Yenlo placed items on the desk. I've brought them here. After speaking, Yenlo nudged Ji Chi and said to Hua Jin. My friend wants to take a look, so I brought him inside. Sorry about that, Hua Judge, he dreams about visiting the CE lab. Ji Chi. Ji Chi, shut up already. Hua Jin's deep eyes softened slightly, with a composed expression as he addressed Ji Chi. The next time you want to come in, you can call me. Yenlo was stunned when she heard those words. Call. Are the two of you acquainted? Yenlo looked curiously at Ji Chi. Do you even have Hua Judge's phone number? Ji Chi, not well. Hua Jin, we know each other. Yenlo. Observing their expressions, Yenlo increasingly felt, it was as if they had dated and split up, then accidentally met under these odd circumstances. A strange atmosphere hung in the air, filled with awkwardness. Clearly they knew each other, and evidently more than just acquaintances. Hua Jin glanced at Ji Qi coldly, a warm smile curling on his lips. Since we aren't very familiar, let me introduce myself. He lifted his long, elegant hand, highest authority Universal Negotiation Council Judge, concurrent Chief Judge of CE Research Center, Hua Jin. Greetings. The baritone voice resonated through his ears, with a tone light yet commanding authority. Ji Qi's eyes grew wider and wider. The words Hua Jin spoke amplified in his mind, bold and accompanied by a grand soundtrack. Every character shone with golden brilliance. Shit. Highest authority. Chief Judge of the CE Research Center. Hua Jin. Ji Qi had originally thought the Chief Judge of the CE Research Center would be some highly competent alpha leader, never expecting it to be Hua Jin. The very same Hua Jin he knows. In a daze, Ji Qi wasn't sure whether he'd raised his hand or not. By the time he realized, he was indeed holding Hua Jin's hand. Ji Qi. Trembling slightly, he quickly withdrew his hand, definitely unaware that Hua Jin had taken advantage of his absent-minded state. Ji Qi turned his head and said, "Whatever identity you have has nothing to do with me." His words were visibly strained. Saying this, he grabbed Yen Lu, intending to leave the room. "Let's go home." Yen Lu had been observing the two of them the whole time, her lips curling into a knowing smile from the very beginning. She seemed to have understood something. "Wait, big brother, let me make a call." As Yen Lu reached for her phone, Ji Qi's room card slipped out. Ji Qi looked down, the shiny, golden Imperial Hotel VIP card on the floor made his hairs stand up inexplicably. "Ji Qi, can't you have a bit more dignity? You and Hua Jin have absolutely nothing to do with each other. Why do you feel like you've been caught cheating?" "Ah, big brother, your room card fell," Yen Lu said softly. Ji Qi, did she really have to say that out loud? Chapter 10, The Gift from Hua Jin. Looking at the room card and then glancing up to see Hua Jin standing in front of him with an expressionless face, Ji Qi suddenly had a bright idea. This was perfect. Let Hua Jin know he had a boyfriend now, further demonstrating his resolve not to give in. With that thought, Ji Qi picked up the room card. He held the card in his hand. "How could you be so careless?" Hua Jin's shadowed eyes carried a trace of coldness. "So you've taken a young boyfriend?" For some reason, Ji Qi felt that when Hua Jin said this, all traces of his usual warmth disappeared, replaced by a chilling indifference that still suited his handsome face. Ji Qi tilted his head slightly. "Yes, I like this kind. Do you prefer the Omega type who smells like candy?" Hua Jin asked while lowering his gaze. Yen Lu pursed his lips. "President Hua, my pheromones smell like strawberry ice cream, not candy." "Shut up," Hua Jin shot him a look, and Yen Lu immediately lowered his head. "Oh. Do I have to care about what type of Omega you like?" Ji Qi harshly questioned. "That's your freedom," said Hua Jin as he took a step closer to Ji Qi, "but considering the special condition of your body right now, I suggest you not to casually date someone." At this moment, Yen Lu stood in between and shook his head violently. "Brother, didn't you say that we just need to deceive Song Lin earlier? Deceiving two people requires extra payment." Ji Qi's pupils widened. "Ji Qi, kill him." Ji Qi vaguely heard Hua Jin chuckle with a sound akin to a breathy laugh. When he raised his eyes to look, it was still the same stern expression on his face. Ji Qi sniffed lightly, and an awkward tension arose between the two. "Thanks for the reminder, never want to see you again." With that, he turned around and walked out of the house. Yen Lu glanced at Ji Qi and then turned back. "I think he probably doesn't like the Omega type who smells like candy." After saying that, Yen Lu gave Hua Jin a teasing glance. "But you must like the Alpha type who smells like plum wine." Yen Lu raised his hand and made a fist-punching gesture. "Predecessor Hua, cheer up." After Yen Lu left, Hua Jin rubbed his temples with his hand. Hua Jin looked at Ji Qi's figure walking away, and then opened the cabinet behind his desk. He took out 2 plush rabbit dolls as big as heads, the commemorative rabbit from CE Lab. "I'll give them to you two as souvenirs. Can these be given out casually?" Yen Lu was visibly excited. He remembered that only 50 of these commemorative rabbits were issued, and their price was even hyped up to 100,000 yuan each. And now Hua Jin was so casually giving him 2. "Thank you, President Hua, I'll pass them along." Happy, Yen Lu hugged the 2 rabbits and chased after Ji Qi. When he reached Ji Qi, he couldn't help but get excited. Brother, President Hua gave me 2 commemorative rabbits." Yen Lu waved one of the rabbits in front of Ji Qi. "Do you know this rabbit? Due to CE Lab's special social status, this rabbit is more expensive than streetwear brands. He gave us each one in one go. It also has the highest grade logo. So cool." Ji Qi didn't hear Yen Li's words, but smelled the faint information scent on one of the furry rabbits. It was the scent of Hua Jin's information. Undoubtedly, setting aside emotions, he liked this scent. His limbs, bones, and blood even liked it. He looked at the little rabbit in front of him and touched it. What did Hua Jin mean by this? Was he worried that he wouldn't be able to resist going to him, so he gave him a rabbit with his own information scent? Hua Jin's information scent could indeed calm his restlessness. It could even make him sleep better. Ji Qi played with his fingers, lost in thought. Anyway, Anyway, he wouldn't see Huijin again, so keeping a rabbit wasn't an issue. He pointed to the rabbit carrying the information sent, then I'll take this one. Alright. Yan-Lu handed over the chosen rabbit to Ji-Chi, to you, brother. Ji-Chi took the rabbit and holding its long ears, got into the car. After dropping off Yan-Lu, Ji-Chi returned home shortly before dawn. After washing up, he laid down in bed and placed the little rabbit next to him, facing away from it to sleep. 2 minutes later, he turned back. Ji-Chi reached out and touched the rabbit's ears. The information sent on it was very light. The closer he got, the clearer the smell became. Since the last time, Ji-Chi chose every day between insomnia and taking sleeping pills. He took a deep breath and moved the little rabbit closer to him. After sending Yan-Lu back, Ji-Chi returned home just as the sky was getting light. After washing up, he lay down in bed and put the little rabbit beside him, lying on his side away from it. 2 minutes later, he turned over again. Ji-Chi lifted his hand and touched the rabbit's ear. This information sent was very thin. The closer he got, the clearer the smell became. Since the last time, Ji-Chi chose either insomnia or sedatives every day. He took a deep breath and brought the little rabbit closer to him. The faint pheromones of Lingzitan gave him a sense of calm and comfort, so he finally hugged the little rabbit close to his chest. The trace of pheromones lingered on his skin and in his nose. Ji-Chi instinctively rubbed against the little rabbit and even kissed it once. Realizing what he had done, Ji-Chi froze for a moment. What was he just doing? Ji-Chi looked again at the rabbit in his arms, unable to resist because it was too cute. Yeah, that's all it was. Thanks to the soothing pheromones, Ji-Chi quickly felt sleepy and enjoyed a particularly peaceful night's sleep. For the next month, Ji-Chi could only fall asleep every day by holding the rabbit. Similarly, every time he held the rabbit, for no apparent reason, he would inexplicably think of Huijin's face, tender, serious, and various other expressions that kept lingering in his mind. Ji-Chi did not let those memories fade, instead, they grew clearer with each passing day as he thought about Huijin more. This morning, when Ji-Chi went to the restaurant for breakfast, the atmosphere at the dining table was unusually oppressive. After hastily eating a couple of bites, Ji Xingming went off to the company, leaving Ji-Chi and his Omega father Lin Jun behind. Lin Jun had a delicate appearance, though he was 40, he didn't look much older than someone in their early 30s. Ji-Chi obeyed only Lin Jun in this household. Lin Jun put down his chopsticks and glanced at Ji-Chi, Xiao-Chi. Ji-Chi hummed in acknowledgement, pouring Lin Jun half a glass of warm water. What is it, Dad? Did something happen at the company? Lin Jun picked up the glass beside him and took a sip. I heard you know Huijin. As soon as Ji-Chi heard this, the food he was eating made him choke violently in the next second. Cough, cough, cough. Ji-Chi grabbed the glass of ice water beside him and drank deeply. I don't know him. Ji-Chi's hand trembled slightly as he held the glass. I don't know him. Chapter 11, Asking him for dinner. Ji-Chi quickly composed himself and drank a sip of water as if nothing had happened. Lin Jun, seeing Ji-Chi's guilty expression, had guessed the gist of it. Didn't you go around making phone calls last time looking for someone? Not much was known about the previous incident by Lin Jun and Ji Xingming because the driver had been bribed by Ji-Chi. After returning home, Ji-Chi never mentioned that incident again. So it was left unresolved. Today, Lin Jun had no choice but to bring up the matter with Ji-Chi. Last time, it was because I mistook someone. I'm not familiar with Huijin. Ji-Chi tilted his head to the side, not daring to look at Lin Jun. He really didn't want to have anything more to do with Huijin. Unfamiliar, then that means you know him, right? Lin Jun asked again, his tone brighter. Ji-Chi didn't answer. Lin Jun took out a pile of documents from the side of his chair and placed them in front of Ji-Chi. Lin Jun's gaze dropped, he wasn't in good health, which made his appearance even more sickly. One of your father's Omega suppressant brands was found to contain hallucinogenic components, causing a sharp drop in Boss Hen Group's stock market. He hasn't slept well for a long time. Hallucinogens. Ji-Chi frowned deeply, his tone turning serious. Father's pharmaceutical company clearly stipulates that hallucinogens must not be used. This wasn't a small issue. Lin Jun sighed inwardly, if it's due to problems from your father's company, we'd accept it. Pausing momentarily, Lin Jun continued, the pharmaceutical group was acquired by your father 6 months ago. That suppressant had already been released in large quantities into the market through funds recovery before Boss Hen could carry out rectifications. Because of contractual reasons, the batch of suppressants hit the market within a week after the acquisition. The issue was only discovered after the acquisition. Plus, the other company bought various news articles claiming that the product was developed by Boss Hen. Our refutation had no effect whatsoever. Currently, Omegas are uniting to boycott suppressants under Boss Hen Group. Ji-Chi looked at the contents on the documents. In this situation, any clarification made by him would naturally be useless. His eyes flickered, we can request the highest jurisdiction to review and ask for clearance for Boss Hen. At least half a year for an application. Lin Jun rubbed his temples, in half a year, there will be enormous losses you cannot imagine. Because of this matter, all suppressants under Boss Hen Group have ceased sales completely. We can't afford to wait. Lin Jun's worries were evident on his face, his usually gentle features now carrying 7/10 of melancholy. Looking at Ji Qi, he said, Mr. Hua is the judge of the Wanshan Guild and has authority over matters in Jiangcheng. Lin Jun sighed silently once more. Your father wishes to invite Mr. Hua for dinner, but after searching for half a month, no leads have surfaced. Hua Jin. Ji Qi's eyes darkened. Hua Jin again. Ji Qi's complexion grew gloomy. He adjusted his attire and stood up without showing any discernible emotion. I'll go to the company. Don't worry too much, Dad. Saying this, Ji Qi picked up his coat and walked out of the door. Lin Jun rarely discussed company affairs with Ji Qi, and Ji Qi had always shown little interest in the messy issues surrounding the company. For Lin Jun to let slip about the matter and bring it to Ji Qi, it truly meant they were at a loss for ways. Ji Qi, of course, understood this. He rode in the driver's car to the company. International commercial associations held unified decision-making power, ready to restructure at the mere word of it. A single approval could force a company to remove all its products from the market, compulsorily delist from trading, and fall under national governance, no personal favors or exceptions. Hua Jin was responsible for Jiangcheng. Even father begged him for a dinner invitation. Chapter 12, he made a call. Ji Qi's mind was in utter chaos. Hua Jin, always Hua Jin. He tilted his head back and closed his eyes. When Ji Qi arrived at Boss Hen Group, he was immediately overwhelmed by the somber atmosphere. The comfortable temperature made everyone feel inexplicably cold. Everyone was doing their own jobs silently, sticking strictly to the routine without a word of idle talk. The receptionist was slightly surprised to see Ji Qi come in. Young master, why are you here? The chairman is in a meeting. Ji Qi gave a light hum before walking over to the boardroom exclusive elevator. After arriving on the upper floor where the office area was located, Ji Qi sat down at the tea table outside the conference room. Boshan's company culture leaned traditional, with the entire office decorated in high-end black, white, and gray tones, strict and formal. He turned on the video records of the meeting on the desk, listening intently to the contents inside. Each group was discussing proposals, while Ji Xingming sat on the director's chair pinching his temples, barely containing his anger. Each proposal frustrated him endlessly. With a bang, a stack of documents was slammed onto the table by Ji Xingming. Is this what you have to show me after 3 group meetings? Ji Qi watched as Ji Xingming vented his frustration inside the meeting room, his eyes becoming darker. Ji Xingming's temper had reached its peak, causing friction both in the company and at home, where he would unreasonably take his frustrations out on Lin Jun. Lin Jun was the person Ji Qi respected most in this world. This was also the main reason why there was constant tension between these two father and son figures. Ji Qi couldn't figure out how Lin Jun had managed to endure all these years. If he were an Omega stuck with such an alpha, he'd have run off long ago. Still, it was better to handle things sooner rather than later, for the sake of the company and for his Omega father who believed that taking losses was a blessing. He just didn't understand what charm this explosive old man had that made Lin Jun love him so intensely. Ji Qi massaged his temples. Father wanted to contact Hua Jin. Did he, Ji Qi, inevitably have to get involved? Since father failed to find a way to connect with Hua Jin. If he himself went and found Hua Jin, would Hua Jin give him the FaceTime? In the split second, Ji Qi considered countless possibilities. More likely, Hua Jin wouldn't. Looking back, Hua Jin had adhered strictly to the treaty they once agreed upon, never initiating any disturbance toward Ji Qi since last time. Enigma was the ultimate predator capable of fully controlling pheromones, almost flawless. But when Enigmas marked an alpha or omega, there came periods of sensitivity. Hua Jin had marked him. Hence, Hua Jin would also need his pheromones. Yet Hua Jin remained gentle and courteous, never asking for anything excessive from him. He, Ji Qi, possessed that rabbit. And what about Hua Jin? How did Hua Jin endure needing his pheromones? Ji Qi didn't believe he owed Hua Jin anything. They parted amicably, mutual dislike was clear. Everything was crystal clear. But even though he explicitly said he didn't want to have anything to do with Hua Jin anymore, would this current attempt violate that statement? How would Hua Jin view him now? For a while, Ji Qi lost himself in thought. As a result, the meeting content became hazy to him. When the meeting ended, Ji Qi heard the sound of Ji Xingming slamming the door as he left the meeting room. Ji Xingming's assistant hurriedly approached from one side. Chairman, we've contacted Mr. Hua's assistant. Ji Xingming's gaze sharpened. What did they say? The assistant hesitated before speaking. They said he's too busy. We should apply through the regular process. Ji Xingming's expression turned dark. Is there no way to find out his private number? I can personally call him. His tone was serious and resolute. The assistant clearly struggled with the situation. Chairman, due to privacy protection policies set by top management, Mr. Hua's phone number isn't available for private inquiries. Ji Qi frowned deeply upon hearing this. For some reason, he remembered Hua Jin's number. It was something Hua Jin personally wrote on his hand. At that moment, Ji Xingming standing by the meeting room entrance noticed Ji Qi in the rest area. Walking up to Ji Qi, Ji Xingming questioned with a weighty tone, why aren't you staying home with Lin Jun? What brings you to the office? Ji Qi grabbed the water cup in front of him and gulped down a mouthful. I might be able to help you get in touch with Huajin. Ji Xingming's face froze momentarily. What did you just say? I have his number. You have Huajin's number. Ji Xingming thought Ji Qi was joking. Are you serious? Ji Xingming pressed further. Who gave it to you? Ji Qi glanced sidelong with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. He forced me to take it, compulsorily. Without giving Ji Xingming time to react, as soon as Ji Qi finished speaking, he took out his phone from his pocket and entered the number according to memory. While typing the number, Ji Qi inexplicably felt a bit nervous. Would making this call count as a breach? What were the chances that he would refuse? The phone rang for almost a minute before the call was picked up on the other end. Huajin. Ji Qi took a deep breath and spoke first. There was an obvious pause on the other side, then a raspy yet seductive voice replied, Chapter 13 My Alpha. Ji Xingming's eyes widened visibly at the affirmative response. He and his assistant stared at each other for 2 seconds. Is it really Huajin? Ji Qi turned off the phone speaker. He lifted a hand, rubbing the water glass in front of him, inexplicably feeling somewhat nervous. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Are you busy right now? For some reason, Ji Qi felt that the atmosphere in his conversation with Huajin was very delicate. There was an intangible pull. The reply came quickly, not busy. A lazy yet alluring voice. Ji Qi hummed deeply, sounding strange and hard to express. Huajin's warm voice sounded, very soothing, take your time. It's just. Ji Qi swallowed. If I ask for your help, would you help? The sounds around became noisy. Ji Qi heard a few voices calling Huajin. Then Huajin's voice came again, private matter or official matter? Official matter. Won't do it. Huajin rejected. Ji Qi had guessed Huajin wouldn't agree, but still felt somewhat disappointed when hearing this answer. However, it was understandable. He continued, then can we invite you for dinner under the company's name? Not according to rules, Huajin said indifferently, with no traceable emotion in his words. Ji Qi's lips formed into a pale pink line. Then, can I invite you personally? What personal identity? Huajin suddenly asked. Ji Qi paused for 2 seconds. Friend. A cold voice came, do we qualify? Ji Qi knew Bosun urgently needed the highest authority's clarification. He did not want to miss this chance. Since he had already disturbed, it should be better to hit the wall before turning back. If not, he would not feel at ease. The other side didn't respond. Ji Qi continued asking, then what kind of title do you need to agree? A deep, lazy voice crossed through Ji Qi's ears like walking white ants, causing him to shiver. Huajin, in the name of me, as your alpha. Ji Qi fell silent for 2 seconds. In the name of his alpha. Is this mockery? For Huajin, this should be a term enough to show care for one's feelings. An Enigma-marked alpha will become their exclusive omega. They would enter estrus because of him, and even open up the Y cavity that ceased development before the differentiation of alphas. All these made Ji Qi's scalp tingle. Huajin didn't see himself as an omega, but hearing such words still made Ji Qi uneasy. He didn't want to answer, nor did he know how to respond. After pausing for a long while, Ji Qi mumbled, it won't take up too much of your time. I want to invite you for dinner. The voice from the other side sounded indifferent, seemingly sensing the change in Ji Qi's tone. Huajin seemed to give in, add my WeChat and send the time and place. Ji Qi blanked out for a second. Had he agreed? You, agreed? Ji Qi's eyes brightened slightly. Huajin's response was, the account is the phone number. I'm going to the lab now. Send me any messages if there are issues. Ji Qi, seeking help, strangely became docile upon hearing this, all right. After hanging up, Ji Qi and Ji Xingming looked at each other. Ji Xingming looked shocked and incredulous. He agreed. Ji Qi furrowed his brows, kind of. He told me to add him on WeChat and send the location. Ji Qi stood up, I'll confirm the time with him and then organize something for your team. The quality testing materials, let the company prepare them. He's very busy and may not necessarily agree. Ji Xingming's expression visibly improved. That's fine, fine. As long as we get to meet him. Ji Xingming's hand suddenly fell onto Ji Qi's shoulder. You're good, if this works, you can ask for anything. Ji Xingming spoke earnestly as if making a promise. Ji Qi pushed away Ji Xingming's hand and turned indifferently. In a few days is Dad's birthday, remember to buy him a gift. When Ji Qi reached the elevator door, Ji Xingming hadn't quite caught what Ji Qi had said. He glanced sideways at his assistant. What are you standing there for? Go prepare the materials. Right away. The assistant left hurriedly. After the assistant left, Ji Xingming touched his pocket. Taking out a delicate ring box, what little dog, reminding me about my wife's things. After returning home, Ji Qi added Huajin's WeChat and typed in a number that showed a name called Jean. The profile picture was an abstract oil painting, which was indeed very characteristic of Huajin. Soon after clicking to add as a friend, Ji Qi received a reply. Looking at the chat dialog box, Ji Qi went straight to the point, typing, what do you like to eat? As the other side started typing, Ji Qi's heart trembled slightly. Hu Jin always made him nervous. Hu Jin, anything is fine. Ji Qi continued typing, is there anything you don't eat? Hu Jin, nothing. Ji Qi searched for restaurants near CE Lab, and found a few suitable options. Ji Qi, there's a light cuisine restaurant not far from CE Lab. Is it okay? 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Hu Jin replied with a voice message, and Ji Qi pressed the phone to his ear. A warm voice passed over his ear, like a whisper by his side, teasingly tempting, my suggestion is that you come alone. Ji Qi felt as if his hand holding the phone was shocked. He shivered as he typed back, of course. After replying, Ji Qi really wanted to explore the life of Hu Jin, who seemed to be so meticulous. Ji Qi speculated that Hu Jin's Moments feed, WeChat social timeline, must be very dull. He opened Hu Jin's personal homepage. Hu Jin's Moments background was a lush green leaf forest full of freedom. But his actual posts were. Ji Qi scrolled down. September 19th, the Fanchen Group Alpha Isolation Room does not meet the pheromone immersion less than %1 safety standard. Order to rectify issued. August 12th, the 1U film production excluding Omega recruitment conditions due to gender discrimination. Order to rectify and issue a public apology. August 9th, Taro Group's chain hotels safety protection did not reach standards. Business suspension and order to rectify issued. July 30th, Huayi manager fled with capital. Highest Commercial Association highest arrest warrant issued. July 20th. Frowning, Ji Qi looked at Hu Jin's Moments and a sense of overwhelming oppression surged into his brain. It was too intense. Just like flipping through legal documents. Seal stamps everywhere, making people feel like they'd step into a cell with iron bars and chains next second. This dinner didn't seem worth eating anymore. For the first time, Ji Qi wanted to use the word terrifying to describe someone's moments. Hu Jin's Moments left Ji Qi feeling depressed until evening, leaving him deflated. He couldn't even sleep well. Ji Qi lay in bed hugging a little rabbit doll staring blankly at the ceiling. Dong. His train of thought was interrupted when his phone made a sound. He opened it. It was a WeChat message from Hu Jin. Chapter 14, Compliant Qi. Ji Qi was somewhat astonished. She opened the WeChat chat box. Hu Jin, good night. Ji Qi felt a pang in her heart when she read this message. Could it be that Hu Jin was actually saying good night to her? He didn't seem like someone who would bother with such pleasantries. Ji Qi stared at the two characters. The deep tone of Hu Jin's voice seemed to echo in her ears, as if carrying sound itself. It had a soothing effect, like being lulled to sleep. If this sentence had been spoken out loud, it would probably have sounded very pleasant. Ji Qi shook her head vigorously, what am I thinking? Hugging her little rabbit for comfort, she somehow found herself becoming drowsy due to that single goodnight message. Sleepiness hit her fiercely. At first, she didn't know how to respond, hesitated, and ended up falling asleep without replying to the last message. The next day, Ji Qi apparently had managed to get a meeting with Hu Jin. Lin Jun personally picked out an outfit for Ji Qi. The first impression is important, dress appropriately today, Lin Jun said seriously as he adjusted the hem of Ji Qi's clothes. Looking at his outfit, Ji Qi furrowed her brows. A loose mint-lake green shirt underneath which was a white base layer. The bottommost button of the shirt was done up slightly revealing a glimpse of the neckline, casually tucked in at the sides, but not. Ji Qi made a TSK sound, dressing like this makes me look too compliant. It makes me look nothing like the alpha who can take on 5 guys. Just as she said that, Lin Jun pulled out a luxurious beret and placed it on Ji Qi's head, making her look even more compliant. Looking at the mirror, Ji Qi clenched her teeth, Dad, are you taking out your frustration on me just because you didn't have an Omega son? I can't help it since I'm not an Omega, but dressing me up like this is inappropriate. Lin Jun lightly tapped Ji Qi, frowning deeply, isn't it so nice? You look mild-mannered and easy to get along with. Ji Qi massaged her brow, Dad, have you gone mad dreaming of having an Omega son? Lin Jun ignored what Ji Qi said. He chose a fresh fragrance for Ji Qi and sprayed it onto her cuffs, that settled then. Little Qi, go ahead and have a proper conversation with him. Even if you refuse, temper your attitude a bit. Did you hear me? Lin Jun softly instructed her while lost in his own world. Ji Qi sighed inwardly at Lin Jun's anticipatory gaze. Alright, anyway, just one day. Lin Jun had this nasty habit, if he wasn't listened to, he wouldn't say anything but sulk by himself. If Ji Qi were to take off this outfit now, Lin Jun would end up begging her to put it back on. If she refused, Lin Jun might even cut, burn, or throw away the clothes, and would definitely not give them back to her. Ji Qi referred to Lin Jun's temperament as follows, if my child doesn't listen, I don't need them to care for me after I die, stubbornly obstinate type. She thought her Omega dad had some misunderstanding about her, as though wearing obedient clothes could make a person compliant. Ji Qi sighed again. Whatever, let's just play the part of the filial son today. Understood, Ji Qi replied lazily. At 7 in the evening, Ji Qi sent Hu Jin a message. Ji Qi, are you off work yet? I'll come pick you up. Hu Jin replied quickly, There will be results from a data analysis at 7:30 p.m, you can come wait for me in the CE office. Ji, I'll drive over right now. After responding, Ji left immediately to drive, arriving at the CE laboratory entrance at exactly 7:20. Ji did not go inside. Instead, she waited at the greenery zone in front of the security room, the CE laboratory occupying a vast area with 3 gateways alone. Its design was ultramodern, brimming with futuristic technology, yet also dignified and solemn. Ji stood there waiting for a while, passing many people. She noticed the gazes of others as if they wanted to see through her. Originally intending to smoke, Ji glanced down at her compliant outfit and thought, smoking on the street in such attire. It's like a sweet glutinous rice ball with chili, it would definitely look very strange. Today's image and personality match rate was 0, all thanks to Lin Jun. Ji uncomfortably waited at the gate. Suddenly, several attractive omegas passed by Ji, and she heard whispers suppressed by their voices. Wow! A little milk dog alpha, super handsome. An extreme rarity. Yes. He seems like a trainee from an entertainment company to me, so idol-like. Another omega fixed her eyes directly on Ji. Heaven-level dish. Heaven-level dish. Both fierce and gentle, I want to ask for his WeChat ID. I really like him. A few of them interjected. Ji rejected that designation, today's attire was solely to please Lin Jun. As those omegas approached Ji, one long-haired omega spoke up directly. Hi, big brother, may I add your WeChat ID? Ji's brows furrowed tightly. Rejecting at this moment would make the other person feel awkward, but Ji did not refuse after quietly pressing her lips together. She could simply not chat with them once she went home. She picked up her phone and opened the friend request code, sure. The omega in front was just taking out the phone to scan it. Suddenly, a pair of hands with clearly defined knuckles grabbed Ji's phone, covering the friend request code and even taking away her phone. The whole action was performed seamlessly. Ji, now left empty-handed, looked up in astonishment. Chapter 15 Adorable to death. The person who arrived was Huajin. In the second that Ji and Huajin made eye contact, Ji felt a slight flicker of evasiveness in Huajin's expression. Huajin. Perhaps due to waiting for too long, Ji noticed a touch of warmth in Huajin's cool eyes. The young man's lips curved slightly, bringing a fleeting brightness to his pupils. Huajin quickly composed himself, his long lashes fluttering ever so slightly. He took Ji's phone, glanced at him sidelong, and said coldly, let's go. It's time. With that, he walked forward directly. Ji, unsure of what to do, turned toward the few omegas in front of him, sorry. Then Ji followed obediently, taking small, well-behaved steps. Ji opened the passenger door for Huajin very properly before heading to the driver's seat to chauffeur Huajin. After getting into the car, Ji glanced at Huajin and felt somewhat uneasy. He fiddled with the hair by his temple, creating a subtle atmosphere in the car. Ji's gaze darted around nervously, not knowing where to focus. My phone, Ji gestured, I need it for navigation. It's better not to let strangers scan QR codes, Huajin suddenly spoke, his voice low and muffled. Ji frowned as he began to explain earnestly. I was just making conversation. I wouldn't flirt with an omega I don't like. Huajin did not respond to Ji. Instead, he handed the phone back. Ji coughed lightly upon feeling Huajin's gaze. Ji knew it, wearing this way would surely make Huajin tease him. He thought he already heard Huajin laughing at him mockingly. Gripping the steering wheel tighter in tactical fashion, Ji warned, you're not allowed to laugh. After saying that, he heard Huajin chuckle softly, his hoarse and lethargic laughter seductive, I don't find it funny. Ji furrowed his brows, glancing at Huajin side-on and accidentally meeting his deep, gentle gaze. Huajin murmured warmly, adorable. Caught in the sudden downpour, Ji felt as if the air conditioner had been set to heat instead of cool. Turning his head to look out the window, Ji silently vowed, if not for asking Huajin for help today. Just because Huajin called him cute, Ji would have punched him. Clutching the steering wheel tightly, Ji huffed angrily, not cute at all. Expecting Huajin to keep laughing, instead, Huajin only hummed lightly in agreement, 3 parts indulgence evident in his indifferent tone, yeah, not cute at all. Ji froze. The words obviously contradicted his feelings. Still, Huajin's voice somehow always sounded pleasant, almost like a professional CV, listening to him speak inexplicably improved one's mood. Carrying the mentality of someone seeking a favor, Ji didn't want to argue over this matter further. Muttering under his breath as he started the car, not cute in the first place. Huajin looked out the window, his lips barely moving. The neon lights outside flashed, illuminating Huajin's eyes with a dark, shimmering light. Truly, adorable to death. Wanted to take a picture to keep. The soft wind outside the car window passed silently past, accompanied by an intense heartbeat. Ji had chosen a foreign light cuisine restaurant 2 kilometers away from the CE lab. But no one had told him it was a lover's restaurant. Luxurious private rooms with panoramic night views, roses and gifts, dim lighting adjusted perfectly, the intimate ambience enhanced by diffusing aromatic scents rising faintly. Ji-Chi stared at the dishes laid out 1 minute ago, noticing all the warm romantic hues in the room, then immediately pulled Huajin towards the exit. Ji-Chi, trembling, said, "Let's pick another place. Neighboring Western restaurants look good." Huajin remained unmoved, his profound eyes narrowing. "Here is fine." Chapter 16, Chi-Chi begs Huajin. HM. Ji-Chi slightly turned his gaze, and Huajin raised his wrist to check the time. "I have a video meeting later. It will only take an hour." Ji-Chi frowned as he looked at the floor-to-ceiling window outside the private room that resembled a starry night. He wanted to jump straight down from it. It would be over. Huajin had just an hour, so it wasn't really appropriate to go elsewhere now. How coincidental was this? Ji-Chi loosened his grip on Huajin and explained, "I really didn't know this place was a lover's restaurant." "Sorry," Ji-Chi said earnestly, hoping Huajin wouldn't overthink it. Huajin responded calmly, "It's no big deal." With that, he stepped inside. "At least the night view is good, isn't it?" Ji-Chi guiltily hummed in agreement, then followed Huajin into the private room. After they sat down, Ji-Chi poured Huajin a glass of red wine, doing his utmost to beg with respect. "Hui." Ji-Chi called respectfully. "I." He paused, unsure where to start. Huajin handed Ji-Chi a pair of chopsticks with food, his gentle voice aged like the autumn wind, "Eat first." Ji-Chi sat upright, his lips parted but ultimately chose to remain silent in deference to Huajin's suggestion. Since he was asking for help, it naturally had to prioritize Huajin. Ji-Chi lowered his eyes slightly, "All right." He moved the dish of seasonal vegetables in front of him towards Huajin. "This dish is light." Huajin's face remained emotionless, his pitch-black eyes briefly flickering across Ji-Chi. "Did you do your homework?" Yes," Ji-Chi admitted without hesitation. Huajin lifted the cup of warm water before him and took a sip. "Are you asking me for something?" "Yes." Ji-Chi's voice was soft, lacking confidence. Huajin raised his gaze, revealing a cryptic expression Ji-Chi couldn't decipher. "Once you're done eating, tell me what you want." "Huh?" Ji-Chi pursed his lips, his eyes darkening. Was this how Huajin was refusing him? Ji-Chi had once accompanied a client for dinner, only to be politely rebuffed by similar excuses when attempting to get straight to the point. Could Huajin also mean refusal? Ji-Chi nodded obediently toward Huajin. To finish faster, Ji-Chi ate rather heartily, a peculiar contrast to his usually composed demeanor. He looked quite like a rodent without emotions. Huajin silently curled his lips upward, unnoticed by Ji-Chi, then took out his phone and snapped a photo. And saved it. After Ji-Chi quickly finished eating, he looked at Huajin. "I'm full." Huajin glanced at him and handed him a glass of warm water. Ji-Chi took it. "Thank you." Before Ji-Chi could speak, Huajin intoned deeply, "Speak." A faint gleam crossed Ji-Chi's eyes as he handed over the prepared documents to Huajin. Checking the time, they'd used 20 minutes for the meal, adding some delay. Huajin had said he only had an hour. Which meant there was less than half an hour left for Ji-Chi to explain everything. Given the importance of this matter to Boss Hen Group, this time frame was far from sufficient. So getting straight to the point, Ji-Chi's expression was serious. He began the moment Huajin received the documents, not daring to pause. "Hui, one of the omega inhibitors under Boss Hen Group has been found to contain hallucinogens. We'd like the CE lab to conduct a clarification." Ji-Chi stood up, his tone growing increasingly solemn. "Boss Hen Group wants to apply for a full product inspection." Huajin held the documents Ji-Chi provided, half-lowered eyes scanning through. The indifferent words made Ji-Chi feel an intense pressure. "Minimize loss." Or. Huajin left the second part unspoken, lifting his gaze to meet Ji-Chi's, obviously questioning. Ji-Chi felt a jolt in his chest, akin to a teacher leaving a question for the student to fill in. "To take responsibility for our users," Ji-Chi said earnestly. Huajin's eyebrow arched slightly, his deep voice tinged with sensuality. "Go on." Looking at Huajin. At this moment, Ji-Chi tangibly sensed the gap between himself and Huajin. Just like now. Even his opportunity to speak depended on Huajin's allowance. Like an insurmountable ravine. Ji-Chi took a deep breath. There isn't any omega inhibitor on the market safer than those produced by Boss Hen. Our pharmaceutical sector never makes a single black penny. Ji-Chi's look was focused and determined, exuding self-confidence and resilience as he spoke. This incident did indeed result from Bosch Hen's mismanagement, but we've already recovered all the products and compensated the victims tenfold. The subsequent public opinion development has been severe, and all Boss Hen products are being targeted by competitors. Ji-Chi's hands clenched slightly. "I believe the Supreme Guild won't let a conscientious company sink without aid." Huajin nodded. "In such a situation, you can directly apply for product verification." Ji-Chi's gaze darkened. "It will take half a year. By that time, Boss Hen Group's market value would have already dropped significantly, so I." Ji-Chi paused, his clear eyes meeting Huajin's. Huajin put the materials in his hand aside. "So you've come to plead with me?" Ji Qi pressed his lips together. After speaking, Ji Qi added, whether you agree or not is your decision. I believe, Mr. Hua, you will make a fair judgment. But given that Boss Hen Group's inhibitor safety standard is far higher than what's available on the market, I think it's worth the intervention of the Supreme Guild to clarify. Hua Jin smiled faintly at Ji Qi's words. The responsibility for this matter cannot be shirked, it's Boss Hen's own problem. Ji Qi gripped his fists tightly, unable to deny it. Boss Hen hasn't denied it. Hua Jin gave a soft affirmative. His pleasant voice carried a razor-sharp edge. Since that's the case, adults must bear the consequences of their actions. Boss Hen has no one to blame. Ji Qi felt oppressed by talking to Hua Jin, finding it hard to breathe. He was like an aloof judge, leaving you no room to say no. Hua Jin's meaning was clear. Ji Qi wasn't foolish either, knowing how strict Hua Jin was. He meant everything should follow the rules. Just as Ji Qi was about to speak, he heard Hua Jin's deep tone again, do you think I'll help you? Ji Qi's expression flickered. I don't know. Ji Qi replied. Just then, Hua Jin's phone rang, and he ended the call. Your time is up, Hua Jin glanced down at his phone. My meeting is about to start. Ji Qi's eyes dimmed, he had anticipated this result. He originally thought explaining the reasons might shorten the testing period from 6 months to 5, which would still be good. But Hua Jin's current stance seemed to leave nothing more to be said. Ji Qi offered a silent, melancholy smile to Hua Jin. Sorry. I've wasted your time. Ji Qi rubbed his fingertips forcefully. Wrapped in prolonged anxiety, his tenuous hope was completely extinguished. Hua Jin rose and walked to Ji Qi's side, glancing sideways. The data you provided is too brief. Ji Qi's gaze shifted, still unclear when Hua Jin continued. Tomorrow, bring a more detailed report to the CE lab and find me. I'll reconsider. Ji Qi's expression trembled, startled. He almost couldn't believe his ears. What? Did he just agree to reconsider? Hua Jin looked down at Ji Qi, didn't hear clearly. Chapter 17 Hua Jin's calming pheromones. Ji Qi was terrified that Hua Jin might change his mind, so he nodded vigorously, I heard clearly. I heard it. I will prepare the detailed materials right away. When Ji Qi spoke, there were tiny starry rivers in his eyes, a mix of surprise and astonishment. If Hua Jin agreed to take another look, then there would still be an opportunity. Hua Jin sensed Ji Qi's shift in demeanor and responded with a faint affirmation, if I ultimately still do not agree, what will you do? Ji Qi raised his gaze to meet Hua Jin's, find the media. Hua Jin furrowed his brows, I reject this plan. With that, Hua Jin no longer lingered and headed straight towards the door of the private room. Suddenly, Ji Qi pulled on his sleeve. The subtle action caused Hua Jin to stop once more. Ji Qi tightened his fingers, I know it all comes down to just one word from you. We'll take full responsibility for this matter. But I hope that after seeing all the materials, you can, give Boss Hen a chance. After finishing, Ji Qi released Hua Jin. He only felt his heart pounding erratically. Hua Jin suddenly turned around and took a step closer to Ji Qi. Ji Qi instinctively stepped back. He was certain that if Hua Jin were to release pheromones now, he would feel genuinely afraid. The Enigma alpha marking, similar to the alpha marking omega. He was dominant, ruling. No objections or resistance could be entertained. A single glance from an alpha could make their omega tremble with fear. Likewise for an Enigma marked alpha. Ji Qi's long-suppressed unease could only be concealed with feigned strength. His disguise was wrapped in his entire identity and background. His innate stature gave him some confidence. He lived in luxury, standing high above others, placing Hua Jin on the same level as himself. However, this was only true when Hua Jin remained calm and did not release any pheromones. Ji Qi disliked this feeling of being brought down from his lofty position. His fingertips clenched tightly. Upon catching a whiff of the cold sandalwood pheromones laced with icy intent, Ji Qi's heart rate quickened. He had said too much earlier. He thought Hua Jin would warn him. But those cold sandalwood pheromones moved gently and harmoniously around him, peaceful and comforting, making him happy and at ease. It wasn't suppressive pheromones. It was calming Class A pheromones. Uncontestable. The anxious emotions that were building within dissipated, leaving him floating softly on clouds. Ji Qi liked this scent. Every cell in his body, even the tips of his hair strands, liked it. Not only liking it but also longing for it. Compared to the information gathered through the rabbit carrying Hua Jin's pheromones before, standing next to Hua Jin now was like tasting the ocean after drinking from a brook, it was overwhelming and abundant. There used to be so little. Now there was so much. Cold sandalwood pheromones flooded his limbs and bones fiercely. He didn't need to bring the rabbit infused with Hua Jin's pheromones close to his nose over and over again for solace. Ji Qi's chest beat wildly. He didn't understand why Hua Jin had suddenly released pheromones to soothe him. He loved this scent, yet he hated loving it. Between him and Hua Jin, distance was necessary. This was a relationship Ji Qi dreamt of severing. Hua Jin should not have released calming pheromones towards him, it would lead to greed. Greed isn't love, it's this world's deceptive, obsessive way. Ji Qi stared blankly at Hua Jin. He didn't want to stay here anymore. The boy's eyes, faint and indifferent, sunk deep into the abyss. Abruptly, he pushed Hua Jin away and ran out of the room. Ji Qi ran fast. He didn't need to depend on anything. The rabbit could keep him company for 3 years. There shouldn't be further entanglement. Smelling too many strong pheromones meant that the faint ones from the rabbit would no longer suffice. He wouldn't be able to survive. He couldn't endure. After reaching downstairs, Ji Qi ran aimlessly for a while more without knowing where he stopped. Leaning against the wall, Ji Qi was utterly exhausted, physically limp. He became restless and irritated due to escaping from the range of the favorite pheromones. Ji Qi deeply inhaled the outdoor air, which was scorching hot and offered no comfort at all. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Ji Qi didn't check it immediately. Then it buzzed several more times. Ji Qi unlocked his phone, revealing WeChat messages from Hua Jin. Hua Jin, sorry about that just now. Hua Jin, I was just trying to be considerate, I didn't realize it would bother you. Hua Jin, are you home yet? Ji Qi, gripping his phone tightly, could see faint veins bulging from the force. He didn't know how to respond to Hua Jin's message. Enigmas can sense the emotions of their counterpart. He must have genuinely been trying to help. Ji Qi had no grounds to blame him. And he couldn't bring himself to say that he disliked Hua Jin's pheromones. Ji Qi picked up his phone and typed a few words before turning it off. Ji Qi, I'm home. Ji Qi, I'll bring the materials tomorrow. Just after putting away his phone, a couple appeared by the wall where Ji Qi was leaning. They were arguing loudly, evidently having started their dispute outside a baby products store. It was an alpha in a suit and a compliant omega. What drew Ji Qi's attention was the work badge on the alpha's neck, from Boss Hen Group. The alpha worked for Boss Hen Group. More babies will come. Why do you have to be so stubborn? The alpha's tone was sharp, clearly angry. Behind him, the omega clenched her fists tightly, her eyes red with emotion. But the doctor said if I don't keep this one, it'll be hard for me to conceive again. The omega's voice carried a mix of pleading and determination. The furious alpha stopped walking, turning to face the omega. He sneered harshly, hard isn't impossible. Who are you making this face for? The omega remained gentle but steadfast. I want this baby. I don't want it. My career is climbing now, you'll delay me, do you understand? The alpha's face turned noticeably livid, and pheromones began to release powerfully. These invisible forces pressed down on the omega. In an instant, she felt as though hit by a 1,000-pound weight, her eyes shimmering. Her tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice breaking, choking under the suppression of the alpha's dominance. Am I not allowed to make my own choice? Of course not, the alpha retorted cruelly. Listening to their exchange, Ji Qi found it impossible to describe his feelings. Pheromone-induced subjugation comes from deep-rooted instincts. The weaker party can only submit. Ji Qi had once witnessed Lin Jun arguing back at Ji Xingming. Lin Jun had been suppressed by Ji Xingming's pheromones during his outburst. Their father, being an alpha, wouldn't allow his omega to defy or hold differing opinions against him. Lin Jun was forbidden to speak up. Because he was an alpha. Ji Qi was deeply afraid. For in front of Hua Jin, he was utterly powerless. If Hua Jin treated him the way this alpha did his omega, he would have no means to fight back. Taking a deep breath, Ji Qi felt constricted without any outlet for his frustration. He strode directly toward the alpha and omega who had come out of the baby product store. Standing tall in front of the omega, Ji Qi glared coldly at the alpha. What kind of man are you? Given that Ji Qi rarely visited the company, the alpha opposite him didn't recognize him, furrowing his brows angrily. Wanna die? The alpha attempted to swing a punch at Ji Qi. Ji Qi seized the work badge hanging around the man's neck instead. Boss Hen Group Publicity Department Group A, Bai Yao. Tightening his grip on the badge, his voice turned bone-chilling. I regret to inform you, but you've been fired. Bai Yao's face grew visibly enraged. You're insane, aren't you? Do you need to be taught a lesson, you psycho? As Bai Yao spoke, he clenched his fist and attacked Ji Qi. With his jumbled thoughts, Ji Qi was just looking for someone to vent on. Being an S-level alpha, he could suppress most regular alphas. Dealing with a B-level alpha like Bai Yao would be a matter of seconds before scaring him into begging for mercy. But Ji Qi refrained from releasing his pheromones to dominate. Because his emotions were too restless and pent up. All of a sudden, Ji Qi wanted to feel the physical sensation of hitting flesh. After dodging one punch from Bai Yao, Ji Qi grabbed Bai Yao's collar and delivered a fierce blow. Are you even worthy of calling yourself an alpha? Ji Qi had fought more times than he'd eaten meals. For an alpha who usually spent his days working, fighting back would be next to impossible. Are you worth anything? Ji Qi roared in anger. His fists had no aim, only a need for release. Eventually, he pinned the man down on the ground. Bai Yao had no strength to fight back. The omega standing nearby didn't dare to intervene. Ji Qi punched the alpha on the ground repeatedly. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt a sharp pain in his cheekbone. Only then did he realize that Bai Yao's ring hand had grazed and injured his face. Chapter 18, His bunny is gone. See. Ji Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. The pain brought him back from the edge of his agitation a little. Ji Qi tightly grabbed Bai Yao's collar. The strong plum wine pheromone seemed almost tangible. Rolling like a sea in an instant. They dissipated quickly and forcefully. Bai Yao on the ground went limp almost immediately, looking at Ji Qi with fear. Aside from being afraid of Ji Qi's overpowering pheromones, there was another reason for his fear. Bo Shen Group's young master is an S-level alpha, pheromone type S390 plum spirit. He's Ji Qi. So what he had just said about being fired was actually true. The man suddenly couldn't say a word. Ji Qi roughly shoved Bai Yao's collar away, trembling all over. Ji Qi got up and walked towards the trembling Omega who was trying to calm him down. He handed an Omega whose eyes were turning pink a business card. Bo Shen Group can offer you any help. No matter what choices you make. The Omega shakily took the card, softly sobbing. After giving out the card, Ji Qi turned around. He raised his hand and touched his cheekbone, furrowing his brow. Thankfully it was just a minor abrasion, a bit of blood seeped out. He had just acted impulsively. An inexplicable irritation led him to beat someone up. Ji Qi sighed deeply as he retraced his steps home along the familiar route. When he returned home at 11 p.m., he started rummaging around the bedroom once inside. The neatly arranged room was now left in disarray. Ji Qi's thoughts grew increasingly restless and gloomy. His little bunny was gone. He couldn't find it. And couldn't sleep either. The commotion woke Lin Jun, who pushed open Ji Qi's door. What's wrong, Qi? Lin Jun asked with sleepiness still lingering, wearing a robe over his pajamas. Lin Jun looked around Ji Qi's room, its chaotic state resembling a robbery scene. What are you looking for? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Ji Qi raised his head to look at Lin Jun. That inexplicable sense of helplessness and grievance surged up all at once. Ji Qi's eyes became a little red but were well concealed. With a hoarse voice, he said, My rabbit is gone. Rabbit? Lin Jun stepped into Ji Qi's bedroom. In Lin Jun's memory, Ji Qi wasn't the type to lose composure over something so trivial. He, like Ji Xingming, was always above others. Always self-centered, prideful, and always looking flawless. It shouldn't be this way. Lin Jun approached Ji Qi. What kind of rabbit? Ji Qi opened his lips but blurted out something nonsensical without much thought. That dejected appearance caused Lin Jun's heart to ache. Hua Jin. Hua Jin gave me the rabbit. A flood of information swirled through Lin Jun's mind. Hua Jin. Rabbit? Lin Jun's mild eyes shifted gently, hiding his thoughts deep within their warm pupils. At times like these, one mustn't ask too much. He recalled something carefully and then seriously asked. Is it the plush rabbit with a purple ribbon tied around its ears? Ji Qi reacted violently, yes. That's the rabbit. Lin Jun furrowed his brows. Your little cousin spent the night here today. He liked it, so he took it. Ji Qi clenched his fists. His young cousin was only 5 years old and naturally loved soft, fluffy things. He remembered showing him the password to the door lock. If he went berserk trying to get it back right now, he'd look like a madman himself. Ji Qi didn't want Lin Jun to see him that way. He didn't want anyone to see him that way. He took a deep breath. I know, Dad, go back to sleep. Lin Jun observed Ji Qi's expression and nodded. You should get some rest too. Ji Qi's voice sank. After Lin Jun left Ji Qi's room, he went upstairs to Ji Qi's cousin's room. The rabbit lay discarded on the floor. The little boy was sprawled out asleep. Lin Jun went over and tucked the boy under the blanket. During the process, the child woke up a little. Uncle Lin. Are you going to sleep with me? Came the sleepy, tender voice. Lin Jun pulled the covers up to the child's shoulders, speaking softly with a soothing tone. You took your brother's thing earlier without asking, which is very impolite, do you understand? The boy furrowed his brows. Big brother Ji Qi said before that I could play with all of his things. Lin Jun patted the little boy's head. Others are fine, but not this bunny. After saying that, Lin Jun looked at the little rabbit. Shall we return it to big brother Ji Qi? Humph, the little boy huffed. Big brother Ji Qi is so grown up but still plays with plush toys, it's embarrassing. The little boy couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. How can that be? If you like something, it doesn't matter how old you are, Lin Jun responded gently. All right. The boy seemed to understand, or maybe he didn't. Then can you return it to big brother Ji Qi for me? Hearing this, Lin Jun chuckled lightly. You're such a good boy. But remember, you can't take things without permission anymore, got it? The boy pursed his lips and nodded. I know, Uncle Xiao. After leaving the room, Lin Jun went to Ji Qi's room with the rabbit in hand. He knocked on the door for a while before Ji Qi finally opened it. When he saw the rabbit in Lin Jun's hand, a flicker of brightness crossed Ji Qi's eyes. Dad. Lin Jun held out the small rabbit and handed it to Ji Qi. Here. Ji Qi fidgeted with his fingers, not daring to show too much excitement. I wasn't. You don't need to explain anything to me. Lin Jun cut Ji Qi off. I'm not interested in your business. Ji Qi pressed his lips together and stopped talking. Lin Jun glanced at him, noticing a slight abrasion on Ji Qi's face under the brighter light by the doorway. He touched the area around the wound. Such an appearance from Ji Qi was nothing new to Lin Jun. Ji Qi had never been a well-behaved child. Did you get into a fight? Lin Jun asked in a deep voice. Ji Qi turned his head away. No. Lin Jun didn't press further, just closed the door behind him. Go to sleep early. If you make noise again, I'll beat you to death. Ji Qi. After Lin Jun left, Ji Qi became a bit more docile holding the little rabbit. He nodded. I understand. After Lin Jun went away, Ji Qi stared at the bunny in his hands. Disgust rose in his eyes. He threw the bunny forcefully ahead. It carried a sense of vengeance and refusal to comply. Finally, the bunny landed in the corner by the floor-to-ceiling window after flipping several times. Ji Qi didn't care about it anymore and directly climbed into bed to sleep. He tossed and turned for an hour in bed. His whole body was restless. This distance wasn't enough. In the end, Ji Qi sat up angrily, walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, picked up the bunny from the ground. Carried it back to the bed. And hugged it tightly against his chest. He had lost. The next morning, Ji Qi's facial abrasions were redder, a dark scar forming. Ji Qi put on a black high-fashion outfit, simple yet elegant design perfect for runway shows, its dark tone creating sufficient distance from others. He looked at himself in the mirror. The dark bruise on his cheekbone somehow gave his entire face more character than usual. If it were any other day, it wouldn't have mattered. But today, he needed to meet Huajin. Ji Qi found a band-aid in the drawer and stuck it on his cheekbone. Instantly, a look of arrogance filled his expression, making it appear rather dark and brooding. After tidying up, Ji Qi grabbed some detailed materials and left. Upon arriving at CE Lab, Ji Qi sent a message to Huajin. Chapter 19, Why Not Be Good? Ji Qi's tone was still polite. Ji Qi, Mr. Hua, are you free now? Ji Qi, can I come up? Ji Qi's phone vibrated just before the screen went black. Huajin, not at the lab. Huajin, wait for me for 2 minutes. Ji Qi replied with a simple, okay, and stood on the small step outside the laboratory door. The materials prepared today were comprehensive. If Huajin rejected again, Boss Hen could only wait. Ji Qi's mood became somewhat irritable. He took out the cigarette from his pocket and walked to a corner to light it. The delicate smoke obscured his eyes, but nicotine couldn't dispel his uneasy emotions. At least, it wasn't as effective as Huajin's pheromones. After smoking just 2 puffs, Ji Qi noticed a shadow covering his shoes, making them slightly darker. When he looked up, the next puff of smoke hadn't even reached his mouth when it was snatched away, and then extinguished, by the man in front of him. It was Huajin. Huajin had crushed Ji Qi's cigarette and stared at him eye to eye. The mist dispersed quickly, revealing the clear band-aid on Ji Qi's face, which stood out noticeably against his pale complexion. Because the wound was vertical, no matter how the bandage was placed, a hint of red scar was always visible. Huajin stood straight in front of Ji Qi, creating an oddly harmonious picture. Seeing him throw the cigarette butt into the trash can, Ji Qi's lips moved but no words came out. Huajin's gaze made Ji Qi feel somewhat dejected, as though he were a naughty student caught red-handed by a teacher. Even though Huajin hadn't said a word. Ji Qi felt as if he heard Huajin questioning him. Why aren't you being good? I don't like this smell, Huajin's deep voice rang out. Don't smoke in front of me in the future. Since Ji Qi needed something from Huajin, he naturally wouldn't go against his wishes. He paused for a second and agreed, sounding more obedient than he'd intended, all right. As soon as the words left his lips, he saw Huajin reach toward him, his handsome face looking much sterner than usual. At first, Ji Qi didn't understand what he meant. But when he did, his brows furrowed and without hesitation, he handed over an entire pack of cigarettes along with the lighter. Just like handing them over to someone. Was Huajin once a head teacher? After taking the cigarettes, Huajin glanced down at Ji Qi's face. How did this happen? Ji Qi shifted his eyes guiltily. I fell. Huajin's dark eyes lowered, scanning over the abrasion on Ji Qi's face, ultimately choosing not to say anything further. He directly entered the doors of the lab. Ji Qi quickly grabbed the materials from the car and followed closely. When the two reached Huajin's office, Ji Qi placed a stack of documents in front of Huajin. It might take some of your time to look through. Seated at his desk, Huajin pulled a stool closer to him. His tone allowed no room for argument. With a slight command, sit. Ji Qi obeyed, sitting beside Huajin. He expected that Huajin would say something to him. What Ji Qi didn't expect was, as soon as he sat down, Huajin's hand firmly gripped his chin. His action was gentle, devoid of any harshness or force. Still, Ji Qi felt like he shouldn't be able to turn his face and run away. This was the sense of oppression from a dominant figure. With one hand gripping Ji Qi's chin, Jin used the other to tear off the bandage from Ji Qi's face. An obvious dull object cut wound. Not serious, but Ji Qi hadn't treated it properly, he had just applied a bandage. Jin. Ji Qi tried to speak, but Jin interrupted him. The husky, seductive voice carried an authority allowing no refusal, don't move. Ji Qi tightened his fingertips and stayed still. Jin took out a disposable iodine cotton swab from the drawer and wiped Ji Qi's face. He then applied a transparent moisturizing cream. The skin on your face has a thinner stratum corneum, you're already showing signs of an allergic reaction. Jin released Ji Qi's face, softly brushing his chin before pulling away, leaving the warmth lingering for a few seconds. Jin remained calm, to avoid worsening allergies, do not use bandages anymore. The scar will heal within a week. Ji Qi looked surprised, feeling the cold relief of the medicine on his face, it was indeed more comfortable. I understood, Ji Qi's whole body tensed up. Thank you. When Jin applied the ointment, he was too close. It felt as if he were about to kiss him the next second. The faint scent of his body, so mild and clean, Ji Qi smelled it all clearly. The burning breath hit his face until Jin released Ji Qi. He still felt flustered. Jin softly hummed, glancing at the documents Ji Qi had placed on the desk. I still need to finish another report. Ji Qi's long lashes lowered slightly. It doesn't matter. I can wait. You really have to wait, Jin glanced around. Stay here for a while, I'll call you when I'm done. In fact, since Ji Qi's first visit, he'd wanted to explore this place. One side of Jin's office contained more than 10 tiers of culture dishes. There were various plants being grown here, which was likely a personal interest of Jin's. There were also live samples that required college authorization to access. For a student obsessed with academics, this office might as well be considered heaven. Not to mention visiting the CE lab itself. Hearing Jin say this, Ji Qi agreed. As Jin remained occupied with other work and hadn't touched the materials Ji Qi had given him, Ji Qi stood up. On one side of Jin's office was a partition. Ji Qi looked inside and was dazzled by the high-tech instruments inside, glowing faintly with blue-purple light. Beneath rows of the devices were various test results. And there were numerous small black boxes labeled, pause. Though not much was visible, it was still awe-inspiring. Here, they had successfully cultivated alpha aggression-related motility pheromones. Even experiments exploring the tertiary differentiation potential of alphas were underway. Trembling, Ji Qi took out his phone. He glanced sideways at Jin. As if guessing Ji Qi's intentions, Jin didn't even turn his head. You can take photos. Jin's unexpected permission caused Ji Qi to instinctively press the shutter button. Ji Qi lowered his gaze, his expression flickering. This accident made him capture a photo of Jin sitting at his desk writing. Fine beams of sunlight fell gently upon him, and the hand holding the pen appeared so strong and firm. A simple white shirt draped over him exuded an aura of unattainable refinement. His gentle face showed softness, seriousness, and focus. Ji Qi quickly turned his body away. Then he clicked on the delete button, hesitating for a few seconds before confirming. Such a beautiful picture, it was such a pity. Someone like Jin, so old-fashioned, would certainly dislike taking pictures, let alone capturing such a good one. Ji Qi continued walking forward as if nothing happened. After spending an hour in Jin's lab, Ji Qi's cognition was repeatedly shocked, capturing 180 photos. When he came out from the partition, Jin was still busy working. Ji Qi's mood sank instantly. He couldn't rush him. Since Jin had already agreed to review the materials, any additional request would be excessive. But seeing the untouched documents on the desk, Ji Qi's earlier excitement waned, and he lost any further interest in touring the lab. Ji Qi walked to the soft sofa behind Jin and sat down. A faint cold sandalwood pheromone wafted toward him. Ji Qi looked down at the sofa. He was sure that when Jin was very busy, he often spent nights in this lab. And slept right on this couch. Although the pheromone scent wasn't heavy, it was enough to improve Ji Qi's mood a bit. And because he hadn't slept well last night, he started feeling drowsy after just a few minutes. Ji Qi looked at Jin's back with darkened eyes and sat on the edge of the sofa for a while. Finally, embracing a soft pillow, he drifted off to sleep. When Jin put down the materials and turned around, he saw Ji Qi sleeping peacefully. Sunlight fell on the boy's tousled hair, painting a single-colored brilliance that sparkled endlessly greedily. Jin stood up and walked toward Ji Qi. Chapter 20, What's Wrong with My Wife? As Jin approached Ji Qi, a gentle shadow fell over them. The youth on the sofa appeared more comfortable, still deeply asleep. Jin squatted halfway beside Ji Qi. Ji Qi rarely looked this docile, the usually cold and distant expression now softened like that of a cat with its claws retracted. Though still not fully tame, it made him want to reach out and touch. Jin lifted his hand and brushed aside the strands of hair covering Ji Qi's eyelids. His slightly warm fingertips traced along the bones of Ji Qi's face, from his forehead to his nose, then down to the tip of his lips, finally resting on Ji Qi's soft lips. That pale pink was fatally alluring. It looked inviting to kiss. In his sleep, Ji Qi seemed to sense something and his brow furrowed slightly. Hua Jin withdrew his hand, only for Ji Qi to groggily grab it in the next moment. Perhaps drawn by that familiar scent, Ji Qi used Hua Jin's hand as a pillow. Unconsciously, he pressed his head against it. During the motion, his slightly heated lips lightly brushed Hua Jin's wrist several times. Neither could say which side felt hotter at that moment. These actions undoubtedly tested Hua Jin's limits. He tried to pull his arm away, but this caused Ji Qi's expression to become restless. Seeing this, Hua Jin stopped his attempt. He lowered his gaze, focusing intently on Ji Qi. The youth's face, blurred by slumber, radiated a warm glow. Hua Jin grasped Ji Qi's chin, lightly touching his lips. The light wasn't glaring, allowing Hua Jin to see clearly. The youth seemed enveloped in a delicate haze, beautiful, dreamlike, and almost intangible. On impulse, Hua Jin leaned forward and kissed the enticing soft lips before him. Warm, tender. Like freshly wrapped cotton candy, fragrant, sweet, and supple. Hua Jin wasn't greedy. As if one extra second would shatter everything, the lingering warmth hadn't fully dissipated when he pulled away from Ji Qi. He must be crazy. Hua Jin's eyes were filled with a mixture of warmth and reproach. He wanted to tear him apart. To leave not even crumbs behind. Hua Jin slowly rose, gently lowering the hand Ji Qi clutched. Trying to reach Ji Qi's shoulders to lift him into his arms. But Ji Qi held onto Hua Jin's hand tighter. He was in an utterly insecure state. Hua Jin softly caressed Ji Qi's face while releasing soothing pheromones to calm him. Invisible pheromones flowed like a tranquil brook, comforting the heart. After being embraced by these powerful pheromones, Ji Qi indeed stopped clutching at Hua Jin's hand so urgently. Hua Jin's hand circled around Ji Qi's lower back. His other hand cradled Ji Qi's knees. And thus he carried him horizontally. Under the influence of the pheromones, Ji Qi slept deeper and snuggled closer to Hua Jin. It was as though he was enveloped by thousands of little rabbits, making him reluctant to wake up. On the right side of Hua Jin's office was a hidden door, behind which lay a simple bedroom. After placing Ji Qi on the bed, Hua Jin removed Ji Qi's shoes and tucked the blanket around him. At that moment, Ji Qi seemed to have dreamed of something. Following a strong scent, he suddenly grabbed Hua Jin's hand. Ji Qi mumbled incomprehensible words through a corner of his mouth, barely audible. Hua Jin leaned closer. My rabbit. A faint voice emerged from the youth. Rabbit. Hua Jin understood then. Ji Qi mistook him for the rabbit imbued with his pheromones. So, he had been rubbing against him unconsciously. The corners of Hua Jin's lips subtly curved inward, a trace of dissatisfaction showing in his otherwise gentle demeanor. And he seriously rebutted, I'm Hua Jin. When Ji Qi heard this, he laughed faintly as if in a dream-induced murmur. Hua Jin is my rabbit. Then Ji Qi frowned. I hate rabbits. Hate rabbits. Hua Jin's breathing grew longer, and when these words escaped his lips, they deepened further. Thorns pierced through his chest without leaving a mark, yet the pain was piercing. The ripples of lakes and seas never settle, they aren't meant to remain tranquil. They should be grand and vast. Reflecting on it, there's no reason for sorrow. Just like how he hated rabbits. He essentially hated Hua Jin. Hua Jin's expression dimmed, burning emotions concealed beneath waveless seas, icy cold as frozen springs. He extricated his hand and retracted his pheromones. The moment he noticed Ji Qi's frown deepen. The withdrawn pheromones surged forth once again like a tidal wave. Within minutes, Hua Jin released enough pheromones to last hours within the room. Then, he turned and left the room. When Ji Qi woke up, the room was dimly lit, with only a faint bedside lamp on. He bolted upright in shock. Ji Qi glanced at his watch. 17:23. He had slept for 5 whole hours. What kind of deep sleep was this? He'd forgotten all about his important tasks. No. Something wasn't right. Ji Qi looked around. This wasn't the sofa where he had fallen asleep earlier. He got up, put on his shoes, and moved toward the door. When he opened it, he realized this was Hua Jin's office lounge. When had he been moved to the bed? There was no time to think about it now, Ji Qi had pressing matters to attend to. Letting out a soft sigh, he prepared to leave when he heard Hua Jin's voice reprimanding someone. The tone was heavy, stern, and frighteningly oppressive. 5 reports, not a single one meets the standards. According to international testing data, plus or minus 0.1. Redo them all. Though it had nothing to do with him, Ji Qi involuntarily clenched the doorknob tightly. Hua Jin sounded so fierce. Peering through the crack in the door, Ji Qi could see Hua Jin sitting while several testing staff stood before him, heads bowed so low their faces were obscured. Hua Director, even the highest level experimental data allows plus or minus 0.2 as standard compliant, one of the more daring alphas timidly spoke up. Moreover, these are just preliminary results. The alpha thought Hua Jin must have eaten gunpowder today, as his anger seemed baseless. You're nitpicking, the alpha muttered under his breath. Hua Jin's eyes flickered upward. Then tell me why Group A's data is always more precise than yours. He placed the documents back on the table, his icy demeanor making it hard for others to breathe. Hand over your group's data to Zhou Qi. At this, the Alpha panicked. I didn't mean that, what director? He quickly picked up the scattered materials from Hu Jin. We'll redo it right away. I want new results within 3 days based on international standards. Hu Jin's tone carried impatience. All right. We'll work overtime to get it done. With that, the Alpha signaled the others behind him and hurriedly fled from Hu Jin's presence. After they left, an Alpha wearing a lab coat approached Hu Jin's office. A nameplate hung around his neck. It read, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi leaned casually against the glass entrance of Hu Jin's office, tapping lightly on the doorframe with the back of his hand. His teasing tone revealed some familiarity between him and Hu Jin. What's got you so angry, Director Hu? Did your wife run off? Hu Jin shot him a look. Go to hell. Zhou Qi clicked his tongue, crossing his arms over his chest. How about we grab dinner together? No, Hu Jin declined flatly. Not dissuaded, Zhou Qi walked straight in. Ji Qi softly closed the door behind him, acting like a lover afraid of being discovered. Zhou Qi sat down on a chair near Hu Jin. You've been acting weird lately. Could it be you finally started seeing someone without telling me? Word has it that you brought a beautiful Alpha into the facility, everyone's talking about it. Zhou Qi animatedly added emphasis, raising his eyebrows at Hu Jin. You never bring anyone into the CE laboratory. They all say she's your wife, Zhou Qi pressed on enthusiastically. Even an intern claims to have seen you confiscate her cigarette, seems like you're keeping her on a tight leash. Hu Jin remained silent, which only fueled Zhou Qi's curiosity. If she's not, I'll clarify it for you, Zhou Qi teased, glancing at Hu Jin expectantly. Hu Jin's gaze darkened as he raised it slowly. She is my wife. So what? Zhou Qi. Chapter 21, Afraid of Me. Zhou Qi's face was full of shock, his eyes devoid of spirit for a moment before they filled with emotion. Shit. Suddenly, he leaned forward, and Hu Jin's words were like a bombshell. You're serious? I came to mock you. And you give me a real response? Hu Jin picked up the glass of water in front of him and took a sip. What do you think I would say? Zhou Qi raised his voice slightly. Of course it's telling the people in the lab to shut up and not spread rumors. Aren't you the one who hates rumors the most? Leaning back in his chair, Hu Jin had a lazy demeanor that exuded an oppressive ruling aura. What others say is their freedom, I have no right to interfere. As long as it doesn't conflict with my interests, it's human rights. Zhou Qi swallowed hard. Why does your state feel like this? You probably want them to spread rumors, don't you? As Zhou Qi spoke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if finding some clue. Since it's like this, it can't be blamed on me for starting the rumors then. Zhou Qi looked at the stack of Bosch and group application materials lying on Hu Jin's desk. It was thick enough to rival a thermos cup. Zhou Qi pointed at the stack of documents. Confirming once again, are you really serious? Hu Jin cast a cold glance, if you're so free, I can assign you some work. Like what? If it's about summarizing plans for new projects, I can write a letter of recommendation recommending myself. Zhou Qi wore an obsequious expression. Hu Jin responded indifferently, the cleaning ant has taken leave. You'll take care of my office for a week. I don't trust anyone else. Zhou Qi. He quickly stood up. Goodbye, sir. Hu Jin saw that he was about to run, twirling the pen in his hand. Do more work, ask less questions. Yes, yes, yes. Zhou Qi nodded as he stepped backward. Can I spread rumors then? Hu Jin, no. Others might just talk, but if Zhou Qi spreads rumors with his mouth, it won't be long before Mr. Ji hears about it. Why not? Have you not pursued yet? Zhou Qi's expression turned mischievous, and he tried to suppress his laughter. An enigmatic alpha that even the elite struggle to catch, how exciting. In this society, isn't everyone choosing the best among the best? An extraordinary talent like Enigma comes around only once every 100 years, enough to make countless people give up everything just to get close. A royal alpha bloodline that suppresses all, neither alphas nor omegas can resist. But if it's a well-pampered young master who's proud and disdainful. Zhou Qi's eyes brightened. That makes it unpredictable indeed. Thinking about this, Zhou Qi burst out laughing. Hu Jin narrowed his eyes. Is it funny? Seeing the cold intent spread across Hu Jin's face, Zhou Qi ran out of sight quickly. After the person left, Hu Jin picked up the application materials from Bosch and Group on the table. Ji Qi had arranged them carefully, each drug separately listed and stapled together. There were a total of 26 drugs. If CE Laboratory agrees to test, then each will need the responsible person's signature taking on responsibility. Hu Jin picked up the pen beside him. He signed his name on each testing document. The powerful strokes of his handwriting were as elegant as the man himself, warm yet carrying a hint of dangerous oppression. At the same time, Ji Qi was still processing Hu Jin's previous words in the lounge. According to Hu Jin's character, It was likely that he didn't bother to spend time explaining these things, hence why he said it so casually. Originally indifferent, thus speaking so easily and fluently. Right, don't overthink it. He took a deep breath. Hua Jin's stern look while lecturing someone was truly quite frightening. That feeling weighed heavily, even making the air feel tense. Hua Jin seemed to be in a bad mood now. Ji Qi spent a long time preparing mentally before finally opening the door and walking out of the rest room. There was a layer of Venetian blinds separating the rest area outside. When he came out, he deliberately made more noise. Thinking that Hua Jin might be in a bad mood, the Boshan matter might fall through. However, when he went out, he happened to see Hua Jin signing the last piece of Boshan's application materials. Ji Qi's gaze trembled immediately. Was he agreeing? Hearing the sound, Hua Jin glanced back at Ji Qi. Mr. Hua. Ji Qi initiated the conversation first. Sorry earlier, I fell asleep. From Hua Jin's expression, no particular emotion could be discerned, but his speech was pleasant and soothing, carrying 7/10 gentleness. Did you sleep well? Ji Qi nodded. He currently felt relaxed. How long had it been since he had such a deep sleep? Could it be because he was near Hua Jin? Upon thinking of this, Ji Qi paused his thoughts and didn't continue further down that path. Are you hungry? Hua Jin spoke again. Ji Qi shook his head. He had already been too bold today. He'd even forgotten the time, let alone eating. Not hungry. With that, Ji Qi walked towards Hua Jin, gratitude evident on his face as he looked up at him. You, agreed. Ji Qi's voice was soft, his cheeks still pink from sleep, making him look unusually obedient. Hua Jin finished signing the last name. Didn't you say a conscientious company shouldn't be overlooked? As he spoke, the corner of Hua Jin's lips curled slightly. That's a good point. I agree with you. Hua Jin's eyes lingered on Ji Qi's face, his thoughts unfathomable. So, what's your thank you gift? A faint trace of anticipation flickered deep within Hua Jin's dark, profound gaze. It wasn't calculation, but rather subtle expectation. It didn't have to be countless treasures or elusive moonlight, it could be a common piece of soft candy. But it had to come from Ji Qi. Ji Qi paused for a second, lightly pressing his fingertips together. What do you want? Suddenly, Hua Jin stood up, moved the chair behind him, and took a step forward. The invisible distance between them dissolved. Hua Jin tilted his head downward, looking down at Ji Qi from above. His seductive voice was irresistibly alluring. What do you want to give me? He threw the question back to Ji Qi. Unforeseen warmth spread over Ji Qi's face. Instinctively, Ji Qi took a step back. Hua Jin, for some unknown reason, didn't follow his previous propriety and stepped forward again, pinning Ji Qi back. Ji Qi looked down and glanced sideways. Anything you like, as long as Boss Hen has it, just ask. Hua Jin seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this answer. Think carefully about it. Then, leaning closer to Ji Qi's ear, he bent down slightly and whispered, think hard, my alpha. Ji Qi's Adam's apple moved as he suddenly clenched his hand tightly. He tried to turn away to escape Hua Jin's invisible encirclement. Ji Qi thought he might have understood Hua Jin's meaning. Was he, asking for his pheromones? As Ji Qi turned, Hua Jin grabbed his wrist. The tone of his words carried an undertone of restraint, locking Ji Qi in place. Why are you running? Afraid of me? Chapter 22, I'll send you home. Ji Qi tightened his fingertips. I'm not afraid. To be honest, he was a little. So why do you avoid me? Hua Jin asked in a deep voice, the sound of a stream running through a ravine, smooth and rich. Though his words were gentle, his steps moved forward subtly without a sound. The distance between the two was shortened again. Ji Qi's eyes flickered, unable to find focus. No reason. He heard Hua Jin laugh softly but couldn't catch even the trail of the laughter. If there's no reason, stay right here and don't move. Ji Qi. A little nervous. But he couldn't show it. He slightly raised his eyes, even stepping closer to Hua Jin to indicate that he wasn't afraid of him. It's the same wherever I stand. Hua Jin lowered his gaze to Ji Qi, look at me. Ji Qi lifted his flickering eyes, feeling waves of heat rising in his heart. What did Hua Jin mean by this? Did he want to hear himself admit that he was a little scared of him to make Hua Jin happy? Ji Qi glanced once and met Hua Jin's gaze with a sense of guilt yet seriousness. I'm hungry. After saying this, Ji Qi wanted to slap himself. Why couldn't he just keep quiet when he didn't know how to respond? This was completely off topic. Was this really an effective way to change the subject? Couldn't he simply say he wasn't scared? Ji Qi, you're so embarrassing. But once the words were out, Ji Qi noticed Hua Jin seemed indeed taken aback by his changed topic. Hua Jin didn't continue probing or trying to engage in word games with him. Could it really work? Hua Jin released Ji Qi, and the conversation took a sudden turn as well. Let's eat. With that, Hua Jin released Ji Qi and walked towards the door. Ji Qi slowly followed. Once they stepped out of the office, Ji Qi saw two alphas pass by him. Hua Judge, both greeted Hua Jin respectfully, their glances occasionally falling on Ji Qi. Ji Qi disliked being looked at in such sneaky ways. He raised his head, his eyes cool and clear. Would you like me to step aside so you can get a better look? Ji Qi's expression was haughty, even unreasonable. The two immediately quickened their pace. Hua Jin turned to look at him. I rarely bring anyone to the lab, so they may be curious. Ji Qi spoke nonchalantly. They might even start rumors that I'm your wife. Hua Jin, upon hearing this, suddenly spun around. Don't listen to them. Those talks will fade away after a few days. Ji Qi didn't reply. He put his hands into his pockets. What they think is irrelevant to me. As long as you don't think that way, it's fine. Hua Jin's gaze darkened, stepping closer to Ji Qi, which made Ji Qi nervous. Hua Jin's eyes drooped low, his words carrying an echoing quality. If I say, I do think that way. Ji Qi froze, his heart pounding violently as his expression shifted multiple times. His previously calm breathing suddenly became disordered. What was he talking about? Ji Qi's cool eyes carried a hint of complexity and unreadability. Ji Qi stood up straight and forced a playful smile, though he hadn't yet spoken when Hua Jin's expression darkened and he turned away. Just kidding. Let's go. Hua Jin continued walking forward. Ji Qi let out a long breath, truly startling. If Hua Jin really had feelings for him, that would be terrifying. However, if he could accept his proposal and mutually leave each other alone, then clearly Hua Jin must have no feelings for him. Based on Hua Jin's behavior during this time, he had never done anything inappropriate. Even in front of him, Hua Jin had never exerted alpha dominance over Omega. Hua Jin had been rather kind, speaking gently and courteously. This time asking for help, Ji Qi actually went against the agreement to seek Hua Jin out. Watching Hua Jin's back, Ji Qi followed suit. The restaurant chosen by Hua Jin was unexpected, home-style dishes, surprisingly all suited Ji Qi's taste. Ji Qi, noticing Hua Jin hadn't touched his chopsticks, served him a piece of fish meat. Why aren't you eating? Hua Jin tightly pressed his lips together. Not hungry. Ji Qi was somewhat surprised, he chose this restaurant, yet said he wasn't hungry. He had specifically inquired about Hua Jin's preferences before inviting him. Ji Qi glanced at the table full of Jingjiang dishes. How did it feel like they were chosen especially for him? Ji Qi served Hua Jin more dishes he liked. After finishing, he began eating alone. When nearly finished, he saw Hua Jin still hadn't touched the chopsticks but had eaten everything he'd served him. Is he hungry or not? When Ji Qi put down his chopsticks, Hua Jin softly asked, Are you full? Ji Qi nodded. Is the food not to your liking? Hua Jin didn't answer but stood up and changed the topic. I've signed Boshin's application for the test. The fastest it will be ready in 3 days. Results in 3 days. 3 days. Ji Qi's expression was grateful. So fast. Ji Qi had thought it would take weeks at least, so Hua Jin's words were quite unexpected. A slight smile curled the corner of Hua Jin's lips as he glanced down at Ji Qi. What? Haven't used backdoor connections before? That magnetic voice echoed in his ears. For such matters, this really was Ji Qi's first experience. Ji Qi averted his eyes. No, I haven't. Thanks to my father, he took a sip of the lemon water in front of him. In Jiangcheng, I am the backdoor connection. The look of arrogance was dignified. Hua Jin's darkened brows moved subtly, those words weren't wrong. He chuckled softly, his rich and weary voice enchanting. So to say, being able to help you is an honor for me. Ji Qi also stood up. I rely on my father, and I can never reach the same level as Mr. Hua. I admire you and take you as my goal, hoping one day I could stand shoulder to shoulder with you based on my own abilities. Ji Qi's gaze was sincere. Hua Jin's achievements were what many people had to look up to in awe. Ji Qi realized how far he was from Hua Jin. It's like the mayfly versus the tree. Based on Hua Jin's identity alone, he was destined to be a king. His pheromone suppression strength could even enter the highest military alliance. No one dared to disobey the administrator of Enigma. You're excellent, Hua Jin said warmly. Ji Qi furrowed his brows slightly, not continuing the topic. The more they spoke, the bigger the gap seemed. Let me send you home, Mr. Hua. Hua Jin didn't refuse but replied softly, my house is nearby. Then I'll walk you there. Perhaps Ji Qi couldn't find a way to thank Hua Jin, so he always wanted to do more. Hua Jin walked forward. You consider me as Omega? Worried that if you don't escort me home, I'll get lost halfway. Ji Qi's chestnut brown eyes lowered. Do you not want me to see you home? Hua Jin countered quickly. I didn't say that. Ji Qi's lips curved into a bland arc as he silently followed behind Hua Jin. After leaving the restaurant, Ji Qi walked shoulder to shoulder with Hua Jin. Once past the dazzling lights, a long banyan tree-lined path stretched ahead. The trees on both sides blocked the scattered streetlights, casting a warm yellow glow. The quiet solitude gave a comforting sense of peace and tranquility. 2 long shadows interwove. Thank you. Suddenly Ji Qi opened his mouth. Hua Jin hummed lightly in response, glancing sideways at Ji Qi by his side, noticing his face wounds had faded a little more. As long as the mark hasn't disappeared, you belong to me. Ji Qi paused, was he considering him a responsibility? Ji Qi looked at the golden roadside lights. His cool eyes softened slightly, I will pay for my mistakes. And I won't entangle myself with you. Hua Jin suddenly stopped in his steps and stood in front of Ji Qi. To be precise, it wasn't your mistake. Hua Jin's warm gaze held a sea of starlit ripples, making Ji Qi's heart tremble. I marked you when I was fully conscious. Chapter 23, Kissed. Ji Qi's whole body stiffened suddenly. Fragments of the dim scenes at Lingxin Bar flashed through his mind. Last time, although he had drunk alcohol, he still clearly remembered that it was him who approached Hua Jin. Hua Jin should have also been drinking alcohol back then. That strong plum wine scent and the pheromones were very similar to his own. So Ji Qi remembered this clearly. His eyes slightly narrowed as a dangerous glint passed through his light brown irises. Hua Jin now claimed that he marked him while being fully sober. So, was it intentional? Or, a momentary impulse? Ji Qi's expression darkened as he struggled to control his emotions. But no matter what the answer might be, it's all the same now. Sober or not, things have already passed, and we've set 3 rules. Ji Qi spoke seriously, leaving no room for negotiation. So, in my view, it's all the same. Regarding Hua Jin's various attitudes. If Ji Qi couldn't see anything yet now, then he'd be unworthy of being an alpha. At first, he could still defend himself within his own world. But once signs appeared, they only increased over time. Hua Jin liked him. Perhaps a little bit. Or perhaps a lot. Ji Qi didn't want to pursue so many questions. Why Hua Jin liked him, when exactly he started liking him, whether marking him was premeditated. All these questions, Ji Qi didn't want to ask a single one. He just wanted to get as far away from Hua Jin as possible, faster. He was scared. Hua Jin's face showed no emotions. After the incident with Boss Hen Group is over, you will continue to stay away from me. Ji Qi didn't want to avoid this question. Yes. He already wanted to now. Ji Qi looked straight into Hua Jin's eyes. You can hold prejudice against me. You can suppress me with your pheromones. All your strengths far surpass mine, so you can try everything. Sharp blades seemed hidden in Ji Qi's gaze, piercing through the air. Somehow. Neither of them said the word like. No one mentioned refusal either. An intangible subtlety unfolded between them. Unexplainable, but also unnecessary to explain. It felt like saying, I like you, and the deeply painful rejection have already been uttered. A deep shadow lingered in the blackness of Hua Jin's eyes as he looked at Ji Qi, you know. I won't. His words remained as gentle as ever. Ji Qi's eyes flickered, indeed, Hua Jin had never released suppressing pheromones in front of him. From Ji Qi's perspective, other than dislike. He considered himself unworthy, even unattainable. Ji Qi's knuckles clenched lightly into a fist. He didn't want to use himself as a pawn for any deal. You can go back on your decision regarding Boss Hen. Ji Qi's face was grim. Even if you help me, I won't give you any response. Hua Jin took another step closer to Ji Qi, and Ji Qi did not retreat. He no longer wanted to show weakness. Hua Jin chuckled, though it was unclear whether it was bitter or indifferent. I'll give you the test results and clear things up for you. I didn't expect any response from you. Since I helped you with Boss Hen, he stepped closer again, I still want my thanks. As he spoke, Hua Jin's gaze fell on Ji Qi's clear and full lips. Suddenly, he roughly grabbed Ji Qi's neck. All the words you just said hurt me. I need to take something back. And without warning, he pulled Ji Qi forward into a passionate kiss. Ugh. Ji Qi was at a loss. The moment he leaned back, he hit the tree behind him hard, unable to retreat further. Ugh, Hua Jin. Ji Qi complained faintly, his voice tinged with anger but utterly powerless. Struggling as he was, there was nothing he could do about it. Hua Jin. Only after Hua Jin had kissed him enough did he finally release Ji Qi. This feeling of having control snatched away made Ji Qi afraid. Ji Qi's chest heaved as his eyes stung with pain, though his expression remained haughty and grim. So what if it was just a kiss? Enough? Ji Qi asked abruptly, his labored breath swirling with wisps of fog. Do you want me to strip here and let you have me? Ji Qi's reckless sentiment stirred slight ripples in Hua Jin's dark eyes. He detested such Ji Qi. Sharp thorns protruded from all sides, leaving nowhere safe to approach. Hua Jin didn't reply to Ji Qi's words but instead turned and walked away. The tall and slim figure was stretched even longer, exuding an indescribable sense of loneliness and decadence. Leaves from the treetops scattered down, drifting aimlessly in the wind, rootless and sourceless. Chapter 24. Ji Qi took a deep breath. For some reason, after Hua Jin left, Ji Qi did not feel as relieved as he had imagined. Ji Qi's body slowly slid down, and eventually, he sat under a tree by the roadside for a long time. He didn't know what he was thinking about, he just stared blankly at the yellowish street lamp in front of him. Not until the streetlights went out did Ji Qi get up and return home. As he stood up, he received several messages from the hospital. After the last trip to the hospital with Song Lin, he had added the young attending doctor's WeChat. The doctor said he would follow up on Ji Qi's condition. Speaking of which, this was the first time Gu Baizhou had contacted Ji Qi. Ji Qi wasn't in the mood to read the messages. After returning home, he turned off his phone and went straight to bed. Ji Qi didn't hold the rabbit to sleep this time but instead took 2 sleeping pills. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day, when the effects of the sleeping pills wore off, Ji Qi slowly opened his eyes. Despite having slept for so long, he felt weak and listless all over. It took him half an hour to finish washing up, his movements sluggish. After putting on a set of clothes and searching through the room, he found half a pack of cigarettes. In the end, he smoked them all on the balcony. The thin mist swirled, stinging his eyes and nostrils. Lin Jun followed the smell of smoke and upon reaching the balcony, saw a pile of cigarette butts in the ashtray on the tea table. Ji Qi's last cigarette was snatched away by Lin Jun. "What are you doing, acting like you want to die?" He glared angrily at Ji Qi. Had Lin Jun not spoken, Ji Qi wouldn't have even realized he was there. Seeing Lin Jun extinguishing the cigarette but in his hand reminded Ji Qi inexplicably of Hua Jin's cold demeanor. Without warning, it came flooding back into his mind. For no apparent reason, he thought he heard Hua Jin questioning him again, asking why he wasn't obedient. Ji Qi didn't answer Lin Jun's question. He simply didn't want to say anything. And he couldn't understand where this sudden irritability came from. "Did you break up?" Lin Jun continued asking. Ji Qi frowned deeply, finding the question inappropriate. "Dad." Ji Qi suddenly called Lin Jun, his tone distant and dejected. He let out a long sigh, surrounded by wisps of remaining smoke. "You tell me. If an alpha likes you but never releases pheromones to dominate you, what does that mean?" Upon hearing this, Lin Jun chuckled mockingly. "What does it mean?" "It means he's crazy." Ji Qi looked out at the gloomy sky. "Crazy." Just as Lin Jun stepped closer, his tone became more serious this time. "If an alpha likes an omega but never releases pheromones to suppress him, it could either mean he doesn't really like him and is indifferent. Or it could mean he likes him too much and can't bring himself to do it." Ji Qi paused, considering it, doesn't really like. This explanation seemed plausible. Just as Ji Qi's lips parted to say something, his phone vibrated. It was a call from the attending doctor from last time. Ji Qi pressed the answer button. "Dr. Gu," Ji Qi spoke solemnly. Dr. Gu Baizhou had been Ji Qi's attending doctor during his previous visit. Perhaps because Ji Qi's condition was special. Gu Baizhou had taken the initiative to ask for Ji Qi's contact information. An alpha case marked by Enigma was worth analyzing each piece of data repeatedly. "Ji Qi, did you see the messages I sent?" Gu Baizhou came straight to the point. Ji Qi furrowed his brows. "I haven't checked my phone." The voice on the other end was gentle yet firm. "I suggest you come back to the hospital for another checkup on your sexual pheromone levels." Ji Qi sighed deeply. "I understand. Can you make it this afternoon?" Gu Baizhou questioned skeptically. "Just these few days," Ji Qi responded impatiently. The voice on the other side grew notably serious. "I recommend you come see me as soon as possible." Ji Qi didn't respond any further before hanging up the call after Gu Baizhou said something else. Lin Jun rested his hand on the railing of the balcony, casting a side glance at Ji Qi but not pressing for details. He hadn't paid close attention, only catching some vague sentences from Ji Qi. Roughly, Ji Qi needed to go to the hospital. Lin Jun always gave Ji Qi an extremely free life. He believed no one should be constrained. Unless Ji Qi initiated a conversation about something, Lin Jun would never ask a single extra question. Ji Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at Lin Jun in front of him. His expression was filled with endless bitterness and melancholy. "Dad, do you know about Enigma?" Chapter 25, That's Love. Lin Jun's eyes paused slightly as if in thought. "How old is your father?" "You're joking. Knowing or not knowing is too superficial." Hua Jin isn't just an enigma. Lin Jun's voice was soft as he quietly observed Ji Qi's expression. "The sole holder of supreme power in this world that can make the high and mighty alpha fear." Ji Qi looked away with a look of desolation. "Do you know what the probability is of encountering an enigma?" Before Lin Jun could respond. 1 in a million, Ji Qi continued. Lin Jun hummed in acknowledgement. "The probability of being marked is even smaller." As Lin Jun took a step closer to Ji Qi, "Is this what you want to say?" Ji Qi's lips parted, his gaze scattered. Lin Jun was too smart. Ji Qi couldn't hide anything from him. Not only smart, but also possessing perfect emotional stability towards everything. Just like now, no harsh questioning. No surprising curiosity digging for details. From childhood, all of Ji Qi's affairs could be shared with Lin Jun. Secrets or sad events alike. Lin Jun would simply listen. "Is it Hua Jin?" After Lin Jun spoke, he felt the question was redundant. Hua Jin. It had to be him. Ji called out to him with a heavy nasality, his body feeling trapped as though bound within its own lines on the ground. Dad. Ji's voice trembled faintly, his bloodshot eyes seeming to beg Lin Jun for help. What should I do? Lin Jun gently patted Ji's shoulder blades, saying softly, what do you want to do? Lin Jun gazed into the distance, a calm demeanor carrying the gentleness time had bestowed. You already have your answer, don't you? Fine light sprinkled onto Lin Jun's long eyelashes, his words were akin to a dose of good medicine. When making a choice, if there are two decisions in your heart, and one of them makes you hesitate for 2 seconds, then choose the other path. Choice is not the answer. The result is. After speaking, Lin Jun continued in a mild tone. The probability of meeting an enigma is 1 in a million, and 100%. Ji lowered his gaze. Choice is not the answer. The result is. Ji gave a bitter laugh, Dad. You tell me, why does this world submit so easily to pheromone-driven decisions? Ji's words hung in the air, whether for Lin Jun or for himself to hear was unclear. Even when two people have never crossed paths, if their compatibility checks at 100%, they gleefully get married, sometimes without even meeting twice. Is that love? That's not love. Lin Jun gave a quiet smile, the autonomy of pheromones does sound absurd. But pheromones are part of your body. They act like your heart, they are the first part of you to take a liking. Can you understand what I mean? With a tone of rebuke, Ji cried out absurdly, absurd. A nameless anger in Ji flared up suddenly and spread quickly and fiercely. Even his words carried sharp barbs. I don't like his pheromones. And I dislike him more. His voice grew louder involuntarily, that's because he marked me. So, I cannot choose. Do you understand? I can't control my own body. This isn't love. It's like you and father. Does he love you? No. He just can't leave you. Ji's eyes were clearly reddening now, looking for some way to vent his frustrations. He couldn't help but gesture accusingly at Lin Jun while talking. Because the annoyance in his heart when he comes home can be soothed by you, because he needs your pheromones. Rarely had Lin Jun seen Ji speak to him like this. And raving at him for such a long while. If Lin Jun could, he'd smack him across the face. Lin Jun's glare intensified, are you done? Ji snapped back to reality, realizing how unreasonable and impetuous his tone had been. His lips parted to try explaining, Dad. If it weren't for your bad mood, I'd definitely slap you. Lin Jun gazed down from the balcony. Ji gritted his molars, unyielding yet somewhat remorseful. He took a deep breath. Sorry Dad. My emotions just got a bit out of hand, Ji said while lowering his eyes. His hands were clenched tightly. Lin Jun glanced down to the yard below, if you're upset, go sweep the yard. You're not allowed to eat until it's done. You damn brat. The Ji family's villa had 3 floors, and the courtyard was no small task to sweep. Ji didn't argue back and really rushed downstairs to start sweeping. By noon, Ji had only managed to sweep most of the yard. Ji Xingming sat at the dining table, looking through the glass door at Ji sweeping outside. His eyes glanced toward Lin Jun who was seated nearby. Kids will make mistakes, that's natural. You should let him eat his meal. There was a hint of pleading in his tone, what era are we living in now to still resort to corporal punishment? Lin Jun ate his own plain porridge and coldly replied, when someone makes a mistake, they must be punished. Ji Xingming sniffed lightly, then I'll leave some dishes for him. As he spoke, Ji Xingming sectioned off part of the crab legs on his plate and left quite a bit of the braised pork. After portioning it out, Ji Xingming curiously asked again, did he get into another fight with someone? Lin Jun suddenly put down his chopsticks and seriously said, he shouted at me. HM. Ji Xingming suddenly stood up and walked out of the house, glaring down at Ji who was sweeping with a broom. He yelled sharply, sweep upstairs too. Ji looked puzzled, confused by this irate tone. Before he could even argue, Ji Xingming went back inside. Walking back to the dining table, Ji Xingming finished all the leftover food on the plate. Ji swept the floor clean and returned to the dining table, only to find several empty plates. He couldn't even guess what dishes they had eaten. Wait, there was a lump of braised sauce. It must have been braised pork. In the end, Ji ate plain steamed buns, dipping them in the braised sauce. By evening, as soon as Ji opened his bedroom door, he saw the rabbit that he had thrown on the ground earlier now neatly placed back on the bed by someone. The rabbit was tucked warmly in the quilt. The entire scene seemed to shimmer with a warm glow. Ji walked over quietly. Chapter 26, The Second F. He threw the bunny off the bed. The bunny still failed to receive any favor. Ji continued taking sedatives. Sleeping deeply, soundly, without dreaming. 3 days later, the Supreme Department issued a full product safety test report to prove Boschen Group's innocence. All their brand raw materials exceed international safety standards by 3 percentage points. Not only were there no unsafe conditions, but they far surpassed the industry standard. The inhibitor in question that contained hallucinogens was confirmed to be produced before Boschen acquired it. In response to the rumor posts, the Supreme Department of Commerce and Trade Association forwarded and debunked the false information. In just one day, Boshan's reputation dramatically turned around. Stock prices surged significantly. The improvement in Ji Xingming's mood was visibly noticeable. He prepared lavish thank you gifts for Hu Jin. At this crucial moment, clearing up the matter a day earlier meant less damage. During meals, Ji Xingming praised Hu Jin non-stop for half an hour. His enthusiasm was extremely high. It must be a handwritten letter. Ji Xingming looked at Ji Qi. You write it. You contacted him and know him better, so you should write it. Ji Xingming had a serious expression. Someone in Hu Jin's position, what good things haven't they seen? We need to show our sincerity. A handwritten letter is necessary to make him feel Boshan's goodwill. Ji Qi twirled the chopsticks in his hand and mumbled, I don't know how. Ji Xingming stared at him again, saying even more. Finally, Ji Qi massaged his ears slightly in surrender. Muttering, you prepare the gift, I'll write the letter. Only after seeing him agree did Ji Xingming stop lecturing. The next day, Ji Xingming prepared the gifts, and Ji Qi directly pulled out a letter from his pocket and stuffed it inside. Let me see what you wrote. Ji Xingming extended his hand to take the letter. Ji Qi immediately carried the gift into the car. Don't read it. There's nothing worth reading. For some reason, Ji Xingming insisted that Ji Qi personally deliver the thanks. Though Ji Qi didn't want to, he didn't bother arguing further. Saying too much might lead Ji Xingming to discover the subtle relationship between him and Hu Jin, which would surely cause trouble. After all, Ji Xingming never expected that one day his alpha son would be marked. Ji Qi dropped off the items at the security room outside CE Lab's entrance. He did not follow Ji Xingming's request to invite Hu Jin for dinner. Nor did he go upstairs to find him. He didn't even send a message. He merely told the security personnel of the CE Lab to give the items to Hu Jin. Our director Hu never accepts gifts. Though the security personnel recognized Ji Qi, they still asked him to take the items back. So many people bring stuff here every day. Director Hua has never accepted anything. Ji Qi's face remained expressionless. With a single unemotional he left the security room. Without another step of hesitation, he returned home. For the time thereafter, Ji Qi relied on sedatives to sleep. This pattern repeated for half a month until the sedatives could no longer allow Ji Qi to rest peacefully. He visited Gu Baizhou. Sitting in the waiting chair, Ji Qi felt the banners behind Gu Baizhou sway in front of his eyes, making his head dizzy and brain foggy. Have you been relying solely on sleeping pills? Gu Baizhou wore a grave expression, along with some incomprehensible strange emotions. Ji Qi gave a slight humph. When you can't sleep, isn't it normal to take sleeping pills? You actually have ways to get a good night's sleep. Ji Qi coldly responded, no. Gu Baizhou glanced at the examination form in front of him. You need his pheromones. Ji Qi leaned on the desk. I don't need them. Gu Baizhou sighed softly, folding his arms and resting on the table. You are giving your body wrong signals, which will harm you in countless ways. You'll develop an intense craving for the marker's pheromones, possibly leading to uncontrollable situations. Ji Qi replied scornfully and harshly, impossible. Gu Baizhou added, your marker is Enigma. Remember, the imprint on your glands is deep-rooted. Listening to Gu Baizhou's words, Ji Qi sneered, I won't give in. So what if it's Enigma? I will not become a monster driven by pheromones. Gu Baizhou raised his gaze darkly. Based on the blood tests, your heat period is this week. Do you really believe you can resist going to him? Ji Qi's knuckles clenched hard. If sleep was already impossible, then what would happen when the heat arrived? I will not go to him, absolutely not. Ji Qi's voice carried a chilling undertone. Gu Baizhou sighed lightly. The more you resist, the more your body's instincts will crave what it needs. Ji Qi's tone abruptly turned furious. I don't like him. Tell me what you mean by instinct. Just because he marked me, I can't leave him. If I marked any Omega, they would be just as dependent on my pheromones. I won't let myself be so pathetic. Ji Qi's face was filled with anger. Everyone is hypocritical and greedy. All alphas are the same. Enigma is the same. His gaze lifted, revealing dark bloodshot eyes. The injuries on Ji Qi's face had healed, leaving no trace, but his fierce expression was still frightening. Gu Baizhou's lips tightened. In reality, your anger stems more from the other party's identity. You resent that he's stronger than you, and that you can't control the situation, right? After a pause, Gu Baizhou's voice softened, because you think you don't like him. You're too proud. You feel that he has ruined you. Ji Qi scoffed loudly. Do you think I'll submit to him? No, Gu Baizhou smiled, but your subconscious will break through your rigid principles. You, in your heat period, will amplify sensations and emotions by thousands of times. The heat will make you realize if you like or hate him. Gu Baizhou's words were harshly rejected by Ji Qi. Of course I don't like him. Ji Qi lifted his eyes, dark and terrifying. I need suppressants. High-potency ones. Gu Baizhou adjusted his glasses. What I've told you, I hope you reflect on without prejudice. Of course, if you say you dislike him, then all your thoughts make sense. I can prescribe the medicine, but I suggest. Gu Baizhou didn't finish the sentence. He only looked at Ji Qi. I hope everything works out as you wish. He had said a lot to Ji Qi, who would rebut when he grew impatient. Gu Baizhou claimed he used to be a psychiatrist, and Ji Qi believed him. He did seem somewhat similar to one. Very talkative. You haven't smelled the other person's pheromones for quite a long time, your heat will only make it worse. Don't take sleeping pills anymore, they're not good for you. When Ji Qi left the hospital, he was still dazed. Even though he had been sleeping well recently, he felt exhausted. After returning home, Ji Qi lazily sat down by the edge of the bed near the window. He looked defeated and melancholic. He unlocked his phone and viewed his search history. Can the heat period be endured alone after being marked by Enigma? Answer, no. Will the absence of pheromone comfort make the craving even greater over time? Answer, yes. Will one eventually succumb to their instincts during the heat period? Answer, yes. None of the results could save him. Ji Qi glanced at the little bunny on the floor that he had thrown many days ago. Sitting there, he didn't feel the cold. He leaned back against the bed, closing his eyes briefly, appearing as if surrendering but also not entirely giving up. The dim lighting made the rabbit standing out clearly in the corner. Still, Ji Qi did not pick it up. A week later, at dusk. Ji Qi welcomed his second heat period after being marked. 3 days. He thought, if he could endure it, it would be fine. Chapter 27, Holding the Rabbit. In a dimly lit room. Only faint moonlight seeped in. The gentle breeze outside the window brushed past, lifting the light curtains to sway. The room was in disarray, leaving no place to stand. Clothes from the wardrobe had been thrown about in large piles. On the ground were some shards of porcelain and traces of crystalline glow left by smashed glass cups. Ji Qi hugged a rabbit with a purple ribbon tied to its ear, curling up in a corner. A few strands of his black hair fell over his eyelids. The young boy's eyes carried a subtle hint of fear, unable to focus. It wasn't clear whether he was staring at the rabbit or the mess around him. Beside Ji Qi lay 3 empty syringes containing suppressants that had already been injected. Due to an overdose of suppressant, Ji Qi felt dizzy and lightheaded. The suppressed emotions broke free, even stronger and more frenzied than before. Ji Qi whimpered, his breath warm, his fists clenched tightly. With faint veins protruding on his hands, he looked like a wilting lion, devoid of any threat. Gu Baizhou had been right, all this avoidance during the past period hadn't done him any good. Ji Qi held the little rabbit tightly in his arms. After being missing for half a month, the rabbit had been frantically searched for by Ji Qi. Sweat dampened the young boy's hands. This meager amount of information seemed so insignificant to Ji Qi at this moment. You will lose control of your consciousness. You must trust the dominant and the dominated. After being marked by Enigma. It's worse than you imagine. Not reduced or faded. Studies show that not a single person who has been marked by Enigma can survive alone. Gu Baizhou's words came crashing into his mind one by one. At first, Ji Qi could make sense of them. Gradually, there was only a buzz of noise, he couldn't hear clearly or understand what they meant. Ji Qi tugged at his clothes. The wind drifted in from outside the window but wasn't as cold as imagined. Leaning against a corner of the curtain, Ji Qi appeared desolate and tiny in the vast room. Gradually, Ji Qi slid down and collapsed onto the floor. Lying there on the cold gray-tinted tiles, Ji Qi didn't feel cold. He clutched the rabbit. Faint whimpers issued from the corners of his mouth. While moving slightly, the pads of Ji Qi's fingers accidentally touched the suppressant lying on the ground. The cylindrical suppressant rolled once again. Ji Qi wanted to get some water to drink, but the water dispenser near the door now seemed impossibly far away. He lacked the strength to reach out, let alone get up. When his consciousness grew hazy, Ji Qi thought of saving himself but realized he had no one to contact. When he picked up his phone, his eyes blurred and saw through a mist on the screen. Ji Qi pressed the last contact and made the call. He wanted to find Gu Baizhou. Just as the phone rang once, the other side answered immediately. Gu. Ji Qi's voice, clouded in haze, conveyed much weakness and discomfort. Gu. The trailing tone was longer this time, but Ji Qi still couldn't finish a complete sentence. The other side seemed to have sensed something wrong with Ji Qi, and a gentle voice emerged in response. It made Ji Qi shiver lightly throughout. The voice sounded pleasant, perhaps it was a hallucination. Ji Qi thought it was very similar to Huajin. Almost, it just was Huajin. Ji Qi. The soft and moist voice gently called out Ji Qi's name, akin to a spring flowing through the heart. Slightly cool, making Ji Qi feel at ease. Though it was only a name being called, the fluctuations of worry in the tone were unusually evident. Dr. Gu. This time Ji Qi managed to say half a proper sentence. Crouching on the floor, he set the phone on speaker mode near his ear, warmth rippling continuously. Chapter 28 The Rabbit is Mine. A choked voice came out, low and hoarse. Inhibitor. Inhibitor. Ji Qi was trembling slightly, his whole body shaking lightly. Hurting. Dr. Gu, the inhibitor you gave me, it's not working. There was silence on the other side for 2 seconds before a deep, concerned voice responded. Ji Qi. Can you hear what I'm saying clearly right now? At that moment, Hua Jin in the CE lab held his phone with a serious expression. His dark eyes flickered with a hint of unease, his heart flipping over like waves. Ji Qi had dialed the wrong number. And ironically, he called just this person and mistook him for the doctor. Hua Jin did not deny this identity. He knew if he revealed himself, Ji Qi would hang up immediately. Ji Qi was in heat. He was escaping. Hua Jin had regrets the last time he left Ji Qi alone and turned around. Though he anticipated everything, even Ji Qi's reactions were as expected, still emotions got to him. He shouldn't have left Ji Qi behind. Ji Qi stayed silent for quite some time without responding. Ji Qi, Hua Jin softly called again. Came the soft sound from the other end of the line, heavy yet sinking to the bottom of despair. One could almost feel the warm breath near the ear. It was clear Ji Qi was trying hard to speak more clearly. You're speaking clearly. Hearing the reply, Hua Jin exhaled slightly, feeling relieved. Evidently, Ji Qi's consciousness was already somewhat blurred. At least he didn't suspect he had dialed the wrong number upon hearing Hua Jin's voice. Hua Jin carefully thought about the words a doctor might say to a patient. Controlling his own emotions, even if any method could alleviate Ji Qi's pain would be good. How many doses of inhibitors have you taken? Hua Jin asked. The faint, soft answer came from the other side, 3. 3. An inhibitor could be injected only once per day at most, but Ji Qi took 3. Hua Jin clenched his fingers, a sharp pain surged in his chest, and for a while, he felt numb. At this moment, he suddenly began to wonder if he was truly wrong. Ji Qi was too proud. He disrupted his original life. It's not working. Dr. Gu. Came another voice from the earpiece. It's not working. Ji Qi's words sounded as if submerged beneath the sea, carrying a whistling hum. I'm in so much pain. The youth's words pierced Hua Jin's heart like needles pulling threads. Hua Jin took a deep breath. Where's your rabbit? Ji Qi fiddled with something, a delicate sound of stroking passed through, rabbit. For some reason, Ji Qi's thoughts became chaotic. When someone mentioned the rabbit, he picked it up tightly hugging it, as if afraid it would be snatched away. The rabbit is mine. Listening to Ji Qi's words, Hua Jin coaxed gently, it's your rabbit, no one will take your rabbit. Hua Jin wanted to go to Ji Qi's side immediately, but he didn't dare. When pressed to the point where he couldn't breathe, Hua Jin had many thoughts. Yet, he still didn't regret marking Ji Qi. He wanted him to remember him, belong to him because of this mark. Ji Qi would hate him. But if there wasn't such a mark, they would be like two lines that never intersect, drawing close infinitely but eventually circling separately. Never crossing. Everything was wrong. After weighing the pros and cons, Hua Jin considered himself selfish and greedy. He gave himself a chance. All the hurt caused to Ji Qi during this period, he would pay back double. Without any response, perhaps that was the result. At the very least, he had to make Ji Qi remember him. The only person who marked him, he had to remember forever. Initially, Ji Qi said the both of them had mutually provoked each other, but it was actually Ji Qi who first attracted him. This was the cause. He must bear it. He would bear it alongside. Hua Jin heard Ji Qi hum softly, imagining how Ji Qi looked right then. Hua Jin's heart wavered for a moment, but there was no turning back for either him or Ji Qi. Qi Qi, Hua Jin softly called. Ji Qi seemed unaware of anything unusual, panting into the phone. Hua Jin's tone resembled coaxing a child, you're holding your little rabbit now, aren't you? Ji Qi hummed softly, you are speaking. For a moment, Hua Jin startled, thinking Ji Qi had realized he wasn't the Gu he assumed. Feeling guilty, Hua Jin lowered his tone, what's wrong? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and Hua Jin began to feel anxious, thinking the call might have been disconnected. Just as he was about to check, he heard Ji Qi's voice by his ear. Darlings, the book title has changed. Attention, no lusting after the top tycoon's young master. The new cover will be out in 3 days. Keep an eye on your bookshelf so you don't miss it. The skin will be updated, or you might not find it otherwise. Chapter 29, Desire for Hua Jin. Listen carefully to the sticky tone, you talk, so beautifully. Hua Jin's tense heart relaxed a bit. Not discovered. Hua Jin felt relief for a moment but then grew even more worried about Ji Qi. He didn't know to what extent Ji Qi had become delirious. Qi Qi, Hua Jin's voice grew gentler, listen to me. Unfasten the purple ribbon on the bunny's ears. Ji Qi furrowed his brows and tried to mess with the rabbit's ears. Did it open? After a while, Ji Qi's voice came, it opened. Then Ji Qi's voice was evidently tinged with, my rabbit, is broken. It's broken. You compensate for it, Ji Qi said this clearly, the despondent tone making people want to hold and comfort him. Qi Qi, calm down, Hua Jin consoled softly. Calm down. The rabbit isn't broken, we'll tie the ribbon back on later. This seemed to help, Ji Qi wasn't as agitated anymore, though he still couldn't fully understand Hua Jin's meaning. You saw that little hole, right? There's a teardrop-shaped bracelet inside, take it out. Jin made his words as comprehensible as possible, especially for Ji Qi in this state. He must understand them. Did you get it? After about half a minute, Jin asked. Ji Qi followed Jin's words and searched within the hole in the rabbit's ear. Because of his weakness, Ji Qi's progress was very slow. A minute later, a soft sound arose. I got it. Ji Qi collapsed on the ground, holding the bracelet Jin had spoken about in his hand. The teardrop resembled a diamond, shining brighter than the lights around it. So beautiful. Do as I say, bite it into pieces. Crush that teardrop like quartz stone. Again came the gentle coaxing in his ears. Ji Qi caressed the quartz stone in his palm, it seemed like a pool of water inside, slightly swaying when moved. Trembling, Ji Qi brought the bracelet to his mouth and obediently bit into it. Because of his lack of strength, Ji Qi had to bite several times before finally crushing the quartz stone. At the very instant the teardrop quartz shattered. Powerful and aggressive cold sandalwood pheromones surged forth like sea wind and waves. They were so strong, almost overwhelming Ji Qi. The collapse of snow mountains, streams brushing past, endless snowy winds swirling around him. In the innermost part was the cold sandalwood. It smelled just like Jin. The cold, distant pheromones wrapped him up. Ji Qi breathed heavily, and that feeling of comfort wasn't self-rescue. It was like being reborn again. The taste was more intense than what Ji Qi had smelled when he was near Jin. As if it had been concentrated 100-fold. Fiery heat sinking into an icy abyss, as if even his strength returned a bit. How comfortable. Qi. After hearing no response for a long time, Jin called out deeply. Although Ji Qi felt at ease, his thoughts were still muddled. All he thought was how wonderful the sound from the other side was. I'm here. Ji Qi replied. Are you feeling better? Ji Qi held on to the little rabbit, eyes lowered, Jin let out a deep sigh, then tell me, what do you want to do now? What do you desire? That pheromone bracelet was placed inside by Jin beforehand, intended so Ji Qi wouldn't harm himself due to heat. As long as he held the rabbit, given the heightened sensitivity during the heat phase, he would certainly find it. Jin didn't want to hurt Ji Qi anymore. No matter the circumstances. Whatever choice Ji Qi made, he wanted to give him a way out. This started off as a pathological situation. And it was bound to remain pathological. An alpha in heat was easily angered and hard to console, with all their needs magnified tens of thousands of times. Jin wanted to know what Ji Qi was thinking right now. Ji Qi remained silent for a long time, then finally said, with both clarity and confusion, I want. Jin. Chapter 30, Be a Good Boy. Before Jin could recover from his subtle joy, Ji Qi suddenly shifted the topic. But I won't admit it. All right. Jin's voice became soft and tender, with more brightness in his tone. Now you can rest for a while. How about a nap? Ji Qi lightly pouted as he held the little rabbit. The current pheromone concentration would allow him to have a good sleep. Ji Qi frowned as he heard the voice like spring water on the other side again. Jin, where are you now? Ji Qi looked around and muttered, on the floor. Can you get up? Ji Qi tried to move slightly, I can get up. Do you want to lie down on the bed? The floor is cold. Jin coaxed softly. No. Ji Qi's tone was sticky at this moment and every word carried an invisible sweetness. Be a good boy and sleep on the bed. Jin's voice softened again. Suddenly, Ji Qi let out a soft laugh. Irrelevantly, he asked another question, why does your voice sound so much like Jin's? Could you keep me company and talk? Ji Qi added. Jin sighed lightly after hearing Ji Qi's words, feeling both grateful and helpless. At this moment, Ji Qi was dazed, perhaps unconsciously dependent on everything about himself. Jin said gently, then go to sleep on the bed, and I will keep you company and talk. If you don't listen, I will hang up the phone. I will be a good boy. After saying that, Ji Qi immediately got up wobbly and took a few unsteady steps. The whole body fell onto the bed. Jin. Ji Qi suddenly called Jin's name. But he seemed still to take the person on the other side as Gubojo. I am an alpha. Born to be one. Jin's hand gripping the mobile phone suddenly tightened a bit. You dislike Jin, right? Dislike Jin. Ji Qi's voice carried some choking sounds. I can't beat him. Beat him? What exactly is he thinking about? Jin rebutted, who says that? When you want to fight him, you can try any time. He will not fight back. The soft voice carried longing and sentiment. Ji Qi groaned, I'm afraid of him. Why? Jin asked seriously with sudden interest. It's scary that he likes me. Ji Qi's soft tone indicated slight unhappiness, but Jin wasn't happy hearing it. Then you continue being afraid of him. Jin said mischievously, narrowing his eyes. Ji Qi pursed his lips and felt a bit wronged, can you tell me a story? Ji Qi muddled thoughtfully that he liked this voice, it made him feel very calm. What do you want to hear? Hua Jin's embarrassing stories. Ji Qi answered quickly. At this moment, his confused brain was already unable to think clearly about various relationships. Nope, the other side refused. After speaking, Hua Jin walked to the book table inside the office and flipped through a collection of short stories. The Little Knight and the Pine Tree Prince, would you like to listen? Ji Qi, no. Home Education Evaluation. Ji Qi, no. Winter Hunting Night. Ji Qi, don't want to. Alpha Prison Laws. Ji Qi frowned, no. Hua Jin massaged his temples. Indeed true, alphas were exceptionally difficult to comfort after being marked. Wants what they want, no less. Hua Jin's embarrassing stories. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi's eyes brightened slightly. Okay. Thank goodness. Little cub. Hua Jin exhaled and began telling Ji Qi Hua Jin's embarrassing stories. Hua Jin glanced at the people passing by outside his office and coughed slightly. When Hua Jin was 7 years old, he fell into a ditch full of sewage outside his house. He came out covered in mud. A wolf dog came along just after he got ashore, and ran half a kilometer before falling into another ditch full of sewage. As Hua Jin listened to the laughter coming from the other end of the phone, he couldn't help but smile indulgently. The tenderness in his eyes rippled. You're laughing too loud. Hua Jin sighed helplessly and started recounting another embarrassing incident. When Hua Jin was 10 years old. During school time. Gradually, the breathing sounds from the other side became deeper. But whenever Hua Jin paused, Ji Qi would mumble sleepily and remind him to continue. Can't hang up the call. All right. Hua Jin answered earnestly, I won't hang up. Be a good boy. After letting out a hum, Ji Qi closed his eyes holding the little rabbit. The potent pheromones could last 2 hours. It would be hard to get through the next 3 days. But it would ensure Ji Qi wouldn't get hurt again. Even after Ji Qi fell asleep, Hua Jin still didn't hang up the phone. He listened to the faint breathing of the youth and lost focus on everything else. Hua Jin stood up, took the car keys and his coat, and left the lab. When he reached the building's lobby, he happened to see the security personnel moving items. Seeing Hua Jin, the security staff stopped at once. Director Hua, these are your belongings. There's no more space, so I plan to move them to the warehouse as before, then donate them all together later. Hua Jin slightly nodded. As he glanced sideways, he saw a letter placed atop the things in the security officer's arms. The man smiled when he noticed Hua Jin's gaze. This letter is from the young man who came with you last time. He mentioned something about your belongings before, but you said you didn't need them. Upon hearing this, Hua Jin approached and took the letter. Sternly, he said, from now on, anything he sends me, I want all of it. Oh, okay, got it, the security officer replied in surprise, immediately agreeing. Thank you. Hua Jin thanked him, holding the letter, then walked to the car. Inside the car, Hua Jin opened the letter from Ji Qi. It was even more surprising than expected. Casual, hastily written in just a few lines. Greetings to Hua Jin. My father asked me to thank you. Delivered. Respectfully, Ji Qi. Hua Jin looked at the letter where each character was as large as a fist, closing his eyes momentarily. At this moment, his silence thundered louder than any sound. It was obvious. Ji Qi had been forced to write this letter. Hua Jin carefully folded the letter back into the envelope. While tilting it slightly to place it inside, a wrapped fruit candy fell out. It landed directly into Hua Jin's palm. Under the illumination of the car's light, the colorful wrapping of the candy gleamed invitingly in the palm, warm and pleasant. It felt like capturing a rainbow suddenly. Hua Jin let out a sudden laugh and put the candy into his pocket. It was from Ji Qi. Feeling a little better, Hua Jin leaned back for a brief rest inside the car. He wanted to go to Ji Qi's villa entrance, but that wasn't what Ji Qi would wish to see. On the phone, Ji Qi's steady breathing continued intermittently deep and shallow. Hua Jin gazed at the brilliant lights outside, experiencing the first time he couldn't make a decision. 2 hours later, Ji Qi woke up again. After the concentrated pheromones dissipated, he grew increasingly restless. He was awakened by the heat. And this time, it seemed as if all rationality abandoned him completely, leaving only instinct to take over. Driven by a thought from deep within. The first thing Ji Qi thought of when he woke up was finding Hua Jin. To stay by his side, never to leave for even a moment. Ji Qi's current state was entirely different from when he was lucid. He abruptly sat up, mustering all his strength, stumbling toward the door like a madman. The previous apartment. No, that wasn't where he lived. CE Lab. That was where he worked. Hua Jin. Where is Hua Jin's home? Chapter 31. Ji Qi holds Hua Jin. Ji Qi's head was feeling dull, and he violently tugged at his collar. His heavy breathing and muffled sobs reached Hua Jin's ears. Inside the confined car, every sound was amplified 100-fold. Ji Qi. Hearing the unusual noise, Hua Jin called out to Ji Qi. But there was no response. Suddenly, a loud slamming sound came from the phone. Bang! Ji Qi. Ji Qi. Hua Jin furrowed his brows deeply as he started the car and drove towards Ji Qi's home. Ji Qi looked dazed as he rushed out of the Ji family villa. Seeing the quiet villa area, he shook his head vigorously. He didn't know where Hua Jin was. The instinctive desire within him only hoped that he would find him. Because he had not been soothed by pheromones for a long time, Ji Qi's heat period was already abnormally sensitive. At this moment, all of his senses were pushed to their limits. He wanted to find Hua Jin. He only wanted to find Hua Jin. But he couldn't. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't find him. The towering residential buildings spun around him like eagles. Ji Qi felt trapped, going in circles, unable to distinguish roads or trees. He even couldn't tell north from south or east from west. Ji Qi's eyes were tinged with faint bloodshot red, his whole body yearning for the cold purple sandalwood scent of those pheromones. It was as if he was deep in the ocean, about to suffocate, to drown at any second. It wasn't a simple case of self-rescue. At this moment, his heart had nothing but Hua Jin. It was as though they were deeply and truly in love, and he should naturally go find him. He thought about Hua Jin. So much. Desperately wanting to be by his side. Just wanting to be with him. Ji Qi ran against the wind, in unbearable pain, yet he did not stop. He tore at his clothes, but the biting cold breeze still made him feel as though his bones were burning. At this moment, Hua Jin, who was driving, heard no sound from the other end of the phone and became anxious. Hua Jin gripped the steering wheel so tightly that the veins in his hand bulged, and his car was speeding dangerously fast. The unanswered phone remained silent and lifeless. Hua Jin's breaths were heavy, his mind chaotic. As Hua Jin drove past a bar, he was drawn by the commotion outside. F***ck, this alpha is in heat. An alpha actually goes into heat, haha. How could an alpha possibly be in heat? You see how wanton he looks, tsk. From the side came noisy curses. It jolted Hua Jin's heart. Alpha. In heat. The voices continued loudly, harsh to hear, as a group surrounded one person. More onlookers gathered. Shall we send this alpha to the CE Research Institute for a study, haha, can you believe an alpha is in heat? So good-looking and promiscuous-looking, he really seems like he deserves it. His clothes are torn apart by himself. Each provocative sentence pointed at one individual, while a bold alpha taunted more and more deeply, brother, do I help you find a doctor? Hua Jin could see nothing from his car. But something inside screamed out, making his heart clench painfully. He slammed on the brakes, stopped by the roadside, then rushed over swiftly. Breaking through the crowd, just as he heard someone say if he needed Big Brother to help him. When he saw the subject of everyone's attention, Hua Jin felt an intense pang of sorrow deep within his chest, as though countless needles were repeatedly pricking it. There was no blood, but it hurt so much he couldn't speak. Ji Qi leaned listlessly against the ground, knees hugged tightly in an extremely insecure posture. His eyes were glazed with faint bloodshot streaks, damp strands stuck to his forehead, and even his fingertips were flushed. A strong type 2 heat pheromone specific to alphas spread from his body because it was too intense. It drew many alphas over. Once these alphas came near, they realized it wasn't an omega but an alpha in heat. Under normal circumstances, any omega in heat could ignite an alpha's lustful desires. And thus cause crimes. But Ji Qi's type 2 pheromones rendered all surrounding alphas unable to respond normally. They were silently immobilized. On him seemed to emanate a powerfully high-level pheromone that made all alphas tremble with fear. This pheromone was possessive and obsessive. Which meant, this alpha's heat period is only effective for one particular person. And obviously, he'd been abandoned. So he was alone, aimlessly collapsing on the street. Could it be that Enigma has abandoned him? Another voice reached Ji Qi's ears. His mind was exceptionally muddled, and he couldn't even be bothered to start a fight. But when he heard that sentence, his senses were magnified 100-fold. Hua Jin had abandoned him. It seemed to be true. He couldn't find Hua Jin. And Hua Jin wasn't looking for him either. His already reddened eyes grew hot. Hua Jin must have really abandoned him. Alphas marked by another alpha never end up well. This outcome matched exactly what he'd originally imagined. Because of this realization, Ji Qi suddenly started crying like a child. The choked sounds carried obvious sobs. His voice was loud as he was engulfed in emotions amplified 100-fold. Desolate and helpless, he was too upset to even speak. When he came to his senses, the surrounding cacophony had vanished. Raising his eyes, he saw several alphas sprawled out, moaning on the ground. Ah. You, ah. The alphas curled up on the ground, rolling and trembling. Another crack of bone echoed, accompanied by louder cries of pain. Aw. Meanwhile, the bystanders watching had scattered because of the scuffle, allowing the wind to come rushing in. Ji Qi's furrowed brows revealed his weariness as his gaze swept over. There was still one person standing. That man brutally stomped on someone's neck, shouting, "Scram!" The 5 or 6 alphas who had mocked Ji Qi were all beaten into paralysis by Hua Jin. He hadn't released any pheromones to suppress them. Instead, each punch landed solidly, leaving their noses bloody and faces bruised. Their heavy breathing was unmistakable. This clearly indicated the person from earlier on the ground, the alpha in heat, had something to do with him. He smelled like a regular person without a trace of pheromones, yet this superhuman strength and commanding presence made it hard for others to breathe. A once-in-a-century enigma, how could alphas not fear him? Upon hearing the word roll, the men felt a sense of relief. They quickly apologized and scrambled away. Hurry up. Go. People always flee danger at top speed. In the blink of an eye, where Ji Chi had just been surrounded by people was now empty. Ji Chi's hazy gaze made things unclear. When Hu Jin approached and crouched down halfway, a thick wave of soothing pheromones wrapped around him, carried by the evening breeze. Hu Jin took off his coat and draped it over Ji Chi's shoulders. He raised his fingertips gently to wipe away Ji Chi's tear stains. That tender voice almost instantly awakened Ji Chi. I'm sorry. Hu Jin's tone radiated boundless sympathy and heartache, those emotions set aside. More prominent was his self-reproach. Tear traces wiped clean, Ji Chi saw the person before him clearly. Glancing up, locking eyes with Hu Jin for 2 seconds, a sudden surge of intense gripped him like a tidal wave. Hu Jin. Hu Jin. Ji Chi hesitatingly called Hu Jin's name, unsure. His voice trembled, wavering lightly. It's me. Hu Jin, seeing Ji Chi's state, wanted nothing more than to tightly embrace him. Don't be afraid. Ji Chi's mind was foggy, everything stemmed from his heart. The moment he saw Hu Jin, he realized he was his enigma. And he hadn't abandoned him after all. Trembling slightly, Ji Chi raised his hand, tentatively circling Hu Jin's neck. His gleaming eyes carried a hint of fear. Ji Chi leaned entirely against Hu Jin, burying his head in his neck and softly sobbing. Hu Jin, sniffling, sniffle sniffle. Such pronounced crying tones were emotions Ji Chi would never display when fully conscious. When all vulnerabilities pile up, thoughts become ever more instinct-driven. Deep down, Ji Chi harbored a slight fear of Hu Jin. When this awareness was magnified 100-fold, it intensified his fear even further. He didn't throw himself blindly into Hu Jin's arms but instead embraced him cautiously. Fearing abandonment. There wasn't much movement, just holding on to the person. Afraid Hu Jin would push him away, his hands clutched firmly. The scent from Hu Jin's body tempted him, the cold sandalwood aroma transmitted through every pore. Ji Chi's head rubbed against Hu Jin's neck. Chapter 32, I Want to Kiss You. The warm breath brushed against Hu Jin's neck. Heartache made him numb. This was the first time Ji Chi had actively hugged Hu Jin, and a fiery heat coursed through Hu Jin's chest. He wasn't happy about it. Ji Chi, who was so proud, had become such a mess because of him. He gently stroked Ji Chi's shoulder and back. Hu Jin softly said again in a deep voice, I'm sorry. Ji Chi, hearing Hu Jin's voice, felt an immense sense of relief. I couldn't find you. Ji Chi's voice was thick with emotion, his sobbing dragging out the tone of his words. I couldn't find you anywhere. Hu Jin wanted to look at Ji Chi's face when he heard these words. As he grabbed Ji Chi's shoulders, Ji Chi instinctively thought Hu Jin was going to push him away. Instead, he held on to him even tighter. Realizing that Ji Chi lacked security, Hu Jin gently coaxed him, it's all my fault. Did I scare you earlier? Ji Chi shook his head slightly against Hu Jin's neck. No. A group of low-level alphas. Alphas who are useless, they can't even defeat me. I don't want to fight. I want to find Hu Jin. I want to find Hu Jin. These long drawn-out words were spoken intermittently by Ji Chi. None of his panic stemmed from others but rather from not being able to find Hu Jin. He wanted Hu Jin. Let me see your face. Hu Jin gently patted Ji Chi's back while comforting him. Upon hearing these words, Ji Chi moved slightly away from Hu Jin. But they were still close. He lifted his head to meet Hu Jin's gaze. The cold eyes that always gleamed with aloofness were now soft, his face glowing with a faint peach-colored blush. His pale lips were conspicuously red today, enticing him to taste them. Hu Jin's breathing became heavier. He raised his hand to touch Ji Chi's face, gently caressing it. Ji Chi looked at Hu Jin in front of him. The intense pheromones emitted from Hu Jin infiltrated everywhere. He wanted to be close to Hu Jin. An idea deeply rooted in his heart. He wanted to hold him. Does it still hurt? Hu Jin asked tenderly. The moment the words left his mouth, the intensity of those pheromones grew even stronger. Ji Chi tugged on Hu Jin's collar, his lips slightly parted. Then, with a drowsy expression, he leaned forward and kissed Hu Jin's lips. The active response from Ji Chi sent shivers throughout Hu Jin's body. That light and warm touch burned straight through his heart, causing tremors throughout his entire body. Even his fingertips buzzed with electricity. For a moment, time stood still, and yet it seemed much longer than just a moment. Hu Jin's hands gripping Ji Chi suddenly tightened. Ji Chi's kiss was brief, a mere light taste, so fast that Hu Jin hadn't fully reacted before the warmth had faded. This way, it doesn't hurt anymore. The boy's hazy eyes sparkled like a sea of stars, drawing a reaction from Hu Jin. Hua Jin cupped Ji Qi's face, suppressing not only his own words, "Do you know what you just did?" Ji Qi's gaze slightly dimmed, his eyelashes fluttering ever so slowly. "I want to kiss you." Ji Qi once more hesitantly embraced Hua Jin. "Don't leave me here." Hua Jin took a deep breath. Ji Qi had taken kissing as a way to please him, fearing Hua Jin might abandon him. Hua Jin rubbed Ji Qi's head, "I will not leave you." Never would he do that. He lowered his eyes slightly, whispering gently near Ji Qi's ear, "Shall we go home?" Ji Qi grabbed the back of Hua Jin's neck with both hands and nodded. He leaned completely on Hua Jin, showing no intention of moving himself, wanting nothing but constant contact. Hua Jin picked him up, holding him by the waist and placed him in the car. At this moment, Ji Qi's dependence on Hua Jin reached its peak. He refused to sit alone in the passenger seat under any circumstances. Looking at Ji Qi pulling him tightly, Hua Jin's patience increased somewhat. He gently sat Ji Qi down on the passenger seat without making him let go and lightly coaxed. "You behave well, sit by yourself for a few minutes, and then I'll hold you again, okay?" Ji Qi, whose hands were still wrapped around Hua Jin's neck, didn't let go. As if letting go meant the person in front of him would disappear. "I can't drive if you keep holding me." Ji Qi rested his head against Hua Jin's shoulder and shook his head. "Be good." Ji Qi continued to shake his head. "It's only 5 minutes until we arrive, can you sit nicely for a little while?" Hua Jin deliberately shortened the mentioned time. Hearing this, Ji Qi thought Hua Jin was going to leave him behind, unable to process too much information at once. "No." After some coaxing from Hua Jin, Ji Qi finally relented somewhat. Ji Qi loosened his grip on Hua Jin's hands, pursed his lips, and obediently sat down properly in the end. Hua Jin tenderly rubbed Ji Qi's cheeks. "Be a good boy, I'm right here next to you, I haven't left." Ji Qi clutched Hua Jin's coat to his chest, not replying to Hua Jin's words. He seemed a little upset. Hua Jin caressed Ji Qi's hair near his ear and placed a kiss on his forehead. Ji Qi's cheeks were slightly puffed out after being kissed. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead. This gesture couldn't help but make Hua Jin chuckle. What could he do? How could someone be so cute? After closing the car door, Hua Jin got into the driver's seat from the other side. It would take about half an hour from here to his residence. Hua Jin drove fast, glancing at Ji Qi who wouldn't let go of his clothes. He pulled out a piece of candy from somewhere and handed it to Ji Qi. Ji Qi, wrapped in the clothes, refused to take it. "Alphas, don't eat candy." Hua Jin took the chance to get closer as he fastened Ji Qi's seatbelt. "Then what do you want?" The warm breath tickled around Ji Qi's cheek, making Hua Jin seem much more effective than the clothes. Ji Qi lifted his weak hand to touch the protruding Adam's apple of Hua Jin. Circling, lightly tracing, touching the bone. Chapter 33, Heartache. Ji Qi's weary eyes gleamed with greed and endless possession. Hua Jin's Adam's apple rolled up and down, Ji Qi's fingers curved, moving up and down with the rolling Adam's apple. "You." Hua Jin's eyes were lowered, "Remember what you're saying now." After securing Ji Qi's seatbelt, he sat properly in the driving seat and let out a long sigh where Ji Qi couldn't see. His fists tightened. Hua Jin glanced sideways at Ji Qi, turning on some music and playing a soothing song. Ji Qi looked over, watching the music playback screen inside the car. He mumbled sleepily in protest, "Alphas should listen to rock." Hua Jin. If Ji Qi dies later, people will say he was marked. He could definitely jump out of his coffin to claim he's an alpha. Hua Jin furrowed his brows. Playing rock music with Ji Qi in such a dazed state. Never mind, do as he pleases. Hua Jin turned on a dynamic rock song. The atmosphere within the car became exhilarating instantly. But Ji Qi lacked spirit, it felt like countless dead people were dancing before him. He raised his hand to pick the music on the display screen himself, choosing for a long time until he picked one he liked. Hua Jin listened to the sound while holding back laughter. It was the theme song from a French movie. He was certain Ji Qi only liked the melody. And had no idea about its meaning. Ji Qi hugged his clothes, burying his nose into the collar. The faint scent paled in comparison to Hua Jin's by far. Not long after, Ji Qi visibly became increasingly irritable. Hua Jin looked at Ji Qi who was glaring at him, and drove faster on his own accord. It was about half an hour drive from here to his residence. Hua Jin didn't have high requirements for where he lived, as long as it was quiet and comfortable, that was enough. The current house he was living in was simply provided by the CE laboratory. He also didn't spend much time there. After detailed calculation, more of his time was spent sleeping in the lab. Considering Hua Jin liked quiet, this house was farther away from the city center, and the overall decoration was simple. Except for necessary items, there were virtually no other things. Thus making it appear exceptionally spacious. It lacked any feeling of home. White cold walls looked chilly everywhere. The half-hour journey took Hua Jin only over 10 minutes to complete. After parking the car at the entrance, he walked to the passenger side and opened the door. "Ji Qi. Shall I carry you down?" Ji Qi had already twisted the clothes in his hands into numerous creases. Upon hearing this sentence, his eyes lit up immediately. He wrapped himself in the clothing and circled Hua Jin's neck actively. Hua Jin lifted him horizontally. After carrying him into the house, the indoor lights illuminated, and the overly spacious environment seemed lonely. Comparatively speaking, while Ji Qi's place was warm, Hua Jin's home was so simple it resembled a model room. Everything was simple but revealed strictness. Ji Qi buried his head in Hua Jin's chest, wanting to be closer to the person in front of him, even closer. When Hua Jin attempted again to place him on the sofa, he failed yet again. Like a sloth, Ji Qi hung on to him. Having learned from the previous lesson, Ji Qi refused to get off Hua Jin's body. "I'll get you a glass of water." Ji Qi shook his head. "Don't you want water?" Usually, Ji Qi should be severely dehydrated at this moment. Ji Qi nodded and said wearily, "I want." Hua Jin pointed at the sofa, "Then you sit there, and I'll go get you some water, okay?" Ji Qi shook his head and held on to him tighter. Hua Jin thought alphas during heat periods would cling, but hadn't expected them to be this clingy. Sensing that Hua Jin wanted to leave him behind again, Ji Qi firmly grabbed onto Hua Jin's clothes, refusing to let go. In the end, Hua Jin gave in, wrapping his arms around Ji Qi's hips and carrying him in front of himself as he fetched warm water for Ji Qi. Ji Qi's feet dangled loosely, swinging lightly in satisfaction. His head scraped against Hua Jin's neck. Hua Jin's kitchen had hardly been used. The open countertop was made of gray-white tiles, with a large vegetable and fruit processing area in the middle. Hua Jin dragged him by the hips and placed him on the counter. "Then you stay here, I'll fetch water. You can watch me here." Ji Qi still wouldn't agree. Even with such a short distance just now, Ji Qi still felt uncomfortable all over. He refused. Ji Qi clutched onto Hua Jin's hand, crossing his legs and encircling him. Sitting on the counter, he gazed resentfully at Hua Jin. "No." Hua Jin sighed and extended his hand toward Ji Qi. Ji Qi immediately embraced him again, rubbing affectionately. He looked just like a kitten with padded paws. In the end, Hua Jin had to face and hold Ji Qi with difficulty as he fetched the water, then made his way to the sofa. This time his voice carried a tone of severity, "Get down. I'll sit next to you." After a few seconds of silence, Ji Qi let go of Hua Jin. Hua Jin handed the water cup to Ji Qi and sat down next to him. Ji Qi took the cup, finished drinking, and then naturally handed it back to Hua Jin. Hua Jin lifted his hand and wiped off the water stains near Ji Qi's lips. After wiping clean, he couldn't help but lightly graze Ji Qi's soft lips. So soft, so fragrant. Hua Jin glanced down at Ji Qi, observing the disheveled clothes he pulled at, revealing the reddened collarbone beneath. There were several noticeable scratch marks on the collarbone, likely from Ji Qi clawing himself in frustration. Hua Jin pulled out a can of ointment from under the coffee table in front of the sofa. With gentle fingers, he scooped some and carefully applied it to Ji Qi's collarbone. The coolness of the ointment made Ji Qi involuntarily shiver. A soft sound escaped his throat. Hua Jin hesitated mid-motion. "Young master. Who taught you to call me that? Applying ointment is like moaning." Ji Qi's gaze was hazy as he called out again, "Ah." Hua Jin's lips tightened slightly, his eyes turning stern. "Don't make a sound." He quickened his pace while applying the ointment. Throughout the process, Ji Qi never took his eyes off Hua Jin. For Ji Qi, this distance was still too far. Once Hua Jin was done applying the ointment, Ji Qi immediately threw himself into his arms again. Hua Jin pushed Ji Qi gently aside, speaking softly, "Let me see your hands." Ji Qi let out a whimper like a small cat, reluctant. Because his awareness had shifted to dependency, Ji Qi could not bear the thought of Hua Jin pushing him away. Without hesitation, Hua Jin grabbed Ji Qi's left hand and turned it over slightly, exposing 3 obvious needle marks on his wrist due to the suppressant injection. Thanks to the suppressant, Ji Qi now lacked intense desire. He only wished to stay by Hua Jin's side. Hua Jin felt a deep pang of pain in his chest. These needle marks were evidence of Ji Qi's wish to keep his distance. A sharp ache shot through his heart, mocking himself, even loathing himself. "Hua Jin, you're utterly rotten." Hua Jin glanced at Ji Qi. He didn't know how Ji Qi would feel once he was fully awake. Hua Jin tenderly stroked the needle marks, still red-tinged. "Does it hurt?" Hua Jin's words sounded calm, but there was clear suffering in his eyes. Ji Qi raised his hand to stroke Hua Jin's slightly furrowed brows. "No pain." Hua Jin picked up a cotton swab soaked in alcohol and wiped it around Ji Qi's needle puncture sites. "Good that it doesn't hurt." Hua Jin removed Ji Qi's shoes, swapped them for a clean pair of socks he'd warmed up beforehand, and put them on Ji Qi's feet. Ji Qi curled up on the sofa, nestled in Hua Jin's embrace. Every time Hua Jin moved, Ji Qi followed. When Hua Jin moved left, he went left, when Hua Jin went right, he went right. He refused to budge an inch away. Ji Qi wrapped his arms around Hua Jin's waist, resting contentedly against him, drifting off into a peaceful sleep before long. When he opened his eyes again, Hua Jin was making a phone call. Ji Qi looked up just as Hua Jin hung up. Ji Qi fidgeted slightly in Hua Jin's arms. Since Ji Qi had been asleep, Hua Jin had retracted some of his pheromones. As soon as Ji Qi woke up, he became restless. He propped himself up slightly and directly swung himself to straddle Hu Jin's thighs. Ji Qi straddled Hu Jin, his hands weakly supporting themselves on Hu Jin's shoulders as he mumbled sleepily. I want. Chapter 34, I'm difficult. Hu Jin's whole body froze for a moment. Ji Qi swayed unsteadily. Hu Jin supported Ji Qi's waist to prevent him from falling. Ji Qi furrowed his brows slightly, and his face looked obediently innocent. The usually cold and shadowy eyes appeared less inaccessible. That sharp aura was completely masked by the softness of this moment. Ji Qi moved a bit, his hands encircling Hu Jin's neck. He leaned his entire self against Hu Jin. Hu Jin naturally understood what Ji Qi meant. Soothing pheromones were released, cool winds drifting through the icy mountain peaks. Ji Qi comfortably rubbed himself against Hu Jin. Ji Qi raised his hand to touch Hu Jin's side neck. Just as an omega cannot mark an alpha cannot mark an enigma either. An enigma is a top-level natural predator. Not only can it not be marked with a bite, even touching constitutes crossing a line. Hu Jin did not stop Ji Qi. For some unknown reason, Ji Qi suddenly lifted his head and gently kissed Hu Jin on the side of the neck. Hu Jin's heart constricted. It burned like hot cinders searing into his skin. Suddenly, Hu Jin firmly grabbed Ji Qi's shoulders, pulling him slightly away. A tinge of danger lurked deep within his profound eyes. Hu Jin gazed at Ji Qi as his sensual Adam's apple rolled up and down. He tried hard to regulate his emotions. But it was futile. Ji Qi's fingers tightened, gripping onto the front of Hu Jin's shirt. Hu Jin embraced Ji Qi around the waist and set him gently aside. Ji Qi curled up on the sofa. And he stared directly at Hu Jin, saying nothing. His pouting look seemed to be questioning why Hu Jin had done that. You don't hold me. Ji Qi pressed his lips together, even his anger coming off as gentle. You don't hold me. Hu Jin's usual calm expression faded. You've taken the suppressant. He didn't want Ji Qi to regret later when sober. He didn't want Ji Qi to hate him any more than necessary. Those 3 doses of suppressants. Each one stemmed from disdain. Since things had already gone so badly, there was no need to make them worse. Hu Jin reached out and touched Ji Qi's face, asking softly, Are you hungry? Thick pheromones lingered around Ji Qi, distracting his thoughts. What would you like to eat? Shall I make it for you? Hu Jin's voice was always so gentle. The low, magnetic tone sounded like warm spring rain on smooth stones, incredibly soothing. Ji Qi lifted his hand to cup Hu Jin's face and shook his head. He stared straight into Hu Jin's eyes. I want you to hold me. Hu Jin's hand moved with both compromise and indulgence. Then you mustn't move around recklessly. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi nodded seriously and snuggled back into Hu Jin's embrace. Hu Jin gently petted Ji Qi's head. Though it may have been useless, he still searched in the medical kit and found a fever patch for Ji Qi. After applying it to Ji Qi's forehead, Ji Qi violently shook his head. With this on, I'd look ridiculous. Hu Jin frowned, scratching Ji Qi's nose lightly. Not ridiculous. Quite cute, actually. At this moment, Ji Qi listened intently to everything Hu Jin said. If instructed not to move recklessly, he complied more cautiously. Told that he looked cute, he stayed still with the fever patch. Ji Qi saw the first aid box Hu Jin had opened on the table, catching sight of an antiseptic bandage. Ji Qi picked it up, tore open the packaging, and stuck it on Hu Jin's neck. In the process, he carefully blew softly on it with his mouth. And couldn't help but proudly instruct, I've marked you. Hu Jin chuckled despite himself, finally understanding why Ji Qi had kissed him before. He was just too adorable. Looking seriously at Ji Qi, Hu Jin's voice became tender yet irresistibly sexy. If you've marked me, then you'll need to take responsibility. Master Ji. Hu Jin pinched Ji Qi's cheeks. I'm difficult, Ji Qi replied. Chapter 35, I'm here. Ji Qi did not respond to Hu Jin's words. Instead, he raised his hand and cupped Hu Jin's face. His fingertips caressed Hu Jin's cheeks as his thumb lightly touched the other's lips. The youth pressed his hand against Hu Jin's jawline and suddenly kissed him. Hu Jin's breathing deepened with each passing moment. Qi. Qi. Hu Jin gently pushed Ji Qi away. The scent of plum wine mingled with cold sandalwood in the air, fluctuating between strong and faint. Ji Qi's tender voice circled around Hu Jin's ears. Hu Jin's dark eyes revealed both tenderness and a wild, untamable nature. After tearing off the false pretenses, they were left raw and broken beyond repair. Seeing Hu Jin this way, Ji Qi's eyes filled with sorrow once again. You said you wouldn't move around recklessly, Hu Jin spoke gravely. Be a good boy. Ji Qi slightly puffed out his cheeks but remained obedient, leaning into Hu Jin's embrace without further motion. That night, Ji Qi stayed close to Hu Jin for the entire evening. But by the next day, the effects of the suppressant medication had completely worn off. Everything went haywire. Hu Jin couldn't bear imagining Ji Qi like that. He also saw a different side of Ji Qi, a seductive allure. And Hu Jin himself was no gentleman. No one can maintain a facade for too long. All things became intolerable. The youth shivered uncontrollably all over. Hu Jin grasped Ji Qi's chin. You want to kiss me, don't you? Ji Qi's hands lay atop his head while one leg was slightly bent. At the exact moment those words escaped, warm lips came down, cutting off the end of Ji Qi's complaint. Hu Jin. Hu Jin's hand grazed lightly along Ji Qi's waist. I'm here. Don't be afraid. When Ji Qi woke up again, Hu Jin was gone. There was only a faint trail of pheromones left beside him. Upon opening his eyes, Ji Qi frantically searched everywhere for Hu Jin. He had slept in Hu Jin's master bedroom, but there wasn't even residual warmth on one side. As soon as Ji Qi's heightened senses realized this, a feeling of helplessness and panic immediately swept through every nerve in his body. He was scared. Not seeing Hu Jin made him feel terrified. Enduring the discomfort in his body, Ji Qi threw back the blanket and ran out barefoot. The cold tiles felt bone-chilling beneath his feet. Ji Qi looked for Hu Jin throughout the large house. After searching every room, the kitchen, balcony, bathroom, every possible corner, he still didn't find Hu Jin. Standing in the living room, Ji Qi felt an overwhelming dizziness overcome him. Without finding any trace of Hu Jin, Ji Qi's chest rose and fell erratically, his mind racing with anxiety, feeling utterly helpless. He collapsed onto the floor in complete exhaustion. On the sofa in the living room, there was one of Hu Jin's coats. Upon spotting it, Ji Qi grabbed it and hugged it tightly to his chest. The pheromones left on the coat were thin and weak. Ji Qi didn't like it. Clutching the coat, Ji Qi curled up on the floor, holding on to what little security he had left. Even the wind could take it away. A few minutes later, the sound of a door opening broke the silence. Just then, Hu Jin returning home from outside caught sight of Ji Qi sitting on the floor hugging the coat. In his hands, Hu Jin carried 2 bags of vegetables, the plain white plastic bags clashing strangely with his otherworldly, detached demeanor. Hearing the sound, Ji Qi lifted his unfocused gaze. The moment he saw Hu Jin, he almost unsteadily sprang up and ran toward him. Hu Jin frowned upon seeing Ji Qi running barefoot. The moment Ji Qi reached him, Hu Jin lifted Ji Qi effortlessly with one arm. Ji Qi's reddened feet left the cold ground. With a slight reprimand, Hu Jin whispered, "It's cold on the floor." Ji Qi wrapped his arms around Hu Jin's neck and buried his head into the side of Hu Jin's neck. Softly, silently clinging to him. Trembling slightly, Hu Jin's grip tightened around Ji Qi. Damn it, he's upset. Chapter 36, Humor him. Hu Jin coughed lightly and started to explain, I went to buy groceries. I didn't wake you because you were sleeping soundly just now. Ji Qi moved slightly but did not respond. He was wearing Hu Jin's clothes today. Part of Ji Qi's clothes had been torn apart by himself. The other part was torn by Hu Jin. He wore one of Hu Jin's white long-sleeve shirts. The sleeves and collar were a bit big on him, making him look unusually petite. Not only were his shoes missing. Hu Jin embraced Ji Qi, feeling his warm skin. Ji Qi exuded more melancholy at the moment, appearing disheveled. It seemed like he was genuinely upset. Hu Jin curved his index finger and seeing that Ji Qi didn't respond, became even more anxious. In this state, it would be impossible to take Ji Qi out. But there really was nothing left to eat in the house. Before leaving, Hu Jin deliberately waited until Ji Qi fell into a deep sleep before stepping out. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Qi still woke up. Are you mad? Hu Jin lowered his eyes. All he saw was the back of Ji Qi's head. Let me take a look. Hu Jin said gently. Ji Qi moved his head, burying it deeper, clearly unwilling. Hu Jin furrowed his eyebrows slightly, holding the groceries with one hand and hugging Ji Qi towards the kitchen with the other. After placing the groceries on the stove, he carried Ji Qi back to the living room. He must humor him first before cooking. Hu Jin softly placed Ji Qi on the sofa, squatting down in front of him. He grasped Ji Qi's hands. I'm sorry, I should have told you before going out. Can you stop being angry? Hu Jin raised his hand and gently brushed away a few strands of hair covering Ji Qi's eyelids, his tender fingertips brushing against his skin. Ji Qi almost instantly grabbed Hu Jin's hand, holding it tightly. Hu Jin could not help but chuckle softly, stroking Ji Qi's hand. Were you scared again? I'll be back soon, so I didn't wake you. I'm sorry, Hu Jin said gently. Then, he leaned up slightly and pressed a kiss to Ji Qi's lips. I'll let you know whenever I leave from now on, okay? Ji Qi shook his head frowning. Hu Jin kissed Ji Qi again, eliciting a passionate response. Hu Jin released him, only for Ji Qi to pull Hu Jin's shirt collar, speaking word by word near his ear. Hu Jin chuckled softly, picking Ji Qi up and heading to the bedroom. The water boiling in the kitchen roiled in hot waves. When they came out from the room, Ji Qi became a little more obedient. He clutched onto Hu Jin's clothes, patiently waiting as Hu Jin cooked. Ji Qi curled up on the couch in the living room, finding a perfect spot where he could see Hu Jin through the window. He rested his head on the couch, watching the kitchen. Hu Jin's physique was exceptional, the white dress shirt accentuated his evenly developed muscles, perfectly defined waistline and powerful back. Even without taking off his clothes, his chiseled figure was unmistakably impeccable. Slightly rolled-up cuffs revealed his brawny forearms, and his long legs were nothing short of comic book perfect proportions. To Ji Qi, every angle looked better than the last. He glanced at the phone lying on the sofa, which was Hu Jin's. Ji Qi attempted to turn it on, it wasn't locked. He opened the camera app and took a few pictures of Hu Jin. After taking them, he opened the album to check, and during flipping through, found a picture of himself. At a restaurant, cheeks puffed while eating something, resembling a hamster. Ji Qi smiled with bent eyebrows and eyes. Seeing his own photo on Hu Jin's phone made him inexplicably happy. His heart was filled with warmth. With another thought, Ji Qi reopened the camera, turning the lens towards himself. Through the camera lens, he could clearly see the side of his neck, his collarbone. Some parts were red, others purplish red, while the newly appeared ones were a soft pink. Ji Qi snapped quite a few selfies on the sofa. They could rival intimate photos. He even set one as Hu Jin's wallpaper. The one chosen was the one taken by Hu Jin himself. When Hu Jin emerged, he noticed Ji Qi playing with his phone. Ji Qi handed the phone over to Hu Jin. Hu Jin looked at the new wallpaper, slightly surprised. He ruffled Ji Qi's hair, saying, "Thank you." Indeed, Hu Jin liked that picture and had considered setting it as his wallpaper, but thought it might upset Ji Qi. Thus, when Ji Qi gave him the phone, he said, "Thank you. I like it very much." As Hu Jin flipped through the photos, he realized Ji Qi had opened the camera feature and browsed through the pictures inside. He suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Hu Jin abruptly turned over, flipping through the photos Ji Qi had just taken. Each one was enough to make someone blush and skip a heartbeat. Hu Jin quickly turned off the screen. Before extinguishing the screen, he swiftly set several of the pictures as private. He turned around and looked at Ji Qi, "Who taught you these things?" Ji Qi tilted his head, his eyes weary but irresistibly alluring, "You. These moves, you taught me." Before he could finish speaking, Hu Jin covered his mouth, "You're not allowed to take such pictures in the future, understand?" Ji Qi lowered his head to look at himself, "Am I not attractive?" Hu Jin took a deep breath, "You are attractive, but others aren't supposed to see." Ji Qi pressed his lips together, "Can't you see them either?" Hu Jin paused for a moment, put the phone in the drawer under the coffee table, and directly changed the subject, "Let's eat." Ji Qi stretched out his hand towards Hu Jin, who glanced at the dining table. It was only a dozen meters from the living room to the dining table. He pinched Ji Qi's face, "Do you really have to be carried every step?" Without waiting for a response, he picked him up directly. Hu Jin cooked all kinds of Xinjiang dishes. Ji Qi had been exhausted and was now short on strength. Looking at the table full of his favorite dishes, Ji Qi's appetite came back. Hu Jin picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish and fed Ji Qi. Ji Qi was full of admiration for how good it was. Ji Qi seriously looked at Hu Jin, "No cooking for anyone else." Hu Jin was amused by Ji Qi's seriousness, his lips slightly curling into an attractive curve. Gently responding to Ji Qi's words, "Only for you." Hearing this, Ji Qi was satisfied and gave Hu Jin a kiss, "That's your reward." Hu Jin chuckled softly and raised his hand to touch the side of his face kissed by Ji Qi. "There's more rewards later." After the meal, Hu Jin put the bowls in the dishwasher. Unknown to him, Ji Qi had somehow moved behind him. The plum wine smelled intoxicating and dizziness-inducing. TSK. Chapter 37, Qi's Reward. Qi is terrifying now. 100 times more terrifying than an omega. Hu Jin wiped his clean hands and turned from the stove, only to meet Qi's rough gaze. Qi pulled at Hu Jin's sleeve, speaking half a sentence that was long and incomprehensible. Hu Jin lowered his head slightly, leaned forward to make eye contact, and his baritone voice was incredibly alluring at this moment. "What do you want?" Qi stood on tiptoe and kissed Hu Jin's lips. Hu Jin held the person's waist and carried them onto the countertop. His expression afterward became serious as he furrowed his brow, "Hungry again?" Qi looked down, raising his foot to touch Hu Jin's waist. "I don't want to eat what we just had. Make me something new." "Cooking takes a lot of time," Hu Jin chuckled lightly. "Any rewards?" Qi wrapped his arms around Hu Jin's shoulders and pressed a kiss to his lips. "Yes." Hu Jin clasped Qi's waist, responding to the kiss with utmost gentleness. "Not enough. I'll teach you." Hu Jin's name gradually changed in Qi's mouth from clarity into a murmured complaint. "Hu Jin. Hu Jin." Qi knocked over the kitchen rack, the clattering sound blending with their warm whispers. "I don't want to eat this. What can I do?" Young master has no choice. The additional meal was a sandwich and milk. Qi was required to finish the milk. Milk is nutritious. Sugar added, it's not gamey. After persuading for quite some time, Hu Jin finally got Qi to unwillingly drink the milk. Qi gripped the milk glass, frowning. Hu Jin lied to him. The milk wasn't sugared, and it was gamey. To avoid listening to Hu Jin's nagging anymore, Qi intentionally spilled half of the full glass of milk and hastily drank a big gulp, splashing some on his face. Hu Jin wiped Qi's face with a tissue. You did it on purpose. Qi licked the corner of his mouth. That's right. Naughty brat. Hu Jin carried the person to the living room. The clothes would have to be changed, they were soaked. He took out a clean outfit for Qi from the room. It was something he had bought according to Qi's size when he went out earlier. After dressing the person properly, Hu Jin reheated the milk for Qi. You must finish it before I hold you. Hu Jin said seriously. This statement was extremely intimidating to Qi at this moment. Humph, he let out a slight snort, and reluctantly drank the milk. Hu Jin took the computer out from the study. He sat next to Qi, raised the smart coffee tabletop, and began working. Thinking that Qi would stay quiet after eating his fill. 10 minutes later, Qi started causing trouble again. Qi had originally been leaning against Hu Jin. Suddenly, he removed Hu Jin's hand and straddled Hu Jin. Realizing that Hu Jin was working, Qi didn't act excessively but merely hugged himself without moving any further. The fine hair brushed softly against Hu Jin's neck, carrying such a large weight on his body. Trying to work peacefully was evidently impossible. An overly clingy alpha also had its downsides. For instance, his upcoming video conference needed to be cancelled. Hu Jin rubbed Qi's head, softening his tone as he asked, "What's wrong?" Qi's warm breath gently struck Hu Jin, a muffled voice sounding with a trace of dissatisfaction, "Too far away." Hu Jin grunted affirmatively, "Then stop moving, wait until I'm done with my work, and then I'll accompany you." Qi hummed cutely in response. Despite that, Qi couldn't last until Hu Jin finished his work. He felt like he had waited forever. The sky turned dark, yet Hu Jin continued working. Qi suddenly became impatient and slapped the computer screen shut. Bang! Qi stared directly at Hu Jin, discovering that Hu Jin only wore glasses while working. With glasses on, Hu Jin exuded a more refined and elegant temperament that became more pronounced over time. Qi reached up to take off Hu Jin's gold-rimmed glasses. "You lied to me." Hu Jin pushed the laptop aside and locked eyes with Qi. His gaze grew dangerous. Qi appeared aggrieved, thinking that Hu Jin was angry. Hu Jin became truly frightening when he was serious. Qi handed the glasses back to Hu Jin. "Bad Enigma." Hu Jin pinched Qi's nose. "Bad Alpha, I should thank you for shutting down my computer, plus using shortcut keys to delete my files." After saying that, Hu Jin picked up Qi and entered the bedroom. "You're doomed." Indeed. By the time Hu Jin emerged again, it was already midnight. Hu Jin had a summary document to write and went to the living room after coaxing Qi to sleep. Half an hour later, he saw Qi stepping out of the room barefoot again. Hu Jin suddenly propped his head on his hand at the temples. "Save me." Too terrifying. His alpha was too terrifying. Chapter 38, Awakened. Qi ran to Hu Jin's side. Once again, he closed Hu Jin's laptop. He grabbed Hu Jin's hand and placed it on himself. "Brother." Hu Jin's gaze fell on Qi's slightly swollen lips as he embraced Qi by the nape and kissed him. Qi wrapped his arms around Hu Jin's neck, his fingers growing warm. Before Hu Jin could close his eyes, dawn had already arrived. He bathed Qi and dried his hair. While blow-drying, Qi clung tightly to Hu Jin. Water droplets from his hair soaked all over Hu Jin. It was the third day. Just like the previous 2 days, Qi stayed right beside Hu Jin. He followed Hu Jin's every word without question. Hu Jin managed to handle work issues whenever he could spare some time. Because of Qi, a 1-hour workload was dragged out for an entire day. That night, after coaxing Qi to sleep, Hu Jin covered him with blankets and pressed a kiss to his forehead. He glanced at the clock on the bedside table, 3:50 a.m. Hu Jin rubbed Qi's head and gave him another light kiss. Dawn was approaching. A deep gloom lay hidden in Hu Jin's eyes, lifeless and sourceless. His tranquil pupils gradually turned into an abyss of stillness. At 7:20 a.m., Qi woke up. After fluttering several times, his long eyelashes slowly opened his heavy eyes. The first sensation Qi felt was suffocation. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. When all the images surged fiercely back into his mind. Qi's eyes filled with anger, extreme, overwhelming anger. Qi suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles turned white from the pressure. Why did it have to be so terrifying? He had become the powerless weakling, controlled by others. Right now, he experienced this reality firsthand. He had no way out. He couldn't do anything about it. Qi found himself increasingly ridiculous. He despised this lack of control over himself. All Qi remembered after that moment was being cursed at by a group of alphas. Over 2 decades of pride nurtured at the top had been shattered into pieces. Qi closed his eyes briefly and sighed deeply. Too laughable. Too laughable. After regaining his composure, Qi remained motionless on the bed for half an hour. That wasn't him. Just as carnivores eating raw meat, it was natural, not optional. And the mastermind behind all of this, it was Hu Jin. With this thought, Ji Qi's anger towards Hu Jin flared up once again to its peak. As he got up and walked toward the door outside the bedroom, his cold expression turned even colder upon seeing Hu Jin. Hu Jin was in the kitchen when he heard the sound and turned. Neither of them said a word. Ji Qi approached Hu Jin step by step. An invisible yet tumultuous wave rippled through the air. His icy eyes were cold to the bone, as Ji Qi stopped beside Hu Jin. Hu Jin was making breakfast for both of them. "You're awake." Hu Jin spoke first, his voice calm and steady. Chapter 39, You Like Me, Right? Ji Qi's eyes became cold and detached, his brows lifting with severity as though standing in a high position to interrogate. With precise and ironic tone that made one feel like walking on thorns, he asked, "You like me, right?" Hu Jin gently rubbed the tips of his fingers, looking at Ji Qi before him. He believed his mindset was well adjusted. In a gentle voice, he said, "I don't deny it." Ji Qi's chest rose and fell heavily, his hand clenched into a fist. Unable to fight against. With deep and long breaths, Ji Qi said, "Don't take these past few days seriously. 9 parts desire, 0 sincerity." Hu Jin pressed his lips into a straight line as the haze in the air seemed to hinder his view of Ji Qi, but still, he responded, "I know." The anger in Ji Qi's expression transformed into a heavy derisive laugh. "Both being adults, what we've done is already done, there's no need to take it too seriously." Hu Jin's eyes flickered slightly as he murmured, Our compatibility is very high, the doctor said nearly 100%. Hu Jin didn't understand the implication of Ji Qi's statement, leaving it unanswered. Instead, he asked, "So what?" Ji Qi continued with an expression of disdain. "That means we can both find partners who match us at 100%. It's my own fault for getting myself involved with you. But I'm telling you clearly now." Ji Qi directly met Hu Jin's calm gaze and stated firmly, "There's absolutely no way I could ever like you. Even if I were to come to you 100 times, nothing would change." No hint of emotion showed on Hu Jin's face, all feelings remained submerged deep within where no one could see. He glanced indifferently at Ji Qi and replied with something entirely unrelated, "Do you want breakfast?" Ji Qi didn't answer. From Hu Jin's pocket, he retrieved Hu Jin's phone. Ji Qi channeled all his rage onto Hu Jin's phone. The photos inside were too explicit. There was no way he'd allow Hu Jin to keep them. Absolutely not. Ji Qi threw the phone hard against the tiled floor. A loud clang followed by the sound of the screen shattering. After breaking the phone, Ji Qi issued another warning to Hu Jin. "You're right, we have messed with each other. So neither of us will get away clean." Echoes of harsh words reverberated throughout the room. Ji Qi then went on saying more things which Hu Jin couldn't make out clearly, the buzzing sound persisting in his mind. Though the words stung, they shouldn't be taken too personally. Seeing that Hu Jin wasn't responding, Ji Qi rushed out of Hu Jin's house like a trapped beast, utterly repulsed by the place. After Ji Qi left, Hu Jin stared at the broken phone tightly clenching its edges. His palms started turning slightly red. Walking over, he bent down halfway to pick up the phone. Pressing the start button, most of the screen was unresponsive. The image on the lock screen got blurred due to flashing red and blue lines, making the boy's features in the picture barely recognizable, only allowing a vague sense of the overall colors. Pale mint green. Still beautiful nonetheless. Gripping the phone, Hu Jin's profound dark eyes remained eerily tranquil, lifeless, frozen. As with a frozen lake surface unable to ripple, someone in excruciating pain is also numb. Hu Jin's expression remained calm as he turned off the stove. His deep-set eyes blinked infrequently. Staring at the doorway for a while. Hu Jin then carried the phone to the study. When Hu Jin felt troubled, the only thing he did was practicing calligraphy. Pens and paper always lay on the desk. Sitting down, Hu Jin began writing. Like a robot, sitting upright in rigid conformity, methodical yet numb. Each stroke drawn, horizontal, slanted, vertical, all alarmingly heavy. Page after page written, if the heart was not calmed, keep writing continuously. Thin sheets of paper were pierced by the sharp nib of the pen. Anxious hearts kept hanging and whipping themselves. This twisted beginning would end twistedly. Strong, icy information pheromones like incense filled the room, burning like fire, despite belonging to the category of cold information hormones, which now scorched the whole room as hot as molten lava. At this moment, any alpha entering would be burned by the massive amount of pheromones, so scared that their legs would turn weak. Hu Jin sat there motionless for a long time. Oppression filled the entire room. Chapter 40, Going to Hu Jin. After Ji Qi left Hu Jin's house, the first thing he did was to have the driver find the person who had humiliated him 3 days ago at the entrance of a bar. An alley outside a mall. Ji Qi suddenly stepped his foot against the wall, blocking the way of the incoming person. On the opposite side was an alpha with a scarred face. Ji Qi gave a look of disdain and said lightly, "So it was you who said I am promiscuous, right?" The alpha that came over saw Ji Qi and was frightened speechless. His wounds from being beaten by this alpha's Enigma 3 days ago hadn't healed yet. He dared not provoke Ji Qi again. Not. You've misunderstood, I wasn't talking about you." The alpha then abruptly turned around and tried to run away into the alley. Ji Qi released strong suppressive pheromones. The heavy plum wine smell dispersed everywhere. The alpha in the alley began to have difficulty breathing and moving. Ji Qi approached the alpha and started beating him up while holding onto his collar. Ah ah ah. The cries of pain from the alpha made Ji Qi feel restless. Useless piece of shit. Looking for death. Promiscuous. Take off your clothes and you'll be more promiscuous. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Brother, I truly know my fault. Ah 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 ah. Begging sounds interwoven with cries. Ji Qi's mood got increasingly depressed. After the person on the ground stopped speaking, Ji Qi pulled out some bills from his pocket and threw them on his face. Ji Qi ensured that every alpha who insulted him ended up begging for mercy but didn't even sustain a single injury himself. Unable to beat Huajin, Ji Qi vented all his anger outward. Each alpha now had new injuries added atop their old ones. Ji Qi realized that Huajin beat people much harder than he did. Because he couldn't cause someone's bone fracture with one hand, but Huajin could. After returning home, Ji Qi noticed that there were more than a dozen missed calls from Gubuizhou on his phone. Ji Qi returned the call. Ji Qi. Are you okay? Gubuizhou had called Ji Qi many times in these 3 days, but Ji Qi hadn't answered. There was a hint of surprise when Ji Qi dialed back. Ji Qi gave a light snort. I haven't died. Did you go see Huajin? The voice from the other end questioned. Upon hearing the name, Huajin, Ji Qi still felt unable to properly control his emotions. Yes. I offered myself to him willingly. Begged him to take me. Ji Qi's anger was intense, though he merely spoke with emphasis, it sounded as if he had smashed everything within reach in wild obsession. Gubuizhou. Silence for 2 seconds. You need to stabilize your emotions first. Gubuizhou soothed. Do you remember the form I asked you to fill out earlier? Ji Qi's gaze dimmed. Indeed, Gubuizhou had once asked him to fill out something similar to a questionnaire. So. Ji Qi's tone wasn't good. The sound of paper rustling could be heard from Gubuizhou's side. Can you ask your father to come to the hospital with you? At hearing this, Ji Qi's anger surged from another place, and he hung up immediately. Ji Qi threw away his phone and went into the bathroom. Warm water trickled down, washing away not fatigue. Ji Qi closed his eyes, water dripped from the top of his head. After this experience, he already knew clearly that he could not resist his instincts. For 3 years, fever season would hit twice every month. He would find Huajin countless times. Losing all dignity before him. Even outside of the fever period, he needed Huajin's pheromones just to sleep soundly. Ji Qi couldn't comprehend the weakness of omegas. He experienced it personally now. If this was the case, why should he bear all this alone? After coming home, whether in resignation or otherwise, Ji Qi searched through Lin Jun's residence for a box. Then he packed some of his own clothing inside. A week later, Ji Qi dragged the box. He went to Huajin's place. The reason being, Huajin's rabbit had no more pheromones, they were all gone. But Ji Qi didn't plan on tormenting himself any longer. It wasn't worth it. Since Huajin liked him, it was only proper to fully exploit the situation. Neither of them deserved to live comfortably. Seeing Ji Qi leave home like a runaway, Ji Xingming stood by the door. What are you doing? Ji Qi responded with nonchalance, finding you a daughter-in-law. Really? Ji Xingming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wait. Then entered the house and handed a stack of cash to Ji Qi. Good, good, finding a wife is a big matter. As he opened the gate, Ji Qi gave some advice. If you like someone, take responsibility for it. But there's one point, don't get anyone pregnant, or else your father will break your back. Don't let anyone get pregnant before marriage. Ji Qi snorted loudly at the money in his hand. Don't worry, he's infertile. Enigmas were biologically incapable of pregnancy. Alpha's #cavity closed within 24 centimeters. Only medical instruments could visualize this fact during examinations. It was all impossible. But just then, a bolt of lightning struck Ji Qi's mind. Wait. Could Huajin actually do it? Shit. Looking up at the sky, Ji Qi started praying nervously. Please, let him not be #infertile. Ji Xingming, overhearing Ji Qi's words, frowned deeply. That won't work. I disagree with you finding a wife who can't bear children. If that person isn't healthy, you should take them to get checked out. If they truly can't have kids, I absolutely will not allow them into the Ji family's house. For some reason, when it came to having children, Ji Xingming turned very serious. Pushing the suitcase, Ji Qi stepped out of the door. Ji Xingming looked solemnly. Whose child is it? Bring them back sometime if you have the chance. Ji Qi tightened his grip on the suitcase handle. You wouldn't want to know. After saying that, Ji Qi walked out, leaving Ji Xingming standing there perplexed. Agitated, Ji Qi didn't bother driving. Instead, he pushed the black lockbox along the street. He hadn't gone far when suddenly a sports car stopped right in front of him. Ji Qi tried to sidestep it, but then heard a familiar voice. It was Song Lin. Little Qi, what are you doing here? Song Lin asked, his tone slightly intense as he got out of the car. Seeing Ji Qi struggling with the suitcase, Song Lin looked confused. Where are you going? Without any ulterior motives, Song Lin was considered by many a perfect friend. But Ji Qi couldn't view Song Lin as he used to. In his eyes now, Song Lin and Hu Jin were both equally repulsive. Ji Qi's eyes narrowed dangerously, showing no fear. I'm going to find my boyfriend. My boyfriend? Song Lin, dressed in a suit, sounded surprised, his pupils betraying a hint of displeasure. Who? He observed Ji Qi's expression carefully. Ji Qi made an impatient sound. Didn't you see him? The Enigma from the hospital last time. Song Lin stepped closer to Ji Qi, the distance between them shrinking dramatically. Are you two together now? Ji Qi nodded. Isn't it obvious enough? I had no choice. Song Lin abruptly grabbed Ji Qi's shoulders. You're lying to me. How could you possibly agree to be with an Enigma? Unconsciously, he applied more force. Song Lin knew Ji Qi's temper so well after so many years. Ji Qi had always been so proud, always centered around himself. How could he ever give in and be with an Enigma? Sure, maybe other alphas might chase after Enigmas like moths to a flame, but not Ji Qi. He was born superior. It would never happen. Ji Qi shrugged off Song Lin's hands. He fixed a cold stare at Song Lin that chilled him to the bone. You're correct. Ji Qi's gaze grew murky and still. Anyone who tries to mark me will be hated by me forever. With that said, Ji Qi strode past Song Lin, heading forward. Song Lin clenched his fists tightly. The last time Ji Qi took him to a bar where Omegas served drinks, Song Lin had already begun to suspect something. Now he confirmed it. Ji Qi knew about his feelings. Watching Ji Qi's retreating figure, Song Lin's breathing deepened. Suddenly, Song Lin laughed sarcastically under his breath. Even though he had only had feelings for Ji Qi and taken no action, he was still despised so thoroughly by Ji Qi. That Enigma? There's no way he'd meet a good end. Ji Qi must hate him bitterly right now. At this thought, Song Lin felt somewhat relieved. He wasn't losing after all. Throughout his journey, Ji Qi remained extremely irritable. He had memorized the location of Hu Jin's house a week ago after coming out of Hu Jin's place. It was a 3-hour walk. But Ji Qi wanted nothing more than to wander furiously. Even rocks he passed along the road weren't spared from being kicked by him twice. By the time he reached Hu Jin's home, his shoes were wrecked. By the time Ji Qi arrived at Hu Jin's house, night had fallen. Carrying the suitcase to the doorstep, Ji Qi looked down at his broken shoes, and his mood worsened further. Without giving any prior notice, Ji Qi banged on the door with a loud thud. As if demanding debt repayment. Pound. Pound pound pound. Chapter 41, Are You His Wife? After knocking on the door, Ji Qi took out a cigarette and started smoking outside of Hu Jin's home. The smoke swirling before him was thick and choking. The sound of the door opening rang out, and Ji Qi lifted his eyes to look. His clear and cold eyes became even colder now. It wasn't Hu Jin. Humph. Seems like someone who won't listen to reason and also brought someone back to spend the night. Ji Qi thought he recognized the person. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had seen this person at CE Institute before. He was a high-level alpha. He remembered that Hu Jin called him Zhou something last time. Zhou Jiu. No, it's Zhou Qi. May I ask who you are? Zhou Qi leaned against the doorframe, calmly staring at Ji Qi outside the house and looking him up and down without any reservations. The young man at the door pushed a black suitcase, dressed in a dull black outfit, with features resembling those of a celebrity, each facial feature impeccable. Looking down further, his shoes were worn out, appearing as if he had come seeking refuge. An S-class alpha. Appeared somewhat disheveled. Zhou Qi propped himself against the door, clearly not intending to let Ji Qi in. Hu Jin is definitely not the type to casually take others in. Ji Qi felt annoyed by the other party's cold words and domineering attitude, like the owner. He stared directly at Zhou Qi. Then, he took out his phone and called Hu Jin. The other side picked up very quickly, almost instantly after the first ring. Did your family hire a guard dog recently? Ji Qi asked indifferently, his tone not so good. Zhou Qi clenched his teeth. Hey! Who are you calling out to? Zhou Qi rolled up his sleeves. The one I'm talking to, said Ji Qi while flicking ash off his cigarette. Zhou Qi was about to get angry when some hurried footsteps approached from behind. He turned around and found Hu Jin already standing at the doorway. Mysteriously, Ji Qi immediately stubbed out his cigarette upon seeing Hu Jin. A faint mist of smoke rose and then fell. Ji Qi's hand holding the stubbed-out cigarette moved slightly backward, looking a bit guilty. He raised his eyes and met Hu Jin's gaze. He didn't say anything. Hu Jin marked him, getting scolded was something Ji Qi deserved. Ji Qi didn't feel like he overstepped his bounds. During the heat period, senses amplified 100-fold, leaving no room for any desire to hide, and it was Ji Qi himself who begged Hu Jin. He accepted it. Although coming to see him today might be embarrassing. After much deliberation, Ji Qi believed he was manipulated. There was no way he could endure alone for 3 years. Ji Qi didn't want to torment his own body anymore, it wasn't worth it. If Hu Jin planned carefully, deliberately waiting for him to come willingly, then he was evil. And utterly evil. Everything has its price. Including what he assumed as an unwarranted mark. When Hu Jin saw Ji Qi, he paused momentarily. 1,000 thoughts swept through his mind but were well hidden. He pushed Zhou Qi's hand aside and walked to Ji Qi. Even though Hu Jin could guess Ji Qi's intention, he still asked. Is this? He looked at Ji Qi's suitcase. Hu Jin left his sentence half-finished, hoping for Ji Qi's response. Ji Qi's expression remained indifferent. Coming here to live together, isn't it obvious? Hu Jin gently curved his fingertips and snatched Ji Qi's suitcase, single-handedly pulling it inside. Then he grabbed Ji Qi's hand and pulled him into the house. Hu Jin didn't ask any more questions, instead saying gently, I'll go cook for you. On the side, Zhou Qi watched all of Hu Jin's actions and couldn't believe it was the same Hu Jin he knew. Has his character collapsed? What kind of ghost? Helping carry suitcases and grabbing hands. Speaking so tenderly. The key point, did he actually offer to cook? Zhou Qi's pupils shrank, his face growing increasingly astonished. Not even allowing him to use his kitchen to boil instant noodles earlier because he disliked grease. Now personally going to the kitchen. Zhou Qi scratched his head, Not enough brainpower. He suddenly stepped in front of Ji Qi, you're not his wife, are you? Ji Qi shot a glare at Zhou Qi. So what if I am? Are you too? Shit. Hu Jin heard Ji Qi's remark, his darkened eyes flickering slightly as he turned on the living room projector and randomly played a movie. Then he turned around and headed to the kitchen. Zhou Qi forcibly pulled Ji Qi onto the couch. His gaze shifted from bewilderment to full admiration, forgetting completely about being scolded just now. Are you really his wife? Ji Qi pulled his hand back, fixing Zhou Qi with a direct stare. A faint aroma of plum wine and cold sandalwood pheromones emanated from his glands. This bonding-type pheromone can be controlled and released at will. Unless someone was standing very close or deliberately testing, the mark connection couldn't be easily noticed when not actively released. It was a bond connection. Singular and matchless. Mark connection. Shit. Zhou Qi admired Ji Qi, my name is Zhou Qi, my rank is above yours. Ji Qi didn't understand why Zhou Qi said that. Being able to work at the CE Institute required at least an S3 level, Ji Qi knew Zhou Qi's rank was higher than his. Even those at the top level had their quirks. Zhou Qi's gaze burned with admiration. You are so beautiful. Ji Qi gritted his teeth tightly. Anyone who called him beautiful would deserve a beating. But Zhou Qi was an S3 level alpha. Ji Qi clenched his fists. He couldn't win. He moved his body away to keep distance from Zhou Qi, you're prettier, you look like a doll. Really? Zhou Qi exclaimed in surprise, you're the first alpha to compliment me on my looks. They all say I'm tall and rough-looking, like a bandit. A bunch of tasteless people. Ji Qi. Why did he seem so serious about being happy? How could an S3 level alpha feel glad for being called beautiful? Does it mean the higher the rank, the more steady the mentality? Ji Qi gritted his molars, you do look like a bandit. Hearing this, Zhou Qi immediately became sad, really? Ji Qi, really? Zhou Qi was sad for half a minute, but having excellent self-recovery skills, soon felt fine again. Can I call you Chief Judge's wife? Zhou Qi suddenly asked earnestly. No, Ji Qi declined. Zhou Qi poured a glass of water for Ji Qi, then can you tell me how you managed to get Chief Judge Hu to like you? Ji Qi. Chasing Hu Jin. Was he asking for trouble? Did he look like someone who would chase others? Ji Qi became serious out of irritation, do I look like someone who chases others? Isn't it? In Zhou Qi's impression, Hu Jin never made the first move, it was always others chasing him. Hu Jin's character wouldn't allow him to pursue others either. After all, he was the king. Just then, Hu Jin happened to come out of the house. Ji Qi's voice got louder, he was the one who chased after me. Forcefully, by illegal means, I could sue him and he'd end up in jail. Zhou Qi. What are you talking about? Forcibly. Illegal means. To the extent that if you sued him, he'd go to jail. Zhou Qi, unbelievable. Zhou Qi, absolutely unbelievable. Zhou Qi, this didn't fit his persona. Hu Jin looked at the two quarreling people, then took a clean pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. He walked to Ji Qi. Still coaxing Ji Qi as during the heat period, should I help you change your shoes, or will you wear them yourself? Zhou Qi's eyes widened, round and shocked. Not. Ji Qi didn't answer. Hu Jin knelt down slightly and changed Ji Qi's shoes for him. His movements were gentle, done as though it were entirely natural. Seeing Hu Jin's manner, Zhou Qi wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. Hu Jin must have been the one chasing Ji Qi, now Zhou Qi started to believe it a bit more. As if seeking answers again, Zhou Qi asked Hu Jin, forceful, illegal means. If he sues you, you'll end up in jail. Hua Jin lifted his gaze and answered Zhou Qi's question. Yes, forceful, illegal means, if he sues me, I'd indeed end up in jail. Chapter 42, Hua Jin's conditions have exploded. Zhou Qi scratched his head, feeling his scalp go numb. His CPU was fried. After Hua Jin helped Ji Qi change his shoes, he looked at Ji Qi, the dishes are ready, let's eat. Hua Jin stood up and placed the shoes Ji Qi had changed out of by the shoe rack at the door. Everything left Zhou Qi in shock. Thunderstruck continuously. Zhou Qi tugged at Ji Qi's clothes corner, congratulations to you, you've tamed the youngest wolf eagle judge. Do you know how much the people from the CE lab fear him? He actually cooks for you and helps you change your shoes. I wouldn't be believed if I said it outside. What does he like about you? Zhou Qi confidently said, you must have something extraordinary. Ji Qi narrowed his eyes, wondering what exactly Hua Jin liked about him. On closer thought, Ji Qi wanted to know more, I want to know even more. Hearing Ji Qi's words, Zhou Qi suddenly realized that Ji Qi seemed to show absolutely no enthusiasm towards Hua Jin. You won't, not like him, will you? This is even more stimulating. The chief judge of the CE lab loves unconditionally but cannot achieve happiness, leading to forced crime. Ji Qi grunted, not answering. Zhou Qi understood even better. Caught a handle on me, ha 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 ha. Zhou Qi laughed aloud. You should hurry and go eat. The dishes will get cold later. Seeing Ji Qi looking strangely at himself, Zhou Qi stopped laughing and advised. Speaking of eating, Ji Qi's stomach appropriately growled. He looked at the dining table, Hua Jin had already served the food. You're not eating. Zhou Qi patted his stomach, I think, someone like Hua Jin only cooks for people they like. So, definitely not my share. Ji Qi's expression showed some confusion, so you're hungry? Zhou Qi directly complained, that's right. He doesn't even let me cook instant noodles. It's really outrageous. As he spoke, Hua Jin approached the edge of the sofa, speaking to Zhou Qi. His indifferent tone carried a hint of dismissal, you can leave now. Zhou Qi pulled on Ji Qi's clothing hem, see that, he's chasing me out. Zhou Qi rose proudly, got a wife and forgot the brother. Saying this while grabbing his coat, don't come asking me for help next time. Zhou Qi did know when to stop, yet still stormed off angrily. After the door closed, the large room was left with only Ji Qi and Hua Jin. The atmosphere became subtle. What are you looking at? Ji Qi arrogantly spoke. Rising from his seat, he walked up close to Hua Jin, his gaze entangled lazily, wouldn't you rather I step closer for you to see properly? Hua Jin's breathing remained steady, as Ji Qi drew near, his long eyelashes flickered twice rapidly. As Ji Qi stepped in front of Hua Jin, his hands crossed at the arm bend, have you had enough to look at? Hua Jin's faint expression lowered, and a slight curve formed at the corners of his lips. He could be certain, Ji Qi was pretending. If he stepped forward, Ji Qi would certainly dodge. Lifting his weary eyes slowly and seductively, Hua Jin took one step forward. Sure enough, Ji Qi retreated. Ji Qi fidgeted with the corner of his clothes, avoiding his gaze, his guilt-ridden act showing through clearly under Hua Jin's watchful eye. Isn't it supposed to be letting me get closer to have a good look? Why dodging then? Ji Qi raised his hand to rub his nose and glared with continued arrogance, who's dodging? Hua Jin responded with a hum, let's talk then. He wanted to move closer to Ji Qi, but fearing Ji Qi's aversion to him, any further advances would only exacerbate it. Since Ji Qi has come willingly, whether by choice or force, or maybe out of resignation. There were certain matters worth discussing earnestly. Sure, Ji Qi lifted his chin, I came here specifically to discuss with you. Neither of us are kids anymore. There will always be a solution to every matter. Hua Jin looked at the dining table, eat first. Ji Qi accepted it willingly and headed toward the dining table. Hua Jin prepared 3 dishes, all to his taste. Seeing Hua Jin sitting opposite to him, Ji Qi picked up his bowl without any hesitation and started eating. Having left home without eating anything, he was genuinely hungry. After finishing his meal, Ji Qi stared directly at Hua Jin. Who should speak first? Hua Jin handed Ji Qi a cup of warm water, you first. Ji Qi's eyebrows shifted. He stood up and opened the password-protected briefcase he brought along. Inside was a thick stack of documents. Like the times in the dormitory block before, he threw it over to Hua Jin. Contract. Hua Jin's eyes fell on the paper contract, what's this time? Ji Qi wore a pale expression, seemingly entirely resigned, beyond caring any longer. His voice was calm, this is a contract of agreement for cohabitation, temporary companionship, physical exchange, or spiritual pursuit, it's up to you to decide. This contract was drafted by a private lawyer before Ji Qi arrived. Ji Qi sat opposite Hua Jin and turned the main text of the contract over to him, you marked me because you wanted to see if I'd fall for you, didn't you? I'm giving you this chance. Ji Qi's hazel eyes glimmered faintly with emotion, but I can clearly tell you this, I will never like you. Starting from now, I accept all the kindness you show towards me. But I won't reciprocate, because I don't like you, nor do I want to be good to you. Ji Qi did not even bother to observe Hua Jin's expression, focusing solely on himself. These words may hurt you, but they're exactly what you deserve. This is the price you must pay for your actions. Every word Ji spoke carried a sharp edge, cutting deep into the bone. There are so many alphas in the world, and the one you should never have set your mind on is me. When he said these words, his tone had become completely indifferent. Perhaps due to overthinking it for too long, there was no emotional fluctuation when he finally voiced them. Jin did not respond, only looking at Ji coolly. His emotions were buried deep in an abyssal black pool, unseen by anyone. Ji tapped the table surface soundlessly with his knuckles. Lifting and lowering his hand, once he had made up his mind, his inner turmoil calmed. A cold contempt painted Ji's face as he added. You are Enigma, able to make countless alphas pursue you relentlessly, but you will never be my type. 3 years is too long, maybe in 2 months, you'll no longer like me, or perhaps half a year later. At that time, things will be hard for me, so we should sign a contract. While you still feel something for me, I prefer we discuss terms under clear conditions. Jin rubbed the paper contract vigorously. There were thousands of clauses inside. During the contract period, Party B, Jin, would handle cooking, washing dishes, taking full responsibility for all household chores. The distance between the two during their interactions would be determined by Party A, Ji. During heat cycles, all acts expected of partners would be fulfilled. The contract was valid for 3 years. During this time, Party B could not revoke their consent for any reason and was forbidden from abandoning Ji. Party B was also strictly prohibited from releasing any suppressive pheromones in any situation to subdue Ji. No inappropriate actions could be taken without Ji's explicit agreement. Jin lifted his gaze, skipping even a glance at the latter part of the contract. I agree. Before Ji could express surprise, Jin shifted the conversation. Can I propose some conditions as well? Ji's eyes flickered. If Jin were to impose conditions on him, he was the one who lacked the power to refuse. Jin was Enigma, and in this relationship between him and Jin was the true dominant party. Lin Jun had warned him. It was fine to admire someone for their extraordinary talent. It was fine to look up to someone who could inspire others. Even admiring someone for their wealth or resources was acceptable. Anything was forgivable, except coveting someone's affection or love. If one day that person stopped loving you or fell for someone else who sparked greater interest within them, you would end up with nothing. He had personally witnessed Ji Xingming dismissing Lin Jun. Back then, he was too young to understand much. Now reflecting on it, those feelings went far beyond just pity. Weaker individuals simply never have the right to choose. He refused to be dominated. And he didn't need to be dominated. Ji raised his eyes. What conditions do you have? Jin's voice remained gentle and pleasant. Your contract has no single clause that benefits me. Even if I sign now and later regret it, I can always use the precedent of absolute fairness to demand a reevaluation. Ji tensed, becoming slightly nervous. Then you can add whatever you wish to include. Upon hearing this, Jin pulled out a top-tier advanced ID card from his pocket. Jin pressed the identification against the contract, his long fingers proportionally elegant. I request marriage. Chapter 43, Let's Get Married. Marriage? Ji. He's dark eyes flickered as he made his case with reason. Register for marriage at the highest level of marital authority. With a marital relationship, your regulations will receive absolute protection from the Special Alpha Protection Center. I can't refute that. My position would suffer societal backlash for disloyalty to a partner. You could have me lose my job. Jin looked at the document in front of him and said gently, this is the absolute price I offer you. Without the constraint of a marital relationship, you would spend these 3 years on edge. Worried that I'll fall in love with someone else, worried that I won't abide by your regulations because of my high position, worried that I might suppress you with pheromones when angry. Any promise from me would make you vigilant. You're not someone who lets others control you easily. A contract can't give you security. But a marital relationship can. Each of his words was hitting the red lines Ji had established to protect himself. Without a marital relationship, the suppression via pheromones can be excused under various pretexts. After a brief pause, he added softly, within marriage, such pheromone suppression is categorized as domestic violence. You can report any of my actions officially. But without a marital relationship, I can claim that you provoked me deliberately. By marrying me, you can ruin me. These words were sharp, revealing a piercing insight. Yet, despite this shrewdness, his speech remained measured and rational. And he was still gentle. Ji's eyes shifted nervously. His words sent chills down his spine. In front of Hua, he had no ability to protect himself. Everything before now relied solely on Hua's continued kindness and discipline. Even when Hua had once gotten angry, Ji hadn't been able to fight back. Hua was right, in this relationship, he'd always been the one forced to endure. Even seeking Hua out had been driven by an uncontrollable instinct. Love was too shallow. It came fast and went faster. Indeed, these rules couldn't truly bind Hua. But if there was a marital relationship, Enigma, being the absolute ruler, had lost many rights according to special constitutional laws to ensure social equality. Ji clenched his fists tightly. Hua was too malicious. How could someone so gentle be so cruel? No, not cruel, too clever. A master of psychological insight. Hua's profound gaze held ripples of emotion. You don't have to agree. I'm saying all this merely to ease your mind. No matter what type of relationship we have, I assure you all terms of the contract are honored. If you trust me, whether we marry or not isn't important. Let's do it. Ji Qi suddenly lifted his head. He said earnestly, let's get married. Ji Qi searched his pockets where 2 bank cards and an ID card were found. He took out the ID card. Let's go now. Hua raised a hand to cough lightly, then glanced toward the dark window. The marriage registration office has closed. Ji Qi's brow tightened slightly. He reached out and grabbed the contract along with Hua's senior ID card. With composure, he stated, then we'll go tomorrow. Hua stood up to collect the dishes, acting as though nothing unusual had happened. Ji Qi exhaled deeply. Everything must start from the most beneficial points for oneself. After eating, Ji Qi stayed in the living room lounge. The theme song playing on the living room TV matched the melody he heard in Hua's car last time. It was a French song. Ji Qi became interested and looked at the subtitles below the lyrics. His expression grew increasingly stunned. Take off his robe, his elegant neck looks pretty, a sexy mermaid line shines brilliantly. The words got more and more vulgar, making Ji Qi feel increasingly embarrassed. Did he really listen to this little yellow song in Hua's car? Ji Qi turned to glance at Hua in the kitchen. He probably didn't understand French, right? Ji Qi quickly changed the TV channel, then Hua came out of the kitchen and sat next to Ji Qi. Ji Qi asked directly, do you understand French? Hua responded with a questioning hum, his raspy voice mysteriously tempting, teaching you shouldn't be a problem. Ji Qi. Ji Qi supported his face with his hand, feeling utterly humiliated. After thinking for a moment, Ji Qi realized they already cohabited. Why bother about this? More embarrassing situations would come in the future. Keep calm. The atmosphere in the air was subtle, and the light scent of cold sandalwood pheromones brought a sense of comfort and ease. As expected, it was far more effective than any rabbits. Ji Qi's gaze wandered around the room as he cast a glance at Hua Jin. He truly looked too good, his eyes were gentle, yet there lingered a distance that forbade familiarity. His proportions were perfect, almost like a comic book character. The bright white light illuminated his face, revealing no blemish at all, as if an ever-present freshness surrounded him. If Ji Qi himself were an omega, perhaps he might have considered taking such a prime maid into account. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Hua Jin suddenly turned his head toward him. Startled, Ji Qi hastily picked up a glass of water from the table to take a sip, masking his emotions, before quickly standing up and heading for the bathroom. Although Ji Qi liked cleanliness, his wild nature was still rather messy. Seeing that Ji Qi had come out of the bathroom without drying his hair, Hua Jin stood up and pulled him back inside. Clenching his teeth, Ji Qi shot a look at Hua Jin. Why do you care so much about everything? If you don't like it, then blow-dry your own hair. Ji Qi's expression looked particularly defiant. Expecting refusal, Hua Jin instead retrieved the hairdryer, saying gently, all right. At this moment, Ji Qi had let go of his worries. After all, they'd already done everything beyond limits together. Any physical contact was meaningless now, they were even getting married. Everything felt so indifferent. It was simply mutual pursuit. Hua Jin currently had feelings for him, treating him kindly, so why shouldn't Ji Qi accept it? This kindness would definitely have its time limit. Who knew when it would vanish? Knowing he was bound to be at a disadvantage, Ji Qi accepted all these favors. After 3 years, they could each go their separate ways, returning everything to normal. Although it wasn't very likely. But if by chance, Hua Jin really liked him for 3 years and eventually realized Ji Qi could never reciprocate, it would naturally dampen his feelings. All of this was as good as it could get. Ji Qi could feel Hua Jin's smooth abdomen occasionally brushing against his cheeks. Suddenly lifting his eyes, Ji Qi said, if you want to touch me, just do it. Hua Jin's hand paused mid-motion. I don't want to touch. What do you want then? To kiss? Absolutely not. All right. What kind of answer was that? He seemed oddly obedient. Ji Qi glared at Hua Jin. Are you smug about my coming to you? Are you laughing at me inside? Hua Jin gave Ji Qi's head a light pat. I'm not. For some reason, it felt like he'd been consoled. Biting his cheek, Ji Qi stopped speaking. Once his hair was dry, Ji Qi went into the guest room next to the master bedroom. As long as Hua Jin was nearby in the house, the intensity of the pheromones was always sufficient. Ji Qi pointed at Hua Jin. You're not allowed to come to my room in the middle of the night. Hua Jin frowned slightly. Not necessarily. Ji Qi clenched his fists. You're wicked. Saying this, Ji Qi turned and entered the room, locking the door behind him. Click. Double lock reinforcement. Hua Jin gazed at the closed door, letting out a faint laugh filled with helplessness and indulgence. His warm eyes shimmered with a shadowy darkness. He switched off the living room light, sinking everything into the night. In the room, Ji Qi tossed and turned restlessly, unable to fall asleep. Around midnight, Ji Qi sat upright on the bed abruptly. Damn! Had Hu Jin passed away or something? The pheromones were so faint it was as if Hu Jin hadn't breathed in 3 days. Or was the room made of steel, preventing the pheromones from seeping through? At 3 a.m., Ji Qi finally succumbed to his restless heart. Putting on his shoes, he opened the door to his room. He had to see whether Hu Jin was still alive. Walking to Hu Jin's bedroom, Ji Qi grabbed the doorknob and gently pushed it open. The pleasant scent of cold sandalwood pheromones instantly filled every crevice. Ji Qi felt thoroughly relieved. Closing his eyes momentarily, Ji Qi thought, if given the choice between death and sleeping beside Hu Jin, he'd choose sleeping with Hu Jin. They've done it before anyway. Approaching the bed, Ji Qi, brimming with a mix of anger and agitation, climbed onto it directly. Without any courtesy, or perhaps as retaliation, he rolled Hu Jin's blanket entirely over to his side. Ah! Freeze to death if you must. Chapter 44, Wedding Candy. Ji Qi turned around and glanced at Hu Jin once. Just as he was about to turn away, he was enveloped by a warm embrace, slightly hot and stirring his heart. Can I hold you for a moment? Hu Jin's slightly hoarse voice was relaxed and low. Ji Qi felt his waist being tightly gripped. Hu Jin's chest was pressed tightly against his back, with a strong and rhythmic heartbeat. It gave a sense of comfort yet also danger. Ji Qi's body stiffened up, and he didn't dare to move anymore. Can I refuse? Ji Qi. Hu Jin's deep breathing could be heard, you'd better not move. Ji Qi pulled the quilt hard, creating thick wrinkles. If Hu Jin did something while Ji Qi was awake, he seemed to have no ability to resist. Ji Qi stayed still, trying to regulate his emotions. A calming lavender sandalwood scent surrounded them. Hu Jin didn't do anything overly inappropriate. At most he restlessly touched Ji Qi's waist. Ji Qi gradually started to feel sleepy. When he fell into a deep sleep, Ji Qi unconsciously turned over in his slumber, familiar pheromones making him want to get closer. Ji Qi voluntarily entered Hu Jin's arms and rubbed comfortably. Hu Jin's eyes were open as he gently combed through Ji Qi's few strands of hair covering his eyelids. The itchy sensation made Ji Qi softly murmur. Hu Jin kissed Ji Qi on the forehead, holding onto his waist contentedly before closing his eyes. The next day when they got up, Hu Jin wasn't there. When Ji Qi was ready and walked out of the room, he found Hu Jin making breakfast. The smell of buttered toast was light and pleasant. Ji Qi went to the sink and found Hu Jin had bought new toiletries for him, toothbrushes and toothpaste all brand new. Quite considerate. After he finished washing up, he saw Hu Jin just as he placed the breakfast on the dining table. Ji Qi unceremoniously sat down at the table. To prevent Hu Jin from regretting and turning against him, Ji Qi quickly ate his breakfast and then grabbed Hu Jin's ID. Let's go. To get married. Hu Jin stood up calmly, and Ji Qi hurriedly followed. They went to the top-tier special marriage registration office. Due to Hu Jin's special status, their marriage required filing documents, so they spent quite some time at the marriage registration office. During this time, Ji Qi noticed several newlywed couples behaving affectionately, which made him feel like they were there merely to sign a contract. No, they actually were there to sign a contract. The two of you can come over and take a picture, the staff respectfully pointed to a red background wall beside them. Ji Qi suddenly felt warmth in his palm as Hu Jin held his hand, let's go. Originally intending to pull away, Ji Qi reconsidered, they'd already done everything, a little physical contact didn't matter much. Whatever. After the photo was taken, it was pasted onto the marriage certificate and stamped with an official seal. With a click. The sound of the machine stamping was amplified in Ji Qi's ears. All other sounds were drowned out. Starting from now. He and Hu Jin are partners. Partners recognized by law. Indisputable and not to be joked about. Wishing you both happiness in your new marriage. The staff smiled warmly, extending their hands to deliver the marriage certificate. Ji Qi did not respond. Hu Jin accepted the certificate, thank you. As soon as the two turned around, two young alphas approached them. They looked young and inexperienced. It seemed they mustered a great deal of courage to approach. Are you Judge Hua? One of the alphas bravely asked, excitement evident in his tone. Hu Jin maintained a composed expression, Hu Jin. It's really you. I admire you so much. I am also from Huachang Biology Department, your junior. I'm here accompanying a friend delivering instruments, and I never expected to meet you here. Is there any data you, senior, need to retrieve? The alpha deliberately addressed him closely. The alpha gazed fervently at Hu Jin, Can I take a picture with you? Before Hu Jin could answer, Ji Qi shot a cold glance, not convenient. The other alpha, hearing Ji Qi's words, displayed a look of disdain, we're asking Mr. Hua, what right do you have to intervene? That's right, why should senior let you make decisions for him? Ji Qi felt a surge of anger. Regardless of his relationship with Hu Jin, the contract explicitly stated that within 3 years, neither party shall engage in any intimate behavior with others outside the relationship. The alpha had already explained that he was here for a specific reason at the marriage registration office. Wasn't that clear enough? Ji Qi shot a glance at Huajin, furious, are you leaving or not? Huajin slightly curled his lips, his face tinged with unmistakable pleasure, let's go. He looked at the two alphas in front of him and spoke indifferently, sorry, my wife won't let me. Then, with a slight chill in his voice, also, in our home, my wife makes the decisions. Ji Qi was stunned, wife. How smoothly he said it. The self-proclaimed junior alpha's expression shifted in shock. He hadn't heard that Huajin was married. How could there suddenly be a wife? Senior. You, are married? It was Ji Qi who answered the alpha. His face was full of irritation. Huajin obtained his PhD in his country for commerce studies. You need to enroll first before calling him senior. The alpha was speechless for a moment. Upon hearing this from Ji Qi, the alpha wasn't completely obtuse, he immediately apologized to Ji Qi. Sorry, I didn't know Judge Huo was married. Just now I was a bit too presumptuous, don't misunderstand. Ji Qi walked to the free wedding candy counter at the registration office and handed a handful to each of them. No problem, we just got married. Please enjoy our wedding candy. Chapter 45, Married, Money Goes to the Wife. After speaking, Ji Qi pulled Huajin out of the marriage registry office. The two alphas were still in a state of shock. Turns out Judge he likes those cold alphas. He might be appearance obsessed. Or maybe a pushover husband. After leaving the registry office, Ji Qi was still in a daze. Huajin glanced sideways at Ji Qi. Seeing Ji Qi pull out a cigarette from his pocket and light it, smoke swirling around him, Ji Qi seemed lost in thought, walking extremely fast. Huajin followed along, and Ji Qi reached the car, opened the door, and got in directly. Huajin coughed lightly, do I take you home or would you like to go to the CE lab to keep me company while I work? Ji Qi turned his head, who wants to keep you company? Then I'll take you home. Who wants to go home? Huajin started the car, then come with me to work. Who wants to come with you? Huajin furrowed his brows, asking gently, did I do something wrong? Ji Qi didn't answer. Huajin then pulled out a card from somewhere and handed it to Ji Qi. Ji Qi unconsciously took it, what is this? The salary card, no password needed. It automatically binds to your spouse, just scan your face. Ji Qi's eyes flickered, Huajin really seemed serious about marrying him. Do you have a high salary? Ji Qi asked curiously. Not high. Huajin's expression was calm as he looked at Ji Qi, a soft look mixed in his dark expression, but enough to support you. This was the first time Ji Qi had ever heard such words. It was truly nerve-wracking. Ji Qi returned the card to Huajin, I don't need it. The one thing he wasn't short of in his entire life was money. Besides the shares from Ji Qi's father, Ji Qi himself had invested in an entertainment company. And signed some artists to high-risk contracts. Even though there were risks involved, Ji Qi didn't care, any losses he could bear. Perhaps because of this attitude, he always came out on top. He may not match Huajin's status, but Ji Qi had confidence that he definitely had more money than Huajin. Even if he couldn't reach Huajin's height in life, the wealth he accumulated certainly could. Huajin's voice softened, then I'll place the card on the bedside cabinet in our bedroom. If you want to use it, you can just take it. Ji Qi supported his chin, my own money will last me until next lifetime. I know. Huajin chuckled lightly, where does the young master want to go? Let me drive you. Ji Qi suddenly thought of something and said seriously, in public, don't call me wife. The hand gripping the steering wheel hesitated for a moment, can I when we're alone? Never. Not any time. I don't believe that, Huajin replied suddenly, an inexplicable boldness seeping into his tone. Hearing this, Ji Qi's eyes gleamed, remembering how restless he'd been during his heat. Unable to say a word. He even went to approach him voluntarily. Ji Qi covered his eyes with his hand, feeling irritated, ahahaha. A person needs to let off steam sometimes appropriately. After roaring, Ji Qi glared fiercely at Huajin and snatched the card. I'll take this now and spend all your money. Fine. Huajin's gentle voice held not a hint of anger. Can I buy a house with it? Yes. How about investing in a sunset industry? You can do whatever you wish with it. Huajin replied. Ji Qi tightly clutched the card in his hand. He realized there was nothing he could do against Huajin. He leaned back in his seat, and suddenly became furious again, why are you so well behaved? Don't you ever get angry? Tell me, what must I say for you to get angry? Ji Qi's frustration at being unable to provoke Huajin nearly drove him wild. Huajin turned his head toward Ji Qi, I do get angry. At the same moment his words fell, a strong wave of pheromones filled the air inside the car. These pheromones were hard to classify at first. Seeing Huajin release such intense and powerful pheromones, Ji Qi immediately panicked. His hands grabbed the door handle, fumbling multiple times without success to open the door. Apparently, it was locked from the inside. Ji Qi's fingers trembling slightly with a mixture of fear, he looked anxiously at Huajin, grabbing onto his arm desperately, suppressing marital information pheromones qualifies as domestic violence. Only after finishing the sentence did Ji Qi identify the category of He Jin's released pheromones. It was Class A soothing type pheromone. Ji Qi withdrew his hand awkwardly, scratching his nose. Suddenly releasing these pheromones like that is really frightening. He Jin suddenly leaned over, pulling the safety belt over to fasten Ji Qi. Their distance was shortened infinitely. A faint wave of warmth washed over Ji Qi, who subconsciously gripped the corner of his clothes. A hoarse voice came near, heating up Ji Qi's ears. I do get angry, but I have enough patience for you. Too close. You don't handle situations with a stable emotion, and you are easily irritated. He Jin's tone was indifferent. If it's my fault, you can point it out. Don't sulk alone. He Jin's words caused Ji Qi frustration once again. He was too perfect, leaving no room for criticism. Ji Qi unconsciously glanced at the window on one side. This was too much like a dimensional strike. The warmth dissipated, and He Jin immediately started the car. Ji Qi subconsciously looked at He Jin. A person like He Jin. If he ever got angry, it must be something extremely serious. What would that look like? After sending Ji Qi home, He Jin went to the CE lab. Ji Qi coughed lightly while standing outside the car. I need to sleep at 2300 hours. The underlying meaning being, you must return before 2300 hours. He Jin nodded. I'll come back at noon to cook for you. You can buy what you like to eat. Ji Qi's expression remained cold. It doesn't matter during the day, just come back in the evening. I can order takeout. I also have things to do and might not be home at noon. He Jin nodded. Where am I going, can I tell you? Ji Qi narrowed his eyes. Why are you so much like my dad? Then rebutted, no way. Saying that, Ji Qi went straight into the house. He Jin usually had little concept of coming home. He could sleep anywhere. Rarely returning when busy, this day was unusually early as he left the lab before sunset. Security guards found it strange. Director Hua, is there anything today? Why are you leaving so early? He Jin frowned. Is it early? Before it's too late in the night. Yes, we're used to you leaving at midnight. Today feels unusual. The security guard giggled. He Jin replied briefly, I have to go home to cook. Cook? The security uncle was puzzled. Our CE lab has good food, why bother cooking? He Jin's lips were pursed. My wife likes what I make. Huh? The security uncle scratched his head, confused about what He Jin was saying. What wife? Where did He Jin get a wife? Before he could react further, He Jin walked away from him. By 5 o'clock, He Jin was already home. Ji Qi had ordered takeout twice, but one wasn't delivered because it was too far, and the other was too unappetizing to eat, so he began making his own meal. Ji Qi was accustomed to luxury and had rather picky tastes regarding food. He didn't eat overly spicy, overly sweet, or overly bitter dishes, nor did he consume ginger, sour flavors, traditional desserts, animal blood, internal organs, fatty meat, or fruits with skins. He was allergic to nuts. When not hungry or when angry, he could deal with any random meal. But when hungry, his spoiled nature shone through. He was truly a difficult-to-please young master. As soon as He Jin opened the door, he saw thick, suffocating smoke. He looked toward the kitchen, where Ji Qi stood 2 meters away from the pot. It seemed like he was trying to stir-fry. Ji Qi held the spatula awkwardly. Cooking was clearly a struggle for this pampered young master. Watching the oil splatter violently in the pot, Ji Qi stepped back another step. Ah! Let you starve, Ji Qi. Ji Qi cursed himself fiercely. Chapter 46, the third F. As Ji Qi stepped back, he suddenly heard a soft laugh and turned around while stepping backward. In the next second, he was enveloped by the pleasant smell of cold sandalwood. Huijin walked behind Ji Qi, taking the spatula from his hands. If I came back later, would you burn down my house? Huijin has returned. Hearing the familiar voice, Ji Qi turned around, and his frazzled face smoothed out like it had been stroked. Huijin looked at the black stain on Ji Qi's nose and couldn't figure out where the potash came from in this open kitchen. He raised his hand to touch the tip of Ji Qi's nose. Ji Qi shrank back slightly, but before he could react, Huijin withdrew his hand. Are you hungry? Huijin asked. Ji Qi didn't hide it, a little. Seeing Huijin walking toward the stove, he added, actually a lot. The corner of Huijin's mouth twitched upwards imperceptibly. Understood. Looking at the beef prepared by Ji Qi on the cutting board, he asked, do you want to eat this? Ji Qi's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Huijin glanced sideways. There's too much grease here. You go out, I'll call you when it's ready. Ji Qi turned and went to the living room. The food cooked by Huijin always suited his taste, and Ji Qi enjoyed this meal heartily. By evening, the two were still sleeping together. Ji Qi deliberately waited for Huijin to fall asleep first, estimating that when Huijin was asleep, he'd enter the bedroom. He couldn't leave, yet he longed to be away. Ji Qi looked at himself in the bathroom mirror, the gland on the side of his neck making him feel disgusted. If not for this mark, he wouldn't live this kind of life. Maybe marrying and having children within 3 years, or even accepting his father's arrangement for a business marriage, no matter which way, he would have been flourishing. Rather than constantly worrying about absolute oppression here. Ji-Chi gently pushed the door to the bedroom. Even so, Ji-Chi always stayed vigilant until falling asleep, but after falling asleep, he sought that sense of security. In the late hours of the night, Ji-Chi mostly slept soundly in Huijin's arms. Ji-Chi's attitude towards Huijin could be described as indifferent. He never took the initiative to speak to him unless necessary. He also often played with his unruly friends till midnight. When Huijin spoke, Ji-Chi would use the argument that the contract could not restrict his freedom. Still being reckless, still self-centered. It was as if he was telling Huijin, they were not in the same circle. The most freedom-loving bird felt its wings had been confined by someone. He wanted to flap his wings more than ever. Despite bloodshed, despite broken bones, compromise was never an option. And it became increasingly worse. Every day Ji-Chi thought about leaving this life. As if leaving Huijin was the only way to be free. Or perhaps he came here just to leave. On the 10th day since Ji-Chi moved in, he brought another divorce agreement. When he threw the agreement to Huijin, he acted as though it was unrelated to him. This agreement will take effect 3 years later. I've already signed it. 3 years later, you can sign it whenever you want. Look, he had all the retreats planned. Giving no hope to others. Huijin thought he could understand some aspects of Ji-Chi. He glanced at the divorce agreement in his hand and responded warmly, good. Huijin placed this agreement in the bedside cabinet. Let's eat. Huijin's tone wasn't as gentle as before. But still smooth. This kind of life passed uneventfully for 2 months. As Ji-Chi said, he accepted all the good things Huijin offered with joy. But he never responded. Huijin also accepted all of Ji-Chi's coldness. Neither situation was ideal. Ji-Chi counted the days on his fingers. One day after 2 months. Ji-Chi experienced the third period of marking-induced fervor. It happened in the middle of the night, with only the dim yellow light of the bedside lamp faintly lit. He woke up from his restlessness and opened his eyes to find Huijin holding him tightly. All thoughts were obliterated by heightened senses amplified 100-fold. Ji-Chi's hand reached Huijin's waist. Huijin opened his eyes and grabbed Ji-Chi's head with a forceful hand, veins popping as he groaned, Chi-Chi. His voice was drawn out and hoarse. Ji-Chi looked up at Huijin with glistening eyes, whispering hoarsely, Huijin. Touch me. He fumbled with his own clothes, kiss me. Saying this, Ji-Chi leaned forward to kiss Huijin. Exploratory possession, wild obsession. Huijin. 3 hours later, Ji-Chi lay sprawled on top of Huijin, holding him tightly. In this moment, Ji-Chi's mind was filled with memories of everything he had done to make Huijin sad. The clearest memory was of him smashing Huijin's phone. Huijin had been very upset about it. Ji-Chi couldn't understand why he had destroyed Huijin's phone in the first place. All he knew was that his Enigma was unhappy. He didn't want Huijin to be unhappy. Sweat dotted Ji-Chi's forehead as he spoke in a small, heavy voice tinged with, I smashed your phone. During these special times, alphas became easily angered and difficult to soothe. The more Ji-Chi thought about it, the more his heart ached. He looked at Huijin and asked, shall we fix it? Let's get it repaired, so you won't be sad. Huijin hadn't expected Ji-Chi to bring it up suddenly. He gently ruffled Ji-Chi's hair and said, it doesn't matter. I'm not upset. You're lying. Ji-Chi shifted slightly on Huijin, asking, are you really not upset? Huijin softly caressed Ji-Chi's cheeks, his expression carrying 7 parts of bitterness, unbearable sorrow. Why did it have to be this way? He could only truly have a partner during Ji-Chi's heat periods, someone who could make him feel warmth and love. For a long time, Huijin simply held Ji-Chi close, tracing his fingertips over Ji-Chi's body until Ji-Chi's waist turned warm from being massaged. Huijin. I'm upset. Huijin admitted openly now. Huijin couldn't disguise his sadness anymore. His dark eyes carried a trace of grievance, deep and burning hot, so don't give me too much during moments like this. You'll take it all back when you're clear-headed. I'll end up feeling hurt, too. Huijin's voice came out low, laced with sticky threads of pain, piercing to the bone. Ji-Chi stared into Huijin's eyes and held his face in both hands, let's go fix it, okay? Let's go repair it. As Ji-Chi started to get up, it was still pitch black outside. No matter what, he insisted they must fix Huijin's phone. It can't be fixed, Huijin's voice was soft. But it doesn't matter. As long as you're here, I won't be so sad. Ji-Chi felt Huijin's tone, noticing the tremor in his otherwise calm gaze. He shook his head silently, refusing. It can be fixed. It can be fixed. True to the nature of alphas, Ji-Chi's temperamental side made him irritable and hard to comfort. Huijin was utterly helpless against this. Looking at Ji-Chi's grieving face, he finally gave in. Alright, Huijin kissed the tip of Ji-Chi's nose. We'll fix it. Even though Huijin had reassured Ji-Chi many times that it wasn't appropriate to leave the house right now, Ji-Chi persisted they needed to fix the broken phone immediately. To him, fixing it would mean making Huijin less sad. Due to Ji-Chi's persistence, Huijin eventually took him out. Apply the blocking patch. Huijin took out the pheromone blocking patch and urged gently. Obediently, Ji Qi nodded and tilted his neck slightly. He was gentle. And compliant. Chapter 47 I Love You. Ji Qi followed beside Hu Jin. She clung to Hu Jin's clothes and watched him drive. To soothe Ji Qi, they left when the sky was just brightening. Hu Jin drove for 2 hours around the streets before coming across a mobile phone shop that was open. Ji Qi got out of the car and tightly held Hu Jin's hand as she trailed behind him. Tisk. The mobile shop owner had just opened the door curtain when he saw Hu Jin and Ji Qi approach. Business right at opening today, good omen. Hu Jin led Ji Qi into the mobile shop and asked, "Boss, can you repair this phone?" He pulled out the phone with its screen shattered beyond recognition and handed it over. The shop owner glanced at it and furrowed his brows instantly. "Young man, are things so tough for you? Who would bother repairing a phone this broken in this day and age? I'd have to think twice even if you gave it to me for free." Ji Qi felt sad immediately upon hearing this. Hu Jin sensed Ji Qi's unease and tightened his grip on her hand. He couldn't fathom why Ji Qi was so fixated. Due to an isolating sticker, the mobile shop owner didn't notice anything unusual about Ji Qi. "Can't it really be fixed?" Hu Jin asked again. The store manager squinted and looked at Hu Jin. "You don't seem like someone who's that hard up." Before either of them could respond, the store manager continued, "It's not that it can't be repaired, but in this situation, buying a new one is more cost-effective. The money to repair this phone could buy a whole new one." "It doesn't matter." Hu Jin answered calmly, "We're going to repair it." The boss looked at them like they were fools. "Are you sure?" "Sure." "All right then, pay here." Pointing to the payment code on the cash register, the owner muttered under his breath, "There's really all kinds of people these days. Come back in 3 days. After saying this, seeing the sorrowful expression on Ji Qi's face, this type of customer wasn't unfamiliar to the owner. The owner chuckled, "Is there something hidden in this phone you're worried about?" "Don't worry, now when phones are repaired, all the data seen is encrypted code, there's nothing to worry about." Hu Jin turned around and softly patted Ji Qi's cheek, gently coaxed, "Shall we come back for it in 3 days? Be a good boy/girl." Ji Qi reluctantly nodded. Only after Ji Qi agreed did Hu Jin lead her home. While in the car, Ji Qi's movements drew Hu Jin's attention. He immediately opened the anti-peep curtain in the car as he noticed her actions. My goodness. He stopped the car and grabbed Ji Qi's hand. "Act a little better." How could Ji Qi listen to Hu Jin? Hu Jin cradled Ji Qi's neck and kissed her forehead. The cold sandalwood scent calmed the lover in front of him. "We'll be home soon, act a little better." He knew what Ji Qi wanted to hear right now. Rarely uttering such flirtatious words, Hu Jin said, "Don't move, let's go home, you." Upon hearing Hu Jin's words, Ji Qi became flustered with embarrassment and anger, her cheeks flushing even more deeply. Ji Qi tugged on Hu Jin's coat, shielding herself beneath his gaze. Hu Jin's hands trembled slightly. He sped up the car somewhat. Once they arrived home, Hu Jin directly carried Ji Qi out of the car. Ji Qi was very obedient, she followed Hu Jin's every word without hesitation. Hu Jin asked her, "What am I to you?" Ji Qi half lowered her eyes and replied, "My, Enigma." "Hu Jin, we're married." "Ji Qi, I know." Hu Jin gently caressed Ji Qi's ear, his voice hoarse as he said, "You're not taking this seriously, right?" Ji Qi rubbed Hu Jin's furrowed brows and responded, "I am." Breathing heavily, Hu Jin felt suffocated by Ji Qi's current attitude. "But you're not good to me." Hu Jin retaliated, "You're not good to me either. You're completely rotten." Ji Qi clutched the quilt, tears glimmering in her eyes. Once again, she felt Hu Jin's suppressed sadness. But she couldn't control herself back then. She would hurt Hu Jin. Ji Qi held Hu Jin's face in her hands and pleaded, "He's not good, don't like him. He's not good, don't like him." Her words sounded both like pleading and stating facts. They struck deeply at Hu Jin's heart. He pinched Ji Qi's chin and passionately kissed her. His heart, which was frozen and ablaze with emotion, began to falter. He was beginning to lose clarity about Ji Qi's feelings. Was it hatred or love? Ji Qi's lips were kissed until slightly swollen. "I love you," Hu Jin declared, "I love you." Ji Qi held him tightly, making a promise-like declaration to Hu Jin, "I'll protect you." Over the next 3 days, Ji Qi did many things. He cooked with Hu Jin, and when he washed vegetables, Hu Jin would praise him for being skilled. When he ate more greens, Hu Jin would also praise him. His reward was simply a kiss from Hu Jin. They watched TV together. Took showers and brushed their teeth side by side. Listened to stories told by Hu Jin. Ji Qi wouldn't leave Hu Jin's side for a moment. He wanted kisses, hugs, and more. Of course, trouble would sometimes occur too. For example, Ji Qi once made Hu Jin lose an important file and was subsequently scolded harshly after. The most frequent words spoken by Ji Qi during these few days were, "Don't like him." Hearing such statements repeatedly, Hu Jin eventually became numb. He gently patted Ji Qi's head, "Idiot." After Ji Qi fell asleep while leaning on him, Hu Jin softly kissed his forehead. carrying him back to the room afterward. The suffocating dawn was about to arrive again. It didn't matter. You've already said that you liked me. These few days will give me the strength to endure further. The next day. A faint glow lingered as sunlight shone through the window, illuminating the young man's face. Ji-Chi's long lashes fluttered a few times before opening. When he fully opened his eyes, his clear and cold gaze was devoid of any emotions, resembling an impenetrable glacier. This time Ji-Chi did not get angry, but rather acted indifferent as though nothing had happened. And indeed, there wasn't any emotion detectable in him at all. Ji-Chi got up and took a shower, continuing to eat the breakfast Huajin had prepared, all while maintaining that same detachment. Midway through the meal, a phone call from a friend caused Ji-Chi to step out without hesitation. Huajin, gripping his chopsticks tightly, veins standing out prominently, asked calmly, "Where are you going?" Ji-Chi responded indifferently, "What kind of place could I possibly go to? The hangout spots for rich spoiled kids, probably. You've known me longer than just one day." Putting down his chopsticks, Huajin suggested, "If you want to have fun, I can take you along." "Humph." Ji-Chi snorted disdainfully, "Would you take me somewhere to appreciate tea high up in the mountains or to practice calligraphy and painting?" Having spent so much time with Huajin, Ji-Chi discovered one of his peculiar habits. Huajin enjoyed practicing calligraphy. Often staying locked away in a room for hours on end. Despite his young age, his hobbies were quite old-fashioned. Without looking back, Ji-Chi left the house, muttering, "I can't play with your cultured intellectual stuff." As the loud slamming sound of the door echoed through the air, Huajin found himself alone in the vast house. Everything returned to normal. 1 week later, Huajin informed Ji-Chi that he would be going on a business trip for a few days. Ji-Chi reacted quite nonchalantly, only asking from his own standpoint for a few pheromone beads. These containers holding pheromones were easily available and affordable. Huajin agreed to his request. On the 4th day, Huajin returned. That evening, while washing up, Ji-Chi passed by the sink and noticed Huajin exposing his tightly wrapped arm. There was an injury. From his forearm downwards, it spread everywhere, blood-stained and gory. Seeing Ji-Chi approach, Huajin quickly pulled his clothes back down over the wounds. But the bright red color caught Ji-Chi's attention clearly. Ji-Chi's gaze turned icy. He had said he wouldn't respond to Huajin anymore. Knowing that Huajin hadn't planned to let him know either, Ji-Chi pretended as if nothing had happened. Had it been someone else, Ji-Chi might have asked a question or two. But since it was Huajin, he absolutely would not do so. He wouldn't give Huajin even the slightest chance to misunderstand. Cooking with his injured hand slowed everything down considerably, and Ji-Chi, perhaps growing impatient, directly left the house. "I'm not eating tonight." "It'll be ready soon," replied Huajin calmly. Ji-Chi hated this calm, collected attitude of his. "I've already said I won't eat." Another loud bang echoed through the house as the door slammed shut. Huajin turned off the stove and went to the living room to lift up his sleeve and clean the wound. He wanted to recover quickly. The cold days carried on in this manner for another half-month. That afternoon, it started out as an ordinary day. Ji-Chi received a phone call and ran home in a frenzied state. His raging anger made it impossible for him to control his aggressive pheromones from leaking uncontrollably. Chapter 48, Don't Want Him. S-class alphas are rare, and Ji-Chi's pheromones can suppress the vast majority of alphas. Due to his uncontrollable anger, Ji-Chi inadvertently affected many passers-by on his way. The call was from Song Lin. The two had grown up together since childhood and were also acquaintances of their families. Ji-Chi wasn't surprised at all about what Song Lin was doing at his house. Song Lin's tone was hasty, with the background sounds being incessant pounding noises, roaring and howling. "Xiao Qi. Where are you? Uncle Ji is going crazy again. Come back quickly." When Ji-Chi went out, Huajin was in the kitchen. He grabbed the car keys Huajin left on the coffee table and ran out. By the time Huajin reached the door, Ji-Chi had already driven his car away. Ji-Chi kept pressing the accelerator all the way. When he arrived at the Ji family villa, that fierce attack type of pheromone pressed so hard that it made him feel short of breath. Ji Xingming's pheromone category is rare. In the novel world, this would undoubtedly be a male lead configuration. Ji Xingming was also an S-class alpha, while Lin Jun was just an ordinary D-class omega. The two, in terms of identity, did not fit well together. A noble lineage would follow the principle of choosing the best. Ji-Chi hated Ji Xingming's pheromones the most since his childhood. He took a deep breath and rushed into the house. The closer he got, the more powerless he felt. Both he and Ji Xingming were S-class alphas. But the suppression of paternal surname was deeply rooted in bloodlines. Ji-Chi would always be suppressed by Ji Xingming. Only because he was Ji Xingming's child. Thus, he could not rescue Lin Jun from Ji Xingming's repeated rages. After Ji-Chi got out of the car and entered the first-floor living room, there was no one there. The attacking pheromones inside the house were as intense as rolling heat waves, layer upon layer. It felt like it could shatter the heart. Ji-Chi shakily rummaged under the coffee table in the living room for the stabilizer he had placed there before. He gave himself an injection. After throwing away the syringe, Ji Qi followed the scent to the second floor. The winding corridor was in disarray, with porcelain shards and flower pots scattered all over the ground. Uncle Ji, calm down. Song Lin's voice was somewhat loud. Even he, as a high-level alpha, was significantly affected by Ji Xingming's pheromones. When Ji Qi reached the second floor, he saw Lin Jun lying on the ground. Song Lin was guarding in front of Lin Jun. They were forced to the outdoor corridor beside the house, while Ji Xingming continued walking out. There was chaos around Lin Jun, with a noticeable pool of blood on the ground. And Ji Xingming, his eyes blood-red, was still glaring at Lin Jun, looking like a ferocious lion with bloodied mouth, not having dispersed his fury yet. Xiao Qi. Upon hearing the footsteps, Song Lin sighed in relief. Ji Xingming. Are you insane? Ji Qi directly called out Ji Xingming's name, his breathing choked, even his steps numb. He rushed to Ji Xingming and tightly grabbed the front of his shirt. Ji Qi had experienced this feeling of erratic heartbeat and cold sweats too many times. Now, he didn't have much strength even to clench his fists. The stabilizer did little help. It just allowed him to stand steady amidst these thick, overwhelming paternal pheromones. Without that stabilizer, the ones who fell wouldn't only be Lin Jun, but himself too. Ji Qi wanted to take action, even if he couldn't harm Ji Xingming in the slightest, he still wanted to make a move. Ji Xingming glared at Ji Qi in front of him with even more rage. His eyes looked sharp as blades. How old are you? Dare to act rudely in front of me. Ji Qi raised his fist and was ready to go ahead. Xiao Qi. Suddenly, Lin Jun on the ground called out Ji Qi's name. The sound floated faintly, making it unclear to hear. Bland and water-like. Hearing Lin Jun's voice, Ji Qi abruptly pushed away Ji Xingming. He turned around, ran to Lin Jun, and crouched halfway down. Lin Jun's forehead was bleeding, flowing down past one of his eyes. Ji Qi was panicked. Ji Qi turned around again and looked at Ji Xingming. In the middle of talking, he showed signs of getting angry and standing up once more. Ji Xingming. I will kill you. Before standing up, Lin Jun firmly grabbed Ji Qi's wrist. Ji Qi turned around again. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Dad. Ji Qi's chest rose and fell severely, even the veins on the side of his neck were burning hot and protruding. He hated Ji Xingming. More so, he resented Lin Jun. But Lin Jun was too gentle, having endured so much hurt over the years. No matter how much pain Ji Qi suffered, Ji Xingming could pacify him easily. Ji Qi pitted Lin Jun's weakness. Omegas seemed naturally destined to be controlled by alphas. Helpless. Sometimes, Ji Qi would be thankful that he was born at the top and didn't have to live like Lin Jun. Ji Qi wiped the blood from Lin Jun's forehead, but the more he wiped, the more it came out. His voice cracked with sobs. Dad, let's leave him. Let's leave him, all right. He clutched Lin Jun's hand. Can you divorce him? I beg you, get a divorce. Ji Qi's voice trembled in pain. I can take care of you. Why do you need an alpha like this? As he spoke, Ji Qi grew angry. His voice was loud and hoarse. Lin Jun lifted his eyes weakly, as if trying to say something, but couldn't find the strength. Lin Jun's wound needed dressing, such intense pheromone suppression required stabilization at a hospital. Ji Qi felt suffocated by the overwhelming presence of those pheromones. When Ji Qi tried to hold Lin Jun, Ji Xingming's pheromones made it impossible for him to stay steady. At this moment, Song Lin gripped Ji Qi's shoulder. Let me carry him. You keep an eye on your father, don't let him follow us. As Song Lin carried Lin Jun downstairs, Ji Qi stood up and glared furiously at Ji Xingming inside the house. His hatred burned fiercely like wildfire. Taking advantage of Ji Xingming's distraction, Ji Qi slammed the door and locked him inside. The sound of shattering grew louder. Ji Qi's mind was in chaos. When he guessed that Song Lin had already gotten into the car, Ji Qi hurried downstairs. They took Song Lin's car. Ji Qi sat in the back seat with Lin Jun. Through the rearview mirror, Ji Qi glanced at Song Lin. After all, Song Lin was truly a dependable friend. Today, thank you. Ji Qi's words were heavy, his voice soft, and his demeanor uncharacteristically vulnerable. Chapter 49 Hua Jin Hugs. Song Lin glanced back at Ji Qi through the mirror. You've never said thank you to me before. There's no need for us to be so estranged. Are we still friends, right? Song Lin pressed his fingertips unconsciously. Ji Qi's lips twitched slightly. Of course, you have always been my friend. Ji Qi emphasized the word friend with extreme weight. If he could let go of everything else, Ji Qi really didn't want to lose Song Lin as a friend. Song Lin replied softly. Ji Qi was pressing Lin Jun's injured forehead with a towel, unable to speak now. Ji Qi only hoped that Song Lin would drive faster, even faster. After reaching the hospital, Song Lin registered for an emergency visit. Coincidentally, the emergency doctor on duty at Jiangcity Hospital today was Gu Buizhou. He left the consultation room after receiving Song Lin's call. Gu Buizhou looked somewhat surprised when he saw Ji Qi. This was a patient who wouldn't come even if asked. A person marked by Enigma. Every reaction of Ji Qi had its own independent file. Let's stabilize him in the ER first. Gu Buizhou instructed a nurse to push a medical bed into the hospital hall. Lin Jun was rushed into the stabilization room in haste. Ji Qi and Song Lin waited outside the stabilization room. During this time, Ji Qi didn't say a word. When he was in a bad mood, he couldn't help but smoke. Ji Qi was in the smoking area of the corridor. The hand holding the cigarette kept trembling imperceptibly. In front of him, the smoke coiled around. He didn't feel like he was smoking, but the images in his mind spiraled from childhood onwards, feelings of suffocation and entrapment. Ji Qi couldn't understand the two of them. In his memory, Lin Jun had never said no to Ji Xingming. He thought Lin Jun loved Ji Xingming. Therefore, over all these years, regardless of how much pain or humiliation there was, Lin Jun swallowed it all. Once, Ji Qi asked Lin Jun a question. He asked if Lin Jun stayed in the Ji family because of him. Lin Jun said no. He said he didn't believe that children were shackles that confined oneself. Then it must be love, Ji Qi mused, fog clouding his vision. He loved Ji Xingming and was willing to stay for him. Even if it meant being hurt all over, he still chose to stay. As Ji Qi finished his cigarette, he instinctively lit another one. Just as he took the first puff, the words, "Ward Building," on the corridor wall were obscured by a towering shadow. Before Ji Qi could look up, his cigarette was snatched away, crushed, and thrown into the trash can in one smooth motion. In this world, the only people who would snatch cigarettes from him were Lin Jun and Hu Jin. Lin Jun was inside the stabilization room now. So it had to be Hu Jin. A faint, cool sandalwood pheromone enveloped him like a pair of warm hands. It was like falling into a pile of cotton, soft and comfortable. There you wait for the flowers to bloom, and the flowers in front of you seem to sense your presence, blooming one by one for you to see. Ji Qi didn't look up. He inwardly chuckled softly. Hu Jin was far more useful than this rotten cigarette. A bit wanting to cry. A bit wanting to hug Hu Jin. Ji Xingming said alphas couldn't cry. Especially S-level alphas, they definitely couldn't cry. But Lin Jun said it was fine, of course, when you're sad, you should cry, alphas can cry too. Lin Jun's soft and gentle voice echoed in his mind. The needed pheromones were right beside him, and Ji Qi's tightly strung nerves might have snapped too tightly and abruptly. A light sigh, along with Ji Qi turning his face slightly to avoid humiliation. And yet, tears rolled down from his eyes, burning the heart with alarm. Some strands of Ji Qi's slightly longer hair covered his eyelids. His cold and icy eyes hadn't yet dispersed their bloodshot redness. At the very moment Ji Qi felt the tears again, he swiftly wiped them away. Almost simultaneously with his slight head turn. He didn't want to appear weak in front of Hu Jin. Yet he ended up crying in front of him. It was precisely because Hu Jin arrived that he lost control and started tearing up. If he wiped fast enough, Hu Jin surely wouldn't see. Ji Qi's expression was bitter as he stared out toward the corridor, his glossy eyes seeing nothing clearly. He wanted to leave, unwilling to appear so disheveled in front of Hu Jin. But just as Ji Qi's steps hadn't fully taken the first step, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. That cold sandalwood pheromone grew even stronger. It permeated through his skin glands and throughout his limbs. Chapter 50, Enigma. Hu Jin held Ji Qi, gently soothing him. His hand softly caressed Ji Qi's back. Qi Qi. Hu Jin's voice rang in Ji Qi's ear. How did that tenderness polished by time sound so good? Ji Qi tightly clutched the clothes at Hu Jin's waist, and because of the excessive force, it was crumpled into countless wrinkles. Hu Jin always seemed to bring him such peace. But when he thought of Lin Jun, his determination to distance himself from Hu Jin seemed stronger than ever. Lin Jun was like a plaything in Ji Xingming's hands. Brought out whenever thoughts surfaced to become cherished. Kicked away when no longer needed. Born at the peak, with choices, he would never take Lin Jun's old path. Ji Qi didn't push Hu Jin away. He didn't want to push him away, he was contradicting himself like a madman. Ji Qi's repressed emotions were laid bare, and having already cried, he decided to cry his heart out in Hu Jin's arms. Years of family atmosphere. An unexpected marking incident suddenly happened. Being surrounded, being mocked. Being confined for 3 years, everything. Ji Qi held Hu Jin and cried for a long while. Hu Jin's clothes were soaked wet. Listening as the crying slowly subsided, Hu Jin touched Ji Qi's head. He apologized, "I'm sorry." Hu Jin slightly pushed Ji Qi away and tenderly wiped his tears with a handkerchief. Hu Jin had never seen Ji Qi cry like this before. So he really wanted to leave him. Even hugging him and crying made him say he hated Hu Jin. Hu Jin's gaze lowered, watching Ji Qi who had run out of tears. It was as if he was consoling him, after 2 years, the mark will gradually fade. It won't take 3 years, we can get a divorce. Hu Jin said, "I won't entangle you." Ji Qi took a deep breath. His eyes were still slightly red. Things that couldn't be changed, saying them would only cause irritation. His face expressionless. Can you do me a favor? Sure. Hua Jin immediately agreed. Ji Qi, after my dad is discharged from the hospital, let him stay at your place for some time. He knows about our situation, Ji Qi said offhandedly. All right. At this moment, Song Lin approached from one side. He saw Hua Jin standing with Ji Qi together. An inexplicable anger flared up. Qi. Song Lin rushed over. Why did you ask him here? Ji Qi reached out and grabbed Hua Jin's hand. My boyfriend, isn't it normal for him to pick me up? Song Lin's hand under his sleeve tightened with a crunching sound upon hearing this. He locked eyes with Hua Jin. Hua Jin looked down, indifferent and cold. As for the reason why Ji Qi suddenly grabbed him, Hua Jin knew it well. Song Lin just harbored resentment, but he had already been intentionally distanced by Ji Qi. Hua Jin himself should be counted among those who committed great wrongs. Hua Jin stepped forward. Nice to meet you, I'm part of Qi Qi's family. I just wanted to thank you for bringing them to the hospital. Humph. Song Lin scoffed heavily, his chest vibrating slightly, and his anger was visible. Do I need to thank you for sending Qi to the hospital? Ji Qi pulled Hua Jin's hand and walked forward, not wanting to listen to these two goad each other. Ji Qi let go of Hua Jin's hand near the stabilizing room door. Hua Jin felt the residual warmth in his palm. He lightly rubbed it. 2 hours later, Lin Jun came out from the stabilization room, and his forehead wound had also been treated. Ji Qi followed the moving bed into a regular ward. Hua Jin greeted Lin Jun. Lin Jun didn't seem too surprised to see Hua Jin. He just glanced at Ji Qi a few times and then politely exchanged a couple of words with Hua Jin. Gu Baizhou saw Hua Jin for the first time and immediately guessed his identity. A living enigma. Gu Baizhou dared not look too much. He examined Lin Jun's physical report, relaxing his eyebrows. The pheromones in the body have now stabilized, the head wound isn't deep. There's no need to be hospitalized. A stabilization shot 2 hours later, and you can be discharged. It's recommended that for the next few days you don't come into contact with your lover's pheromones. Eat lighter food. Ji Qi listened carefully and noted the advice. Thank you. Gu Baizhou glanced around the room, sweeping Hua Jin, Ji Qi, and Song Lin with his gaze. Then he added, could the companion step out for a moment? I need to ask the patient some private questions. The three listened to Gu Baizhou's words and left the ward. Now only Lin Jun and Gu Baizhou remained in the room. Gu Baizhou smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, there's something about your son that I'd like to discuss with you. He's also my patient. Lin Jun's gaze lifted, his expression visibly more serious. Gu Baizhou spoke calmly, but he refuses to listen to anything I say. You are his father, and I hope you can guide him from a constructive perspective. Lin Jun slightly propped himself up. He had regained more than half of his strength, though tired, he still had some mental energy. Seeing Gu Baizhou's seriousness, Lin Jun's expression turned grave. Dr. Gu, please continue. Gu Baizhou picked up a questionnaire that was pressed under his record book. His tone became serious. Although I cannot inquire about the specifics of your home situation, this sheet allows me to guess quite a bit. Ji Qi has been deeply affected by his family environment. Lin Jun took a deep breath, his voice muffled. I know. Do you have any idea what I am going to say next? Lin Jun closed his eyes briefly, perhaps. I can guess a little. He was marked by an enigma, and furthermore. Lin Jun grabbed the bedsheet, and fell in love with that enigma, right? Gu Baizhou shook his head. That's just the beginning of the root cause. He came to the hospital after his first heat, and also after the second. Ji Qi was born at the peak of the pyramid. Deep down, he refuses to admit that he has fallen for a strong person. This realization builds walls around him. I've questioned him, and he showed no emotions during his heat cycle. Only memories remain, all emotional recognition is blank. The scenes after he wakes up are numb. Gu Baizhou conducted numerous tests on Ji Qi, meticulously recording every word Ji Qi said. Gu Baizhou spoke earnestly and made a definitive judgment. This condition does not belong to schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder. Pausing for a second, he looked at Lin Jun. It's his way of protecting himself. Lin Jun's expression carried a hint of bitterness. How could he not understand? During his heat, he loved Hua Jin as much as he hated him when he regained consciousness, right? Chapter 51. Gu Baizhou made no attempt to conceal it. Yes, it's like that. He was firmly entrenched in the armor that protected himself, others couldn't get in, and he couldn't come out. Gu Baizhou sighed lightly. He looked at Lin Jun politely and said, this is serious, and it will get more severe. The farther he moves away, the more emotions will accumulate over time. If he realizes his love after having hurt and pushed away his lover, it might be too late. You have a lover as well. Do you think Ji Qi can endure that kind of pain? All his hesitations originate from the suppression and suffocation of his family background. So it's your responsibility for him being this way. Gu Baizhou spoke seriously. I hope he receives positive treatment. But he is very resistant. Lin Jun glanced at the closed door, vaguely able to see the scene outside through the transparent observation window. There was no emotion on Ji Qi's face outside the ward, just cold indifference. Lin Jun admitted, I indeed did not guide him well. Lin Jun's gaze seemed to wander slightly, his character has always been stubborn since childhood. In the end, this matter depends only on himself. If I talk to him now or try to bring them together, he might even reject me as his father. Lin Jun understood Ji Qi all too well. His son was incredibly stubborn and sensitive about feelings. It seemed Ji Qi was destined to endure hardship. Once again, Gu Baizhou pulled out an adenoid test report for Lin Jun. Gu Baizhou said, their compatibility rate is 99.7%. A pheromone compatibility rate exceeding 90 is already rare, while such a high compatibility rate is practically perfect. Lin Jun smirked faintly with his lips pursed. His own compatibility rate with his alpha was merely 69%. That was the minimum standard required by national laws for marriage. Any lower by 4 percentage points, and even marriage with Ji Xingming wouldn't be legally acceptable under the law. Low-grade Omega. For an inferior Omega who can't even comfort their partner during their estrous cycle, 99.7% is truly a perfect number. That's great, Lin Jun whispered softly. I'll bring him to the hospital if he agrees. Lin Jun's voice was light. After speaking, Lin Jun looked at Gu Baizhou and said, he hates Hu Jin. They need time. Lin Jun gazed at the sky outside the house. A bird just happened to leap into the air from a branch. The curtain swayed gently, creating a paradoxically vivid yet dead silence. It's like an unbreakable knot. Ji Qi was too proud, his relationship with Hu Jin could only start like this. If they were like regular couples, beginning with mutual attraction, courtship, and then ambiguous affections, it would seem absurd. It was absolutely impossible. When Ji Qi realized he was liked by someone stronger than himself, his first reaction was to distance himself and feel repulsion. Hu Jin had no chance whatsoever. So, he must be taking a gamble, right? Hu Jin was gambling. Hu Jin marked him, so he should have anticipated such an outcome, offering his heart to be torn apart bloody and raw. How stupid. Lin Jun's tone revealed no particular emotion, calm and still. Suddenly, Lin Jun let out a bitter laugh, laced with helplessness. There's nothing we can do about it. This is an unbreakable knot. If little Qi cannot untie it himself, both of them will suffer. Gu Baizhou lowered his eyes and voiced his doubts. In fact, regarding the marking, I always felt there was more to it than what we imagined. Though I don't know why Enigma would mark him. I'm certain it wasn't because of liking. Gu Baizhou's expression showed confusion. The first time Ji Qi came to the hospital, the bite marks left by Enigma had a different pheromone signature compared to the usual possession markings. Enigma didn't mark him out of liking but rather for another reason. Lin Jun turned his head and laughed helplessly and amusingly. If it wasn't because of affection, then it must be for utilitarian purposes, eyeing my son's money, perhaps. Gu Baizhou saw Lin Jun return the sheet he had handed over, and he accepted it back. Gu Baizhou, the archive contains scarce data about Enigma's marking behaviors, so I haven't figured out where the differences lie yet. With a narrowed gaze filled with deep investigation, Gu Baizhou added, I will keep following up on Ji Qi's case. You can contact me anytime if there are developments. Lin Jun naturally understood Gu Baizhou's intentions. Young and ambitious. An alpha undergoing tract treatment due to being marked by Enigma would potentially lead to a groundbreaking medical paper later. When that happens, Gu Baizhou wouldn't simply remain Dr. Gu anymore. Gu Baizhou's words weren't entirely trusted by Lin Jun. Lin Jun saw through it but remained silent, only nodding slightly. They exchanged a few more words before Gu Baizhou exited the ward. After he opened the ward door and went out, Ji Qi immediately came in. Dad. Ji Qi walked to the bedside and touched Lin Jun's forehead. Are you feeling any better? I'm fine, Lin Jun said gently. What did Gu Baizhou just tell you? Lin Jun, he told you to upset me less. Ji Qi. Ji Qi was speechless, his lips tightly closed. Hu Jin followed Ji Qi and politely called Lin Jun, Uncle Lin. Song Lin also approached at this moment. Uncle, after you take the stabilizer later, I'll send you and little Qi home. Lin Jun's eyes gleamed, his handsome face appearing a bit weak due to his illness. I won't go home. I've decided to listen to little Qi and divorce that old man. Ji Qi, huh? Chapter 52, Lin Jun goes all out. Divorce? Really? Ji Qi was somewhat skeptical. Lin Jun's temper was famously good, although he wasn't the type to be easily manipulated like some people. Every time Ji Xingming would cajole him, Lin Jun would forgive Ji Xingming. Just now, Ji Qi had suggested a divorce between them. But deep down, Ji Qi thought it probably wouldn't happen. He was somewhat surprised and frowned as he asked Ji Qi, shall steal your marriage certificate? According to regulations, an Omega could file for divorce citing domestic violence. With sufficient evidence, the divorce could be granted unilaterally. All that was needed was the marriage certificate. Lin Jun felt his pocket and pulled out a small red booklet with gilded characters that read clearly, I've already brought it. Ji Qi, huh? Was this real? But... Dad? Are you serious? It seemed incredulous. Lin Jun's thumb stroked the certificate, absolutely. When he comes to coax you again, you will surely go back to him. Ji Qi knew Lin Jun well. If Lin Jun were truly heartless, he would have lost his father long ago. Lin Jun spoke faintly, I won't go back. When I say divorce, I mean it. Don't change your mind. Although Ji Xingming occasionally went berserk, upon careful reflection, he had not abused Lin Jun during good times. They had mutual respect in their relationship. Ji Qi had never quite figured out the dynamic of their interactions over the years. You'll see. Lin Jun looked at Ji Qi seriously. All of a sudden, when we divorce, whose side are you on? Ah. Not yet, right? Have we reached the point about deciding on the child's custody already? Ji Qi's temples throbbed, I'll start my own family. Lin Jun said, you don't meet the requirements for starting a new household alone yet, you need to get married. Ji Qi's eyebrows tightened, words were already on the tip of his tongue but remained unsaid. His marriage to Hu Jin had been so casual, like a joke. He certainly didn't want to tell Lin Jun about it. If he did, he'd surely receive a beating. Seeing the situation, Hu Jin took a step forward and interjected appropriately, Uncle, these few days you should avoid exposure to your partner's pheromones. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place for a while. My residence is located far from the main city district, relatively quiet. Ji Qi originally assumed that since Lin Jun wasn't particularly close with Hu Jin, he might refuse the offer. He had planned to suggest something else. Unexpectedly, Lin Jun immediately agreed, all right. I prefer quiet. Ji Qi, Did he agree too quickly? Not even hesitating or refusing? Uncle, are you going to stay at his house? Song Lin, standing by the sickbed on the right, appeared confused. Song Lin corrected himself, what I meant was that there's our villa in the suburbs where you can stay. Why bother someone else if there's a place to stay? Lin Jun smiled at Song Lin, if I stayed at your house, Ji Xingming would find me within a day. I'm not going. He refused straightforwardly. Song Lin clenched his lips, appearing frustrated. I'll send you two then. Hu Jin answered, I have a car. In the end, Song Lin ended up disappointed as Lin Jun, after being given a sedative, was taken home by Hu Jin and Ji Qi. In the car, Lin Jun observed Hu Jin carefully. Leaning his head against his hand, he casually asked, how long have the two of you been together? Hu Jin. Restless. Ji Qi. Stunned. Sitting rigidly in the driver's seat, Hu Jin took fully 2 seconds to respond to Lin Jun's question. Uncle, sorry, I've failed to find a proper time to pay respects to your family until now. Hu Jin and Qi have been together, for a little over 2 months. Ji Qi hung his head without refuting. Lin Jun's eyes rested on Ji Qi, so, moving out wasn't about finding omegas or being busy with work, right? You ran away to live with someone, didn't you? Uncle, please don't blame Qi, it was me who insisted he moved out. Hu Jin's tone was unbearably stiff. Oh, Lin Jun nodded lightly, you're pretty bold. Hu Jin. It was rare to see Hu Jin at a loss for words, but strangely, Ji Qi felt inexplicably pleased. Before Hu Jin could reply, Lin Jun added another sentence. Hu Chief Justice, your position is prestigious, but now that you're with Qi, naturally, I must speak from the elder's perspective. Yes. Hu Jin acknowledged. I see that you're much older than Qi in our family. How old are you this year? Hu Jin coughed slightly, your junior is 29 years old. Lin Jun sked, rounds off to 31. You're more than 10 years older. Ji Qi. Is this how you round off? Lin Jun's voice came again, Xiao Qi is young and lacks experience, so you should be more accommodating. Hu Jin praised, Qi is very smart. Though young, he has courage and means, and many things I don't have. Hu Jin, he's also taught me a lot. Ji Qi was cautious and wise, with just those perfectly drafted contracts, he had outwitted many of his peers. The bet agreement signed with artists started at 100 million yuan. Bold and daring indeed. Lack of experience isn't limited by age. Lin Jun chuckled lightly and asked again, I heard that when you were little, Xian Jin, life wasn't easy for you. You've built everything up from nothing to get to your current position, which must have been hard. Hu Jin did not deny it, my hometown is in Liao City, so I consider myself fortunate. Ji Qi was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He had always thought that Hu Jin's life had shone brightly from the start. If all he has now was obtained without any help, then the hardships must have been indescribable. Lin Jun seemed increasingly interested, talents like you should be wooed by international leagues. Why do you stay in Jiangqing? Hu Jin replied calmly, because I like it here. Lin Jun, such good opportunities, why don't you seize them? After a considerable pause, Hu Jin answered, perhaps I will. Lin Jun could guess what this implied. He shifted topics, how did the two of you meet? By this point, Ji Qi could no longer bear listening. He grabbed Lin Jun's arm, Dad, aren't you too nosy? Lin Jun sat further away from Ji Qi but continued speaking to Hu Jin, how much is your salary? Hu Jin, annual income of 7 million. 7 million. Lin Jun frowned slightly, our Xiao Qi spends more than 7 million yuan per year as pocket money. Ji Qi nodded, that's right, right. Lin Jun, I heard you have a side business. Hua Jin looked composed, a few independent core technologies under different leagues. Lin Jun, what's your annual turnover? Hua Jin, 30 billion in turnover, but it doesn't count as personal property. Lin Jun, TSK. Ji Qi, what the fuck? Ji Qi couldn't help but interject, with such assets, you drive a 300,000 yuan car. It turns out he had mistakenly thought Hua Jin was poor all this time. Hua Jin tilted his head slightly and glanced at Ji Qi, flaunting in a subtle way, I think being practical works fine. Lin Jun chuckled softly and leaned over to quietly whisper to Ji Qi, looks like he can support you. Ji Qi fumed. So this was why Lin Jun kept asking these questions. Did you hear yourself? Dad? Lin Jun remained unperturbed, if you're too shy to ask, I'll do it for you. Ji Qi. Chapter 53, Hua Jin's Gift. Ji Qi, I absolutely don't want to know. Oh, Lin Wan feigned disappointment and pressed his lips, I thought you would. Ji Qi. Lin Wan ignored Ji Qi's inquiries and rested against the car after he got tired of answering. Ji Qi had a fresh realization about Hua Jin. On the way, Ji Qi intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Hua Jin a few more times. Hua Jin's life seemed quite different from what Ji Qi had imagined, an easy road filled with good health and prosperity. Born in a small place, striving hard on his own. The Enigma identity did not seem to add much brilliance to him. A wolf emerging from the mud pit, its bite must be painful. Thinking about this, Ji Qi felt an unexplained soreness in his glands. SSS. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Hua Jin's house. Ji Qi helped Lin Wan out of the car. Lin Wan had recovered significantly, but due to being frail, still looked as though he could be blown away by the wind, exuding a mild sickly beauty that added a sense of broken elegance. When he was younger, Lin Wan liked cheongsams and enjoyed theatrical arts, radiating an elegant charm that didn't fit the times. Now slightly older, that elegance made him even more alluring. Hua Jin's home was a two-story modern residence. Compared to the opulence and wealth flaunted by Ji family homes, it was much more refreshing. After arriving home, Ji Qi supported Lin Wan into the house. Hua Jin behaved like the master, everything going smoothly. Taking advantage of Ji Qi stepping out for a moment, Hua Jin took a beautifully wrapped small gift box from the room and handed it over to Lin Wan. Speaking sincerely and formally, Hua Jin said, Uncle, please forgive my boldness, I've been with Shishi for so long yet haven't visited your household yet. He respectfully handed the gift to Lin Wan, this is a token of my respect for meeting you for the first time, hoping you won't mind it. Lin Wan wore a kind expression. He gazed at the package. It was about the size of 2 palms with no prominent brand logo. An antique-style wooden carved floral box. Though the packaging was exquisite, it was unclear what the item inside was. Lin Wan accepted the gift. Hua Jin spoke warmly, take a look and see if you like it. Lin Wan carefully opened the box. A man who rarely cursed exclaimed, shit. Antiques. It was a pair of dazzling jadeite plates worn by Mr. Chen Kai-yi. Lin Wan's one hand holding the gift quickly turned into 2 hands within a blink of an eye. Worried that they might fall. You, this, that, where did you get this thing? Lin Wan's eyes remained fixed on the pair of antiques. For once, his speech was stuttering. Lin Wan's eyes gleamed with unusual brightness. At this point, Ji Qi approached upon hearing the conversation. Dad, you can't just accept things from people. I'll buy anything you like myself. Despite the ongoing dialogue between them, both Lin Wan and Hua Jin completely ignored Ji Qi. Hua Jin politely smiled at Lin Wan, a friend auctioned it back from abroad, I hope you like it. You're truly thoughtful. Lin Wan meticulously closed the box, smiling until his eyes crinkled. Then I shall not hesitate anymore. Ji Qi stared in disbelief as Lin Wan carefully put away the gift. Lin Wan completely disregarded him. What happened? The Omega of Jiangqing's richest man, Ji Xingming, acted like someone unfamiliar with worldly affairs. What is it, could he like it so much? Lin Wan immediately took the item into the guest room. Ji Qi blocked Hua Jin's path, what did you give him, why is he so happy? Hua Jin raised his eyebrows, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Kid? Who are you calling a kid? Ji Qi gave him a cold stare, don't play any tricks. After finishing his sentence, Ji Qi walked towards Lin Wan's room, he didn't want Lin Wan to accept Hua Jin's gifts. It was absurd anyway. Before Ji Qi reached the door, Lin Wan happily came out of the room. His mood was visibly good. So good, in fact, that Lin Wan, who never cooked at home, decided to cook for the 2 juniors. You're still weak, how can you cook? Ji Qi tried to stop him. I'm fine already. Lin Wan looked earnest, and no one could hold him back. Ji Qi held his head, finished. An hour later, there were several dark, undecipherable dinner dishes on the table. Burnt fish pancakes, black water liana vegetables, stewed tomatoes with mashed potatoes, green chili peppers stir-fried with red chili peppers and eggs, mixed with beans, ginger, garlic, oyster sauce, and spring onions all cooked together. Hua Jin maintained a serious face. Ji Qi massaged his temples. He secretly took a photo and sent it to his rich kids chat group. Ji-Chi, my Omega dad is up to something again, picture, picture, picture. Ji-Chi joked, if you're my buddy, come over for dinner. Several replies popped up quickly. Friend 1, no. Friend 2, no. Friend 3, no, I don't know Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi sat at the dining table, hand resting on his forehead as he sent a message to Huijin. Ji-Chi, Dad has a glass heart, so we can't say it's not delicious. Ji-Chi, red envelope. Ji-Chi, this is the fee for insincere compliments. Huijin glanced at the incoming messages. He looked down at the dishes in front of him and picked up a piece with his chopsticks without changing his expression. Is it good? Lin Wan asked. Huijin coughed lightly. It's good. If it's good, then eat more. After saying this, Lin Wan served a bite each to Huijin and Ji-Chi. Ji-Chi closed his eyes as if scared. His face twisted in ways Lin Wan couldn't see. What did Huijin give Lin Wan? It actually made him happy enough to cook a meal. Ji-Chi shoveled a large lump of food onto Huijin's plate. His glance conveyed, you should eat more. Huijin's hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. Huijin, very nervous, but says nothing. This meal dragged on unusually long. Because he hadn't eaten enough, Ji-Chi woke up starving at midnight. Since Lin Wan already knew everything, Ji-Chi was still sharing a room with Huijin. When he got up in the night, Huijin wasn't there. The bed beside him was completely empty. Ji-Chi threw off the blanket and stood up. He opened the bedroom door, and neither the living room light nor anyone was around. This feeling was strangely unpleasant. Huijin had received a call yesterday evening and hadn't returned since. Since the pheromone extract from last time still existed, Ji-Chi lay back down and fell asleep. Did he leave and not come back? Ji-Chi turned on the living room lights. He took out his phone and saw a message from Huijin. It was sent at 12 o'clock. Huijin, go to sleep early. Huijin, I might return late. Huijin, if you're hungry, there's a sandwich in the fridge, heat it in the microwave for 1 minute. Huijin, good night. Ji-Chi turned off his phone, almost enchanted. Perhaps because Huijin's voice sounded so nice. Whenever Ji-Chi read his texts, it felt like he could hear the sound, so gentle yet unhurried. There was always a kind of serene, weathered tranquility about Huijin. Ji-Chi walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. There was indeed a sandwich inside. Was this what Huijin was making in the kitchen before leaving? There were eggs and meat. Ji-Chi put the sandwich into the microwave. At that moment, Lin Wan happened to come out for the restroom. Seeing Ji-Chi, he came over drowsily. Last night when Huijin left, he noticed the missing slippers by the door. Clearly, he hadn't returned. Lin Wan said softly, Huijin hasn't been home this late. Why don't you call and ask? Chapter 54, You are not a good boy at all. Hearing the sound, Ji-Chi turned back. Why should I ask him? He didn't get his annual salary of 7 million for nothing. Ji-Chi replied nonchalantly. Tisk, so indifferent. You two aren't, that kind of. Lin Jun's face looked strange, carrying a hint of disdain. Ji-Chi felt a chill, what kind? Can you just speak clearly once and for all? Lin Jun, contract lovers. The kind in TV dramas. Ji-Chi, no. He certainly didn't want Lin Jun to know that he had signed a contract with Huijin. It was not only embarrassing, but the more Lin Jun knew, the more worried he would become. It would be better to just pretend in front of Lin Jun. Lin Jun's face expressed confusion. If you're not that way, then why don't you care about him? You don't even ask where he is when he comes home late. Ji-Chi said guiltily, he is very busy. If I suddenly call him, he will be unhappy. Lin Jun, you haven't even made the call, how do you know he won't be happy? Lin Jun poured himself a glass of water and sat down on the living room sofa. When these two people are dating, they need to care for and love each other in order to maintain the relationship long term. Feelings should be approached seriously, understand? Since you're together, don't neglect them. One cannot merely enjoy the benefits that others bring to their feelings. It's like. While listening to Lin Jun's lecture, Ji-Chi clenched his teeth and said, I'm asking now. Lin Jun, yes, definitely ask. Lin Jun nodded, if your loved one gives you a call, it can multiply your work efficiency by several times. Ji-Chi lowered his gaze, who told you this? Lin Jun disapprovingly said, your dad. Ji-Chi gave Lin Jun a scornful look, should I send you, with your romantic obsession, to the hospital? Lin Jun tooted, tomorrow, I'll find you a new dad. As Lin Jun glanced at Ji-Chi's phone screen. Ji-Chi hadn't even saved Huijin's number. He clicked on Huijin's number from the call history and dialed it. The ringing went on for half a minute, but the other side did not pick up. Ji-Chi's expression grew serious, I told you, he's busy. Saying this, Ji-Chi's tone was light-hearted. But his hand holding the phone tightened involuntarily. 2 minutes later, Ji-Chi inexplicably called Huijin's number again. Still no answer. In the following time, Ji-Chi dialed over 20 calls within half an hour. He began to feel irrationally restless. Ji-Chi got up and walked towards the door. Lin Jun peeked and asked, "You care about him quite a bit, huh?" Ji-Chi didn't even turn around. Can a big guy like him just disappear? "I'm just going out for a cigarette." As he spoke, Ji-Chi opened the door. The cold wind rushed in, a bit chilly. Ji-Chi lit a cigarette and started smoking outside. The smoke acted as a screen for his eyes and heart. Unsettled, unquiet. Just as he finished half of his cigarette, Ji-Chi's phone rang. He flipped open his phone quickly. Faster than he himself realized. It was Huijin calling back. Ji-Chi felt a little joy, which magnified 100-fold in the blink of an eye. But it disappeared just as quickly. On the other end was a familiar voice, sounding somewhat happy. "Chi-Chi. Did you call me? My phone wasn't with me earlier. I wasn't ignoring your call." After several consecutive sentences, Ji-Chi let out a sigh of relief. Ji-Chi made a sound, not knowing what to say. "I was just." "Just what?" The soft, magnetic voice near his ear asked. Before Ji-Chi could respond, Huijin, as if realizing something, spoke up, "Are you smoking again?" Ji-Chi deliberately took a hard puff of his cigarette, watching the smoke rise before him. "So what? Does Judge Who think he can manage my affairs through the screen?" Huijin's tone was stern. "I do want to manage you. Ji-Chi, it's none of your business." Huijin's voice was very gentle. "You aren't a good boy at all." Ji-Chi felt as if something was scratching at his chest. Perhaps it was because Huijin's voice sounded too pleasant, or perhaps this sentence reminded him too much of the flirtatious tension between lovers. Anyway, Ji-Chi thought about hanging up the phone. He coughed. "Is this your first day meeting me? Have I ever been obedient?" The response came quickly. "You have been obedient." Ji-Chi was slightly stunned and sidetracked. His heart wrapped itself in a bundle of tangled lines. He changed the topic. "Hang up." "Don't hang up," came Huijin's deep voice. Ji-Chi heard the sound of paper flipping on Huijin's side. "Are you hungry?" Ji-Chi snorted lightly. "No." "Huijin, there's a 24-hour convenience store downstairs from where I'm working now. Do you want me to bring you back some small cakes?" What was Huijin talking about? Bringing him small cakes? Leaning against the doorframe, Ji-Chi said, "Alphas don't eat small cakes." From the other side came a low, deep laugh, and Ji-Chi's frown eased. "Huijin, I'll be back soon." Ji-Chi's expression turned strange. "I didn't call you to come back." "Huijin, then I won't come back." On hearing that, Ji-Chi hung up immediately. Whatever. Ji-Chi stood there in the yard for another 10 minutes. The cold wind felt soothing. Just as Ji-Chi was about to turn around and go back inside, Huijin's car drove into the yard. "TSK, liar." Ji-Chi looked at himself, realizing he probably looked like he was waiting on purpose at the door. He wanted to stand straight and quickly turned to close the door. Perhaps because Ji-Chi had been dazed for too long, Huijin had already gotten out of the car before Ji-Chi could turn around. Since he had been seen, running away would only make him appear more suspicious. So Ji-Chi decided not to hide anymore. Ji-Chi lit another cigarette with utmost seriousness. He just came out to smoke. Ji-Chi hadn't turned on the porch light, so he could only see Huijin by the indoor lighting. He himself was hidden in the darkness of night. Everything was dim. When Huijin reached the doorway, Ji-Chi noticed something in his hand. Ji-Chi smoked casually as if it were nothing. Not initiating any conversation with Huijin. It seemed Huijin had no intention of letting him off easily. He did not go inside but walked toward Ji-Chi's position instead. "Waiting for me?" "Huh?" Ji-Chi's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Huijin's gaze was lowered, exuding an overwhelming masculinity that made one feel silently confined. Brazen like lions or tigers, dangerous yet secure. "Of course not." Ji-Chi's face remained indifferent. "I just came out to have a smoke." In the next moment, Huijin snuffed out Ji-Chi's cigarette. Immediately thereafter, he shoved a bunch of things into Ji-Chi's arms. Huijin's tone was casual and cheerful. "This is a reward." Ji-Chi's eyes flickered. Chapter 55, Kissed Chi. Ji-Chi looked down and saw the delicately packaged little cake with a label, its seal adorned with a beautiful light yellow rose. There were also 2 small breads. Ji-Chi wanted to return them, but after Huijin handed over the items, he went straight into the house. Lin Jun in the living room hadn't gone to sleep either. When Lin Jun saw Huijin and Ji-Chi enter one after another, he smiled warmly. "Little Jin, you're back. Just now, we were so worried about our Chi-Chi he called you so many times." Ji-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. He wanted to refute it. But before he could, he realized that explaining might make Lin Jun misunderstand him, while not explaining could cause Huijin to misinterpret his actions. So when Huijin glanced back at Ji-Chi, Ji-Chi's expression remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head silently without a word. Ji-Chi placed the cake bought by Huijin on the coffee table in the living room. Because Lin Jun was present, there still remained an awkward distance between the two of them. Lin Jun glanced at Huijin and softly said, "Do you also need to work overtime at the CE lab?" Huijin responded, "Not necessary." Although some experimental data needs to be monitored at night, my presence isn't needed. Lin Jun added with a sidelong glance, I heard from some gossips that you've been responsible for monitoring the flow of underground black market drugs. Isn't that dangerous? Ji Qi slightly lifted his gaze, looking at Hu Jin momentarily startled for a second. Hu Jin's expression remained gentle, showing no sign of hesitation. It is risky, but generally speaking, taking action against me poses too much risk, making it unprofitable. So, this can be ignored. Lin Jun. Ji Qi. Lin Jun coughed lightly, you should still pay more attention to safety. People who don't value their lives behave differently from normal people. Just informing each other about what you're doing will ease worries. Hu Jin's gaze landed on Ji Qi. I understand. Lin Jun nodded affirmatively, go rest soon. After responding politely, Hu Jin went to the bathroom. After Hu Jin left the living room, Lin Jun looked at the little cake on the table. He softly commented, I see that he treats you quite well. Ji Qi appeared composed, he marked me. How could he treat me badly? If I had my eye on any Omega, I would also be good to them. Lin Jun patted Ji Qi's shoulder, you seemed so anxious just now. Were you worried about him? Huh. Ji Qi frowned in annoyance, when did I ever worry about him? Lin Jun didn't continue pursuing this, instead changing the subject and chuckling lightly, I see Hu Jin has a heavy mind. It seems like he has a lot weighing on him. Just now, someone investigated some materials for me. No father, no mother. Quite pitiful. Ji Qi's eyes slightly shifted, indicating that he wanted Lin Jun to keep going, yet he acted as if he didn't want to listen. Lin Jun said, what he's doing is very dangerous. You should care about him more. Ji Qi paused for a moment, Hu Jin had such righteousness, there wasn't anything particularly surprising about this situation. Every top-tier talent was like that. He only felt a bit stifled in his chest. Seeing that Ji Qi didn't respond, Lin Jun changed the topic, the sandwich from the microwave that I ate earlier was perfect. You eat the small cake. Eat? Lin Jun said, yes, the food I cooked tasted so bad, I don't know how both of you managed to eat it. Ji Qi muttered, you know. After finishing speaking, Lin Jun turned around to go back to bed. Ji Qi wrestled with his thoughts regarding the little cake for 10 minutes before opening the package. TSK, which alpha eats small cakes anyway? That's something Omegas who like candy would enjoy. 5 minutes later, finished eating. The next day's breakfast was made by Hu Jin. Ji Qi couldn't figure him out, regardless of how many hours he slept, his energy always remained excellent. The three ate breakfast at the dining table. Lin Jun turned on the TV. He had a habit of watching the news. Unusually, the content being broadcast caught Lin Jun off guard. The host seriously reported, with rolling images related to text behind him. According to the latest reports from Jiangcity News Channel, multiple inhibitors of black market drugs have leaked in Jiangcity. The highest authorities captured 3 crime dens at 2 a.m. yesterday morning, confiscating a total of 1 ton of counterfeit medicine. The rampant criminals were even conducting unauthorized alpha human experiments. Such human experiments are cruel and horrifying. This roundup rescued 23 alphas, including 6 S-grade alphas. The illegally detained alphas all suffer from pheromone disorders. Currently, 9 dead and 18 injured. The injured are being treated in the hospital. The rescuers suffered 3 injuries during the rescue. Suspects point to international fugitives operating in secret. Jiangcity News Channel will continue to follow up on further developments. Ji Qi also looked up at the TV, the background imagery shocking. Many alphas were imprisoned in a small, low cellar. Almost everyone had injuries. How could these be alphas? They resembled more like pet dogs in the mud. Ji Qi felt a wave of numbness in his heart. This society had never been peaceful. Evildoers had no bottom line. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Hu Jin. Why, did this timeline match Hu Jin's so well? Such dangerous work shouldn't fall to Hu Jin, right? This was big news. The top authority has always controlled the black areas. Under Boshan Group's pharmaceutical company umbrella, Ji Qi knew about many profit-making methods. People who don't value their lives do life-threatening trades. Lin Jun watched the news and asked what Ji Qi wanted to know, Little Jin, where is the place reported in this news? Hu Jin responded with a flicker in his eyes, the address is within the scope of confidential work. Lin Jun, so, did you go to the place mentioned in the news yesterday? Hu Jin, yes. Ji Qi's eyes trembled slightly. Hu Jin went. For such a black market industry, underlings could do anything. Why would Hu Jin get involved in such dangerous matters? Hu Jin's voice sounded again, yesterday was the end game, the top department has been monitoring this den for a year. To eliminate this den, even the shadow of the mastermind hasn't been seen by the top authorities. Lin Jun's expression startled a bit, is this, something you can say? Hu Jin, in a few days, it'll be reported in the news. Lin Jun became curious again, looking at Hu Jin, you. Hu Jin caught Lin Jun's curiosity. He whispered softly, technical support, this was a joint operation, I was outside the scene. Lin Jun served Hu Jin a bowl of soup, our little Chi was worried sick about you yesterday. At Lin Jun's unexpected sentence, Ji Qi just kept his head down drinking the soup. Hua Jin curled his lips in a faint smile. I might have sensed it. It might have been pretended, but he was certainly pleased for quite a while. This home had always been cold. And no one had ever called him in the freezing night. He liked the feeling of being missed. He enjoyed the thought of coming home to a light reserved just for him amidst 10,000 homes lit up. Even if it was false, it was good enough deceiving himself with some truth mixed in. Ji Qi accidentally glanced at Hua Jin and noticed a scratch on his hand back, as if scratched by something sharp. The background music inside the TV continued. While Ji Qi was pouring milk into his cup, he poured another cup for Hua Jin. He pushed it over with his fingertips without speaking. Cold and detached as if it wasn't him who did it. Hey. Lin Jun also noticed Hua Jin's hand and frowned. How did your hand get hurt? You didn't tell me, otherwise, I would have cooked. Go put some medicine on it, it's red already. Lin Jun expressed his concern. Hua Jin belatedly examined his hand back. It's fine. He picked up the glass of milk in front of him and drank it. Previously, it hadn't tasted particularly good. Today it mysteriously tasted nice. After finishing eating, Lin Jun insisted that Ji Qi apply medicine to Hua Jin. You're his alpha, naturally, you must take care of him. I think he's pretty careless. Unable to resist Lin Jun's nagging, Ji Qi coldly pulled Hua Jin to sit down on the sofa. Mechanically, he retrieved the first aid box beneath the coffee table. After getting the disinfectant and ointment, Ji Qi grabbed Hua Jin's hand. He applied the medicine on his hand back. Up close, he realized that Hua Jin smelled like medicine. His arm wounds, compared to this scratch, they barely counted. Through the sleeve, Ji Qi could faintly see the bandages wrapped around Hua Jin's wrist. He didn't ask. Hua Jin also had no intention of explaining. Ji Qi used his fingertips to spread the ointment, gently applying it on Hua Jin's hand back. As their body temperatures met through the invisible collision, even their fingers became warm. Ji Qi quickly finished applying the medicine. Half crouching beside the sofa, he needed to tilt his head up to look at Hua Jin. As Ji Qi finished applying the medicine, he looked up slightly, the inviting lines of his neck complementing the lazy V-neck dress shirt perfectly. The prominent jawline further accentuated the shape of his lips. The youth's lips were full, just right like forbidden fruit tempting one to pick. Ji Qi had originally intended to say something. Lifting his eyes, he suddenly noticed Hua Jin had been staring at him. He wasn't sure how long it had gone on for. Ji Qi's lips moved slightly. You. Before he could speak a word, unexpectedly, Hua Jin leaned down, hand resting on the sofa, and kissed Ji Qi. Ji Qi's pupils dilated. He was kissed. A light breeze stirred the curtains from the side, the silence heavy with ambiguity, and the air smelled sweetly of jam. Ji Qi remained half-squatting as if the entire scene froze for a second. Bathed in sunlight and serene breeze. Ji Qi's lips and tongue felt numb, his breathing paused completely. Chapter 56, Wife, I'm wrong. Ji Qi could not describe that feeling. He just felt itchy all over his body. Even his fingertips felt like they would crumble with a pinch. The cool lips interwove with tender love cautiously. Hua Jin kissed very lightly and pulled away before Ji Qi could react. He whispered lazily in Ji Qi's ear, thank you. Ji Qi stood up abruptly. As soon as Ji Qi steadied himself, he saw Lin Jun coming out of the washroom. Lin Jun frowned slightly, why are you in such a hurry? Ji Qi took a deep breath. My feet are numb. Regarding that kiss, Ji Qi ultimately did not make any response. There was no anger, no reproach. He escaped quickly. The following week passed peacefully. Because of Lin Jun, Ji Qi and Hua Jin sometimes had some contact. Lin Jun grew some flowers outside the courtyard of Hua Jin's house. Seeing him in a good mood, Ji Qi could sometimes smile too. That morning, the knocking sound at the door broke this peace. Bang bang bang. Lin Jun asked Ji Qi to open the door. Will Hua Jin have friends visiting? Ji Qi frowned. There were. Zhou Qi came. After so many days, Ji Qi almost forgot about Ji Xingming. When he opened the door and saw Ji Xingming, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly closed the door, but Ji Xingming grabbed the doorframe fiercely before it shut. With a bang, the door was pushed wide open by Ji Xingming. Do you still have the nerve to come? Ji Qi said coldly without hesitation. He looked fierce and stern, get out of here right now. Ji Xingming stepped into the room, holding the demeanor of an elder perfectly. Move aside, he ordered. Ji Qi stood firmly in front of Ji Xingming, don't make me repeat myself. Ji Xingming simply ignored Ji Qi and moved forward directly. Ji Qi grabbed Ji Xingming's shirt, my father doesn't want to see you right now. You're irrelevant now. Don't bother him anymore. Ji Xingming forcefully shoved Ji Qi away and ran quickly towards the inside. Ji Qi followed closely. At this moment, Hua Jin arrived in the living room due to hearing the commotion. He stood behind the sofa. And Lin Jun sat on the sofa with a calm face. Seeing Lin Jun from a distance while keeping 2 meters away, Ji Xingming seriously and sternly said, "Go home with me." Lin Jun seemed to not hear it, taking a sip of water in front of him. And continued reading his flower cultivation manual. Ji Qi knew that since Ji Xingming was already crazy, he wouldn't do anything harmful to Lin Jun. So he didn't chase him out anymore. Since they had to divorce anyway, things must be clarified in person. Once Lin Jun spoke of divorce, everything would get back on track. The sound of flipping pages in the quiet living room where no one talked, sounded abnormally crisp. Seeing Lin Jun not answering, Ji Xingming stood up straight and continued speaking sternly, "I am telling you to go home with me." His tone was not negotiable, placing himself in an absolute higher position. Lin Jun glanced at Ji Xingming, "What are you barking for?" Ji Xingming was momentarily stunned. He coughed softly, his complexion changed slightly, covering a bit of awkwardness very well. Ji Xingming looked around and then his gaze returned, "I am telling you to go home with me." "Lin Jun, who is supposed to go home with you?" "Ji Xingming, you, go with me right now." "Lin Jun, no, go bark outside like a dog." Regarding Lin Jun's words, Ji Xingming did not show any signs of being angry. Ji Xingming took another step towards Lin Jun, his voice softened compared to before. "I've come to pick you up." Lin Jun gave him a cold look, "Not necessary." Ji Xingming took another step closer to Lin Jun. He leaned forward slightly, thinking his voice was quite low, "The child is here, give me some face." At this point, Lin Jun put down the flower cultivation secret book in his hand. "Get out." Jun. Seeing Lin Jun's cold expression, Ji Xingming's corners of the mouth immediately started to tremble. Ji Xingming clenched his fists and called Lin Jun's name once. "Wife." His voice became much gentler. Having already opened his mouth, whether the child was present or not, the dignity was lost. Ji Xingming disregarded everything now, and the demeanor he upheld collapsed within a second. "Lin Jun, I am not your wife." "Wife." Ji Xingming's corners of the mouth trembled even more. Ji Xingming was handsome, and even though he was older, he didn't look much older. In this state, he resembled someone who had been bullied. What was unbearable was that Lin Jun happened to be 1 year older than him. Ji Xingming couldn't stand Lin Jun's cold attitude towards him the most. In just a moment, his true self was revealed. When Lin Jun said he wasn't Ji Xingming's wife, all his airs were gone. "Ao, AAA." He suddenly hugged Lin Jun and started wailing. The sudden move by Ji Xingming startled Ji Qi, who instinctively stepped back. "Ji Qi, what kind of dumbfounding performance is this?" Tears came quickly and strongly from Ji Xingming, and his appearance in a suit holding onto Lin Jun like an obstinate child seemed very off-putting. Ji Qi watched dumbfounded. "Is this person really my father?" Ji Xingming knelt half on the ground and tightly hugged Lin Jun's waist. "Ao, wife." Ji Xingming's voice carried a hint of choking. "Ao, you don't want me." "Ao, wife, AAA." Lin Jun once said his crying sounded like a middle-aged wolf dog. This time, Ji Xingming himself heard it. No one cries with "Ao." Just him. Only him. No wonder his wife doesn't like him. Ji Xingming rubbed his face against Lin Jun, like a large dog, "Wife, Ao, wife, come home with me." As his voice grew louder, he no longer cared about any dignity or public image. Every previous time Ji Xingming had begged Lin Jun, it was always behind Ji Qi's back, because as a father, he still valued his dignity and face. But compared to losing his wife, all that didn't matter anymore. "Ao, wife, I'm wrong, hit me, Ao." Ji Xingming's shoulders shook as he cried. "Really sorry, not intentionally pushing you, Ao, hit me, but don't leave me, Ao. Do you still love Jun, Ao? Wife. Do you still love me?" Ji Xingming rubbed against Lin Jun while sobbing. "Wife. Ao, ugh." Ji Xingming clutched Lin Jun tightly, fearing he might run away. "Really sorry, will you come home with me? My pheromones are stable now, wife, Ao. The doctor said I can come find you, Ao, wife. Jun. Stuck like gum on Lin Jun, Ji Xingming was anxious and scared. Seeing that Lin Jun did not respond to anything he said, Ji Xingming became even more panicked. With his larger build, Ji Xingming naturally had alpha advantages over Lin Jun. This situation made it seem like Lin Jun was training a dog. After saying many things and receiving no reaction from Lin Jun, Ji Xingming called out in Lin Jun's embrace, "Big brother. Big brother." Ji Qi, who had been watching this drama unfold for some time, almost bulged his eyes out. "Isn't this my father who braves wind and rain?" The cold-faced Yama liked Ji Xingming to everyone. Did he cajole Lin Jun like this before? Hanging on Lin Jun like a big wolf dog? And crying, "Ao. Ayaha." Ji Qi grabbed his hair, suddenly feeling his brain was insufficient. Ji Xingming's character collapsed. Ji Qi swore that they had always been very proper in front of him. He had never seen such a scene in his life. Ji Xingming's howls continued, and he wouldn't let go of Lin Jun. Lin Jun pushed him slightly, "Let go. Ao, won't let go. Ji Xingming held Lin Jun tighter. Let go. Aren't you embarrassed? Lin Jun massaged his brow, hurry up and let go. No, won't let go. Ji Xingming kept holding Lin Jun firmly, come home with me. Ji Xingming lifted his head buried in Lin Jun, his eyes filled with red streaks. Like he'd suffered great grievances. Jun. I miss you so much, Ao. Lin Jun took a deep breath, stand properly. Ji Xingming looked at Lin Jun, seeing his serious expression, he pressed his lips together and released Lin Jun. After being glared at for 2 minutes, Ji Xingming stood upright obediently. Ji Xingming looked directly at Lin Jun, wife. That painting you liked at the exhibition last time, I bought it for you. Lin Jun's gaze flickered, which one? Ji Xingming, the one with the bird with a broken leg. The linen banquet sparrow figure. Lin Jun guessed right away which painting Ji Xingming was talking about. He almost fainted, that painting costs 80 million yuan, are you crazy? There are not many people in this world who can make Lin Jun swear. And Ji Xingming has been the first since he was 19 years old. Ji Xingming hung his head, you said you like it. Ji Qi's eyes grew wider and wider. Goodness. Turns out Ji Xingming always coaxed Lin Jun like this. No shame, being a pest, buying things with money, plus taking advantage of being younger than Lin Jun. Pouting. He meant to pout just now, right? Right? The lives these two led behind his back were nothing like what he imagined, right? Right? Lin Jun glanced at Ji Xingming dangerously, noticing how he looked like he had done something wrong. But pitifully, he seemed to be the one suffering. Lin Jun tossed a pack of tissues to Ji Xingming, wipe your tears clean. Ji Xingming stood there, his shoulders slightly shaking. Lin Jun covered his forehead with his hand. His mind was full of thoughts about how embarrassed his son would feel knowing about his husband's behavior. Lin Jun shouted, stop wailing. Chapter 57, No Divorce. Ji Xingming sucked his nose and gritted his teeth as he stood there. Lin Jun took the divorce consent form stamped by the Omega Protection Association out of his pocket and handed it to Ji Xingming. We're already divorced. Ji Xingming looked at the paper in Lin Jun's hand, then snatched it away. As he read it, he began to whimper, his lips quivering pitifully. Wooha. Wooha. Wife. Wooha. Wife. What is this? Ji Xingming sniffed hoarsely, suddenly lifting his red-rimmed eyes, this states a confirmed 5-month separation period before finalization. It doesn't take effect immediately. I don't recognize it. Ji Xingming sobbed softly, wife, you can't leave me. This document won't count. Lin Jun sked once. Indeed, Ji Xingming was still Ji Xingming. He would never lose sight of any detail despite his emotions. How sharp. How shameless. Lin Jun snorted, then we'll divorce after 5 months. Get out right now. No. Ji Xingming replied seriously. Qi had never seen him be so shameless. Ji Xingming's shoulders trembled slightly, staring at Lin Jun, his cheeks tightened, looking almost younger than Lin Jun. I won't get a divorce. Once again, Ji Xingming clung tightly to Lin Jun in desperation. Don't get a divorce. Whoa. Don't get a divorce. Ah huia. Wife, I'm really sorry, whoa. Don't divorce me, I want you. Completely disregarding his face, Ji Xingming continued on. Lin Jun couldn't push him away. No matter how hard Lin Jun tried to drive him off or scold him, Ji Xingming wouldn't budge. Since Lin Jun didn't move, Ji Xingming stayed at Hua Jin's house instead. Qi watched with furrowed brows as Ji Xingming went through these maneuvers. Too astonished to say a word. For 3 hours, Lin Jun kept trying to drive Ji Xingming away, but beating and scolding him had no effect, he just stuck to her side. Jun. Wife. Lin Jun glanced helplessly at Ji Qi, see? He has always been so shameless. Ji Qi. Yes, it felt like recognizing a new father. Ji Qi really felt his eyes open today. Previously, he didn't know Ji Xingming could be so shameless. This kind of pitiable behavior, why wasn't anyone heartless enough to chase him away? In the end, Lin Jun actually didn't kick Ji Xingming out anymore. It was because Ji Xingming, leaning against Lin Jun, said that his gland hurt. Lin Jun looked at Ji Xingming's neck, gently rubbed it, and Ji Qi clearly heard the worried tone in her voice, where does it hurt? Let me see. Ji Qi. This didn't look like a situation where they were getting a divorce at all. Seeing nothing unusual about Ji Xingming's gland, Lin Jun asked, why does it hurt again? Ji Xingming snuggled up against Lin Jun, if you come home with me, it won't hurt, wife. Lin Jun pushed Ji Xingming away forcefully, not going back. For some reason, Ji Xingming suddenly grew serious, staring directly at Lin Jun, then I will stay here with you. Ji Qi. Ji Xingming, standard operation. Lin Jun, totally numb. Because of their continued stalemate, Hua Jin silently made dinner for 4 people in the kitchen. The 4 sat around the dining table awkwardly looking at each other. Ji Xingming combined two stools together, sitting very close to Lin Jun, forcing Ji Qi to sit next to Hu Jin. Seeing Ji Xingming sticking close to her, Lin Jun clicked her tongue. She glanced awkwardly at Hu Jin, sorry for the embarrassment. Hu Jin coughed slightly. Uncle Ji is truly an emotional person. Ji Xingming now only cared about taking his wife back home. He showed less excitement when seeing Hu Jin and didn't even have the energy to question why Ji Qi was living with him. He didn't care. As long as his wife came home with him. Ji Xingming didn't eat either, merely watching Lin Jun eat. Afterward, when Lin Jun went outside to water flowers, he followed. When Lin Jun watched TV in the living room, he followed. Even when Lin Jun went to the restroom, he lingered by the door. By evening, Lin Jun hadn't driven him away, and he ended up falling asleep leaning on her. That day, not a trace of Ji Xingming, chairman of Boss Hen Group, was evident. Rather, he seemed more like a love-starved, pitiable little kid. Sitting on one side of the sofa, Ji Qi watched as Ji Xingming slept using Lin Jun's legs as a pillow. He felt as if Lin Jun had almost forgiven him already. Otherwise, based on his character, he wouldn't allow Ji Xingming to cling to him so much. Lin Jun looked down at Ji Xingming leaning against his legs. His eyes were gentle. Without raising his head, he spoke to Ji Qi. Do you want to know why I stayed by his side even though your father bullied me so much? Ji Qi's eyes flickered, a dark light passing through his light brown irises. He didn't answer, but his gaze clearly conveyed the answer to Lin Jun. Lin Jun reached out and played with Ji Xingming's hair. Your father's gland has been injured. There will soon be a chapter about Hu Jin's receptive period where he clings to you calling you wife and doesn't even cook meals. Ha 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 ha. Hu Jin loses the ability to cook during his receptive period. Ji Qi, on the brink of starvation. Zhou, asking for flowers. Chapter 58, Too Much Love. Lin Jun's eyes slightly flickered, his lazy words under the glaring white light seemed tangible, rippling in circles like waves. The scenes and images were quiet, as if submerged in an unspoken past never mentioned to Ji Qi, yet the wild wind kept blowing endlessly. Roughness and immaturity spread layer by layer. Lin Jun's voice was soft, he still didn't look at Ji Qi. Your father has always been a bastard since he was little. He hasn't read many books. Even now, there's still that gangster vibe about him. You know that Bosun Group is something your father built up from scratch until now, but he has never told you about all the hardship it took to get there, right? Ji Qi did not deny this point. Who in the entire Jiang City didn't know the reputation of Ji Xingming, who made his fortune starting from nothing? The aura of wealth around Ji Xingming was genuinely built on piles of money. Compared to those family enterprise leaders who had been raised in luxury from a young age, Ji Xingming appeared to be born with an unreasonable arrogance. A person like him would never have any friends unless he reached the top. Ji Xingming never talked about his past, while Lin Jun remained resolute. Suddenly, Lin Jun smiled with a touch of warmth. Your father was younger than me. He would say things like, what use is education? I hate studying more than anything. After a brief pause, Lin Jun continued, but he paid for my university. The first time we met, he insisted on making me his wife, and stuck you at that dark, narrow alleyway, demanding a kiss before letting you go. A total act of thievery. So shameless. He has always been so shameless. The corners of Lin Jun's lips curved slightly, almost imperceptibly, as if telling a story, yet not quite. So many years have passed, and it still remains so vividly clear. Your father is an S-class alpha, and back then I avoided him like the plague. Which S-class alpha would bother looking at an omega like me? Ji Qi felt a tremor in his chest. This was perhaps Lin Jun's first revelation to him about the stories between him and Ji Xingming. It wasn't as he had imagined. Lin Jun's eyes shimmered. I was scared of him back then. He said I was beautiful, and I thought, Ji Xingming must just want to toy with me. I wanted to stay away from him, the farther the better. Lin Jun's words reminded Ji Qi strangely of Hu Jin. His gaze flickered for a second before returning to normal. Lin Jun's gentle voice continued. But no one has ever treated me better than him. Because of family reasons, I was often on leave from school. Lin Jun paused briefly, lowering his gaze to lightly stroke Ji Xingming's hair temples. Growing up in a family where D-class omegas are supposed to attend university only to marry off immediately, suddenly one day, an S-class alpha stood in front of me saying, they were wrong, and he would pay for my education. How wonderful those words sounded. He said pretty omegas should study, or else they would end up doing dirty and exhausting labor. He went around boasting to others about how his omega got admitted to a prestigious school. Lin Jun lifted his gaze to glance at Ji Qi, but he's too dumb. To this day, he still doesn't realize just how prestigious the school is. Ji Qi remained silent, fixing his eyes. Lin Jun had gotten into the National Business School for Omegas, which has the lowest admission rate for Omegas nationwide. That prestigious business school could lead straight to a bright future. Lin Jun's eyes brimmed with emotions almost overflowing. How could I possibly not like him? Despite liking him, I was still afraid. Because I liked him, I feared being abandoned by him. S-class alphas have so many choices, but I don't, and I worry that I cannot reach him, nor withstand a fall that would be too hard to recover from. During that period, I wanted to avoid him, yet at the same time, see him. One day later, I saw another Omega confessing their love to him, thinking it would be fine if he accepted, then we wouldn't have to deal with each other anymore. But your father publicly apologized to me in front of that Omega. Lin Jun laughed silently. He said it was his fault for not making it clear that he already had an Omega, and asked me to bite his gland, leaving a mark. It's as if he had some kind of sickness. I certainly never agreed to be with him. And I must have been sick too because seeing others getting close to him irritated me so much that I really bit him. At that moment, I thought, if I like him, I might as well fully embrace it, despite knowing that I'd likely lose out. So every day I planned my retreat. Both loving him and wondering when he would tire of playing around with me. I've lived clearly. I've never believed any vows from your father in the past, but it seems like he has managed to make each one come true. The room was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Jun's voice was soft. Our pheromone levels differ greatly, but they accidentally match well. Can you believe it? The compatibility rate is 100%. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi felt a jolt in his heart. 100%, right? Lin Jun, yeah, 100%. I was shocked when the test results came out in the hospital, but your father was very happy. He said from the first time he saw me that my face had his written all over it. What a shameless person. Lin Jun spat again. Some of my defenses dropped. I thought, all my suffering was just to meet the good fortune of encountering your father. Ji Qi slightly curled his fingertips, so, there's a reason he gets angry easily, right? Lin Jun's long eyelashes flickered very slowly. Compared to his previous lightheartedness, his expression now became much heavier. At that time, I was sick, frequently experiencing pheromone disorder, which required either having my glands removed or paying exorbitant treatment fees. I don't know where your father got the money from, he only said that the money he earned was clean. Afterwards, my gland was saved, but I discovered our compatibility rate had become much lower. At this point, Lin Jun's voice clearly became softer, muffled and muted. It wasn't my problem. Later, I found out that the money came from him being a guinea pig in the black market for drugs. Sign life or death contracts, no responsibility for eating until death or disability, 1 pill, 3 million yuan. Lin Jun didn't know when he started crying. When his tears blurred his vision, he simply wiped them away with his slender fingers sweeping across his cheeks. His voice, if listened carefully, carried some choked sobs through his nasal cavity. 12 million. This dumbass, he took 12 million. Lin Jun felt a slight pain in his throat. Because of the black market drugs, your father's glands were irreversibly damaged. Without comfort, he will have a harder time. Lin Jun's eyes shimmered brightly, with passionate tears, passionate words. How could I ever leave him? Lin Jun didn't want to reminisce about the past, perhaps because it hurt too much. Every day Ji Xingming spent by his side brought him joy. How could he bear to leave him? Lin Jun gently caressed Ji Xingming, with obvious tremors in his voice. I'm willing to eat bran and swallow vegetables with him. Willing to live in the basement with him. Eat leftover steamed buns from the previous night 3 times. I am willing to do anything. Lin Jun lifted his eyes and looked at the curtain swaying gently in the breeze on the side. He doesn't need to soothe me, I have never blamed him. I think I'm holding your father back. Lin Jun's expression was calm, but deep within those pale-colored eyes were flashes of Ji Xingming falling ill repeatedly. It was like a needle, endlessly stabbing into his heart without source or reason. Each time he falls ill, I feel deeply saddened, but I don't want to be too far from him, because that would make him even more uncomfortable. Lin Jun glanced at Ji Qi. Perhaps because you've seen too much, I also don't want to recall these memories, leading you to possibly dislike your father. In my heart, no one is better than him. So stupid and clumsy. Hearing this, Ji Qi clenched his fists until his palms turned red. No wonder. No wonder every time Ji Xingming went crazy, Lin Jun didn't flee but instead pushed himself closer to him. No wonder Lin Jun previously said he envied S-class Omegas. If he were an S-class Omega, his pheromones would be more useful to Ji Xingming. Sometimes, he could make Ji Xingming calm down. But most of the time, he couldn't. Ji Qi suddenly felt as if something sharp pierced his chest. Originally, whenever consolation failed, Lin Jun's emotions were never for himself. All the tears he shed in front of Ji Xingming were not for himself. Rather, it was out of pity for Ji Xingming. Feeling guilty for not being able to make Ji Xingming feel any better. Ji Qi always thought Ji Xingming was cold, only focused on making money. Rarely speaking when he returned home. He assumed Ji Xingming didn't love Lin Jun. Thinking about it this way, Ji Xingming valued money so much because he was afraid. Afraid of becoming powerless once again. He isn't indifferent to Lin Jun. He loves too much. This love was heavier and fiercer than what Ji Qi had imagined. Lin Jun's eyes sparkled brilliantly, but in many ways, he is still my alpha. He doesn't stop loving me, he's just sick. Chapter 59, Kill. Lin Jun remained silent for a long time. Then his gaze returned to Ji Qi. Life is about not always trapping yourself in a dead-end alley. Ji Qi furrowed his brows at Lin Jun's tone. He was somewhat afraid of Lin Jun's intelligence. Ji Qi did not reply. Lin Jun gently stroked Ji Xingming's face and suddenly leaned down to kiss his forehead. At that moment, Ji Xingming moved slightly. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Jun kissing him. Ji Xingming instantly became fully awake with no trace of sleepiness left, acting both clumsy and urgent. What are you doing, wife? Lin Jun clicked her tongue. You smell. Let me have a sniff. Ji Xingming wrapped his arms around Lin Jun's waist, a flicker of darkness flashing in his eyes. You kissed me. You were sleepwalking. Lin Jun turned her head away. I didn't. Ji Xingming could see right through Lin Jun's emotions. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he immediately panicked and got up to check on her. What happened? Why are you crying? Ji Xingming wiped the tears from Lin Jun's cheeks. Don't cry, wife. Seeing Lin Jun cry, Ji Xingming was entirely at a loss what to do. Even though he tried to comfort her, it wasn't working, so he gave Ji Qi a stern glare. Brat, did you upset her again? Ji Qi. After hearing Lin Jun say these things, Ji Qi lost all anger toward Ji Xingming and even felt his image grow more heroic in his mind. He stood up. Who dares? Would you dare? Ji Xingming couldn't answer for a while. Wasn't that because he dared not? It was because he cherished too much. After Ji Qi left, Ji Xingming took out some tissue and wiped Lin Jun's tears. He held her face in his hands as he looked into her eyes, showing his usual demeanor of giving her everything she wanted. Wife. If you don't want me to stay here, then I'll sleep in the car. Thinking it over, Ji Xingming felt Lin Jun must be angry with him. His heart ached as he clenched his back teeth. Wife. Are you still mad at me? He glanced at Lin Jun's forehead where the scabbed wound was, and then hugged her tightly again, wailing. Jun. Wife. Ah. I'm sorry. Ah. Lin Jun sighed softly. She raised her hand and hugged Ji Xingming's neck, asking tenderly, does it still hurt? Ji Xingming shook his head. Then nodded again. This kind of reaction was mostly an act. An act done exceptionally well. Acting as if it didn't hurt at all. Lin Jun gently massaged it and then planted a kiss on Ji Xingming's neck. Carry me to bed and let's sleep. Huh? Ji Xingming lifted his head sharply. I didn't hear clearly. Wife, I didn't hear clearly. Are you saying I can sleep in the bed? Really? Lin Jun, no, what I mean is that you carry me to the bed, but you sleep on the couch. Ah. Even this little favor was enough to make Ji Xingming happy. At least his wife allowed him to carry her. He picked Lin Jun up and headed towards the guest room. After placing her on the bed, Ji Xingming directly lay on top of her. I think Ji Qi, that brat, isn't listening at all. We should. Lin Jun grabbed a fistful of Ji Xingming's hair. If you move an inch, I'll kill you. Ji Xingming grumbled while rubbing against Lin Jun's neck. You're being mean to me again. Ji Xingming let out a hum, settling down obediently. He had no intention of going to the couch. Instead, he began to shift the subject. All day I've been curious, wife, why was my son at Judge Hua's house? And how did he bring you along? Lin Jun's gaze shifted. Ji Xingming only cared about money-related matters, which made him quite dull on other aspects. Ji Xingming, Lin Jun called his name. Ji Xingming wagged his tail like a big dog. Wife. Lin Jun pushed but couldn't break free, so she just let him embrace her. She tested him cautiously. If, hypothetically speaking, you encountered an Enigma who liked you, what would you do? Ji Xingming looked completely skeptical. That's not possible. If you did meet one, and they marked you, what would you do? Lin Jun continued questioning. Ji Xingming, kill. Lin Jun's eyes darkened. Indeed, father and son were exactly alike. Ji Xingming was much more ruthless than Ji Qi when he said, kill, it was credible at 100%. Lin Jun added, what do you think about Huajin? At this moment, Ji Xingming didn't think much. All he was happy about was that his wife was willing to talk to him, even chat. He was elated, thinking his wife was willing to talk. Which meant she could be taken home. And there would be no divorce anymore. Happy. Listening to Lin Jun's question, Ji Xingming really thought about it for a moment. Of course Huajin is a once-in-a-century talent. He has helped our Boss Hen group. At such a young age, he became the chief judge of the CE testing center and the youngest national business luminary. When I toast him, I must hold my glass lower. I think his resume is dazzlingly flawless, almost unreal. After a brief pause, he added, I didn't expect that Xiaoqi could make friends with someone like him. I used to think all of his friends were spoiled rich kids. Lin Jun interrupted sharply, your son likes him. Ji Xingming was still lost in praising Huajin. Young people should hang out with thoughtful and innovative people, only then can they. Wait, what did you just say? Ji Xingming froze at his belated realization. What did you just say? Ji Xingming, tell me again what you just said. Lin Jun touched her nose. I said your son likes Huajin. Your Ji family's only heir is gone. Ji Xingming, shit. All of Ji Xingming's attention was consumed by this matter. He sprang up from the guest room in a flash. The speed made Lin Jun feel a strong gust of wind. A minute later, Ji Xingming dragged Ji Qi by the collar to Hu Jin's door. Fuming with anger, Ji Xingming shouted, "You, explain yourself clearly to me, right now." Ji Qi's eyes darted around nervously as his left hand fidgeted with his right. Say. What exactly am I supposed to say? Chapter 60, Yeah, I like him. Ji Xingming stood straight and asked through gritted teeth, "Do you like Hu Jin, you little brat?" At this moment, Hu Jin, who had just seen Ji Qi being dragged out, also arrived at the doorway. He heard this question precisely. He knew how Ji Qi would respond. Be it feigned or sincere, he loved to hear it. Ji Qi's guilty eyes were flickering. He felt that Ji Xingming was about to beat him up. Seeing Hu Jin arrive, Ji Qi instinctively hid behind him. Hu Jin walked to the door and immediately stood in front of Ji Qi. "Uncle Ji, don't scare him. Things had been okay initially." Ji Xingming held some genuine respect for Hu Jin, respecting him as a capable individual and a role model in society. But now, whenever Ji Xingming saw Hu Jin, he got angry. Ji Xingming gave him a cold glare directly. "Did I ask you to speak?" Ji Xingming looked straight at Ji Qi, who was standing behind Hu Jin. His icy stare and gritted teeth were completely different from when he was with Lin Jun. Ji Xingming had an inherently intimidating appearance, and once he became serious, Ji Qi had always been a bit scared since childhood. Hearing Ji Xingming scold again, "Step out. Come here." Ji Qi coughed lightly, then took a step forward. TSK. It seemed he was going to get beaten anyway. Ji Qi kept his head lowered. Ji Xingming asked again if he liked Hu Jin right in front of him. "Come and stand before me and tell me whether you like him or not." In a last-ditch defiance, Ji Qi tilted his head and hummed. "Yeah." Ji Xingming raised his voice several times. "What do you mean, yeah? What did I ask you, yeah?" Ji Xingming's glare sent Ji Qi retreating another step. Ji Qi, guiltily, said, "Yeah. I like him. Yeah, I like him." Ji Qi spoke with force. Suddenly, he felt warmth in his palm, his knuckles enveloped by a pair of warm hands. Ji Qi moved his fingers, letting Hu Jin interlock their fingers successfully. Standing straight, Hu Jin blocked Ji Qi from behind him, creating distance between them. "Hu Jin, uncle, I understand your prejudice against me, but please don't take your anger out on Ji Qi." Hu Jin's words were cautious. "We can have a calm conversation." Ji Xingming, looking at Hu Jin's form, his chest heaved. He wanted to kill him. Tian Shou, heaven forbid, he wanted grandchildren. What was this situation? Calling his son so intimately. And, they were even holding hands. How could his child, Ji Xingming's own, be someone else's wife? Everyone idolizes Enigma, possibly referring to Hu Jin, but he didn't value it. Ji Qi had grown up in luxury. He never needed anyone else's identity to elevate his social status. Why did he end up liking Enigma? Ji Xingming shot Hu Jin a glance, "Shut up." He turned to Ji Qi again, "Do you really like him?" Ji Qi didn't want to explain too much, he sincerely replied, "I like him." After speaking, Ji Qi felt the residual heat burning his palm. Ji Xingming panted heavily, "Do you even know what liking means, and yet you say you like him? What has he given you, that makes you like him?" Startled, Ji Qi flinched, the strands of hair on his forehead quivering. The more Ji Xingming talked, the more passionate he got. "What has he given you? I can give. Anything he offers, I'll buy it for you." Ji Qi hadn't seen Ji Xingming talk this fast. Had his motherly traits suddenly activated? Through gritted teeth, Ji Xingming continued yelling, "Can he support you properly?" Ji Qi lowered his gaze without responding. "Look at his broken-down car, post-tax only worth 300K. Do you even think you'd enjoy riding in that and still fancy him? And look at this house. Rented one, isn't it?" Ji Xingming pointed at the room ahead, his face darkening. "As for this job in the CE Experiment Center, it sounds good, but truthfully, he's just getting paid to go to work. He doesn't have much money." Ji Qi remained silent. Thinking further made Ji Xingming angrier. He used to imagine Ji Qi playing around for a few years, then finding an omega. Given Ji Qi's conditions, wouldn't any kind be easy to find? How much had he saved for his son's wedding expenses? And now this revelation. His son, had been lured away. Would he allow his son to become someone else's wife? Was Hu Jin worthy? Ah, disgusting. This marriage proposal, there's no way he'd agree. He only had one son, his only heir. What does it mean to be an only heir? If taken away, there'd be nothing left. How could he let this happen? "Uncle." Hu Jin, seeing Ji Xingming's angry expression, wanted to say something. But Ji Xingming came over with a look that clearly said, "Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak." Ji Qi raised his eyes and glanced at Ji Xingming, trying to be ingratiating, "Dad. You don't call me either." Ji Xingming turned away, his head buzzing. "Someone come and kill him." After a second of pause, Ji Xingming turned back, pointing at Ji Qi. "You, come home with me right now." Ji Xingming's tone carried a hint of command. The more he looked at Hu Jin, the more irritated he became. What enigma? What nonsense? Ji Qi was already past caring and stated firmly, I won't. The atmosphere became strange. At this moment, Lin Jun came out from inside the house. Ji Qi looked like he'd seen a lifeline. Lin Jun stood in the doorway, leaning against the doorframe, his manner easygoing. He observed Hu Jin and Ji Qi. His voice carried profound meaning, you two, what's going on between you, your father and I have no idea about. But when it comes to matters of the heart, no one can say for sure. If you care for each other, then treasure it, be together properly. Life is something you live yourself, the kind of life you lead is something you choose for yourself. Don't do things you'll regret, don't make decisions you'll regret. Understood? Lin Jun's voice was soft, carrying a gentle breeze that made people feel as if they were floating in cotton. Hu Jin tightened his grip on Ji Qi's hand, I will definitely take good care of Ji Qi. His expression was sincere, your junior offers you a promise. Beside them, Ji Xingming looked astonished at Lin Jun, you agree with them being together? He repeated, you agree with them being together? You agree. Lin Jun's gaze shifted to Hu Jin and Ji Qi's tightly clasped hands, or should I chop them off? On hearing these words, Ji Xingming stomped into the house angrily. His face dark as storm clouds. Shit. Just one day. One day. In one day, he'd lost both his wife and son. Tomorrow he would sell the company and go back home to farm. Seeing Hu Jin wanting to say something but holding back, Lin Jun patted his shoulder, ignore him, the alpha-rich Jiangqing tycoon really needs time to adapt to this sort of thing. And added, actually, he likes you, just become a little rigid after getting rich. Hu Jin nodded slightly. After Lin Jun saw Ji Xingming leave, Ji Qi pulled his hand out of Hu Jin's grasp and rushed into the house like fleeing. Now outside, only Hu Jin and Lin Jun remained. Lin Jun lifted his eyes and looked at the moon, asking Hu Jin, do you see the moon? Hu Jin's eyes flickered, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, unseen, no, I don't see it. Lin Jun chuckled softly, then, you have to wait. Hu Jin responded softly, with a tinge of bitterness. A gentle breeze passed, making the sound even more filled with helplessness and hoarseness. There was a faint sigh in Lin Jun's tone, Ji Qi has been spoiled by his father since childhood. Centering himself, always thinking the world revolves around him. So some things, he can't accept easily. Hu Jin looked somewhat surprised. He had thought Lin Jun might guess something, but he hadn't expected such acute insight. Lin Jun's expression suddenly took on a warning note, with your two personalities, I imagine it was him who started it. But since you've marked him, you should take full responsibility. No excuses. Hu Jin's hand clenched lightly, then relaxed. Lin Jun's calm tone stretched on, indifferent as if he were telling a story. 99.7% compatibility rate, you don't believe he wouldn't fall for you, do you? If you like him, you can wait longer. Lin Jun knew Ji Qi all too well. Though this time perhaps it had changed Lin Jun's view of Ji Xingming, Ji Qi's armor had long encased him tightly. With Ji Qi's obstinacy, he wouldn't come to his senses unless bruised and bloodied. Even if he could overcome his fear of Hu Jin, he still would think it's because of the pheromones that he couldn't stay away from Hu Jin. He thought pheromones controlled everything. And he did not recognize the self during the heat cycle. Lin Jun believed they would need a period apart for Ji Qi to wake up. When he realized the bond with Hu Jin wasn't because of pheromones. But now they were stuck in a dead end. So, you have to wait. Hu Jin's lips moved slightly, laced with a hint of bitterness, I will. Chapter 61, Qi's Goodnight. Lin Jun didn't respond and turned to go inside. Ji Xingming was sitting in the living room, still with a dark face. He couldn't understand it. He felt that his alpha son had turned into an omega. Alphas are easy to raise, but omegas are a different story. Ji Xingming inexplicably began to worry. He thought about whether Ji Qi would be bullied by Hu Jin. Would Hu Jin abuse him? Enigma pheromones can suppress everything, they are leaders who cannot be questioned. If Hu Jin were to bully Ji Qi wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Because of Lin Jun's teachings, Ji Xingming deeply understood Ji Qi's respect and recognition for all genders. Ji Qi wouldn't do anything to bully the weak. But if Ji Qi didn't have control, and if he didn't bully others, what if others bullied him? Ji Xingming exhaled heavily through his nose. Had he raised an alpha son for nothing? At an age when they could already get married, he suddenly started worrying like raising an omega child. When Lin Jun sat next to Ji Xingming didn't say a word. The two had transitioned from Lin Jun being angry and Ji Xingming trying to coax him to calm down, to Ji Xingming sulking alone. He was so upset he got chest pain and headaches. Ji Xingming's face was cold, he didn't want to talk to anyone. That was his son. He had gotten stars and moons for his son. How could he let someone else make him their wife? Lin Jun coughed slightly. This old dog is tough to pacify when angry. He's stubborn and fierce. Ji Xingming rarely gets angry. There aren't many things that could upset him this much. Lin Jun glanced at Ji Xingming, Ji Xingming moved a bit to the side. He didn't speak, only gave a loud snort. Lin Jun grabbed Ji Xingming's hand. He's already grown up, why are you still treating him like a child? Ji Xingming turned around seriously facing Lin Jun. Why did you agree for them to be together? What kind of scheming does Ji Qi have? Can he possibly compete with a 29-year-old Enigma who became a judge? If Hu Jin has some tricks up his sleeve, Ji Qi wouldn't even know where he's being misled. Ji Xingming's expression was solemn, every word he spoke was heartfelt. Lin Jun replied earnestly, why are you so sure Hu Jin will bully him? Ji Xingming coldly snorted, I think he doesn't look like a good person. You're prejudiced against him. Yes. Ji Xingming earnestly said, I am prejudiced against him. Lin Jun wasn't upset, speaking softly, do you think their relationship will last? Ji Xingming's nose vibrated noticeably, it can't possibly last. What identity does Hu Jin have? Would he genuinely like Ji Qi? Isn't it just because he finds him good-looking and momentarily interesting? Lin Jun sighed inwardly, so don't stop them now, just consider it as giving him a lesson. Eventually, he'll cry his way home. If you break them apart now, Ji Qi will blame you, and you'll have nowhere to justify yourself. Huh. This train of thought seemed to convince Ji Xingming. Ji Xingming thought it made sense. But the feeling of raising an Omega son became even more profound. After quite a while, he still couldn't shake it off. In the end, he hugged Lin Jun tightly, leaning over, wife. I need alpha. Lin Jun, don't push me to spank you. After Ji Qi finished brushing his teeth, he lay down on the bed. Hu Jin was organizing documents at the desk in the bedroom. Ji Qi crawled under the covers, hearing the sound of Hu Jin's fingertips flipping pages, finding it inexplicably soothing. On a whim, Ji Qi called out to Hu Jin, his head buried in the blanket, only peeking out. Hu Jin. Hu Jin looked at Ji Qi upon hearing the voice. Ji Qi usually slept silently, rarely speaking to him. When Hu Jin heard Ji Qi calling him, he immediately closed the materials in his hand. The light shone in his eyes, the shadow of the desk lamp swayed slightly. He seemed very serious, waiting for Ji Qi to continue. Seeing Ji Qi turn around and leaving him only with his back, he heard Ji Qi saying, good night. A gentle curve appeared at the corner of Hu Jin's mouth, good night. Was that it? Hu Jin's thick lashes fluttered, there was no need for his heartbeat to quicken like that. The bedding moved slightly as Ji Qi quietly lay on one side. Half an hour later, Hu Jin lay down on the bed. In his sleep, Ji Qi searched for Hu Jin's intense cold sandalwood pheromones, turning over groggily and wrapping himself around Hu Jin. After Ji Qi found a comfortable sleeping position and nestled like a rabbit in Hu Jin's arms, he fell into a deep sleep once again. Ji Qi rubbed against Hu Jin's chest, his warm lips lightly grazing Hu Jin's skin. It was maddeningly tempting. Hu Jin's breathing remained steady, he wrapped his arms around Ji Qi's waist and shifted him slightly farther away. But the next second, Ji Qi curled back toward him. It was going to kill him. Hu Jin bent his head and kissed the Ji Qi in his arms softly. Stop moving. Marital rape is punishable by 5 years of imprisonment. The next day, Ji Xingming shamelessly took Lin Jun away. He said he had bought a new house for Lin Jun, quieter than this place, and promised that Lin Jun would not let him go to the new house, and he wouldn't dare to step foot in. Lin Jun should live there until he forgave him, then they could come home. Lin Jun refused. Ji Xingming directly carried him away. Before leaving, Ji Xingming gave Hu Jin a long warning. If you dare to bully my son, I'll kill you. While speaking, Ji Xingming released targeted warning pheromones. The warning pheromones, fierce like beasts, were so intense it seemed almost tangible. But they had absolutely no effect on Hu Jin. In the end, Ji Xingming awkwardly retracted his pheromones, muttering as he did so. Damn, it's completely useless. Lin Jun rubbed his nose and couldn't help but laugh. As Lin Jun exchanged glances with Ji Qi, he noticed Ji Qi maintained a serious expression. Ji Qi, do you know why I'm not laughing? Chapter 62, Never Came Back. Because he had done the same stupid thing. Using pheromones to suppress Hu Jin. Like a salmon swimming against the current. Ji Xingming couldn't find a way out and turned up his sleeves with a humph. His eyes warned Hu Jin, don't think you're anything special. Ji Xingming slammed the car door hard and got in, still cursing Hu Jin while driving. A few minutes later, Lin Jun received a call from Hu Jin in the car. He turned on the speaker, little Jin. Hu Jin's polite voice sounded, Uncle, it's Hu Jin. I'm very sorry. Yesterday, I overheard your conversation with Qi Qi. Lin Jun laughed, we were all in the same room, and there was no deliberate avoidance, so what's there to apologize for? Hu Jin said solemnly, Uncle Ji has prejudice against me, so it's not easy for me to say something to him. I inquired about his condition at the CE Lab's toxicology department yesterday. I would like to ask if you could take Uncle Ji to the CE Research Center for a gland blood test when you have time. Hu Jin spoke earnestly, I believe Uncle Ji's current symptoms can be controlled through specially formulated drugs. As long as the lab can extract the residual components of the black market drugs and analyze the splitting cell status. I think, there's a chance of cure. Ji Xingming listened to Hu Jin's words and was stunned. He wanted more than anyone else for his pheromones to stabilize, so he didn't go crazy and hurt Lin Jun. Ji Xingming looked at the phone in Lin Jun's hand. He forgot that he had been scolding Hu Jin just now. Ji Xingming's expression flashed a gleam of darkness as he locked eyes with Lin Jun. Emotions surged like waves. Lin Jun didn't expect Hu Jin's call to bring such immense surprise. He was the chief judge of the CE Experimental Center, and if he said there was a chance, then there definitely was one. You. Are you serious? Did I hear wrong? Lin Jun's tone was somewhat restrained, yet laced with hope as he cautiously asked, Is there really a possibility of a cure? Lin Jun's voice trembled slightly. The tension was palpable throughout his body. The hand gripping the mobile phone felt abnormally stiff. This was something he'd never dared to imagine. The Boshin Group itself had pharmaceutical companies, but those drugs were all products under the highest standards set by business associations. There simply were no medicines on the market capable of treating Ji Xingming's special condition. When Lin Jun heard Hu Jin's words, it was like grasping onto a lifeline. Lin Jun became urgent. Even if we can't cure him, that's fine. Just easing his pain will suffice. The greater the hope, the bigger the disappointment could be. Lin Jun's biggest wish was that Ji Xingming wouldn't be in so much pain anymore. Hu Jin's voice came again from the other side. If you can convince Uncle Ji to go to the CE Experimental Center, I believe the possibility of curing is around 90%. The CE Experimental Center has conducted experiments to decompose CPA medicine properties, involving hundreds of drug formulations. A specialized drug can be produced. Lin Jun's face showed surprise, and his speech became increasingly eager. I'll take him, I certainly will. Lin Jun continued talking with Hu Jin, and visibly his mood grew better. After hanging up, Lin Jun looked at Ji Xingming. He asked, will you go? Ji Xingming lifted his head proudly, neither rejecting nor agreeing. Whatever. Then added, but only because of your face. Lin Jun couldn't help but mock him. People are helping you, and you're giving them attitude. Is that appropriate? Ji Xingming's hands on the steering wheel were nearly sparking with anger. I didn't bring my son back because I didn't want to argue with you. It's already good enough that I haven't killed him. Lin Jun made a sking sound. If he truly cures you, will you accept him? Humph. Ji Xingming scoffed. Even if I were buried in the ground, he would still try to take my son. Damn. It makes no difference whether I live or die. Suddenly Ji Xingming became self-abandoning. 3 billion yuan dowry. Not a cent less. Dog. Lin Jun couldn't help laughing, and Ji Xingming was brimming with internal rage but dare not quarrel with Lin Jun. Thus began to curse Hu Jin. Non-stop all the way. Finally, Lin Jun couldn't bear it and lectured him, making Ji Xingming behave instantly. After Ji Xingming and Lin Jun left, Ji Qi saw Hu Jin also taking a coat and stepping out. He didn't know what Hu Jin was going to do. Hu Jin glanced at Ji Qi who was sitting on the sofa. I'll be back soon. Ji Qi did not respond. It seemed like everything returned to normal. He was still that golden Oreo locked by pheromones, unable to be away from Hu Jin for too long, or too far. Ji Qi's interactions with Hu Jin remained the same as before. Days went by one after another. Their relationship was neither like friends nor lovers. Ji Qi detested the mark on his body, which felt like a constant thorn in his side. Even years later when he thought about it, he could not forgive himself. An omega's marking could be removed. But Ji Qi didn't choose to do so. Ji Qi gazed at the cold ceiling. So, you should have known from the beginning that I wouldn't accept you. Ji Qi raised his hand to touch the gland on his neck. Apart from this mark, everything Hu Jin did was impeccable. He must have really liked him. Ji Qi thought, Hu Jin's affection wasn't suffocating, it was like a sun far away from people. Even in the darkest corners, you could feel its warmth lingering around you. But such a beginning, Ji Qi could not accept. It seemed like their connection could only be tied this way. Ji Qi knew. Hu Jin was gambling on whether or not he would fall in love with him. Of course not. The moon would never fall for the sun, they could only alternate appearances. In the days that followed, both silently fulfilled their agreement. Ji Qi occasionally visited the entertainment company under his control. Hu Jin would go to the CE Experimental Center during the day. They barely exchanged more than a few sentences daily. Undeniably, Ji Qi disliked this kind of life. He hated being controlled by others. And even more, he despised the bonds created by pheromones. The only reason he hadn't exposed everything in front of Ji Xingming was for that supposed face saving. The longer time passed, the more rampant Ji Qi's thoughts grew within him. His relationship with Hu Jin should end sooner rather than later. Hu Jin's work wasn't overly busy, but his schedule was irregular. Sometimes, he would come back injured. Hu Jin's wrists and arms were often wrapped in white bandages. Occasionally, Ji Qi would unintentionally notice these injuries. Although they had healed for quite some time and already scabbed over, suddenly one day, they'd be rewrapped in fresh bandages, covered in new bloodstains. Summer came, yet Ji Qi had never seen Hu Jin wear short sleeves. If one counted the days, time flew by. 2 years, after spring winds and summer mud, there had been no more than 2 snowfalls. During those 2 years, they flawlessly carried out all the contents of their cohabitation contract. Huajin helped him get through his heat cycles, serving as his sleeping pill. During this period, Ji Qi had experienced emotional outbursts. After every heat cycle, he became increasingly dissatisfied with his uncontrollable self. With time, Ji Qi's need for Huajin's pheromones gradually waned, losing its former allure. The marks began to fade. This fading was an omen. It seemed to tell him that it was time to try moving away. During Ji Qi's heat cycles in those 2 years, Huajin would become a real lover. He behaved obediently, cooing, making requests, saying, "I like you," and "I love you." But after regaining clarity, everything felt illusory. Huajin watched Ji Qi's silhouette disappear, bitter and mocking himself. It seemed, nothing had changed. Now, even the waiting time was running out. Outside, the flowers Lin Jun planted blossomed beautifully. Sunlight cast an additional color onto the delicate petals, dazzling and vibrant in the wind. Yet today, Ji Qi wasn't home. If Huajin called him just to tell him that the flowers had bloomed and urged him to return to see them, it wouldn't make for a good excuse. Huajin stood at the door for a long while. By evening, Ji Qi returned. Huajin told him that the flowers outside the courtyard were very beautiful. Ji Qi said he didn't like flowers. Another month passed, and Ji Qi stayed out later and later. The flowers in the yard also passed their blooming season. Finally, there came a day. Ji Qi never came back. Chapter 63, Drunken Qi. At 2 a.m., Huajin received a call from Yan Lu, who worked part-time at the biggest bar in Jiangcheng. That day, he was serving champagne at a fashionable dinner party. Yan Lu told Huajin that his number was given by Ji Qi. When the call connected, Yan Li's voice sounded a bit anxious. "Hello, I am a friend of Ji Qi. He said the first digit of your number is family-related. Could you come and take him home now?" As soon as the words were out, Yan Lu heard hurried footsteps on the other end. "Where is he?" Huajin let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't sure what he was celebrating for. Was it because Ji Qi didn't leave, or because he didn't leave today? Yan Li's voice came again, "The Huading Banquet Hall, I'll send you the address, come and pick him up now." Huajin's voice sounded a bit heavy. "What's wrong with him?" Yan Lu frowned. "I don't know what happened to him. Today, he drank a lot at the banquet. It seems like one of the artists under his company got into trouble, and he had a couple more drinks when pleading with the director." As Yan Lu sighed, "The banquet is over. He said he came alone, without a driver, so I called you." Yan Lu felt like the voice on the other end sounded a bit like Huajin, but he didn't dare to confirm. So when Huajin walked into the hall, Yan Lu was still somewhat shocked. "Director Hua. It's really you." Yan Li's tone was earnest. "Where's Ji Qi?" Huajin was fully focused on Ji Qi and had no time to care about anything else. "Ah." Yan Lu pointed to a corner nearby. "He's drunk and insisted on sleeping on the ground." Huajin stepped onto the red carpet-covered floor towards Ji Qi. The entire banquet hall was huge, exuding luxury and decadence everywhere. Huajin crouched down next to Ji Qi. He reached out and touched Ji Qi's forehead, feeling that his whole body was burning hot. His breath was heavy with the strong smell of alcohol. Ji Qi had an excellent drinking capacity, and there hadn't been more than 3 instances like this in his entire life. "Qi Qi." Huajin called out to Ji Qi. Ji Qi's brows furrowed irritably. Affected by the alcohol, it felt like his whole person was floating on the waves, swaying back and forth. Before his eyes opened, Huajin had already picked Ji Qi up. With half-closed eyes, all Ji Qi could see was Huajin's flawless profile. Even his jawline looked so charming. Ji Qi hazily raised his hand to touch Huajin's face. "Don't move," Huajin held his breath and said. "Humph," Ji Qi huffed with a roguelike sound, his nasal breathing carrying the scent of alcohol. "Isn't your face made just for me to touch?" Saying this, Ji Qi's hand slid down to Huajin's chest. "This, bulging, I've wanted to touch it for ages. Isn't it for my pleasure since you train?" Then Ji Qi pinched Huajin's chest, really hard. "Harder than my fist." Huajin stopped in his tracks. The two of them had always maintained a certain subtle distance. He admitted, this was the first time he was acquainted with a drunken Ji Qi. Huajin had never imagined that Ji Qi would be like this when drunk. "How much have you had?" Ji Qi closed his eyes and thought for a moment. "Anyway, a lot." Ji Qi raised his hand in Huajin's embrace. "Here's to love and tomorrow. Freedom and motorcycles." "What does any of that mean? How much has he had exactly?" Huajin carried Ji Qi out while asking, "Are you very concerned about that Omega actor in your company?" Huajin had never heard Ji Qi plead for anyone's entertainment career before. "TCH. Ji Qi scoffed, "I've never even met him. Never met yet went to plead for him. Never met yet helped plot his career." "Ji Qi, you talk too much." Huajin gripped Ji Qi tighter in his arms. After thanking Yan Lu, Huajin carried Ji Qi out of the banquet hall. Ji Qi had drunk too much, and his mind was becoming increasingly hazy. In Huajin's arms, he started knitting a sweater. When Huajin placed Ji Qi in the passenger seat, Ji Qi clearly frowned. After Huajin buckled Ji Qi's seatbelt and sat in the driver's seat, he glanced sideways at Ji Qi, finding him scribbling something on his phone. 2 minutes later, Huajin's phone rang. Huajin frowned and looked at Ji Qi. He realized Ji Qi was seriously trying to call him. Their phones. One was dialing. The other was waiting for the call to connect. Only then did Huajin realize how drunk Ji Qi was. Seeing Ji Qi frustrated because no one was answering the phone, Huajin answered the call that was only half a meter away. Ji Qi's voice, as he leaned against the car seat, was soft and gentle. Huajin. Huajin responded from his side. Come and take me home quickly. Ji Qi's words felt like a tender jelly rolling over Huajin's heart, causing a light ripple. All the fatigue and distress that Huajin had accumulated over the past few days seemed to vanish into thin air with this one sentence. All right, Huajin replied gently. I'll come and take you home right away. Ji Qi tilted his head back, the neon lights on the roadside flickering in his pupils, casting a faint dark gleam in his eyes. What do you even like about me? Ji Qi suddenly asked seriously, though somewhat confused. Huajin chuckled softly. I like everything about you. You're an idiot, Ji Qi scolded. I don't like you. I know, Huajin replied. After finishing their call, Ji Qi casually tossed his phone under the seat. By the time they arrived home, it was already 3 a.m. Huajin removed Ji Qi's shoes, socks, and clothes, then gently wiped down his body. Ji Qi dragged his head and looked at Huajin. With flushed cheeks that resembled a half-ripe forbidden fruit, Ji Qi muttered, Are you mentally ill? Huajin raised his gaze, unsure of what Ji Qi meant. What? Ji Qi's shirt hung open, revealing his pale chest beneath his collarbone. Without being in heat, an enigma, isn't that sick? Having finished his thought, the drunken Ji Qi smirked as he gazed at Huajin. Do you know what enticing pheromones are? Could an S-level alpha's affection draw out your heat phase? Ji Qi's eyes were blurred, heavy with exhaustion, and wrapped in a delicate haze. Ji Qi today was different from every other day before. He was bold, flamboyant, eccentric, openly teasing Huajin while still accusing Huajin of being mentally ill. Moreover, he began releasing alluring omega pheromones he'd never let out before. The room grew more saturated with alcohol scent. An extra aroma lingered in the air, it was unfamiliar but intoxicating. It was a melon wine pheromone that no one else had ever smelled. Ji Qi looked at Huajin, who stood by the bed below him. Every enigma has a heat phase after meeting its omega. His voice was sticky and thick, dripping with intoxication. And I'm yours, only yours. Come here, let me see. Ji Qi laughed, his speech full of drunkenness. Let me see if your heat phase makes you adorable or fierce. Chapter 64, Wife. Huajin stood there, momentarily stunned by surprise. Huajin rarely felt emotions toward Ji Qi, but this time he was truly angry. Even though he knew Ji Qi was drunk, Huajin's heart still felt inexplicably heavy. His eyes stung, and in the depths of his deep gaze lay an indescribable bitterness. Why do you treat me like this? He asked him. Is it fun to toy with me? Ji Qi was heavily intoxicated. He hadn't even heard clearly what Huajin said. The plum wine in the room was so strong it was as if they had fallen into a cellar. Layer upon layer, it infiltrated every space without leaving any gaps. Huajin stared at Ji Qi in front of him with darkened eyes. He realized that it seemed he always couldn't do anything about Ji Qi. Huajin clenched his knuckles tightly. His chest rose and fell severely. He wanted to walk out. But the smell of plum wine in the room was like countless invisible hands trapping and enveloping him. Every step was difficult. Enigma was born at the peak. It could conceal its attributes and was not afraid of any pheromone threat. Any offensive pheromones were ineffective against Enigma. Except for the pheromones of its mate. Enigma would instinctively submit. Huajin's eyes reddened. In the blink of an eye, Huajin's palms turned red from gripping. For the first time, without voluntarily releasing them, Huajin's cold sandalwood pheromones were forcibly triggered. Like a boundless snow mountain, cold and invigorating. Pheromones have no form, but now they were consuming people. S-class type 2 pheromones, Huajin's unique sensitive period pheromones. Pheromones Ji Qi had never encountered before. Cold sandalwood consumed all the atmosphere in the room. Assertive domination that brooked no resistance. That cold sandalwood scent was something Ji Qi liked. No matter when, it was deeply rooted in his affection. Huajin's icy gaze at this moment revealed little emotion, only more fanaticism and madness. Zzz. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He looked at Huajin in front of him, as if he might kill him with a knife in the next second. Or devour him alive. Ji Qi's head was dizzy. Being held down like this made his head even dizzier. Ji Qi gave a light laugh, so you're not sick after all. Ji Qi looked intently at Huajin, whose eyes were slightly bloodshot. He raised his hand and touched Huajin's head. Be good. At this moment, all Huajin's senses and emotions were infinitely magnified. Without being calmed, he became extremely restless and irritable. Huijin reached up and lightly caressed Ji Qi's neck. Ferociously, he said, "It has faded. Then bite another one." Without hesitation, he tried to bite Ji Qi again. Ji Qi fixed his gaze. The blurred look on his face suddenly changed. "So you're fierce." Ji Qi gently stroked Huijin's back. A soothing pheromone flowed quietly within the scorching room, spreading a cooling sensation. These consoling pheromones swirled around Huijin, intense and profound. Gradually, Huijin's eyes softened, and his restlessness subsided. The way Huijin looked at Ji Qi shifted from mandatory possession to controlled restraint. The bloodshot eyes lost their ferocity. Huijin lowered his gaze. He just quietly stared at Ji Qi for a long while. The soothing plum wine-scented pheromones gradually smoothed the fur of the invisible beast within. Suddenly, Huijin bent over and hugged the person beneath him. With extreme care and utmost cherishing. The soothing plum wine-scented pheromones were like medicine to him. But just like alphas, enigmas are fragile and sentimental during their heat periods. When they completely let down their guard, their dependence on their omega will reach its peak. With no defense. And no false shell. All emotions will be amplified thousands of times. Including the heavy sense of hidden deep inside. "Wife." Huijin suddenly called Ji Qi with a tone filled with absolute reliance, low and pleasing. Because Ji Qi forbade him. Huijin had never called him like this in front of Ji Qi. This kind of tone was absolutely unheard when Huijin was sober. With emotions magnified, all of Huijin's love burned fiercely. Huijin's head buried in Ji Qi's neck, his hair gently brushing against Ji Qi's throat. "Itchy." Huijin lightly rubbed his nose against Ji Qi's neck. All the memories in his mind made him sad. His heart was pierced, swinging back and forth painfully. Not receiving an answer, Huijin mumbled another call, sounding aggrieved, "Wife." Huijin suddenly grabbed Ji Qi's hand and pressed it against the spot over his own chest. He said, "Here, it hurts. It really hurts." Chapter 65, Can't Run. 2 years had accumulated too much coldness and estrangement, the wounds on his heart healed and cracked again. He had patched himself up to get through it all. When this emotion took over his nerves, Huijin said for the first time in front of Ji Qi that he was in pain. Ji Qi's fingers pressed against Huijin's chest, his head tilted. "Massage it and it won't hurt." He gently massaged Huijin's chest. Huijin's furrowed brows seemed to truly relax. Ji Qi felt Huijin become very obedient. He didn't bite anymore, he just held on to him. And repeatedly called him, "Wife." Ji Qi, unable to breathe well under the pressure, tried to push away but failed. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt a sharp pain around his waist, as if Huijin's hands were going to snap it in half at any second. Huijin's deep, warm breath fanned against his neck. It was as though they were drunk together. Huijin slightly raised his head, his half-closed eyes landing on Ji Qi's face. He stared at Ji Qi, whose face flushed red with their gaze meeting. Ji Qi raised a hand, bent his finger, and lightly traced Huijin's nose bridge with his index finger. A smile danced on Ji Qi's lips, his demeanor dazed and lost. His finger knuckles slid down from the nose bridge, reaching the chin and throat. He said drunkenly, "Show me how fierce you can be." Huijin's breath was warm. He slightly lowered his head and kissed Ji Qi's lips. Words got stuck between their lips. Huijin caught Ji Qi's hand, restrained, flipped, and pinned it above his head. The kiss did not stop. After a long while, Ji Qi cursed, gripping the bed edge. It was like drinking 5 gin of white wine, feeling heavy and euphoric. Ji Qi frowned, feeling cold. His eyes glanced downward, moving his waist a little. Seeing Ji Qi's actions, Huijin pursed his lips, looking somewhat stuffy and uncomfortable. "Wife. You can't run." Ji Qi's eyes imprinted with peachy pink, fists clenched, so drunk, so drunk. Biting his lip, he said, "I want to sleep." Huijin wouldn't allow it. His gaze was tender yet resolute, "Let's finish this." The alcohol influence was too strong, the drunkenness too deep. When Ji Qi woke up, it was already noon the next day at 12 o'clock. Furrowing his brows, struggling for a moment, his eyes finally opened. The curtains in the room were drawn shut. The light outside filtered through the gauze curtain, casting a fluttering line on the bed. The pheromones inside the house were chaotic. Ji Qi, upon opening his eyes, saw Huijin tightly hugging him. His breathing caught. Then came memories that made him stare in astonishment. Ji Qi abruptly sat up. Crazy. Drunk out of his mind, he actually brought about Huijin's sensitive period. The scenes from yesterday kept flashing through his mind. His movement startled Huijin awake. Huijin moved closer to him, encircling Ji Qi's waist. "Wife." Huijin's voice was magnetic and low, the tone more dependent now, sticky and enticing. Ji Qi looked down at Huijin, his eyes closed, half asleep. This look appeared inexplicably more obedient than what Ji Qi had ever seen. Ji Qi wanted to slap himself twice. What kind of chaos is this? Ji Qi propped himself up, rubbing his brow. He sighed deeply. Ji Qi paused for a long time before eventually convincing himself. At this point, even though there are memory gaps, it is clear that he is responsible for it, and naturally, he would take responsibility for it. He had signed an agreement with Hu Jin, of course he couldn't abandon him. Isn't it just the sensitive period? It'll be over in the blink of an eye. Yes, it'll be over in another 48 hours. Ji Qi tried to get up, but unfortunately, Hu Jin hugged too tightly, fearing that he would run. He moved his foot, and his eyes suddenly widened sharply. Hu Jin usually gave him a shower afterward. Yesterday, Hu Jin only went crazy. He basically passed out. Sweat-soaked, Ji Qi once again recalled Hu Jin's words from yesterday, his brain numb. Finish. You can't run after finishing. No matter how hard Ji Qi tried, he couldn't push Hu Jin away. Wife. Listening to Hu Jin's voice, Ji Qi's mind was in utter confusion. Ji Qi, let go of me, I want to get up. Hu Jin, no. Ji Qi, let go. Hu Jin, no. Ji Qi, will you let go or not? Hu Jin, won't let go. The smell on Ji Qi's body made him feel very uncomfortable. Because he drank too much, his brain still felt numbed by anesthesia. After a long standoff, Ji Qi suddenly remembered, during the sensitive period Enigma, a substance, seemed to require coaxing. To get him to cooperate, he had to go along with him. The tone from earlier seemed wrong. With this thought, Ji Qi changed his approach. His throat vibrated softly as he gentled his tone, I want to take a shower, I can't do it like this. Hu Jin's breathing became heavier, and his voice carried a grudge, can't shower. Don't wash. Ji Qi, why? Hu Jin, need to, finish. Ji Qi. Am I, the alpha, crazy? Ji Qi sighed, not showering will make my body hurt. As Ji Qi prepared to say more, Hu Jin surprisingly loosened his grip because of that sentence. Seeing this, Ji Qi quickly stood up. He glanced at Hu Jin from the edge of the bed. You too. With that, Ji Qi pulled Hu Jin up, leading him to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub and ordered, wash yourself. Hu Jin obediently entered the tub. Ji Qi stood by the showerhead to bathe, this was the first time he did such a thing while fully aware. He couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. After washing, he noticed Hu Jin still sitting calmly in the tub. This. Is it possible that during the sensitive period, one even forgets how to shower? 2 minutes later, Ji Qi understood. It wasn't that he didn't know how, it was all jumbled thoughts in his mind. Ji Qi squatted partially beside the tub and haphazardly washed Hu Jin before dressing him in some clothes. Before the outfit was finished, Ji Qi was pressed against the glass wall separating the wet and dry areas of the bath. Ji Qi shivered at the coldness on his back. You. Chapter 66, Hua has become addicted to calling his wife. I want to hold you. Hu Jin spoke clearly and plainly. He was being disobedient again. When all his senses came rushing, the deepest and darkest thoughts in his mind surfaced. His voice, slightly choked, evoked an inexplicable pang of sympathy, wife. Hu Jin repeated this word obsessively, his tone meek but tinged with a plea, I'm so pitiful. Ji Qi, huh? Why is he pitiful? Before Ji Qi could say anything, Hu Jin suddenly cut off Ji Qi's retreat. Shit. Ji Qi couldn't escape. After a long while, Ji Qi took another shower. He was about to leave when he saw Hu Jin holding a cushion from the sofa at the door. With a simple outfit, Hu Jin looked like a model, broad shoulders, narrow waist, radiating restraint to the extreme. Ji Qi glanced at Hu Jin sideways after their eyes met. Wife. Ji Qi's eyes widened. No way, right? Ji Qi glared at Hu Jin and instinctively stepped back, you. What's wrong? I'm hungry. Hu Jin said. Huh? Hungry? TSK. You make it yourself if you're hungry, Ji Qi replied matter-of-factly. Hu Jin answered even more earnestly, his sharp features softening with a hint of recklessness, then I'll starve to death. Ji Qi's pupils dilated, huh? Not really. Can't you cook? Hu Jin, no. Ji Qi, damn it. Ji Qi hadn't eaten either, and hearing Hu Jin's words made him hungry too. Ji Qi looked seriously at Hu Jin again, should I wash the vegetables while you cook? Hu Jin hugged the cushion and turned around, never mind, I won't eat. Ji Qi, excellent, here we have Hu Jin who'd rather starve than cook. Ji Qi released soothing pheromones into the room to reach a certain balanced level. Then he went to the kitchen to rummage through the fridge. There were 2 pieces of beef. Hu Jin sat on the couch watching the news. Ji Qi washed the beef and observed Hu Jin's state. Even in such a situation, he still knew how to watch the news. Truly worthy of being someone raised under the highest discipline. Ji Qi opened his phone to search for methods to cook beef, watching various videos where bloggers taught different ways. He glanced at Hu Jin sitting in the living room. In the end, Ji Qi called his father, Ji Xingming. Dad knew how to cook. Hey, Dad. At that moment, Ji Xingming paused his meeting in the company, assuming something important had come up. He immediately said, "I'll have the driver pick you up." In these past 2 years, Ji Xingming's attitude towards Ji Qi had improved immensely compared to before. As they rarely saw each other, his speech became gentler than ever before. Previously, he would often get angry easily. Nowadays, all he cared about was whether Ji Qi was being bullied or suffering hardship. "Ji Xingming, I told you Hu Jin wasn't a good guy. Now you see it, right?" Ji Qi furrowed his brows. "I just wanted to ask you. When stir-frying celery with beef, do you put in the beef first or the celery?" "Huh?" Ji Xingming immediately slammed the table and rose up. "You've been bullied so much now that you're cooking for Hu Jin." "Nonsense. I never made Lin Jun cook." "Not that." Ji Qi redirected the conversation. "Hu Jin. He was on a business trip today. The takeout here isn't good, so I'm cooking for myself." Hearing this, Ji Xingming's tone softened somewhat. "That's more reasonable. Ji Qi, so what do I put in first?" Ji Xingming solemnly said, "Oil first." Ji Qi. After being speechless, Ji Qi poured the oil into the pan. Just as he was about to ask again, Hu Jin walked over to Ji Qi. The raspy sound was like someone with a heavy cold, inexplicably sexy and seductive. Wife. Chapter 67, The Lovely Huohuo. Wife. Ji Qi's hand holding the phone trembled a bit as he felt Hu Jin rubbing his neck again. Not only was Hu Jin clinging to him relentlessly, but he also muttered something that their usual gentlemanlike personas would never say. "Hu Jin, I want." Ji Qi quickly hung up the phone with trembling hands. His face was as red as if it had just been roasted by fire, and Ji Qi suddenly turned around. 15 minutes, only 15 minutes had passed since he had washed himself just now. Ji Qi glared at Hu Jin furiously. "You either reject what you're thinking about or I'll give you suppressants. Choose one." Ji Qi held celery in his hand with a serious look. He didn't originally plan to give Hu Jin any suppressants since things had already gone this far. But if this went on, he would die at the hands of Hu Jin for sure. When Hu Jin heard the word suppressant, his eyes inexplicably showed some reluctance. He hugged Ji Qi again, speaking with a deep and muffled voice, "No suppressants. Suppressants, they hurt." Ji Qi sighed deeply. His gaze shifted towards the sofa in the living room, "Then go watch TV obediently." As Ji Qi spoke, he gently pushed Hu Jin away. After being pushed, Hu Jin stood beside him, not leaving. He looked extremely pitiful. Ji Qi snapped the celery in his hand. "Are you going to behave?" Hu Jin, deadpan, reward. TSK. Ji Qi stared straight at Hu Jin in front of him. People during sensitive periods always become braver. Not only did his language improve and became suggestive, but he started making requests, now even asking for rewards. What reward? Ji Qi really got curious. Hu Jin didn't answer. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Ji Qi guessed it. Kissing here. Seeing that Hu Jin wasn't leaving, Ji Qi knew better than to argue with Enigma during the sensitive period. He coughed formally, "Lean down your ear." As soon as the words were spoken, Hu Jin obediently leaned slightly forward, and Ji Qi kissed his cheek. A smile bloomed on Hu Jin's lips. His eyebrows gleamed with stars. When Ji Qi stepped back, Hu Jin grabbed his waist. The magnetic tone resonated through his ears, again later. "Ji Qi. Do I have to thank you now?" "Get out," Ji Qi spat irritably, "don't make me beat you up." After Hu Jin left the kitchen, he built a nest on the sofa with a pile of Ji Qi's clothes. He wrapped Ji Qi's clothes around himself and sniffed them. The scene mysteriously touched Ji Qi's cute spot. Perhaps because it was so unexpected, he had never seen such a Hu Jin. On ordinary days, he was solemn, every sentence carefully considered, planning everything meticulously, full of scheming and depth, and completely without flaw. Who would have thought this was how he was during the sensitive period? Polite people like him started talking dirty all the time. Words that Hu Jin said yesterday and earlier were the dirtiest Ji Qi had ever heard from him. And now he seemed adorable again. Ji Qi couldn't help but look a little longer at Enigma building a nest with his clothes. Hu Jin was almost buried in the clothes. Ji Qi suddenly frowned. Alpha individuals during the sensitive period, if without their partner's company, would use the other person's clothes to build nests to find scents and pheromones. So, Enigma was the same. But he was right there beside him. Hu Jin, did he lack that much security? Ji Qi looked at Hu Jin for a while, then approached, "Let's eat." Hu Jin's head popped out from under a pile of clothes. Suddenly he let go of the clothes and hugged Ji Qi's waist. Hu Jin rubbed his head against Ji Qi's body, his voice sticky, "Wife. Let me smell you." "Wife." Ji Qi stood there, sensing the pheromones in the house. They were still strong enough to calm Hu Jin down with soothing pheromones. Ji Qi squatted halfway and looked at Hu Jin, locking eyes with him. He coldly said, "Stop acting spoiled. Get up and eat." Ji Qi pulled him to the dining table, but Hu Jin insisted on sitting close to Ji Qi. Ji Qi pointed to the opposite side, sit over there. Hu Jin, no. Why? Hu Jin, I don't like it. Ji Qi. In the end, it was Ji Qi who gave in. Looking at the dishes in front of him, they weren't as exaggerated as before, but at least the colors were right, green where it should be green, red where it should be red. Not even a minute after Ji Qi had hung up on Ji Xingming, his phone rang again with Ji Xingming calling to demand an explanation. Unable to justify, Ji Qi ended up telling the truth. Ji Xingming's response was curt, as long as he doesn't starve during the sensitive period, don't indulge him. Keep a couple of boxes of glucose around. Ji Qi, should I give him glucose? Ji Xingming, you should take it. Ji Qi didn't quite understand but felt he got the gist. His thoughts quickly returned to the present moment. He served a bowl of rice to Hu Jin and placed it in front of him along with some dishes. Finish it. Ji Qi tasted one bite himself, it was only slightly worse than he'd imagined. That was definitely progress. After 2 bites, Ji Qi started watching Hu Jin eat. It seemed like Hu Jin wasn't rejecting the food at all, he ate quickly and happily. Ji Qi asked, does it taste good? Hu Jin, it's hard to eat. Hu Jin, but I don't mind. Ji Qi huffed. During the sensitive period, Hu Jin really spoke without any filters. Do. At that moment, Hu Jin's phone started ringing. But Hu Jin didn't have any intention of answering it. Ji Qi pulled the phone out from Hu Jin's pocket. Since Hu Jin was the judge of the research center, every call he missed could be related to something important. Ji Qi considered this and answered the call. A mature male voice came through. Judge Hua, there has been a change in personnel for the S2 plan. Do we need to apply for high-level confirmation? The voice was steady and serious. This caused Ji Qi to straighten up immediately. He had forgotten to inform the center about Hu Jin being off due to his sensitive period. Just as Ji Qi was about to speak, Hu Jin grabbed the phone from him and responded coolly, as if nothing was different, apply for confirmation. The professionalism in Hu Jin's tone made it seem impossible to joke around. Ji Qi was once again amazed. So Hu Jin's sensitive period could switch into work mode. Impressive. Then, after just a second, Ji Qi heard Hu Jin say something that nearly paralyzed him, accept the losses. Don't make a fuss. And then Hu Jin added another line that sent Ji Qi's brain spinning, all matters these 2 days should be directed to Zhou Qi. I'm staying home to be with my wife. Silence on the other end of the line was deafening. Ji Qi, gripping his chopsticks, dropped them when they slipped from his trembling hands. What was he saying? What is he talking about? On the other side of the line, there was a pause of disbelief before the man stammered, wish you, happiness. Ji Qi. Who talks about that kind of happiness? After hanging up the phone, Hu Jin directly dragged Ji Qi onto the bed. Wife. His voice, full of allure and rolling with desire, resonated deeply. Ji Qi tried to roll away, Hu Jin. Hu Jin held Ji Qi by the shoulders and pressed him down gently, be a good girl. When Ji Qi opened his eyes, it was already dark outside. Hu Jin still tightly embraced him in his arms. His large hand rested on Ji Qi's waist and as soon as Ji Qi moved, Hu Jin woke up. Wife. Chapter 68, Signing. Ji Qi opened his phone with a foggy mind. Survival was the priority. Ji Qi tapped on the pharmacy delivery option and searched for Enigma inhibitor. Below several pharmacies, red small letters were displayed, not authorized to sell. No such product found. Ji Qi raised his hand and rubbed his temple. Shit. At this moment, Ji Qi felt Hu Jin lean closer again, wife. Ji Qi let out a heavy sigh. Hu Jin held Ji Qi so tightly that he couldn't get up. In the end, Ji Qi was dragged back for a few more rounds. The worst part was that the perpetrator looked like nothing had happened and started acting aggrieved. Ji Qi wanted to get angry, but given the situation, it was his fault after all, so there was no need to be overly dramatic. Ji Qi looked up at the ceiling above him. Living together as companions in exchange for physical favors, it was indeed like that. He hated how Hu Jin had brought him down from the high position, treating him merely as a body driven by pheromones. However, he had accepted all of Hu Jin's tenderness over these 2 years. Initially, he thought it was what Hu Jin deserved. Hu Jin marked his body, yet would never gain his affection. He would regret the filthy beginning. He even thought that maybe after Hu Jin liked him for 2 months, he would stop. But Hu Jin's patience seemed to remain unchanged. Amidst the chaos of time, Ji Qi still believed he didn't like Hu Jin. The reason he willingly gave himself up so clearly might have been because he'd drawn him in, or perhaps because he had become numb. Since they signed the contract, of course, he needed a clean body. If Hu Jin went to someone else, he would feel nauseous. Within less than a year, he could leave here. Get rid of everything. No one could confine him. No one. The warm yellow light burned intensely. Ji Qi stared at the ceiling, it was spinning. The clock on the wall also was. Drowning the person, drowning the heart. After Hu Jin fell asleep, Ji Qi got up and watered the flowers outside the door. He sat in the courtyard for a long time under the lamplight. It seemed like he was spacing out, or gazing at the moon. On the third day, when Huajin woke up, he didn't see Ji Qi. He walked into the living room and saw the note Ji Qi left for him. "Breakfast is on the table, I'm going home for a while." Huajin's expression turned cold. He didn't eat breakfast, answered a call, and left. Huajin was always very busy after the highly sensitive period. Their relationship always became rigid and restricted after such special events. As if tied up by various rules. No one dared to move forward, no one dared to step ahead. A month later, Ji Qi's body underwent some changes. Dizziness, chest tightness, memory loss, and increased irritability. He made an appointment with Gubuozhou for a medical consultation. Before reaching the examination room, Ji Qi passed out in the hospital lobby holding his medical report. There was a dull sound, and soon afterward, a crowd surrounded Ji Qi. His eyelids wouldn't open. Weak and disoriented. Before losing consciousness completely, he thought of Huajin. Faint sounds reached his ears, urgent and restless. Ji Qi faintly heard someone speaking. "Nurse. Nurse. An alpha fainted here. This poor alpha. There's an examination form in his hand." Ji Qi, my goodness, he appears to have his Omega's medical report. Young people these days really don't take care of themselves. Judging by his appearance, he probably didn't bring his own Omega to the hospital too. His head was unbearably heavy, everything swirling around in his mind. Ji Qi couldn't process too many words. The buzzing sound took up most of his thoughts. When he woke up again, he was in a hospital bed in a single isolation room. Gubuozhou waited for a long time before Ji Qi regained consciousness, then spoke to him. "I don't know whether I should congratulate you or say something else." Ji Qi's lips were dry. He tried several times to barely open his mouth, his pale face giving him a fragile look. Ji Qi blinked slowly. "Speak." The white curtain swayed outside the window, and Ji Qi's complexion grew increasingly paler. Silent, desolate, roaring mad. After spending the afternoon in the hospital, Ji Qi finally left. His steps were slow. He didn't take a taxi but aimlessly wandered along. When he returned home, it was already dark. He placed the examination report and a surgery reservation slip in the bedside drawer. Then he curled up alone in the bedding. Nothing was done. There was no shouting, no smashing of objects. Within the bed, there was only a slightly arched figure. Upon closer inspection, one could notice some slight trembling, silent and still. The room was very dim, and after an unknown amount of time had passed, Ji Qi grew tired and fell into a deep sleep. Ji Qi didn't turn on the lights. Huajin returned that day very late. Huajin walked to the bedside and turned on the small lamp by the bed. He looked at the youth in the bed, who today wasn't as obedient as usual. Ji Qi's eyes were red at the corners, tear stains were obvious, his long lashes were slightly damp, and his breathing was heavy. Huajin raised his hand and touched the corner of Ji Qi's eyes. Suddenly, he chuckled bitterly. Being with him, he was always unhappy. A high tower can be built with armor, but it can also collapse. Forced things will never truly be yours. Huajin had seen all of Ji Qi's remoteness and coldness. "Don't cry." Huajin's voice was very gentle, as if making some kind of promise. "It's you whose heart is like stone." Huajin gently stroked Ji Qi's tear-streaked eyes. If Enigma's mark isn't remarked within 2 years, it will gradually fade. Now, Ji Qi's dependence on Huajin's pheromones was far less than before. This was something Huajin knew well in his heart. "Actually, you could leave already, no need to feel so sad." Huajin sat by the desk for a long time. Ji Qi hadn't experienced heat in months. Huajin looked at Ji Qi in the bed. And suddenly felt resentment. "Why can't you give me even a little bit of love?" As the night rolled over like waves against towering walls, they surged and consumed each other. "Don't wait any longer. Blocking the sea won't make it return your favor, it will desperately gather strength to become itself again. No golden cage can confine a bird." Everything confirmed this answer. Half a month later, Ji Qi's expected heat period still hadn't arrived. But Huajin found a medical examination form from the hospital on Ji Qi's bedside table. Among the documents was a surgery reservation slip. The date reserved was July 18th. That was the second day after Huajin obtained the examination form. Huajin couldn't describe his state of mind. He thought everything wasn't that bad, yet reality was much harsher than what he imagined. Huajin carefully examined the document in his hands, his slender fingers trembling slightly. Suddenly, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. Mocking his arrogance. Mocking his presumptuousness. Mocking himself for waiting just a little more each time. Mocking himself for begging Ji Qi to give him completeness. Huajin's chest lightly shuddered as he put the documents back in the drawer and left the bedroom. Ji Qi was eating at the dining table, showing no visible emotions. Huajin sat across from him, his words carrying a barely perceptible probing tone. "Tomorrow there's an international exhibition at the summit. Do you want to take a look?" Ji Qi raised his eyes slightly. "I have something tomorrow." Huajin's knuckles clenched sharply. This matter alone was enough to make Huajin not dare to have the slightest hope. What he yearned for were nothing but shackles in others' eyes. Ji Qi's aversion towards him was far greater than he had imagined. Today, without rain but heavily clouded, wind and ocean waves came together as if telling everyone inside the house, it was time to end this farce. It was on this day. Before breakfast, an Omega arrived at Huajin's doorstep. She was beautifully delicate, shy, and fragile. At the moment Huajin opened the door, all his pent-up anger couldn't help but erupt. Huajin dragged the Omega in front of Ji Qi. Candy sweet Omega. Ji Qi, your taste hasn't changed at all. His words were sharp, wounding himself instead. Huajin's voice was low and deep, unclear whether he was mocking himself or Ji Qi. When Ji Qi heard this, he too became irritated. I don't know her. Ji Qi looked at the Omega before him, who seemed ready to cry. He had no idea why her body would carry his own pheromones. Such strong pheromones couldn't have been attached unless there was intimacy. Huajin's voice remained soft, as if all emotions were hidden perfectly. But that calm, raspy tone actually struck the heart even more. What a coincidence today. Indeed. Even his faintest hesitation unseen by light was extinguished. All was gone. It was like being drenched in a bucket of cold water from head to toe on a chilling snowy field. Seeing Huajin's serious expression, Ji Qi's face turned more solemn. I can explain. Huajin let out a cold snort with a heavy nasal tone and looked away. No need. Huajin glanced past Ji Qi to the Omega standing behind him, and Ji Qi didn't bother to offer an explanation. As usual, he always acted as if he didn't care about what Huajin thought of him. Huajin turned around and walked into the room. Ji Qi then grabbed the Omega by the neck. Get out. Ji Qi recognized this Omega, she worked at the Lingxin bar. Brother, don't you want me anymore? Tears glistened in her eyes. Ji Qi's voice became sharper. I told you to get out. Her appearance seemed too coincidental, almost deliberate. Ji Qi had initially thought it was just a fleeting incident. But after the Omega left, Huajin emerged from the room with a stack of documents. They sat across each other just like 2 years ago. Huajin's demeanor was both disdainful and full of self-mockery. Yet his words remained calm. This is the divorce agreement you gave me 2 years ago. I'll sign it now. Saying this, Huajin picked up the pen and signed his name on the document. After finishing, Huajin pushed the agreement toward Ji Qi. My assets will be divided according to normal legal procedures. Huajin glanced at Ji Qi. You haven't remarked me, so there shouldn't be any heat periods until the original mark fades completely. The only reason you stayed was because you were uncertain whether you'd still go into heat for me. I'm telling you clearly now, you won't. You can sleep soundly even without me. So, things that make people happy should be done sooner. We are getting divorced. Huajin's voice sounded detached, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. His emotions were difficult to discern. Even at such a moment, he seemed gentle. You're free now, unbound by anything. No one will mention me to your face again. You can do whatever you wish. You can remarry, stay at the bar until closing time, or find another candy sweet Omega. Ji Qi hadn't expected Huajin to suddenly say these words. He couldn't describe how he felt in this moment. He'd originally thought that when this day came, he would be ecstatically sleepless. But it wasn't quite like that. Staring at the divorce agreement with Huajin's signature, Ji Qi felt as though he had just woken up from a long, deep dream. It had finally come to an end. Huajin stood up, all words failing to articulate the rootless emptiness in his heart. Why did it hurt so much? Why did Ji Qi appear so indifferent? Huajin said what he thought best expressed his feelings. His aim was to let Ji Qi understand how sad he truly was. Even understanding a tiny fraction would suffice. Gazing into those shallow brown eyes, Huajin's voice trembled as if tinged with blood. It was so distant, so sorrowful. I don't want you anymore. Huajin said. Note, no children involved. Crossmark. The reason for the surgery will be clarified later. Both characters remain chaste throughout. This chapter is rather long to ensure continuity after the previous ones. It might almost count as 2 chapters worth, but today has been emotionally taxing, so I dare not ask for rewards. I simply beg everyone not to criticize. The ending will absolutely be perfect. I hope everyone can understand Ji Qi's mindset. He's like a stubborn rock, someone who sticks to one path no matter what. He isn't a malleable innocent flower. Though he walked himself into a dead-end alley, I can understand his inner stillness, and I hope everyone won't blame him. They cannot stay together for Ji Qi to properly sort out his feelings. Then they'll pursue reconciliation willingly. Willingly chasing after each other. The ending will undoubtedly be happy. Chapter 69, Separation. Ji Qi raised his eyes to look at Huajin once. There was an inexplicable silent quiver in his heart. Huajin's face was somewhat cold. I don't want you anymore. This seemed to be the cruelest thing he could think of to say. Everything happened suddenly. Ji Qi didn't expect that the one who said the word leave would not be himself, but rather Huajin had given up. He could leave now. No longer bound by anyone. Every day he counted down the days until today. How come, he wasn't as happy as he imagined? Hua Jin looked at Ji Qi's calm expression and felt bitter inside. Ji Qi had truly achieved what he had promised 2 years ago. Accepting all the goodness of oneself without giving any response. He fulfilled the promise he made back then, that he wouldn't like himself. Truly a stone, both foul-smelling and hard. Hua Jin's eyes were calm on the surface, or perhaps too intense for no one to fathom. He asked Ji Qi, "Do you want this house?" "No." Ji Qi answered quickly. It was Hua Jin's home, he did not want it. "Congratulations, you've finally gotten rid of me." Those words, "I don't want you anymore," turned out to be the last thing Hua Jin ever said to Ji Qi. Hua Jin walked away freely, yet all the accumulated bitterness and helplessness collapsed due to a surgery appointment form. He thought, what he longed for so much, was nauseating in Ji Qi's eyes. Sinful, undesired. Ever since Ji Qi's mark began fading, Hua Jin had been pondering which day Ji Qi would leave. He thought even if it was just one more day, it'd be worthwhile. Upon careful reflection, they should have parted long before. As Ji Qi watched Hua Jin's departing back, he felt a strange sense of desolation yet resolution. Hua Jin never turned around. Nor did he ask him the usual question, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll cook it for you when I get home tonight." It seemed like he was really gone. And wouldn't return. He truly left him alone. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt at ease. Yet inexplicably, there was sharp pain in his chest. Ji Qi frowned tightly, the sensation felt like being pierced by something sharp, tugging painfully at the glands. It didn't feel like a relief. Rather, it felt like a larger, heavier stone was pressing on him. After Hua Jin left, Ji Qi dragged the suitcase he brought with him from this new villa and walked out. He went home. The green leaves by the trees on the broad sidewalk rustled in the wind. He thought, he was free. When Ji Qi returned to the Ji family estate, he happened to encounter Ji Xingming heading out to the company. Seeing Ji Qi dragging a suitcase at the door, Ji Xingming's expression immediately changed. Ji Xingming opened the gate outside the villa, and Ji Qi's expression remained calm, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. "Baby, you." Ji Xingming didn't know what to say. He just gazed strangely at Ji Qi for 2 seconds, neither short nor long, enough time for him to figure out many things. Ji Qi dragged the suitcase, one didn't need to guess its meaning. "You broke up with Hua Jin." Ji Qi pushed open the half-open gate, answering nonchalantly as if it were a daily routine, "Yes, we broke up." "Did he bully you?" Ji Xingming's anger surged, and he asked the question knowing the answer already. Although he initially had reservations about Hua Jin. In the past 2 years, Ji Xingming clearly felt Hua Jin's sincerity towards Ji Qi. All the complaints he once harbored against Hua Jin had lost their original meaning long ago. He never expected that Ji Qi and Hua Jin would break up so abruptly. If there was a problem between them, it must lie with Ji Qi. Hua Jin had never lost his temper with Ji Qi. Accommodated all his needs. "Not," Ji Qi said, "I've always bullied him." His words were light. Ji Qi stepped through the gate. "Dad. I want to sleep." Having spoken, Ji Qi dragged the suitcase into the house. He returned to the room upstairs and curled up on the bed to sleep. Just as Hua Jin said. Without Hua Jin, he could fall asleep too. When Ji Qi woke up again, it was already evening. Ji Xingming called him several times before he descended the stairs to have dinner. Lin Jun saw Ji Qi's condition and didn't say anything, while Ji Xingming kept giving Lin Jun meaningful looks. Ji Qi put down his chopsticks after eating only a few bites. Only then did Lin Jun ask, "Are you unhappy?" "Happy," Ji Qi said. "Lin Jun, is the food at home not as good as what Hua Jin cooks?" "Ji Qi, not better." "You're honest indeed." Lin Jun served Ji Qi a bowl of soup. "If you're happy leaving, you should be able to eat 2 bowls of rice." Ji Qi finished drinking the soup in front of him. Of course, he was happy. Why wouldn't he be happy? The next day, Ji Qi went to the hospital as scheduled. A week later, he was discharged. Gu Buizhou gave him an extra medical record. It had 2 confirmed words. Nesting phase bipolar disorder. Chapter 70, Not sick. Nesting period bipolar disorder. Ji Qi threw away the medical record. "I'm not sick." Gu Buizhou placed Ji Qi's medical file into a special archive. Nesting period bipolar disorder is different from the ordinary kind. You'll be irritable and easily angered, and after severe depression, there might be tendencies towards suicide or self-harm. During the treatment in these past few days, therapeutic agents have been added. Then Gu Buizhou added, "Because of your earlier refusal to accept treatment, the severity has now reached S2. After your Enigma leaves, your dominant consciousness will gradually strengthen." Gu Buizhou stepped closer to Ji Qi. "Let me explain it more clearly. The person who doesn't recognize the rutting period, your current self, is the one who's ill." Gu Buizhou handed the prescription to Ji Qi. "You must take the medicine on time." Ji Qi didn't fully understand what Gu Buizhou was saying. He refused to think about it too much or investigate further. He wasn't sick. And he didn't need to take any medicine. After returning home from the hospital, Ji Qi began to dream more frequently. often restless and uneasy. Ji Qi wouldn't take the medicine given by Gu Baizhou. Later, he sought out Lin Jun. Lin Jun never negated Ji Qi, nor did he ask too many questions. All he knew was that Ji Qi was no longer happy. No one wants to see their child like this. After coming back from Hu Jin's house, Ji Qi had hardly smiled. It was as if he'd gained freedom but lost everything. Gu Baizhou said that for nesting period bipolar disorder, the piled-up emotions would only shatter once his enigma left. It was a shell that Ji Qi had cast around himself, and he had to break it himself. After returning, Ji Qi made a few investments, losing so much money that he even sold his car. Ji Xingming wasn't angry. Ji Qi was spending his own money, and young people should learn some lessons the hard way. Ji Qi didn't stay idle either. An artist under his entertainment company was cheating, and the scandal was suppressed on the trending list. It was calm on the surface since the matter didn't become public knowledge. No company would give up a popular star. They were cash cows. But when Ji Qi heard the news, he immediately terminated the contract with the person. During the meeting, the agent who pleaded on behalf of the artist was also fired. The company has no rule against dating, but an alpha fooling around with two omegas dirties my reputation. Breaking a contract with anyone, I can afford it. Ji Qi glared fiercely at everyone in the meeting room. Standing at a higher position, it was as though he was naturally destined to dominate everything. Cold, self-centered, and brooking no dissent. Anyone who wants to plead, go ahead and submit your resignation. After Ji Qi left the meeting room with his coat, the atmosphere inside the room remained tense for a long while. Since someone was managing the entertainment company, Ji Qi listened to Ji Xingming and became a major shareholder in the pharmaceutical group under his control. He wanted to do something because doing nothing all day made him think too much. On the day Ji Qi went to the pharmaceutical group, he was dressed conservatively, his well-tailored suit matching him perfectly. His tall figure and perfect body proportions, even down to the strands of hair, exuded arrogance. As if he was born with dignity and refinement. Since nobody in the pharmaceutical group knew Ji Qi. On his first day there, he actually encountered an omega deliberately releasing pheromones to catch his attention. The omega pressed the elevator button without looking at Ji Qi, but that faint floral fragrance was alluring. Ji Qi snorted coldly. This feeling was truly long gone. Since being marked by Hu Jin, Ji Qi had unconsciously become less sensitive to omega pheromones. Previously, such a faint scent would have gone unnoticed by him. Ji Qi showed no reaction and pressed the director-exclusive elevator instead. He disliked the smell of this omega's pheromones. The moment the side door of the director-exclusive elevator opened, the omega's eyes widened twice their normal size. Shit. Flirted with someone on the board. Resign immediately. On his first day at the company, Ji Qi dismissed 8 veteran employees from the marketing department. He directly questioned the integrity of the outsourcing planner over an advertising plan and slammed the table in anger. Arguing with business partners, every point where he lost his temper was unexpected. His methods kept everyone in the company on edge, fearing they might be next to suffer. Within a month, Ji Qi's title as the cold-faced Yama became well known throughout the company. Steering clear of him by 20 meters was no exaggeration. Once again, he became the alpha who could make others tremble with fear. Cold, distant, and uncompromising. No one dared to challenge his authority. He remained aloof, above everyone else, in control of everything. Ji Xingming approved of all Ji Qi's actions. That day at the dinner table, it was rare to see Ji Qi having an appetite, so Ji Xingming found a topic to discuss. People at the company say that you haven't rested much recently. There are trustworthy elders under the company who can handle things, you don't need to exhaust yourself this way. Ji Xingming spoke earnestly, some matters can be overlooked by turning a blind eye to them once in a while. Over time, we can tell if someone is competent through their actions. You shouldn't question an employee's abilities just because they made comments online that aren't beneficial for the company. Ji Qi looked up, his expression dark. I raised Lijiang Pharmaceuticals' reputation from a 7 to a 9, increased the exclusive delivery app downloads by 10 million within a month, and gained 2 million followers. External funding has come in for rescue operations. Do you know how much money I've earned for you? Ji Xingming coughed. In the first half-month after returning, Ji Qi blindly invested outside without considering any risks, as if gambling with money due to some illness, consistently losing money during that period. It wasn't clear what he was struggling against. Ji Xingming knew it was Ji Qi's own issue. Now, Ji Qi seemed to have returned to something closer to normal. Ji Xingming became more serious, my point is that you should not overwork yourself. This isn't like you. There are too many emotions, and they often affect your work. If you want to go out and play, then go. The company atmosphere can be stifling, but with people like old Yuan around, you could relax a bit more. Ji Qi's eyes partially lowered. Everyone was saying he wasn't acting right. He wasn't sick. Ji Qi didn't respond to Ji Xingming. After putting down his chopsticks, he went to a bar. Of course, he should enjoy himself, he was never a well-behaved young man to begin with. As before, he played, as before, whenever he felt annoyed, he drank until he was half drunk. When Ji Qi returned home from the bar, it was already midnight. He carelessly took off his clothes and fell onto the bed. The soft bedding created a shallow indentation. Ji-Chi's face flushed red, with strands of hair brushing across the bridge of his nose. His hazy appearance clearly indicated that he was drunk. His collarbone tinged faintly pink, and his lips carried a peach-like blush. His muddled brain released dopamine to make the owner happy. Ji-Chi had a dream. Glimmering lights dazzled through his glasses, swaying back and forth, making it hard to see clearly. The surrounding colorful neon lights enveloped him. He sat beneath a tree on a pedestal. People around him were dressed warmly, and snowflakes floated down, visible enough to catch in your hands. Someone called out to him. Their voice sounded pleasant, deep and gentle, like polished jade. Chi-Chi. Ji-Chi looked up. It was Huajin. It really was Huajin. Chapter 71. Waiting for you to come home. It's Huajin. The blurry images gradually become clear. Huajin stood in front of him, taking out a scarf and wrapping Ji-Chi tightly in it. Huajin bought a purple rabbit cotton candy and handed it to Ji-Chi, saying, "I waited in line for it." Ji-Chi took the cotton candy and hugged Huajin, gently rubbing his cheek against Huajin's shoulder. His eyes shone beautifully like colorful glass. "I want to ride the Ferris wheel." Ji-Chi hugged Huajin and spoke softly. White snowflakes fell from the sky, landing on the nose of the young boy before melting away. "All right." Huajin gently rubbed Ji-Chi's head and agreed. When the Ferris wheel slowly moved to the top, Ji-Chi leaned over and kissed Huajin on the cheek. A smile spread across his lips, his slightly red face more captivating than the scenery. "They say couples who kiss at the highest point of the Ferris wheel will be together forever," Ji-Chi said. The sweetness of the cotton candy still lingered on the young boy's lips. Huajin's eyes glimmered with a dim light as he replied, "Is that so?" "It is." Huajin looked at Ji-Chi, lifting his hand to gently caress Ji-Chi's face. "Then you must remember what you've said now." After speaking, Huajin lightly kissed Ji-Chi's forehead. "I'm serious." Ji-Chi shyly hugged Huajin. He believed he had made a promise to Huajin. The dreamlike scenes gradually faded, transforming into a modern kitchen. The atmosphere was warm, even the lights were cheerful. Ji-Chi stood obediently beside Huajin, tossing a couple of peppers into the pot when no one was looking. Huajin slightly turned, looking seriously at Ji-Chi. "You can't eat spicy food these next 2 days." Saying this, he picked out the 2 peppers from the pot. Ji-Chi furrowed his brows, looking aggrieved with his cheeks puffed up. "You're not nice to me at all." Huajin's gaze landed on Ji-Chi's cheeks, "And yet here you are feeling sorry for yourself. Didn't your stomach hurt last night? And already forgotten just because it's dawn?" Ji-Chi huffed in annoyance. "It's all your fault." Huajin leaned down a bit closer. "Do you hear yourself talking right now? It's your fault." "Yes, it's my fault," Huajin indulgently agreed. The image dispersed again, layer upon layer shifting like rippling water, wave after wave. One night, Huajin took Ji-Chi to a cake shop and bought a small cake topped with roses. Ji-Chi happily carried the little cake back to the car. Huajin asked him, "Isn't it true alphas don't eat small cakes?" Ji-Chi held the cake obediently, "But I like eating them." Huajin leaned over and fastened Ji-Chi's seatbelt. "What else do you like?" Ji-Chi's eyes shimmered with an unfathomable gleam. "There's also someone who buys me small cakes." "Shall I buy you small cakes every time from now on?" Ji-Chi, "As you wish." With another enchanting soft laugh, the images in the dream started floating once more. Fragments of memories began flooding his mind. Ji-Chi sat cross-legged on the mat by Huajin's door waiting for him to return home. Huajin would buy vegetables. And also Ji-Chi's favorite small cakes. As soon as Huajin opened the door, he saw Ji-Chi wrapped in clothes awaiting him. "Why have you been so well-behaved today?" Ji-Chi rushed into his arms, a little flustered. "Too long, you've been gone for 30 minutes. 20 minutes and 28 seconds, Huajin corrected. "I ran here." Huajin pointed to his chest area. "Listen." Ji-Chi listened to the powerful heartbeat in Huajin's embrace. "He loves me," Ji-Chi said. Huajin disagreed. "No, I love you." Fragmentary scenes jumped, impossible to capture. In the dimly lit bedroom, Ji-Chi tugged at the hem of Huajin's clothing hesitantly. "I spent your money." Huajin stroked Ji-Chi's head, a faint smile on his lips. "What did you buy?" Ji-Chi handed over the purchase page on his phone. Enigma Wildness Pheromone. Huajin frowned as he read aloud. Ji-Chi looked seriously at him with twinkling eyes. "Let's see how wild it really is." Huajin grabbed Ji-Chi's cheek. "Return it." "No." Under the dim moonlight, the moonbeam seeped through the curtains and into the room where Ji-Chi, curled up in Huajin's arms, angrily closed Huajin's laptop. Next came a magnificent feast among the clouds. There were many more, fleeting moments that passed too quickly to hold on to. Huajin dried his hair, bought him flowers, treated his wounds, scolded him for being naughty but praised him for being obedient. Too many images flooded Ji-Chi's mind, overwhelming his memories. Huajin carried him under the soft yellow streetlights as Ji-Chi's dangling legs swayed with joy. Ji-Chi rested his head on Huajin's shoulder. "Will you always carry me home?" "Yes." Huajin gave a silent smile. "I'll always carry you home, waiting for you to come home." Countless joys flashed by in an instant. His head throbbed painfully. Memories spiraled and all sounds grew fainter, until he could no longer hear them clearly. Ji Qi felt like an outsider, watching himself and Hu Jin from the pictures, as if peeping into their every moment together. At first, he didn't recognize the intimate self that touched Hu Jin in those memories. He knew it was his self during the heat period. He felt trapped. As waves of intimacy crashed down repeatedly. Suddenly, emotions came without warning, relentless and endless. Like swords. Killing, burning the bones. He felt Hu Jin's love. He felt his dependence on Hu Jin measured by the second. No longer just numb images he remembered before. No longer cold and lifeless like a paper-cut figure. It was fondness, desolation, heartache, happiness, it was love. Ji Qi perceived all his emotions during the heat period. All emotions that had once been blank to him. Thin, hollow moments became thick and warm. They surged forth like a collapsing mountain. Unavoidable. They chased after him. Trapping him. As if whispering, look, look. Look at what you've lost. In the memory, Ji Qi hugged Hu Jin, his eyes brimming with happiness close to overflowing. Ji Qi vividly shared the same joy. That was himself. Do you see now? That's you. You like him, love him, can't live without him. His thoughts sank into a heavy cloud, making his heart sway. That full-hearted affection for Hu Jin, in one moment, twisted into tangled roots growing deep within him, bloody intertwined with his heart. Come on, tear it apart. Even when roots delve into the marrow, they grow again. Suddenly, Hu Jin was gone. He vanished so resolutely. The empty house was chilling and unbearable. In dark corners, he heard his own voice mumbling helplessly, trembling and sobbing, sinking powerless into the abyss. He wanted Hu Jin back. Give me Hu Jin back. Return Hu Jin to me. Give him back to me. The boy in the bed was tormented with pain, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Ji Qi abruptly opened his eyes, his breathing heavy and terrifying. Chapter 72, I miss him. Ji Qi clutched his chest, his eye sockets flushed red. His vacant gaze momentarily lost its focus. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. His heart felt like it had been pierced by a torrent of fire and molten rock. Ji Qi's entire body curled up. A silent tear traced down the corner of his eye. It was Hu Jin. Hu Jin, who could tolerate everything about him. The emotions he felt for Hu Jin weren't hate, they were the love that had been blocked by the fortress Ji Qi himself had built. Emotions repressed with the aid of alcohol finally touched upon some buried switch. Finally, he remembered. He had lost something very important. The sticky sound was filled with thick blood streaks, heavy and muffled as if calling out in pain. Sweat beaded on his forehead, faint veins protruding, giving the boy an inexplicable touch of illness. Ji Qi tightly gripped the blanket, his knuckles digging into his flesh. The bloodshot eyes revealed unbearable suffering. As all suppressed emotions surged up to his head at once, Ji Qi felt both drunk and in pain. He couldn't utter a single word. The commotion inside the room caught Lin Jun's attention. Lin Jun opened Ji Qi's bedroom door and dimly illuminated the light in the bedroom. There, he saw Ji Qi huddled up on the bed. Lin Jun approached and gently touched Ji Qi's head, it felt feverish. Ji Qi was covered in the strong smell of alcohol, no doubt where he'd come from. Upon feeling Lin Jun's touch, Ji Qi's blurred vision focused, recognizing Lin Jun. Neither of them spoke. Lin Jun stayed in the room accompanying Ji Qi. After an unknown period of time, Ji Qi rasped, "Dad." Ji Qi tried to say more, but his lips hung open as if unable to voice. "I hurt so much." Ji Qi said. "I hurt so much." Lin Jun sat on the bed, his voice gentle, "You've been home for almost 2 months. Gu Buozhou had told Lin Jun that Ji Qi's nesting phase bipolar disorder would worsen after leaving Hu Jin, and all those emotions, when they reached their peak, would overflow. The symptoms only appeared after leaving Hu Jin. For this period of time, Lin Jun had been closely observing Ji Qi's emotions. Lin Jun caressed Ji Qi's hair gently. "You are thinking about Hu Jin, right?" Ji Qi did not answer. That was it. His fortress had crumbled. Lin Jun's expression remained tender. "I know that the beginning between you two wasn't pleasant, and that dominant start has always been a thorn in your heart." Because of his thorough understanding, every word Lin Jun spoke pierced Ji Qi's heart. "You were afraid of him at first. Because you thought that the subjugation through pheromones was irreversible, right? You consider yourself an alpha, believing that you will absolutely respect your omega, but since the other party is Enigma, with too many uncertainties, you kept resisting. Since childhood, the education you received emphasized the superiority of alphas, so you cannot accept being pulled down from your high position." Every word Lin Jun spoke was delivered with unhurried calmness and warmth. Each word served to soothe one's heart. You despise being controlled by pheromones, believing it's not love or liking. The reason you hated Hu Jin was because your most detested act is forced marking. So you placed forced marking as the first article of the company Alpha dismissal rules. It deprives people of human rights, takes away choices, and it's understandable why you didn't forgive Hu Jin. Lin Jun's words flowed like a warm brook, smoothing over any rough terrain. He blamed no one. Lifting his hand, Lin Jun wiped away the moisture from the corner of Ji Qi's eyes. All fixed ideas locked you up inside yourself. You're not wrong, just as you aren't wrong now while thinking about Hu Jin. Lin Jun's words were so soft, so gentle. Accompanied by a cool breeze, bringing comfort and ease. Ji Qi wrapped himself in the blanket, his bloodshot eyes unable to see clearly. Ji Qi hugged Lin Jun and cried loudly, like a child letting out his frustrations to feel better. The sobbing in the room swirled endlessly, refusing to subside. These were the pent-up emotions of a young man long sealed away. Too much, too full, overflowing everywhere, overwhelming even him. Lin Jun lightly stroked Ji Qi's back. No matter what decision you make, I will stand behind you. Do things that make you happy. If you want to find him, go ahead. If you don't want to, then don't. We can adopt a cat, plant flowers, grow trees, isn't that right? Lin Jun's words didn't require a response from Ji Qi. All he needed was to cry loud and hard. I miss him. I miss him, Ji Qi sobbed hoarsely, shaking severely with his clear crying tone. Lin Jun gently hummed in agreement. You can think about him, call him, or even go find him. Lin Jun sighed softly, perhaps because of the education he had provided. It might have led to Ji Qi's deep respect for omegas, a level many alphas could never reach. He knew the inequality. Yet Ji Qi practiced equality. That was why Ji Qi so strongly resisted forced marking. He couldn't come to terms with it. Just like now, Lin Jun thought Ji Qi must have remembered. The pain of losing someone he loved. Pain that nearly choked him. There was another kind of emotion as well. He would feel he had fallen for the kind of person he once despised the most. Lin Jun gently patted Ji Qi. Rest after crying. I planted some flowers earlier and they bloomed. When you wake up, we'll go see them. Ji Qi cried for a long time, until he finally grew tired and fell asleep leaning against Lin Jun. In the next month, Ji Qi took his medication on time. He didn't go to Hu Jin. Sometimes he wanted to, but sometimes he gave up. But he understood clearly that he liked Hu Jin. Thinking about Hu Jin made him happy, brought joy. He missed Hu Jin's pheromones, missed Hu Jin. Ji Qi wondered if Hu Jin would still be willing to be with him, given how much he'd hurt him. After all, it was Hu Jin who said, I don't want you anymore. He also questioned whether he truly came to terms with that dirty start. Could liking someone erase everything? Would Hu Jin stay the same? Ji Qi thought too clearly. He felt disoriented every day, unsure whether he should move forward or backward. On this day, Ji Qi ended up walking to the shared rental apartment where he first met Hu Jin. It was still dilapidated. He recalled the awkwardness of that day, and Hu Jin's condescending gaze. The shabby building remained decrepit, its rusted iron door still unappealing. It all seemed like another lifetime. Ji Qi didn't go inside. After staring at it for a while, he continued walking. The area was remote, far from any shops. Walking dazedly for a long time, he finally came across a row of grocery stores. Next to them was a small clothing shop. Ji Qi immediately noticed the garment hanging outside. It was the same one Hu Jin had bought him originally. Ji Qi walked over and stared at the garment. The shop owner smiled warmly and greeted him. Young man, buying clothes? You've got great taste. This is our best and most expensive piece, pure cotton. Would you like to try it on? Is this really the best? Ji Qi reached out to touch it, and the shop owner quickly added, it feels very comfortable. It's a classic style that won't go out of fashion for 10 years, I've been selling it for a few years already, and it goes with everything. Then the shop owner joked, a handsome guy once came here and checked out all my clothes. He said this one suited delicate kids perfectly. Ji Qi faintly smiled. It really is quite good. He didn't buy it, chatting casually with the shop owner before leaving. As he reached the crossroads, Ji Qi encountered Zhou Qi. Seeing Ji Qi, Zhou Qi was initially shocked for a second. Then his face darkened as he approached Ji Qi angrily. His sharp tone sent shivers down anyone's spine. Ji Qi. Chapter 73. Due to a lack of precaution, Ji Qi was directly grabbed by the collar by Zhou Qi. Finally, I found you, you bastard. Zhou Qi's voice was loud, and as a 3's level alpha, the provoking pheromones emanating from him were overwhelming. Ji Qi had some difficulty breathing. As Ji Qi pushed him away, the next second he was grabbed again by Zhou Qi, this time at the elbow. Ji Qi didn't understand the meaning behind Zhou Qi's words. In a daze, he was dragged by Zhou Qi to the CE Research Center. Once inside Zhou Qi's office, Ji Qi almost stumbled but managed to catch himself on the edge of Zhou Qi's desk and regain his balance. On the way, they passed by Hu Jin's office, and Ji Qi instinctively looked in but found it completely empty. Standing up straight, Ji Qi glared coldly at Zhou Qi. If you have something to say, just say it. The moment Ji Qi stood up straight, he was once again grabbed by the collar by Zhou Qi. Didn't you break up with Hu Jin? Zhou Qi's eyes were full of resentment. Ji Qi, your heart is harder than stone. Ji Qi allowed himself to be pulled around by Zhou Qi because he hadn't seen Hu Jin for quite some time. Recalling the vacant chief judge's office, Ji Qi couldn't help but ask, "Where is Hu Jin?" "Humph." Zhou Qi gave a derisive snort. With a look filled with mockery, Zhou Qi asked Ji Qi, "What are you asking about him now for? Are you checking if he's dead, or do you think there's still a knife left to stab into his chest?" Ji Qi momentarily froze. Zhou Qi's demeanor, which seemed like it wanted to peel off his skin, startled Ji Qi. "This is between me and him. It's none of your business," Ji Qi responded firmly. Whatever the relationship evolved to between him and Hu Jin, that was their own affair. Ji Qi didn't believe Zhou Qi had any right to interfere. Zhou Qi observed Ji Qi's expression carefully. He confirmed everything was exactly as he imagined. "Do you hate how he forcibly marked you?" Zhou Qi questioned sharply. Ji Qi hesitated, but indeed, he did despise it. To him, forced marking equated to rape. It was branded with sin. Thus, there had always been a thorn in his heart. Because of family reasons and having witnessed far too much in society. Ji Qi standing at such a high position meant those around him were often wealthy playboys. He was used to seeing how alphas dominated everything. Ji Qi loathed the act of forced marking, it made him sick. "Yes," Ji Qi answered definitively. Suddenly, Zhou Qi chuckled in realization. "I knew it. As I suspected, he didn't tell you anything." Ji Qi's brows furrowed, realizing there was more to what Zhou Qi said. "Tell me what?" Ji Qi urged. "Follow me." With that, Zhou Qi dragged Ji Qi to the archive room of the CE Research Center. The archive room was filled with encrypted files. A few rooms were locked with high security and devoid of windows. Even though it was daytime, the entire space felt as dark and oppressive as night. Ji Qi's eyes widened, his pupils slightly dilating. This was the secret document room of the CE Experiment Center. Bringing him here, was Zhou Qi insane? This was Ji Qi's first thought besides being utterly shocked. Just entering this room required Zhou Qi to use 3 identification cards. This act itself was criminal. This sensation made Ji Qi inexplicably uneasy. Suddenly, a stack of files was slammed onto the table beside Ji Qi. Zhou Qi attempted to calm himself. "There are certain things that I think you should know." Ji Qi stood rigidly, awaiting Zhou Qi's explanation. "Do you think Hu Jin really wanted to mark you?" Zhou Qi appeared completely resigned, throwing caution to the wind. "I always knew he had someone in his heart. When I first learned Hu Jin had chosen you as his wife, I was genuinely happy for him, thinking he finally intended to settle down. But then, it turns out, it's always been you." Zhou Qi's words stunned Ji Qi, causing a flurry of thoughts in his mind. "You, what are you talking about? Did Hu Jin have some ulterior motive when marking him? Could Hu Jin's lifelong love interest be related to this?" Ji Qi's heartbeat quickened. Involuntarily, he became serious. Zhou Qi gave an audible huff. He flipped open the file in front of Ji Qi. Changing his tone abruptly, Zhou Qi mentioned, "You must remember, the incident with illegal drugs flooding out from Jiangqing's black market and all the chaos during the highest class S-17 operation. You can't possibly be unaware." Ji Qi nodded silently. He, of course, remembered. Hu Jin was there during that incident as well. Lin Jun had even asked many details back then. Criminals had been rampant, conducting real human experiments, resulting in countless casualties. Backed by anti-high-ranking armed forces, that den was merely the tip of the iceberg. Even Hu Jin had stated that the mastermind was still at large. At the time, all the detained alphas had experienced pheromone disruptions, a scandal involving politics and business that became one of the biggest news stories in recent years. Who didn't know about it? Ji Qi was unsure why Zhou Qi suddenly brought up this event. A vague sense of foreboding began to grow in his heart. "What do you mean?" Ji Qi's complexion remained relatively calm at the moment. Zhou Qi looked intently at Ji Qi. "The news you saw is the result of a year-long plan devised by the highest authority in collaboration with the CE Research Center. This den has been under surveillance for a whole year. Do you want to ask how it relates to you?" This was indeed what Ji Qi wanted to ask. "It really has nothing to do with me." Zhou Qi circled around Ji Qi half a lap, clearly agitated. "Do you remember the S-level alphas in that basement during that operation? And those who died?" With increasing volume, Zhou Qi questioned further, how many S-level alphas could Jiangqing produce? Ji Qi's heart began to rise higher and higher as if some secret were about to be revealed before him. It made him uneasy. Zhou Qi stared directly into Ji Qi's eyes. "Do you know why he marked you?" Zhou Qi felt anger bubbling within. He'd witnessed too much from being on Hu Jin's side. Yet, he realized he had no right to question or blame Ji Qi for anything. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qi attempted to tone down his emotions. "It's because your S-level attribute and your aggressive S-390 pheromones caught the attention of the black market. Your glands and pheromone traits were priced at 30 million in the black market." Zhou Qi slapped his hand down onto the file. "Someone wanted to transplant your gland to survive." Every word Zhou Qi said was laced with clenched frustration. "He marked you, not out of pathological possession. He wouldn't do such a thing. He marked you to change the S390 pheromone characteristics of your gland. He's Enigma. After the marking, your pheromones would mix with his. The marking can alter purity. He was protecting you. He was saving your life, and it wasn't as contemptible as you imagined. Zhou Qi added a mocking undertone. This is classified in a secret archive. I doubt Hu Jin would even mention a single word about it to you. This den had been monitored for an entire year. The top authority couldn't risk exposing their operation just to give you a heads up. Ji Qi's hands clenched tightly, overwhelmed by too many emotions surging in his chest. Such chaos exceeded the turmoil of a heat cycle. Ji Qi's chest rose and fell, heavy with a deadening silence. He watched Zhou Qi flip through the documents on the table. With stiff fingers, Zhou Qi held on to the files. This list contains 9 names. When we got our hands on it, 7 S-level alphas had already been illegally imprisoned. During the investigation phase, the top authority couldn't send people every day to protect you. The top authority wouldn't make decisions at the expense of the bigger picture. Hu Jin marking you, do you think he wanted to? He didn't. He didn't want to be detested by you. He liked you, and he understood that you wouldn't wish to have any connection with Enigma. Without this incident, Hu Jin would never have stood before you in his lifetime. Liking you meant understanding you. Ji Qi's breathing grew heavier, his body rigid, and his gaze fell upon the document Zhou Qi had turned to. Ji Qi's knuckles trembled as they gripped tight, biting his teeth, overwhelmed with too many emotions. He couldn't decide which one to grasp so as not to cry. Above the file was his photo along with personal details. Season pool, age, 21, pheromone level, S390, wild plum wine, black market price, 30 million yuan. Purity requirement, 100%. Recommended no anesthesia when extracting. Next page. Ji Qi's portrait was crossed out with a red X. Ji Qi, due to external factors, the purity of wild pheromones dropped to 30%, making the list invalid. Chapter 74, Sincerity 2. Ji Qi's hands were trembling, his head felt as if it was being shattered by a barrage of bullets. His lips moved, but no words came out for a long while. His throat hurt as if it had been silenced. It felt like his insides were tearing with blood. He realized that the beginning of what he hated wasn't as filthy and disgraceful as he imagined. Hu Jin had told him he marked him while fully conscious. It turned out, he had been marked under such clarity. Ji Qi's eyes were tinged with redness, and for some reason, his mind was now filled with images of how coldly he ignored Hu Jin. A chill so icy that even flames would be extinguished. Hu Jin's marking wasn't driven by a desire to possess. Rather, it was love laced with the knowledge of being detested, yet still offering protection. How could he have been so stupid? Why was he so dumb? Ji Qi's gaze was veiled in shadow as he heard Zhou Qi continuing to speak. Do you know why Enigma's mark faded after 2 years? That's because from the very beginning, he planned for your departure. His mark lasted the shortest time possible. He wanted to tear you apart. Zhou Qi chuckled lightly, your heart is harder than stone. Despite how he treated you these 2 years, why won't you give him anything in return? He knew there wouldn't be a result, yet he still rejoiced at this chance to get close to you, cherishing every day spent with you. Leaving work on time each day was just to go home and cook for you. Ji Qi trembled all over, his nails dug into the palms of his hands until he couldn't feel any pain. Where is he now? Ji Qi's voice fell onto the ground, his words unclear. All the throbbing pain in his chest right now was due to Hu Jin. He thought it was already enough pain. But Zhou Qi seemed to have no intention of letting him off. Let me finish. I can't stand it if I don't say everything. Shit. Zhou Qi spat. Zhou Qi approached Ji Qi, if I'm not mistaken, you've never seen Hu Jin's hypersensitive phase, right? Ji Qi caught his breath, over these 2 years, he indeed hadn't witnessed Hu Jin's hypersensitive period. The only time was recently when their disagreement brought it on. Zhou Qi's tone became stern, an Enigma who has marked an alpha should not lack hypersensitivity periods, right? Don't you think something is wrong with him? I damn well thought the same thing too. As he said this, Zhou Qi opened the computer screen on the desk, look at it yourself. See carefully how he gets through his hypersensitive phases each time. Knowing how much you hate him when you're lucid, he never sought you out during those phases. Zhou Qi ran a frustrated hand through his hair, he feared losing control of himself, so every hypersensitive phase, he tied himself up and endured while clutching your clothes. Do you know how much it hurts for Enigma to take suppressant injections? Not a single bit helps relieve the pain. It's as agonizing as having your skin peeled alive. Because he had to hide away, he also had to extract pheromone fluids for you to sleep well each time. Extracting pheromones fresh has a better effect, but do you know how painful it is? Hu Jin extracts pheromone fluid for you and then endures the hypersensitivity alone afterward. Ji Qi's entire body was numb, his gaze unable to focus anywhere. What was he saying? What exactly was he trying to convey? Seeing Ji Qi's unfocused expression, Zhou Qi directly turned the computer toward Ji Qi. Why aren't you looking? Don't you want to know why the wounds on his hands become bloody again every few months? They're bound with ropes 3 fingers thick. Because he can't help but want to see you, his wrists are torn raw every time. Zhou Qi pointed at the computer screen as he spoke. Look at his pitiful condition. The wounds on his hands barely healed before they are aggravated again. The dominant nature of Enigma's possessiveness dictates how much Huajin needs you during hypersensitivity, you should know deep down. But his alpha doesn't want him, you don't want him. Ji Qi's throat was dry and hurting. With bloodshot eyes, Ji Qi mustered great psychological courage and glanced at the computer screen. It was footage from surveillance cameras. In the frame, Huajin bound his wrists tightly to a special pole inside the office, almost collapsing limply on the floor. In one hand, he clutched Ji Qi's clothing, faint with pheromones. Huajin wrestled painfully with the rope, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he struggled, inhaling deeply the scent trapped in his alpha's garment repeatedly. But it wasn't enough, even bleeding profusely from trying to escape, Huajin still wanted to flee outside. But his rationality wouldn't allow it, so he endured the pain. Like a humble beggar groveling in the dust, Ji Qi watched as Huajin pulled out suppressant injections. His heart hung suspended with each passing second. In the surveillance footage, Huajin injected himself, once, twice, thrice. No. No. Ji Qi screamed silently in his mind, unable to bear roaring out loud. He didn't notice when tears had streaked over his eyelids, only realizing gradually that everything in his sight of Huajin became blurred. The agony felt like having his chest violently ripped open and being flayed by a blunt blade repeatedly. This kind of pain gave him no reprieve and made it difficult even to breathe. Huajin's hand injuries, they were caused this way. Ji Qi's heart had never hurt so much before. It was Huajin. Huajin, who still loved despite being lacerated and bloodied. It was his Huajin. A clang echoed as Zhou Qi slammed the computer shut. 2 years should be enough to soften even a stone, but you've given him not even a crumb of hope. Have you not seen the wounds on his hands? Have you ever asked about them? Zhou Qi pounded heavily on the desk. Being with you, don't you often see him practicing calligraphy? Ji Qi clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his wrist bulging noticeably. Huajin. Zhou Qi spoke more freely. Do you think he enjoys it? He doesn't enjoy it. This rotten habit only appears when Huajin is sad or upset. He's calming himself while feeling sorrowful, wondering why you can't give him any love. Zhou Qi gazed intently at Ji Qi, his eyes filled with both hatred and grievance. As if questioning, yet also speaking on behalf of Huajin. Give him some love. Have a little pity for him. Please, have a little pity for him. Ji Qi's lips opened, dry and sticky, his throat blocked by solid air. Huajin. Huajin. He had lost his Huajin. The person who thought only of him, had been lost. The excruciating pain seared through his very soul. Ji Qi fell into a thicket of thorns, moving forward or backward would pierce his body with blood. Shit. Zhou Qi exhaled deeply, finally, I've said it, how damn satisfying. He turned to Ji Qi, you can go now, back to your life as the young master. The plan is almost over anyway, screw the so-called top-secret files. Tell me, what's there for old man to lose except a resignation? Huajin's gone, I don't want to stay either. Shit. All of you bastards. I'm done. Shit. Ji Qi swayed unsteadily, holding onto the table with trembling hands just to keep standing. Zhou Qi's words buzzed loudly in his head. He caught only one piece of information, that Huajin had left. With red-rimmed eyes, Ji Qi's choked-up question was barely audible, Huajin. Huajin, where has Huajin gone? Seeing Ji Qi's state, Zhou Qi hadn't expected him to cry. Thought he really was cold-hearted. Now, he seemed somewhat salvageable. Zhou Qi stood straight, and curiously after venting all his frustration, he apologized to Ji Qi. He took a long breath. Sorry, I might have used a bad tone just now, don't take it to heart. Huajin would probably beat me up if he knew I spoke to you this way. I told you these things because I feel sorry for him. I have no right to boss you around. I have a short temper, and when something clogs up my heart, it feels like I'm dying until I speak up. Love, it's not about right or wrong. I'm not blaming you. Do as you please. Ji Qi couldn't care less about hearing those words now. He clutched Zhou Qi's arm and shakily asked again, where is he? Zhou Qi felt that Ji Qi's reaction after listening wasn't the indifference he'd imagined. His tone softened involuntarily. Do you know the highest level confidentiality agreement? My identity cannot be found by anyone, let alone Huajin. Huajin was an undocumented resident in Jiangcity, no one knows where he went. Zhou Qi's expression darkened. From the moment he left, you'll never be able to find out his whereabouts for the rest of your life. With the gap between you and him, you should, likely never see each other again. Zhou Qi's words cut through Ji Qi's heart like a sharp blade once more. Suddenly Ji Qi ran madly outside. Huajin. Chapter 75, Debate and Explanation. Debate and explanation without taking up the word count. The content of these 2 chapters had already been foreshadowed earlier. Why do some readers think it's whitewashing? The previous text mentioned that Huajin and Zhou Qi had a great relationship. He was the only friend who dared to tease Huajin and also the only friend who had been to Huajin's house. He criticized Ji Qi from his own perspective, which was filled with strong personal emotions. Zhou Qi's personality is also rather impulsive, so just consider him as easily irritated. Everyone, please don't let him sway you off track. Both of them have problems. I've seen some people saying they should end unhappily, b. They claim both characters are in pain, and Hua Jin didn't say anything. Some say Hua Jin deserved it. Hua Jin is very rigid by nature. Since it's a secret dossier and the case isn't closed yet, he won't mention it. Qi Qi has never been loved this passionately before. How could he possibly give up on Hua Jin? Why is there such a big discussion about catching up with one's husband? There are also those who say Hua Jin's love is too submissive and not worth it. He has given every chance before the marking disappeared. Naturally, he will do everything. Hua Jin's love is not despicable. It has depth and height, and cannot be trampled on by words. Chasing one's spouse won't be that difficult. Qi Qi also makes people feel sorry for him. It's right to call out Zhou Qi's statements as moral coercion. His viewpoint is sharp and domineering. He doesn't have the right to criticize Qi Qi. But at the moment when Qi Qi was pulled back, he clearly realized that he liked Hua Jin. Zhou Qi is just a catalyst. As for why Qi Qi thinks of drinking, it's a trigger. Qi Qi doesn't take medicine, but Lin Jun wouldn't neglect him, would he? Lin Jun puts Qi Qi's medication into his food every day. And some have said, why didn't Hua Jin realize that Qi Qi was sick before leaving? It was explained. The disease would manifest only after Hua Jin left. Otherwise, even a slight abnormality would have been noticed by Hua Jin. What Qi Qi cares about is the mandatory marking. Once cleared up, there's only love in Qi Qi's heart. He will not abandon Hua Jin. Qi Qi knows what he wants and what he doesn't want. He is willing to pursue Hua Jin because he believes Hua Jin is worth it. He is willing to compensate Hua Jin. This is not some fiery life and death situation. It hasn't reached that point. So let me ask. I'll clarify that Qi Qi is very smart and wouldn't act like a dog licking boots. Chasing one's spouse is likely sweet, it's a mutual healing process. I hope everyone stops arguing and stop talking about an unhappy ending, b. This isn't padding the word count. I haven't earned full attendance either. Good night everyone. Chapter 76, Waiting for Him. Ji Qi left the CE lab, and every step he took felt piercingly painful, making it hard to move forward. He rushed back to the house where he had always lived with Hua Jin. The slightly dampened eye sockets blurred his vision, layer upon layer of intangible mist distorting his view. Ji Qi was running very fast. Everything around him was spinning. The faster he ran, the more trapped he seemed to feel. Ji Qi felt the heavy, blood-soaked love from Hua Jin. Since childhood, Ji Qi had been fond of playing around. Everything to him seemed intangible and fleeting, and he didn't think anyone could care this much for another person, silently bearing all sacrifices without complaint. Hua Jin was different from what Ji Qi had imagined. Hua Jin's love was different from what Ji Qi had expected. Ji Qi had never imagined a day when he would also be loved so fervently. Hua Jin's affection for him was deeper and more serious than he had anticipated, a love that fought with all its might, tearing through thorns to find a way out. How could someone like this not capture his heart? Tears clouded his vision as Ji Qi tried to maintain some semblance of composure. Against the wind, on the road, he searched for the love he had lost. He wanted nothing else. He wanted Hua Jin. He only wanted Hua Jin. When Ji Qi arrived at the villa, he was still breathless from the run. He knocked lightly on the door. The door opened quickly, revealing a handsome alpha. Ji Qi was surprised and tightened his grip slightly, his voice heavy with concern. Where's Hua Jin? Leaning against the doorframe, the alpha looked puzzled. I've owned this house for 2 months now. Are you looking for the wrong person? Hua Jin is the seller. The alpha spoke seriously. Ji Qi froze momentarily. Hua Jin had sold this house. It made sense. Of course. What good memories did this place hold for Hua Jin? 2 years of coldness had chilled him, how could he possibly still want this house? With trembling lips, Ji Qi turned and fled. He called Hua Jin, but the number was marked as cancelled. After dialing until his fingers were numb, Ji Qi finally came to believe that no one would answer this number anymore. All emotions finally collapsed once he realized Hua Jin had truly left. Hua Jin really didn't want him anymore. Just like the day he left, there was no looking back, no lingering, leaving behind only emptiness. Ji Qi couldn't find Hua Jin. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find him. Ji Qi sat by the roadside, overwhelmed by countless emotions. He had truly lost the person who had thought of him day and night. He had hurt Hua Jin deeply. Right now, all Ji Qi could hear in his mind was Hua Jin's words that day, I don't want you anymore. Ji Qi trembled all over. The delayed emotional response struck fiercely, excruciating and relentless. As if being flayed open and having fiery alcohol poured into the wounds, the pain was unbearably endless. Crouching down, Ji Qi hugged his knees tightly. The cold breeze seeped into his bones mysteriously. Ji Qi mobilized all the resources he could, yet still failed to find Hua Jin. Exactly as Zhou Qi had said. Given his and Hua Jin's circumstances, they should probably never meet again. Just like two intersecting lines, impossible to meet again unless one forms a loop and the other a circle. Ji Qi sat on the road, eyes red-rimmed. What should he do? There seemed to be no way to envision life without Hua Jin. He wanted him. He wanted Hua Jin. Looking at the phone call page, Ji Qi's eyes watered again. Obvious bloodshot eyes made him look like he might shatter. Ji Qi absently stroked his phone. He suddenly realized, he didn't even have a photo of Hua Jin. Not a single one. It was as if everything was reminding him. You're unworthy to miss him. You've never cared about him. Suddenly, something crossed his mind, and Ji Qi abruptly stood up and ran forward. Ji Qi went to a cell phone store and managed to recover the photos he deleted 2 years ago. It was an accidental shot of Hua Jin taken during the initial visit to the CE lab. Back then, he had deleted it. But now, he had nothing else left. Looking at the restored photo, Ji Qi bit his cheek to stop himself from crying. In the picture, Hua Jin was sitting in a chair writing drafts, his sleeves rolled up just slightly to reveal strong wrists, radiating power and beauty. His perfect profile was illuminated by a ray of light falling perfectly across him, creating an aura of solemnity beyond reproach. Ji Qi reached out to touch Hua Jin's face in the photo on his phone. He felt like, he truly had nothing left. Walking back dazedly. During this time, Ji Qi received many calls. They all told him that no one knew where Hua Jin was. The first time he found Hua Jin in that group rental apartment, it was because Hua Jin knew he needed to be there for the mark. The chief judge of the CE experimental center wasn't that easy to locate. After Ji Qi returned home, he went straight to the bedroom. When he entered, he found a rabbit on his bed. Its ear was adorned with a purple ribbon. It was the rabbit Hua Jin had given him. Ji Qi sat on the bed and slowly lay down. Clutching the rabbit, he noticed it no longer carried Hua Jin's pheromones. But he didn't need the pheromones now. He just wanted the rabbit. Ji Qi raised his hand to gently touch the rabbit's ears. It wasn't because of the lack of pheromones that he missed Hua Jin. It was because he missed Hua Jin so much that he longed for even his pheromones. Ji Qi moved very lightly, reaching out to caress the rabbit with one finger. Wave after wave of emotions wouldn't fade away. He couldn't help but feel sad. He couldn't stop thinking about Hua Jin. Tears trickled down over his nose, as if crying would make things better. Choking suddenly, Ji Qi asked the rabbit, "Do you really not want me anymore? Come back and see me. How could you leave like this?" Ji Qi didn't realize when he had fallen asleep. He clutched the rabbit, with his phone lying beside him. The screen displayed Hua Jin's photo, faint light illuminating the young man's face. Everything was pitch black, except for the soft glow from the phone's screen accompanying the young man into slumber. From that day onward, Ji Qi started taking medication regularly. He no longer required Lin Jun to secretly place it in his food. Lin Jun said, if one has to wait for someone, they must do so in the best possible condition. Don't let oneself fall into despair, don't be consumed by sorrow. Strive to be the best every single day. When they meet again, they should stand as equals. Not have one still lagging far behind the other. Will he come back? Ji Qi asked. Of course he will. Lin Jun replied. After that day, the entire city of Jiangqing knew what the young master of the Ji family was searching for. An undocumented person, someone no one had permission to investigate. Since then, the once carefree and cheerful young man gradually became even more radiant. In the workplace, he spoke fluently and confidently, unafraid to discuss everything, including strategies and tactics. Through high-intensity work, Ji Qi grew more exceptional. He stopped going to bars. And quit smoking. Every day, he slept and ate on time. Hua Jin's villa was bought back by Ji Qi at a high price. But he never lived there, nor visited it. Ji Qi slept with the little rabbit every night, while his phone screen remained set to Hua Jin's photo. Somebody told him that he would never see Hua Jin again in his lifetime. But he refused to believe it. He could wait 2 months, half a year, 3 years, he could wait 10 years, or countless tens of years. Curling up in bed, Ji Qi tenderly touched the only photo on his phone. His cold fingertips seemed to warm up. Hua Jin, I miss you so much. Chapter 77, Flaunting Affection, Dead. Ji Qi had been to many places, Binbei 1,000 kilometers away, Shanghai City 2,000 kilometers away, the fireworks-lit city from travel shows, and the snowy mountainous scenery described in books. Books said the flavor of Lanshan was cold like a certain plant, and when the sun came out, the snow-capped mountains would be wrapped in a light sandalwood smell. Ji Qi stayed in a snowy village there for a month. Bullshit, it wasn't anything like that. He dragged his luggage out of the small town, took a picture, and sent it to Hua Jin. After Hua Jin's number was cancelled, the WeChat account also became useless. But Ji Qi had no other way to contact him. He continued sending the things he liked, the sceneries he saw over there. Even though he knew no one would reply. Sometimes, when he felt upset, he would nag a bit. And when he was happy, he would too. Ji Qi looked at the chat window filled with only his messages, his expression turned dim for a moment, then he switched off the screen and moved on. At first, someone told him that he would never see Hu Jin again in his life, and he didn't believe it at all. Gradually, he began to believe it. He had been to so many places, sent messages to the non-responsive WeChat account for 2 years. He still did not get any response from Hu Jin. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. After coming out from the CE experiment center that time, Ji Qi found Zhou Qi. Maybe seeing his state, Zhou Qi also helped him look for Hu Jin, but the answer was that he had no authority to check the whereabouts of senior employees. Because Zhou Qi took Ji Qi to the archive room and violated the rules, he got demoted. Ji Qi treated him to a meal as compensation. After some back and forth, the two actually started opening up to each other. Their personalities strangely matched well. This day, they were drinking together, in a restaurant by the sea. The sea breeze kept them exceptionally clear-minded. Zhou Qi, looking quite proud, do you know why I was only demoted instead of being fired? Ji Qi turned his face to the side, why? Because the Omega from the employees department likes me. Ji Qi wore an unbelieving expression, really? Did you accept? Ji Qi thought that the Omega who could hold a position in the highest division must be at least a 3-time differentiation powerhouse, stronger than ordinary alphas, and he didn't expect Zhou Qi to end up with such a romance. Zhou Qi, no. Ji Qi, why? Because I'm a bastard. Zhou Qi answered. Ji Qi, you, don't go overboard. Eh. Zhou Qi grabbed the wine beside Ji Qi, I mean it, I truly believe you like Hu Jin now. He hastily drank a mouthful of wine, at first, I thought you were just touched and wanted to compensate him a little. Now I can tell clearly, you really like him so stubbornly, oil and salt won't help. Zhou Qi's eyes darkened slightly, it's been 2 years already. If this were before, Zhou Qi would never have tried to counsel Ji Qi this way, he believed Ji Qi should respond to Hu Jin's feelings, partly selfishly, but now he didn't think so anymore. In these 2 years, he has seen how Ji Qi got through every day. Seemingly strong, able to laugh and talk. But not once did it come from the heart. It made him regret telling those words to Ji Qi. Because he couldn't find Hu Jin either. Zhou Qi chuckled. If we can't find him anyway, then we should look forward as humans do. Tomorrow, brother will take you on a blind date. Will you go? Ji Qi, no. Zhou Qi, why? Ji Qi, I am married. You're divorced, right? No need to hang on to the same tree branch, right? Ji Qi poured himself a glass of wine, not yet. Divorce applications at the Special Marriage Registration Office can be unilaterally revoked, and I have revoked it. Ji Qi said seriously, in terms of legal standing. I am still his wife. Zhou Qi. He's actually quite capable. Zhou Qi clicked his tongue, propping himself up on the chair backrest, but you have no authority to check his movements. If the High Division contacts you in his name under normal circumstances, it is likely that he has died in the line of duty. They will ask you to retrieve the body and collect condolences money. Ji Qi snatched the drink from Zhou Qi's hand, if you don't know how to talk properly, then shut up. Zhou Qi sighed with a piteous expression, seriously intending to wait forever. Ji Qi supported his head with his hands and looked towards the balcony on the side. The fine wind swayed his strands of hair. He didn't answer Zhou Qi's question, yet it seemed like a silent answer. Ji Qi walked back. The moonlight above was lonely, and falling on the teenager was devoid of any brilliance. He could persevere for much longer. As long as he kept thinking that Hu Jin would return, he could keep walking forward endlessly. If there were no bright and charming flowers ahead, he still had to deceive himself and move forward. Ji Qi had drunk quite a lot, his unsteady steps slowed down considerably as his heart was filled with irritations and sweltering heat. When he walked to one side of a small road, 2 cats kept meowing at him incessantly. Ji Qi squatted in front of the tree by the roadside. Glaring at the kittens angrily, are you making fun of me too? Even you are making fun of me. Ji Qi stared at the 2 cats before hazily picking up one of them. He carried that cat 200 meters away from the other one and put it down. Season dropped the kitten almost vengefully, bury one on the west side. The other on the north. He looked down at the kitten before him, all his words laced with intoxication, you two, break up. I can't stand seeing others happy, heard that? Break up. After finishing all of this, Ji Qi continued walking ahead, drunk. When he returned home and saw Ji Xingming and Lin Jun showing their affection, another surge of unnamed anger boiled within him. Ji Qi walked over and stood in front of the two, can you two break up? There are so many houses, why must you live with me? Tomorrow, both of you move out. Ji Xingming. Lin Jun. Ji Qi snatched the fruit that Ji Xingming was holding and feeding Lin Jun, then went upstairs. Lin Jun, watching Ji Qi's unsteady steps, slapped Ji Xingming, can't you behave yourself? Ji Xingming, I think it's better to give him away in marriage. When I kiss my wife, he suddenly shows up like a chick and stares over there. He scared me to death. Ji Qi entered the room with a heavy head, reeking of alcohol. The next day, when Ji Qi became sober, he remembered the things he did and the words he said. He rubbed his temples and glanced at the rabbit beside him, punching it. How embarrassing. It's all your fault. Ji Qi got up, dressed neatly, and was supposed to attend an investment meeting tonight. Ji Qi tidied his attire. Time had polished off some of the youth's sharpness, yet his eyes remained cold. Just standing there radiated the pressure of an S-level alpha. Ji Qi wore a high-custom suit today, with a luxury diamond brooch matching the suit perfectly. The dark tailored cuts fit snugly, each line carefully crafted specifically for the young man. What was costly wasn't the suit but the innate arrogance it came with. In the evening, Ji Qi and Ji Xingming attended the investment meeting together. This business gathering was hosted by the highest-grade business association, encouraging large enterprises to invest. All attendees were the best of the business circle in Jiangcheng. The whole hall atmosphere was formal, serious, and solemn. Ji Qi viewed many emerging industries seeking investment in the exhibition area. There were also projects occasionally delegated from the higher-ups. It was a routine task for him, and Ji Qi initially found it dull as he aimlessly flipped through the investment proposals on the table. Not planning to invest a penny. But when Ji Qi turned to one particular page, he froze completely. That page made Ji Qi's hand shake when he held the proposal. It read, S9 Project Leader, Hua Jin. Chapter 78, Encounter. Ji Qi's breathing became heavier involuntarily. He had thought it was a coincidence. But when he saw the photo attached next to the name, Ji Qi felt a sudden sense of weightlessness in his heart. S9 Project Leader, Hua Jin. It really was Hua Jin. Ji Qi's eyes felt a little sore, and the weight in his hands seemed to have increased significantly. 2 years, that's a long time. Now just a single name was enough to make Ji Qi's eyes redden at the corners. Ji Qi flipped to the second page of the intention book. Inside were details about the project, a medical device experimental collaboration program. Officially, it encouraged businessmen to invest in experiments, but realistically, it was akin to borrowing money to build roads, high probability of gaining a good reputation but not much profit. At this moment, the idle chatter of someone nearby caught Ji Qi's attention. Wow, the S9 project leader is actually Hua Jin. Yeah. This is clearly a trap set for me. With his reputation, who cares about making a profit? Being able to connect with him, won't we walk over anyone we want in Jiangcheng later? He hasn't been in Jiangcheng these past 2 years, how did he suddenly come back? Whatever he says in the business association goes, I'll take this project. Whether or not you get it isn't up to you, is it? You can only compete if you have enough money. As Ji Qi listened to the people chattering around him, his eyes lingered. To make these businessmen, who see money before everything else, invest in such an unprofitable water channel project, there must be something special about Hua Jin. Ji Qi took the proposal in tent form and walked toward Ji Xingming, who was drinking wine in the middle of the banquet. He opened the second page of the content to show Ji Xingming. Ji Qi, 80 million yuan, I want to invest in this project. Ji Xingming glanced at the content. It was the medical device cooperation experiment project. To put it bluntly, it was like making a donation. What does donating mean? Does Ji Qi not understand? Ji Xingming nodded slightly to the boss chatting with him, then pulled Ji Qi aside. Are you crazy? Did a donkey kick your head? Did you leave your wits at home this morning? Isn't this investment clearly one way without any return? Ji Qi just stood there, his cold expression making Ji Xingming feel uneasy. Ji Xingming took the form from Ji Qi's hand and flipped through a few more pages. The more he read, the angrier he became. The more he read, the clearer it became that this was a one-way donation project. The more he read, the crazier he thought his son was. When he closed the planning intention form, he saw the glaring words on the first page. S9 Project Leader, Hua Jin. There was also a cold photo attached. Ji Xingming's hand holding the form trembled slightly. His throat felt stuck. How about I add another 20 million yuan for you? Ji Xingming quickly changed his tone, this project is great. Serving the people, I think this is pretty good. Ji Xingming certainly knew what Ji Qi had in mind. How Ji Qi had spent the last 2 years, both he and Lin Jun felt their hearts ache. Ji Xingming took a deep breath. Seeing Hua Jin's name made him freeze momentarily. He couldn't even begin to imagine how Ji Qi might feel. Ji Xingming looked around. Today's venue was crowded with many representatives from the highest-tier Chamber of Commerce, all S3 level alphas. Hua Jin wasn't present. Ji Xingming's face became more serious. Many people will buy into Hua Jin's reputation. If you want to meet him, try hard. The highest-tier chamber always prepared a project bid conference. Ji Qi looked at the intention investment ballot box. 12 ballot boxes, except for the S3, S6, S7 projects that drew a lot of competition as they were the true golden grade ones. The S9 project was fiercely contested too. When choices become everyone else's choice, your chances become slim. Various companies wrote down their intended amounts. Ji Qi's investment intention was 80 million yuan, and he didn't use Ji Xingming's money. It was all the active funds currently available to him. All of his assets. 3 days after the chamber meeting ended, the highest-tier business association announced the results. The S9 project was obtained by a real estate company in Binbei. Tisk. Not successful. Ji Xingming watched the newspaper at the dining table. Don't worry, if you really succeeded, you'd have to sell your underwear. Ji Qi gripped his rice with the chopsticks forcefully, almost breaking them. Ji Xingming coughed after noticing Ji Qi's reaction. He took out a card from his pocket that said, Chamber S9 Project Observation Card. In gratitude, the highest association gave all companies that participated in the S9 project bidding the opportunity to visit. Here. Ji Xingming handed the visiting card to Ji Qi. I think this is pretty good too. He knew Ji Qi very well. The reason he invested was because the project didn't list the company name or address. If he had known the company address, he would have gone directly. Now combining both, it meant preserving the money and gaining a chance. Achieving two goals at once. Ji Qi looked down at the golden card in his hand. It said, Xiecheng Medical Device invites companies from the bidding conference to visit, followed by an address. Visiting day was Friday of this week. Which was the day after tomorrow. Ji Qi pinched the visiting card and went upstairs. On Friday morning, Ji Qi woke up at 6 o'clock, the first time in his life he felt like he had nothing to wear. Ji Qi rummaged around in the wardrobe for a long time. The commotion even disturbed Lin Jun. Are you tearing the house apart? Ji Qi walked out of the wardrobe, pointing at himself. Am I not handsome? Lin Jun almost burst out laughing. Ji Qi in black looked as if he were about to fight someone. Who are you going to punch? Ji Qi scratched the edge of his clothes, looking gloomy. Lin Jun glanced towards Ji Qi's wardrobe. There's a shopping bag on top of your wardrobe. I bought it while strolling yesterday, give it a try. Hearing this, Ji Qi immediately entered the wardrobe. After changing into a light oriental white designed shirt with slightly open collar revealing the clavicle area, he came out again. He appeared much more elegant than before, with proper demeanor carrying a hint of seduction. Do I look good? Lin Jun smiled. You've changed so many outfits for one person, how could you not look good? Ji Qi looked at his reflection in the mirror. So seeing the person you liked feels like this. Carefully trying to make yourself better just a little bit, then a little more. Ji Qi smiled at Lin Jun. I am so happy. Lin Jun's gaze slowly softened, I can tell. Ji Qi went to the address provided by the highest association. Basically, everyone who attended the bidding conference was there. There were 20 companies, and Ji Qi observed those people holding cameras, thus understanding. They were here to shoot promotional videos for their companies. It's quite common, taking photos or videos enriches the company's background. Ji Qi came alone. The research projects under the highest association were naturally solemn, every part of the company neatly arranged, even the floors exuded precision. Mostly cutting-edge technology yet to be revealed. This world seemed to be half a century ahead of the outside world. The person welcoming the visitors was that S3 level alpha from the last bidding conference. Ji Qi followed these people around the entire building. Listening to all sorts of official talk from that S3 level alpha. It was like listening to a news script. After walking for quite a while without seeing Hu Jin. When passing through a spacious corridor, the figure coming toward him made Ji Qi stop in his tracks. The feeling was as if a fierce wind suddenly struck his heart. Unrelenting, unable to resist the heartbeat racing out of control. Ji Qi's knuckles subconsciously curved. It was Hu Jin. The Hu Jin he dreamed of meeting. Hu Jin was wearing a white shirt, emerging from a side corner. His tall stature was clearly visible to Ji Qi even at the back of the crowd. His broad shoulders still radiated the same sense of security. Hu Jin moved forward with a cold expression, seemingly immersed in his own thoughts, holding a stack of documents. Although he walked fast, Ji Qi felt that his movements slowed down when coming over, like being slowed down to 0.5 speed. Ji Qi's entire body processed every detail slowly. 2 years. That really was a long time, so upon seeing Hu Jin again, tears welled up. Hu Judge. The S3 level alpha leading the tour nodded slightly upon seeing Hu Jin. Hu Jin responded casually without glancing aside, continuing forward, brushing past the group without even a glance. Indifferent, I see. Naturally, none of these company representatives found any chance to start a conversation with Hu Jin. Ji Qi's eyes followed Hu Jin's steps from the crowd until they passed each other. He remained frozen in place. Ji Qi no longer followed the group forward because today's invited companies on this floor could visit freely. No one cared that Ji Qi fell behind. He looked towards the door where Hu Jin had last disappeared and walked over. Behind that door was a storeroom. Further ahead, after passing through a small door, there was an open-air platform. This was the only path, and Ji Qi was certain that Hu Jin had gone up to the platform. He didn't proceed further. Ji Qi's hand clenched into a fist as he peered through the door crack. The scene before him was something Ji Qi had not anticipated. The formerly gentle and proper Hu Jin was now leaning against the railing of the platform smoking. Chapter 79, Learned Bad Habits. Hu Jin leaned against the railing, his face solemn. His well-defined muscular figure was wrapped in a shirt, the sleeves slightly rolled up to the elbow revealing sturdy forearms, his relaxed posture perfectly matching the cigarette in his hand. A faint wisp of white smoke curled around him. Ji was a bit upset. After 2 years without seeing each other, he had even learned how to smoke. Ji took a step forward, and at that moment, his view widened a little. Only then did he notice there was an alpha standing next to Huajin. The faint pheromones could be used to distinguish the gender and rank of the other person. Blackthorn poison-type pheromones, S4 level alpha. You seem to really hate Jiang, the alpha teased as he looked at Huajin. I haven't wanted to come here for the past 2 years. I barely agreed to come for this temporary project, and I specifically stated I'd only stay for 3 months. What? Is Jiang out to get you? Huajin impatiently threw the cigarette butt into the trash can beside him. He didn't answer the alpha's question but instead leaned against the railing and lit another cigarette. You're showing too much interest in your superior. Then he coldly turned the topic. Go notify everyone, have the people from various departments gather in the main meeting room at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the alpha straightened up and immediately stood up, losing all traces of playfulness from earlier. All right. When the alpha reached the door, he saw Ji. With a surprised expression, the alpha observed Ji for a second. The alpha glanced back at Huajin, his gaze returning to Ji. Are you looking for Director Hua? Do you have an appointment? Came another cold, icy question. Seeing Ji look somewhat embarrassed, the alpha continued, do you have a special permit? No, Ji muttered. So, are you a fan? The alpha's demeanor was serious and aloof. Sorry, Director Hua is very busy. I don't know where you came from, through proper channels or otherwise, but please leave. At this point, Ji suddenly noticed Huajin walking down the stairs on one side of the balcony. Trying to move forward to chase after him. He was stopped by the alpha ahead. I said, please leave. Move. Ji yelled angrily at the alpha, showing no sign of politeness. This balcony was wide, with some distance between the entrance and the railing Huajin had been leaning against. Seeing Huajin walk away, Ji couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He had been standing here thinking that this probably wasn't the best time for them to meet again. He didn't want Huajin to see any trace of his discomposure. As Ji moved forward, the alpha directly raised a hand to stop him. I'm just doing my job. If everyone acted like you, wouldn't the high department be in complete chaos? Ji unblinkingly stared at the alpha in front of him, whose warning pheromones were mixed with a faint plum wine aroma. It was a rich signal of expulsion, which the alpha detected from Ji. Though the alpha was of a higher rank than Ji, it affected him little. Instead, he raised an eyebrow. Do you know what crime challenging the high department constitutes? Pausing briefly, the alpha half closed his narrow eyes with a somber gaze. Have you ever experienced real challenge pheromones? How about we give it a try? Intense suppressive pheromones filled the air with every word the alpha spoke. Ji felt suffocated by their overwhelming presence. The sensation of sharp, stinging needles seemed to come from every direction, causing unbearable pain. Ji, unstable, pressed one hand against the wall but continued to advance. Huajin had already vanished from sight. Huajin. Feeling as though he might not catch up, Ji loudly called out without hesitation. He truly couldn't wait any longer. Meeting or not meeting would drive him mad. Huajin seemed not to hear his cry. Ji's eyes held no fear as they met the alpha's slanted eyes. Get out of the way. The opposing pheromones carried evident irritation, formidable yet invisible, and left Ji feeling numb all over. Despite physical discomfort, Ji made no retreat. Seeing Ji's persistence, the alpha commented, are you crazy? If you wish to see Director Hua, write a note and make an appointment at the high department. Why all this yelling? Appointment slips, special permits, emergency event specialist badges, or even family member certificates, all these allow meetings with Director Hua. If everyone behaved like you, would you consider this place a marketplace? From the alpha's words, Ji caught one piece of information. Family member certificates can be used to arrange a meeting with Huajin. Ji supported himself and quickly turned towards the first floor appointment window. He stood before the counter, his breathing slightly heavy, as he pulled out the electronic marriage certificate from his phone and handed it over to the staff. Hi, I'd like to make an appointment to see Huajin. The appointments clerk was a gentle Omega officer who slightly furrowed his brows. Every day, why were there so many people wanting to see Huajin? He just assumed another one here for the hype. But when the Omega took Ji's phone and saw the marriage certificate, his eyes widened significantly. You. This marriage certificate must be fake. Shaking, the Omega typed the special marital code from the certificate into the computer. When the computer screen showed valid marital relationship, the Omega swallowed hard, bowing his head. It's real. It's really real. The Omega glanced at Ji once but didn't dare to look for too long. You, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Ji relaxed visibly. The Omega took out a family member certificate, stamped it with the date, and then handed it to Ji. The Omega smiled at Ji, please keep it safe. The family waiting room is the one farthest out in the corridor. You may rest there. Hua Judge has a meeting this afternoon, we will inform him. With a family member certificate, you're also free to visit. If you feel bored, our interns can show you around. The Omega's attitude was excellent, full of smiles. Ji Qi accepted the family member certificate and replied softly, "Thank you." As Ji Qi just turned away, he encountered Hu Jin entering through the main doors. He had never felt such panic and bewilderment. His heart felt sealed with wax, suffocating in that very moment. As their gazes met, Ji Qi couldn't utter a single word. Chapter 80, Long Time No See. Ji Qi looked at Hu Jin with a moist gaze, his steps entangled by thousands of vines, unable to move forward and unwilling to retreat. Hu Jin stood still, the depths of his turbulent black eyes showing a stillness that couldn't be delved into, mixed with fierce flames. He had just heard that familiar voice. He thought it was an auditory hallucination. It was the first time he had seen Ji Qi in 2 years. The young man's face was still as handsome and delicate as ever, reflected in Hu Jin's pupils, every familiar inch of skin he had once touched. For a moment, his chest felt numb. He was still the high and mighty young master. Hu Jin stepped forward, standing upright. His voice was still so melodious, warm like a spring but weary. The words were not cold, yet they lacked warmth. Long time no see. Ji Qi, long time no see. My former lover, long time no see. Ji Qi clenched his fingers tightly, lifting his eyes to look at Hu Jin. With a hoarse voice, he trembled and said, "Gu. Good to see you again." Hu Jin. Somehow, Ji Qi just wanted to call out his name. I. Each word in Ji Qi's mind was numb, he couldn't form a coherent sentence. His throat felt blocked. After a long while, he forced himself to ask, suppressing his emotions, "These 2 years, have you been well?" Ji Qi asked sincerely, trying hard to hold back the bitterness in his eyes, only wishing to articulate clearly. He wanted to know if Hu Jin was doing well, whether he had eaten properly, slept well. Why did he start smoking? Had he ever thought about him even once? Pretty good, Hu Jin's words revealed no discernible emotion. The two faced each other calmly, but only they knew if their insides were truly at peace. An indescribable loneliness seemed to weigh heavily on Ji Qi's heart. So heavy, so heavy. Where did you go? Ji Qi asked him, quickly changing the topic. If you don't want to talk about it, it's fine, I was just curious. You left Jiangchin quite abruptly. Hu Jin replied coldly, International Enigma Union. Ji Qi took a heavy step forward, saying, We should talk, we should chat. It's been 2 years since we've seen each other. I miss you. I want to hug you. I want to cry. Ji Qi's tone got stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Hu Jin's expression remained aloof. You can take your time. I want to talk to you. Ji Qi's tone trembled slightly from his vocal cavity, he was somewhat desperate. He was afraid Hu Jin would leave again. The knuckles Ji Qi gripped turned white, for he could no longer feel Hu Jin's affection. Not a bit of it. This feeling made his chest ache painfully. Hu Jin. Ji Qi called out his name again. Hu Jin's eyes darkened slightly, then moved towards a corridor nearby. Come over here. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi didn't know whether he should feel happy or relieved as he picked up the ID on the ground and followed Hu Jin. When Hu Jin reached the corner of the corridor, a light breeze passed by, causing the strands of hair to sway lightly. As Ji Qi approached, Hu Jin had already lit a cigarette. He appeared to be forcefully suppressing some inner agitation. Standing next to Hu Jin, Ji Qi noticed that Hu Jin had changed so much. Cough, cough. Because he hadn't touched cigarettes for over a year, the smoke surrounding Hu Jin made Ji Qi cough a few times. Seeing this, Hu Jin extinguished his cigarette and seriously asked, Do you need any help? Ji Qi paused, stunned. Was this what Hu Jin thought, that he came here to seek his help? Ji Qi suddenly felt a trace of bitterness. The Hu Jin now before him would likely not believe him if he were to suggest they reconcile. Perhaps he might even think it was a joke. Ji Qi understood perfectly how Hu Jin had spent those 2 years. Spoken words of love wouldn't easily win anyone's trust. But actions would. Now that he had met Hu Jin again, he wouldn't let go anymore. He wanted Hu Jin to genuinely feel his love. He wanted Hu Jin to no longer fear everything. If there were any possible chances, he would seize them. Hu Jin feared kindness. He needed to let Hu Jin see clearly, that he wasn't the same person as before. Not like in the past, when Ji Qi gave him candy one day, then sharpened a sharp blade the next. To keep this flower blooming through blood and bone, Ji Qi was willing to wait. Listening patiently to Hu Jin's words. Ji Qi indeed wondered too, continuing Hu Jin's question, if I really needed your help, would you? Hu Jin responded, public matter or private matter? Ji Qi, official business. Hu Jin, no. Ji Qi, what about personal matters? Hu Jin silently pressed his lips, I can offer you limited help within my capacity. Why, are you willing to help me? Ji Qi asked him. Is there still a little bit of liking left? As long as there's even a tiny bit left, he wouldn't give up. Ji Qi detested this kind of life and didn't want to keep himself moving forward in repetitive thoughts. He wanted Hu Jin. Chapter 81, Hug Me. Huijin's gaze fell on Ji Qi, and he thought that he looked rather disheveled at the moment. That arrogant young master who had always been so high and mighty shouldn't be like this. Huijin's expression was indifferent. There aren't many things that can make you beg. He glanced away briefly. Although we don't have much of a bond now, I am willing to help you again for the sake of our acquaintance. Huijin's words sounded cold and sharp to Ji Qi. The careful, gentle Huijin from before no longer belonged to him. Ji Qi raised his hand, trembling slightly as he grasped the edge of Huijin's clothing. He looked at Huijin with shining eyes. Huijin. I'm not here asking for your help. He had waited for 2 years, believing himself to be invincible, but Huijin's words stung like needles, still piercing through his heart painfully. Ji Qi paused, myriad emotions choking in his throat, unable to swallow or express them. Ji Qi's words and actions surprised Huijin somewhat. For a moment, he was taken aback. At this moment, an alpha who had just stopped Ji Qi came over from one side of the corridor, speaking seriously. Judge Hua, everyone is gathered in the meeting room. Huijin glanced over. I'll be there soon. Huijin grabbed Ji Qi's hand and loosened his grip on his own clothes. Sorry, I'm busy now. After finishing his sentence, he looked directly at Ji Qi seriously. If you have something to say, and if you're willing to wait, you can wait until I'm done. Ji Qi clenched his fists. I'll wait for you. As you wish. Huijin said indifferently. Huijin gave Ji Qi a disdainful look before turning and walking away. After Huijin left, the alpha who had addressed him walked up to Ji Qi. The alpha glanced at Ji Qi with surprise. You're quite persistent. Now that you've seen him, isn't it time to go? Ji Qi glared at him. Go screw yourself. Heh, still angry, the alpha remarked. I've seen fans like you plenty around here. Just seeing him should be enough, right? Do you want me to escort you out? At this moment, Ji Qi was bristling with irritation, and upon hearing such words from the alpha, his aggressive pheromones couldn't help but leak out. The air was filled with a strong, intoxicating plum wine scent. Huijin, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped. He turned back to Ji Qi. Huijin looked at Ji Qi and said, you can't cause trouble here. All right. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi immediately retracted the pheromones he had released. Without replying, Huijin pulled Ji Qi into a resting room. Wait here. All right. Huijin exited the rest room and passed by the corridor where the alpha stood. His face carried a warning, and his voice was chillingly cold. I smell your pheromones on him. Highly concentrated toxic pheromones. Saying this, Huijin abruptly grabbed the alpha by the collar. Who gave you the right to suppress others with pheromones here? This alpha had never seen Huijin so fierce before. That unintentional anger seemed capable of burning someone completely without leaving any ashes behind. Cough, cough, the alpha started coughing uncontrollably, and this silent oppression made him feel weak all over. 2 years of partnership, yet it broke because of this unruly alpha. This was something he could hardly believe. The alpha's face flushed red. It was him who released pheromones and provoked me first. I tried reasoning with him politely, cough, cough. You saw it just now. It was him who released pheromones first and acted like a bandit. Huijin furrowed his brows slightly. He let go of the alpha roughly, causing the alpha to stumble back a few steps. Huijin moved his wrist slightly. Go. After shoving the alpha away, he lifted his sturdy arm to check the time and then entered the meeting room with a cold expression. The alpha let out a long sigh. Shit, damn scary. What's wrong with him? What exactly was the relationship between that person and Huijin? Huijin had told Ji Qi to wait in the rest room. Ji Qi obediently waited there for a few hours, but Huijin still didn't show up. After waiting for 4 hours, Ji Qi finally couldn't stay seated any longer. He went to the door of the meeting room and found it empty, with only a cleaning ant in the vast room. The heavy sense of loss made Ji Qi's heart drop drastically. So Huijin's words about waiting were just polite small talk. Who are you looking for, child? The ant holding a towel looked kind and smiled at Ji Qi. Ji Qi held onto the doorframe. Has Huijin left? Oh. The woman smiled. Judge Ho went to the research base, he left in a hurry. Ji Qi looked outside and saw that it was getting dark, and before he realized it, night was almost falling. So, when does this place close? Ji Qi asked. This building is an office building. I'll be closing the door after I finish cleaning. Ji Qi hummed softly as he watched the cleaning ant close the doors of one office after another. Each light extinguished, seemingly driving him out, pushing him away. After the cleaning ant closed the door of the rest room, Ji Qi exited the building. There were a few steps at the entrance, and with all the staff gone, Ji Qi sat alone on the steps. Let me wait for 10 more minutes, he thought. If he doesn't come back by 10 o'clock, I'll go home. 10 minutes later, Ji Qi rubbed his arms against the chill. Let's wait for 20 more minutes. 20 minutes later, let's wait for an hour. An hour later, Ji Qi threw a small stone into the nearby flower bed. I hate Huijin. After hating Huijin, let's wait for 5 more minutes. The final 5 minutes. Ji Qi hugged his knees while sitting in the corner to the left of the gate. The lamp above him turned off, and for those final 5 minutes, the boy waited on the dark steps. He suddenly wondered if Huijin had once thought the same way about waiting. Waiting for him for a month, 2 months, half a year. The cool autumn evening breeze made Ji Qi feel increasingly wronged. He buried his head in his knees. Maybe because the wind was too sharp, Ji Qi's eyes were blown red. Just as he decided to get up, a shadow blocked the already dark staircase. Ji Qi lifted his gaze and saw Huijin crouching halfway in front of him, just like before, drawing near. In that instant, all of Ji Qi's pent-up resentment mixed with all the longing from the past 2 years, overwhelming his mind completely. His throat felt bitter. For 2 seconds, Ji Qi locked eyes with Huijin without concealing the redness around his eyes. Huijin, can you hug me? Chapter 82, Hug Me. Huijin, can you hug me? Ji Qi's eyes were a little moist, and his long black lashes shimmered with emotion. I've waited for you, so long. Can you hug me? The trembling tone carried a sense of grievance, and the normally cold gaze now held a hint of personal desire. How could this not stir emotions? The emotional fluctuations in Huijin's deep eyes surged, as if caught in chaos. Ji Qi's words startled Huijin. He was about to say something when Ji Qi suddenly hugged his neck, pulling him closer than ever before. Silent yet resonant. Huijin froze for a moment. This proximity was too unfamiliar. Close enough to smell the faint yet lingering fragrance of plum wine on Ji Qi's body, clear and indelible, its deeply rooted aroma evoked all kinds of wandering thoughts. The familiar pheromones made Huijin feel choked in his heart. How often had he wanted to stand close to Ji Qi while he was awake? But Ji Qi had never given him that chance. All he wanted now was to stay away. Ji Qi clutched Huijin's collar tightly at the back of his neck. The force of his grip wrinkled Huijin's collar. As though having nowhere to release his frustration, he pulled harder, tighter and tighter. It wasn't a person he grasped, but an intangible mist threatening to drift away at any moment. Huijin's breath gradually grew hot against Ji Qi's ear. Drunk? He asked. Ji Qi shook his head. No. Do you know what you're doing? Huijin's rich voice rang out, and Ji Qi moved his head slightly. Buried in Huijin's neck, Ji Qi murmured, I know. I know. Huijin clenched his hands tightly. This distance stirred panic and fear in his heart. Grasping Ji Qi by the shoulders, Huijin pushed him away gently. Standing up, Huijin released Ji Qi. His face still lacked the warmth and tenderness Ji Qi was used to, neither cold nor affectionate, as if looking at a stranger. He hated how Huijin looked at him like this. Is it something important? You've been waiting until now without leaving? Huijin asked. Ji Qi stared at Huijin, slightly tilting his head upward, making the redness at the corner of his eyes even more noticeable. Huijin looked around, all the lights were off, and Ji Qi seemed small and desolate here alone. Speak, Huijin's eyes returned to Ji Qi. Ji Qi bit his cheek. He knew anything he said now about love or affection, or anything like, irreplaceable, wouldn't be believed by Huijin. Sniffing lightly, he changed the topic laughably, I'm hungry. Huijin's deep eyes half closed, holding a few notes of surprise. Seemed he wasn't as clever as before. If he wanted him to wait, he would just wait, even when the night fell and the doors were closed, ignoring meals just to keep waiting. How have you become so stupid? Though Huijin's words weren't harshly icy, they contained an undetectable emotion. Ji Qi glanced to the side flower bed and wiped his cheeks with his hand. I want to eat the food you cook. Facing sideways, Huijin could only see Ji Qi's head. It was as if he found it hard to express but still did, afraid of rejection, so he didn't dare look up. Waiting for Huijin's next words. I don't have time. Huijin refused. Ji Qi turned his head over. Then let's go to a restaurant. I don't have time. If you're hungry, go yourself. Huijin showed no intention of agreeing. Then let's go to a nearby restaurant. Ji Qi's expression remained serious, it was a meal he must have. I have no obligation to dine with you. He felt that Ji Qi probably forgot they had parted ways 2 years ago. Ji Qi turned his head, taking out his phone. Then give me your number. Ji Qi. Huijin's mind had been taut all day, the thread laced with bloodshot veins cutting sharp. Slight touch brought forth wounds dripping fresh blood. Ji Qi had seen too much of Huijin's pain and ridicule. He had always scorned it. So what was he trying to do now? Huijin called out Ji Qi's name, what exactly do you mean? Are you just here to mock me again? Ji Qi's seriousness trembled slightly. Chapter 83, I want to pursue you. Ji Qi stared earnestly, his voice slightly choked, I want to pursue you. Huijin was stunned for a few seconds. He just looked at Ji Qi, feeling astonished and dazed all over. Ji Qi's reddened eyes shimmered with moisture. He knew Huijin would think he was teasing him because Huijin's expression clearly showed a hint of incomprehensible anger. No one could be repeatedly tortured 100 or even 1,000 times and still calmly face the weapon that once hurt them. Ji Qi lowered his head and changed the subject, then, you take me home. Huijin gazed intently at Ji Qi in front of him, pausing for a long while before saying, I'll have someone take you back. No, Ji felt as if he'd been poured cold water over again, and his tone grew noticeably stagnant and muffled. At this moment, Ji's phone rang. It was his old drinking buddies from before. The sound on the other end was chaotic. Even without turning on the speakerphone, the smoky atmosphere seemed ready to spill out of the screen. It was annoying. The louder yelling increased Ji's frown. Xiaoqi, come for a drink. There are 8 Omegas today who are very attractive. Same old place, hurry up. Ji. Shit. Ji's mind buzzed hearing this. Before the other side finished speaking, he hung up the call. Jin used to hate it when he went to bars. Now, right after meeting him again, this happened. Kill him. Nervously, Ji glanced at Jin. He dialed the wrong number. Jin looked down from above. No one is here to control you. Wherever you want to go is your own freedom. Ji's heart trembled at these words. The Jin from 2 years ago would never say something like this. An overwhelming sense of sorrow made Ji's pupils feel bloated. He remembered how, in order to avoid Jin, he often returned home late at night. But Jin always waited for him, keeping the light on no matter how late it was when he returned. Back then, Jin would ask him if he wanted to go out and play. If he wanted to, Jin could take him. Jin would also tell him not to frequent those kinds of places like bars too often. Jin cared for him, knowing well that despite repeated reminders, they were mostly futile, yet he tried anyway time and again, even though disappointment followed each attempt. Now he says, no one is going to control you. These indifferent words weighed heavily on Ji's heart like a stone. He didn't want a Jin like this. I'm not going. I've been very good lately. Ji's deep voice was a mixture of and pain. Jin didn't respond to Ji's words but took out his phone and made a call. The ringing barely sounded when the other party picked up, Mr. Judge. It was an older male voice. Jin lightly acknowledged, have the reception department send a car over. There's an alpha at the building entrance. Take him back. An alpha? Jin's gaze flickered, S390 plum wine. Ah, the person on the other end couldn't help but laugh a little. Alright, I'll send someone immediately. Ji sniffed. Jin was too lazy to even mention his name, calling him only plum wine instead. He wasn't plum wine. Hate Jin. 2 minutes later, 2 reception vehicles arrived at the office building entrance. As soon as they came down, they saw Jin. Mr. Judge, you're here too. The driver flattered. Jin nodded, take him back. The driver glanced at Ji and immediately identified the person. It was him. An S390 plum wine-smelling alpha, so overwhelmed by his grievance that pheromones leaked everywhere. What's going on? Was he hit? Why is he so upset? Such a strong smell of plum wine. Would taking him along count as drunk driving? The driver approached Ji and bent down slightly. Hello sir, the car is here. Let me take you home. No need. Ji refused curtly. The driver frowned slightly. Do you want to sit longer? Ji remained silent. After much hesitation, the driver turned sideways to look at Jin. Mr. Judge, he's being quite mean. 10 minutes later. Jin lifted his wrist and looked at the time. You should head back first. The driver nodded. Alright, if he wants to go back later, please call me. Jin pressed his lips into a straight line. No need. Thank you for your trouble. The driver smiled slightly. Mr. Judge, what nonsense is this? If you called me, it's my honor. Well, I'll be going then. After receiving a response, the driver got into the car and drove away. Jin simply looked at Ji. In the spacious space, the young man standing alone in the corner appeared lonely and stubborn. After a while, Jin, as if making a decision, said, let's go, young master. Jin turned around and started walking forward. I'll take you. Upon hearing this, Ji's bright eyes lit up, lifting his head immediately, and the gloomy mood from earlier vanished instantly. Ji watched Jin's retreating figure and stood up, moving towards him. His steps were hurried, as if he was afraid of not catching up, and when Jin paused, Ji bumped directly into him. Jin turned around, and Ji immediately took a step back, standing obediently. You should slow down. Jin looked at Ji, his eyes slightly drooping, blinking very slowly. There's no need to chase. I won't run away, said Jin. Chapter 84, Depending on Him. Ji's heart throbbed slightly, as he gently rubbed the sleeves of his clothing. As Jin continued ahead, Ji walked slower than before. When they arrived at the parking lot, Ji noticed that Jin had changed cars. A $3 million high-energy off-road vehicle. Ji thought this car matched Jin when he was angry. It looked arrogantly cold, disregarding everyone around him. Just like now, not a bit gentle, as cold as ice that even a fire couldn't melt. Ji opened the rear door, then thought about it for a moment and shut it with a snap. Of course, in his own husband's car, one should sit in the front passenger seat. He still didn't believe that Jin could be so unyielding. If things got bad, he could seduce him. Anyway, it wasn't like they hadn't done it before. Ji Qi naturally opened the passenger side door and sat down. He glanced sidelong at Hu Jin. In 2 years, he really had changed a lot. That maturity shaped by time made him appear completely adept at handling any matter. It was as if an infinite amount of capital had been given to him. Ji Qi sat up straight, twisting his knuckles, unsure from which sentence to start this conversation. He absolutely did not want to go home. Not at all. Beep beep beep. Before Hu Jin started the car, Ji Qi's phone rang again. This time, it was Ji Xingming calling. Ji Qi answered, "Hello, Dad." Oh, Ji Xingming's voice was indifferent. "It's like this, today your mother and I are celebrating our anniversary at home, so don't come back. I've transferred you 5,000, stay in a hotel outside." Ji Qi frowned, momentarily dazed. He felt like maybe heaven itself was helping him. Then Ji Qi scratched his nose, trying hard not to laugh. "My ID is being reissued, how am I supposed to check into a hotel? Aren't you two going to stay in a hotel?" Ji Xingming spoke with an air of disinterest. "Not my problem." Ji Xingming raised his voice. "Anyways, you can't come back today, otherwise, those roses I laid out will get trampled by you. Do you even deserve it?" Ji Qi. Ji Xingming, if worst comes to worst, you can go to Song Lin's house. Just don't come home. But I warn you, don't degrade yourself and spend the first day meeting Hu Jin together. Ji Qi hung up the phone, appearing somewhat agitated. Ji Qi's gaze fixed on Hu Jin, probing. "Otherwise, just drop me off in front of some random internet cafe." "Fine." Hu Jin agreed readily. Ji Qi clenched his jaw muscles, obviously annoyed. How dare he agree so easily? Hu Jin cast a cold glance at Ji Qi. "Seatbelt." Ji Qi didn't move. Hu Jin warned again in a cold tone, but Ji Qi remained unmoved. Finally, Hu Jin leaned over, stretching to Ji Qi's right side, pulling the seatbelt and fastening it for him. This close proximity made Ji Qi curl his fingers, as he caught a whiff of the subtle chill. It was the cold sandalwood scent that didn't need to deliberately release pheromones, icy and sexy. What a long time it had been. Ji Qi's eyes fell on Hu Jin's neck side, where there was a gland unique to the Enigma species. The past Hu Jin had belonged solely to him. For no apparent reason, Ji Qi lifted his hand to touch Hu Jin's neck. Even before Ji Qi touched Hu Jin's gland, Hu Jin caught his fingers. The thoughts in Hu Jin's deep eyes were unfathomable, but Ji Qi knew. Hu Jin's gland was now off limits to him. Hu Jin looked coldly at Ji Qi, his deep, mesmerizing voice still bewitching. But the words he spoke were heart-wrenching. Hu Jin loosened his grip on Ji Qi's hand with a warning. "Touching such a place requires responsibility." Ji Qi bit his lips and pulled back his hand. Of course. Once he could touch, but now, he couldn't anymore. "How do you know I won't take responsibility?" Ji Qi said defiantly. Hu Jin fastened Ji Qi's seatbelt, without looking at him. "Didn't you touch it before?" Ji Qi was cut deeply by this seemingly casual statement. It pierced through the heart. Hu Jin's words were soft and detached, as if telling a story, or perhaps speaking to himself. After the words, Hu Jin adjusted the direction and drove onto a main road while glancing aside. Ji Qi found himself unable to respond. All emotions stuck in his throat, unable to escape. At 10 o'clock, Hu Jin stopped in front of a luxury hotel. Ji Qi clenched his fists. "I don't have my ID." Hu Jin took out an inspection card of the highest level and shoved it into Ji Qi's hands. His tone remained cold. "Remember the code on this card. You don't need your ID, the hotel staff will welcome you warmly. After staying for a night, you can even write them a rectification report." Ji Qi looked at the card that Hu Jin shoved over. Was he afraid that Ji Qi would end up on the streets? Ji Qi disliked how cold Hu Jin was acting, but he refused to believe that Hu Jin no longer cared about him even in the slightest way. Hu Jin was still willing to speak with him. And that meant there could be the best possible outcome. Without saying a word, Ji Qi opened the car door and got out. A few steps away, Ji Qi executed a scene so cliché it made him want to criticize if he saw it on TV. Because after today, who knew when they would meet again? After getting out of the car, Ji Qi feigned fainting right in front of Hu Jin. If Hu Jin took care of him, Ji Qi would cling to him. But if Hu Jin ignored him? Before Ji Qi fell to the ground, countless possibilities ran through his mind. A dull thud accompanied the powerless figure of the young man. As Ji Qi skillfully controlled the force of his fall, Hu Jin's pupils in the driver's seat trembled violently. Chapter 85, Extra Update. Ji Qi heard a loud and forceful car door slam, and Hu Jin arrived much faster than he had imagined. Hu Jin lifted the unconscious Ji Qi and leaned him against his own body. He gently shook Ji Qi, his voice full of urgent concern that was terrifying. "Ji Qi. Ji Qi." Hu Jin's voice grew louder. "Ji Qi." Hu Jin carried him in swift steps toward the hospital. But halfway there, Hu Jin changed direction. As he turned around, the expression on his face wasn't as anxious or complicated as before. Because Ji Qi's mediocre acting had been exposed. Unaware that he had been discovered, Ji Qi remained immersed in his own world. His mind was filled with thoughts about how Hu Jin still cared for him and got worried about him. Although his heart had been shattered, it could slowly be mended. Ji Qi rested against Hu Jin's chest, smelling that familiar and beloved scent. He reaffirmed his resolve to stay by Hu Jin's side. Even if the previous wounds couldn't fully heal, he would try using all methods possible to soothe them. This Hu Jin, this person who had been cut by countless knives, he would give back all the love owed to this man. As long as Hu Jin still harbored a shred of affection for him, that love would be worth retrieving. Hu Jin lowered his gaze and looked at the person in his arms, letting out a sigh of relief followed by a heavy breath. Looking seemingly obedient, but in reality completely devious. Not opening his eyes when prompted. Hu Jin placed Ji Qi back in the car. He laid Ji Qi down on the back seat, looking under the faint light inside the car at Ji Qi's unconscious face for a while. Ji Qi still showed no signs of waking up. Hu Jin sighed inwardly, lips tightly pursed. Such terrible acting. Hu Jin closed the car door and then sat in the driver's seat. He started the car again and this time brought the person home. 10 minutes later, Hu Jin stopped the car. Still outside the entrance of a modern villa, cold and barren, devoid of any homely atmosphere. Hu Jin's requirements for his residence were the same as before. The luxurious bedroom contained nothing but a quilt cover. And nothing fancy except for 2 chairs, bare white walls everywhere except for necessary items. Hu Jin carried Ji Qi out of the car. Ji Qi was still not awake. As Hu Jin laid Ji Qi on the bed, he continued to act, fearing that Hu Jin might kick him out. Ji Qi thought he had perfected his performance without any flaws until Hu Jin's voice sounded above him. Stay one night, and leave tomorrow morning. Pretending not to hear, Ji Qi's stomach growled instead. The gurgling sound stood out particularly crisp in the small guest room. Ji Qi hadn't eaten a single meal from visiting the S9 project in the morning until now. The grumbling in his stomach intensified his pain as his empty stomach started to ache. Ji Qi opened his eyes but didn't get a chance to respond. The pain in his abdomen twisted and constricted like flesh being torn. Subconsciously, Ji Qi clutched his belly, his expression growing increasingly grim. Ji Qi groaned faintly. When the physical pain came forcefully, Ji Qi could focus on nothing else. Clutching his belly, he curled up in bed. Opening his eyes for an instant and closing them again, it seemed like keeping them shut helped alleviate some pain. Observing Ji Qi's state, Hu Jin frowned deeply, and quickly went out only to return moments later with a pill for Ji Qi. Hu Jin's expression was distant and detached, though deep within his darkened gaze churned endless ripples. Why am I still caring about him? Why am I still caring about him? You're so base, Hu Jin. Hu Jin placed the tablet and a glass of warm water beside the bed. Take care of your body since no one can ease the pain for you. Take the medicine. Hu Jin coldly ordered. After finishing speaking, Hu Jin left the guest room. The sweat on Ji Qi's forehead dampened his hair from the pain. But he managed to sit up and swallow the pill with the warm water on the bedside table. This sudden acute stomachache made Ji Qi forget why he even came to Hu Jin's house. At this moment, he just curled up in bed, tossing and turning repeatedly. At some point, Hu Jin reappeared in front of Ji Qi. He tossed Ji Qi a heated hand warmer bag. Ji Qi's heavy voice emanated from under the covers, heavy and nasal, partly genuine suffering and partly feigned. He didn't want Hu Jin to send him away. When the warmth enveloped his abdomen, Ji Qi immediately felt more comfortable. Holding on to the hand warmer given by Hu Jin, Ji Qi looked at him with hazy eyes. The pain gave Ji Qi's face a touch of illness. Ji Qi, facing the edge of the bed where Hu Jin stood, grabbed Hu Jin's hand tightly. Hu Jin, will you stay with me for a while? The heat in Hu Jin's palm rose as his gaze flicked toward the bedside cup of warm water that had been drunk, and then he withdrew his hand. I'll get you another glass of water. Once again Ji Qi grabbed onto Hu Jin's hand, this time only managing 2 fingers due to his weakness. I don't want water. The abdominal pain made Ji Qi's voice slightly dreamy, his tone softer and stickier with a deep huskiness. I want you. I want you. Ji Qi wouldn't let go of the 2 fingers of Hu Jin's hand, as if holding onto them could ease his pain. The pads of Hu Jin's other hand clenched tight, taking a silent deep breath, standing still allowing Ji Qi to grip those 2 knuckles. The gentle breeze outside rippled, stirring more than just the indigo curtains. With sweaty palms from gripping so hard, Ji Qi was still unwilling to release Hu Jin. His other hand fumbled over the warm hand warmer bag, touching something card-like that dropped upon contact. Ji Qi lowered his gaze. It turned out to be a tag. STRP hand warmer, goose yellow, retail price, $2.99. Ji Qi clenched the card in his hand. So this must have been something Hu Jin just went out and bought. Ji Qi glanced up at Hu Jin, who stood there coldly, looking ready to leave any moment. I'll take you to the hospital. Hu Jin said gravely. Ji Qi shook his head. I'm feeling much better already. He tugged lightly at Hu Jin's hand. In consideration of how pitiful I am, can I sniff your pheromones? Asking someone to allow you to smell their pheromones is extremely impolite. It would be like asking them to undress in front of you, amounting to sexual harassment. No decent person would say such a thing. Generally, this kind of request refers to the exchange of intimate pheromones. And no one willingly releases their pheromones for someone they dislike to smell. Hua Jin's expression turned colder, each word heavy with warning. Do you even know what you're saying? Lying on his side, because of the warmth provided by the hand warmer bag, Ji Qi felt a hotness from the sweat on his forehead. After taking the medication, its effects began to set in. Now Ji Qi's stomach only remained with some faint, mild aching. Pushing aside the covers, the contour of his waist was revealed. Trailing off suggestively, his voice floating, would you like to smell mine? Chapter 86, Would you like to smell? Ji Qi's hazel eyes darkened slightly, lingering longer. Plum wine, he used to love it the most. Ji Qi's voice was so faint that one had to strain to hear it clearly. Would you like to smell it? Hua Jin withdrew his hand, suppressing his anger with difficulty. Ji Qi's pheromones were always something he yearned for but could never reach. Over time, Ji Qi had concealed his thin pheromones completely. Peeking was a sin. His pheromones were something he himself dared not hope to approach. Hua Jin looked at Ji Qi lying on the bed, whose complexion had improved somewhat. He said, I don't want to smell it. I don't like it anymore either. Hua Jin's words were cold and devoid of warmth, leaving Ji Qi stunned for a while. Dislikes. Now he no longer likes it. Ji Qi wrapped himself in the quilt, turning around to curl up on the bed, exposing a large part of his lower back, feeling a bit cool as the wind blew in. But Ji Qi curled up and didn't want to move at all, suddenly sensing his chill being covered up. Hua Jin pulled the quilt over Ji Qi's waist and abdomen. Ji Qi's voice sounded muffled. After a minute of sorrow, he began regaining confidence. He didn't believe it. Hua Jin had just hidden his heart. He would find it. This bed he could sleep on now, and eventually the person too. Ji Qi listened to the sound of Hua Jin walking out. About 15 minutes later, his acute stomachache eased. After taking medicine, his stomach pain subsided, but the immense hunger in his abdomen left him feeling weak. If he didn't eat something soon, he might truly pass out. Feeling dizzy and seeing stars, it must be this sensation. Ji Qi put down the hand warmer placed on his stomach and opened his phone wanting to order takeout. Because he didn't know the address, Ji Qi struggled to get up. He looked at the slippers on the floor. Suddenly, he remembered again how Hua Jin used to coax him like a child back then. Such a good Hua Jin, how did he become so cold? Ji Qi walked out of the room. The lights in the living room were on, and the simple sofa and projector made the space feel particularly spacious. Ji Qi braced himself as he moved forward, noticing the kitchen light was on. Looking towards the kitchen, there was Hua Jin. A slight white mist floated inside the kitchen, as if stewing something. This scene made Ji Qi want to cry. He'd seen it too many times before. When these memories existed only in recollection, seeing them again felt like crossing a century. 2 years ago, Hua Jin would return home every day on time to cook for him. He would ask what Ji Qi wanted to eat and make it for him. If Ji Qi didn't eat certain dishes on the table, Hua Jin wouldn't prepare them again. That cautious indulgence and giving, in Ji Qi's past eyes, seemed inconsequential. Ji Qi took steps forward. As he approached the kitchen, Hua Jin saw him and said nothing. Ji Qi stood next to Hua Jin, peeking into the pot that was simmering, fresh meat congee. Can I eat some? Ji Qi tugged at Hua Jin's sleeve. Carefully opening again, I'm hungry too. Hua Jin glanced sideways, looking at Ji Qi's hand pulling his sleeve, his expression cold and indifferent. He said, go out. Ji Qi pursed his lips, a little sad, and took out his phone, then I'll order takeout. I'll eat junk food. Your place will stink. Feeling a bit annoyed, Ji Qi was about to order barbecue chicken wings and fries when Hua Jin cast a look at his takeout page. Then his gaze turned to the dining table outside the kitchen. Sit outside. Ji Qi's eyes flickered. By the time he realized it, his eyes lit up with joy. Can I eat? Does your silence mean yes? Ji Qi started pushing boundaries. I want a big bowl. Hua Jin took out from beside the stove a large soup bowl meant for 3 people, saying coldly, is this big enough? Ji Qi lightly nodded, it's almost fine. Go out. Hua Jin repeated once more. This time, Ji Qi obediently left the kitchen and sat down properly at the dining table. A few minutes later, Hua Jin brought out 2 bowls of porridge onto the table. There was also a plate of braised shredded pork and blanched choy sum, the warm steam spreading their aroma. They were all ordinary everyday things, but for Ji Qi right now, these few dishes were better than anything he had eaten over the past 2 years. Ji Qi picked up a spoon, ate a spoonful of lean meat porridge, and then had some vegetables, the familiar taste as if branded with Hua Jin's name. Though famished, Ji Qi felt tears welling up in his eyes as he ate. It had been far too long since he had been this close to Hua Jin. Everything today felt like a dream. He was afraid that the moment he opened his eyes, it would all vanish into nothingness. Ji Qi glanced at Hua Jin, who sat across from him motionless, not even touching the food. A stack of newspapers lay on the table, exclusive evening papers from Jiangcity. Hua Jin didn't seem like he intended to eat at all. Noticing Ji Qi's pause, Hua Jin caught the gaze and asked, is it not tasty? Ji Qi lowered his head, it's delicious. His grip tightened on the spoon. This is the best I've ever tasted. Huajin remained silent, continuing to glance sideways at his evening paper. Ji-Chi looked at Huajin and the dishes he made. No matter how depressed his mood, it seemed to fade away completely. He quietly gave a side-glance smile, part joy and part sorrow. Things were already good enough. He could be this close to Huajin. If he could be this close, then he could get closer. Maybe even closer than zero distance. When thoughts of closeness bubbled in Ji-Chi's mind, he coughed slightly to cover up. Slowly, slowly. It shouldn't feel like a thievery attempt, or else it'd bring ridicule. He had always enjoyed eating the meals Huajin cooked, and now tasting them again, naturally he couldn't afford to leave any leftovers. Ji-Chi ate until he was thoroughly full. In the past, such a scene would have never happened. Huajin watched as the plate in front of Ji-Chi became empty and furrowed his brows. Not only had Ji-Chi grown dumber, but he had become easier to please. After Ji-Chi finished eating, Huajin went into the bathroom. Halfway through washing, Ji-Chi pushed the door open. "Can I wash with you?" Chapter 87, liked Huajin. Ji-Chi deliberately waited for Huajin to fully undress before stepping in right at that moment. He simply couldn't believe that Huajin would come out dressed. With such a thought, he pushed open the bathroom door, only for Ji-Chi's face to redden first. Huajin stood under the temperature-controlled showerhead, water streaking downwards. What immediately caught Ji-Chi's eyes was that alluring Adam's apple, shoulders brimming with strength, a sturdy chest, and abs clearly defined as water droplets trickled down. Ji-Chi's cheeks were burning, yet his gaze did not stray. So big. Huajin looked somewhat stunned at Ji-Chi, who had just opened the bathroom door. "Shall we wash together?" Before Huajin could say anything, Ji-Chi had already walked inside the bathroom. His clothes were splashed by the shower spray and dampened. Staring at Ji-Chi, who began to remove his clothes, Huajin's pupils gradually widened. The boy's waist became visible when raising his arms, perfectly taut, exuding an exclusive male charm of tightness and power. His pale skin under the cold light lamp seemed even more inviting. After removing his clothing, Ji-Chi no longer had any covering on his neck side. It appeared so fragile, as though anyone could bite it. A faint alcoholic smell was intoxicating. And inciting sin. Huajin's breathing deepened, he turned around and quickly washed up. Before Ji-Chi shed all his clothes, Huajin wrapped himself in a towel below the waist and left the bathroom. Huajin wouldn't let Ji-Chi see his predicament. He loathed such a version of himself. All he wanted was to distance himself further from Ji-Chi, further away. He didn't want to admit that the present-day Ji-Chi still held a fatal attraction over him. Throughout the process, Huajin's face was unusually dark. Ji-Chi showed no excessive reaction upon seeing Huajin leave. Seeing was earning something already. Just hadn't touched, didn't know if the feel had changed after 2 years. After Ji-Chi slowly finished washing, he discovered he had no clean clothes to change into. He glanced briefly at his wet pants and shirt drenched by the showerhead. Feeling slightly awkward for a second, Ji-Chi walked to the bathroom door and gently pushed the glass door open. Outside was a dry-wet separated washroom. When Ji-Chi slightly pushed the door open, he saw Huajin approach, already in a new set of clothes. The man appeared cold yet intense. Ji-Chi peeked his head out and said haltingly, Can I borrow your clothes? My pants got wet earlier." The heat from the bathroom made Ji-Chi's face flushed pink, the delicate color radiated a flirtatious peach shade that strangely tempted people. Noticing Huajin not responding, Ji-Chi bit his lips and called again, "Huajin. Brother." Huajin's fingers suddenly curled tightly, trembling black lashes paused at his eyelids. In this world, fondness doesn't have elaborate wordings. What long-lasting companionship or mutual dependence, waiting for 3 or 10 years means nothing. It was just like back then. Only that the heart unexpectedly thumps once, weaving flowers uncontrollably. And despite wanting to look away, one approaches bloodied yet determinedly. "See? You still like it." Huajin's palms were tinged red from gripping them too hard. It was enough. "Do not get closer." Huajin approached Ji-Chi, picking up the clothes on the small stool placed to the right side of the bathroom entrance and handed them to Ji-Chi. "Sleep early." Huajin's expression showed no emotion. Upon receiving the clothes, Ji-Chi noticed the stool aside, realizing Huajin had already prepared the clothes for him. When Ji-Chi took the clothes, his knuckles unconsciously brushed against Huajin's hand. One finger cool, one warm. Huajin's face remained solemn and cold, he withdrew his hand and left the bathroom. Ji-Chi sniffed Huajin's clothes near his nose. Since pheromones spread and fuse, everyone's pheromones inevitably cling to intimate garments, producing unique odors that cannot be washed off. Ji-Chi happily sniffed it again, imagining making a nest out of Huajin's clothes. Because Huajin is Enigma, without actively releasing pheromones, nobody can smell or guess his gender. Unlike Ji-Chi, who could cause a flood of his own pheromones due to grievances. So, this could be considered Ji-Chi's first time smelling Huajin's pheromones in 2 years. It wasn't Huajin's body scent. It was truly pure cold sandalwood pheromones. Despite being faint to the point of almost non-existent, Ji Qi still loved it. It was a white dress shirt. Worn by Ji Qi, it was a bit large. After wearing it, Ji Qi exited the bathroom. Hu Jin was flipping through some documents on the couch in the living room. Now finally visiting Hu Jin's home, Ji Qi didn't want to miss this opportunity. He walked and sat next to Hu Jin. Ji Qi gently touched the tip of his nose. Seeing how busy Hu Jin was, he felt shy to interrupt. But Hu Jin didn't drive him away, so Ji Qi just sat by his side. Neither of them spoke. The faint yellow light reflected warmly and fervently in their pupils, and the only sound in the room was the rustling of pages being turned. The quiet atmosphere did not make these two people, who hadn't seen each other for 2 years, feel awkward at all, as if it had always been this way between them. During the time Hu Jin was reviewing the documents, Ji Qi observed him many times. The more he looked, the more attractive Hu Jin seemed. His stern facial features gave off an aura that suggested untouchability. Ji Qi didn't enjoy the oppression from strength but was unmistakably attracted to intellectual sophistication. He liked Hu Jin's composure, his demeanor polished by time, exuding grace and commanding respect. And even more, he cherished how Hu Jin treated him uniquely. At this thought, Ji Qi's eyes dimmed a little. That uniqueness now no longer belonged to him. He needed top-level appointments just to see Hu Jin. His Hu Jin no longer belonged to him. Leaning on the corner of the sofa, Ji Qi simply watched Hu Jin. Because of the stillness, the rustling page-turning sound made Ji Qi drowsy. Ji Qi's eyelids grew heavier. He propped his head up, shook it, trying to stay awake, but in vain. Still, Ji Qi didn't want to go to sleep. He wanted to stay by Hu Jin's side. As his mind got heavier, Ji Qi succumbed to overwhelming fatigue. After swaying his head a few times, Ji Qi collapsed towards Hu Jin's direction. Finding his head resting on Hu Jin's shoulder uncomfortable, he instinctively sank lower, using Hu Jin's leg as a pillow. Ji Qi moved his head slightly, mumbling incoherently in his half-asleep state. Somehow soft and melodic. Hu Jin. Are books more handsome than me? Chapter 88, Heart in Chaos. During his movements, Ji Qi touched something hard, and he groggily raised his hand to feel it. Then another dazed murmur escaped his lips. So hard. Hu Jin had held his breath throughout the entire process. He tried to remove Ji Qi's hand and push him away, but Ji Qi directly embraced the hand that Hu Jin extended. The warm breath fell upon the wrist, and his lips lightly caressed left and right. Hu Jin. Ji Qi's expression became increasingly solemn at this moment, with his frown unable to ease as if trapped in a nightmare. His dream mutterings lost their carefree ease. Ji Qi's furrowed brows wouldn't ease, and the subtle bitterness on his face was clear and distinguishable. His slightly flushed cheeks rested in Hu Jin's palm, and when Hu Jin felt moisture in his palm, he lowered his gaze. He discovered a trail of tears slipping from the corner of Ji Qi's eyes. He was crying. The warm tears slid into Hu Jin's palm. For some reason, it made Hu Jin's heart twist painfully. Hu Jin lifted his hand to gently caress Ji Qi's eye corner and wiped away the tears. His movements were soft, delicate yet slightly rigid. What kind of dream could make him cry? Didn't he say he wanted to have nothing to do with me in his dreams? To get close just to distance himself. Every day 2 years ago, Ji Qi was counting down the days until their separation. Why does he seem like he hasn't been doing well after leaving me? Ji Qi tightly clutched Hu Jin's hand, and the familiar scent made him in the dream reluctant to let go. The youth tightened his fingertips. A low murmur reverberated in the nightmare, carrying Ji Qi's love for Hu Jin and a dependency that would never wane no matter what. Hu Jin. Hu Jin. It was as if he was trying to save himself, or maybe spinning wildly while searching for something. He was afraid but unable to escape. Hu Jin gazed at Ji Qi. His breathing deepened, his magnetic voice carrying a comforting tone. He said, I am here. Hu Jin gently brushed his hand over Ji Qi's hair by the temple. Realizing something, Hu Jin withdrew his hand. But it seemed that Ji Qi relaxed gradually after that single response. Hu Jin looked at the documents in front of him and rubbed his eyebrows. Worry clouded his mind. He hadn't even read a single word just now. Hu Jin sighed silently, unwilling to admit that he'd written the review signature on the date section. Review signature. 2030 year, Hu month, Jin day. Hu Jin closed the documents in front of him. Truly absurd and laughable. Hu Jin took a deep breath and then picked Ji Qi up horizontally. Feeling the familiar embrace, Ji Qi arched comfortably, still deeply asleep with no sign of waking. When Hu Jin laid Ji Qi down on the bed in the guest room, the bedding sank, losing its warmth. Ji Qi immediately woke up, instinctively encircling Hu Jin's neck. Because he didn't want to lose the lingering warmth. Ji Qi slowly opened his eyes, feeling confused and heavy-headed. At the peak of exhaustion. The brain couldn't handle too many things, and memories got muddled. As soon as Ji Qi opened his eyes, he saw Hu Jin up close. In such a daze, he stared at Hu Jin. Staring and staring, Ji Qi's eyes suddenly reddened. The boy's thoughts were solely focused on this moment. This was the lover he had pined for over the past 2 years. Rarely seen even in his dreams, Hua Jin appeared before him. Hua Jin. Dreamed about Hua Jin. Ji Qi's hazy eyes lifted his hand, tracing patterns on Hua Jin's nose. A bitter smile played at the corners of his mouth. I miss you so much. Hua Jin. Ji Qi's hand descended to touch Hua Jin's lips. His tone floated up and down unpredictably. I really miss you so much. Caught off guard by Ji Qi's actions, Hua Jin was startled as Ji Qi pulled his neck closer and kissed his warm lips unexpectedly. Without warning, more bold than ever before. Licking, nibbling, tenderly cautious. The gentle kiss intertwined with unbreakable affection, Ji Qi kissed softly. With his hazel eyes closed, Hua Jin's widened in shock, his pupils trembling. Ji Qi's fingertips limply touched Hua Jin's cheeks. Opening his eyes again, he kissed once more. Unwilling to let go, unable to let loose. As if he knew the Hua Jin in his dreams would disappear once his eyes opened. After kissing enough, Ji Qi released Hua Jin, curling under the covers and turning over, his waistline appearing alluring. All mine. Ji Qi clutched the quilt, murmuring in his sleep, Hua Jin, is mine. At this moment, Hua Jin, who had already stood up, still wore an inscrutable expression. His pitch-black eyes were not as calm and unruffled as they seemed on the surface. For a skyscraper to stand without collapsing, it needs steel, armor, and iron protection. Because of that dazed kiss born from a fleeting dream word, the blood-built wall constructed over 2 years felt as though it were about to shatter. Hua Jin clenched his fists, his palms slightly warm. He quickly turned and left the bedroom. As he stood by the doorway, Hua Jin closed his eyes, finding the whole situation increasingly absurd. His heart was racing faster than during international business negotiations. Leaning against the doorframe, Hua Jin pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a slightly trembling hand. The faint white mist swirled before his eyes, yet failed to soothe his mind. After smoking a few cigarettes, Hua Jin turned and glanced at the bathroom again, stepping out only after taking a cold shower to return to the bedroom. He thought he could spend the night quietly, but when Ji Qi groggily crawled into his bed in the middle of the night, Hua Jin lost sleep once more. It was intentional. It had to be. Glancing sideways, Hua Jin saw Ji Qi, who had fallen asleep almost instantly, with half-closed eyes. Hua Jin wanted to say something. But Ji Qi kicked off the blanket and instinctively flipped over into his embrace. It was confirmed. Not faked. Truly foolish, couldn't even find the bed while sleeping. A subtle, cold sandalwood scent wafted into his nostrils. Ji Qi's head rested against Hua Jin's chest, the long-lost sense of security making him sleep deeper and deeper. His hand also comfortably rested on Hua Jin's abs. Chapter 89 Uncle Hua. Hua Jin moved Ji Qi's hand away. Ji Qi furrowed his brows, and his restless hand went back again. This time it was the mermaid line. Ji Qi didn't know what dream he had, but pheromones from his body filled the entire room. It was like the gentle type of pheromones emitted by a small animal showing its white belly as an act of submission. It smelled so inviting, making one want to hold and comfort him. Hua Jin's chest rose and fell, and he cast a glance at Ji Qi with lowered eyes. Still the same as before, if sold in sleep, he wouldn't even know. The next day, when Ji Qi woke up, Hua Jin was nowhere to be seen. He walked to the living room and found a note on the stool beside the sofa. Still that familiar and forceful handwriting. No need to tell me when you leave. Ji Qi looked around, and realized Hua Jin had already gone. This feeling was absolutely terrible. It seemed like they didn't know how to intersect again. Ji Qi gave a bitter smile, it was really just like the beginning. Between him and Hua Jin. If no one tried to get closer, there would never be any relationship. They were two parallel straight lines. Ji Qi looked at this empty house. Suddenly his eyes flickered, only then did he realize he came out from the master bedroom. Yesterday night. After coming back from using the restroom, he seemed to have slept in the wrong room. Don't panic, don't panic. A hint of inquiry flashed in Ji Qi's expression as he turned towards Hua Jin's room. He was dazed and confused last night when sleeping. He hadn't observed carefully at all. His gaze landed on the desk in Hua Jin's bedroom. Ji Qi lightly touched his fingertips and approached. The desk was simple, holding some books, documents, and a stack of something unknown. Ji Qi glanced down. These were the characters Hua Jin had practiced writing, piled thickly. If he had seen them before, Ji Qi wouldn't have given them much thought. But now it was different. He knew Hua Jin only practiced calligraphy when he was sad. To make himself calm down, these pieces of paper recorded all the scars Hua Jin bore. His heart couldn't help but sink. As Ji Qi flipped through the writings on Hua Jin's desk, each sheet had a date written beneath. This was Hua Jin's habit. As Ji Qi continued flipping, he found that Hua Jin still kept the writings from 2 years ago. He flipped to the last page, it was June 17, 2028. Ji Qi remembered that day, it was the day 2 years ago he last saw Hua Jin. It was the day Hua Jin told him he didn't want him anymore. It was the day he thought he had gotten rid of Hua Jin. It was the gloomy day that caused pain in Ji Chi's heart for the past 2 years. Ji Chi's knuckles trembled slightly as several holes were poked through the bottom sheet due to excessive pen pressure. Ji Chi couldn't imagine what kind of emotions Hu Jin had harbored while saying those words. He should have been in more pain than himself. Flipping forward, it was still June 17th. Flipping again, it was still June 17th, 2028, written by Hu Jin. 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 On that day, Hu Jin wrote until the ink ran dry. That day, Hu Jin practiced calligraphy and wrote a total of 39 pages. The strokes became lighter and lighter until the ink was barely visible. Ji Chi's eyes grew slightly swollen. Every time Hu Jin practiced calligraphy, he wrote extremely slowly. 2 pages could take him 2 hours. The speed that day was faster, and the amount of ink used was ridiculously high. Flipping forward, it was June 18th, then June 19th. Every day thereafter, he practiced until numbness set in. Later, the number of pages he wrote each day decreased. As Ji Chi flipped further backward, it felt like he was submerged in Hu Jin's emotions. The fewer words Hu Jin wrote, the happier Ji Chi became. That meant he might have started eating properly, or it meant he might have been sleeping well. This script wasn't Hu Jin himself, yet it carried all his emotions. Through it, one could peek into his life. Starting from the second half of 2029, Hu Jin rarely practiced calligraphy. Ji Chi thought he had begun to be happy. That was good. The most recent script showed the date 3 months ago. So this stack of paper may look thick, but in fact, most of it was written 2 years ago. Thinking about this, Ji Chi's emotions sank to their lowest point again. It seemed all of Hu Jin's painful emotions stemmed from himself. Would such a person be looking forward to seeing him? Ji Chi put the manuscript back in its original place. As he glanced sideways, he noticed Hu Jin's phone placed on the short stand of the desk. Ji Chi's expression flickered. This was the phone he had smashed during their initial quarrel. Later, during the heat period, Ji Chi dragged Hu Jin to get it repaired again. Ji Chi picked up the phone. He remembered the password and tried it. Sure enough, it opened. As he looked at the wallpaper on the phone screen, Ji Chi's heart skipped a beat. It was still the photo they had taken together before. In the picture, Ji Chi smiled brightly as his slightly moist lips kissed Hu Jin's cheek while Hu Jin remained serious and unperturbed. Even though it was a static image, Ji Chi felt like the intimate moments from yesterday were vividly replayed before him. He browsed through all the photos and videos in the phone, almost all of them taken during the heat periods. When Hu Jin cooked, Ji Chi would point the camera right at Hu Jin's face, which even magnified multiple times, still looked refined. The exhaust fan outside buzzed faintly. Memories overlapped with the scenes in the video. In the video, Hu Jin glanced at the lens, and as his hand moved, the intrusive distance became more normal. The phone screen wobbled as Hu Jin frowned gently, warning him, "Don't take pictures." "I want to." The voice replied, then Hu Jin flipped the screen, pointing the lens back at Ji Chi. Ji Chi frowned towards the camera looking fierce. He snatched the phone and turned the lens back to Hu Jin. Hu Jin gave up resisting, pinching Ji Chi's cheek lightly. "I need to cook, and this way I can't concentrate." Ji Chi said, "Then let me asterisk once, and I'll be good." Hu Jin's dark eyes darted around for a moment, suddenly leaning close to Ji Chi as he put down the spatula in his hand. "Who taught you to dream about doing this?" As Ji Chi watched the video on the phone, his eyes watered, and he laughed hoarsely. After that line, the video went black because Ji Chi was pulled away by Hu Jin. Further flipping through the footage showed a top-down perspective where Hu Jin handed Ji Chi a pair of fluffy slippers. Squatting halfway, Hu Jin looked up at Ji Chi who sat on the couch holding the phone. "Why do you record everything?" Ji Chi's head appeared on the screen, kissing Hu Jin's forehead and then his face. "No one treats me better than you," Ji Chi said. After a brief black screen, another scene came into view. Hu Jin carried Ji Chi on his back down a long banyan tree-lined path. Under dim lights, their 2 figures merged into a single shadow. "You're getting old and can't carry me anymore." Ji Chi's soft voice carried a noticeable hint of mockery. Hu Jin stopped his steps, preparing to put Ji Chi down. "Hey," Ji Chi hugged Hu Jin's neck tightly. "Not old, you're not old." Unable to resist any longer, Hu Jin indulged and walked faster. "Say it again." Ji Chi rubbed his head against Hu Jin's shoulder. "Brother." "Just for a second." Ji Chi leaned close to Hu Jin's ear. "Old man." Hu Jin squeezed Ji Chi's thigh hard, quickening the pace to go home. After reaching home, Hu Jin held onto the doorframe, watching Ji Chi retreat back step by step. "You only think to run now." The phone was full of similar life snippets, chaotic but each one warm and passionate. Ji Chi didn't know how many times Hu Jin had revisited these videos over those 2 years, managing to persist time after time. Unconsciously, Ji Chi scrolled to the very last video. As the final video played, Ji Chi's expression clearly changed with surprise. Chapter 90, "Sir, I have a bit of money." Ji Chi felt a sense of disbelief. It turned out to be a video from when he participated in a social debate competition years ago. 6 years ago. Back then, he and Hu Jin didn't even know each other. Ji remembered that the debate competition was one he had willingly entered. He represented Jiang City, and the topic for the debate was, are Omegas considered part of society's vulnerable group? Ji was the second debater for the opposition, arguing that Omegas should not be deemed a vulnerable group simply because they are suppressed. In a world where resources heavily favor alphas, Omegas are undoubtedly at a disadvantage in every aspect. However, Ji spoke eloquently during the debate, hitting hard against the points made by the affirmative side. During the free debate session, he garnered frequent applause from the audience. Standing there, it was as if Ji exuded an aura of light, fearless on the high platform, asking counter-questions which left the opposing debaters looking at each other helplessly. The reason this question about whether Omegas belong to a suppressed vulnerable group exists is due to the discrimination that has existed throughout history. Omegas hold absolute say in areas such as scientific research achievements, non-alpha industries, and even the most prestigious positions. If one day, agents or medical means appear that allow Omegas to become independent from alphas, who among the alphas here can confidently claim to surpass them? I guess more alphas would be anxious. This is also what our company strives to research. The excuse of controlling pheromones as weakness is like feudal braids on alphas' heads. Our side believes that viewing Omegas as weak is an ignorant prejudice held by alphas who think Omegas must depend on them. One rebuttal after another played, with Ji on stage appearing as if armed with a blade. Language truly has power. Ji watched himself in the video. The calm responses and strong subjective opinions made him seem like, perhaps, a hero. He believed everyone should be respected. It's inevitable for Omegas to break free from alphas. View everything rationally. Standing high does not mean suppressing others but speaking from a higher level of life. Finally, his concluding remarks echoed his opening words. Ji stood tall, bowing to his fellow debaters. He gripped the microphone tightly. Representative from Jiang City, second debater for the opposition, Ji wishes all present here today once again. After the video finished playing, it automatically looped. Ji found the video stranger the more he watched. The shooting position for this video wasn't within the range of the cameras used during the event. Furrowing his brows, suddenly, a flash of surprise crossed his mind. This angle was from the judge's seat. Ji pulled out his phone and searched for the original debate video. He opened the official one. Scrolling through a few minutes, as the camera turned toward the judge's panel, Ji's hands trembled. It was really Hu Jin. Ji couldn't help but feel slightly smug. So, Hu Jin had taken notice of him so early. For a brief moment, Ji thought of himself smugly. Until his thoughts were interrupted, he realized Hu Jin listened to that debate. Meaning, Hu Jin clearly understood his aversion to forced markings. And indeed, Hu Jin never planned to have any interaction with him. If not for that unexpected incident, Hu Jin would have never come close. Staring at Hu Jin under the lens, Ji's heart dropped deeper into the abyss as Hu Jin's score was shown. The lowest score among the judges. TSK. This infuriated Ji further. Question marks filled his head. You're alright giving your wife the lowest score. Throwing his phone onto the table, Ji muttered, you deserve to be alone forever. Just as Ji threw down his phone, Zhou Qi called. Answering, Zhou Qi's loud voice nearly deafened him, Ji. Hu Jin is in Jiangcheng. Did you hear that? Your man is here. Zhou Qi sounded urgent, afraid Ji hadn't understood correctly. Ji moved the phone a bit away from his ear. Sighing inwardly, Ji replied, I know. After we've already slept together, your news is too late. Zhou Qi asked with obvious confusion, slept together? Wait, so did you make up with him? Ji answered, not yet. I'm chasing him alone. Zhou Qi coughed to cover up his laughter. I tell you, Hu Jin is someone who values long-lasting relationships. I feel you still have a chance. Since Ji began obsessively looking for Hu Jin, Zhou Qi couldn't fully understand what was going on between these two. He doesn't have enough brains to use. Now he's playing both sides against each other, hoping that the two of them will get together. By the way, Zhou Qi raised his voice a little, Hu Jin is currently hiring an assistant for his project through the highest internal recruitment. Zhou Qi believed that as a friend, he needed to tell everything, so he mentioned this in passing. After pausing for a second, Zhou Qi said again, Hu Jin wants me to help him out. I'll definitely put in a good word for you when I go. Ji, are you going to be his assistant? Zhou Qi made a sound of disdain, what level am I at to be someone's assistant? The job of this assistant seems to involve trivial tasks. The recruitment requirement is just S2 grade. It's not considered a formal employee position. Ji was disheartened. Even those doing menial tasks required S2 grade. In other words, even he, an S-level alpha, didn't qualify to do odd jobs for Hu Jin. At this point, Ji couldn't find any way to get closer to Hu Jin. Ji, can the assistant job be influenced by backdoor connections? Zhou Qi, confused by the tone, asked, what kind of backdoor connection? Ji touched his nose slightly, making a fake ID or something like that. Zhou Qi, 3 years in prison, welcome you. 3 days later. Ji Qi's words didn't make Zhou Qi think too much. But when he saw Ji Qi among the interviewees who had passed the selection for the S9 project leader's assistant position, Zhou Qi's eyes were wide open. There were 3 people in the room. Zhou Qi walked up to Ji Qi and looked at him with astonishment on his face. Wait, how did you pass the preliminary exam? Isn't this absurd? Ji Qi stood upright and turned his head slightly. Sir, I have a bit of money. At first, it wasn't possible. Ji Qi's voice was deep. I made a few investments for the top management. I gave them too much, really. Chapter 91, what do you think? Ji Qi thought that this should be a combination of timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony. The highest level for a full-time position must be S3 or above, with absolutely no backdoor channels available. But the assistant role for this temporary project wasn't a full-time one, and the team would disband after 3 months. This was indeed something Ji Qi spent money on to obtain. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi threw up his hands. Isn't this supreme supervisor too unethical? Just like that, he recruited you. Ji Qi maintained an air of seriousness. If you deposit enough money in the bank, you can be the branch manager. Zhou Qi glanced around as he appraised the other 2 S2 level alphas who had also passed the preliminary test. Then he said to Ji Qi, the 3 of you will have to let Hu Jin decide who to keep. Hu Jin is very strict about work matters. He's definitely not going to choose you. Ji Qi folded his arms, his eyebrows slightly moving. There's no choice for him. Zhou Qi frowned deeply. You haven't bribed these 2 as well, right? Ji Qi's eyes slightly dimmed, more or less. Zhou Qi scratched his hair. You're really something. He walked over and patted the shoulders of the 2 S2 level alphas, then his gaze returned to Ji Qi. The 3 of you, come with me. Saying that, Zhou Qi walked toward the waiting room. Ji Qi followed the other 2 S2 level alphas. As they walked, Zhou Qi pulled Ji Qi to the front. Mr. Hu might ask some questions, think about how you'll answer them. Just tell the truth, don't lie. Since it's choosing an assistant for him, it's pretty straightforward. Basically, after asking a few questions, Hu will know who he wants. Ji Qi, do you think I'll make it? Zhou Qi, of course not. You don't even meet Hu Jin's minimum requirement for choosing a work partner. Ji Qi. Zhou Qi wasn't being polite at all. After walking down a long corridor, Zhou Qi led the 3 to Hu Jin's office. Zhou Qi stood by the door, knocking on the glass. Knock knock knock. Zhou Qi cleared his throat. I've brought the people, Director Hu. Ji Qi lifted his eyes, observing this office. Everything here remained true to Hu Jin's personality, serious, just like him. Because of its meticulous atmosphere, Ji Qi felt an invisible pressure the moment he reached the door. No wonder people took a deep breath before seeing Hu Jin. Hu Jin sat at a spot visible right when you entered, half his face obscured by the computer screen, the whole atmosphere heavy. Come in. A mature voice echoed, smooth and seductive. Zhou Qi stepped inside, gesturing for the 3 to follow. Ji Qi stood obediently without looking at Hu Jin. He looked every bit like someone coming for an interview. Ji Qi noticed Hu Jin looking down at the documents in his hands, continuing to do so until they approached. Hu Jin didn't lift his head. After getting closer, Zhou Qi continued speaking to Hu Jin. These 3 have passed the preliminary tests. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You can keep whoever you want. At this moment, Hu Jin's profound eyes closed. Upon noticing Ji Qi, Hu Jin's pupils changed slightly. For 2 seconds, he stared directly at Ji Qi. Then Ji Qi started dodging his gaze. Passed, preliminary tests. Hu Jin's eyes fell onto Ji Qi. Though his obvious question was directed at Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi leaned slightly to Hu Jin's side. He has a bit of money. You know, sometimes the higher-ups can be quite shameless. He gave, far too much. Hu Jin understood. A mess. Zhou Qi handed Hu Jin the documents of a few individuals. Take a look. Hu Jin accepted and quickly scanned through the information of the 3 candidates. Ji Qi's golden-framed cesspool stood out vividly. How did he dare come? Just how did he dare? It wasn't that Ji Qi's resume was bad. Ji Qi had made significant achievements in the commercial sector, every point worth boasting about. Even outside Boss Hen, wherever he went, he could find success. But since the Supreme Department recruited assistants for research and academia, Ji Qi was trying too hard to fit in. This created an odd contrast. Like pairing aerospace engine repair manuals with 2 yuan per pound greens or biological technology core secrets alongside, buy one get second at half price, ice cream promotions. Seeing Ji Qi acting unfamiliar with himself, Hu Jin didn't expose him. Zhou Li, Hu Jin called one name. Did you graduate from National Commerce? He asked, lifting his eyes doubtfully. The person standing beside Ji Qi nodded gently. Yes, Director Hu. He also obtained a patent once. An honor indeed. Zhou Qi smiled and nodded. Hu Jin's gaze shifted to another S2 level alpha nearby. I see that you've independently led a team in Tong City before. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to come here as my assistant? Hua Jin remained calm, speaking without any warmth, making the atmosphere feel oppressive. It's my honor to collaborate with Director Hua, and will surely be one of the highlights in my future career. The other alpha spoke with confidence that any interviewer would like. Calm and unafraid. After asking a few more questions, Hua Jin's eyes turned to Ji Qi. That subtle atmosphere made Ji Qi somewhat nervous. Compared with these two, do you think what advantages you have? Ji Qi raised his hand to touch his nose bridge. What do you think? When he had no answer, he would just throw the question back at the other person. It was a trick taught by Ji Qingming. When an employee asked for a raise, you could ask them how much their performance had increased. Hua Jin was momentarily stuck by Ji Qi's words. He stared straight at Ji Qi, and some of that aloofness faded. Chapter 92, Extra Chapter, Thanks. Hua Jin, no. After Hua Jin finished speaking, he glanced at Zhou Qi, who immediately understood and took the three of them out of the office. He instructed the two S2 level alphas to return and wait for notice. Then he pulled Ji Qi aside. Are you sure you've bought these two S2 level alphas? I thought their explanation sounded very reasonable. They don't look like people you've bought over. Ji Qi said, why are you more worried than me? After speaking, Ji Qi shifted the topic, do you guys provide meals here, right? Hua Jin, does he eat regularly? Zhou Qi furrowed his brows, directly led by Ji Qi into another topic. Hua Jin is very casual about eating. Except for junk food, sometimes a single toast can be enough for him for a meal. Recalling something, Zhou Qi added, he eats in the cafeteria. Before you two got married, he never cooked. A moment later, he added, he also never left work on time. I guess his house might still be in the state where the pot hasn't been opened. Listening to Zhou Qi's words made Ji Qi feel uneasy. The other day when he went to Hua Jin's kitchen, it felt indeed cold and empty, with labels on the vegetables, indicating they were bought that night. Ji Qi's gaze flickered toward Hua Jin's office, his expression dimming. Just as he came back to his senses, Ji Qi happened to see Hua Jin coming out of the office. Ji Qi and Zhou Qi were at the innermost part of the corridor, quite far from Hua Jin's office, so Hua Jin didn't notice. Ji Qi checked the time, 1:20 p.m. This workaholic must be hungry, Zhou Qi muttered, and I haven't eaten either. Let's go together. Our meals are excellent. When Zhou Qi pulled Ji Qi to the dining room, Hua Jin had already served himself and was sitting on one side. That cold face, according to Ji Qi's description, was like the rice owed him $2. The dining room was large, elegantly decorated, giving the impression of entering a five-star hotel for a buffet. No wonder Zhou Qi said their meals were good. This was a standard many high-end restaurants couldn't reach. Ji Qi wasn't in the mood to eat. He glanced at Hua Jin's position and ended up using Zhou Qi's card to pick up several plates of vegetables before heading towards Hua Jin. Ji Qi walked opposite Hua Jin and set down the plate. The movements were smooth and fluid. Sitting down, he looked at Hua Jin. Hua Jin's breath deepened slightly, suddenly locking eyes with Ji Qi. What exactly are you messing around with? Hua Jin's words were indifferent, his icy demeanor looking rather intimidating. What do you want? Hua Jin asked him. Ji Qi lowered his head, holding the chopsticks in his hand and poking the bowl a couple of times. Looking both aggrieved and adorable. Ji Qi tightly pressed his lips, feeling inexplicably nervous. What do you want? Hua Jin spoke calmly. Ji Qi took a deep breath, his light brown eyes showing ripples of emotion. He looked up, his voice slightly hoarse, to reconcile. After saying this, Ji Qi's chest raised heavily. His lips were even tingling. Hua Jin. Hua Jin tightened his grip on the chopsticks, the veins on his wrist clearly visible. Unnoticed emotions burned brighter with each passing second. Ji Qi, Hua Jin called his name without warmth. He suddenly chuckled softly, his tone cool and distant, tinged with mockery. Do you think it's fun to toy with me? Ji Qi's fingertips tensed, responding quickly, I didn't. Before Ji Qi could finish dragging his tail words, Zhou Qi approached with his rice bowl in hand. He sat next to Ji Qi with a carefree attitude, why didn't you wait for me? After sitting down, Zhou Qi grinned at Hua Jin, then handed Ji Qi a large piece of spare rib from his bowl. Why aren't you eating meat? Eat more. After speaking, he also gave Ji Qi 2 pieces of braised pork. Ji Qi watched as the 3-finger-wide spare rib covered half his bowl of rice. As he was about to pick it up with his chopsticks, he felt Hua Jin's gaze on him. Lifting his eyes, he met that pair of black ones that now carried some emotion. Ji Qi was startled. Was he unhappy? Could it be jealous? Ji Qi's gaze instantly fell on Hua Jin's fingertips, his heart leaping in joy. He was definitely upset. Previously, whenever Hua Jin had small moods but wouldn't admit it, he would like to rub his fingertips. Observing Hua Jin's hand gripping the chopsticks, Ji Qi could tell it was almost sparking. Being verbally stubborn while his actions betrayed otherwise. Ji Qi was just reveling in this when he saw Hua Jin suddenly get up and walk away with his meal. Hua Jin sat down again in a place where no one was around. Ji Qi transferred the spare ribs and pork from his bowl back to Zhou Qi's. Then he quickly got up and walked over to Hua Jin's opposite side once more. This time, before leaving, Ji Qi warned Zhou Qi, "You're not allowed to follow." Ji Qi sat opposite Hu Jin again, putting down his plain rice. "I don't like eating meat." Hu Jin's expression flickered slightly. "That's your business." Ji Qi bit his lips, this stubborn cold man. Not gentle at all now. Ji Qi ate 2 bites of the vegetables in front of him while Hu Jin didn't talk to him either. Suddenly stopping his chopsticks, Ji Qi's eyes landed on Hu Jin's food. "What is that dish?" Ji Qi's words left Hu Jin speechless. The dish Ji Qi mentioned were a few pieces of beef on Hu Jin's plate. It sounded like a child wanting to eat something but deliberately asking you about it in a roundabout way even though they already know. And this was exactly the kind of thing Ji Qi would do. Immature. Awkward. And just a little, adorable. Seeing Hu Jin not answering him, Ji Qi pursed his lips slightly as he fiddled with his bowl with his chopsticks. Hu Jin was hard to please. He was currently pouting inside. Hu Jin looked at Ji Qi who was poking his rice with lowered eyes. His eyelids blinked slowly, with a gaze deep and profound. A faint breeze passed by. Freedom now, freedom forever. Hu Jin had grown accustomed to being indifferent, thinking that love was an unnecessary thing in the world. Something that made people fear, made them sit under dim lamps in anticipation, when he didn't love you, but still, you become vulnerable for him. From the moment liking began, it never stopped, fiercely beyond what you could bear. Hu Jin's dark pupils gleamed faintly with light. He thought, time had not changed everything. Hate him? Yes, he did. Love him? More than hate. Much more. Suddenly, Ji Qi noticed his hidden emotions trembling. Hu Jin picked a few pieces of beef from his own bowl and placed them in Ji Qi's. Chapter 93, Wanting. Ji Qi looked up and just happened to see Hu Jin getting up to leave. The young man's lips curved slightly upward, as he watched Hu Jin's back figure. Though he hadn't caught up yet. He wasn't a piece of wood either, was he? Ji Qi picked up the meat from his bowl and put it into his mouth. His mood immediately improved. After eating the meat, he stood up and then chased after Hu Jin in the direction he had left. Boldness being his main tactic. Seeing Hu Jin walk to the smoking area at the corner, Ji Qi's face immediately darkened. Why did Hu Jin suddenly have such a strong nicotine addiction now? Ji Qi curled his fingertips. He knew that Hu Jin had always disliked him smoking before. Now, things had turned out well, he quit for him, and now Hu Jin started smoking instead. Ji Qi stepped closer to Hu Jin. Hu Jin was startled for a second as Ji Qi walked closer with a gloomy face. And he just stood there looking at the cigarette in his hand. You should smoke less, Ji Qi mumbled softly, opening his lips unexpectedly. Hu Jin's hand holding the cigarette moved slightly, his gaze imperceptibly flicked. Leaning against the wall, Hu Jin straightened his back. He stared at Ji Qi, casually tapping off some ash, the floating mist in front of him hadn't dissipated yet. Hu Jin silently curled his lips mockingly, what? His eyes fell on the green branches and leaves outside the corridor, then again met Ji Qi's gaze directly. Want to control me? Ji Qi's brain went numb for a moment, his palm turned red because of the grip by himself. He clearly remembered Hu Jin's response to this sentence those years ago. Ji Qi was stabbed deeply by the heart-piercing memory. When he raised his eyes, the blood streak swelled up in his pupils, melancholy shining in his eyes. Yes, I want to. Ji Qi thought his answer was clear and comprehensible, but the hoarse tone coming out sounded heavy and sticky. He wanted, all right. He wanted so much that he nearly went crazy. To manage him, to be with him. Ji Qi took one step closer to Hu Jin. He didn't think Hu Jin was doing well. Such a Hu Jin, how could he possibly be doing well? Hu Jin paused for a while with the cigarette in his hand, his joints tingled momentarily. Hu Jin. Ji Qi reached out and grabbed the edge of Hu Jin's clothes, trembling slightly. Before Ji Qi could say more, Hu Jin's phone rang. Ji Qi let go of his hands. Hu Jin answered the call with an icy expression. I'll come right away. He heard Hu Jin's indifferent reply. After Hu Jin hung up the phone, he glanced towards Ji Qi. That phrase, "it's none of your business," circled in his throat for half a moment, ultimately not spilling out. He couldn't be as ruthless as Ji Qi was those years ago. Hu Jin threw the cigarette into the trash can, the light white fog swirling around his vision. He felt Ji Qi was very close to him. It was different from the distance 2 years ago where they were near each other yet separated by mountains and rivers. The present Ji Qi was like someone who could be touched by just lifting a hand. Hu Jin's chest tightened slightly, his gaze falling on Ji Qi's cheeks. His sensual voice carried a faint hoarseness. Actually, I hate you sometimes. Hu Jin breathed heavily. This was a sentence without any continuation. Actually, it could continue in many ways. But Hu Jin deliberately didn't finish it. Watching Hu Jin turn and leave, Ji Qi followed him to the elevator entrance together. With that resentful tone just now, Ji Qi understood that what Hu Jin expressed was more about indignation. So it didn't make him want to give up even a bit, rather, he wanted to get closer to Hu Jin. Ji Qi simply stood beside Hu Jin, and then followed him into the elevator. After following Hu Jin for half an hour, Hu Jin finally couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly turned around, causing Ji Qi to crash into his body. The next second, Ji Qi stepped back half a step and obediently stood still. Hua Jin with a pale complexion said, "I need to work." Ji Qi hanging his head pulled out his mobile phone. The screen showed a dial-up interface. He clutched his phone in hand and didn't say anything. Hua Jin exhaled heavily, not knowing whether he sighed or out of helplessness. He understood Ji Qi's meaning. Hua Jin snatched Ji Qi's mobile phone. Then seriously entered a number. Again handed the phone back to Ji Qi. "You're not allowed to follow me anymore." Ji Qi held his mobile phone, moving his lips slightly. "If I call you, will you pick up?" Soon after, Ji Qi raised his head and asked. "Is WeChat linked to this number? Can I send you messages?" Hua Jin frowned at Ji Qi, telling him, "Go home." Saying this, Hua Jin turned and left. Ji Qi looked at the number in the phone and no longer followed. He happily returned home and threw himself onto the bed hugging a little rabbit. Ji Qi input Hua Jin's number in WeChat and added him as a friend. That artistic profile picture still looked very much like Hua Jin. Ji Qi clicked to add WeChat. Friend certification, Ji Qi, deleted. Friend certification, I am Ji Qi, deleted. Friend certification, your ex-wife. Deleted. Friend certification, your wife. Sent. After several deletions, Ji Qi shamelessly sent the last 3 words. Ji Qi waited from afternoon until night, but Hua Jin still hadn't accepted his friend request. Ji Qi began to wonder if his words were too straightforward and made him unhappy. After thinking, Ji Qi re-edit the friend certification, admirer number 1. Ji Qi continued to wait for Hua Jin's verification message after dinner. Drowsiness came over Ji Qi as he lay in bed, and he fell into a deep sleep, only to be woken up by the vibration of his phone. Ji Qi looked at the friend acceptance interface on WeChat, and with a soft hand, he pressed the voice button and said goodnight to Hua Jin. Due to drowsiness, his words carried an inexplicable sensual sexiness and depth. "Good night, big brother." After saying this, Ji Qi's lips curled into a smile, and he rolled half a circle in bed, feeling dizzy and heavy-headed. He opened his phone photo album and sent Hua Jin a few pictures. Then he started looking for topics. Ji Xingming had said, when pursuing someone, you have to be shameless. It's not hard to like someone, just corner them and kiss them. You say, let them kiss me, or else don't even think about leaving. That was Ji Xingming's exact words. Ji Qi thought it wasn't reliable, because after Ji Xingming said that, Lin Jun beat him up. So it was definitely unreliable. Moreover, Ji Qi felt he couldn't hold Hua Jin down. That scene seemed a bit ridiculous. Ji Qi sent Hua Jin photos of the dishes he ate that evening. Ji Qi, the golden soup fish I ate tonight. Ji Qi, it's not delicious. Next was a picture of flowers. Ji Qi, my little dad planted watermelons and pomegranates, why does he believe in everything? They definitely won't survive. Perhaps with too many things to say, Ji Qi sent Hua Jin another picture of a snow mountain. Ji Qi, this place is different from what they say online, it's not beautiful. There were so many more messages. Eventually, Ji Qi stopped sending. But Ji Qi's heart was still filled with melancholy. Looking at the chat box, he sent a few more text messages. Ji Qi, I don't want to send you these things. Ji Qi, I just miss you. Ji Qi, I'm not good at pleasing people. Ji Qi, but I will try my best to be good to you. Seeing the unresponsive chat box, Ji Qi typed a few words. A few seconds later, Hua Jin replied with a short message. Hua Jin, go to sleep early. Ji Qi touched the cold text from Hua Jin with his fingertips. With expectation, he asked, is there more? For a long while, Hua Jin didn't reply. Just when Ji Qi thought Hua Jin wouldn't reply anymore. Suddenly, his phone vibrated again lightly. Chapter 94, Video Call TSK. Hua Jin, what do you want to listen to? Ji Qi held his phone and sent a voice message, you know. Ji Qi's voice was very soft. There was a hint of anticipation and an intangible sense of burning heat in his words. After a while, Ji Qi received a voice reply from Hua Jin. It was the same as before, go to bed early. Ji Qi listened to the voice message several times at his ear, his heart beating faster. Ji Qi, don't panic. He patted his chest to boost his confidence. Then he became more presumptuous and made a video call to Hua Jin. When the ringing sound started, Ji Qi found a good angle. Finally, he moved the phone away, lying down, deliberately pulling on the clothes around his shoulder, revealing a faint clavicle. TSK. What's going on? Like a vixen. Ji Qi's brows slightly moved, no harm done, no harm done. Even though he knew that Hua Jin most likely wouldn't answer. Ji Qi still prepared for the best outcome. The video call vibrated for a long time, but the other side still didn't answer Ji Qi's video call. Ji Qi bit his lips, staring at the screen showing himself, feeling quite suffocated. When the video call displayed only 10 seconds left for connection, Ji Qi stopped adjusting the angle and brought the phone close to his face. His exquisite features filled the entire screen. Ji Qi's cold and distant aura underwent great changes when he had emotions. At this moment, because he had just woken up, the redness on his cheeks remained, his clear and cold eyes lost 7/10 of their ferocity and gained 3/10 of melancholy. Just as Ji Qi was about to hang up the video himself, the other party connected with Ji Qi's phone. That cheek near the screen suddenly enlarged right in front of him, making one feel as if their heart rolled through a pile of cotton. Ji Qi quickly moved the phone far away. Wait. Which angle looked good again? He lay in bed, finding an angle he thought was decent. He couldn't see Hu Jin clearly in the video. Ji Qi simply moved the phone closer again. There was no image on Hu Jin's side, it seemed like he had turned the video around. Ji Qi saw the computer desk. Ji Qi cleared his throat, naturally feeling much happier inside. I thought you haven't finished work yet. Ji Qi thought himself extremely unaccomplished. Getting nervous like this just by talking. Ji Qi scrutinized the computer desktop on the opposite side, the more he looked, the less he liked it. I wanted to see you. Turn the camera around. Ji Qi felt he already didn't know what shame meant. If Hu Jin were an Omega, he would think his current behavior really resembled sexual harassment. The other side still did not respond. Ji Qi imperceptibly pressed his lips, his gaze momentarily filled with desolation. Brother. Ji Qi called Hu Jin once, let me see. The image on the other side suddenly scattered for 2 seconds. In the next moment, Hu Jin's face appeared on the screen. Serious as if holding a video conference with Ji Qi. We just met in the daytime, Hu Jin said lightly. Seeing Hu Jin's face, Ji Qi immediately showed a smile, those eyes bending slightly, sparkling with beautiful stars. He barely heard Hu Jin's words. Instead, he grabbed the little rabbit attached to the back of the phone and waved it in front of the phone. Look, Ji Qi seriously introduced Hu Jin, this is the rabbit you gave me. That rabbit was quite large, obscuring most of Ji Qi's face when placed in front of the lens. Ji Qi touched the ears of the little rabbit, using the rabbit to wave to Hu Jin. Hu Jin's expression obviously carried a hint of surprise. To be precise, he rarely saw Ji Qi smiling so happily. Hu Jin's eyes slightly changed color. You still have it? Ji Qi hugged the rabbit and rubbed it against his face. I like it, so I kept it. Hu Jin smiled silently, it wasn't clear whether he was looking at the rabbit or Ji Qi, his voice was light, it's late, you should go to sleep earlier. Ji Qi reached out to touch Hu Jin in the video, drawing circles lightly on Hu Jin's nose bridge with his fingertips. Impulsively, Ji Qi asked him a question, do you miss me? This ticklish sensation would spread throughout the body due to certain sentences appearing at the forefront of memories. The other side paused for a long time, Ji Qi also felt his question was somewhat inappropriate. Maybe he was too hasty. Because waiting for too long, hoping Hu Jin would respond quickly. Seeing Hu Jin's expression change, he immediately became nervous, don't hang up. Ji Qi started searching for another topic. For Hu Jin to answer his call was such a big progress. No matter what, he must say a few more words. Have you gone home? Ji Qi asked and immediately closed his eyes with a sigh. This obviously looks like the place where he lives. What did you eat for dinner? Ji Qi twirled the blanket in his fingers, are you that busy all day, aren't you tired? Did you eat at your workplace tonight? Ji Qi's grip on the little rabbit grew tighter, he suddenly felt defeated as he raised his gaze, am I saying too much? Ji Qi had never tried to please anyone or pursue someone from childhood till now. He also didn't know how to get closer to Hu Jin. If Hu Jin doesn't respond to him, Ji Qi's first thought is always that he's too dumb. Just like this moment. The unnamed gloominess on Ji Qi's face made it seem like he was filled with grievances. Not too much. Hu Jin suddenly spoke up. Ji Qi's lips imperceptibly curved upwards, really? Ji Qi, Hu Jin suddenly called out Ji Qi's name. Ji Qi stared directly at Hu Jin in the video, reluctant to shift his gaze. He heard Hu Jin say goodnight. Good night. Ji Qi was stunned for a second. He had never imagined that one day he would be so flustered just by a simple goodnight. Even his fingertips seemed to blush. Suddenly feeling, liking someone is truly wonderful. That thrill of excitement came unexpectedly, stirring his whole body. Even without response, he could continue loving and adoring because of the heart-pounding moments. That's why he can stubbornly persist for 2 years even if it breaks him over and over. He really felt it. Ji Qi tightened his grip on the little rabbit and tilted his body slightly, flattening the rabbit in his excitement. Ji Qi softly said into the screen, Big brother, good night. After hanging up, he hugged the rabbit and rolled half a circle in bed. Ah. Happy. Ji Qi's excited voice might have been a bit loud, and a few seconds later he received a call from Ji Xingming. Ji Qi answered the phone and was reprimanded loudly. Ji Xingming, what are you yelling about in the middle of the night? You woke up Dad. If you don't want to sleep, go to the yard and share a nest with the dogs. Ji Qi looked puzzled, is something wrong with you? Your wife woke up, you don't comfort her, but call me to scold me. Ji Xingming, I will scold you, you little pup. Ji Qi gritted his teeth, you're done, I'll tell Dad tomorrow that you chatted with an Omega in the company for half an hour. Ji Xingming, what nonsense, ah. Junjun, AAA let me explain Junjun. Aha. The shouting continued from Ji Xingming's side of the phone, AAA. Junjun, ah it's that little brat's doing. Ha ha ha, hurts. Listening to Ji Xingming's voice, Ji Qi finally hung up and went to sleep contentedly. He indeed made it up. PDA being paste couple. Chapter 95, Dislike, Fake. The next day, as soon as Ji Qi woke up and grabbed his phone, he sent a message to Hu Jin. He perfectly embodied the attitude of someone pursuing someone else with utmost concern. Ji Qi, good morning, brother. Ji Qi, has my brother woken up? After a while without receiving a reply, Ji Qi sighed and put down his phone to start getting dressed. When going downstairs for breakfast, Ji Xingming noticed that Ji Qi kept glancing at his phone. What are you looking at? Waiting for your crush to reply. Ji Qi flipped his phone and placed it on the table. Work. Ji Xingming snorted. Tell me, how many days has it been since you've been to the company? Ah. Ji Xingming reprimanded him, you've really changed. For the past 2 years, Ji Qi had thrown himself into work and was often the last person to come home. This sudden laid-back attitude made Ji Xingming feel a bit relieved inside. Ji Xingming glanced over, not going to the company today either. I'm not alone, there's old Yuan and other shareholders. I can take a few days off, Ji Qi replied earnestly. At this moment, Ji Qi's phone vibrated, and he immediately flipped it open to check. It was a message from Hu Jin. Hu Jin, Ji Qi's lips curved slightly upward. He picked up his phone and replied, have you eaten breakfast? What are you smiling about? Ji Xingming didn't hesitate to look at Ji Qi. Ling Jun beside him glanced at Ji Xingming, doesn't he remind you of when you were chasing after me? Ji Xingming furrowed his brows in disbelief, back then, did I peel an egg, drop the shell into the bowl, and throw the egg into the trash can like him? Ling Jun looked sideways, you were even dumber. Ji Qi, hearing Ling Jun's words, suddenly snapped to attention. Embarrassed, he picked up another boiled egg. What was happening here anyway? After breakfast, Ji Xingming went to the company. Ling Jun looked up and locked eyes with Ji Qi. Ji Qi spoke first, Dad, could you tell me how to pursue the person you like? Ling Jun's expression became somewhat hesitant, I never experienced that. He paused for a moment and added, I usually let the person I like chase after me. Ji Qi's eyes widened in surprise as if struck again. Not. Are you saying that back then, you were the one who fell for Dad first? Ling Jun didn't deny it for quite a while. Ji Qi massaged his temples. This was absolutely a level he could never reach. Truly impressive. And here he had assumed all this time that it was Ji Xingming who cornered Lin Jun and demanded a kiss before letting him leave. Turned out his dad was a fishing type Omega. Ji Qi redirected his question, then Dad, could you tell me how to lure the person you like? Ling Jun. 2 hours later. Sitting on the sofa, Ji Qi looked puzzled, Dad, I still don't get it. Ling Jun sighed helplessly, furrowing his eyebrows. Asking an alpha to consider things from the perspective of an omega was indeed too difficult. Since childhood, Ji Qi's competitive mindset was always about whether or not to fight. If he felt unfair, he would fight again. Being able to lower himself now and pursue Hu Jin already represented a huge change. Ling Jun sniffed, my point is that since he is an enigma, you can show weakness. Showing weakness doesn't mean conceding defeat, it's... Ling Jun thought for a long time, can you coquettish? Coquettish? Ji Qi opened his phone and searched, how to be coquettish. A video appeared below. The 18 Steps of Coquettishness. With a mindset to just take a look, Ji Qi clicked on the video. It was a demonstration by an Omega YouTuber showing how to be coquettish. That soft, cajoling voice paired with an enticing camera presence made Ji Qi blink in shock repeatedly. Ji Qi blinked rapidly several times, an alpha cannot possibly act coquettish. This was ridiculous. No more learning. Clutching his phone, Ji Qi headed upstairs. He opened the chat window with Hu Jin and sent the video he had just watched to Hu Jin. Ji Qi, do you like this kind of thing? After some contemplation, Ji Qi decided to recall the video. He thought the Omega in the video was much cuter than him, both obedient and soft. What if Hu Jin liked that type? Surprisingly, this time Hu Jin's response came quickly, catching Ji Qi off guard. Hu Jin, what? Ji Qi, stuck between a rock and a hard place, swallowed and used his phone camera to snap a picture of himself and send it over. Ji Qi, picture. Selfie. Ji Qi, this kind. Hu Jin, don't like. As night fell, Ji Qi still lay in bed hugging his phone, staring at the same reply. His mood grew worse. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. The insistent ringing of the phone caused vibrations under the duvet. Ji Qi flipped open his phone, it was Yan Lu calling. Yan Li's family had faced difficulties, and Ji Qi had helped him a great deal over the past couple of years. They could be considered friends. But Yan Lu rarely initiated contact with Ji Qi, so looking out at the darkened sky, Ji Qi felt some confusion. He picked up the call, and the other end was noisy. Hey, big brother G, please come to Lingxin bar quickly. Yan Li's voice was urgent, mixing with the thumping music and the cheering from the dance floor. Director Hua has had too much to drink. Hu Jin. At a bar. Drinking. Ji Qi jumped up instantly, his face solemn. Who is he with? Yan Lo stuttered, not quite articulating clearly. An S-class alpha, he's kind of handsome. Ji Qi's steps quickened as he ran downstairs and directly took Ji Xingming's car. When he arrived at Lingxin bar, Ji Qi rushed inside. He still didn't know that Hu Jin had started binge drinking. Yan Lo was waiting for Ji Qi right by the bar entrance. Stepping forward as Ji Qi approached, Yan Lo said, "Big brother, Director Hua was taken away by his friend." Taken away? Ji Qi's face filled with indignation. What friend? Seeing Ji Qi brimming with anger, Yan Lo became tense. Big brother, I just work part-time here, and I don't have the authority to stop customers from leaving. Sorry. I saw that person trying to get Director Hua to drink more. It felt wrong, so I called you. It seems like Director Hua respected that alpha quite a lot. Just then, a gust of wind came by, and suddenly Zhou Qi appeared from somewhere. Zhou Qi looked very anxious, and without even greeting Ji Qi, he went straight into the bar. Ji Qi took a deep breath. Which way did they go? Yan Lo replied carefully, I heard that Alpha make a call about going to Fanjin Hotel. They left 2 minutes ago. Hotel. Ji Qi's fingertips clenched, the veins on his wrist turning blue. Without hesitation, Ji Qi got back into the car and sped off toward Fanjin Hotel. A minute later, Zhou Qi came out from the bar and grabbed Yan Lo by the shoulder. His fierce demeanor scared Yan Lo witless. Zhou Qi showed his highest rank identification card and said coldly, would you come along with me? Having never seen such an intimidating alpha, Yan Li's eyes immediately watered up. Loosening his grip a little, Zhou Qi asked, why are you crying? Am I gonna eat you or something? It might have been a coincidence, but when Ji Qi drove up to Fanjin Hotel, he happened to see Hu Jin being supported by that alpha heading towards the elevator. Hu Jin's steps indeed seemed unsteady. The knuckles on Ji Qi's hands gripping the steering wheel turned red. After getting out of the car, he took a deep breath. Ji Qi walked up to the front desk. With a calm expression, he said, the 2 people who just checked in are my friends. They need to extend their stay for 1 more day tomorrow. The front desk clerk smiled politely at Ji Qi, extending the stay, right? Ji Qi, that's right. Ji Qi, please confirm the room number for me. The clerk looked at the computer records. Will room 0219 be extended for another day tomorrow? Ji Qi, yes. 5 minutes later, Ji Qi headed upstairs. Upon reaching room 0219, the door was slightly ajar. Ji Qi kicked the door open forcefully. From inside came a suppressed groan. What he saw froze him on the spot. The S-class alpha was now tightly pinned against the wall, his neck gripped by Hu Jin who was clearly intoxicated. With a tone heavy with liquor-infused haze. How about it? Do you want me to sleep with you? Chapter 96, Hu Jin is drunk. Violent and cruel, the force was so great that the veins on his wrist stood out clearly. Ji Qi stared at Hu Jin's hazy eyes, it was obvious that he was indeed drunk. Even the loud kicking sound of the door didn't seem to wake Hu Jin from his stupor. The alpha with his neck being gripped had a slightly flushed face. Sure enough, he was an S-class alpha. Hearing the sound, the alpha's gaze shifted toward Ji Qi. Ji Qi's pheromones were intense. And now they were even more aggressively overwhelming. The room smelled strongly of alcohol. Ji Qi felt the friendly pheromones emitted by the alpha, a faint fruity aroma that tempted him to get closer for a sniff. It seemed like a one-sided attraction. The large light in the room was not turned on, only a few dim yellow lights creating an ambiguous atmosphere. Under such lighting, everyone seemed to have a hint of lust. The alpha scrutinized Ji Qi. His throat hurt badly, but he managed to mutter hoarsely, who are you? Get out. Ji Qi's eyes flickered, this alpha in front of him was undoubtedly good-looking, but he wasn't the type Hu Jin usually liked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten up. On hearing those words, Ji Qi moved closer instead. At this moment, the dazed Hu Jin raised his heavy head sideways and when he saw Ji Qi, his expression obviously became sullen. For Ji Qi to say he wasn't angry at Hu Jin's behavior would definitely be false. Even now, his attitude towards this alpha was evident. Ji Qi was still unhappy inside. Ji Qi glanced at Hu Jin, what? Disappointed to see me? Hu Jin's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze fell on the alpha in front of them, get lost. Then Hu Jin grabbed the collar of the alpha and threw him out of the room. The door slammed shut. After closing the door, Hu Jin walked to Ji Qi, that oppressive feeling enveloped Ji Qi as if bound by thousands of hands. This feeling was inescapable. Ji Qi instinctively retreated, after 2 steps, he was exactly pinned against the glass door of the shower room. Hu Jin's chest rose and fell heavily. He looked down at Ji Qi, his eyes heavy with half-closed lids. This was the first time Ji Qi smelled alcohol on Hu Jin. It was strong. Stronger than the release of all his pheromones. Hu Jin's head moved slightly, every breath filled with thick alcohol smell. You. Ji Qi's eyes turned slightly, gently rubbing his fingertips. Ji Qi sensed a bit of danger. Hu Jin's scare was full of bloodshot, he drank too much just now. The alpha from earlier was the young master of a company from Binbei that invests in the S9 project. Hu Jin naturally couldn't refuse this round of drinking. They were willing to invite him, but their intentions were different from what Hu Jin thought. At first, he just went along. But the more he drank, the more Hu Jin thought about Ji Qi. That frustration welled up, when pent-up annoyance mixed with resentment, it was sure to overwhelm everything. Hu Jin looked at Ji Qi, you get out too. His look was detached yet unnervingly heavy. After finishing his sentence, Hu Jin turned around with heavy steps. Then he laid down on the bed drunkenly. Ji Qi was stung by Hu Jin's words. But he didn't leave, because he saw Hu Jin's reddened eyes. He just seemed to have cried. Ji Qi hesitated for a moment before walking toward Hu Jin. Ji Qi walked half around the bed to where Hu Jin's face was facing. Looking at Hu Jin, his eyelids were closed, but obviously, he wasn't asleep. Hu Jin's eye corners were slightly red, with a faint flush lingering there. Ji Qi lifted his hand and gently brushed Hu Jin's cheek. Hu Jin didn't move, thoroughly drunk. And he did cry indeed. Ji Qi had never seen Hu Jin cry, he believed that someone like Hu Jin who is armed with sharp edges wouldn't cry, wouldn't have any weaknesses. Turned out he does cry, quietly and unintentionally, evoking so much pity. Ji Qi raised his hand and touched Hu Jin's forehead, which was a bit warm. That state of disorientation and discomfort, Ji Qi had once experienced himself. Hu Jin hadn't really drunk much alcohol, estimating quite intoxicated now. Ji Qi made a call to the front desk asking for a bowl of sobering soup. Seeing the sweat stains on Hu Jin's neck, he undid 2 buttons on Hu Jin's clothes. Hu Jin's frown deepened, grabbing Ji Qi's hand away, don't touch me. Ji Qi ignored him, when he got drunk before, Hu Jin would take care of him too. No matter why Hu Jin drank so much today, since he didn't touch that alpha, Ji Qi wouldn't just leave him. Ji Qi instead grabbed Hu Jin's hand tightly, his expression questioning, why did you drink? Hu Jin, filled with frustration, couldn't say anything nice now, it's none of your business. Ji Qi, who is that alpha? Hu Jin, it's none of your business. Ji Qi, why were you crying? Hu Jin, I didn't. Ji Qi lowered his eyes to observe Hu Jin in front of him. The powerless demeanor was making him feel for the first time like he could actually fight and win against Hu Jin. Hu Jin's current state was rebellious. A violent aura seemed unleashed, every word laden with heavy emotions. Ji Qi tightened his grip slightly on Hu Jin's hand and asked, is it because I wasn't good to you before, are you still angry at me? Hu Jin's head circled around aimlessly in a drunken daze. His mind was overwhelmed by unbearable scenes, trapped in them, wanting Ji Qi to ask clearly. Hu Jin's eyes were half closed as he tried to pull his hand back from Ji Qi, but Ji Qi didn't let go. Don't grab me, said Hu Jin. Ji Qi held Hu Jin's hand even tighter, believing that Hu Jin still had feelings for him, otherwise, he would have been treated like the alpha earlier who got beaten up. Hu Jin's expression was one of deep resentment. Lying there, he seemed suddenly fragile despite appearing reliable. With alcohol flooding his brain, Hu Jin was 2 parts sober and 7 parts lost. His mind lingered only in the past, not the present. He asked Ji Qi, why, don't you want a baby? Let's do a choice poll, no need for likes, just comment count, see what everyone's preference is. Older man. Younger man. Modern. Ancient. Cruel beauty x secret love faithful dog. Gentle and resolute beauty x persistent flirtatious pursuer. Secret admirer sunny beauty x gloomy and cold pursuer. Custom character combinations can be commented here. Chapter 97. Ji Qi's hand touched Hu Jin's cheek. Hu Jin dazedly turned his head to one side, don't touch. Alright, I won't touch. I'll just pat. Ji Qi was very familiar with the way of thinking after getting drunk. Sure enough, Hu Jin didn't dodge anymore. Ji Qi looked at Hu Jin who was drunk, apart from the smell of alcohol all over, he actually looked quite cute. At least, it was absolutely impossible to see such a side of Hu Jin on normal days. Ji Qi looked at him and asked gently, do you like babies? Hu Jin frowned and thought for a moment, no, I don't. Don't you? Like yours, I do. Hu Jin continued. As he spoke, Hu Jin lifted his eyes to look at Ji Qi, the accusations and in his words making Ji Qi feel heartbroken and guilty. Why didn't you want me to go to the hospital? Ji Qi gently wiped away the tears at the corners of Hu Jin's eyes, because 2 years ago I wanted to go to the hospital, so are you rejecting me because of that? For years, Ji Qi had never figured out why Hu Jin decided to leave so suddenly and decisively back then. Without any warning or room for negotiation, everything happened unexpectedly. He had always assumed that when it came time to part, it would be himself who initiated the separation, but he never expected it to be Hu Jin. The Hu Jin who seemed so desperate to keep him, left voluntarily. Ji Qi hadn't even caught a whiff of the reason. Now, it was clear. Yes, Hu Jin saw that slip of paper, and the surgery appointment form. All the affection of 2 years must have been completely destroyed at that moment. If we were really to follow Hu Jin's logic, how could forgiveness be achieved? Ji Qi slightly leaned down and gave Hu Jin a kiss on the forehead. Will you let me explain when you wake up? A soothing pheromone information gently wafted out. After being kissed, Hu Jin raised his hand and wiped his forehead. Ji Qi chuckled at his action. What? Don't allow kissing. Ji Qi couldn't help but tease Hu Jin at this moment. He leaned down again and gave a light kiss on Hu Jin's lips. I've kissed you. Before Ji Qi could get up, Hu Jin grabbed his collar and pulled him down. Ji Qi was directly pulled onto the bed by that motion. Ji Qi wasn't annoyed, he stared directly into Hu Jin's eyes, where a flickering spark was alight. Hu Jin pressed Ji Qi beneath him, looking down at the person before him. The young man's skin was white as porcelain, and desire reflected in his eyes. Hu Jin's mind was extremely foggy from the alcohol, swirling around the nerve cells without knowing front from back. The words Ji Qi spoke also fought against each other in his ears. He was lost in his own world. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and abruptly hugged Ji Qi. Hu Jin buried his head in Ji Qi's neck, lightly yet deeply complaining. Wife. You're not nice to me at all. Ji Qi took a deep breath, he truly broke into pieces and went back to the state from 2 years ago. That raspy voice made Ji Qi even more heartbroken. He raised his hand and stroked Hu Jin's head. I will treat you well from now on, okay? I will only treat you well. Don't be sad anymore. The calming pheromones released from Ji Qi's body grew increasingly stronger. He clearly felt the irritability coming from Hu Jin reduced significantly. Ji Qi felt somewhat relieved. Since the calming pheromones only worked between the two people marked. Moreover, only the calming pheromones from the person one likes can alleviate one's troubles. Hu Jin still hasn't changed. He still liked the alpha with the plum wine scent. Suddenly, Ji Qi raised his hand and cupped Hu Jin's face, asking, Hu Jin, did you miss me too? His fingertips gently caressed Hu Jin's face, a face that appeared countless times in his dreams these past 2 years. Ji Qi suddenly tilted his head and kissed Hu Jin's lips. Probing, seeking, carefully. He thought, if he could go back in time, he would give Hu Jin more love. This way, Hu Jin wouldn't have lived through so much hardship. Suddenly, a pair of large hands gripped his nape, taking control of this kiss. It shifted from gentle to a retaliation exclusive to Hu Jin. Chapter 98, I want him. Ji Qi's knees were bent, his hands trembling as he gripped the bedspread, his brows furrowing in pain. Pain. So much pain. His lips had been bitten by Hu Jin until they bled. The increasingly intense pheromones filled the room. Cold, snow-like sandalwood pheromones infiltrated every part of his body. It had truly been too long. Ji Qi's whole body shivered. This was Hu Jin's scent. He was left breathless and weak from the kiss, his drawn-out tones captivating. When Hu Jin was thoroughly drunk, after kissing to his heart's content, he fell asleep on top of Ji Qi. Ji Qi's entire body burned with fervent heat. In the end, he retaliated by gently rubbing Hu Jin's face before heading to the bathroom himself. Ji Qi looked down at his own hand. Good job, brother. Ji Qi let the water run in the bathroom, drowning out all other sounds. By the time he emerged, Hu Jin had already fallen off the bed onto the floor. Ji Qi massaged his temples, muttering, how much did this guy drink? It took great effort to get Hu Jin back into bed. The sobering soup from the hotel had been freshly prepared but was delivered after Hu Jin had already fallen into a deep sleep. Ji Qi didn't wake him. Instead, he brought warm water to clean Hu Jin gently. While doing so, he casually felt the abs. After cleaning Hu Jin, Ji Qi removed his clothes and wrapped himself in the blankets as well. He willingly snuggled into Hu Jin's embrace, raising his hand to touch Hu Jin's Adam's apple. Tomorrow when you wake up, you won't have forgotten everything and kicked me out of bed, right? This possibility was small, but not entirely absent. Ji Qi slept soundly, lulled by Hu Jin's faint bodily fragrance. The next morning, Ji Qi did not find himself thrown off the bed as expected. However, Hu Jin had already gone. Ji Qi rose to see that Hu Jin had sent him a message. Hu Jin, meet at the upstairs restaurant for lunch. Ji Qi was pleased to receive this message, interpreting it as a sign of improved relations between him and Hu Jin. Yet, when he dressed carefully and deliberately selected attire to head to the restaurant, he wasn't greeted with Hu Jin's usual gentle expression. Ji Qi retracted his initially open smile. At 10 a.m., there were few people in the restaurant, peaceful music flowing through the spacious space. For some reason, Ji Qi found the sound increasingly stifling. Ji Qi sat across from Hu Jin, looking at Hu Jin's appearance. It seemed like he truly couldn't remember what had happened last night. Hu Jin hadn't ordered any food, the menu lay on Ji Qi's side. But with Hu Jin looking so cold, Ji Qi had no desire to eat. A server placed 2 cups of coffee on the table. Ji Qi nodded and said thank you. You. Ji Qi lifted his eyes, speaking first, what do you want to say? Hu Jin's expression frightened Ji Qi a little. Without an ounce of gentleness, the words Hu Jin spoke would surely be unpleasant. Ji Qi, Huajin called his name. Ji Qi held his coffee lightly with both hands, softly acknowledging with an Since we're both adults, let's talk. Huajin's tone remained calm. Talk, about what? Ji Qi unconsciously fidgeted with the rim of the cup. The atmosphere between the two was calm yet turbulent like a sea storm. He had often taken such high-handed stances to discuss matters with Huajin in the past. But now, switching roles felt unbearably painful. Huajin's dark gaze was intimidating. I understand your meaning. Ji Qi waited for him to continue. But I refuse, Huajin said. Huajin pressed his lips together. You're still young. Maybe it's just playful curiosity, or maybe you haven't met someone like me in these past years and suddenly think I have some virtues. You might feel something strange arise, or perhaps you consider it a prank. These interests usually have time limits. His complexion was gloomy, emotions difficult to read. None of these matter to me. In these past years, I've become accustomed to living alone. I have no intention of seeking a partner now. He stared straight at Ji Qi. I can't be as carefree as you. Just like now, I can't accept you. As Huajin's voice grew, uncontrolled emotion seeped through, indifferent and desolate, but the estrangement distanced Ji Qi even further. I've never thought that love could be trifled with or desecrated, so I don't believe I'm in the right mindset to fall in love with anyone now. At least for now. Huajin lowered his eyes, saying, I cannot forgive you. Huajin watched Ji Qi struggle with suppressed emotions, his eye rims turning red, several tear stains circling in his eyes. Ji Qi bit his cheeks tightly, his throat feeling slightly numb. However, he still grasped the key point. If not now, then does that mean later? He looked at the coffee in front of him, the faint ripples rippling, making him feel suffocated. Ji Qi lifted his gaze, his light brown pupils gleaming with a hint of pitiable moisture. He wanted to explain, but his voice trembled. 2 years ago, when I went to the hospital, it wasn't for the kind of surgery you think it was. Let's not bring up the past. Let's talk about now. Huajin suddenly interrupted. Ji Qi looked at Huajin with a slight sense of wrong feeling. Then do you think I still have a chance? After speaking, he sniffled, and thought it was embarrassing, so the tears started streaming down as soon as he felt ashamed, which made him feel even more embarrassed. He didn't want to tell Huajin about the emotional disorder he had before. That unacknowledged love hurt Huajin for 2 years. Saying it would seem like seeking sympathy. All Ji Qi wanted now was to compensate Huajin properly. Ji Qi could hear Huajin's meaning, most likely saying that he didn't currently have the intention of having a boyfriend. Huajin still didn't trust his feelings. He thought Ji Qi might be toying with him. Although he didn't seek a partner now, he hadn't said he wouldn't in the future. Not forgiving himself, well, that just meant working harder. If there must be a boundary, it would be when his pheromones could no longer soothe Huajin. When Huajin doesn't show even the slightest affection for him anymore. At that point, he won't force this relationship any longer. As long as Huajin is happy. Being with him always caused pain. But right now, Ji Qi clearly understood his love, something he couldn't let go of. Huajin did not answer Ji Qi's question. After the dishes were served, neither of them ate. Then Huajin received a call and stood up. As he walked past Ji Qi, his sleeve was grabbed by Ji Qi. Ji Qi raised his head and looked at him. Does this mean everything from before doesn't count, only now matters? His fingertips tightened. Is this giving me an opportunity? You'll have to listen if I say so. Ji Qi hesitated slightly to look at him. Then I'll start chasing after you. If you reject me, I still won't listen. Pursuing you is my own business, it has nothing to do with you. After finishing his words, Ji Qi let go of Huajin, turned his body and covered his ears, unwilling to hear any rejection. As a result, Huajin left with a slightly changed expression. After Huajin left, Ji Qi saw Song Lin enter from the restaurant entrance. An Omega with long hair followed him. Xiao Qi, what are you doing here? Song Lin was surprised upon seeing Ji Qi. He dressed formally today, looking to be in a good mood. Over such a long time, apart from helping the Ji family handle some matters, Ji Qi rarely went out to play with Song Lin like before. Ji Xingming also liked Song Lin, so their relationship gradually improved somewhat. Ji Qi pointed at the dishes in front of him and glanced at the long-haired Omega behind Song Lin. Together. Ordered too much. After the two sat down opposite him, Ji Qi scrutinized them. Congratulations, successfully single no more. The Omega hung her head and didn't speak. Song Lin then explained, what are you talking about? You know how my dad keeps urging me to find an Omega. This is a matchmaker-arranged date. With two top-tier alphas on either side, the Omega's aura was heavily suppressed. Ji Qi sensed the Omega's discomfort and stood up. This meal is on me. The food just came out, but I have things to do, so I'll leave first. Ji Qi spoke and got up to leave. Song Lin didn't say anything. He looked at Ji Qi's departing back, his eyes dark and gloomy. The lust in his eyes was intense, blazing like fire. Ji Qi, eventually will be his. Song Lin's eyes landed on Ji Qi's waist. Including everything about him. The next day. In the S9 project office building, judge's office. Huajin massaged his temple gently. So, your meaning is that the two alpha candidates who passed the interview, one went home to raise chickens, and the other claimed he has a leg injury, right? Zhou Qi coughed while covering his lips, sort of. Huajin, recruit internally again. Zhou Qi glanced at Huajin with difficulty. We can only recruit internally once a month, isn't there still another spot? Zhou Qi's voice grew quieter. Anyway, it's just odd jobs, season pool should be fine. He actually had a tough time these past 2 years. I think you two need to clear things up. Zhou Qi's words weren't finished when they were cut off by Huajin. Do you care for him very much? No. Zhou Qi shook his head. We're not close. Get out. Huajin gave him a cold look, and Zhou Qi wisely left. Huajin looked at the two S2 level alpha profiles in front of him. One raises chickens, one has a lame leg. Ji Qi is the only normal one. 3 days later, Huajin once again flipped through Ji Qi's profile in his office. He circled it with a red pen. Extended an invitation to join. When Ji Qi received the job offer, he was very calm. However, when he told Ji Xingming about going to work, Ji Xingming immediately berated him. They were eating at the dining table when Ji Xingming, after hearing Ji Qi's announcement, started questioning him immediately. How much per month? Ji Qi coughed, saying 3,500 per month. He thought this was Huajin's deliberate doing. Ji Xingming, are you crazy? Huh. In Boshen, I give you 30 million per month, and you find a 3,500-month odd job position. Ji Qi raised his hand to cover his forehead. I'm a shareholder, I still make money even if I don't go to work. Their meals are great, quite, worth it. After thinking for a while, Ji Qi managed to come up with an advantage. Ji Xingming snatched Ji Qi's chopsticks. Listen to me, don't go. We'll give it up, I'll arrange a blind date for you tomorrow. Yes. Then Ji Xingming suddenly remembered something. Next week there's a banquet at Boshen, many wealthy heirs will be there, see if there's anyone you like. Ji Qi declined, I only want him. I only like him. Today I lost my mind, need flowers to comfort my fragile heart, broken, so broken. Chapter 99, Feeling Unjustly Wronged. Ji Qi's start date was 1 week later. Since the last time he met Huajin, he hadn't sent a message to him. On the first day of work, Ji Qi went to the staff department to pick up his work ID and then headed to Huajin's office. When Ji Qi looked inside from the doorway, Huajin was looking at some documents. Wearing glasses while reviewing files was Huajin's habit. The metal-framed glasses accentuated his stern seriousness when he wasn't smiling. Distant and aloof, unapproachable. The warmth that Ji Qi had once known had long since disappeared. Ji Qi stood up straight and tapped on the glass door. A muffled sound rang out, but Huajin didn't look up. He simply said coldly, come in. Ji Qi walked over to Huajin. Hua. Director Hua. Ji Qi deliberately addressed him properly. I started today. Can I do something? Ji Qi, I will have my way with you eventually. Ji Qi spoke seriously, though there wasn't a single proper thought in his mind. Smelling this familiar pheromone, Huajin's gaze became guarded. His eyelashes flickered slightly as he looked at Ji Qi. During work hours, do not release pheromones to flirt with your superior. Ji Qi. Ji Qi, humph. Ji Qi, retract pheromones. Ji Qi, expressionless. Flirting allowed outside of work hours, right? Huajin frowned. He felt like he might have gone mad for actually hiring Ji Qi. Huajin's expression turned solemn. Flirting is never allowed with your superior, anytime. Ji Qi pouted slightly, 3/10 defiant and 7/10 compliant, understood. Huajin's expression subtly shifted, almost imperceptibly. Focus on your work during working hours and don't think about things unrelated to work. Ji Qi nodded obediently, and his tone was rare soft, I understand. Huajin's office was the largest in the entire S9 project, with both a separate room and a tea break area. Because the overall style was serious and simple, it appeared even larger and emptier. Huajin pointed towards a small cubicle where the blinds were open. That's your workstation. You may leave early after completing what I assign you within the work hours. As he continued, he stared directly at Ji Qi. I dislike overtime caused by personal business ability issues. The work schedule has been sent to the internal files of that computer. Before 5 p.m., I expect to see you leave your position. After saying this, Huajin returned to reading his materials. Ji Qi glanced at him and then turned to walk towards his own station. Ji Qi opened the work assignment file on his desktop. He confirmed it. This was definitely grunt work. 1. Copy 92 copies of the A3 file and distribute them to each staff member, then retrieve them after they sign. 2. Observe and measure data accuracy in the unmanned laboratory, record comparisons, for a duration of 3 hours. 3. Organize the files in the archive room on the second floor, classify according to the header page number back to the records room. 4. Sort through and reply to public letters, try not to be too official in tone. 5. Remind Director Hua to eat. 6. Prepare a cup of coffee for Director Hua at noon. 7. Retrieve the evening newspaper at 5 p.m. from the entrance and deliver it to Director Hua. Arranged by you in the staff department. Ha. Confirmed, this list wasn't prepared by Hu Jin himself. Makes sense, he's probably too busy. Ji printed a copy of the A3 instructions and proceeded to make copies. When he carried the documents around for signatures, he realized that the task wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. With 7 floors of office space and 3 floors dedicated to experimental areas, the entire facility covered an area larger than a large train station. He had to find people one by one, moving between the ground floor and the 7th, traveling between the office building and the testing zone. The elevator wasn't faster than the stairs. It took Ji a full 3 hours just to get all the signatures. Exhausted, Ji sat down on a step with the paperwork, feeling like he'd lost 3 pounds from fatigue. Ji glanced at the pile of papers next to him and sighed deeply. This was no job fit for a human being. 3,500 per month, who would even do this kind of labor if they were given such a meager salary? If dogs wouldn't do it, he sure would. After resting for a few seconds, an Omega descended from upstairs. 2 other employees followed behind him. The Omega glanced downward toward Ji, suddenly speaking, "There happens to be someone here, have him help out." And with that, the Omega stepped in front of Ji, his gaze fixed intently on the ID card hanging on Ji's chest. In a commanding tone, he ordered, "You go help them move the boxes at the entrance." Ji picked up his documents and stood up, examining the Omega in front of him. S3 ranked, his chest badge revealed his status, and Ji thought he looked somewhat familiar. Ji's thoughts swirled. He remembered. The documents on his desk had been organized by this person, by you. Ji's gaze turned defiant. He had never intended to work here diligently. And he hated being ordered around. If Hu Jin asked him to do something, he would do it. But others? They didn't have the right. And he wouldn't comply either. Turning on his heel, Ji headed toward the stairs, his icy tone lacking even a hint of courtesy. "I don't have time." You. As an S3 ranked Omega, Bai had never been spoken to so dismissively, and inevitably became enraged. "Did I let you go?" Bai's voice grew louder. In the outside world, one rarely saw an Omega acting arrogantly toward an Alpha. In this place where the lowest rank was S3 Alpha, Bai clearly held Ji in utter disregard. Ji kept walking without stopping, he didn't want to bother with arguing. Just as he took a few steps, a burst of strong provocative pheromones wafted out from Bai. Ji gripped the railing and glanced sideways slightly. An S3 ranked Omega indeed could act disrespectfully toward him. "You come down here." Bai glared coldly at Ji. Ji, who had grown up under Lin Wan's tutelage, had learned to respect all genders and never strike an Omega. This was the first time Ji actually wanted to fight an Omega. Wouldn't it be fair for an S-level Alpha to take on an S3 level Omega? Clenching his fists, Ji refrained from making a move. He didn't want Hu Jin to think he was troublesome and causing trouble on his first day. Keeping his face cold, Ji continued moving forward. Unfortunately, Bai showed no sign of letting go. Bai had never seen such an audacious Alpha, believing firmly that Ji's refusal to follow orders demanded some form of punishment. Quickly stepping in front of Ji, Bai blocked his way. "What?" Bai's eyes gleamed darkly. "You don't even listen to your superior?" Ji shifted slightly, his brow lifting as his tone turned hostile. "Do you want to fight?" Ji's eyes were cold. He had been so well behaved for so long. If he fought with someone now, especially an Omega, Hu Jin wouldn't approve if he saw it. After weighing the pros and cons, Ji took a deep breath. Clenching his hands into fists, he turned and descended the stairs. "You win, I'll go." Ji's response caused a visible smirk to cross Bai's lips. When Ji joined the others at the entrance, he realized just how much cargo needed unloading, almost an entire truckload. Mr. Ji had been privileged for so long that he had hardly done any manual labor. But now, he didn't want to strain relations with his co-workers here. There are always overbearing people, and that was true here too. For an hour and a half, Ji helped unload the goods, soaking his back with sweat. Bai bought him water, which Ji drank without hesitation. "Thanks." After finishing the job, Bai thanked Ji. Ji didn't respond. Aside from having a terrible temper, Bai possessed undeniable leadership qualities that Ji could plainly see. In the span of more than an hour, Bai had accomplished so much that it left Ji astounded. A complete leadership personality. Strong like an Alpha. Ji suddenly recalled something, and a peculiar thought flickered through his mind. By the time Ji returned to Hu Jin's office, it was already 11 a.m. He placed the signed documents on Hu Jin's office desk. The sweat stain on his forehead hadn't dissipated yet after moving the goods earlier. "Tired?" Hu Jin asked him. "I was unloading goods downstairs," his speech carried a noticeable gasp. Hu Jin looked up, his pitch-black eyes scanning Ji up and down. "You seem eager to help others." "No," Ji countered, subtly conveying his grievance. "I don't want to fight, and I don't want to make you unhappy." This meaning didn't need to be stated too clearly. Naturally, Hu Jin understood the implication. Hu Jin's expression darkened somewhat, feeling wronged. Chapter 100, Chi is happy and then angry. No, Ji Qi replied in a low voice. Do you want to leave? Hua Jin asked him. No, Ji Qi rebutted quickly. Hua Jin looked up and directly at Ji Qi, his voice was light. If you can't keep going, you can come tell me anytime. I won't leave. Ji Qi refused to budge an inch. After leaving here, he wouldn't be able to see Hua Jin again. Hua Jin's lips formed a straight line, with a serious expression. Next time anyone asks you to do something, if you don't want to do it, just don't do it. You are my direct subordinate. If there's a fight or you beat someone, I'll take the blame. Ji Qi was a bit surprised that Hua Jin would say such things. A flash of brightness passed through his eyes. Really? Hua Jin glanced at Ji Qi's workstation and said in a deep tone, go back to work. Ji Qi smiled at Hua Jin, and the discomfort from earlier faded away quite a bit. After putting down the materials, Ji Qi turned around and went back to his workstation. He took out the measurement record book. He then went to the precision laboratory again. This experiment wasn't actually something large-scale, just 3 months testing foreign human equipment and drugs against domestic ones. It was merely about finding a balanced high point. An independent error-tolerant experiment was being carried out. And the maximum and minimum values for drug dosage activity were being determined. Targeted at special alpha pheromone groups. 3 hours later, when Ji Qi returned to the office at over 2 o'clock. He happened to see Hua Jin smoking again in the smoking area down the corridor as he came downstairs. Ji Qi felt an emptiness in his stomach, busy working all day physically, and only felt some pain in his stomach. Ji Qi checked the time, 2:35 p.m. Hua Jin should have eaten lunch by now. He handed over the test data to Hua Jin, positive or negative 0.1, above international standards. He saw Hua Jin hum softly, and then throw away the cigarette butt. Are you hungry? Ji Qi nodded seriously, yes. Let's go eat. Hua Jin's words were indifferent, showing no emotion. Ji Qi noticed Hua Jin planned to light another cigarette. He took a step closer to Hua Jin. You should smoke less. Hua Jin put away the cigarette, his gaze deep. It's a habit. Well, then quit. Ji Qi said. It's a bit hard right away. Hua Jin looked at the greenery outside the window, watching the scene sway with the wind. After finishing his sentence, Hua Jin turned and walked into the office. Ji Qi watched him for a moment before turning to go downstairs. The location of Hua Jin's office allowed a clear view of Ji Qi's figure coming from around the corner. Ji Qi's back view he had seen so many times. Still as cold as it used to be. Hua Jin's eyes lingered on the corner where Ji Qi disappeared. He thought that with Ji Qi's nature, he would probably get tired in a few days and leave, not coming back anymore. If something that you obtained twice but lost anyway, wouldn't you struggle to survive? At least, he would. After eating in the cafeteria, Ji Qi learned from Zhou Qi that Hua Jin hadn't even had lunch. He suddenly felt annoyed that he'd been so sure and hadn't bothered to ask. Ji Qi, recalling Hua Jin's preferences, brought him a boxed meal to the office. Walking to Hua Jin's desk, he placed the boxed meal in front of Hua Jin and took the pen out of his hand. Eat first. Ji Qi couldn't help but feel annoyed at Hua Jin's disregard for his own body. There was a sense of compulsion and non-negotiability in his tone. Hua Jin looked up at Ji Qi for a moment and his eyes seemed to soften slightly for a second. Feeling a slight nervousness from being reprimanded. After several minutes of silence, Ji Qi finally saw Hua Jin pick up his chopsticks. Only after Hua Jin began eating did Ji Qi leave. Because of the noon incident, as it was Ji Qi's first day, it wasn't until 5 p.m. that he started looking at the list of public letters. But this task genuinely infuriated him. What sort of public letters were these? More than half were essentially love letters written to Hua Jin. Destroy them. Burn them all. And make him personally reply. How could they like his boss and expect thanks one by one? Was that reasonable? Ji Qi, a fit of anger for 18 consecutive minutes. After reading 20 letters, Ji Qi took 12 of them, love letters or confessions addressed to Hua Jin, and stood abruptly from his seat. He approached Hua Jin with the letters in hand. Do you know what these public letters are mostly about? Hua Jin observed Ji Qi's expression, his expression inscrutable. These are usually some complaints or suggestions for improvement from society. You just pick out the good ones and reply. Ji Qi placed the love letters in his hand on Hua Jin's desk. Trying to make his words sound like those of a subordinate speaking to a superior, these are personal letters for you. Would you like me to read them for you? Hua Jin glanced at the pink and blue envelopes on the desk, took a sip of water from the cup in front of him. The water in the cup swayed violently. These don't need replies. Ji Qi turned around with the letters in hand, of course they must be replied to. And with that, Ji Qi naively wrote back to each love letter. The content was Hua Jin's marriage certificate from the Marital Relationship Network. Hua Jin, seeing Ji Qi's earnestness, was momentarily bewildered. He did every task seriously, to the best of his ability. As the sky grew darker, Ji Qi remained in the office, not leaving. Hua Jin looked at the figure that he could see by merely raising his eyes. A soft glow came from the side, highlighting the boy's alluring features, and every moment seemed frozen, even the wind stood still. That seriousness seemed to say, Ji Qi was now within reach. The once unattainable alpha, the alpha with sharp edges, was now touchable. Hua Jin let out a long sigh. His eyes were filled with gentle stars, ebbing and flowing. Hua Jin, oh Hua Jin. Whenever you treat him just a little bit better, he forgets everything. Even manages to soothe himself. Chapter 101, Little Cake. By the time Ji Qi finished everything, it was already 7 p.m. His workstation was by the side as you enter Hua Jin's office, separated by a slat curtain on one side, allowing him to see Hua Jin whenever he looked up. Ji Qi raised his gaze and noticed that Hua Jin had fallen asleep, leaning back in his chair. He slowly rose and approached Hua Jin. Standing beside Hua Jin, Ji Qi simply gazed at him, remembering how many times over the past 2 years he had thought of this face. Right now. He still looked better when asleep, without that coldness in his eyes when awake. Just like 2 years ago, very gentle, very reassuring. As Ji Qi's fingertips brushed against Hua Jin's cheek, he realized he had touched Hua Jin's face without thinking. His fingers hesitated slightly, but seeing that Hua Jin didn't wake up, he dared not withdraw his hand. What to do? Hua Jin is so hard to pursue. Ji Qi muttered quietly. The young man lightly caressed Hua Jin's cheeks, his eyes landing on the inviting lips before bending down for a soft kiss. It was light, almost imperceptible, like a breeze passing through. Though the wind leaves no trace, happiness remains. Then I'll take some advantage and keep chasing. After speaking, Ji Qi leaned close to Hua Jin's ear. See you tomorrow, Hu, spanned. Feeling completely refreshed after sneaking a kiss, Ji Qi left the office with cheerful steps. It was as if he were charged full of energy. After Ji Qi left, Hua Jin's eyelashes fluttered softly for a couple of seconds. The originally calm eyes now held much emotion. Breathing became slightly labored. Hua Jin thought Ji Qi would lose interest after a few days and leave. But the next day he came, then the third day, the fourth day. Every day thereafter, he came. Ji Qi seriously handled every task within his responsibilities. Apart from reminding Hua Jin to smoke less and eat properly, he didn't do anything excessively inappropriate. A week later, Hua Jin asked him, don't you think this job isn't suitable for you? Ji Qi stood right in front of Hua Jin and told him plainly, I didn't come here for this job. I'm here to seduce my boss. Don't you know? Hua Jin. Half a month later, Hua Jin gradually got used to Ji Qi's presence. Getting used to seeing him with just a glance upward. Getting used to his pheromones intentionally or unintentionally wafting around himself every day. Hua Jin asked him, do you behave like this with others? Ji Qi, I only act like this with you. Hua Jin, go back to work. Ji Qi, can you smile at me then? Hua Jin didn't smile. Ji Qi sat down on the soft sofa behind Hua Jin. I've finished my tasks. Now I'll leave early and stay with you. When the sky darkened, Hua Jin turned around to see Ji Qi sleeping on the sofa. He didn't go home either. Just stayed by Hua Jin's side. Day by day, he seemed filled with energy. Even a slight smile from Hua Jin made him ecstatic. Apart from persistently trying to flirt with awkward attempts, everyone saw Ji Qi's strong work abilities. He learned things faster than even S3 class alphas. Seeing Ji Qi engage in fluent discussions and express insightful opinions with the testing department reminded Hua Jin why he liked Ji Qi in the first place. Darkness couldn't cover him, his inner light could shine and warm anywhere. When Ji Qi had been working in this office for 2 months, Hua Jin truly felt Ji Qi's unwavering persistence, his unrelenting steps towards him. He really came 99 steps toward himself. That day, Baiyu from the personnel department came to Hua Jin's office entrance. He handed Hua Jin a list. Judge Hua, these are the gifts prepared for the development day. Please check them. 1-day holiday and holiday gift, same as previous years. There will be a nut package, fruit, and a musical performance ticket. Hua Jin glanced at Ji Qi, who was carefully reviewing data in the partition. Those black eyes had become much warmer. Change his nuts to the small cake from the shop downstairs at Nanjing department store. Baiyu's eyes flickered subtly, his tone half joking, Judge Hua, you're showing favoritism. Hua Jin replied calmly, he's allergic to nuts. If there's any price difference, come find me for compensation. Baiyu sidelong glanced at Ji Qi, knowing by now, after all this time, the entire S9 testing lab knew about Ji Qi's feelings toward Hua Jin. Some even bet that a rich kid managed to get into here through connections. Saying he would definitely leave sooner or later, since Hua Jin wouldn't care for someone like him. But gradually, they all discovered the truth wasn't quite that. Not only did he not leave, but he acted more brazenly over time. Because people slandered Hua Jin. And he even fought with other part-time employees defending him. He only let go when the person he beat called him Dad. He acted obediently in front of Hua Jin alone. This led to Hua Jin not believing a single word when others complained about Ji Qi. As rumors spread, they became more exaggerated, suggesting that the two were engaged in a secret romance. When Ji Qi heard such talk, he simply nodded. Hua Jin, on the other hand, had never heard these rumors because no one dared to speak ill in front of him. Baiyu partially covered his face and said to Hua Jin, that little cake is pretty expensive. Hua Jin replied indifferently, I know, I've bought it before. Bai Yu glanced around and nodded before walking out of the office with a sarcastic expression on his face. Playboy, fooling around even though he's married. Later that evening, when Ji Qi received his holiday gift and saw it was the small cake, he waved it in front of Hua Jin. It's a small cake, Ji Qi looked pleasantly surprised. Does everyone have one? Hua Jin spoke sparingly, not even raising his eyes, holiday gifts, of course, everyone has them. Ji Qi's eyes curved into a smile, then why don't you have one? I don't eat it. Just as Hua Jin was answering, Bai Yu entered again from the doorway. This time Bai Yu carried a beautifully wrapped small gift box. Hua Jin frowned slightly in confusion. Bai Yu placed the gift on Hua Jin's desk. Ah, this gift was prepared for your family based on rank. Hua Jin's gaze flickered slightly, fam. Li. Bai Yu's expression showed surprise, deliberately increasing his voice as if speaking to Ji Qi. Didn't you have a hidden marriage? With a legal marital relationship, gifts will be sent. This one is for your wife. The highest level and highest standard are given to your wife. Before Hua Jin could react, Bai Yu turned and left, remember to take it home. If you have a wife at home, don't flirt outside. Hearing these words, Hua Jin's eyes felt stuck, his shocked face revealing deep thoughts swirling through his mind. 2 years ago, he had already divorced Ji Qi. Where did this wife come from? Countless thoughts tangled in Hua Jin's heart, unable to untangle them. He raised his eyes to look at Ji Qi nearby. The marriage relationship Ji Qi once dreamed of escaping from. Was it still ongoing? Hua Jin hadn't checked the divorce date after signing the divorce agreement. He assumed Ji Qi would apply for the divorce on the same day he signed it. At this moment, Hua Jin was utterly shocked. He really needed to check what happened 2 years ago. That year filled with wounds he didn't want to recall might be different from what he imagined. At this point, Ji Qi was called away by an external staff member. Before Hua Jin could react, he disappeared. Hua Jin stood up and chased after, breathing deeply by the door. He thought for a while. Hua Jin made a phone call. It was to the Special Marital Registration Office of the highest department. Hua Jin learned that the divorce application was submitted by Ji Qi on June 17, 2 years ago. A month later, Ji Qi went back and cancelled it himself. Their marital relationship had been valid all along. The bond Ji Qi desperately wanted to escape from was put back together by himself. What exactly was going on? Hua Jin's heart started racing faster. The fragmented memories in his mind reassembled but revealed no clue as to why Ji Qi would cancel the divorce application. Hua Jin stopped searching for Ji Qi. He suddenly remembered the words Ji Qi had hesitated to say last time. 2 years ago. Hua Jin's thoughts were a mess. He used his connections to investigate Ji Qi's medical records from those days. When the case files and prescriptions appeared in front of him, Hua Jin's entire body froze, like termites burrowing deep into his bones, causing even his fingertips to tremble. Chapter 102, Love Him. Nesting phase bipolar disorder. Irritable, restless. Pessimistic. Mood disorder. Insomnia. Depression, alternating appearances. In that moment, Hua Jin felt his breath caught in his throat. He shakily took out his phone and called Lin Jun. After 2 seconds of ringing, the other side picked up. Hua Jin's voice was heavy, uncle. Lin Jun, hearing Hua Jin's tone, replied lightly, Hua Jin invited Lin Jun for dinner, he had too many questions to ask. But these words weren't suitable to share with Ji Qi. Talking about the past would bring no benefit to someone suffering from nesting phase bipolar disorder. Hua Jin left the office area with his coat. Half an hour later, the two sat in a corner at a Chinese restaurant. Lin Jun didn't scold or reproach Hua Jin when he saw him, and certainly there was no sense of guilt. He smiled faintly at Hua Jin without any emotion. Xiao Qi feels guilty towards you, but I don't. He hasn't had a good life these past 2 years, so I blame you more. These are my personal feelings. No matter what Lin Jun said, it always carried a surreal, story-like quality, deep and melancholic in tone. I'm sorry, uncle. Hua Jin first expressed his apology. His hand rested on the table as his entire body seemed uneasy. Lin Jun took a sip of the clear tea before him. Xiao Qi forbade me from telling you about his illness. Do you know why? Hua Jin waited quietly for Lin Jun's continued explanation, his breathing slightly heavier. Lin Jun's warm eyes glinted sharply, because he believes telling you these things is for sympathy. He doesn't want the emotions he seeks to begin from pity or sympathy. He wants you to truly love him, to genuinely love him like you used to. Lin Jun scrutinized Hua Jin's reaction. You don't dare to believe in him because you're scared, aren't you? Lin Jun's expression was light but carried meaning. But he has truly changed, he won't hurt you anymore. Hua Jin took a deep breath, unsure which part to address first. Uncle. I want to know more. He looked directly at Lin Jun, his eyes filled with both inquiry and entreaty. Lin Jun took out 2 sheets from the bag beside him. One was the second confirmation diagnosis of pseudo-####. The other was the diagnosis sheet for nesting phase bipolar disorder. I think the one you're concerned about is the first one. Lin Jun raised his eyes. The reason for pseudo dash hashtag was because 2 years ago Xiao Qi's subconscious knew you were leaving. His hormones suddenly became abnormal. Xiao Qi has a special constitution, only discovered at the hospital. He tested strongly positive for pheromones, a perfect match for S390 dominance. You should understand what that means. Xiao Qi will never have the chance to. Upon hearing this, Hua Jin froze, his complexion changing instantly. As the truth unfolded, everything began to make sense differently. I know. Hua Jin choked softly, speaking through a slight lump in his throat. Only specialized medical tests can confirm strong positive pheromones, and results usually don't come back that fast. Thus, the diagnosis sheet he saw 2 years ago must have been a misdiagnosis. It was a misdiagnosis. Lin Jun nodded lightly. He underwent the surgery for pseudo dash hashtag alone because there was too much residual matter, making surgery a necessity. After the surgery, Ji Qi was diagnosed with nesting phase bipolar disorder. The condition was unique. He didn't exhibit any emotional reactions during heat periods. Because of this, every time after the fever subsided, facing the numbness from mere imagery, all he could feel was hatred toward you and himself. Hua Jin's fists tightened visibly, his veins bulging as if ready to burst. Lin Jun sighed lightly. Symptoms only started to show after he separated from you, so it wasn't possible for you to notice his abnormalities. But you know him. How proud he is. Would he admit falling in love with you? So Xiao Qi refused medication and resisted treatment. Regret tinged Lin Jun's words more as personal feelings seeped through. He applied for divorce from the marriage registration office. Lin Jun's face lost some color as he remembered those days. Every day, I tried putting his medication into his food, his drinks, anything I could think of. While he drowned himself in work. When emotions built up to the point he couldn't bear it anymore. The same happened with him. 1 month after you parted ways, there was a day he cried terribly. Perhaps overwhelmed by understanding so much all at once, I'd never seen him cry like that. Lin Jun's expression was trapped once more in prolonged sorrow. Lin Jun looked directly at Hua Jin. Since then, he has come to see you countless times. The sealed images flared with fire and froze with ice, scorching his bones and blood, numbing Hua Jin's whole body. Lin Jun still appeared unable to let go. These 2 years, exaggeratedly speaking, he should have been relying on thoughts of you to survive. There wasn't a single photo of you in his phone. He begged the shop staff to help restore previously deleted photos, then stared at them for a long time when he got home. Then Lin Jun added, "That rabbit is from you, right?" He wouldn't let anyone touch it. He also bought the house where you live together, paying 3 times higher than the market price. Of course, I am speaking from Qi's position. If you blame him, I have no right to say anything. But Hua Jin. A pause in Lin Jun's gentle eyes, emotions about to overflow. He is gradually making up for it, returning bit by bit the kindness he owed you 2 years ago. 1 month after your separation, Ji Qi went to the marriage registration office to cancel the divorce application. He said he couldn't find you, that was the only remaining connection to you. Lin Jun's words were soft, but during moments like this, even the softest words carried sharp thorns. Hua Jin's throat tightened painfully, feeling there were 1,000 words stuck inside that couldn't be spoken. I know his character. He might tell you about the misdiagnosis and the surgery reasons, but he won't mention his illness. Qi doesn't want your pity. He wants your unconditional love. You may not imagine how happy he was to see you again. As Lin Jun spoke, he suddenly smiled. He stood right before me that day. He told me how happy he was. Every sentence from Lin Jun twisted around in Hua Jin's heart, tearing raw flesh open. Chapter 103, Qi's message. I'm happy for him too, Hua Jin. He really needs you. Lin Jun's words carried a faint sigh. He looked at the sheet on the table. Xiao Qi's condition has been fluctuating recently. Hearing this, Hua Jin's face turned pale and his eyes widened. His whole body tensed up. Lately, Ji Qi had been with him every day, talking and laughing. How could he? How could he fall ill? At this thought, Hua Jin's anger was directed entirely at himself. He regretted not observing Ji Qi more carefully. His voice hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. Uncle. Lin Jun read the regret in Hua Jin's eyes. When he sees you, he is so happy that he won't get sick. It's only when he returns home and stays alone that it happens. Not noticing it is normal. Xiao Qi locks himself in his room when he gets home, waiting until the next day to see you again. Lin Jun wasn't sure if he should be relieved or what. You're much more effective than any medicine. Hua Jin's palms ached from how tightly he had gripped them, but the pain in his heart was 100 times worse. That day, Ji Qi had clearly wanted to say something, but because of his own disbelief and refusal to speculate, he cut him off. Ji Qi didn't argue, he just acted. He did exactly as he said, slowly giving back the affection he felt 2 years ago. It wasn't a sudden return of interest. Hua Jin's brain felt numb, his body heavy, making even taking a step difficult. He forgot when Lin Jun left. And he couldn't remember his work arrangements. Hua Jin walked out of the restaurant in a daze and got into his car absent-mindedly. At this moment, he heard his phone chime with a message from Ji Qi. Ji Qi, where did you go? Ji Qi, You said tomorrow is an open day. Today everyone gathered for a meal. They said you would come, so I came. But where are you? Trembling, Jin replied to Ji Qi's message. His mind was in chaos, all he wanted was to immediately go to Ji Qi. A month after Ji Qi left, he cancelled the divorce application. Had he also contacted himself? Jin's thoughts twisted. Suddenly realizing something, he inserted the phone card from 2 years ago into his phone and applied to reactivate it. Shaking nervously, he thought if Ji Qi had ever tried to contact him. If he had reached out during the time he felt most helpless and longed for him. When the missed calls appeared, Jin's eyes became incredibly sore. Ji Qi had made over 100 calls to him. Jin logged into the WeChat account tied to this number, which had been abandoned for 2 years. Ji Qi's profile picture appeared at the top. 1038 unread messages, the red dot glaringly prominent. Jin couldn't describe how he felt at this moment, the sudden sting in his eyes blurred his vision. The tight nerves inside him were suddenly sliced apart by a sharp red line, leaving him feeling powerless. Jin opened Ji Qi's messages and started reading from 2 years ago to now, one by one. July 2028. Ji Qi, Jin, I miss you so much. I've called you many times. Are you too busy? If you're not, please give me a call when you can, alright? I can't find you. Ji Qi, Dr. Gu said I am sick. Now I'm taking my medication well. When I recover, will you come back and see me? Ji Qi, today, I went and cancelled the divorce application. I don't want to divorce, let's not divorce, alright? I will treat you well from now on. Ji Qi, why do I have to take so many medicines? Ji Qi, why haven't you returned to see me yet? Ji Qi, I dreamed about you tonight. You were so angry, forbidding me from dreaming about you. I woke up crying while hugging my little rabbit. So embarrassing. Ji Qi, today, I ate some pickled meat, but why isn't it as delicious as yours? Ji Qi, the plan given by the publicity department's planner was greasy and discriminatory. Today, I fired him, I've never liked him anyway. Ji Qi, be home by 12 o'clock. Are you doing okay? Ji Qi, it's been half a year. Am I the only one who feels this sad? Is there another alpha by your side? Ji Qi, I hate you, Jin. Ji Qi, Zhou Qi, let's drink tonight. Ji Qi, sorry, the previous message was meant for Zhou Qi, not you. It can't be recalled, and no, I haven't had any alcohol. Ji Qi, I miss you so much. Ji Qi, let me tell you a piece of gossip. Do you know Dr. Gu? My attending doctor, he likes Song Lin. Ji Qi, do you hate me so much, hate me to the point where you never want to see me again, that's why I can't find you anywhere. Too many words had revealed Ji Qi's thoughts at the time, and Jin felt every word was heavy to read. 2029. Ji Qi, today is New Year's Eve. A lot of people sent me blessings, but I only wanted to send you one. Wishing Jin safety and happiness every day. Ji Qi, let me ask for one for myself too, may I see you soon. Ji Qi, today is the 15th day of the lunar month. What did you eat? Ji Qi, the company isn't busy now, I went out to play. I just saw a back that looked like you, so I chased after it, but it wasn't you, haha, how foolish I am. Ji Qi, photo, today is my birthday, Dad bought me a small cake. Ji Qi, but he doesn't know which bakery I like. You can buy it for me in the future. Ji Qi, anyway, you probably won't see this message, alphas don't eat small cakes anyway. Ji Qi, I went to the hospital for a follow-up today, Dr. Gu said I'm much better. I'll be good soon, and I can love you well, really. Ji Qi, I miss you so much. It's been a year, why are you still angry? Come back and see me, I'm very obedient now. Ji Qi, I haven't smoked, nor have I gone to bars, I've been really obedient. Ji Qi, I woke up late today, and I made breakfast myself. Do you want to eat it? Ji Qi, never mind, don't eat it, it gave me diarrhea. Ji Qi, Dad bought his wife a diamond ring today. She showed it off to me 8 times. Really, enough already. Ji Qi, it snowed today. Look at these photos here. Books say there's a strong smell of sandalwood here, and there was some when I got up. I seem to like it here a little. Ji Qi, Dad said you'd come back if my illness gets better. I haven't taken medicine for 2 months now. You can come back now. Ji Qi, did you know? Your marking has completely disappeared. The other day was my susceptibility period, I injected inhibitors, why is my brain full of you? Ji Qi, are you really not coming back? Ji Qi, I can hardly hold on any longer. 2030. Ji Qi, had dinner with Zhou Qi today, he eats too much, like a bandit, but he's cool. Ji Qi, went to the hospital for a follow-up again today, Dr. Gu praised me. Wish him success in pursuing Song Lin. Ji Qi, is it true that you're really with another alpha? Ji Qi, I miss you so much. Suddenly, one day, the chat records Ji Qi sent began to overlap with the beginning of their meeting. Maybe out of habit, Ji Qi kept sending messages to this WeChat account even after meeting Jin. Occasionally complaining, occasionally happy. The green dialogue box talked about the past and the present. Ji, I saw you today, you can't imagine how happy I was. Ji, you were so mean, didn't even smile at me, cold as ice, but I was so happy and also so sad. Ji, we can still be together, right? As long as I keep moving towards you, we will be together eventually. I've truly learned how to love you. Ji, but you probably wouldn't believe me. I'll be extra nice to you. Let's get back together once you're not angry anymore, okay? Ji, today's the first day of starting work. No, it was the day of seducing the boss. Mission failed. Ji, second day of work, failed. Ji, third day, failed. Ji, 15th day, failed. Ji, why are you so hard to chase? Ji, hate Huajin. Ji, got into trouble today, Huajin yelled at me. Ji, Huajin is lukewarm toward me, I don't like this Huajin. Ji, I want you, he treats me badly. Ji, a bit sad. Ji, lately been insomnia and anxious. Ji, I think I'm sick again. Even with medication, I can't sleep, I feel terrible. Ji, went home at 10 o'clock today, being with Huajin makes me happy. Ji, I could see Huajin in the morning. Ji, the house feels empty, I dislike this feeling, need to take medicine today, don't like taking medicine. Ji, I think I won't get better. If I don't get better, Huajin will find another alpha. Ji, Huajin no longer likes me. Ji, no one likes me. Huajin's heart raced faster and faster reading the messages from later periods. All these messages were sent after Ji went home, each after 9 o'clock. Every word exuded pessimistic emotions. Ji was indeed having a relapse. But when he was right in front of him, there was no sign of anything unusual. He had turned himself into a kind of medicine. All the pessimistic emotions were hidden in the dark night. Huajin's eyes reddened at the rims, bloodshot and foggy, experiencing the exact feeling of having his flesh torn open and doused with strong liquor. The pain made his fingertips go numb. Huajin, what have you done? Why weren't you sharper? Why did your high sensitivity to all data fail when it came to Ji? Why? Didn't you notice anything? How much has he endured on his own, while you knew nothing of it? Even now, every day, he's still happily circling around you. The veins on Huajin's hand gripping the steering wheel pulsed with blood rushing through. Suddenly, Huajin's phone vibrated. The message was also from Ji, but sent to this WeChat account that hadn't been used for 2 years. Huajin looked at the blinking message with a wavering expression. Ji, today Huajin bought me a small cake, I'm so happy. Ji, I don't want to go home, there's no Huajin there. Huajin suddenly burst out laughing after reading Ji's message. It was mockery, love, the helplessness of pain, an endless ache, tears trailing down to the corners of his eyes. A person goes mad when they're hit by too many emotions at once. It's true. Huajin put down his phone, started the car, and drove toward the group dinner spot you had booked. Chapter 104, If you like, you can. When the car pulled up in front of the restaurant, Huajin saw Ji standing at the entrance. The evening breeze was slightly cool, and the young man's hair was fluttering in the wind. Outside, there was only Ji. Although his figure wasn't thin, it gave off an impression of fragility and coldness. Ji usually greeted Huajin with a smile, exuding energy, but at this moment, his face looked desolate and detached. Huajin felt a pang in his throat and a sharp pain in his chest. He was waiting for him, always waiting for him. Huajin got out of the car, and the neon lights around illuminated the youth at the door, making his hair and pupils look warm and tender. As Huajin approached Ji, braving the wind and all emotions, he felt as if he were going crazy. He blamed himself for being stupid and uninquiring, lost in his own feelings. He cursed his former cleverness in front of Ji which now seemed to be gone. He cursed himself for not staying by his side properly. Huajin just stared at Ji with slightly red eyes. He didn't know how long Ji had been waiting for him. He thought, perhaps he had stood there from the start. This young child who liked him so much, what would become of him without him? Ji stood at the restaurant's entrance, feeling as though Huajin was dashing towards him. Huajin's eye sockets were somewhat red, and Ji looked at him nervously. Before Ji could say anything, Huajin asked him with a choking voice. Are you waiting for me, am I right? Ji nodded, and the always restless alpha acted meekly before Huajin. Of course, he was waiting for him, waiting for a long time. Huajin took another step forward, and Ji heard that familiar gentle tone, did I come too late? Ji fiddled with his clothes, a bit. Can I hug you? Huajin's voice carried pleading and delicacy, the tenderness laced with thick emotion. There was a long-missed warmth in his eyes directed towards Ji. Upon hearing these words, Ji's eyes started hurting suddenly, swelling up with the urge to cry. He wasn't dumb, he understood what Huajin meant. Looking straight into Huajin's eyes, Ji's light brown irises glistened, his voice trembling, he said, you can only hug me if you like me. If you don't like me, you can't hug me. Only if you like, you can hug, and once hugged, you cannot let go. Suddenly, Ji was enveloped in a warm embrace. The familiar sensation numbed his whole body. Some things, when touched with an attitude of endless waiting, are prone to break easily. Ji thought he'd have to wait much longer. But Hu Jin suddenly asked if he could hug him. When Ji felt Hu Jin's unique presence while held in his arms, he only stayed calm for 2 seconds. In an instant, all emotions from 2 years surged out without warning, all defenses crumbled after Hu Jin embraced him. It was as if telling him he could show vulnerability, no need to force strength. Ji wanted to cry, and indeed he did. He grabbed onto Hu Jin's clothes and cried loudly. All grievances and hard exteriors broke down completely when Hu Jin offered him support. Wah! Hu Jin, wah! Ji clutched Hu Jin's clothes and sobbed. Heavy wrinkles can't be smoothed, his whole body was shaking. Hu Jin gently stroked Ji back, and a deep voice sounded above his head, muffled and painful, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Faint cool sandalwood pheromone surrounded Ji, calming his fluctuating heart. It was the first time in 2 years that Hu Jin released pheromones to soothe Ji. "It's my fault, Ji." Hu Jin's voice hid no thorns, he was mild and affectionate, the same as before, he hadn't changed. He never changed. Hu Jin held him tightly and gently patted Ji's back. "Stop crying, it's all my fault." Ji softly sobbed in his arms, even after Hu Jin consoled him for a long time, he still felt sad. Hu Jin held Ji's face to apologize. "Let's promise not to separate anymore, okay?" Hu Jin wiped the tears from Ji's cheeks with his fingertips, the icy and broken taste made Hu Jin feel heartbroken. "It's all because I was too stupid," Hu Jin caressed Ji's cheeks. He wouldn't leave Ji again. Nor could he ever leave him. After leaving Hu Jin, Ji, who would experience emotional breakdowns at night, could only be taken care of well by him. Chapter 105, Reconciled. You need to take good care of yourself. Hu Jin held Ji, and his collar was dampened by Ji's tears. He soothed the person in his arms, inhaling the faint scent of plum wine, feeling more at ease than ever. Hu Jin slightly leaned down and kissed Ji's lips gently. The cool kiss made Ji tremble all over. Ji lifted his glittering eyes, dazed for a second. "Shall we reconcile?" Hu Jin gazed at Ji in front of him and asked softly. After speaking, Hu Jin changed the subject, his voice was deeper and hoarser. "I'll buy you little cakes from now on." Seeing the tear rolling down Ji's eye corner, he regretted not noticing Ji's abnormality earlier. What if it had been any later? Hu Jin wiped away the tears at Ji's eye corners with his fingertips. His voice was soft, enveloped with intense cold sandalwood pheromones. This embrace had been too long missed by Ji, and he didn't want to let go. Hu Jin gently stroked the waist and back of the youth, holding him like that. He felt that this embrace was something he owed Ji for too long. Between them, there was nothing but love. No grudge, no hate, just deep affection rooted in their bones. There are always people in this world who think they can't get what they love. But when they look back, flowers will grow even in the bone gaps, just like waves and the sea are destined to blend together. Some people never leave. Hu Jin forgot how long he had held Ji until his sobs softened a bit. When passers-by went by, Ji buried his head tightly in Hu Jin's arms. "Really, reconciled?" Ji's muffled voice sounded. Hu Jin slightly leaned down close to Ji's ear. "I don't think it counts as reconciliation. We haven't separated, have we? We are legally married." The warm tone carried a faint warmth, making Ji's ears itch. He heard Hu Jin calling him, "wife." This call made Ji's whole body shiver. Ji felt like crying, biting his lip, his ear tips turning a bit red. Ji's expression turned serious, stopping his tears. "This doesn't count. You forced me to sign. Let's start over." Hu Jin frowned slightly, understanding Ji's meaning after a while, and a relaxed smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He patted Ji's head. "All right, shall I fall in love with young Ji again? We can go shopping, watch movies, give gifts, hold hands, kiss, and do things only with you." Hu Jin slightly leaned down to be at eye level with Ji. "You can test me, and when I pass, will you allow me to call you wife?" Before Ji could speak, Hu Jin answered for him. "This isn't a multiple-choice question. You can only be my wife." Ji raised his eyes to look at Hu Jin. His eyes were cold and emotionless when there was no emotion, but when they were warm, they seemed like they could melt anyone. Hu Jin used to look at him like that all the time. Ji pulled Hu Jin's collar. Touched by the heart, he really found Hu Jin who cared about him wholeheartedly. That Hu Jin who loved him. Ji pulled the other's clothes, slightly tilted his head, and kissed Hu Jin. This kiss was gentle, light, and soft. It became passionate and obsessive when Hu Jin began to respond. Once Hu Jin took the lead in this overwhelming possession, Ji soon went limp. His hand rested against Hu Jin's chest, feeling like his waist might break. Ji murmured with a trembling voice, "Hu Jin. It's enough." Huijin drew back slightly, his breath already full of the smell of plum wine. Not enough. As he spoke, Huijin kissed Ji Qi again. Ji Qi pushed Huijin, but it was useless. Huijin was tender, but in some aspects, he was undoubtedly crazy. Suddenly hearing familiar voices, Ji Qi unconsciously added more force. There's someone, coming. He pushed Huijin and looked toward the source of the sound. Coincidentally, he saw Bai Yu's shocked face. Bai Yu, holy crap. Cheating and being the third party. He must report Huijin to the highest authority. As a senior editor of the highest authority, openly having a mistress. Having a wife at home and still messing around outside. Ji Qi saw Bai Yu and felt like he'd been caught cheating. His lips parted as if he wanted to say something, then suddenly felt his fingertips warming up. Huijin grabbed his hand and held it tightly. Upon seeing this, Bai Yu directly started talking sarcastically. Oh, I thought you two disappeared somewhere. Everyone's here. Since you're around, come inside when I call for you. Bai Yu said this irritably and turned to leave. Men with mistresses are never good people. Bai Yu had a build-up of frustration with nowhere to vent. Huijin's tall and imposing image in front of him was shattered into pieces. Huijin held Ji Qi's hand and went to the dining hall. When they arrived at the private room, all the people at the table looked up, their eyes growing wider and wider. Staff member 1, rumors. Staff member 2, real. Staff member 3, shit. Zhou Qi, Bai Yu, reporting message in editing. Ji Qi wanted to withdraw his hand but was held even tighter by Huijin. Ho Judge, please sit. An alpha staff member moved the chair for Huijin. The space in the private room was large enough, and the atmosphere was mild. Everyone's eyes were darting around. No one spoke, and no one dared to speak, yet gossip spread invisibly through their exchanged glances. When Ji Qi lifted his gaze, he saw the alpha from the day he met Huijin who had released pheromones towards him. That person was Cheng Jin, whose expression was the most shocked. Zhou Qi sat in the corner, watching Ji Qi like an old father looking at his son. Now that you've held hands, why not introduce us? Ho Judge, this remark came only from Zhou Qi, daring to tease. Huijin held Ji Qi's hand, his demeanor gentle as he actually began to speak. I've been hearing strange rumors circulating in various departments recently. To avoid misunderstandings, I'd like to clear things up now. Huijin's gaze swept over the surroundings, his pitch-black eyes unusually gentle. I would like to thank everyone for taking care of my wife during this time. I hope everyone enjoys themselves on open day. Chapter 106, Public Affection. Wife. All the staff members were shocked by Huijin's words. Bai Yu's hands trembled as she typed, and her phone slipped from her grip after a few tumbles, landing directly on the floor. What the? The junior assistant who'd been working with them for over 2 months was actually Judge Hui's wife. Not a lover, right? Huijin, seeing everyone's disbelieving faces, continued, recently, my wife has been emotionally unstable, so she came here to accompany me at work. If she has caused any disturbance in our workplace, I apologize on her behalf. Ji Qi's easily provoked temperament was something Huijin understood well, because Ji Qi always considered issues from the management perspective, it was too easy for him to spot faults in others. He had 5 heated arguments with 4 departments in the span of just 2 months here. But he behaved perfectly in front of Huijin. There wasn't anyone in this office whom Ji Qi even bothered to care about. The employees exchanged uneasy glances. They finally understood where Ji Qi got the guts to be so bold. So Judge Hui is his husband. Previously they thought he was arrogant. Now they suddenly thought he was actually quite restrained. Bai Yu picked up the fallen phone with trembling hands and deleted the complaint message. It was truly terrifying. They might have acted against someone high-ranked. Bai Yu glanced at Ji Qi, muttering that he didn't seem like some sleazy third wheel after all. These two sure were into their own kind of fun, playing office romance. He. Little Qi is very good. How could there be any trouble? Ha ha ha. One of the alphas at the dinner suddenly laughed and responded. Someone nearby elbowed him hard, wearing a false smile and whispering through gritted teeth, how can you still laugh? You're done for, man. Yesterday when you asked Ji Qi to get your package, you were using Judge Hui's wife. You're dead. That alpha wanted to cry but couldn't shed tears, asking who would know she was Judge Hui's wife. Shouldn't someone at Huijin's level, an Enigma type, go for a partner at least S3 level or above? While S levels were already rare in daily life, in the elite circle, those qualifications wouldn't even reach the threshold. No one would seriously imagine such things. At this moment, the alpha glanced sidelong at Jiang City sitting next to him, swallowing nervously. I think I now understand why you've had the hardest overseas assignments these past 2 months. Are you scared? Jiang City covered his forehead with his hand, muttering profanities under his breath. Jiang City, scared. Jiang City, he insisted it was unfair to deduct 3 months bonus just for releasing pheromones. Aha, that's right, little Qi hasn't caused us any trouble. Zhou Qi joined the conversation with a grin, and then the others followed suit. Quickly, please take your seats. Huijin pulled Ji Qi and seated him beside himself. Even after Ji Qi sat down, Huijin didn't release his hand. Sitting next to Ji Qi, Bai Yu was still overwhelmed with shock. She'd assumed Hu Jin found an S-grade alpha lover out of curiosity. Never did she expect that Hu Jin's wife was really Ji Qi. After Hu Jin arrived, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Usually, such dinner gatherings weren't attended by Hu Jin because it made the subordinates feel uncomfortable, unable to relax. Today, however, Hu Jin showed up just because Ji Qi was there. After the dishes were served, someone suggested having drinks, and Hu Jin did not refuse. After several rounds, the atmosphere around the dining table gradually warmed up. Voices in the private room grew louder and more boisterous. Bai Yu slightly tilted towards Ji Qi, holding her glass of wine, and inadvertently caught Hu Jin's gaze while he was placing food on Ji Qi's plate. Bai Yu avoided his eyes, her mind racing. Did I bully his wife or something? Probably not, right? But Bai Yu suddenly remembered something dark and muttered, shit, I did. Ji Qi looked down at the mountain of food piled up in his bowl and softly muttered, I'm not a kid. They were all laughing at you just now. I can get the food myself, he added. Hu Jin looked around with narrowed eyes and concluded, no strange looks at all. Everyone in unison, hell no one dared. Hu Jin again placed a piece of vegetable on Ji Qi's plate, saying gently, eat more. If you don't like the food here, we can go home later and I'll cook you something else. Hu Jin's gentle words inexplicably made Ji Qi's nose tingle again. Hu Jin, feeling Ji Qi's mood change, quietly grasped his hand, what's wrong? Leaning closer, his voice became even softer, did I say something wrong? Ji Qi remained silent. Hu Jin stroked Ji Qi's fingertips gently. He knew Ji Qi's condition sometimes relapsed and his emotions could be unstable. Seeing Ji Qi's face twist, he felt a pang of uneasiness. When the cold sandalwood pheromones were released, everyone present once again exchanged glances. The Enigma-type calming pheromones only worked on people they liked. But those nearby could perceive the chill and hierarchy. Hu Jin suddenly releasing pheromones like this was unexpected by the employees at the dinner table. Not. Is it necessary to do this just to pacify one's wife? Do you need to flaunt affection this much? Who gets scared during a meal because of rice? Or was it Judge Hua's large pieces of meat that startled his wife? Did it really require such high-grade calming pheromones to soothe her? Zhou Qi's lips twitched, and despite himself, he still laughed in the end. Envy. He also wanted to find a wife. At the moment Zhou Qi raised his eyes, he caught Bai Yu's gaze. Bai Yu glanced up and down, looking at your dad. He immediately took a sip of wine in front of him, but I would never choose an Omega as aggressive as Bai Yu. Ji Qi felt Hu Jin's soothing pheromones and looked at him, what do you mean by cooking for me when we get home? Which home are we talking about? Are you suggesting we live together? There hasn't been any cooking at your place. Ji Qi's continuous questions finally made Hu Jin understand why he suddenly felt upset. He rubbed Ji Qi's head, we'll go back to our home, whichever one you prefer. It means we're living together. Wasn't my cooking always meant for you alone? Hu Jin said, if you go home, we will start cooking there. Chapter 107, I love you, love you. Ji Qi lifted his slightly reddened eyes and unconsciously tightened his grip on the chopsticks. He thought Hu Jin's words sounded good. And he enjoyed hearing Hu Jin say things like that. This conversation reached Bai Yu's ears, though the volume was not loud. But Bai Yu indeed heard it clearly. So they had reconciled, huh? A few minutes later, when Hu Jin didn't cling so tightly anymore, Bai Yu approached Ji Qi out of curiosity. Bai Yu, was it Judge Hua who pursued you? I love hearing stories about someone as aloof as high-ridge flowers being conquered by daily life stuff. Tell me one. Ji Qi glanced sideways, do you really want to hear? Bai Yu's eyes lit up, this rare occasion of an Omega, usually decisive like an Alpha, looking approachable made her eager, I want to hear, I really do. Ji Qi raised a hand to cover one side of his cheek, he had a secret crush on this young master, but couldn't obtain my affection and fell into sorrow. He begged me for a reunion. I just agreed. He has been pursuing me for 6 years. Bai Yu gave Hu Jin a fleeting glance, so he really kept pursuing you. Ji Qi, not bad. Hu Jin sat upright, Ji Qi's voice was very soft but just loud enough for Hu Jin to hear clearly. Watching Ji Qi and Bai Yu chatting back and forth, sometimes eating like a hamster, Hu Jin found himself smiling naturally as well. So adorable. At this moment, Hu Jin saw Ji Qi pick up the glass of wine already poured in front of him, maybe engrossed in talking and was about to drink. Ji Qi stared straight at Bai Yu, today he was happy and talked a lot, everything is decided by me in our household, he listens to everything I say. If I say east, he won't dare to go west, and whichever home I tell him to return to, he'll go. Ji Qi was quite enthusiastic with the wine glass in hand. No drinking. Hu Jin grabbed Ji Qi's wrist, this is not allowed. Ji Qi's lips moved slightly. He accepted the freshly poured juice from Hu Jin, held the cup and shook it in front of Bai Yu, I'm giving him face outside. Bai Yu almost choked on her mouthful of rice, understood. Bai Yu looked around, studying many of the love stories told from Ji Qi's perspective. Aside from getting stranger and stranger, everything else was pretty good. After the group meal, everyone suggested going karaoke singing, but Hua Jin, holding Ji Qi's hand, declined the invitation. You all go. My wife has been in a bad mood recently, it's not suitable for her to go to a noisy place. After leaving the restaurant, Hua Jin took Ji Qi to the car immediately. He fastened Ji Qi's seatbelt and then pulled out a beautifully wrapped present from the back seat for Ji Qi. Ji Qi was somewhat surprised. He looked at the exquisite gift box. What is this? Hua Jin glanced sideways with tender tones full of warm affection. Don't we want to start dating? Isn't it normal for a boyfriend to give gifts? Ji Qi looked at the gift in his hands, and without realizing it, a subtle smile spread across his lips. His gaze returned to the gift box after briefly drifting out of the window. When did you buy this? Just now. Why? Hua Jin stared directly at Ji Qi. I wanted to cheer you up. Ji Qi felt a warmth in his heart, as if he'd fallen into a cloud of colorful cotton candy. It turned out that liking someone reciprocally could be such a joyful thing. When your heart is filled to brim with emotions, there's no need to worry what they are. Ji Qi opened the gift. Inside was a small rabbit, exactly the same as the one from 2 years ago. Hua Jin observed Ji Qi's emotions. This little rabbit can't replace the previous one, but placing them together will mean they won't be lonely. Ji Qi bit his lip. He looked at Hua Jin, and before he could say a word, Hua Jin pinched his cheeks. Hua Jin rubbed Ji Qi's face gently. Time to go home, little one. After saying that, Hua Jin kissed Ji Qi's lips. Charge up a little. As Hua Jin started the car, Ji Qi still remained dazed in the passenger seat, his light brown eyes reflecting colors from the windows. Alright, let's go home. When Ji Qi realized Hua Jin's car was heading towards Ji's family villa, his expression darkened once again. Was Hua Jin sending him home? He didn't want to sleep alone. He wouldn't be able to fall asleep. He also didn't want to take sleeping pills. Ji Qi played with his own clothes until Hua Jin stopped the car in front of his house. He didn't want to get out, so Ji Qi tentatively opened his mouth. We are married. We can live together. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt warmth in his palm. Hua Jin grabbed his hand. Don't overthink it. Hua Jin raised his hand to touch Ji Qi's face, looking at him with nothing but heartache and regret. Can you wait for me in the car? Ji Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Aren't you here to send me back? Which fool sends their wife back to her parents' house? Ji Qi turned his head, smiling without answering. After saying a few more words, Hua Jin got out of the car. A few minutes later, Ji Qi saw Hua Jin coming out from the villa. It wasn't until Hua Jin got back into the car that Ji Qi realized he went inside to fetch medicine for him. Hua Jin knew everything. Ji Qi's fingertips curled slightly. He always tended to magnify negative emotions. When Hua Jin got back in the car, Ji Qi's hands were gripping tightly. I don't want your pity. Ji Qi's voice was hoarse. In response, Hua Jin embraced him, pulling Ji Qi fully into his arms. I love you. Chapter 108, The Young Couple. Warm breath swirled around Ji Qi's neck, raising the temperature in the car. His heart was ablaze and could not calm down. This was the first time Ji Qi had heard Hua Jin say, I love you. He thought he had already felt it before, but hearing those words made his heart beat faster nonetheless. The fire of Green Hills burned fiercely and unbroken. Ji Qi gripped Hua Jin's collar, tightening his fingertips, as emotions that suddenly arose vanished beyond capture. Hua Jin's deep voice echoed again in his ear. Did you hear that? I love you. Have mercy on me, be with me. Hua Jin's embrace was warm and scorching hot, while Ji Qi's favorite pheromones lingered all around him. Ji Qi hugged him and gently patted Hua Jin's back. Alright, Ji Qi said. I'll reluctantly agree then. Hua Jin chuckled deeply at Ji Qi's response. He pulled away slightly from Ji Qi, cupping his face with a warm tone filled with indulgence and tender persuasion. Hua Jin mimicked Ji Qi's laugh. Alright. Since you've agreed, kiss me. Ji Qi, lips slightly parted, leaned forward lightly and brushed a soft kiss against Hua Jin's lips. His mind was bursting with fireworks. As he tried to pull away, Hua Jin caught his nape, murmuring hoarsely, one more kiss. Ji Qi's light pants were muffled by Hua Jin's mouth closing over his response. Entrancingly intoxicating. Plum wine and the cold, intense cypress pheromones intertwined, neither yielding. Hua Jin sensed Ji Qi's hand touch his waist, his low voice temptingly urging, let's go home first. Embarrassed, Ji Qi turned his head aside, hugging a little rabbit and gazing out the window. Tonight's night was brilliantly starlit. No, tonight was about floating hearts and seas of flowers. A gentle breeze passed through the window, and for these 2 years, Ji Qi had been numbing himself with work, constantly pondering many things once he returned home. He thought. Now, there won't be any more. The person he longed for was right beside him. That person was Hua Jin. It didn't feel like gambling to him. After driving approximately 20 minutes, Hua Jin arrived home with Ji Qi following behind, holding onto his hand. Feeling the warmth transmitted from each other's fingertips, Ji Qi subconsciously tightened his grip. He would respond to everything Hua Jin did. To be his true lover. Hua Jin switched on the living room lights, revealing an empty house as always. When asked which home Ji Qi preferred, Ji Qi replied that he wanted to live in this new house. The house from 2 years ago carried too many memories that might make Huajin sad. Surveying the surroundings, initially not noticing its emptiness, Huajin now felt something missing with Ji Qi present. Pressing Ji Qi's shoulders, "Why don't we buy some stuff?" Then Huajin took Ji Qi to the car again, driving them to a large chain supermarket. Somehow, Huajin wanted to buy anything he saw. Warm-colored lamps, scented candles, delicate indoor plants, new bathrobes, towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. Any pillows that shop assistants recommended for better sleep were bought. Succulent plants said to improve one's mood were purchased. Chiming wind bells, beautiful bowls, even cute yet cheesy bunny doorbells, yet somehow charming. Whenever Ji Qi glanced at any item for a bit longer, it ended up being placed in their shopping cart. Reaching the intimate products section, Ji Qi gave Huajin a strange look. He pointed at a blue item stammering, "Tea that. Tea that. W will." Ji Qi spoke so quickly and awkwardly he nearly bit his tongue. Huajin leaned close to Ji Qi's ear with a teasing tone, "Darling, do you want me that much?" Fuming with embarrassment upon hearing those words, Ji Qi strode ahead. Huajin's smile broadened ever deeper. Seeing Ji Qi take a few steps forward and then turn back, Huajin silently retrieved the item they had looked at earlier and placed it into their shopping cart. Ji Qi cast a sidelong glance at Huajin and bluntly declared, "I want." With those words, Ji Qi rushed towards the snack section. After leaving the supermarket, Huajin led Ji Qi to buy clothes. They were from the luxurious brand Ji Qi often wore. Holding the shopping bag, Ji Qi remarked, "I feel like I'm being kept." Standing before Ji Qi, Huajin took out his credit card and handed it to him, "Then pay for it yourself." After Ji Qi used the card, he looked at Huajin, "Now I don't feel like I'm being kept. I'm taking the card back." Ji Qi put the credit card into his pocket. Speaking of which, he took out 200 cash from his pocket and handed it to Huajin, "I will give you pocket money later." Huajin held the 200 in his hand, his eyes flickered slightly as his expression froze. "Are you dissatisfied with the amount?" Ji Qi asked him. Then Ji Qi pressed his lips together, "I only make 3,500 a month, so 200 is not little." Hearing this, Huajin almost couldn't help but laugh. Ji Qi's salary was indeed his intention. Huajin took the money, "I earn money for you to spend. Whatever my wife is willing to give me is fine." Ji Qi looked at him, "Can I supervise you now?" "Yes," Huajin said. Ji Qi looked at the money in his hand, "You're not allowed to buy cigarettes." Huajin, "All right." Ji Qi, "Quit smoking." Huajin, "All right." Chapter 109, Chi Chi, the love-deprived one. "The two of you really have a good relationship," the cashier said with a smile as they were checking out. Huajin replied with a pleasant mood, "We've been together for a long time." After paying, Huajin took Ji Qi's hand and left the clothing store. When they got home again, it was around 10 p.m. After bathing, Huajin dried Ji Qi's hair. Ji Qi held him, leaning against Huajin while letting him play with his hair. "It feels like a dream," Ji Qi suddenly spoke without warning. Huajin rubbed Ji Qi's head, "It's real." Ji Qi's hair had just been dried. At around 10:30 p.m., Huajin received a call. He told Ji Qi to wait at home and that he'd be back soon. Huajin kissed Ji Qi on the forehead before leaving. Watching Huajin's retreating back, Ji Qi stood there dazed for 2 minutes. Ji Qi waited for Huajin in bed for quite some time. His mind became hazy and began wandering aimlessly once again. Huajin had just brought their rabbit home earlier. Ji Qi placed both rabbits at the bedside. Just as he set one down, it fell onto the floor. This happened twice, one of the rabbits tumbled off the bed and rolled onto the floor. Such a trivial matter made Ji Qi's already unstable emotions break down completely. He felt restless and couldn't calm down. Ji Qi picked up the rabbit again, this time not placing it on the bedside but directly on the pillow. Lying in bed and hugging the blanket, though Huajin had only been gone for a little while, it felt like an eternity to Ji Qi. The master bedroom wasn't large, yet when Ji Qi opened his eyes and looked around, he felt empty, devoid of any sense of security. Dudu. At this moment, Ji Qi's phone rang. It was Huajin calling. Ji Qi answered the phone, hearing the familiar voice next to his ear, "Chi Chi. Brother." Ji Qi gripped the phone tightly, his voice muffled. Huajin was busy. His work wasn't limited to just the S9 project, something Ji Qi understood well. He didn't want Huajin to think he was overly sentimental. In this world, no one is indispensable, not even Huajin could always stay by his side. He could understand that. But because of these repeated thoughts, Ji Qi's emotions fluctuated easily. Ultimately, after time had smoothed over his sharp edges, he met someone he liked. Ji Qi grew sensitive, love-deprived. Ji Qi did not ask Huajin where he was going. Zhou Qi had told him that underground black markets experimenting on human subjects still existed from 2 years ago. Huajin was one of the leading supervisors. Huajin was a high-ranking employee responsible for many projects, not solely for him. "Chi Chi, I'll be back soon," Huajin said soothingly. The background noise in the phone was loud, yet Hu Jin's words sounded gentle, as if coming from another world. All right. Ji Qi's response was soft. Are you unhappy? Hu Jin asked gently. No. Hu Jin's tone turned slightly serious, fearing every emotion Ji Qi might be feeling right now. It'll probably take another 20 minutes. I'm at the CE Experimental Center now. I bought you a small cake. Will you eat it? Then I'll come back, alright? Ji Qi's expression faltered at this moment, coincidentally hearing the doorbell ringing outside. Ji Qi put on his shoes and left the bedroom, opening the door. Hello, here's your exclusive delivery, the uniformed deliverman greeted politely. It was Hu Jin who ordered the takeout. The small cakes from his favorite shop. Ji Qi accepted the gift box and muttered softly, thank you. After closing the door, Ji Qi looked at the small cake in his hands, which improved his mood somewhat. Did you buy this for me so I wouldn't get angry? Hearing this, Hu Jin realized Ji Qi had received the delivery. No, I just don't want you to feel upset. Hu Jin continued, I know you miss me. I'll be back soon. Be good while I'm gone. He also said, I miss you too. Ji Qi silently smiled at Hu Jin's words, finding Hu Jin's voice exceptionally pleasing to his ears. No matter what time it was always so appealing. Then I'll wait for you at home. After hanging up the phone, Ji Qi opened the small cake in the living room. There was a note on top, likely written by the bakery owner based on Hu Jin's instructions. To little friend Ji Qi. Ji Qi's lips curved into a slight smile. He pulled out his phone, took a picture, and sent it to Hu Jin along with a text message. Ji Qi, picture. Ji Qi, little friend Ji Qi has received the cake. In fact, he didn't want to eat the small cake. Everything Hu Jin said and did made him much happier than the small cake. What he wanted was not the small cake at all. Hu Jin seemed to know that what he wanted wasn't the small cake. Knowing that he didn't want the small cake, Hu Jin still bought it for him. Knowing you would be unhappy, so he would comfort you. Once again, he felt Hu Jin's love. Half an hour later, Hu Jin finally returned home from outside. He looked weary in his coat. There was a chill about him. Hu Jin pushed open the door, and the warm dim light inside greeted him. But unlike usual, it wasn't cold and distant. Hu Jin glanced around the room. He saw Ji Qi asleep on the sofa in the living room, hugging one of his clothes. Shit, am I being reported again? I'm angry. The gift competition for the wives only has 6 days left. Please help Jojo stay stable and not fall, alright? Sob. Just watch some short videos, please. Little flower wife, I beg you. Chapter 110, Sense of Security. The faint light shone on the boy, and due to the emptiness of the room, Ji Qi's figure looked inexplicably lonely and small. Hu Jin watched the scene before him, his heart sinking. His movements were very gentle, and when he reached the side of the sofa, Ji Qi was still asleep. Hu Jin crouched down beside the sofa. As he looked at Ji Qi in front of him, there was an unfathomable tenderness in his eyes that no longer needed any disguise. This image made Hu Jin suddenly think, does Ji Qi always feel so insecure when he returns home, staying by himself like this? In front of the sofa, on the coffee table, there was a small cake. Ji Qi hadn't eaten it. Hu Jin reached out and touched Ji Qi's cheek. Qi. He called Ji Qi's name softly. Wife. Hu Jin's voice was so soft, as if he didn't even have the intention to wake Ji Qi up. The warm touch made Ji Qi's eyelids flutter slightly. Ji Qi's eyes blinked a few times drowsily before opening. When he saw the person in front of him, the hand that had been gripping Hu Jin's clothes relaxed. Because he had just woken up, Ji Qi's face was flushed with fatigue. Even his voice was sweetly sticky, like he was pouting. Hu Jin. Hu Jin gently played with Ji Qi's hair on his forehead. I'm back. Ji Qi raised his hand and wrapped it around Hu Jin's neck, slightly rising up and burying his head in Hu Jin's neck, clinging onto him like that. Ji Qi rubbed his head against Hu Jin's body, sending fine, warm breaths that made one's blood boil. Hu Jin supported Ji Qi's shoulders, his voice hoarse and magnetic. How did you fall asleep here? What if you catch a cold? Ji Qi moved his head slightly. I was waiting for you here. I don't want to sleep alone. Hu Jin embraced Ji Qi and picked him up. Ji Qi just leaned against his chest. Hu Jin carried him back to the bedroom, and upon entering, he saw 2 little rabbits lying on the pillow. Did you put them there? Ji Qi, they were together already. Hu Jin placed Ji Qi on the bed and pulled the blanket over him. Then Ji Qi noticed Hu Jin taking off his coat. His strong silhouette in the dark night was both a shadow and a poison, but that overwhelming sense of security came from Hu Jin, making one fearless. It even made the house feel less empty. As the warm covers were lifted, Ji Qi let go of the pillow and wrapped himself around Hu Jin instead. Hu Jin encircled Ji Qi's waist with the unique firmness of a man, holding him tightly in his arms. His deep voice was seductive. Would you like me to stay with you forever? Ji Qi smelled the cold sandalwood scent on Hu Jin, slightly opened his eyes to look at Hu Jin, and said, Big rabbit is more useful than little rabbit. Although these words were incomprehensible to others, Hu Jin understood strangely well. Huijin kissed Ji Qi's forehead. He smiled silently. Do you prefer big rabbits or little rabbits? I like you. You are my rabbit. The low-pitched voice lingered in his ears. Huijin held the person in his arms even tighter. He gently massaged Ji Qi's back, but Ji Qi's drowsiness vanished in his embrace. His fingertips felt warm, and Ji Qi pressed against Huijin's chest, gradually laying his hands on Huijin's waist. Moving subtly. Suddenly, Huijin grabbed Ji Qi's wrist. What are you doing, Ji Qi? Embarrassed after being interrupted, Ji Qi buried his head. Huijin heard the muffled question from the person in his arms. Don't you miss me? Huijin drew closer to Ji Qi, speaking with a raspy tone, don't move around. Ji Qi tightened his grip on Huijin's clothes. We've made up, whatever you want to do. I'll let you. Ji Qi's voice became softer and softer until it was unclear at the end, buzzing like mosquitoes. Huijin's expression barely changed, not now. Ji Qi glanced up at Huijin, why? Isn't it that? Huijin hugged him and spoke with his smooth tone hovering in his ear, young Ji Qi's body hasn't fully recovered yet. Huijin said, let it recover a bit more. A bit more. Ji Qi rubbed against Huijin's chest, how much more recovery will it take? The bedside lamp in the room cast a dim yellow glow, warm and inviting. Huijin lowered his gaze, and he said, until, there's no need for medication anymore. Ji Qi pointed to his lips with his finger, then kiss me. Chapter 111, Making Breakfast for the Wife. Ji Qi gently pressed his fingertips against his own lips, making them appear even redder. Enticing one to ravish. Hiku inclined his head and kissed Ji Qi's lips, breathing hotly upon them like a jelly rolling over the heart, soft and fragrant. Ji Qi slightly parted his lips in response to Hiku. After succeeding, feeling rather satisfied, he no longer fidgeted and obediently leaned into Hiku's embrace. He felt Hiku lightly stroking his back. Ji Qi kissed Hiku's chest. Good night, big brother. Hiku caressed Ji Qi's waist through his clothes. Stop moving or you'll regret not sleeping. Ji Qi shifted closer to Hiku. Then let's not sleep. Ji Qi knew why Hiku insisted on pampering him. Saying they wouldn't touch didn't mean anything. After all that teasing, Hiku remained a gentleman. Ji Qi then gave up. Then go ahead and take care of me. Stupid Hiku. He whispered under his breath. As these words faded, Ji Qi grew increasingly drowsy leaning into Hiku's embrace. After soothing Ji Qi to sleep, Hiku got up and took another shower. Afterwards, he returned to the desk by the bedside and opened his computer. When Hiku clicked on the email with the black avatar, his dark eyes seemed to blend light and shadow, hard to decipher. He glanced at Ji Qi briefly, and the dim lighting cast an air of obscurity over him. The next morning when Ji Qi woke up, he didn't see Hiku. As soon as he opened his eyes, where Hiku should have been was replaced by two bunnies hugging each other, greeting him warmly. The rabbit's tiny hand was stretched out, holding a note. Has gone to make breakfast for the wife. This scene charmed Ji Qi completely. There wasn't any sense of emptiness from not finding him. Ji Qi touched the two little rabbits with his hands, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his heart felt full. After dressing well, Ji Qi stood up and went to the living room, only to find Hiku making breakfast in the kitchen. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Ji Qi headed to the kitchen. He walked behind Hiku and hugged him from behind. Still sleepy, he muttered, hug me. Hiku turned around, lowering his gaze to observe Ji Qi, did you sleep well? Ji Qi shook his head. Didn't have you beside me, so I'm not happy. Seeing this, Hiku suppressed a smile and moved closer to Ji Qi's ear, speaking softly in a tone only they could hear, wife, then tonight you can. Before Hiku finished his sentence, Ji Qi had already dropped his head and quickly left the kitchen. Though Hiku looked gentle. It was all pretense. Whenever it came to seductive talk, Ji Qi couldn't even keep up. Ji Qi slapped the dining table angrily. An old man like him can't be pure. Pervert. Hiku glanced sideways at Ji Qi's flustered expression and smiled faintly. Half an hour after breakfast, Hiku prepared warm water and handed Ji Qi's medicine to him. Take it. Ji Qi glanced guiltily at Hiku, this medicine makes me easily sleepy. Hiku replied, so what? Ji Qi answered, I want to go to work with you. You can't leave me out. Upon hearing this, there was clearly some emotion in Hiku's voice, so is it true that you've avoided taking this medication recently because you were worried about being too tired during work hours? Ji Qi pressed his lips together and lowered his head without replying. Indeed, he hadn't taken it. Hiku's gaze turned serious, if you take the medication, I'll bring you along. If not, you're fired right now. Hearing this, Ji Qi obediently swallowed his medicine. Throughout the day, Ji Qi spent every moment by Hiku's side, unable to get enough of his company. The following day, Hiku kept his word and took him along to work. This project was nearing its end, and Hiku didn't want Ji Qi to stay alone. When Ji Qi arrived at the testing office building, everyone greeted him wherever he went. It was as if it were written on him, whoever saw him would ask if he had a good morning. Everyone's attitude toward Ji Qi improved tenfold. This caused the tasks that were usually handled by Ji Qi to be completed by others before he even stepped foot in. Ji Qi wandered through various departments several times but found nothing to do while receiving countless snacks. Returning to Hika's office, he wasn't carrying documents in his arms. Instead, it was coffee, chips, and a pile of snacks. Bai Yu gave him a drumstick, saying it was a free-range chicken leg that her mother brought specifically for Ji Qi. Unbelievable. Even more unbelievable were the various titles Ji Qi heard called out. President's wife. Big sister. Brother Hua's wife. After putting down the things in his arms, Ji Qi walked to Hika's desk. With a slightly resentful look, he stared at Hiko. Director Hua, within 1 hour of work, others have finished all the tasks. What else can I do? Huajin lifted his gaze, speaking gently, are you sleepy after taking the medicine just now? Ji Qi placed his hand on Huajin's chair and leaned down with a questioning tone. Huajin's chair rolled back slightly with the force. Ji Qi's breath was intimate and provocative, will you let me sleep? Hua. Director. This doesn't count as part of the story. Suggestion to all wives out there, don't stockpile stories, please. Due to platform restrictions at Tomato, novel website, it's hard to gauge the appropriate level of intimacy. If editing is required, it might lose the original charm from the first draft, which is what I originally intended to convey. The revised parts in my story feel like trash when I reread them. Let me clarify this, even a sweet kiss in my story gets reported, and I'm asked to rewrite it. Huajin, wife kisses once. Tomato, the kiss was too aggressive, redo. Zhou, alright, glances at Huajin and Ji Qi, both of you. Redo the kiss properly. Huajin, hugs wife, refusing to let go, kisses intensely, touching all over. Zhou, no. You cannot touch everywhere. Wait until you're home to touch. Huajin, carries wife home, cooks dinner. Chapter 112, Beast. The sound of the chair's wheels rolling echoed with a slightly heavy heartbeat. A faint movement could be seen in Huajin's pitch-black eyes, as he had been reviewing some documents just moments ago. Huajin currently wore a pair of glasses, adding an air of celibacy that forbade any kind of disrespect. The strictness of his demeanor was intimidating. Huajin examined Ji Qi from top to bottom with a slight tilt of his head, which allowed one to see his throat bobbing up and down. Huajin blinked rapidly twice, and his nasal cavity was filled with the sharp and fragrant smell of plum wine. Huajin, do not release pheromones to entice your superior during working hours. Ji Qi became even more spirited upon hearing these words. The scent of plum wine grew stronger in the room. Ji Qi moved his hand from the backrest of the chair forward to Huajin's shoulder. Then he straddled Huajin's lap and wrapped his arms around Huajin's neck. Ji Qi's face approached Huajin's, breathing warm, I've finished my work. Now it's off hours. Since it's off hours, you are no longer my superior, are you? Huajin's knuckles trembled slightly as if suppressing something. Ji Qi's lips curved upward slightly as he leaned close to Huajin's ear, the allure making his breath shaky, brother. Are you perhaps? Ah. Ji Qi's words were cut off by Huajin's kiss. A moment of intoxicating indulgence followed. Huajin held on to Ji Qi's waist, I see you really don't need nourishment. As he spoke, he lifted Ji Qi up, carrying him into the adjacent lounge. The heavy soundproof door closed. In the next moment, Ji Qi was thrown onto the soft sofa. Huajin looked down at Ji Qi from above. Open your mouth. Ji Qi shrunk in terror, getting up and trying to run away. Huajin grabbed the back of Ji Qi's neck firmly, I thought you were so capable, but you're only all talk. And with that, he pushed him back onto the sofa. The light in the room was dim, the atmosphere somber and oscillated vaguely. Ji Qi's voice gradually became fierce, his breathing prolonged. Huajin. You son of a turtle. Old man. Beast. Ji Qi got up at 5 o'clock in the afternoon after spending time in the lounge. He massaged his wrist, furrowing his eyebrows. After 2 years without seeing each other, Huajin was still as brutal. Ji Qi hugged a pillow in his arms, feeling dizzy. He had long known, Huajin's tenderness would fail to manifest actively in certain situations. Huajin had already left the lounge, so Ji Qi took out his phone and sent Huajin a message. Ji Qi, you're done. Almost instantly after sending the message, the lounge door opened. Huajin entered from outside and walked over to Ji Qi, I'm sorry. Ji Qi pursed his lips, well, compared to the pain, he felt more happy. He threw a pillow on the ground toward Huajin, asshole. Huajin sat on the bed edge, covering Ji Qi under the blanket and gently dressing him in his clothes. Ji Qi didn't resist, allowing himself to be handled. Huajin kissed Ji Qi's cheek and softly coaxed, dear, stop being mad, I will definitely. Ji Qi immediately pinched Huajin's face, you're rotten through and through. After saying this, Ji Qi raised his hand and embraced Huajin's neck, hugging him tightly. Huajin lightly stroked Ji Qi's lower back, not angry anymore. A muffled response came, trembling with hesitancy, After coaxing for a while, Huajin finally carried Ji Qi out of the lounge. Between verbal bravado and actual action, there is always one person who must lose. Clearly, the one muttering curses was Ji Qi. That night, Hua Jin did not take Ji Qi home but instead bought some things and drove towards the Ji family villa. Sitting in the car, Ji Qi cast a strange look towards Hua Jin. "We should visit your maternal home frequently," said Hua Jin matter-of-factly. Ji Qi pulled at his collar and looked at his neck in the car mirror. The red marks were clearly visible no matter how much he tried to hide them. He muttered reproachfully, "President Hua, you really know how to pick your timing." When they got out of the car, Ji Qi's gaze was still somewhat evasive, but Hua Jin held his hand and moved forward. Hua Jin led Ji Qi to the entrance of the Ji family villa and pressed the doorbell. Lin Jun opened the door and immediately saw Hua Jin standing closely behind Ji Qi. Ji Qi stood behind Hua Jin looking very docile. "Dad." Hua Jin politely greeted. "Ji Qi." Ji Qi's expression froze upon hearing him call so smoothly. "Did you tell them that we got married?" Ji Qi asked using words only they could understand. Ji Qi hadn't mentioned the marriage certificate to Ji Xingming. The marriage certificate was obtained in haste, and it was equally absurd for him to unilaterally cancel the divorce application. So Ji Xingming didn't know about this. Lin Jun did, but he thought it was absurd as well and thus would not bring it up to Ji Xingming. Now Hua Jin was directly calling Lin Jun Dad, and Ji Qi almost instantly realized the secret was out. "I told him," Hua Jin responded. Ji Qi swallowed hard. "When?" "Hua Jin, on the day I came to pick you up. There's no place without a claim to take someone away." Ji Qi. At this moment, Ji Xingming also approached the doorway from inside the house. He observed their interaction with fluctuating expressions before turning back into the room. "Come in," Lin Jun said gently. Hua Jin led Ji Qi into the living room, where Ji Xingming was focused intently on his newspaper. "Father," Hua Jin called out to Ji Xingming once. Ji Xingming shifted slightly but made no response. 2 years ago, Ji Xingming thought Ji Qi couldn't compete with Hua Jin and was at his mercy. He believed Ji Qi, as an alpha, should marry and have children, so he never liked Hua Jin. He assumed that after they were done playing around, Ji Qi would think it over and return home. As expected, Ji Qi returned home, but after coming home, Ji Qi's true feelings for Hua Jin became clear to Ji Xingming. Ji Xingming saw exactly how Ji Qi had endured the last 2 years. Regarding other matters, Ji Xingming did not interfere, but he felt that Hua Jin had wronged Ji Qi. Ji Xingming was domineering and protective of those close to him. And single-minded. In Ji Xingming's eyes, Hua Jin had abandoned Ji Qi without cause. Now that Hua Jin had returned, Ji Xingming was glad Ji Qi had regained some vitality, but he still harbored resentment. Lin Jun sat down beside Ji Xingming, glancing at Hua Jin. "Sit down, both of you. We're all family here, no need to be formal." After sitting down, Ji Qi could tell how Ji Xingming felt. He called Ji Xingming by his title, father. Ji Xingming lifted his gaze and glared at Hua Jin. The night before, upon hearing Hua Jin say that he and Ji Qi were already married, Ji Xingming was angry for half the night. "You sure traveled far these past 2 years?" Ji Xingming said accusingly. Ji Qi leaned closer toward Hua Jin, gleefully taunting, "Dad has started scolding you." Hua Jin tightened his grip on Ji Qi's hand. "Wife, you're laughing too loudly." Chapter 113, My Secret Crush. Ji Qi softly coughed. He leaned against Hua Jin and sat obediently, waiting for Hua Jin's response. "Father, this is indeed my fault," Hua Jin took all the blame with a gentle and calm voice. Ji Xingming glanced over, "Then why do you regret coming back now? You've been pretty slick these past 2 years, sold the house, sold the car, even cancelled your phone number. Were you afraid our little Qi would find you?" After Ji Xingming finished speaking, Lin Jun gave him a hard glare. "Lin Jun, both of them are at fault, but you're only blaming young Hua. Your son has issues too." Ji Xingming clutched his head. "Hey, that's enough." Lin Jun looked at Ji Xingming, "They're married already, so stop your sarcastic comments." Hearing this, Ji Xingming shifted his gaze and continued reading his newspaper. He felt he didn't have any right to speak in this family. Lin Jun then looked at Hua Jin and Ji Qi. "Your father and I know it hasn't been easy for the two of you to get here. He's like that, sharp-tongued. If you both decide to be together, show more understanding toward each other." Finishing, Lin Jun's eyes landed on Ji Qi. "You need to control your temper sometimes. Don't think because others spoil you, you can act however you want." Hua Jin's lips twitched as he looked at Ji Qi. "Did you hear? That was about you." Ji Qi squeezed Hua Jin's hand tightly. A barely noticeable smile flickered across Hua Jin's lips. "Ji Qi is good, he doesn't have a temper." Ji Qi nodded. Yeah. At this point, Ji Xingming couldn't sit still anymore, but the words he wanted to say twisted when he saw the scene before him. "Ji Xingming, Hua Jin, let me tell you, if I hear that you've mistreated my son, I'll..." Suddenly, Lin Jun stuffed a piece of cake into Ji Xingming's mouth, effectively silencing him. "To you, I assure you as a junior, Pool won't endure any kind of," Hua Jin said with serious expression, making it sound like a promise. "Thank you, elders, for entrusting Pool to me. From now on, I will learn to be a good partner, a good husband. And regarding our marriage, there were many complications involved, which is why we did not inform you. Please don't hold it against us. Hua Jin spoke in a mild tone. Upon hearing the word husband, Ji Qi lowered his head. Everything seemed unbearably sensitive wherever he looked. Lin Jun smiled. Since that's settled, when will you two plan to officially host the wedding? The house hasn't seen some excitement in a long time. Hua Jin cast a deep glance at Ji Qi. I had thought of this. I'd like to give Ji Qi a proper wedding. Speaking, he turned to Ji Xingming and Lin Jun. There's only one uncle left alive in my family. All the wedding arrangements will be handled by me. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Ji Qi listened as Hua Jin and Lin Jun exchanged more conversation. He never expected anything about marriage. For him, being able to stay with Hua Jin was already the best thing ever. Will getting married be troublesome? Ji Qi suddenly asked in a low voice. Hua Jin looked at him sideways. It won't be too troublesome. You don't have to worry about anything. Ji Qi leaned on Hua Jin's shoulder. If you really want to get married so much, then I'll just barely agree. At this moment, Ji Xingming watched the two cuddle up and took a sip of cold tea from the side table. Sit properly. Ji Qi straightened his body, while Hua Jin put an arm around his waist, drawing them closer together. Not long after, the maid came in to announce dinner was ready, and the group sat down at the dining table. The food today was abundant. Ji Xingming grumbled under his breath as he moved closer to Lin Jun. Was it you who arranged all these dishes? This is Hua Jin's first meal here, no need to go overboard. People might think I value him too much. Listening to Ji Xingming's complaints, Lin Jun chuckled silently. Stop being bitter. In the future, if you want your son to call, he might not even come. Ji Xingming's expression darkened slightly, lost in thought. He stared at the stewed chicken on the table, picked a drumstick for Ji Qi, then handed another to Hua Jin. Come visit more often in the future. Hua Jin looked up somewhat surprised. Thank you, father. I'll bring Ji Qi home often. Having spoken, Hua Jin asked again, has father's illness recurred recently? Talking about this matter made Ji Qi feel even more guilt towards Hua Jin. After their separation, Ji Qi learned that Hua Jin had been researching specific medication for Ji Xingming. Despite numerous tests, staff from CE Laboratory kept in contact with Ji Xingming even after Hua Jin left. Half a year later, the specially formulated medication was delivered to Boss Hen Group by the CE Experimental Center. It would be a lie to say Ji Xingming wasn't grateful to Hua Jin. Though he wasn't fully cured yet, he could now manage his condition well, and Lin Jun's pheromones were no longer ineffective on him as they had been in the past. Your father is much better, Lin Jun relayed this information. We owe you for this, he suffers far less than before. Hua Jin felt somewhat relieved. It takes time for the medicine to cleanse toxins. The specialized inhibitor will help control outbreaks effectively. You must take the medicine on time, Hua Jin reminded. Ji Xingming sighed quietly. I'm lucky. But then his expression darkened. There are still young people out there with nowhere else to turn. The black market trade, the relevant authorities should step in to deal with it. Hua Jin didn't respond to that statement. It wasn't wise to say too much. Seeing the situation, Lin Jun steered the conversation elsewhere. I haven't asked yet, how did you two meet? Ji Qi nudged Hua Jin with his elbow. He had a crush on me, your highness. Hua Jin smiled affectionately at Ji Qi's words. Yes, I had a crush on him. Ji Xingming. He didn't believe it. Given Hua Jin and Ji Qi's social standing, they shouldn't have met in the first place. Let alone develop a crush. Too much water under the bridge. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Hua Jin spoke again. Ji Qi applied for a visit to the CE Experimental Center during his university days. I rejected him 20 times. Huh. Ji Qi tilted his head up. Chapter 114, Hua Jin drinking 2.0. Isn't it? Back then, Hua Jin already knew me. If we count the time, it was even earlier than the debate competition. Ji Qi seemed to suddenly understand. You knew me, liked me, and wouldn't let me go. Hua Jin's tone was low. You don't have the qualification. Ji Qi, not even a shortcut after being liked by you. Will you not let anything slide at all? Do you know that every time I get rejected, I eat one less meal? Hua Jin's gaze fixed on Ji Qi, so pitiful. You've skipped 20 meals. Hua Jin ruffled Ji Qi's head. Let me make it up to you when I get home, alright? Ji Qi sniffed with a closed expression. You really separate public from private, don't you? Lin Jun listened to their conversation and smiled. This meal was eaten particularly warmly. Ji Xingming might have been nitpicking Hua Jin verbally, but seeing their appearance filled him with more sentiment. The two of them had gone through quite a lot along the way, and Ji Xingming had no reason or position to stop anything anymore. If there was one fault to pick with Hua Jin, it was that he couldn't bear children. Ji Xingming put down his chopsticks and took out a bottle of wine from the kitchen, placing it on the dining table, speaking directly to Hua Jin. Let's have a couple of drinks. Hua Jin didn't usually drink much, but Ji Xingming's invitation was one he would never refuse. Hua Jin nodded. All right. Ji Qi took the cup in front of Hua Jin, addressing Ji Xingming. He doesn't drink. No problem, I'll drink a couple of glasses with father. Hua Jin accepted. Seeing this, Ji Qi stopped resisting, leading Hua Jin to drink until half drunk. With his poor alcohol tolerance, even Ji Qi could outdrink him. Naturally, he couldn't match Ji Xingming, who frequently attended social engagements. An hour later, Ji Qi glared at Ji Xingming as Hu Jin slumped onto the table. You're bullying him. What? Ji Xingming wore an unconcerned look, already feeling sorry for him. You mustn't bully him. Ji Qi showed no hesitation in favoring Hu Jin. Then let him give me a grandson. Ji Qi, never again. Ji Qi supported Hu Jin. Since they had been drinking, he didn't take him back home, instead helping Hu Jin to his own room. Ji Qi led Hu Jin to the independent bathroom inside the room, spitting out, you actually thought you could win against Dad? Who gave you that courage? So dumb. Looking at Hu Jin's drunken state, Ji Qi decided that he would absolutely not let Hu Jin drink ever again. Just as Ji Qi was about to get a towel to wipe Hu Jin down, Hu Jin slid to the ground next to the bathtub. Perfect, all dignity lost. Hu Jin, with his blurry eyes, grabbed Ji Qi's clothes. Where are you going, wife? At this moment, Hu Jin's drunken words were thickly laced with threads of yearning. Ji Qi slapped Hu Jin's palm slightly. Do you not know your own limits? You just drink because you're told to, how dumb. Can't you see he's doing it deliberately? Suddenly, Hu Jin hugged Ji Qi childishly. I'm happy. I just drank. Ji Qi leaned down slightly, gazing into Hu Jin's eyes which twinkled like stars. What are you so happy about? Hu Jin muttered something indistinct that Ji Qi almost didn't hear clearly. He crouched down to be face to face with Hu Jin. Ji Qi's ear drew closer to Hu Jin's, asking again. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt his waist tighten. Hu Jin's words echoed like a lingering bell toll, striking pain and joy in his heart. You didn't reject me. Hu Jin said. Wife, you didn't reject me. His voice was soft and weak, and the moment Ji Qi heard it clearly, he lifted his hand to gently rub Hu Jin's cheek. At that moment, Ji Qi's compassion for Hu Jin reached its peak. Ji Qi's eyes slightly brimmed with emotion. I want you, why would I not want you? We will always be together. As he spoke, Ji Qi cradled Hu Jin's face and kissed his nose lightly. I won't reject you. I love you, Ji Qi said. Hu Jin, with a hazy gaze, pointed to his lips. Kiss here. Ji Qi, caught between laughter and tears, kissed Hu Jin's lips once more. Just as their lips barely touched, Hu Jin pulled him tightly around the waist, deepening the kiss. Hu Jin's kisses were explorative and obsessive. Ji Qi trembled while gripping Hu Jin's shirt. Why you, Are you pretending? How could someone, drunk, improve their kissing skills? Ji Qi thought Hu Jin wasn't truly drunk. And yet his strength was enormous. Ji Qi didn't intend to push him away either. In the end, he could only wait until Hu Jin finished kissing and fondling, finally letting go. Ji Qi raised a hand to touch his slightly numb lips. Are you a dog person? Hu Jin held Ji Qi's head close to his neck. Not really. Not yet, back to being dead serious. Ji Qi filled the bathtub with water and then coaxed Hu Jin into it. Ji Qi undid Hu Jin's shirt in the water. The lines of his shoulders and arms were beautifully defined, his body perfect even when undressed. Tisk. Ji Qi slowly unbuttoned Hu Jin's shirt, his eyes never leaving the sight. If only this body was mine. At hearing this, Hu Jin grabbed Ji Qi's hand and placed it on his chest. Take it. All yours. Ji Qi. Never mind, no point arguing with a drunkard. Ji Qi patted him. Tell me, how long have you liked me? Hu Jin furrowed his brows as if he was truly lost in reminiscence. A long time. Ji Qi became interested. Where did we first meet? Hu Jin frowned, lowering his head. I don't want to say. Ji Qi rubbed Hu Jin's cheeks. Are you shy? Hu Jin, MHM. Hu Jin's uncertain affirmative hum sounded both real and teasing. It indeed made Ji Qi weak-hearted, as if ripples were circling his emotions endlessly. I'll kiss you if you tell me how you fell for me, Ji Qi suddenly coaxed the drunk man. Hu Jin shook his head. I won't tell you. Chapter 115, How did you chase me? Ji Qi's interest grew as she listened to Hu Jin. Then you can never expect me to kiss you again. Hu Jin was unusually clear-headed at the moment. I can kiss you. As he spoke, Hu Jin suddenly supported himself on the edge of the bathtub and with a pull, Ji Qi found herself half fallen into the bathtub. Together we'll wash, wife. I'll hold you while we wash. I'll touch you for you. In a flurry, Ji Qi grabbed Hu Jin's shoulders. You drunkard, what do you want to do now? After some struggle, Ji Qi was completely drenched too. Deciding not to get out, she straddled Hu Jin. And started roaming her hands over him. When Ji Qi touched his abdominals, Hu Jin quickly seized her hand. Isn't it big enough? Ji Qi. Ji Qi paused upon hearing Hu Jin's words. There's no way sober Hu Jin could say something like this. Once Hu Jin drinks alcohol, it's as if his name changes from Hu Jin to. You might as well be called Huang Jin. Hu Jin slightly furrowed his brows and looked at Ji Qi in a haze. Wife. Hu Jin wrapped his arms around Ji Qi's waist, resting his head against her body. Wife. You're simply no good at seduction. Saying that, Hua Jin lifted his hand and pressed Ji Qi's hand against his neck. I'll teach you. With myriad thoughts reflected in his eyes, Hua Jin, flushed from intoxication, opened his mouth deliberately word by word. Release friendly pheromones while releasing 3% of flirtatious pheromones. When these two mix, walk towards your target. Hua Jin moved closer to Ji Qi, matching his actions to his words. His speech carried the rich scent of cold sandalwood lingering on his person. In an instant, the entire bathroom was enveloped by a cold yet scorching aura. Layer upon layer, there was no escape. Ji Qi's breathing became heavier in an instant, her heartbeat quickened several times. Breathing heavily, she gazed at Hua Jin. Ji Qi's face showed astonishment and confusion, leaving her flustered and disheveled. Hua Jin wasn't teaching here, he was practicing. He was utterly reckless. Ji Qi clutched the edge of the bathtub wanting to escape but had no strength left in her. Suddenly feeling warmth at her nape. Hua Jin's lips were already brushing against hers. Hua Jin's voice sounded possessive and domineering, this way you won't run away. Damn. The next day, Ji Qi woke up in bed, and the first thing she saw was Hua Jin embracing her. Hua Jin had been awake for a little while already, and Ji Qi, looking at him, pinched his face. Do you know what you did yesterday? Hua Jin, yes. Ji Qi glanced up and down at Hua Jin, are you satisfied with yourself? Hua Jin, not really. Saying that, Hua Jin pressed Ji Qi's shoulder. Let's do it again, wife. Ji Qi. Before Ji Qi could react, the blankets were pulled up covering her head. Instantly plunged into darkness. After getting up, Ji Qi had no energy left to talk. She went downstairs to have breakfast with Ji Xingming and Lin Wan. Ji Xingming noticed Ji Qi's lips and cast a glance, why are your lips swollen? Ji Qi, a dog bit me. Ji Xingming, what kind of dog could bite so hard? Hua Jin. Ji Xingming poured Hua Jin a glass of juice and subtly reminded him, young people should drink more fruit juice to lower their fire. Ji Qi leaned toward Hua Jin, did you hear that? My dad just hinted at you. It's all your fault, Hua Jin said, my fire cannot be extinguished. Ji Qi's hand holding the chopsticks trembled, and lowering her head, she started eating. After breakfast, Hua Jin said he would take Ji Qi to a place. The car kept driving deeper and deeper into a remote area. Observing the roadside, Ji Qi noticed there weren't even any tall buildings left, which made her curiosity grow even more. Finally, Hua Jin parked the car outside a distant yard in a tranquil small town. Hua Jin took Ji Qi's hand and walked inside. Outside the house stood a sycamore tree, swaying lightly in the wind with its own grace. Ji Qi looked up, and suddenly understood why some people liked this serene calmness where the breeze naturally flowed. The whole town exuded a leisurely, unhurried pace, contrasting sharply with the fast-paced urban lifestyle. Just being here seemed to improve one's mindset. Hua Jin tightened his grip on Ji Qi's hand. Just as they approached the courtyard, they saw a man sitting on a wooden stool in the yard, painting. The man had a gentle expression that harmonized perfectly with the laid-back atmosphere of the small town. Uncle. Hua Jin called out to the man. Ji Qi obediently followed suit, uncle, father. The man sitting on the long wooden stool looked up at that moment. Hua Chen glanced over Ji Qi from head to toe, his eyes crinkling with a smile, you're Ji Qi, right? Ji Qi nodded slightly, do you know me? Hua Chen stood up and pulled Ji Qi into the house, come on, let's sit inside. Ji Qi wasn't quite used to this uncle's warmth, glancing back at Hua Jin. Wasn't it supposed to be dragging him alone? Did he not want his own nephew? Hua Jin gave Ji Qi a glance, as if such behavior was completely normal to him. After pulling Ji Qi inside, he discovered that the room connected to the back courtyard. Outside, various kinds of flowers were planted, and cats lounged lazily in their wicker nests. With the wind blowing, the whole yard was filled with fragrance. Hua Chen sat Ji Qi down and plucked fragrant pears from the yard, washing them with spring water before handing them to Ji Qi. Try it. The door of the yard was left open, making Ji Qi feel both relaxed and comfortable. Thank you, uncle. Ji Qi observed Hua Chen. The faint aura emanating from him clearly marked him as an alpha. Alphas who enjoy growing flowers and raising cats were indeed rare. You seem to have a great interest, uncle. Ji Qi smiled. I like finding things to do by myself. Hua Chen stated frankly. At this moment, Hua Jin also entered the room. Hua Chen pointed directly at the kitchen, go make lunch. Ji Qi. It was truly rare for someone to utter such a command so easily. A guest arrives, gets directed straight to the kitchen, and is asked to cook. Ji Qi confirmed it, this uncle must certainly be an unconventional person. Seeing Hua Jin listening and entering the kitchen without a fuss, Ji Qi remarked. He really listens to you well, uncle. Although Hua Chen was an alpha, his face was gentle, making him seem very approachable. Thus, Ji Qi felt less restrained in conversation. Hua Chen gazed directly at Ji Qi, he has been saying he would bring you back for me to see. I waited until 3 trees in my backyard died and you still haven't come back. Upon hearing these words, Ji Qi immediately became interested, smiling towards Hua Chen, could you tell me something about Hua Jin? He doesn't tell me anything. Hua Chen looked thoughtful, curious now, he doesn't say anything. How did you manage to chase him? Relying on his cold, frozen-to-the-bone face. Chapter 116, Acquaintance. Ji Qi and Hua Chen inexplicably hit it off. When Tao Kan and Hua Jin joined the conversation, it was as though the floodgates opened. Ji Qi heard from Hua Chen about many embarrassing stories of Hua Jin's childhood, and each one made him regret not meeting Hua Jin earlier. Ji Qi raised his eyes to glance at Hua Jin in the kitchen. He never told me when we first met. Do you want to know? Hua Chen said lazily. Do you know? I would like to hear. Ji Qi replied earnestly. Ji Qi didn't understand why Hua Jin had not told him these stories, but he simply wanted to get closer to Hua Jin, closer to who he was in his own eyes. Hua Chen stood up. Let's take a walk outside the yard. Ji Qi got up and followed. As he trailed behind Hua Chen, the tranquility of the small town's running water and cicada songs enveloped them comfortably wherever they went. Hua Chen's tone, although abrupt, carried an easeful manner. Actually, I'm quite happy for him. Hua Chen turned around and looked at Ji Qi briefly. And what about you? You're a young master, always have been, so even if he had appeared at any other time in your life, it would still feel sudden. Hua Jin has liked you for a long time, Hua Chen suddenly interjected. Though the comment seemed out of context, there was an underlying significance to it that Ji Qi could understand. A subtle flicker of change passed through Ji Qi's eyes, his light brown irises scanning with a hint of curiosity. How long? Hua Chen leaned against the bamboo railing next to the flowers, far longer than you imagine. I've known about you for years. Is that so? Ji Qi's voice betrayed his obvious skepticism, yet it clearly indicated his desire to keep listening. Wasn't Hua Jin's family situation difficult when he was a child? You should know about that, right? Ji Qi let out a soft hum. I know. When you were 7 years old, Hua Jin already knew you. Back then, he was 16. 16. This revelation absolutely stunned Ji Qi. It couldn't be something within his memory. Hua Chen could detect Ji Qi's confusion and smiled slightly. It's normal that you wouldn't recognize him back then. Hua Jin was in such a dire state at the time, a single straw could have crushed him. And, where exactly was it? At the hospital. Hua Chen answered. At the hospital. Hua Chen's tone was indifferent, as though recounting some lingering yet vivid story. Images layered and repeated incessantly in Ji Qi's mind. Back then, Hua Jin was accompanying his grandmother in the hospital, and it was you who paid for her surgery. Ji Qi's expression was surprised. He had no recollection of this incident at all. Hua Jin's grandmother. Hua Chen chuckled suddenly, but I suppose you probably don't remember much about that period. At that time, a month's pocket money from the young master was enough to cover the surgery fees for an elderly woman on the verge of death. You must have been around 7 or 8. You were getting stitched up in the hospital due to some injury when you overheard the head doctor talking in his office about how the elder lady in the adjacent room couldn't afford her surgery. Without hesitation, you used your pocket money to pay for it. Hua Jin approached the doctor to discuss the patient's condition and the associated costs. That was the first time he ever saw you. You gave Hua Jin a red rose. I'm not pitying you, life is just unfair sometimes. You should stay happy. Hua Chen glanced at Ji Qi, repeating his exact words. That was your exact wording. Hua Jin did not refuse your offer because he had nowhere else to turn. Listening to Hua Chen's words, Ji Qi felt a slight tremor in his chest. He hadn't realized Hua Jin had known him for so long. Neither had he imagined their lives crossing paths at any point. The event was too long ago and seemingly insignificant, making it difficult for Ji Qi to recall the specific details. The images evoked by Hua Chen's narration remained fragmented in Ji Qi's mind. He indeed remembered giving the surgery fee for a ward patient when he was a child. For him, that small act slipped easily from memory. However, to the young Hua Jin back then, it might very well be an unforgettable lifelong moment. So, what happened later? Ji Qi asked in a low tone. Hua Chen, later, Hua Jin's grandmother underwent the surgery successfully. When Hua Jin turned 17, he differentiated into an Enigma type. Things were gradually looking up for him. He tried to look for you, but hospitals keep all patients' information confidential. When he was 20, he found out you were the young master of Bosun Group. In the beginning, his feelings toward you were gratitude-filled. But later, during one visit where he delivered testing samples to your school, he saw you again. It just so happened to be your university. Hua Jin watched one of your basketball games. Ji Qi lifted his gaze. Every time they'd met before was actually unilateral on Hua Jin's part. Hua Chen's voice was indifferent, carrying a certain air of languid weariness. Later, Hua Jin told me he found you. He began paying more attention to you. Hua Chen smiled as he said, I asked him why he didn't try making friends with you. Hua Jin said you were an alpha. He said the young master likes candy sweet omegas. He's neither candy sweet, nor an omega. He probably liked you a long time ago. Around the time when you first entered university. He worked at the CE Experiment Center, and every letter you wrote was personally replied to by Hua Jin. Hua Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Ji Qi. When I heard that you were going to participate in the public debate competition, Hua Jin went out of his way to become one of the judges. Ji Qi was surprised by everything Hua Chen had revealed. So it turns out their acquaintance, in Hua Jin's eyes, was never accidental. It was carefully calculated, teasingly distant. It was liking, but fearing to like. Hua Chen's voice broke through again. He has always been kind to you from the moment he met you. He doesn't treat others this way. Hua Jin had a tough childhood, his grandmother raised him. Your kindness towards him was something immeasurably precious. The position he sits in now, he earned all on his own without anyone's help. Even without his Enigma status, Hua Jin is still someone who could match you. Hua Chen spoke casually, yet there was an unspoken pride on his face as he mentioned Hua Jin, subtly perceptible. Ji Qi followed Hua Chen as they walked leisurely along the path. Passing a pear tree, Hua Chen plucked a fruit. After Hua Jin's grandmother passed away, he donated several times under your name to the Social Charity Association. He thought you two would never cross paths in this life. Maybe heaven pitied him and gave him a chance. Hua Chen handed the pear to Ji Qi. The marking you loathe? That was Hua Jin's dream start. Chapter 117, Your husband has been remarkable since childhood. The mark of your hatred is what Hua Jin has yearned for in his dreams. Ji Qi's mind kept replaying this sentence, and suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Back then, Hua Jin must have been very upset. Hua Chen observed Ji Qi's emotions and spoke much more gently. Hua Jin is very stubborn. During the 2 years he was with you, he wanted to give you everything. He wanted to present the best things in the world right in front of you. So you should be able to imagine how much it hurt when he left you. He thought he had lost the bet and obtained the worst result. Ji Qi's pace slowed slightly. How could he not imagine that? He never thought Hua Jin had lived well at all. After leaving you, Hua Jin stayed with me for 2 months. He told me. Hua Chen glanced at Ji Qi with a calm expression, as if recounting some distant event. He told me, his alpha didn't like him. No matter what he did, his alpha still didn't like him. Ji Qi clenched his fists. Hua Jin's feelings were always much deeper than what he himself imagined. Hua Chen continued speaking. Later, Hua Jin learned how to smoke and drink alcohol. He stopped paying attention to anything related to you. When Hua Jin left Jiang City, he said he didn't want to return. Hua Chen kept walking forward. The two passed over a stone bridge, and the soft breeze brought a gentle touch. Ji Qi looked down at the flowing water under the bridge, ripples brushing smoothly over polished pebbles, the murmurs reaching his ears. He couldn't help but wonder how Hua Jin got through those days back then. When he was troubled, did he also come here to listen to the sound of the water, muttering curses under his breath about Ji Qi being without a conscience? Ji Qi leaned against the stone bridge, his eyes misty. Fortunately, he came back. Fortunately, it wasn't the worst outcome. Hua Chen chuckled lightly. The day Hua Jin left, he was on this stone bridge and threw something down from here. Ji Qi looked surprised. I picked it up later. It was caught on a stone and hadn't been washed away by the water. Hua Chen said. Then Hua Chen took out a small box he had just taken from his room and handed it to Ji Qi. Ji Qi hesitated before accepting it. What is this? Open it and see, Hua Chen said. Ji Qi opened the delicate box carefully. Inside was a men's ring. It's engraved with your name. He probably intended to give it to you, but he never did. Ji Qi picked up the ring and discovered inside that it truly bore the initials of his name. Ji Qi put the ring on his finger. It fit perfectly. He took it off and placed it in his pocket. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Hua Chen speak again. You've always been able to stir Hua Jin's emotions. When he returned and met you, and you kept getting close to him, how could he bear it? He was afraid that you were just acting on impulse, afraid that some rich young master played truth or dare and lost, taking him for fun. Hua Chen stared directly at Ji Qi. His affection for you has never faded with time. Now that Hua Jin can get close to you, hold your hand, and call you affectionately, I don't know how happy he is, but I think his cautious heart has finally seen light. If you can reciprocate his feelings, for Hua Jin, there's probably nothing better in the world. Listening to Hua Chen's words, Ji Qi was deeply moved. He looked up at the sky. Hua Jin's affection was as enduring as flowing water, endless and timeless. In this world, no one was better than him. Thank you, Hua Chen suddenly looked at Ji Qi. Thank you for being willing to get close to Hua Jin. I still prefer him the way he is now. Every word Hua Chen said touched Ji Qi deeply. There were too many emotions, they overflowed and yet could not find expression. Ji Qi smiled toward Hua Chen. I waited for him. I waited for him. The two walked around the town for a long time. When they returned to the yard, Hua Jin was washing fruit with mountain spring water. Ji Qi stepped into the courtyard and walked to Hua Jin. There was a little well nearby, and flowers were planted on one side. Ji Qi handed the pear he had just picked to Hua Jin. Wash this one too. Hua Jin took the pear and asked softly, where did you go just now? Ji Qi looked serious. If you kiss me, I'll tell you. A faint smile appeared on Hua Jin's lips with an insubordinate glint in his eyes. Does kissing you count as a loss for me? With these words, Hua Jin pinched Ji Qi's cheeks and gave him a quick kiss. Ji Qi's eyes shimmered with laughter. Your uncle told me a lot of embarrassing stories from your childhood. You're quite remarkable, Hua Panzhang. When you were a child, you fought with a goose and ran 2 kilometers holding its beak. Hua Jin watched Ji Qi's delighted expression and humored him, responding accordingly, yeah, your husband has been remarkable since childhood. Ji Qi arched an eyebrow and glanced straight at Hua Jin. He took a step closer to Hua Jin and hugged him. Ji Qi looked up slightly in Hua Jin's arms. So, this young master had already taken a fancy to me when I started university, right? Didn't you feel my irresistible charm? Didn't you want me as your wife long ago? Hua Jin lowered his gaze and chuckled with a side glance. The sunlight filtered through the wudong trees and slowly scattered down. The ground beneath them felt scorching, just like their hearts. Hua Jin embraced Ji Qi. Yeah, I've wanted you as my wife for a long time. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the green leaves to sway softly. Ji Qi held Hua Jin tightly, his eyes slightly stinging. It was just an ordinary hug, but it seemed to have the power to pull someone out of hell. Ji Qi held Hua Jin for a long time without saying anything. That day, the wind was gentle, and Ji Qi liked the courtyard here. Everything around seemed to say. Everything might leave, but Hua Jin wouldn't. Hua Jin would love you. Hua Jin could sense Ji Qi finding peace of mind in this town, so he found an excuse to stay there with Ji Qi for a month. During their leisure time, Ji Qi and Hua Chen went fishing, learned how to shape mud into flower pots, and mastered 2 instruments that helped calm the mind. Ji Qi also practiced painting with Hua Chen and heard more embarrassing stories about Hua Jin. After a month, Ji Qi no longer became anxious or restless. Even if Hua Jin left for a whole day, Ji Qi wouldn't worry aimlessly as before. Ji Qi no longer needed medication to stabilize his emotions. Hua Jin would return, he would come back to Ji Qi's side. No matter where they were, Hua Jin would always find Ji Qi. Hua Jin's love didn't need to be questioned. A month later, the two returned to Jiang City. As soon as Ji Qi opened the door, his expression turned enigmatic. He grabbed Hua Jin's tie and dragged him straight into the bedroom. Chapter 118, Hua Jin's Alpha. Hua Jin was thrown onto the bed by Ji Qi, his eyes narrowing as he looked at his disheveled tie. A healed wife will be more ferocious. A faint upward curl appeared on the corner of Hua Jin's lips. Ji Qi insisted these past 2 days that Hua Jin should mark him with an asterisk. Hua Jin didn't, and Ji Qi got upset. He stared resentfully at Hua Jin for a while, tugging on Hua Jin's tie. I want a permanent one. Are you sure, you really want it? Hua Jin asked him. I want it. Hua Jin caressed Ji Qi's waist, his pitch-black eyes unreadable. A permanent marking is very painful. A permanent marking generally needs something else done beforehand to relieve the pain before biting, otherwise, it will hurt too much. I know. Ji Qi pressed down on Hua Jin's shoulders, looking down at Hua Jin in superiority. I want it. The young master orders you, bite me. Hua Jin held Ji Qi up to keep him from falling off himself. Wife. Ji Qi looked up at Hua Jin, who then cupped his face in his hands. Don't be angry anymore, I'll bite you, I'll bite you. The soft pads of Hua Jin's fingers teased Ji Qi's lips before gently kissing him. Ji Qi gripped Hua Jin's back tightly, his whole body trembling. The pain at the side of his neck mixed with Hua Jin's thick pheromones. It was an unremovable marking connection. Deep-rooted marks were left on his body. Does it hurt? Hua Jin asked him. Ji Qi turned his head to the side, proudly shaking his head. Ji Qi slept until 3 in the afternoon, his head feeling groggy and hazy. As soon as Ji Qi woke up, he instinctively touched his neck. Hua Jin's Alpha. Cool. Ji Qi looked over and saw Hua Jin sorting some documents at the computer desk in the bedroom, clearly having been awake for quite a while. Upon hearing the movement, Hua Jin turned around and glanced at Ji Qi, awake. What does the young master want to eat? I'll make it for you. Ji Qi pulled back the blanket and immediately saw the clothes Hua Jin had picked out for him. His eyes glanced toward the bedside cabinet. A 6,000 yuan outfit was just torn apart like that. Such extravagance. Ji Qi wore a serious expression, buy 10 pieces to compensate me. Hua Jin understood what Ji Qi meant. He walked towards Ji Qi, standing beside the bed. Wife, I'll give you 200 yuan pocket money. Ah, this. Ji Qi's light brown eyes flickered, okay, fine. Just having 200 yuan for pocket money would make asking for clothes impolite indeed. Hua Jin watched Ji Qi's expression, picked up the clothes from the side, and dressed him well, then kissed the person a few times. The S9 experiment will be over soon. I'm heading back to the CE Experimental Center now. Do you want to come along? Hua Jin softly said. Ji Qi was somewhat interested in going to the CE Experimental Center. Wrapping his arms around Hua Jin's neck, he asked, Judge Hua still wants to bring family members to work. Are you this inseparable from me? Hearing Ji Qi's words, Hua Jin's lips curved slightly upward. Inseparable. Will you be very busy? Ji Qi asked. I will be very busy, Hua Jin replied, but if I can go home together with my wife, things might get done faster. Ji Qi's gaze fell on the side of Hu Jin's neck, where there was the fresh blood imprint he'd just bitten earlier. He leaned down and kissed the spot of the bite. Reluctantly agree to you. Ji Qi expected Hu Jin to be busy, but he didn't expect him to be so occupied. There were too many things piled up when he just returned to the CE Experimental Center, causing Hu Jin to leave Ji Qi's sight and not be seen again as soon as they arrived. Ji Qi drank 2 pots of tea in the chief judge's office of the CE Experimental Center, feeling bored and went downstairs. When walking to the entrance of the CE Experimental Center, Ji Qi saw a familiar face. Though familiar, the two had only met once before. It was the Alpha who had entered and exited the hotel with Hu Jin last time. Ji Qi's face showed disdain upon seeing the person. Ji Qi had investigated this individual, Luo Yi, the scion of the company that invested in Hu Jin's venture last time in Binbei. Ji Qi understood clearly now. Luo Yi must have liked Hu Jin, which explained why he was meddling here. To put it bluntly, a rival in love. Ji Qi passed Luo Yi indifferently, but Luo Yi immediately recognized Ji Qi. Luo Yi usually stayed in Binbei, not knowing or being interested in the young masters of Jiangcheng. Luo Yi grabbed Ji Qi's shoulder. I've been looking for you forever. Never thought I'd run into you here. Ji Qi disdainfully raised his eyes to meet Luo Yi's gaze. He had just seen Luo Yi handing over some documents to the security personnel, and it seemed that the investment plan from before was nearing its conclusion, likely still having some connection to Hu Jin. Though Hu Jin clearly disliked this man, Ji Qi found him irksome but wasn't in the mood to argue with Luo Yi. Ji Qi walked past Luo Yi coldly. Stay away from me. Otherwise, a beating would be unavoidable. After saying that, Ji Qi left Luo Yi behind. Luo Yi felt a surge of frustration with no outlet, so he followed Ji Qi all the way out of the experimental center's gate. The 2 subordinates by his side also followed. Since it was difficult to cause trouble for Ji Qi within the CE Experimental Center, Luo Yi deliberately waited until they turned a corner before intercepting Ji Qi again. Having been angered by Ji Qi, Luo Yi intended to get back at him. Luo Yi gave a subtle nod to the 2 men behind him, who instantly stepped forward to block Ji Qi's path. Ji Qi's eyebrows arched slightly, exuding a defiant and wild aura despite his refined appearance. One was a beta substituting as an alpha, one was a beta-type alpha, and the other was an S-class alpha. Ji Qi glanced at them, then shifted his wrist casually. Chapter 119 Lousies. Ji Qi slightly clenched his fists. It had been a long time since he last fought, and he was somewhat excited. After Luo Yi's men blocked Ji Qi's way, Luo Yi himself quickly approached Ji Qi with a fierce look on his face. Luo Yi's hand was cracking as he said, if I don't beat you into begging today, then my name isn't Luo Yi. Ji Qi lazily turned around just as a fierce punch swung towards him. This is getting interesting. The pheromones emanating from Luo Yi smelled like something Ji Qi couldn't quite describe. He could feel that Luo Yi was deliberately releasing pheromones to suppress him. Ji Qi was an S-grade alpha whose pheromones were the rare S390 fierce plum wine. Among S-grades, there were also high and low distinctions for pheromone potency. Luo Yi's pheromones were strong but were the most common among S-grades. The Information Pheromone Center assigned unique numbers to special pheromones based on rarity. Luo Yi's pheromones were so ordinary they didn't even appear in the archive of the center. Ji Qi wasn't greatly affected by Luo Yi's pheromones. Just thought it smelled bad. In the instant the fierce fist was about to hit Ji Qi, he sidestepped, flipped his wrist lightly, and grabbed Luo Yi's elbow. Ji Qi moved one foot between Luo Yi's legs, used some force, and bent Luo Yi's knees. With the elbow circling half a circle, Ji Qi controlled Luo Yi's neck from behind, applied force, and slammed Luo Yi hard onto the ground. Bang! The heavy sound caused the ground to tremble slightly. Cough, cough, Luo Yi's chest rose and fell violently. The pain throughout his body made him cough, which caused his throat to hurt as well. Give me the satisfaction of killing him. The deep tone Luo Yi emitted was unclear and muffled. He reached out to grab Ji Qi's neck. But Ji Qi was too fast. As the distance increased between them, a white sneaker stepped on Luo Yi's neck. Ji Qi's voice was cold and menacing, cutting like bone fractures. Did the prince from Binbei inquire about my name, Ji Qi, when coming to Jiangcheng? During Ji Qi's conversation, 2 of Luo Yi's subordinates attacked him directly. Unable to deal with both, Ji Qi lifted the foot pressing down on Luo Yi. As Ji Qi caught the fist of one man, he twisted it forcefully, causing his own concentrated plum wine pheromones to suddenly burst forth. They were so potent and overpowering that they struck fear in everyone present, including Luo Yi's 2 men. Ji Qi kicked the chest of the other man in front of him, then effortlessly threw the alpha whose wrist he'd grabbed to the ground with another swift movement. The whole process lasted no more than a few minutes. The winds churned, and the conflicting pheromones disturbed the air. Ji Qi furrowed his brow looking at the people on the ground. Useless waste. At this moment, Luo Yi shakily stood up. Ji Qi thought he was preparing for another beating, but unexpectedly, Luo Yi gave the fallen alpha a subtle glance. Ji Qi turned alertly, only to see that alpha holding a special tool, a small pocket throat cutter, charging at him. Damn! Ji Qi's attack pheromones grew stronger and colder. His eyes turned frigid as his indifference grew more profound. Since the alpha was suppressed by the pheromones, his strength was weak, making it easy for Ji Qi to dodge the knife during the sidestep. Taking advantage of the situation, Luo Yi clenched his fists and swung a punch at Ji Qi. This time Ji Qi took the blow straight on. Ji Qi frowned, feeling a burning sensation on his cheek. He noticed that Luo Yi was wearing a metal ring on his fingers. Ji Qi pressed the tip of his tongue against his back teeth, his expression dark and chilling. Grabbing the alpha's wrist, Ji Qi swiftly wrested the knife from his opponent. In the next second, he turned and pulled Luo Ye's neck down with great force. Again pinning him to the ground, Ji Qi tapped Luo Ye's face lightly with the knife. The sharp edge of the blade made Luo Ye's heart race faster. He tilted his head back, swallowing saliva due to fear. Enraged now, Ji Qi pressed his knee onto Luo Ye's neck, tightly gripping Luo Ye's clothing. Like Hu Jin, huh? I didn't originally want any trouble, but you certainly seem to have an insolent air about you. While saying this, Ji Qi tightened his grip on Luo Ye's clothes even more. He belongs to me. From now on, stay far away from me. Though Ji Qi's voice was low, it had a strange effect that left people stunned. Luo Yi listened to Ji Qi's words and gave him a cold look. What are you even worth? Just at this moment, Ji Qi suddenly smelled a faint whiff of cold sandalwood pheromones. Because of the mark, Hu Jin's pheromones were now hundreds of times more sensitive to him. Ji Qi loosened his grip slightly and then threw Luo Yi hard onto the ground. Ji Qi thought that since Hu Jin didn't like to see him fight, he would let Luo Yi off the hook today. Unfortunately, Hu Jin, coming around the corner, happened to witness exactly the moment Ji Qi threw someone to the ground. Hu Jin added a crude remark. Get lost. Chapter 120, Upset. As Ji Qi raised his eyes, he met the gaze of Hu Jin who was walking over. Ji Qi. Could Hu Jin believe it if someone said they struck first now? Behind Hu Jin, Bai Yu observed the scene with a slight widening of his eyes. Judge Hu, your wife seems quite wild. Does he beat you at home? How does it look like there's a tendency towards domestic violence? Are you afraid of him? Hu Jin paused in his steps, his expression calm and his emotions well concealed. He's very obedient. Very obedient? Bai Yu. Obedient where? Has Hu Jin's eyes grown on top of his head? Shouldn't they be donated? Hu Jin handed the documents in his hand to Bai Yu and walked toward Ji Qi. Ji Qi stood up, letting go. He kept his eyes fixed intently on the people on the ground, his expression evasive. Ji Qi gave Hu Jin a sideways glance. What should he say? When Hu Jin approached Ji Qi, his eyes fell on Luo Yi lying on the ground. Judging by the situation, Hu Jin could roughly guess why Ji Qi got into a fight with them. Luo Yi, seeing Hu Jin approach, immediately changed his expression and propped himself up, saying, Judge Hu, I came to deliver something to you. Hu Jin's cold eyes focused on Luo Yi, his icy gaze showing no emotion. He turned slightly, speaking to Bai Yu, have the lab staff come and handle this, take it to the police station for recording statements. Luo Yi was feeling pleased upon hearing this. Suddenly, the next second, Hu Jin added, I'll bail out Ji Qi, you handle this, take the paperwork over. Bai Yu clearly tried to suppress a smile as he nodded and walked forward. Upon hearing Hu Jin's words, Luo Yi looked up, shocked. Hu Jin just referred to himself when he mentioned sending to the police station. And even offered to bail out the other side. This realization caused Luo Yi's previously gleaming black eyes to instantly dim. Judge Hu, shouldn't you ask about the reason for this? Luo Yi opened his mouth to say. Hu Jin took one step closer to Luo Yi, who immediately stopped talking as an overpowering aura approached, causing Luo Yi to instinctively take a step back. No need for a reason. Hu Jin, because my wife is very obedient and would not randomly hit others, so obviously the issue is with you. Luo Yi. Ji Qi. Ji Qi glanced aside, too high praise, too high praise. Ji Qi blinked several times but couldn't find focus anywhere. Only after some time did Luo Yi manage to grasp the essence of that sentence. Stunned, Luo Yi stared at Ji Qi. Is he Judge Hu's wife? The fluctuations in Luo Yi's face showed agitation deep in his pupils. Clearly disbelieving, Luo Yi said, Judge Hu, the way you reject people seems a bit too extreme. Hu Jin glanced briefly at the surveillance camera in the corner which faced right here. With a subtle movement of his wrist, Hu Jin took a step closer to Luo Yi, his expression indifferent. At this moment, Bai Yu arrived with the staff from the CE Experimental Center through the large door. After turning the corner, they reached Hu Jin. The CE Experimental Center always had armed personnel patrolling, these individuals towering with their tall statures and wearing uniform clothing, radiating a sense of pressure beyond ordinary people. Before Luo Yi could utter a word, the patrolman took him away. Bai Yu followed closely behind. Once everyone left, Ji Qi began observing carefully all around, looking somewhat guilty. Hu Jin sighed softly and took a step toward Ji Qi, looking down at him from above. The injuries on Ji Qi's face were quite noticeable, the abrasions below his eyes red and bleeding. Ji Qi tilted his head up, showing Hu Jin the wounds on his face. Hu Jin's lips formed a straight line, his expression surprisingly gentle as he gently pinched Ji Qi's jaw to closely examine the injury. Does it hurt? Hu Jin's voice was soft, without any hint of reproach, more filled with sympathy and tenderness. Ji Qi made eye contact with Hu Jin once and then looked elsewhere. It doesn't hurt. You're being disobedient again. Hu Jin pinched Ji Qi's cheeks lightly. Luo Yi was the financier of the S9 testing project, which meant it wasn't wise to offend him now. They bullied me alone. Ji Qi didn't want to cause trouble for Hu Jin, his words tinged with guilt. Since he had run off earlier, the matter seemed settled. Upon hearing this, Hu Jin chuckled deeply, pulling Ji Qi into his embrace. Blame me, when I get busy, I have no time to attend to you. Ji Qi slightly lifted his head while leaning against Hu Jin's chest. Not overly convinced. Did I cause trouble? Ji Qi mumbled. Hu Jin rubbed Ji Qi's head affectionately. Of course, you fought and got yourself injured. How stupid. As soon as the words left his lips, Ji Qi felt Hu Jin's hand pinch his face again. Ji Qi lowered his eyes, then Hu Jin let go of him and grabbed his hand, pulling him into the experimental center. After bringing Ji Qi back to the judge's office, Hu Jin had him sit down. Seeing Hu Jin's serious expression, Ji Qi obediently sat there, stealing glances at Hu Jin every few seconds. Are you angry? Hu Jin didn't answer but was searching for something in the drawer. Ji Qi reached up, grabbing the edge of Hu Jin's clothing between his fingers. Brother. Chapter 121, Something's Off. Hu Jin paused in his movements, he glanced at Ji Qi sideways, stop being coy. After saying that, Hu Jin found iodine tincture and band-aids from the drawer. Ji Qi let Hu Jin do as he pleased. His face was turned a few times while being pinched, and after the band-aid was stuck on, the unruly teenager's energy rose again. You look like you've gone bad, Hu Jin couldn't help but criticize. You rest for a while, then we'll go home together later. Ji Qi's lips moved slightly. Are you really not angry? Unbelievable. Ji Qi pointed to his own face. Unless you kiss me. Hu Jin's expression brightened with laughter as he kissed Ji Qi once, then twice. Ji Qi frowned. I'm losing out. After saying this, he kissed Hu Jin on the corner of his mouth. Give one back. Hu Jin couldn't hold back his laughter, pulling Ji Qi onto the sofa behind him and sitting down. Wait for me a moment, I'll cook when we get home. After the two had enjoyed some sweet moments, Ji Qi obediently waited on the sofa for Hu Jin. 3 days later. Because of Ji Qi's situation, a final payment of Luo Ye's company was held up by various reasons, and Hu Jin himself prepaid 90 million yuan. Ji Qi was playing games in the living room. Looking at the sudden payment information that popped up on his phone, his eyes were wide open, hesitantly walking to Hu Jin. 900 million yuan. Can this money be recovered? Hu Jin glanced at him, his expression serious. The research project on special pheromones can treat many rare diseases like your father's. It's clearly more expenditure than return for a small population base. It will take about 300 years for the money to come back. Ji Qi, 300 years. Hu Yi must really like you. Ji Qi's focus was inexplicably here. Hu Jin patted Ji Qi's head. So how much did you invest in your husband at the time? Ji Qi coughed. The investment was rejected, so I donated 520 yuan. This is true, there has always been a special donation for high levels. Although the money is gone, but this is a good thing, Ji Qi doesn't oppose it. Hu Jin saw Ji Qi's thoughts, leaning down slightly to explain. After the experiment ends, the designated company becomes the exclusive producer. All patents will belong to the investment company. To businessmen, these are the most important things. It's not because he likes you so much. Ji Qi looked up. My father said, when men get what they want, they turn bad. Hu Jin will definitely be like that, he specifically named. Hu Jin couldn't help but smile, suppressing a grin. Hu Jin won't turn bad, Hu Jin will always like you. After speaking, Hu Jin embraced Ji Qi's waist and kissed him gently on the corner of his mouth, tenderly like touching a rose. Profanity and desecration would all be sins. Ji Qi became weak in the legs, only stopping after making several rounds on the couch with Hu Jin. Much later, Ji Qi lay limply on Hu Jin, truly worthy of being an enigma. After saying this, he kissed Hu Jin again. A man can't lose. For a while, their peaceful and happy days continued. Every day Hu Jin took him out to buy groceries, they cooked together, read books, watched movies, like real couples watching sunsets by the riverside, sunrises in high mountain. Ji Qi liked such days, every day feeling blissful. During this period, Song Lin approached Ji Qi a few times, but Ji Qi never replied to avoid contact. Hu Jin remained busy, but returned home on time, cooking for his alpha. The refrigerator was filled to the brim. During this time, Ji Qi had a heat period, becoming sticky and well-behaved. The person who usually wouldn't call didn't know shyness now. He hugged Hu Jin, rubbing against him constantly. Husband. Husband. The sticky sound carried sweetness, evoking images of delicious food when spoken. Hu Jin got himself a portable pendant, carrying it wherever he went. During Ji Qi's heat period, he only liked to be held this way, hanging onto Hu Jin's neck facing him directly. Rarely causing trouble, when Huijin discovered Ji Qi, he was hiding in the corner and had finished an entire bottle of strong liquor. Huijin got angry. He left Ji Qi cooling off for an hour, which was his limit. An hour without cooking. After waking up, Ji Qi no longer looked coldly at Huijin like 2 years ago. First, he voluntarily crawled into Huijin's arms, then kissed him. "Your little baby is hungry, hurry up and cook." Huijin tightly hugged Ji Qi, his heart heavy yet soft with confusion. Okay. On this day, after dinner, Ji Qi received a message sent by Ji Xingming. He said there was a problem with the company and he needed to go back for a while. When Huijin was about to leave, Ji Qi hugged him. "Remember to take some time off work if you miss me." Huijin stood still, then Ji Qi gave him a peck on the cheek. "You're such a good girl, wife." "Ji Qi, if you don't go now, I'll beat you up." After Huijin left, Ji Qi changed into formal wear and also went to the company. When he arrived at the address Ji Xingming had sent him, he realized something was off. Chapter 122, I'll like you more. This place was a warehouse, and as they walked in, the light became darker and darker. Ji Qi's expression grew cautious. He didn't walk further inside, and Ji Qi paused before stepping back out. Something wasn't right here. It was supposed to have a batch of goods here, but it only looked like endless darkness ahead. A bang sound echoed as the gate slammed shut. 2 lights in the warehouse went dark. Footsteps resounded loudly through the empty space. The moment Ji Qi saw Song Lin, his entire face turned grim. Song Lin always carried out things perfectly without leaving any traces, yet today he dared to trap Ji Qi here. This had to mean something close to madness. Ji Qi took out his phone and found that the signal had been interrupted. This was indeed something Song Lin would do. In a hurry, Ji Qi sent an emergency distress call to Gu Baizhou. The phone's screen lit up with a bright red glow. Ji Qi understood Song Lin's thoughts clearly. He also recognized the unique feelings Gu Baizhou held for Song Lin early on. When Ji Qi first discovered he'd been marked by Enigma, Gu Baizhou flaunted and mocked in front of Song Lin. Back then, Gu Baizhou felt more happiness inside than anything else. He rejoiced over Song Lin's unattainable love. Song Lin was not just stubborn but downright insane. His persistence at all costs made Ji Qi's heart tremble in fear being stuck here. Because of his thorough understanding, Ji Qi had once been amazed by Song Lin's schemes. Now, faced with this real situation, how could he not be afraid? Song Lin stepped closer toward Ji Qi. His body radiated extremely strong pheromones that seemed specially prepared for Ji Qi, stimulating him so much that his limbs went limp. As Ji Qi attempted to dial Huijin again, Song Lin arrived at Ji Qi's side, snatching his phone away. "Who are you trying to call?" Ji Qi glared fiercely at Song Lin, almost shouting in anger, "Have you gone crazy, Song Lin?" Song Lin's face showed arrogance. As he advanced, Ji Qi instinctively stepped backward, breathing heavily. "I've gone mad. I've completely gone mad. All because of you." With forceful grips on Ji Qi's shoulders, Song Lin pulled him and pushed him against the wall. "Why?" Song Lin clutched Ji Qi's shoulders firmly, looking dark and sinister. "Isn't it true that you don't like Enigma? Isn't it true that you dislike being dominated by others? Then why are you with Huijin? You don't like him, do you? Don't like him, do you?" Song Lin's voice rose louder and louder, its heavy tone swirling around the warehouse. Ji Qi was dizzy from the pheromones emanating from Song Lin. With all his strength, Ji Qi grabbed Song Lin's shirt collar and struck him hard with a punch. "Whom I like is none of your business. It's not that I like Enigma. I like Huijin, whether he's Enigma or Alpha, I still like him. Can you understand that?" Ji Qi's weak blow landed on Song Lin, but it lacked power. Because of the punch, Ji Qi stumbled slightly, almost falling to the ground. He barely managed to stand up, shaking his head violently to regain clarity. "Song Lin. What exactly did you do? These pheromones. They shouldn't work on him, but this situation feels off. It doesn't smell like Song Lin's natural pheromones at all." Song Lin gripped Ji Qi's shoulder tightly and lifted him up again, pressing him against the wall. "Of course these are the kinds of pheromones that will affect you. Huijin can use them, why can't I?" Song Lin gazed at Ji Qi's gland greedily, his eyes full of lust. "Even if I cannot be Enigma, I have ways to mark you. I can remove your glands, turning you into Omega." Song Lin's words chilled Ji Qi to the bone. So chilling that it felt as if it wasn't even a joke. "You're crazy. Song Lin, you've lost your mind." Ji Qi shouted furiously, though his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Song Lin stared intently at Ji Qi, his black eyes bottomless pits filled only with hate and pain. "Didn't you and Huijin start out this way too? You will like me eventually, won't you? Just like how you liked Huijin, starting with being controlled by pheromones until liking him. Won't it be just like that?" Song Lin's eyes were faintly bloodshot. He had become obsessed to the extreme point. Ji Qi's affection for Huijin gave him hope that Ji Qi might one day like him in return. Song Lin clutched Ji Qi's shoulders. "You like me, don't you, Qi? You like me. I will be better to you than Huijin." As he spoke, the seductive pheromones emanating from his body became even more intense. The entire warehouse was enveloped in that strong scent. Ji Qi took a deep breath and suddenly pushed Song Lin away with all his might. Stumbling toward the warehouse entrance. After a few steps, he felt his legs growing heavier and heavier. Extracting the glands. It was something Song Lin might actually do. Chapter 123, Washed Away. Ji Qi's footing was unsteady, and after only a few steps, he fell to the ground. Before losing consciousness, Ji Qi's mind raced with panic, his thoughts filled with Hu Jin's figure. When he woke up again, he was on a bed, the light shining brightly in his eyes. It took Ji Qi several attempts to fully awaken. Everything in front of him was unfamiliar, and images swirled chaotically in his mind. As he just managed to sit up, Song Lin appeared from one side. Song Lin held a cup of warm water, but his expression was cold as he walked over to Ji Qi and handed him the cup. With great effort, Ji Qi reached out and forcibly overturned the cup, spilling its contents onto the floor. Clang! The glass shattered into fragments upon colliding with the cold ceramic tiles, leaving water stains across the floor. Ji Qi's breathing grew heavy, the induced pheromones in this room were even more intense than in the warehouse earlier. Song Lin intended to induce his arousal. He's lost it. He's truly lost it. Ji Qi stared fiercely at Song Lin, unable to utter a word yet. His neck and tendons ached when Ji Qi touched the side of his neck. A wave of coldness rushed through his head. A thin layer of bandage wrapped around Ji Qi's neck, covering the gland area. His pupils widened in shock. Ji Qi's chest heaved heavily as his voice trembled with disbelief. What did you do? The pain from the gland made it hard for Ji Qi to speak clearly. He grabbed Song Lin's clothes. What have you done? Speaking caused Ji Qi throat pain. Song Lin lowered his gaze. The gland is still there. I just helped wash away the permanent mark. So, during your receptive periods, you won't crave Hu Jin's pheromones anymore. Song Lin leaned closer, speaking directly to Ji Qi, his eyes dark and lifeless. Slap. Ji Qi slapped Song Lin forcefully across the face. Crazy. Song Lin. You've gone insane. Before Ji Qi's hand could strike again, Song Lin grabbed it firmly, saying, hit me if you want. I like seeing you like this. Song Lin moved a step closer. You knew all along, didn't you? From school, I've been following behind you, taking care of everything for you. We've slept on the same mat, shared the same bed, had our deepest heart-to-hearts. How could Hu Jin come later and surpass us? I liked you first. I fell for you first. For so many years, I've given you my entire heart. While saying these words, Song Lin's eyes held a complicated emotion. What gave Hu Jin the right? For so many years, he never wanted to be friends with Ji Qi. Ji Qi strained to pull his hand free, sensing the fragrance in the room making his head both heavy and sluggish. Closing his eyes momentarily, Ji Qi recalled that before understanding Song Lin's feelings, he always thought Song Lin was an irreplaceable friend. He would regret not realizing Song Lin's intentions sooner. Before being marked by Hu Jin, Ji Qi had never anticipated any development between alphas beyond friendship. Tightening his fingertips, Ji Qi deliberately softened his tone. I consider you a friend, Song Lin. Don't make me disappointed. I don't want to be your friend. Song Lin retorted sharply. As the words ended, Song Lin raised a hand and lightly brushed against Ji Qi's neck. Ji Qi retreated a little, his bloodshot eyes glaring. If you dare. I won't forgive you, not just you, your father, or the entire Song Corporation will pay the price. Ji Qi braced himself against the headboard, trying his best to articulate his words clearly. Song Lin let out a low chuckle, his gaze probing and greedy. I'm not afraid. I just want you. I want nothing else. Song Lin gripped Ji Qi's wrist tightly and pulled with force. Ji Qi winced in pain as he struggled. Song Lin's gaze struck fear into Ji Qi. Desperately, Ji Qi pushed Song Lin away and tried to run off the bed. In haste, his foot landed on a shard of broken glass on the floor. Piercing pain spread throughout his body. Ji Qi stood on the broken glass, blood oozing from his feet mixing with the water on the floor and creating a red pool. The pain cleared Ji Qi's muddled mind somewhat, dispelling the fog induced by the pheromones. This sensation felt far better than the discomfort caused by the earlier hormonal influence. Ji Qi intentionally stepped harder on the glass, causing even more rapid bleeding as shards sliced through his foot. Chapter 124, Won't Love Him. Song Lin's eyes widened a little, and in a panic, he pulled Ji Qi to sit on the edge of the bed. Ji Qi's whole body was in a state of decadence and weakness. He only hoped that the blood from his feet would make Song Lin regain some clarity. Song Lin clutched Ji Qi's ankle, half kneeling at the head of the bed. His fingertips trembled. Song Lin seemed to become somewhat clear-headed again. He went to the living room to fetch bandages and medicine, and then knelt halfway on the ground to dress Ji Qi's wounds. Blood stains were soaked into his pants, a few shards of glass cut through his trousers, and cuts appeared on the back of Song Lin's knees. Blood seeped out. But he didn't feel the pain. Ji Qi looked down at Song Lin. He realized Song Lin was crying. Song Lin's eyetails turned red, tears dripping from his tear-filled eyes onto Ji Qi's foot, feeling scorching like flames. Song Lin held on to Ji Qi's ankle with a grip not too forceful but enough to make his knuckles turn crimson red. Ji Qi's breathing steadied slightly. Song Lin could be obsessive and ruthless, yet he had a moral line and valued emotions and principles. He might have turned around after crashing against a wall. Suddenly, Ji Qi bent over to pick up a shard of broken glass off the floor and slashed it towards his neck. Song Lin deeply breathed as he wrestled the shard from Ji Qi's hand, refusing to let go even though his palm was already cut open. Amidst the chaos, Song Lin's face was full of shock and bewilderment. Tightly holding the glass with such intensity that every bit more he squeezed caused a deeper gash in the flesh. His reddened eyes focused on Ji Qi, bloodshot veins becoming increasingly visible as he muttered, "Don't do this. Don't do this." Song Lin's voice sounded muffled, heavy iron filling his throat. As blood dripped down from Song Lin's fingertips, instead of tending to his hand, he carefully removed each piece of shattered glass from Ji Qi's foot one by one. His vision became blurred. He didn't want this kind of outcome. The Song family environment was complex, and Song Lin remained indifferent to everyone else, but Ji Qi was never just another person. When everyone forgot his birthday, Ji Qi would buy him a cake. Song Lin thought Ji Qi was different from others toward him as well. He wasn't insane. For all those years, he never dared to get too close to Ji Qi. Song Lin always stayed far from Ji Qi but still kept him within sight when he turned around. Hua Jin's arrival made him go mad with jealousy. Deep inside, Song Lin knew their relationship would yield no result. Yet he refused to accept it. He wanted to give it a try. Looking at the piece of broken glass that had nearly slit Ji Qi's throat earlier, Song Lin suddenly became aware of how unlikely it was. Ji Qi wouldn't love him, not even if he were an enigma. Ji Qi would rather die. Rather than live for Song Lin. Song Lin thought silently with relief that the blood on the glass he snatched away was not Ji Qi's. Carefully, circle by circle, Song Lin wrapped Ji Qi's foot with bandages. The room was eerily quiet. A suffocating heaviness hung in the air. Ji Qi once again closed his eyes to glance at Song Lin and just happened to catch the traces of Song Lin's tears streaming down from his eye rims. In fact, Ji Qi had never seen Song Lin cry before. Song Lin told him that weak alphas cried while he intended to keep stepping on all others. Ji Qi didn't know where the seductive pheromones in the room originated from. Enigma's permanent marking cannot be erased. It seemed Song Lin must have used some means to induce these effects. Despite the time that passed, Guboizhou hadn't come. Ji Qi realized his emergency call must have been intercepted by Song Lin's people. This was Song Lin's typical style, flawless without any gaps. Therefore, even if Song Lin really intended to do anything to him now, Ji Qi admitted he couldn't escape the strong influence of the seductive pheromones present. It was hard for him to speak properly. Thus, it was worth betting, gambling that Song Lin wasn't yet completely crazy. "Do you hate me?" Song Lin suddenly asked Ji Qi in a hoarse voice. Chapter 125, I Hate Myself More. Song Lin's eyes lifted, "I hate myself more. I hate more." Song Lin's deep and unfathomable gaze revealed nothing, no one knew what he was thinking. "I won't force you. I hate seeing that look in your eyes. You being so cold and detached, without any complaint for life or death, is truly annoying." Ji Qi observed Song Lin's emotions. He understood. Song Lin wanted his willingness from the heart. There were many things about Song Lin that would not show on the surface, but this time bringing him here felt premeditated, yet also seemed unplanned. Without any warning, Ji Qi felt that something was off with Song Lin. Ji Qi retracted his foot, did not attempt to flee anymore, but instead directly lay down on the bed wrapped in a blanket, leaving a distant and indifferent back shadow for Song Lin. Song Lin wouldn't understand. It took such a long time to realize he liked Hua Jin, not an easy emotion entanglement. How could he easily fall in love with someone? No, it wouldn't happen. The only person he likes is Hua Jin. Whether Hua Jin is an enigma or not, he still likes her. Song Lin looked at Ji Qi. He knew Ji Qi didn't want to talk to him. With a calm expression, Song Lin slowly stood up. The blood stains on his hands had dried somewhat, but the pain still lingered numbly. Song Lin cleared away the glass pieces on the floor. The broken glass scattered on the ground was picked up piece by Song Lin. The spacious room became silently vast. In Jiang City, the CE Research Center. On that day, Hua Jin sat in the office where the phone, which usually vibrated every few minutes, hadn't made a sound for 2 hours. Hua Jin couldn't help but open the phone, and the WeChat chat window was still stuck on yesterday's messages. By past standards of Ji Qi, this was rather abnormal. Hua Jin sent a message to Ji Qi. For a long time, there was no response. Realizing this, Hua Jin called a number over the phone. Ji Qi's phone was turned off. When asked, Lin Jun provided an answer that Hua Jin didn't want to hear. To prevent Lin Jun from assuming too much, Hua Jin calmly steered the topic elsewhere. When Hua Jin rushed home in a hurry, the room was already empty. With that realization, Hua Jin became increasingly anxious. He checked the surveillance outside the house and found out that Ji Qi had parked the car outside a mall before getting out. After that, all the surveillance footage lost track of Ji Qi's presence. Blind spots, are there really that many blind spots? Hua Jin's face flared with worry as his voice became sharp unintentionally. Underground black markets from a few years ago, opposing extreme factions' biased governance, authorities offended these past years including Boss Hen Group commercial rivals, there were simply far too many possibilities. Using his identity, Hua Jin accessed high-level city surveillance and saw only that Ji Qi had entered the independent warehouse of a building. Basement level 2. Carrying quick steps toward the building, upon arriving at the warehouse, Hua Jin felt the faint pheromone residue from Ji Qi lingering around. There was also another indescribable smell. Pungent, rolling with chemical components, resembling pheromones, yet unlike pheromones. Chi-chi. 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 Hua Jin's chest palpitated heavily. He was extremely afraid, the possibility of Ji Qi being in danger terrified him. Looking around, Hua Jin searched from one end of the warehouse to the other, mysteriously feeling goosebumps rise on his scalp. If the community surveillance system was hacked by someone deliberately, it was normal, but the high-level jurisdiction surveillance had only a 0.1% dead zone, with an intricate encryption hard to solve. This address was obviously deliberately selected, and clearly well understood by someone knowledgeable about high-level jurisdiction. Hua Jin's fingertips tightly gripped, each second of hesitation feeling like torture. At this moment, Hua Jin's phone rang again, it was Zhou Qi calling. On the other side, his voice was serious, I suspect it was intentionally done. The control range here is perfectly locked down. There was a 0.3-second blackout screen, unable to recover. Hua Jin's breathing became slightly heavy as the veins on his hand gripping the phone bulged visibly. If you can't restore it within 10 minutes, the entire stability maintenance department can pack up and go. Hua Jin's voice echoed throughout the vacant warehouse. He couldn't imagine who, yet felt as if everyone was a murderer. These years, Hua Jin had offended wealthy and powerful individuals. Underground drug matters were nearing conclusion but carried dangers everywhere. With Ji Qi, how could he not be afraid? Chapter 126, All He Needs is Love. Song Lin's location was in a secluded alley 2 hours away from Jiangcheng. This house was one he had casually bought, no one could find it. At least, within a few days, no one would discover this place. The sky grew darker, and the lights inside the house emitted a faint glow, dimly just right. Song Lin went to the kitchen and prepared food for Ji Qi. He placed it on the bedside table, but Ji Qi didn't eat, his body trembling slightly. Song Lin's face remained gloomy as he stood by the bed for a long while, gazing at Ji Qi. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt a chill behind him. Song Lin simply climbed onto the bed. Lying outside of the covers, his hand loosely rested over Ji Qi's waist under the blanket, with some reddish spots on his feet curling up listlessly like an empty shell without a soul. It was 3 parts illusory, 7 parts real. Song Lin's head was slightly buried, and Ji Qi had been concealing his pheromones effectively. Not just now, Song Lin rarely ever got a clear whiff of Ji Qi's pheromones. There was once during Ji Qi's sensitive period when there was no suppressant, and Song Lin had delivered it for him. That was the clearest time Song Lin had smelled Ji Qi's pheromones. A faint plum wine fragrance, just like Ji Qi himself, exuberant, impossible to ignore. Ji Qi's breathing became heavier, he wanted to move forward but lacked the strength. He tightly clutched the bedding, his voice soft with evident wetness. Ji Qi was suffocating with heat all over his body but was still controlling his pheromones so they wouldn't leak uncontrollably, making him feel both weak and lucid. Song Lin might truly do nothing as he said. But if Ji Qi stopped controlling his pheromones and let them out freely, Song Lin would undoubtedly be triggered into his own sensitive period. Being triggered into the sensitive period by someone you love is something no alpha can resist. When that moment comes, even if Song Lin isn't crazy, he'll act as though he is. By this point, a thin layer of sweat had gathered on Ji Qi's fingertips, staining the bedsheet with dampness. Ji Qi could feel Song Lin beside him, yet Song Lin did nothing. He lay there like a zombie, devoid of warmth or any trace of humanity. Leave me alone. Ji Qi whispered. Song Lin didn't reply, and silence filled the room. Apart from quietness, there was nothing else. Time passed unknowingly, and Song Lin finally stood up. He walked to the windowsill outside the room, where a cold wind blew fiercely, strangely piercing through the bones. Song Lin lit a cigarette at the window railing. He could be ruthless with everyone, including Ji Qi. Yet it seemed different now than what he imagined. If it were anyone else, Song Lin would think that person deserved death. If it were himself, Song Lin believed he deserved death too. How repulsive, Song Lin thought. You already hate yourself, and no one will like you. Song Lin raised his eyes and looked at the sky, which was pitch black like an abyss without a single star. At that moment, Song Lin's phone lit up. It was a text message, an equity transfer agreement from the Song Group Corporation. Accompanying the message was a note sent by Song Lin's stepmother. Song Lin had reviewed that equity transfer document a long time ago, actually the day before yesterday, no, the day before that. Song Lin's simple note for that woman. Mistress. Mistress, your father has transferred 40% of the Song Group Corporation shares to your younger brother. Mistress, where are the keys to the courtyard in Beiyuan? Deliver them to me if you have time, I need them for storage. Mistress, oh, and tomorrow there is a board meeting, remember to come back for it. Humph. Song Lin scoffed contemptuously. Below, there were several red dots. Some messages came from the hospital. They were suggesting surgical proposals. Mr. Song, the hospital strongly advises you to undergo surgery as soon as possible. Severe damage to the glandular roots may progress into bone cancer. You're still young, this shouldn't be a matter of choice. With current technology, though it can't guarantee the intact recovery of your glands, modern medical systems are quite developed. With a suitable donor, you could still transplant an alpha gland. Still capable of receiving an alpha gland. Song Lin carelessly flicked the cigarette butt onto the ground. His emotions tightened for 2 seconds, then he violently smashed his phone onto the floor. A loud clang. The tiles on the ground cracked, and the phone screen shattered all over the floor. Song Lin kicked down the potted plant on the window with force, scattering the furniture and chairs everywhere. As the large window pane shattered, pieces fell to the ground in heaps. Ji Qi heard the noise and was startled. His whole body trembled severely as he tried hard to prop himself up to look, but fell back onto the bed multiple times. His chest heaved, and just when he managed to lift himself halfway, Song Lin walked toward him. The floor-to-ceiling window was broken, and the wind rushed in even more fiercely. Song Lin half-knelt at the bedside, gripping Ji Qi's hand and pressing it against his own face. His voice heavy and hoarse with bloodshot eyes, Song Lin looked at Ji Qi, pleading with him, "Love me, please. Love me, please." He said, "Love me, Qi, please." He needed nothing else. Chapter 127, Hua Jin arrives. Ji Qi looked at Song Lin's red fingertips. For a fleeting moment. Song Lin rarely lost composure, and this demeanor was as if he had been shattered by something, holding on to himself like a fragile thread about to snap. Ji Qi withdrew his hand, his lips parted as if wanting to say something, when suddenly a loud bang echoed. The door, after being silently unlocked, was kicked open with great force, the muffled sound of the broken door reverberating throughout the room. Ji Qi looked up. It was Hua Jin. Ji Qi bit his lip, and that feeling of helplessness surged forth in an instant. Gazing at the scene before him, Hua Jin's expression carried a hint of surprise upon seeing Song Lin, but it turned even more fierce. When Hua Jin walked up to Song Lin and grabbed his collar to beat him mercilessly, Ji Qi was still in a daze. The emotions Ji Qi had been suppressing snapped suddenly. Upon catching the pheromones from Hua Jin's body, mixed with the strong plum wine smell, Ji Qi could no longer control himself, causing them to disperse uncontrollably. The intense aroma permeated every corner of the room without any escape. Song Lin looked at Hua Jin, a bitter smile forming on the corners of his mouth. He wanted to fight back, but under the powerful information pheromones emitted by Hua Jin, the weaker one would always be weaker. In no time, blood trickled from Song Lin's mouth. This world truly was detestable. In a haze, Song Lin glanced at Ji Qi, the plum wine smell in the room became as dense as in a winery. He had lost, the pheromones that Ji Qi had been trying his hardest to conceal scattered uncontrollably upon seeing Hua Jin. The anger on Hua Jin's face was overwhelming, making it impossible for him to stop his hands. The sound of punches hitting flesh made people tremble. Song Lin. What did you do? I'm asking you what you did. Hua Jin's voice grew louder, and he saw the wounds on Ji Qi's neck which fueled his killing intent. Suddenly, Ji Qi weakly and faintly grabbed Hua Jin's hand. At this point, Hua Jin looked up at Ji Qi. Ji Qi's feeble appearance slightly brought Hua Jin back to his senses. Ji Qi's forehead and neck were dotted with obvious sweat marks, and his breathing was deep. Ji Qi's hand trembled, "Stop hitting." Ji Qi, with his weakened strength, draped his arms around Hua Jin's neck, leaning entirely against him, instinctively wanting to get closer to the liked pheromones. Ji Qi moved his head slightly, his voice weak and inexplicably aggrieved, "You came so late." Ji Qi clung tightly to Hua Jin's clothes, "Let's go home. Let's go home." Hua Jin's gaze landed on Ji Qi's face, raising a hand to gently caress Ji Qi's face, "Ji Qi. Don't be afraid." Hua Jin consoled Ji Qi while blaming himself inwardly even more, "Don't be afraid, I'll take you home." Hua Jin cast a severe look at Song Lin on the ground, his expression dark and intimidating. But at this moment, he didn't have much time to deal with Song Lin since Ji Qi had already been provoked into going into heat. Just then, Zhou Qi burst in with his men. The pheromones in the room were too intense, prompting two alphas to immediately stick on pheromone-blocking patches. Blood from Song Lin's mouth dripped onto the ground, everything on the floor indicating the chaos of the scene. "You take Ji Qi away, I'll handle this here," Zhou Qi said seriously, seeing the situation. Ji Qi was soft and trembling in Hua Jin's arms, as if soaking in alcohol. Hua Jin lifted Ji Qi by his waist, taking off his own coat to drape over him. The person in his arms was drenched. As soon as Hua Jin picked up Ji Qi, another worried face appeared in his line of sight. It was Gubuozhou. Gubuozhou rushed straight into the room, and Song Lin lying on the ground looked at the figures inside. Today was truly lively. Song Lin gazed at the ceiling with a sense of liberation, the white lights flashing blindingly, yet he couldn't tear his eyes away. If on the operating table, the light above should be even more dazzling than this one. Song Lin's tall figure lay desolately on the ground, and suddenly he laughed out loud. This life was rotten to the core, rotten to the core. With blood still seeping from the corner of his mouth, Song Lin somehow felt unprecedentedly relaxed. He would make everyone suffer. Ha ha ha. No one would get away unscathed. Song Lin's eyes were hazy, he saw Gubuozhou walking towards him. This person was really detestable. The plum wine inside the room was both fierce and heavy. Song Lin's pupils began to blur, and all he wanted to do was sleep. He really wanted to sleep. Hua Jin didn't care about Gubuozhou. There was an oddly tense atmosphere as they locked eyes. Hua Jin hastily left the room with Ji Qi in his arms. Going downstairs to put Ji Qi in the car, Ji Qi's head was tilted backward, his neck wrapped tightly. Hua Jin drove quickly. During the journey, Ji Qi couldn't control himself, and the atmosphere in the car became noticeably heated. Ji Qi glanced up at Hua Jin briefly, his gaze unconsciously lingering downward. Seeing Ji Qi tugging at his clothes, Hua Jin hurriedly pulled over to the side of the road. Hua Jin gently touched Ji Qi's face, "Be a good boy, don't move around." Chapter 128, Don't Lie. Under the dimly lit tree, the black car wasn't too conspicuous. Hua Jin gently caressed Ji Qi's cheek and adjusted his clothes. "Chi-Chi, let's go home first." Ji Qi, looking at Hua Jin who was just an inch away, shook his head, almost touching his nose tip. He reached out and grabbed Hua Jin's collar, leaning in to kiss him deeply. The soft, moist kiss was intoxicating, and Ji Qi's skillful technique only added to its allure. When his hand reached Hua Jin's waist, it was caught. Seeing Ji Qi's present demeanor, Hua Jin was both angry and frustrated with himself for not taking better care of Ji Qi. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Hua Jin's voice was muffled as he looked at Ji Qi with concern. Ji Qi frowned, grabbing Hua Jin's hand and whispering, "I need." Touching Ji Qi's feverish body, Hua Jin knew they couldn't return home in this state. He lowered the back seat and undid Ji Qi's seatbelt. Hua Jin responded to Ji Qi's kiss. "Be a good boy." The charging cable inside the car connected to the phone, causing it to vibrate slightly. Ji Qi tightened his fingertips, leaving scratches on Hua Jin's body like a cat without claws. Much later, Hua Jin draped his coat over Ji Qi's shoulders, then drove toward Jiangcheng. He was still haunted by fear from what had just happened, heart pounding each time he thought about it. After 2 hours of driving, they arrived home. Hua Jin carried Ji Qi out of the car. Ji Qi wrapped his arms around Hua Jin's neck, resting against him. "Let's do it again." Hua Jin paused. He carried Ji Qi into the bathroom and sat him down on a stool. "Wash up, then I'll take you to bed, okay?" Looking at the side of Ji Qi's neck, the veins on Hua Jin's wrist became prominent. In a controlled tone, Hua Jin gently stroked Ji Qi's cheek. "Did Song Lin give you an injection?" "Did Song Lin give you an injection?" Ji Qi had no memory of what happened before waking up in Song Lin's house. "I don't know." Ji Qi's expression was incomprehensible. "I don't know." Hua Jin gripped the edge of the bathtub tightly, the veins in his wrists bulging hard. There was nothing he feared more than losing control when it came to Ji Qi. "Does it hurt?" Hua Jin asked softly, not wanting to show too much emotion in front of Ji Qi. Ji Qi shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore." "You can't lie," Hua Jin said earnestly. "A little bit." Hua Jin pressed his lips into a straight line, concealing countless emotions. "It's all my fault." "It's not your fault," Ji Qi held Hua Jin's face. "It's not your fault." Hua Jin kissed Ji Qi's forehead. "It's my fault." Hua Jin tenderly bathed Ji Qi, then wrapped him in a towel and carried him to bed like a child. As soon as he placed him down, Ji Qi's towel slipped off, exposing his body as he got up to hug Hua Jin standing at the edge of the bed. "Don't leave." Hua Jin embraced Ji Qi's back tightly. His gaze was darkened with swirling thoughts, and yet, the person in his arms softened his heart. Hua Jin leaned down slightly, his eyes filled with warmth as he gazed at Ji Qi. He reached out and picked up the clothes from the bedside. "I heard Master Ji Qi's stomach growling earlier. Should I cook something for you?" Hua Jin asked softly. Encouraged, Ji Qi shook his head, refusing even food. "No." Hua Jin smiled silently, helping Ji Qi get dressed despite his resistance. Hua Jin fastened one button, but Ji Qi immediately undid it. Each time Hua Jin closed another, Ji Qi followed suit. "You're being naughty," Hua Jin scolded lightly. Ji Qi leaned forward and kissed Hua Jin's nose tip, kneeling at the edge of the bed with slight movements of his throat. With a defeated sigh, Hua Jin changed his tone, "You don't have to be good." He cupped Ji Qi's waist and kissed him. For a long time, Hua Jin coaxed Ji Qi until he finally wore the clothes. Hua Jin went to the kitchen to cook porridge. Seated obediently at the dining table, Ji Qi sipped the porridge as Hua Jin watched him briefly, heading to the restroom afterward. He took out a bottle of Enigma suppressant from the living room coffee table drawer. Hua Jin actually dreaded this drug since it caused immense pain. The Enigma suppressant did not contain any special painkillers, otherwise, its efficacy would be insufficient. 2 years ago, he had used this many times. Earlier, when Ji Qi suddenly released such a potent pheromone, Hua Jin barely managed to drive them home. Given the current situation, there was too much to investigate regarding Song Lin, and Jiqi's gland also needed examination. If an easy sensitivity period were triggered now, it would complicate many things. Tomorrow morning, Jiqi had to be taken for a thorough checkup. This bothersome easy sensitivity period was best suppressed for now. Huijin removed the needle cap, closed the bathroom door, and injected the suppressant into his wrist. To avoid any mishaps, Huijin administered 3 doses of the suppressant. As he was injecting the 3rd dose, Jiqi suddenly pushed open the bathroom door. Chapter 129, Huijin felt. Jiqi looked at the scene in front of him, his lips pressed tightly together, and his face showed some discomfort. Seeing this, Huijin put down the suppressant in his hand and walked toward Jiqi. He called Jiqi's name guiltily, unsure of what to say next. Wife. Jiqi's gaze fell on the suppressant scattered on the ground. There were 3 of them. During the heat period, Jiqi was sensitive and single-minded. Not only was he single-minded, but he was also hard to console. Right now, Jiqi was fixated on the idea that Huijin didn't like him anymore, preferring to use suppressants rather than be with him. His jaw was clenched tightly, and even before Huijin could reach him, Jiqi turned and walked away. Hey, wife. Huijin panicked and followed quickly. Jiqi. Sweetheart. Huijin grabbed Jiqi's wrist, his tone deadly serious. Listen to me, please. Because of an injury to his foot, Jiqi walked very slowly, allowing Huijin to catch up within 2 steps. Standing in front of Jiqi, Huijin caressed his wrist softly. Wife, hear me out. Wife. Jiqi lifted his gaze to Huijin. No, I don't want to listen to your sermon. Huijin must not like him anymore, hiding and using suppressants behind his back. There's no alpha Enigma who would do such a thing. Looking at Jiqi's sorrowful and aggrieved face, Huijin reached out and touched Jiqi's face, but Jiqi slapped his hand away immediately. The Enigma who takes suppressants, don't touch me. Huijin. It's not like that, my love. I am. Jiqi pouted stubbornly. You don't like me. Huijin, I do. Jiqi, you don't. Huijin's eyelashes trembled slightly. I do, wife, please don't be angry. Huijin realized his ability to placate others needed improvement. Jiqi stood still, fists clenched slightly. His eyes fell on the puncture mark on Huijin's wrist, memories flooding his mind. Suppressant, it hurts. It hurts. That's what Huijin once told Jiqi. Huijin came to a realization, Jiqi was upset about him taking the suppressant partly because he cared about his pain. Not painful, it doesn't hurt. Huijin held Jiqi's hand softly and said tenderly. Not even a little bit. Jiqi raised his eyes. Then you just don't want to touch me. Huijin. Damn, he got angry again. Huijin thought he couldn't argue logically with Jiqi during this heat period. Direct action might work better. Jiqi was full of anger inside, muttering, go to your suppressant then, bad Enigma. I don't want the suppressant, I want you. With those words, Huijin directly scooped Jiqi up into his arms. Jiqi struggled to get down. Don't hold me. Silently, Huijin carried him back to the bed in the bedroom, leaning over him. Can I kiss you? Jiqi turned his head. No. Can I touch you? Huijin asked. Jiqi pulled at his own clothing. Not allowed. Huijin held Jiqi's shoulders and whispered into his ear, can I? Have you, my wife? Jiqi loosened his grip slightly, his eyes flickering downward faintly. Maybe. Unable to resist the cuteness of Jiqi in front of him, Huijin laughed lightly inside. What should he do? Too adorable. He gripped Jiqi's hands and placed them above his head, a mischievous expression on his face, saying, kiss me once. Huijin kissed Jiqi many times, but he still felt that his explanations hadn't gotten through. Huijin glanced down at Jiqi in his arms and realized that he wasn't satisfied yet. Jiqi wrapped his arms around Huijin's waist and looked up, their pair of hazel brown eyes meeting each other. Huijin stroked Jiqi's waist while leaning down for another kiss. Lighter. By the time Huijin checked the time, it was already 2 a.m. After getting up, he adjusted the lamp brightness beside the bed a bit brighter. Huijin fetched medicine from the living room and tended to Jiqi's wounded foot carefully while he was asleep. During the shower earlier, he had deliberately kept his feet dry so they wouldn't get wet. By now, there was no more bloodstain on his foot. Huijin took this matter quite seriously. With decent vision, he rarely wore glasses, but since the night light was dim, Huijin brought out his reading glasses used only for going over documents and studied Jiqi's wound meticulously. He was cautious, fearing any small cuts being missed when applying ointment, showing deep sincerity in every detail, imbued with affection. After rebandaging Jiqi's foot, Huijin gently placed it back under the blanket. Because of his injury, Jiqi kept raising his foot subconsciously today. Huijin felt. Wives, happy 520. Chapter 130, so beautiful. Huijin felt the pain in his waist where it was being squeezed. During the brief moment of silence, Huijin remembered how Jiqi had been biting his finger joints in pain just now. His reddened eye corners looked so beautiful. Hua Jin turned off the bedside lamp and embraced Ji Qi, then leaned down to kiss him. Good night, wife. The next day when Ji Qi woke up, Hua Jin was already sitting at the edge of the bed watching him. Ji Qi furrowed his brows, then suddenly remembered something and immediately turned around under the covers. It seemed he was still upset. Hua Jin touched his head. Are you still mad? Ji Qi didn't reply, he only left a back-turned silhouette for Hua Jin. Qi. Hua Jin's voice softened further, wife. Hua Jin knitted his brows as he realized all the things he said last night had gone to waste. Hua Jin tugged Ji Qi's hand. I'll buy you a gift later. What do you want, my dear? I can buy it for you with my pocket money. Ji Qi didn't speak, buried under the blanket. $200 can buy what? He wasn't interested. Hua Jin was an asshole. Seeing it wasn't working, Hua Jin directly lifted the blanket and picked him up. He took the pheromone-blocking drug out from the drawer for Ji Qi and planned to take him out. He insisted Ji Qi should eat it. Eat one pill, it will do no harm to your body. After saying this, Hua Jin kissed Ji Qi. If you eat it, I'll take you out. Hua Jin caressed Ji Qi's face and continued explaining from yesterday, how could I not like you? The inhibitor shots are because I need to take care of you, not because I don't like you. Don't be angry, okay? Humph. Wife. Ji Qi, I am not. Ji Qi, I'm an alpha with a plum wine scent. Hua Jin raised his hand and gently pressed against his forehead. It seemed that Ji Qi had returned to the beginning stage when Hua Jin didn't call him by his name but instead referred to him as alpha with a plum wine scent. Why bring up previous matters even while still being mad? Oh God. How to comfort him well? Hua Jin, I'm sorry. After a long time of soothing, Hua Jin finally brought Ji Qi out. Then they arrived at the CE Research Center, where Hua Jin personally drew 3 tubes of blood from Ji Qi. Ji Qi is currently in heat, so his subjective consciousness on all things is much weaker, and his mind is full of thoughts about staying by Hua Jin's side. After drawing the blood, Hua Jin wanted to take the sample himself, but Ji Qi clung to his hand tightly and didn't want to leave even for a second. Finally, Hua Jin asked Zhou Qi to deliver it for deep inspection. Ji Qi sat on the sofa in the office, looking fairly obedient. An Enigma during their vulnerable period needs attention, and an alpha during heat requires more attention. At this moment, Ji Qi was fragile and easily moody. More importantly, once mad, it's incredibly hard to calm him down. He's also obstinate and impossible to reason with. Hua Jin handed Ji Qi a cup of warm water, which Ji Qi took and held with both hands. Ji Qi asked him, when are we going home? Hua Jin observed Ji Qi's expression, what do you want to do at home? Ji Qi looked up, only me at home, what else can you do? Hua Jin. Hua Jin got choked up by Ji Qi's unexpected words. An alpha in heat was indeed fiercer than an omega. Hua Jin glanced at the door, and at that moment, several employees passed by. He cleared his throat sharply. Cough, cough. Hua Jin pinched Ji Qi's face, behave yourself. Ji Qi pointed at his lips, a kiss and I'll behave. Hua Jin patted Ji Qi's face, his heart melting like water, how come you're so cute? Ji Qi cast a sharp look at him, the last person who called me cute ended up in the hospital because of me, so be careful. After saying this, seeing Hua Jin's immediate serious face, he pretended to be serious, yeah, little Ji Qi is fierce, not cute at all. Ji Qi tilted his head slightly, of course. Hua Jin couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He kissed Ji Qi's lips, will you behave now? Ji Qi sat quietly, I'll behave for 5 minutes. Pfft. That's pretty long, able to behave for 5 minutes. Hua Jin gently stroked Ji Qi's temple hair, gazing at Ji Qi in front of him. The more he behaved, the more Hua Jin felt heartache right now. Ji Qi was obedient because of attachment during the fever period, but this heat cycle was forced out due to some external factors. This made Hua Jin feel fearful. Hua Jin kissed Ji Qi again, take a nap here, and we'll go home after you wake up, okay? Ji Qi's eyes lit up briefly upon hearing Hua Jin's words, but Hua Jin quickly noticed. That's not what I meant. He placed a blanket from the sofa over Ji Qi, for today's daytime loss, I'll make it up to you tonight when we get home. Ji Qi lifted his hand, you already owe me 8 times. Hua Jin furrowed his brows, perhaps it was time to seriously experiment with the Enigma enhancer. At this moment, a knock on the door outside sounded. Zhou Qi arrived with a tray of test results. Hua Jin stood up and said to Ji Qi, be good, and I'll make up for everything. With that, Hua Jin turned and walked toward the desk. Zhou Qi handed over the sheet in his hand to Hua Jin. You, take a look. Zhou Qi's expression wasn't good. Zhou Qi added seriously, prepare yourself mentally. He continued gravely, Song Lin has already been handed over to the police. If I'm not mistaken, he may have intentionally provoked you just to drag himself into this. Hua Jin's eyes shifted, his pupil color became obscure as dark eyelashes cast over them. His thoughts were inscrutable. Hua Jin's glance encouraged Zhou Qi to continue speaking. Zhou Qi frowned deeply, this incident spread quickly and has been reported by the top officials. Because of Song Lin, the Song Corporation failed its public listing. Signs suggest that it was intentional. Song Lin kidnapped Ji Qi. Now it seems to me that he wanted more to create gossip and used illegal drugs deliberately. But he's tight-lipped about many things which still need investigation. Zhou Qi handed another set of Ji Qi's blood test results to Hu Jin. Take a look. Chapter 131, What does she like about him? Hu Jin took the blood test report from Zhou Qi's hand, his expression becoming somewhat complex. He glanced over his shoulder at Ji Qi. Zhou Qi's words couldn't help but lead Hu Jin to think in a negative direction. Hu Jin fixed his gaze on the paper in his hand. It showed. Marker link fading. S390 pheromone concentration at 120% and still rising. The glands are unlikely to be remarked within a short period. Drugs detected, 3 mild hallucinogens, strong marker removal synthetic drugs. Hu Jin's breathing grew heavy. The veins on the back of his hand stood out as he clenched the paper, unable to control his emotions. Are there side effects? Zhou Qi pressed his lips into a straight line. The drugs Song Lin gave Ji Qi have overlapping components with those we seized from the black market before. This situation is far more complicated than we thought. It's still under investigation. Hu Jin left the office with the test report, tossing a sentence back at Zhou Qi. Have Bai Yu come and keep Qi Qi company. As Hu Jin sped up, Zhou Qi responded. After Hu Jin left, Zhou Qi turned back to Ji Qi. Do you feel any discomfort anywhere? Ji Qi shook his head. Does your body hurt? Ji Qi shook his head again. Standing there for so long, Zhou Qi only then detected the scent of pheromones coming from Ji Qi. Almost instantly upon sensing it, he stepped back. Though both he and Ji Qi were alphas, it was better to keep a distance from an alpha in heat. Due to Hu Jin's heat, Ji Qi was now in a state akin to an omega. Bai Yu, being an omega who understood more, would indeed be a better choice to be called. Observing Ji Qi's mood, Zhou Qi moved his lips slightly. Your man had something urgent to deal with outside, don't be mad. Just as he was about to go find Bai Yu coincidentally passed by the door holding a white mouse. Zhou Qi frowned when he saw Bai Yu's rugged demeanor while carrying the mouse. How could there be an omega like Bai Yu in this world? Had he really been born correctly? Bai Yu, Zhou Qi softly called out to stop her. Hu Judge asked you to stay with his wife, Zhou Qi said straightforwardly. Bai Yu slightly turned at the sound of his voice and saw Zhou Qi already walking towards the door. Zhou Qi looked intently at Bai Yu, reminding him, I suspect he might get angry soon. Hu Judge has gone out, so you should stay with him for a while. With a flicker of movement in his brows, Bai Yu handed over the white mouse and another live sample dish to Zhou Qi. Take it to the 3rd floor. Now Zhou Qi was holding both the white mouse and the live sample dish. He raised what he was holding and curiously asked, what is this? With a cold expression, Bai Yu replied, cancer cells, be careful. Zhou Qi. Damn. Truly worthy of being Bai Yu. Bai Yu scanned Ji Qi inside the room once more. Then, taking off his white coat and draping it over Zhou Qi's shoulders, he spoke coldly, can't you comfort an alpha? Zhou Qi, I can only comfort omegas. Bai Yu eyed Zhou Qi critically. That doesn't seem right. Zhou Qi, this kind doesn't count. Bai Yu, go away. Zhou Qi took a step back, see. A look of fear crossed Zhou Qi's face, you don't need comforting, omegas like you hit and scold people. If you ever end up with an alpha, they'll definitely be beaten 3 times a day. After saying this, fearing a beating, Zhou Qi quickly walked away. Looking at Zhou Qi's retreating figure, Bai Yu lowered his eyes and examined himself. His expression changed slightly before he walked towards the disinfection room. When Bai Yu arrived in front of Ji Qi was already agitated. Alpha's pheromones during their heat wouldn't affect omegas. Bai Yu pulled a stool and sat in front of Ji Qi, your husband went out, I'll stay with you. Be good, or I'll beat you. Ji Qi lifted his eyes, can you even beat me? Bai Yu chuckled softly, sitting up straight seriously, didn't you study biology? The attack pheromones intensity of S-level alphas is approximately equal to S3 level omegas. Do you know how that came about? Ji Qi got excited, letting out a humph, if I can't beat you, I won't be a Qi anymore. Bai Yu, you're a Ji. Ji Qi clenched his molars, clearly. Bai Yu wrapped his arms around his chest, don't get so worked up. I won't mock you. With all your strength, you should be able to fight me to a draw. Ji Qi stared blankly at Bai Yu, feeling very frustrated. In a childish manner, he found a way down for himself. Ji Qi, you can't beat Zhou Qi. Bai Yu half lowered his gleaming eyes. Bai Yu raised his hand to touch his nose, impossible. Seeing Bai Yu's expression, Ji Qi couldn't help but smirk at this obviously guilty face. Ji Qi repeated again, you can't beat Zhou Qi. He could probably take you down in one move. Bai Yu grabbed Ji Qi's head, shut up. Ji Qi frowned, not only can't you beat him, but you like him too. Bai Yu grabbed Ji Qi's face with the other hand, what nonsense are you spouting? Shut your mouth. Ji Qi persisted, what do you like about him? Ji Qi continued, if you like him, go for it. Don't waste time. Ji Qi added, Zhou Qi is pretty good. Just be careful of his other admirers. Ah. Bai Yu covered Ji Qi's mouth, are you in heat or telegraphing? If you say that again, I'll hit you. Who told you I like him? You overconfident dog. Who likes him? Ji Qi's hair hurt as he pulled on Bai Yu's hair, you like him, and you've liked him for a long time. I've known it all along. Ah. Don't pull my hair. Bai Yu gripped Ji Qi's head even tighter. The next moment, Bai Yu winced, ah. Let go, let go. At this point, Zhou Qi returned just in time to see the two pulling each other's heads and hair. Confused, Zhou Qi stood at the door, what are you two doing? Upon hearing Zhou Qi's voice, Bai Yu didn't turn around. Ji Qi seized the opportunity and got closer to Bai Yu, tell me if you like Zhou Qi or not. Tell the truth and I'll let go. Bai Yu moved his eyes closed, nope. Ji Qi pulled harder, and Bai Yu frowned, fine, I like him. Let go quickly. Ji Qi's lips curved upward with satisfaction as he released Bai Yu. Zhou Qi took a step further into the room and rubbed his forehead. Ji Qi looked at Zhou Qi, we're having a sparring session. Zhou Qi wasn't entirely convinced, in his memory, Bai Yu had never beaten someone like that before. Recalling how suddenly they seemed when both were pulling each other just now made it look like watching a cartoon. Zhou Qi relaxed his frown and felt that, these two were, unexpectedly adorable. It was really bizarre. Zhou Qi glanced at Bai Yu, don't bully him. When he gets angry, no one would dare defend you. Anyone who isn't afraid of anything yet still an S3 level Omega should have been taught a lesson by alphas countless times already otherwise. Just as Bai Yu was about to retort sharply, his phone rang. It was Hu Jin calling. Bai Yu answered solemnly. Hu Judge. Hearing the sound from the other side, Bai Yu immediately stood up and walked out of the room. When Bai Yu passed by Zhou Qi. Chapter 132, Obeying Orders. Bai Yu stopped in front of Zhou Qi, casting a defiant glance at him. You didn't hear anything just now, right? Zhou Qi frowned slightly, as if he hadn't fully understood Bai Yu's meaning. Before Zhou Qi could respond, Bai Yu lifted his head a bit higher, his tone turning much colder and icier, follow me. What about him? Zhou Qi glanced at Ji Qi inside the room, a hint of uneasiness showing. Bai Yu turned around, contemplating for 2 seconds with some difficulty. I'll have an Omega from the staff department look after him. You drive, I need to deliver something to the joint department. Zhou Qi asked, what are you delivering? Bai Yu's eyes darkened somewhat as he walked directly out of the house, although you don't belong under my direct supervision, I am still your superior in the end. Don't ask questions that aren't your business. As he finished speaking, Bai Yu quickened his steps. Zhou Qi followed behind Bai Yu, noticing him walking straight towards the cold storage area on the basement level. Watching Bai Yu emerge from the encrypted isolation zone, Zhou Qi's pupils gradually widened. The CL isolation room required the password commands of 3 or more senior managers to open. Whatever Bai Yu was sending must surely be classified information of utmost secrecy. At this level, whether it's biological cells or documents, escort authorization is required, with a minimum of 6 personnel accompanying, 7 guns being available for distribution. Zhou Qi swallowed hard, so Bai Yu was just going to let him go alone. When Bai Yu came out holding the item, he appraised Zhou Qi carefully before pulling out an FN-57N handgun and tossing it to Zhou Qi. After catching the gun, Zhou Qi's expression became significantly more serious. Just as he was about to say something, Bai Yu cut in first, you were never part of the CE Experiment Center to begin with anyway. Let's do what you're good at today. Zhou Qi slipped the gun into his pocket. His gaze sharpened, becoming darker. Zhou Qi stared intently at Bai Yu. He indeed wasn't part of the CE Experiment Center, a fact only known to Hu Jin. While caressing the handle of the gun, Zhou Qi asked sharply, did you guess? Lowering his eyes, Zhou Qi's probing deepened. Bai Yu walked ahead, it's written all over you. Written what? Bai Yu slightly tilted his head, eyebrows arching, that I'm good with guns, and very good at it. Zhou Qi was surprised by this revelation and hurriedly caught up with Bai Yu. When did you realize? The first day you came to the CE Experiment Center, Bai Yu replied. Zhou Qi found it hard to believe. Then Bai Yu continued, 2 years ago, you privately showed someone Ji Qi's files, breaking the rules of the CE Experiment Center. I didn't think you cared much about this job everyone wanted so badly. Zhou Qi's eyes flickered. Of course he didn't care. He wasn't born to experiment on mice. With a composed expression, Bai Yu now saw everything clearly. 2 years ago, the data Zhou Qi took had definitely been intended only for Ji Qi. Stopping mid-step, Bai Yu looked directly at Zhou Qi, you did it intentionally. Back then, you planned to leave. You only recognize Hu Jin as your leader. Do you know why I never approved your resignation? Bai Yu added softly. Zhou Qi hung his head, unable to utter a word. Bai Yu continued forward, it was predetermined that Justice Chief Hu would go to the International Enigma Alliance 2 years later. Whether or not he should go, that decision rests with him. In this world, there are many things we can live without, even romantic love isn't the most important thing to Hu Jin. Given how long you followed him, you should understand this. Bai paused in his tone, but your impulsive actions led to you being expelled from the Joint Operations Department. Do you think it was worth it? Zhou Qi gave a faint laugh, raising his eyes to look at the road ahead. I think it was. Hua Jin saved my life. I know he's not the kind of person who values feelings above everything else. No matter what happens between him and Ji Qi, Justice Chief Hua will still be Justice Chief Hua. Zhou Qi said firmly, I don't regret it. Bai scoffed lightly, compared to staying in the CE Experiment Center, you'd rather play with guns, wouldn't you? Would you rather be barred from any Joint Operations Department? Don't you regret it? You never liked the CE Research Center. Zhou Qi didn't answer that question. When they reached the car, Zhou Qi opened the door for Bai. After sitting down at the driver's seat, he suddenly asked Bai, so why did you keep me? Bai didn't look at him, because you're useful. When I'm mad, I can yell at you. You fight well, and you follow orders. And you can also be my driver. Chapter 133, Ji Qi looks for Hua Hua. Zhou Qi glanced sideways at Bai, you wouldn't. Would you like me? Bai scoffed and laughed, countering Zhou Qi's question with another, what do you see in me? Zhou Qi tightened his grip on the steering wheel, keeping his eyes fixed ahead. That's what he thought. How could it be possible? How could Bai possibly like him? Zhou Qi pressed down on the gas pedal, when suddenly Bai spoke up, let's head to the dark alley. As Zhou Qi turned the wheel, his gaze inadvertently shifted to Bai's face, you go, as an omega like you, what type of alpha would you fancy? For no apparent reason, Zhou Qi posed this random inquiry. Bai raised his eyes, delving deeper, what do you think? After hearing those words, Zhou Qi took them seriously into consideration, I think you'd definitely go for types like Prosecutor Hua, competent, meticulous, if not for the fact that he's already married, I think the two of you match rather well. Bai's gaze drifted toward the window, too bad. He doesn't like me. After that, whatever else Zhou Qi said went mostly unheard by Bai. A cool breeze blowing through from outside the window made Bai roll it up. Looking at the encrypted message sent by the Hai belonging on his phone, Bai occasionally glanced over at Zhou Qi. After 20 minutes of driving, Zhou Qi looked at the rearview mirror, his highly vigilant habits made him realize something wasn't quite right about the car trailing behind them. There's someone following us, Zhou Qi stated somberly. Bai gave a cold glance, when did you notice? 5 minutes ago. Zhou Qi drove calmly without breaking stride, maintaining a composed expression. Too slow, your level of alertness is not up to standard. The car behind has been trailing us since we left. Zhou Qi, somewhat surprised, glanced briefly at Bai and then heard him continue, turn towards Shilin Dock. At that moment, a car passed on one side of Zhou Qi's vehicle. The windows were open, revealing familiar people inside, all fully equipped, some even wearing bulletproof vests. The more Zhou Qi saw, the more unsettling the situation felt. What exactly are you transporting? Watching the black car in pursuit via the rearview mirror, a chilling sensation gradually rose within him. With no apparent defense mechanism, Bai appeared completely nonchalant, as though dealing with something as routine as daily chores. Zhou Qi noticed the lead vehicle speeding up slightly, and the pursuing black car also followed closely after them. Clearly, they weren't the target. Instead, it was the armored vehicle in front. Strategies involving misdirection like this were something Zhou Qi had seen plenty of times before. Yet, he felt Bai might have different plans from what he initially imagined. Just as he was contemplating, Bai suddenly asked, can you act? As he spoke, Bai subtly nudged the steering wheel, let's go to Shilin Dock now. Zhou Qi drove towards the sign pointing to Shilin Dock. Then Bai's voice sounded again, before nightfall, lose whatever I've taken out. Initially, the black car trailing them was fixated on catching the leading CE Lab Research Center's car, but after spotting discrepancies, quickly refocused its pursuit onto Zhou Qi's car. By nightfall, the duo drove their car straight to Shilin Dock. Their car was forced to stop. An armed faction opposing the Hai belonging disembarked from surrounding vehicles. One after another, these alphas with various weapons approached their car from both directions. If pheromones had tangible forms, it would have resembled a fierce charge akin to tigers or leopards attacking en masse. Hua Jin said this item would draw them out, turns out he was right, Bai commented calmly. The armed opposition had continuously provided substantial support for illegal drug operations in the underground black market. To put it accurately, it was the drugs from the black market sustaining this group of unlawful armed men. They had promoted several harmful inhibitors globally among the alpha population. Even gland replacement surgeries, live replacements, information scent disturbance cleanings, implantation of high-level pheromones, or worse yet, degrading high-level pheromones. They offered untested children's prenatal information scent selection programs, which supposedly could place babies born with premium advantages right at the top echelons of society. Rules set as red lines remained violated secretly, continuing to harm innocent lives in darkness. Disappearances, sudden deaths, gland extractions, degraded high-quality pheromones. Those truly profiting were the capitalist elites atop the pyramid. This crimson strawberry cake attracted every kind of greedy party eager to partake. The longer it persisted, the deeper these illegalities embedded themselves, becoming cancerous like tumors. This explained why the highest belonging hadn't managed to completely eradicate these problems. Ji Qi's case tied once more to illegal marking cleansing agents. Jin wouldn't rest unless he uncovered some leads. Using these people to find the root of the problem seemed like a good choice. Zhou Qi's eyes became more disobedient as he looked at the scene in front of him. Zhou Qi admired Bai Yu's courage, an Omega could be so calm and composed under such oppressive circumstances. I'll lead them away, Zhou Qi spoke up. Bai Yu didn't respond but instead reached for the car door, opening the window just as a gun was pointed straight at his forehead. Bai Yu half closed his eyes, disdainfully uttering, "We're only 200 meters from the police station. Do you dare fire?" The alpha holding the gun had noticeable tattoos on his neck, red and black interwoven. Listening to Bai Yu's words, he subconsciously loosened his grip. Shooting here would make leaving quite troublesome. It might not be worth it after all. The man grabbed Bai Yu by the collar, shouting, "Hand over the item." Seeing this, Zhou Qi felt a surge of anger. He grabbed the alpha's arm near the elbow joint, forcing it down against the car window with a sharp bend, causing the man to cry out in pain. Ahahaha. The alpha howled. Protecting the leader was a duty. Zhou Qi understood Bai Yu's meaning. After humiliating the alpha, he immediately opened the car door. There were about a dozen alphas outside, each looking fierce, but since they didn't dare shoot, they surged toward Zhou Qi once he stepped out of the car. Zhou Qi glanced around before reacting when punches and kicks started coming his way. Most of these men were ordinary alphas, making Zhou Qi's advantage much too evident. But when he tried releasing pheromones, he realized he had overestimated himself. These people already had measures in place to deal with high-level pheromones. Suddenly, a colorful smoke bomb was thrown in front of Zhou Qi. To be precise, it dispersed right in front of him. That smoke was laced with an intense stench that brought on immediate physical reactions, causing Zhou Qi's expression to stiffen. Inside that smoke was an effective pheromone-blocking agent. Its effects were incredibly strong, exactly the same as those of injections. This degree of smog-based blocking agent was clearly something that could be used militarily. Damn! Zhou Qi couldn't help but curse aloud. Suppressing pheromones couldn't get released. Watch out! This warning came from Bai Yu. The smoke hadn't yet dissipated in front of Zhou Qi when he got punched in the face the next second. Zhou Qi pressed his tongue against the back molars. He hadn't experienced this kind of pure violent beating in a long time. He pulled Bai Yu to his side, using each other as their respective backs. A group of people fought hand to hand. Moments later, chaos ensued. Finally, Bai Yu succeeded in losing the data in his possession. When Zhou Qi helped him into the car, Bai Yu's wrist and shoulder were injured. Zhou Qi stepped hard on the gas pedal to quickly escape the scene. The alphas behind him stopped chasing once they obtained what they wanted. Zhou Qi glanced sideways at Bai Yu who sat reclined in the passenger seat, as if nothing had happened moments ago. Did you even know? If it weren't for our proximity to the police station, they wouldn't have hesitated to shoot, and you'd have died at the dock today. Bai Yu closed his eyes briefly to rest, replying, "Isn't there still you?" Zhou Qi slapped the steering wheel, refusing to converse further with Bai Yu. No sense trying. Bai Yu lit a cigarette inside the car, with his hand resting out of the window in a cloud of smoke. What now? Zhou Qi asked. Bai Yu replied, "Fishing. CE Experiment Center." After Bai Yu and Zhou Qi left, 2 more Omega staff members arrived but were also summoned away by Ji Qi. Ji Qi wanted to call Jin and ask why he had left him alone here. He felt hollow inside, an alpha in heat constantly craving to see his Enigma. Jin was very busy, no need to disturb him. Ji Qi went directly to the Judge-in-Chief's office rest area. He lay on the bed fiddling with his phone. Resisting again and again, he eventually messaged Jin. Ji Qi, your alpha is upset. Chapter 134, Very Obedient. After sending the message, Ji Qi regretted it a little. He didn't want Jin to think he couldn't do anything right and couldn't even be alone. He forgot that he was currently in heat, and no one in heat can stay calm and free of emotions without a partner. Ji Qi looked at the message on his phone and silently clicked to retract it. Jin was very busy and shouldn't be bothered. Just before Ji Qi turned off the screen, Jin replied to his message. Ji Qi's heart was momentarily glad. Jin, I'll be back soon. Jin, be good. Jin, kitten hugging emoji. Seeing the news that Jin would come over, Ji Qi felt ripples of emotion in his heart. This emoji seemed completely unlike something Jin would send. Never thought Judge was secretly stored such consoling emojis. Ji Qi tapped on the picture and chose, reject your hug. The phone vibrated again. Jin, if you're sleepy, rest in the rest room. Don't be angry, I'll bring you a gift when I get back. If there were no special circumstances, no one would leave their Omega alone during the heat period. Especially an alpha. Jin couldn't leave now, so he had time to reply to Ji Qi while sitting in the car. Worried about Ji Qi's mood, Jin put on headphones and made a video call to Ji Qi. Seeing the sudden video call, Ji Qi brightened slightly and picked up. Once the video was opened, it showed Jin's face, handsome, proper, and stern. But the moment he saw Ji Qi, the previously cold eyes became unusually tender. Ji Qi lying on the bed bit his lips gently. His first words were both annoyed and pouting, no Omega would leave their alpha aside. I hate you, Hua Jin. Hearing these words, Hua Jin paused momentarily. It's my fault. Hua Jin glanced at the driver in front, his expression shifted slightly. Some things he definitely couldn't say because of his status here, it would sound strange, like comforting the wife. So this apology from Hua Jin came out rather stiffly. It was as rigid as giving instructions to subordinates. Clearly, Ji Qi was angrier now. Hua Jin instinctively rubbed his nose tip lightly. His voice softened significantly. Don't be angry, wife. When I get back, I'll make amends to you. Ji Qi observed Hua Jin. The other person's phone was slightly shaking, he was inside a car, and it seemed the road surface wasn't smooth. During heat, an alpha doesn't have too many thoughts. Seeing Hua Jin, Ji Qi's mind filled with haze. Ji Qi touched the screen with his hand. Muttering, he called Hua Jin once, brother. Hua Jin's knuckles trembled slightly. Ji Qi's face was tinged with a faint pink blush, and his lips were redder than usual. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Hua Jin's breath became deeper. Be obedient, I'll be there to accompany you soon. Ji Qi played with the blanket he was wrapped in, his hazel eyes looking reproachfully at Hua Jin. Hua Jin. Only I miss you. You haven't missed me. Right? Hua Jin's throat moved up and down, suddenly he somewhat regretted making this video call, initially intending to comfort Ji Qi. But seeing the situation, instead of calming down, it only inflamed the fire further. Ji Qi's complexion became increasingly odd, the flush on his face more evident, and his movements became erratic. Ji Qi. Hua Jin called Ji Qi's name, seeing Ji Qi's slightly parted lips on the screen. Looking at Ji Qi, Hua Jin's breathing involuntarily deepened. Ji Qi's neck hung low, his damp hair strands covered his face, making Hua Jin see unclearly. Hua Jin understood then, Ji Qi was looking at him. Hua Jin took a deep breath. Really? This was driving him crazy. Ji Qi raised his gaze to look at the screen. Let me see. Hua Jin panicked inwardly. See, what? Ji Qi licked his lips. You don't miss me, right? Hua Jin, I do. Ji Qi, I don't believe you, unless you let me see. Hua Jin began to fear Ji Qi in heat, words he wouldn't usually say came easily now. Hua Jin placed a stack of documents on his lap, maintaining a serious expression. Wife, I'm a normal man. Forget it, explaining to an alpha in heat is useless. Flirting through the screen could only happen with Ji Qi. I'll deal with you later. Ji Qi lifted his phone toward himself and kissed the screen, startling Hua Jin enough to drop his phone. Ji Qi looked at the brief black screen on the other side and his face showed a mournful expression. You dropped me on the ground. Hua Jin. Hua Jin, I picked it up. Hua Jin didn't know how he eventually soothed Ji Qi. The first thing he did after hanging up was drink half a bottle of icy water. He should have known better than to make that video call. It truly could cost one's life. After hanging up the video, Ji Qi sent Hua Jin a few more messages. Ji Qi had changed his own nickname in Hua Jin's phone. On Hua Jin's end, it showed as Chi husband. Chi husband, wife, be careful when doing things. Chi husband, missing you. Hua Jin pressed his lips and gave an inaudible laugh. A life filled with such days was much better than the monotonous, rule-filled life before. The phone vibrated again. Ji Qi had sent him another picture. Hua Jin fondled the image of the youth on the screen. He replied with this message. Hua Jin, very good. Hua Jin, I love you. Chapter 135, Your Alpha is angry. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Qi felt that he had fallen asleep in the waiting room of the judge's office. Hua Jin was still not back. Ji Qi got up, feeling powerless all over his body. As he prepared to open the door of the waiting room, a sound from outside gave him some hope. The door opened slightly, and Ji Qi was about to go out when he realized it wasn't Hua Jin entering. Being in heat naturally meant he had to avoid others, so Ji Qi decided not to go out. However, the movements of the person outside caught Ji Qi's attention. The door of the waiting room was slightly ajar, making it unclear to see from outside. Ji Qi's gaze moved as he noticed someone directly heading toward Hua Jin's desk. Ji Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Cheng Jin. Ji Qi had a very deep impression of this person, especially since he was the only one who suppressed him with provoking pheromones. During the S9 test, Cheng Jin was under Hua Jin. But Cheng Jin wasn't part of the CE Experimental Center. He was a special pheromone inspector from the top-tier differentiation base. Now appearing at the CE Experimental Center and coming to Hua Jin's office raised suspicions. If Cheng Jin were looking for something here, there wouldn't be such stealth involved. Ji Qi stayed inside and instead took out his phone to take a picture. Ji Qi sent the photo to Hua Jin. Almost instantly, Hua Jin replied to Ji Qi's message. Hua Jin almost immediately texted back, if he hasn't discovered you yet, stay quiet. Ji Qi's eyes grew sharper. A few minutes later, after Cheng Jin left, Ji Qi came out of the waiting room. That day, when Hua Jin returned, the sky had already darkened. Upon reaching the office, he discovered Ji Qi hadn't even turned on the lights. The blocking drugs on Ji Qi's body were starting to lose their effectiveness. Guided by the strong aroma of plum wine, Huajin walked to the sofa behind the desk and found Ji Qi curled up, wrapped in his clothes. Huajin crouched down beside the sofa, and instead of jumping into his arms as usual, Ji Qi simply threw away the cloth in his hand and turned his back on Huajin. Huajin pursed his lips. So, he's angry. Huajin patted Ji Qi's head and picked him up. Dear, let's go home. Ji Qi didn't struggle but refused to speak to Huajin, his face remaining emotionless with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Huajin tightened his hold on Ji Qi. Qi. I'm sorry. It's all my fault, leaving such a well-behaved alpha alone here all day. Ji Qi turned his head away, avoiding eye contact with Huajin. Huajin leaned down and planted a kiss on the corner of Ji Qi's lips. Ji Qi wiped it off with Huajin's clothing. I really made a mistake, Huajin apologized immediately. Can we go home? Ji Qi buried his head in Huajin's chest, his body burning hot. His mind was becoming hazy and heavy, as if he had consumed too much liquor, completely drained. Hate Huajin, Ji Qi said. Wife. Not your wife, Ji Qi responded. Huajin, I was wrong. Ji Qi, you weren't. At that moment, Huajin suddenly pulled out a small gift for Ji Qi. Wife, can you stop being angry? Ji Qi accepted the gift, a rabbit pendant. It looked cool. Ji Qi frowned, I hate rabbits. Then he quickly hid the little rabbit. Huajin carried Ji Qi downstairs towards the car. Just before they reached the car, Huajin lowered Ji Qi. Leaning against Huajin's back, Ji Qi suddenly demanded, You're punished, carry me home. Huajin glanced sideways to find Ji Qi leaning heavily and dizzily against his back. Due to the heat period, Ji Qi's whole body radiated unusual warmth, his cheeks faintly flushed with a watermelon pink hue. Huajin half squatted, If I carry you home, will you stop being mad? Ji Qi wrapped his arms around Huajin's neck, Even if you carry me home, I'm still mad. A faint dizziness hit Ji Qi as he was lifted onto Huajin's back, giving him a higher view. Ji Qi rested his head on Huajin's shoulder and bit him lightly on the shoulder. My dad says not to treat your Omega like this, otherwise, your Omega would get upset. If they get upset, they'll divorce you. Huajin gripped Ji Qi's hand tighter, Master Ji wants to divorce me. Ji Qi yanked Huajin's hair, No, I don't want to. I can't bear it. Leaning against Huajin's shoulder, a soft side glance could reveal Huajin's profile. But I am really mad today. Huajin was so unreasonable. Looking at Huajin's face, Ji Qi murmured, Huajin is just too busy. So his alpha shouldn't miss him. Normally, I can do that, Ji Qi said. But today, I really need you. As Huajin listened to Ji Qi's words, his heart softened with a mixture of pain and guilt. He slowed his steps a little. Sorry Qi, I shouldn't have left you here alone. Ji Qi raised a finger and poked Huajin's cheek. It's fine, I've already comforted myself. Ji Qi wrapped his arms around Huajin's neck, his soft hair brushing against Huajin's nape. His voice sounded muffled. Actually, when I was in college, I admired the judge of the CE Research Center a lot. I progressed by taking him as a role model. I wanted to visit the CE Research Center. He said, my Enigma is very powerful. Ji Qi's voice became quieter. In fact, I'm not angry. I just blame myself for being unable to help you with anything. Huajin looked at the road ahead, Ji Qi's words echoing softly in his ears. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, while the tree branches above formed large patches of shadow. Huajin carried Ji Qi forward on the endless straight road. How could you not be helpful? The thought of your Enigma gives you endless strength. Huajin said. This sentence successfully distracted Ji Qi, who was already feeling confused. Ji Qi leaned close to Huajin's ear. Then why did you say you were tired yesterday? Chapter 136, Hug. Aren't you? Ji Qi continued. Huajin looked at the light ahead, thinking Ji Qi must be deliberately doing this. Huajin held Ji Qi and tilted his head. Do you even hear what you're saying? Ji Qi's head moved slightly against Huajin's neck. Uncle who is just getting old, he can't compare with young people. I know that. Huajin chuckled silently, and his pace quickened a bit. When they got home, Huajin threw Ji Qi onto the bed directly. One person was on the bed, the other under it. Say what you just said again, Huajin said while bracing himself at the edge of the bed, staring straight at Ji Qi. Ji Qi lifted his foot to press against Huajin's chest. In the next second, Ji Qi's ankle was grabbed by Huajin. As Huajin pulled Ji Qi toward him while clutching the bedding, cat claw-like marks were left on it. Wife, why are you running? You, why? Huajin, feel me. The next morning, Huajin didn't go anywhere for once. The first thing Ji Qi saw upon waking up was Huajin's embrace. A faint cold sandalwood scent filled the surroundings, bringing peace. When an alpha in heat opened his eyes to see his Enigma, Ji Qi couldn't help but circle his arms around Huajin's waist and snuggled closer. Huajin had already woken up. He looked at the person in his arms, moving slightly, then gently stroked Ji Qi's ear, softly saying, You're awake. Ji Qi mumbled in response. Ji Qi's hand traced circles lightly over Hu Jin's prominent Adam's apple. Are you not going to work today? My wife needs me these few days, I need to stay with her, Hu Jin said, holding Ji Qi closer. Warm breath brushed Ji Qi's neck as he tilted his head and kissed Hu Jin's jawline. Hu Jin's pitch-black eyes shimmered with tenderness. He pulled the covers tighter around Ji Qi and coaxed him. Sleep a little more. I'll make breakfast for you. Ji Qi shook his head lazily with a hint of intimacy. I want a hug. The surrounding cold sandalwood pheromones gradually became stronger as the Enigma released pheromones to soothe his alpha. After hugging Ji Qi for a while longer, Hu Jin got up to find him some clothes. For some reason, Hu Jin liked treating Ji Qi like a child, pampering him excessively even though Ji Qi could do things on his own. Ji Qi looked down at Hu Jin who was tidying his clothes. Suddenly, Ji Qi asked, have you ever been this nice to anyone else? Before Hu Jin could answer, Ji Qi spoke up himself. If you were this good to others, no one would dislike you. That's exactly how Ji Qi felt. Hu Jin, in every aspect, was superior. At the youngest age, he became the judge, possessed high-grade Enigma pheromones, stood out in looks, and excelled in ability. Gentle and steady, there seemed to be nothing he couldn't accomplish in this world. A person like this, if he treated anyone this kindly, no one would fail to like him. Hu Jin looked at Ji Qi, his dark eyes tinged with exhaustion but soft as he said, I'm only nice to you. Hu Jin stood up and rubbed Ji Qi's head affectionately, helplessly saying, why does my feisty little lord always have such random thoughts during heat? Hu Jin's hand moved lower and pinched Ji Qi's cheek gently. No one else but my little lord. It's not easy finding a wife, angering her would be disastrous. Hu Jin picked Ji Qi up in a bear hug. Today, I'll stay home to spoil my wife. Chapter 137 Dr. Gu. Ji Qi hugged Hu Jin's neck, burying her head into his chest as she softly inhaled his scent. Kiss me. Hu Jin understood Ji Qi's meaning. Where do you want me to kiss? Ji Qi murmured and pressed her lips together without answering, so Hu Jin carried her into the bathroom. By the time Hu Jin came out of the room holding Ji Qi, it was already noon. He had asked for 2 days off to stay at home with Ji Qi. Her anxious mood was well soothed by Hu Jin. He fulfilled all her needs and gave everything he could. He coaxed her through various unreasonable little tantrums. No matter how strange the reasons were for her anger, Hu Jin only found her cute. When he was happy, he would suddenly come over and give her a quick kiss. Cute, fried. She blew bubbles while brushing her teeth. Cute, fried. While looking through some documents, she suddenly sat on him and asked if the documents were more beautiful than her. Cute, fried. These 2 days went by like honey mixed with oil. But after the estrus period, Hu Jin became extraordinarily busy. Sometimes he was so busy that he didn't have time to send Ji Qi a single message all day. Sometimes when he came home, Ji Qi had already fallen asleep. Although they were together, it felt like they were in a long-distance relationship. Because of what happened last time, Song Lin was sentenced to imprisonment. But since Song Lin himself did not know the source of the drug and because someone pleaded on his behalf, plus his medical issues required him to go to the hospital daily, Song Lin was granted medical supervision after spending 15 days in detention. It was laughable yet seemed predictable. After Ji Qi learned about Song Lin's illness, she did not visit him. Instead, due to the disturbance he had caused in the Song group, Ji Qi went to the hospital to check on Song Lin. Song Lin, wearing a patient gown, still looked handsome despite his pale complexion. Standing by the window of his bed, his large frame seemed fragile as though a breeze could carry him away. Ji Qi didn't know how Dr. Gu Baizhou convinced Song Lin to let him be his attending physician. Ji Qi thought, Song Lin was truly hateful yet pitiful. Ji Qi browsed through the recent news of various aspects of the Song group. All of this stemmed from the one thing Song Lin did. The Song group had been secretly dealing with the black market for years, but now that the root was pulled out, the whole thing crumbled. Their childhood friendship had ended in betrayal. Seeing Song Lin's condition, Ji Qi felt suddenly dazed. Song Lin should have known, right? He wasn't as fond of her as she had imagined. At least, he didn't like her as much as she thought. Song Lin was such a proud person. If it wasn't desperation driving him, he wouldn't have taken this path. Song Lin standing by the window noticed Ji Qi. He hadn't expected to see Ji Qi again. Ji Qi always showed excessive sympathy. As Ji Qi approached him, Song Lin bitterly laughed. Do you have any cigarettes? I quit. Ji Qi replied. Song Lin gazed out the window. He disliked the windows in the hospital. Cast iron bars sealed them tightly shut. No matter how wide they were opened, one couldn't stick their head out. Song Lin's eyes suddenly felt a bit brimmed with moisture. He realized he had nothing left. Family, friends, health, only his body remained. Sorry, Song Lin said suddenly, mocking himself, feeling guilty towards Ji Qi. How could he not feel guilty? Ji Qi was the only person in the world who cared about him. They said. The effects of that drug will dissipate in a year and won't affect health. Song Lin's voice was muffled, wind wrapping around his strands of hair. There was no sun on a cloudy day. Ji Qi did not respond to Song Lin's words. She already knew the reason. The Song Group had consistently been involved in transactions with the black market, a deep mystery hidden in the dark. Now that Song Lin had lost everything, naturally, he would go mad. The Song Group was established by Song Lin's birth mother and his father. Song Lin couldn't allow the company to fall into others' hands. Someone within the Song Group was covering up the case where 2 years ago, 10 million doses of an illegal inhibitor did not meet standards yet were suppressed. No exposure in the news, investigation departments were corrupt, the Song Group had long become a deeply rooted tumor. Recalling the events of that day, Ji Qi guessed that Song Lin was using her to provoke He Jin to investigate the matter. No one dared to cover up or bribe He Jin. What Song Lin wanted was for the Song Group to be destroyed down to its very bones. No one could help him. Ji Qi stared at the Song Lin before her. Your brother is dead. Song Lin showed no expression on his face. That's unfortunate. Did you do it? Ji Qi asked. Song Lin glanced sideways at Ji Qi. Are you going to turn me over to the police? Ji Qi pursed her lips silently. I don't think you would kill. Song Lin smiled faintly, his ashen complexion appearing even paler. So, did you come here to laugh at my misfortune? Ji Qi's eyes half closed as he responded with, take good care of yourself. Song Lin hadn't expected Ji Qi to say something like this to him, as if they could still be friends. I thought you would come to curse me to death. Song Lin rolled his fingers, feeling uneasy without a cigarette in hand. Upon careful reflection, Ji Qi had never seen Song Lin look this way before, listless and lifeless. Song Lin choked on his words halfway through, as if realizing the futility of self-deception and not finishing his sentence. His eyes reddened slightly, his heart tied with heavy knots of guilt, constricting so tightly it weighed down his throat. Sorry, little Qi, Song Lin spoke again. Alright, Ji Qi responded to Song Lin's previous statement. Through their years of mutual understanding from childhood, Ji Qi grasped what Song Lin was trying to convey. They had grown up together, a bond that no one in society afterward could replace. Now, Song Lin had truly lost everything. If you get better, come find me with 3 million yuan asking for forgiveness for your reckless actions, and we can still be friends. Though Song Lin's world had collapsed, Ji Qi felt genuine pity for him. Hearing Ji Qi's words, Song Lin's eyes moistened, stinging with bitterness as he looked away. Alright. Song Lin said, drawing out the word with a prolonged tone. Alright. Alright. After saying this, both of them remained silent for a long time. Song Lin turned around and faced Ji Qi. Since that's the case, go downstairs and bring me a pack of cigarettes. Gu Baizhou doesn't let me smoke. Ji Qi kicked Song Lin's leg. In your dreams. With that, Ji Qi turned around and left the ward. Feeling the pain in his ankle, Song Lin suddenly chuckled. After Ji Qi left, Gu Baizhou came to check Song Lin's room. When Gu Baizhou entered, Song Lin was still standing by the window looking outside. Death by falling wouldn't be pretty, Song Lin thought. At least he should die decently. Upon hearing footsteps, Song Lin turned back. Song Lin walked over to his bed and lay down. I just peed. I didn't wander around. Gu Baizhou remained expressionless, checking Song Lin's forehead. I need to draw a tube of blood. Song Lin cooperated as Gu Baizhou drew his blood. As Gu Baizhou was about to leave, Song Lin suddenly reached into his pocket. It's negotiable for other things, but give me a cigarette quick. For someone addicted to smoking, half a month without a cigarette was like torture. Gu Baizhou let Song Lin search through his white coat. Finally, Song Lin found something elongated. Pulling it out, Song Lin frowned in disappointment. A lollipop? Chapter 138, Inherit You. Song Lin was holding a lollipop, looking somewhat disappointed. It was orange-flavored. Can't you get me a cigarette? Song Lin asked. No, you can't smoke now. Gu Baizhou's voice was soft and gentle. Song Lin's eyes flickered slightly as he searched Gu Baizhou's pockets again. Just one cigarette, or I might die. Gu Baizhou remained silent, then took the lollipop from Song Lin's hand. Upon seeing this, Song Lin stopped searching Gu Baizhou's pockets. He glanced at the lollipop in Gu Baizhou's hand, looking distracted. Lollipop. Would work too. As he spoke, he stretched his hand and looked out of the window. In the next second, the lollipop fell into Song Lin's palm. Song Lin pulled back his hand and looked at Gu Baizhou intently. You wouldn't have bought this specially for me, would you? Gu Baizhou replied with a simple, Song Lin half sat on the bed. Next time, buy green ones, I like sour stuff. Gu Baizhou closed the medical record in his hand. Alright. Song Lin wore a faint expression. When did Gu Baizhou become so nice? Gu Baizhou looked at Song Lin and said. Gu Baizhou has always been good to you. Song Lin responded, do you want to inherit my 300 yuan legacy when I die? Gu Baizhou scrutinized Song Lin. His cool gaze was hard to read, but his words were clear. Compared to your inheritance, I'm more interested in inheriting you. Song Lin froze slightly, glancing sideways toward the white curtains fluttering by the window, swirling with wind and waves, unable to calm down. Gu Baizhou, you're sick, Song Lin said. Ji Qi reached the hospital gate when his phone vibrated. He opened it expectantly, assuming Hu Jin had finally messaged him. Instead, it was a message from the company. Ji Qi looked up at the sky, dark and gloomy. Since making up with Hu Jin, Ji Qi hadn't been to the company for a long time. Because Hu Jin was busy, Ji Qi found some things to do himself, keeping himself occupied. Recently, an alpha star from Ji Qi's entertainment company became wildly popular due to a TV drama, skyrocketing to become a traffic-heavy celebrity with numerous endorsements and variety shows coming his way effortlessly. Ji Qi, as the boss, profited heavily. With everything running smoothly in the company, Ji Qi sent Hu Jin a message whenever he had free time. Hu Jin generally came home late. They only had evenings to indulge together, and this feeling made them yearn and anticipate more than dating usually would. This life continued for a month. Ji Qi started noticing something odd about Hu Jin. Regardless of how late Hu Jin came home, he always woke Ji Qi up. Greedy for Ji Qi's scent, sometimes his actions were rough enough to hurt Ji Qi. But Hu Jin always realized afterward. He apologized while embracing Ji Qi, burying his head in Ji Qi's neck and pleading for pheromones. Hu Jin was very much aware of what he was doing. At first, Ji Qi thought Hu Jin's heightened sensitivity period was approaching, and he needed Ji Qi. Gradually, Ji Qi noticed something wasn't quite right. It wasn't typical behavior for that sensitive period. Even in the morning, Hu Jin still kissed Ji Qi gently, saying goodbye and promising to return. Ji Qi would embrace Hu Jin and respond to his kisses. Ji Qi believed Hu Jin needed him. But slowly, that need turned pathological. It was as if Hu Jin was desperately proving he needed Ji Qi, washing away sins and greed over and over. It felt akin to rape, sin erased but also recreated anew, as if Hu Jin was covering something with Ji Qi's pheromones. And whatever needed to be hidden was bound to be dirty. Ji Qi found Hu Jin strange. His cravings seemed insatiable, never fulfilling enough. Until one day, Ji Qi smelled another person's pheromones on Hu Jin. A cold mint wrapped with peach honey scent, advanced level pheromones that couldn't identify whether they belonged to an alpha or omega. That day, Ji Qi pushed away Hu Jin clinging to him and asked, "Would you fall for someone else?" Hu Jin said no. Ji Qi stared at the ceiling, where everything swayed unevenly. "Go wash yourself," Ji Qi said. Hu Jin frowned, sensing something. He hugged Ji Qi tighter. The warm breath brushing against his face carried a chilling undertone. "Qi. Let me hold you." Ji Qi struggled free, feeling as though a stone pressed on his chest, entwining months of longing and waiting with thick grievances. He didn't like Hu Jin having another scent on him. Whether it's an alpha or an enigma, this is a sign of infidelity to one's partner. Hu Jin could be very busy, but he couldn't return home carrying someone else's pheromones. Ji Qi pulled the blanket and turned over. "Take me to your workplace tomorrow, I'm bored at home." Hu Jin paused for 2 seconds and then agreed. He rubbed against Ji Qi's neck. "All right." Ji Qi distanced himself from Hu Jin. "I'm not in a good mood today, you can't touch me." Hu Jin sniffed the scent on his body, his expression slightly changed before he immediately took a shower. When he returned to bed, Ji Qi was still asleep. Hu Jin held him close and kissed his forehead gently. The next day, Hu Jin took Ji Qi to the CE Research Center. Chapter 139, No Need for Perfection. Ji Qi hadn't been to the CE Research Center for a long time, and he felt that the place seemed tenser now than it used to be. Because of the issues with the black market drug supply chain, the uppermost authority and the CE Research Center launched a joint operation again. A total of 5 departments were involved. This time, when Ji Qi came to the CE Research Center, he met the head of the Special Differentiation Center, Sang Ming, who was an Enigma. The minty aroma pheromone came from an alpha named Sang Ming brought from the Special Differentiation Center. An S4 level alpha with pheromones reminiscent of wolf's tail spikes, it sent akin to dry mint wrapped in peach honey. He was very handsome, just like his pheromones, exuding a bit of wildness and prideful desire. His name was Tan He, which sounded pleasant too. It was the first time Ji Qi thought someone could be terrifying. He believed that much of his own security came from Hu Jin. But this person gave him no sense of security at all from Hu Jin. An alpha who matched Hu Jin perfectly at 100%, how could he not be afraid? In this world centered around pheromones, a match rate of 100% was truly frightening. So terrifying that even a matching percentage of 99% could instantly become as ignorable as 1%. When Hu Jin was parking the car, Ji Qi walked toward the CE Research Center's gate by himself since everyone knew him and no one stopped him. When he turned the corner at the second glass door, Ji Qi saw Tan He. Maybe the other side did not see Ji Qi clearly yet, and while rushing past quickly brushed against his shoulder with considerable force. "Sorry, I was daydreaming." Tan He apologized once he noticed Ji Qi. Ji Qi, distracted by the other's pheromones, instinctively replied that it was fine. At this moment, Ji Qi felt warmth in his palm and looked over slightly to see Hu Jin catching up behind him. Hu Jin interlaced his fingers, "Why didn't you wait for me?" Before Ji Qi could open his mouth, a smile spread across Tan He's lips. Speaking respectfully, so you are Director Hua's boyfriend, nice to meet you. My name is Tan He. Tan He introduced himself. Ji Qi's gaze softened, his face cold and detached as he stared directly at Tan He. Not a boyfriend, but a legal spouse. This answer came from Hua Jin. With those words, Hua Jin pulled Ji Qi away, his eyes glaring warningly at Tan He as they left. As Hua Jin led Ji Qi forward, Ji Qi felt his fingertips go numb. His eyes blinked rapidly. Ji Qi's mind was in turmoil. Since childhood, Ji Qi had always dreamed of finding an Omega with a 100% match rate. How could he not know what it meant to have a perfect match? It meant an unconscious attraction, where the high matching rate of pheromones was almost irresistible. It meant the 1% chance of finding a perfect partner. It implied that Hua Jin might lose his heart. An S4 level alpha, an employee of the special differentiation base. Ji Qi tightly pressed the tips of his fingers together. Compared to himself, it seemed like Tan He would be more suitable for Hua Jin. Both were top-notch talents of their respective fields. Even when Hua Jin pulled Ji Qi into the office and sat him down on the sofa, Ji Qi's thoughts remained chaotic. Suddenly, Ji Qi found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, drenched in strong cold sandalwood pheromones. Ji Qi snapped out of his daze, suddenly understanding why Hua Jin recently reverted to his primitive instincts when returning home. The fervent desire that Hua Jin showed towards him proved that he only needed Ji Qi. The highly matched pheromones must make Hua Jin uneasy too. Wife. Ji Qi heard Hua Jin calling him. Ji Qi raised his hand to lightly caress Hua Jin's back. An enchanting plum wine fragrance surrounded Hua Jin. It was thick and intoxicating. Ji Qi had never released such a strong amount of comforting pheromones in front of Hua Jin before. As if competing with someone. He kissed Hua Jin's nose tip gently, rarely responding to the term wife, I'm here. Ji Qi softly stroked Hua Jin's temple, his light brown eyes swirling with various emotions. No one can ignore a 100% matching individual. Hua Jin should be the same, right? Hua Jin rubbed against Ji Qi, whose pheromones comforted him. Lifting his gaze to Ji Qi, I have nothing to do with him. Ji Qi patted Hua Jin's face, I understand. Whatever Hua Jin said, Ji Qi believed it. If Hua Jin says there's no connection, then there's none indeed. But Tan He liked Hua Jin uncontrollably, Ji Qi cupped Hua Jin's face. How could anyone not like Hua Jin? Ji Qi asked him, will you be attracted to him? Hua Jin answered quickly, I don't like him. Ji Qi, then why have you been so anxious ever since you met Tan He? Every sentence Ji Qi said was clear and composed. Hua Jin hugged Ji Qi, I'm afraid you won't be happy. Ji Qi pinched Hua Jin's face, then tell me, am I more handsome or is he? As soon as this question came out, Ji Qi felt somewhat uneasy. He thought that the lustful allure in Tan He's bones was something he lacked. The way Tan He looked, his superiority could rival that of an Omega. Hua Jin raised his eyes and said, in fact, I didn't even look at his face clearly. Ji Qi applied a little more force with his hand, who are you trying to fool? Hua Jin held on to Ji Qi without letting go, my wife is beautiful. In my heart, you are the most beautiful. Ji Qi's expression remained calm, hearing the compliment made him both happy and not entirely pleased. A 100% match rate is unlike any other, it's like a distinct label written on everyone's head. There's no need for medical examination machines. Everyone can see the compatibility crystal clear. Ji Qi understood where Hua Jin's odd behavior stemmed from, but there were still things he needed to ask. You and Tan He have a 100% match rate, do you know? Do you know how great the possibility is that two people with a 100% match rate will eventually fall in love because of their pheromones? Hua Jin gazed intently at Ji Qi. He didn't like hearing these words. From a biological standpoint, the possibility could be either 100% or 0%. Ji Qi's eyes grew defiant, but Judge Hua demands perfection in everything. Hua Jin sniffed at Ji Qi, my wife doesn't need perfection. Ji Qi pushed further, then why do you get upset because of Tan He? Hua Jin, because whenever I see him, I think of you. And when I think of you, I just want to go home. Ji Qi furrowed his brows, what do you do when you go home? Hua Jin, I'll hold you tightly asterisk. Ji Qi, huh. Before Hua Jin could finish speaking, there was a knock on the door outside. Knock knock knock. Chapter 140, your wife doesn't count either. Ji Qi nudged Hua Jin, but Hua Jin didn't let go. Ji Qi reminded him, someone's coming. Hua Jin rubbed Ji Qi's waist and stood up while still giving his wife a quick pat. Ji Qi felt slightly ticklish from the touch. Behave yourself, Ji Qi whispered softly. The person arriving was Sang Ming, the head of the Special Differentiation Center. In theory, Sang Ming held an equal position to Hua Jin. If it weren't for their joint operation, these two would never have been together. Ji Qi was sitting on the couch and saw Sang Ming approaching Hua Jin. The pressure when these two enigmas were together was truly unsettling. Ji Qi suddenly imagined how they might look if they were glaring at each other fiercely, it would be terrifying indeed. Sang Ming gave Ji Qi a cautious glance. Speak, Hua Jin said directly. Sang Ming looked at Ji Qi and stated, he needs to leave. Even if it's your wife, it doesn't count either. Hu Jin's gaze turned cold as he was about to speak, but upon hearing Sang Ming's words, Ji Qi stood up by himself. He didn't want to make things difficult for Hu Jin, and it was only reasonable that he step aside and let them discuss matters in private. Ji Qi walked over to the two men, quietly saying as he passed Hu Jin, "I'll go out for a bit." After that, Ji Qi left the judge leader's office. When he stepped outside, Ji Qi furrowed his brows and clicked his tongue. Shit. As Ji Qi reached the corner of the corridor, he happened to see Zhou Qi coming from one side. "Good day, sister-in-law," Zhou Qi said straight away. Ji Qi didn't bother arguing with him and just went along with it. "How did you have time to come today?" Zhou Qi asked. Ji Qi leaned against the wall in the corridor. From here, the view stretched far, providing a clear sight of the entire CE Experimental Center. From Zone A to Zone B, it took 10 minutes to walk. Occasionally, a team of patrol officers would pass by downstairs, which had not been so lively here before. Ji Qi's eyes wandered. Has Hu Jin been very busy recently? Zhou Qi narrowed his eyes and became more serious. Him. Ji Qi wanted to ask something, but when it came to his lips, the words didn't come out. He believed in Hu Jin's feelings for him. The passionate love in Hu Jin's heart had never changed. Asking too much was unnecessary. Being with him was what Hu Jin had asked for, and Ji Qi thought even doubting a little would feel like erasing all the years of Hu Jin's careful attentiveness. He believed in Hu Jin. He wasn't afraid. Ji Qi told himself inside not to fear, no one in this world could ever be perfect. So what if there's a 100% match rate? So what if it's a high-level alpha? In front of love, emotions and pheromones split. Hu Jin liked the plum wine scent because he loved Ji Qi, not the other way around. He had love, and he wouldn't lose. What do you want to ask? At this moment, Zhou Qi's voice brought Ji Qi back from his wandering thoughts. Nothing, Ji Qi replied. Suddenly, Zhou Qi chuckled, the tyrant of Jiang City is scared, huh? Ji Qi gave Zhou Qi a cold stare, the tyrant of Jiang City conquers all without resistance. If you have any ideas, better stop them early. Zhou Qi raised his eyebrows, he is someone assigned by higher-ups. Though it's somewhat coincidental, he can actually be helpful. Song Lin may have done some questionable things, but by mistake, it gave the highest authorities some leads. This matter should soon have results. Zhou Qi scared a few times, he likes to show off in front of Hu Jin. His lips pressed tightly as he slowed down his thoughts, except for you, Hu Jin is cold towards everyone else. Everyone in the entire experimental center is afraid of him, and even a smile takes an incense stick to obtain. He rarely speaks to Tan He. Zhou Qi crossed his arms, his expression calm. But this 100% matching alpha flitting around in front of him would undoubtedly affect him somewhat. This kind of thing is like magnetism, and Tan He's presence will be particularly strong in front of Hu Jin. From a biological perspective, this is called an overload of pheromones. Even though Hu Jin restrains his own attributes, he can still smell Tan He's pheromones. I think Hu Jin must hate this feeling deeply. Then Zhou Qi smirked with disdain on his lips, I've seen him sniffing your clothes every day, doing nothing else. Ji Qi's eyes suddenly gleamed with a flash of light and his gaze drifted aside, why are you telling me this? He hadn't wanted to listen. Zhou Qi had the look of someone who had seen through everything, clearly reveling in it. My point is that you should give him a new one when you have time, the peace in his office is almost worn out. Ji Qi abruptly changed the subject, bringing it to Zhou Qi's own situation. How about you and Baiyu? Baiyu? Zhou Qi frowned, seemingly puzzled, why do you suddenly ask about him? Speaking of Baiyu reminded Zhou Qi of someone else. I've been pursuing a stunning Omega recently, so obedient. Ji Qi felt something wasn't quite right and inquired curiously, who? Yen Lu, don't you know? My beloved, Zhou Qi said with utmost seriousness. Yen Lu. Ji Qi, how did you get to know him? Zhou Qi, last time, when we found some issues at their bar, I brought him back for questioning. You wouldn't believe how compliant he was, a bit of loud voice scared him into crying. He narrated vividly. Zhou Qi's eyes shimmered with soft warm colors, it struck directly at my heart, I adore him so much, thus I'm chasing him. Ji Qi looked up and down at Zhou Qi, do you like Yen Li's type? Sure, I do. Ji Qi, so. Have you succeeded? Zhou Qi paused his face slightly, this is the issue. He's so obedient on the surface but fundamentally insists on dividing society by class, saying he's unworthy of me. What should be done in this kind of situation? By this point, Zhou Qi directly sought help. Ji Qi sighed lightly, I think the two of you aren't suitable for each other. Zhou Qi, why? I just feel that way. Whom you like is your business. Thinking about Baiyu, Ji Qi's expression turned serious. A boisterous person like Zhou Qi couldn't possibly coax an emotional Omega like Yen Lu. An Omega like Baiyu could hardly articulate liking someone openly either. Ji Qi glanced upwards towards the sky. Mutual affection between people was so rare. He and Hu Jin had gone through so much difficulty to get where they were, love and more things beyond it bound them together. No one could replace the other, nor could they be replaced. Just as Ji Qi thought about these things, Zhou Qi was called away by an employee. Zhou Qi responded with a pat on Ji Qi. I won't talk to you anymore, got to go. As soon as Zhou Qi left, the next person coming made Ji Qi jump a little. Chapter 141, What's wrong, darling? The person who arrived was Tan He. Mr. Ji, why are you standing here? The wind at the crossroads is strong. Tan He spoke gently to Ji Qi, his tone impeccable. Ji Qi's expression turned slightly cold. What if I like it? Tan He smiled at Ji Qi and seemed to recall something. Oh, I forgot that Mr. Sang Ming went to find Judge Hua just now. Otherwise, would you like to go to my office and sit for a while? Though this statement wasn't problematic, it made people uncomfortable. Tan He's words made Ji Qi extremely uncomfortable. No need. We're not that close. Tan He held the file in his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Ji doesn't like me. Ji Qi frowned slightly, reviewing Tan He with an indifferent gaze. Why should I, Lord, show any favor toward you? Can you make me money? There was a touch of rebelliousness in Ji Qi's eyes. According to my company's standards for selecting artists, you don't even qualify. I won't show any regard for someone who can't earn me money. Even though hearing Ji Qi's words, Tan He didn't feel defeated in the slightest. Instead, he took a step closer to Ji Qi. Is the reason Mr. Ji has such great hostility toward me due to fear? Tan He suddenly asked. Fear of what? Ji Qi's expression was filled with disdain, and there was a tinge of carefree mockery in his eyes. Naturally. Since no one was around, Tan He refrained from nothing, Judge Hua abandoning you. Ji Qi's face turned slightly repelled when faced with Tan He's straightforwardness. Suddenly, he felt this person hid absolutely nothing. Ji Qi snorted, I wouldn't take a man who eats crap. If he could truly befriend you, I naturally wish you both happiness. Ji Qi's unflinching demeanor actually caused Tan He's complexion to darken slightly. It seems Mr. Ji is quite confident in himself. As he said this, he stared straight at Ji Qi, but your eyes tell me you're afraid. You fear that Judge Hua seeing me day after day will change. A 100% match is revolutionary. No one can stop him from following his inner choice. Tan He's words were soft, but every sentence he said reached Ji Qi. The optimal choice for Judge Hua is me. A spoiled little master can never stand shoulder to shoulder with him, but I can. Tan He's eyes dimmed slightly. You will never reach the height of Hua Jin's life. He can't share any profound conversation of his spirit world with you. His achievements, his near 100% data reviewed at 2 o'clock in the morning, none of his affairs can be shared with you. Hua Jin loves all his achievements, but listening to him talk would put you to sleep as if attending an academic lecture. You two can never resonate on the same frequency, yet what gives you the right to stand by him? Tan He's speech neither hurried nor became agitated, qualifying as moderate. Yet, such unhurried narration indeed made Ji Qi clench his fingertips. Do you know what 100% means? Tan He mocked, Hua Jin having relations with me would be more comfortable than with you. Tan He's brows and eyes were full of provocation. He deliberately uttered these lewd words. Oh. Ji Qi raised his head and said, oh, are you finished? Ji Qi maintained a calm expression and loosened his hands. The affairs between my master and me aren't things I'd want to narrate to you like telling a story. In this world, everything is always colorful, each person lives their own way, and better choices are always available. Hua Jin is very good, I thank you for liking him. Ji Qi's authoritative stance slightly changed Tan He's expression. Ji Qi gazed at the green plants downstairs in the corridor, his emotions tranquil. I think my master deserves everyone's affection. His words carried a faint coolness akin to a breeze. Indeed, I can't discuss from the composition of pheromones to the probability chances of tertiary differentiation with him, and Hua Jin can't share the achievements of his spirit world with me. Ji Qi locked gazes with Tan He's resilient eyes. We only talk about whether today's watermelon tastes sweet or sour, whether we'll drink porridge or boil white eggs tomorrow morning, how beautiful the row of plane trees by the road home looks, how many flowers have blossomed outside our house. We only discuss which roads to walk down during holidays without buying cakes, or if bringing back a bouquet of flowers works. Ji Qi twirled the wind between his fingers, as if the mental images evoked by saying these words were pulling him towards affection. What my life with Hua Jin really entails is very ordinary. I speculate sometimes he surely wants to share some things with me that I don't understand, so I'm certainly not a qualified partner. I only know that he feels happy being with me. All 100 of the 100 things that make my master happy are because of me. I can't reach his level. Ji Qi looked at Tan He, you can't reach my level either, so there's no need to stand in front of me and think you're better than me. Ji Qi's words suddenly became sharp, his tone provocative. You're not as young as me, not as good looking as me, and don't have as much money as me. You're not qualified to compare with me. Suddenly, Ji Qi furrowed his brows. As for what you said. Ji Qi's eyes slightly scattered as he seriously said, my master doesn't want me to be sad, so forget about touching you. Even wrapping your pheromones home would make him wash for an hour before he dares to hold me. Saying this, Ji Qi took a step towards Tan He. And Ji Qi coldly said, don't blame these things on the excuse that you didn't meet Mr. Hua earlier. Even 10 years ago, my master was saving money to take care of me. Saying this, Ji Qi stepped out and walked away. Tan He was slightly stunned, as if he hadn't fully digested Ji Qi's words, and couldn't respond. Just then, Hua Jin and Sang Ming came out of the judge's office together. Ji Qi walked to Hu Jin's side, slightly tilted his head and looked up at him. Hug me, Ji Qi said. Hu Jin rubbed Ji Qi's head and gently hugged him, overflowing with tenderness. What's wrong, darling? Chapter 142, Hu Jin's answer. Ji Qi did not reply to Hu Jin, who pulled him back onto the couch in the office. He had come out originally to find Ji Qi. It was not because of work. What's wrong, dear? Are you unhappy? Hu Jin asked bluntly, squatting beside the couch as he looked at Ji Qi. Hu Jin disliked Ji Qi when he was emotional. He remembered seeing Tan He at the corridor corner when glancing sideways by the door earlier, and Hu Jin's expression grew a bit darker. What did he say to you? Hu Jin asked seriously. Ji Qi looked at Hu Jin, then suddenly wrapped his arms around Hu Jin's neck and hugged him tightly. His lips brushed against Hu Jin's neck as Ji Qi smelled his scent. At this distance, it was more about body fragrance. The place Ji Qi leaned on was very close to Hu Jin's mark. Ji Qi kissed Hu Jin's neck gently and nuzzled his head, saying, he said that the two of you are the most compatible. Ji Qi's voice was muffled, I'm a little upset. Ji Qi lightly nibbled on Hu Jin's neck muscle. If I could mark you. No one else would be able to take you away. Hu Jin held Ji Qi's waist. No one will take you away. The hot breath of Ji Qi hit Hu Jin's neck. There are many partners in this world who know and love each other. Regardless of how high or low their pheromone compatibility is, love alone is not enough. You can't resist Tan He's attraction to you, can you? Ji Qi's voice was light. At marriage registration offices, the most common reason for divorce is that one party finds a partner with a higher compatibility rate, and they cannot refuse such a perfect lover. Ji Qi's tone was indifferent, like he was asking Hu Jin or talking to himself, will Hu Jin end up like this? Hu Jin listened to Ji Qi's words and hugged him tighter. Hu Jin won't be like that. Hu Jin only loves you. Don't overthink it. He raised his eyes and supported Ji Qi's shoulders, his words carrying a hint of seriousness. You're not allowed to say things like that anymore in the future. Hu Jin's expression became somewhat unfathomable. He had anticipated Ji Qi's overthinking. Tan He's appearance was very coincidental. Right after his mark with Ji Qi faded. A 100% pheromone match was also quite suspicious. All these piled together. This matter was far from simple as Ji Qi imagined. Hu Jin rubbed Ji Qi's face. We can go home earlier today. What do you want to eat? Shall I buy you a small cake, honey? Ji Qi swatted Hu Jin's hand away. When he was unhappy, he still said it, alphas don't eat small cakes. Other alphas might not eat them, but my alpha can. Hu Jin replied. Ji Qi huffed and looked at the pile of documents on Hu Jin's desk. Why don't you ever share your work-related matters with me? Is it because you think I wouldn't understand if you told me? I can understand some of it. Ji Qi said. This statement seemed overly serious. Hu Jin furrowed his brows, not knowing why Ji Qi suddenly brought this up. Hu Jin's hand rested on Ji Qi's side waist. Finding an opportunity, he directly touched Ji Qi's skin through the clothes. Ji Qi lowered his eyelids. Are you a pervert? Feeling and touching until it went inside. After so long, Ji Qi had already figured out Hu Jin's nature. Looks proper, but in reality, is fiercer than anyone. When there's nothing going on in daily life and gets near him, he'll start touching everywhere. Why can someone who appears so gentle have such a huge contrast? Following the normal course, Hu Jin should not be. Hu Jin's direction deviates towards what Ji Qi worries about every day. Ji Qi grabbed Hu Jin's hand through his clothing. Don't touch. Hu Jin, selective hearing loss. Don't touch me. Hu Jin, selective hearing loss X2. He gazed straight into Ji Qi's eyes even though he didn't know why Ji Qi suddenly asked this, yet Hu Jin still answered Ji Qi's question earnestly. Hu Jin's words were always gentle and filled with love. I don't like sharing my work with you because I'm always busy, having very little time to spend with you. Coming home and sharing work-related matters isn't something I enjoy doing. Hu Jin's pitch-black eyes sparkled warmly. When I get home, I want to know whether my treasure has eaten on time, rested well, and missed me. He then caressed Ji Qi's face again. Do you know, when you send one less message a day, I come home wanting to ask you why. Ji Qi pressed his lips together. Hu Jin had never told him these things before. He thought Hu Jin might find sending messages to him every day annoying. This led to him sometimes enduring for a long time before sending Hu Jin a message. Ji Qi's gaze slightly lifted, and he felt a little happy. Ji Qi loosened his grip on Hu Jin's hand. Hu Jin found Ji Qi's expression somewhat amusing. Are you stroking me now? Ji Qi, yeah. Hu Jin leaned in and kissed Ji Qi's cheek. Thanks, honey. Ji Qi parted his lips as if he was about to say something, when Bai Yu knocked at the door of the judge's office. The sofa's position allowed them to clearly see the door, but from the door, they were blocked by vertical curtains. Judge Hua, the analysis of that batch of drugs is out, go take a look, Bai Yu's voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Ji Qi nudged Hu Jin's shoulder. You're called. Go work. Hu Jin stared directly at Ji Qi. I'm tired. Ji Qi strangely understood Hu Jin's underlying meaning immediately, and looked at Hu Jin's lips. He leaned down slightly and kissed Hu Jin. Recharge for you. Hua Jin's eyes sparkled with joy and restraint, filled with affection. One more kiss. Ji Qi held Hua Jin's face and kissed again. Then he licked once more, still not satisfied. Hua Jin's hands on Ji Qi's waist retreated as if scorched. His wife was too tempting. It was driving him crazy. Ji Qi observed Hua Jin's reaction and licked his lips. Enough. Hua Jin stood up. Enough, enough. His fists tightened. Chapter 143, Hua Jin is in trouble. After Hua Jin left, Ji Qi stayed alone in the office. Feeling a bit sleepy, he fell asleep directly on the sofa. Hours later, Ji Qi was woken up by Bayu's phone call. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. Ji Qi raised his hand to rub his brow and answered the call. Bayu's voice didn't sound good. Ji Qi, where are you now? Ji Qi's tone carried a hint of drowsy laziness, but before he could speak, Bayu's voice rang out again. Bayu, Hua Jin is at the Special Differentiation Center. There's been an issue. He had contact with some medication that triggered his susceptibility period. Now no one dares to get close to him. You must come over immediately. Bayu's voice became more urgent. The suppressant didn't work. Hua Jin has already been forcibly isolated. Hearing Bayu's words, Ji Qi's muddled thoughts quickly tensed up, and he rushed towards the door. Ji Qi's steps were somewhat fast, his mind unable to process too much information. How did he suddenly enter the susceptibility period? Wasn't he fine just now? Ji Qi ran downstairs quickly. I'll be there right away. Ji Qi's gaze held a strange, incomprehensible expression. Why did the susceptibility period come so suddenly? What kind of medicine did he have contact with at the differentiation center? And why hasn't the suppressant worked? Even though our marking has faded now, it hasn't completely disappeared yet, so Hua Jin still goes through susceptibility periods. Ji Qi felt a bit anxious. If Enigma's susceptibility period can't be suppressed and doesn't receive effective comfort, it will cause harm to both himself and others like a ferocious lion. Upon reaching downstairs, Ji Qi hailed a taxi, his tone filled with anxiety. Driver, take me to the highest special differentiation base. It needs to be quick. Seeing that the person was from the CE Research Center and was heading to the differentiation base, the driver was very courteous. Okay, don't worry. The car sped forward, but the CE Research Center and the differentiation center were located in two different districts. When the driver saw that Ji Qi was constantly looking at the time, he also became tense and pressed harder on the accelerator. Unfortunately, when the car reached a corner, a motorcycle suddenly collided, forcing the car to stop. Damn! Ji Qi's face tightened. Just as frustration hit, they encountered a traffic accident. This place was truly wonderful. A flat and straight road with no people or vehicles around. Yet this crash still happened. Ji Qi, seeing the driver getting out of the car and addressing the man who had fallen to the ground, said, "Do you even have eyes? How could you crash while turning?" The off-road motorcycle lay overturned on the ground, and the rider wearing a helmet groaned as he fell. Ji Qi opened the car door and got out. Observing the surroundings, he tried to hail another taxi but didn't see any cars. Ji Qi kicked a metal pole lying on the ground. Damn. The rider of the off-road motorcycle wasn't severely injured, only his knee was slightly scraped. He supported himself and stood up, saying, "You hit me, yet you blame me." Ji Qi looked at the mess on the ground, realizing that although it wasn't a serious traffic accident, these two people wouldn't resolve it anytime soon. Ji Qi clenched his jaw tightly, seething with anger. Ji Qi pulled out his mobile phone to call for a ride and once again lamented that this place, with its collision-prone roads, really didn't leave room for error. The driver took this detour hoping to save time, leading them onto a barren path. It couldn't be worse. Unable to flag down any vehicle, Ji Qi's fingers gripped the phone so tightly that veins bulged across his hand. In such situations, the first person he thought of would undoubtedly be Song Lin to seek help. Ji Qi sighed. This time was no exception. Ji Qi made a call to Song Lin, knowing he was in the hospital and unable to leave, but since today wasn't a workday, Gu Baizhou should definitely be available. After dialing the number, Song Lin's side picked up instantly, and Ji Qi wasted no time with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "Song Lin, I've run into some issues here, can you send Gu Baizhou to pick me up? Right now, immediately." The response came swiftly, and 10 minutes later, Gu Baizhou's car stopped in front of Ji Qi. Such speed deserved every single penalty point. As Ji Qi got in, he noticed Song Lin sitting in the back seat with a lime-flavored lollipop in his mouth. As Gu Baizhou's car started moving the moment Ji Qi got inside, thick clouds of dust rose rapidly due to the high-speed motion. "You shouldn't be leaving the hospital, what are you doing here?" Ji Qi glanced at Song Lin. "You clean your mouth a bit. I'm practically dying, so what if I came out to play a little?" As he spoke, he glanced at Ji Qi's pocket and asked in a low voice, "Do you have any cigarettes? Do you want to smoke?" Ji Qi's voice was 10 times louder than Song Lin's. Song Lin's gaze carried a touch of horror. "Are you alright? Did you hear me? Do you want to smoke or not?" Ji Qi raised his voice again. At this moment, Gu Baizhou accelerated the car, and the inertia almost threw Song Lin forward. Song Lin said, "I was asking if he had eaten." Ji Qi spat, "Tisk." After a few jests, Ji Qi fell silent. It had been delayed for so long now, and his concern for Hu Jin increased. Song Lin also noticed Ji Qi's expression, and the rest of the ride was filled with an oppressive silence. When they reached the differentiation base, Ji Qi even forgot to close the car door. He ran straight inside. Chapter 144, Ferry. After Ji Qi got out of the car, Song Lin inside glanced at Gu Buizhou and said, "What are you staring at? Didn't you say you'd take me out to play?" Song Lin noticed that Gu Buizhou's expression was serious, his eyes lingering in the direction Ji Qi had left. "How come you look like you want to eat him?" Song Lin spoke up. Gu Buizhou looked away. "To be honest, I don't really like him. Plenty of people like him, it's none of your business." Gu Buizhou's expression darkened a bit upon hearing this. As these words fell, Song Lin saw Gu Buizhou start the car. But he wasn't heading toward the downtown area, instead, he was turning back the way they came. Song Lin became annoyed. "Didn't you say you'd take me out for half a day?" "Gu Buizhou, I've changed my mind." Song Lin, "Why?" "Gu Buizhou, I'm not happy." Hearing this, Song Lin's face turned sulky as he tried opening the car door, forcing Gu Buizhou to stop. After parking, Song Lin immediately opened the door and got out, yelling, "Go to hell. I don't want to stay another day in your hospital. If you want to go back yourself, fine. I'm going to buy cigarettes and smoke them." As Song Lin walked along and reached into his pocket, pulling out 5 yuan, he swore under his breath. Shit. Could it get any worse? Just 5 yuan. Even kids in kindergarten have more money in their pockets than he does. At this point, Gu Buizhou caught up with him. He approached an irritated Song Lin and stared at the 5 yuan in Song Lin's hand. In the next moment, Song Lin kicked Gu Buizhou, as the attending doctor, "If you steal from a patient, I'll expose you." Gu Buizhou didn't take it seriously, looking quite composed as he responded to Song Lin, "From now on, you will only get 5 yuan per day as pocket money." After saying that, he continued, "That's not bad, it can buy 10 lollipops." Song Lin's eyes gleamed defiantly. "Who gave you the right to control me?" Gu Buizhou calmly replied, "You're my patient now." Gu Buizhou then forcibly pulled Song Lin back into the car. After getting sick, Song Lin had become weaker, so he couldn't resist. When being dragged to a light pole, Song Lin directly embraced the pole to prevent Gu Buizhou from dragging him further. "I'm not going back." Seeing Song Lin hugging the pole, a flicker of movement appeared at the corner of Gu Buizhou's mouth. But due to the tugging, most of Song Lin's wrist was exposed, showing countless needle marks. These marks, stained with crimson red, were extremely shocking to Gu Buizhou. "It's not about going back to the hospital. I'll take you out to play," Gu Buizhou said. Upon hearing this, a glint of joy flashed in Song Lin's eyes. "Where are we going?" Gu Buizhou, "Bars, nightclubs, amusement parks, wherever you want to go." Song Lin had a hard time believing it. "Really?" Gu Buizhou nodded. "Really?" Song Lin, "Can I drink alcohol?" Gu Buizhou, "No." Song Lin, "Then let's go bungee jumping." Gu Buizhou, "All right." Saying this, Song Lin released the light pole, allowing Gu Buizhou to drag him back into the car. After getting in, Gu Buizhou locked the car doors. He even engaged the child lock, ensuring the passenger seat where Song Lin sat could only be opened from outside by an adult. "Song Lin. Are you alright? This is a child lock. What kind of broken car has a child lock for the front passenger seat?" Gu Buizhou looked at Song Lin, becoming much more serious in his tone. "Your surgical plan is still under review." "Oh." Song Lin's response showed no care whatsoever, even bordering on irritation. Gu Buizhou stroked the steering wheel with his fingertips. "A large surgery like this requires family consent. You've already estranged yourself from your family, and there's no one else who cares about you. But you might die on the operating table, and without anyone signing, you can't enter the operating room." Song Lin remained unperturbed. "So what if I die? Anyway, the chance of dying isn't big, right?" Gu Buizhou, "My point is." Song Lin's brain worked faster than anyone else's. How could he not understand what Gu Buizhou meant? "Song Lin, you want to sign on my behalf, right?" Song Lin clicked his tongue. "Aren't you just trying to marry me? If you want to sign, you need to marry me first. As the family member, you'd have the right to sign. Your plans have deafened my ears." Song Lin kicked the footrest angrily. "Do you think I'm dumb? If my name, an alpha, ends up on your household registration, our ancestral Song clan would lose all its dignity." As he said this, Song Lin suddenly remembered something. His eyebrows furrowed. "Hey, it might actually give my dad a heart attack." Song Lin's thought process took a strange turn. He directly pulled out his ID card and threw it at Gu Buizhou. "Marry me. Send the wedding invitation to the Song family and put up a banner to celebrate." Gu Buizhou's grip on the steering wheel tightened, and a thin layer of sweat formed in his palm. He had taken Song Lin's ID card. After saying that, Song Lin glanced at Gu Buizhou. "If I die, all 10 million yuan in my account will be yours." As he continued, it sounded more and more like a dying man's last wishes. "Ji Qi asked me for 3 million as a reconciliation fee. He said if I gave him the money, he would reconcile with me. Make sure you give him his share. If he doesn't visit my grave, I'll be restless even after death. I don't like chrysanthemums. The urn should be in a larger box. I'm 1.8 meters tall. I love liveliness. During festivals, others have visitors, so you must visit me too. And Song Lin was about to say something else when suddenly a hand gripped his jaw, and in the next second, his lips were sealed. MMNH. What the hell? He got kissed. For a moment, Song Lin went numb all over, feeling as if the brakes had caught fire. His whole body froze. Damn, that was intense. Goo. Song Lin's attempt to speak was met with an even tighter seal. Soft, warm, and full of ambiguity. The sensation of oxygen deprivation made Song Lin's fingertips tremble. Song Lin, always loving freedom and bold adventure, now wanted to swallow Gu Buozhou whole. For some inexplicable reason, he wanted to respond to this kiss, and he did. Kissing Gu Buozhou was exhilarating. It felt like a person who'd been shackled by feudalism had finally broken free, running wild and unrestrained. The sea embraced the wildest winds. There was no restraint, no boundaries. What the hell, if he's gonna die anyway, why not do whatever? After kissing his fill, Song Lin released Gu Buozhou. Gu Buozhou's lips had been bitten until they bled. Song Lin opened the car window, then turned to glance at Gu Buozhou again. Don't mess with me. Or I'll rip your pants off, you enchantress. The word, enchantress, echoed in Gu Buozhou's mind. Is that a compliment? Gu Buozhou didn't know where Song Lin got the idea of calling him an enchantress, but in some sense, it wasn't necessarily bad. You could have pushed me away earlier. Breathing in the cold air outside the window, Song Lin replied, can't I pity you? Gu Buozhou, then continue pitying me from now on. Huh? Are you done yet? You wish. No one kisses twice. At the highest differentiation center. Because of its remote location, cars couldn't get too close. After getting out of the car, Ji Qi ran for 5 minutes before reaching the gate of the differentiation center. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he was stopped. Chapter 145, Ho Jin's Irrational Outburst. Inside the highest special differentiation base, in the quarantine room. The high-level isolation chamber contained a full range of synthetic pheromones. The air inside was mixed with an odd smell of rust. Furniture such as tables, chairs, and beds were fully equipped within the isolation room. Compared to the cold thick iron walls, this high-grade isolation room had a hint of warmth amidst its chill. However, the scene at the moment wasn't so orderly. Shattered debris littered the floor, overturned furniture everywhere, even the lamps on the walls had shattered leaving no light. The whole room was plunged into utter darkness. Ho Jin stood in the middle of the room, his jacket already discarded. He tore open the buttons of his white shirt, revealing his muscular chest exuding raw masculinity. His hormone levels seemed to have reached their peak. The intense lavender sandalwood pheromones radiated powerfully, as if strong enough to shatter the entire room. The veins in his fingertips bulged prominently, extending up to his forearms. Enigma's mind now clouded solely by thoughts of his alpha. Chi Chi. Chi Chi. The faint whisper-like call was a stark contrast to Ho Jin's agitated state. Ho Jin furiously pounded on the quarantine room door, thick barriers locked securely with triple encryption, making it impossible for him to break through. He hammered against the door and wrestled against the confining lock as though insane. He'd lost all memory that he himself requested this confinement. A loud tearing sound reverberated throughout the room, but the door only vibrated slightly in response. Inside the quarantine room, Ho Jin destroyed whatever objects he could find, venting his frustration and anger. It felt like swallowing prey into his belly, akin to a lion on a hunt, no one able to calm him down. Breathing in the pheromones inside the quarantine room filled Ho Jin with restlessness. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. All these pheromones, none of them appealed to him. Sweat glistened lightly along Ho Jin's neck. After waiting a long while for Ji Qi, the clarity of thought became hard to maintain, not even Enigma could forever keep lucid. Ho Jin struggled against instinct, deeply rooted in his bloodline. Crashing sounds spread from inside to outside, the mess imagined to be catastrophic. Currently, no one dared approach. The ticking of the wall clock resonated endlessly. After what felt like an eternity, the quarantine room door opened. The previously airtight room let in a sliver of light. Ho Jin looked up sharply, his gaze menacing. First, came the other party's comforting pheromones. The refreshing minty scent tinged with seductive undertones. Ho Jin's black eyes gleamed with a mixture of longing and haze. He moved closer to the irate Ho Jin, showing no sign of fear. Approaching step by step, he released stronger pheromones. Everything around him seemed to part ways for him. As he arrived beside Ho Jin, he stared deeply into the eyes now lined with traces of redness. Half sitting on the ground, Ho Jin's head leaned back on a fallen chair. The picture presented appeared disheveled yet brimming with danger. He squatted down partially, his distant yet peculiar eyes full of deep thought. His eyes flickered. Ho Jin, would you feel better if I am here? Addressing Ho Jin directly by name, He's released pheromones now surged more fervently than before. This level of pheromone emission, in front of an Enigma during sensitivity period, amounted to an unspoken plea. Mark me. Permanently mark me. Ho Jin struggled to catch his breath, his chest rose and fell profoundly. Every sense magnified. For just a fleeting second, he faltered. The high biological match that once attracted him was now suppressed entirely. With eyes turning crimson, Ho Jin suddenly seized Tan He by the throat, flipping him violently with savage force. In an instant, Tan He was pinned to the ground under Ho Jin's firm grasp on his neck. Faint hints of fear crept into Tan He's expression, his disbelief apparent. This shouldn't have been possible from an Enigma matched at 100%. Gripping Tan He's throat tightly, the veins on Ho Jin's wrist bulged urgently. Cough, cough, unable to hold back, Tan He started coughing, attempting to grab and shake off Ho Jin's grip. But there was no escape. As Ho Jin's pheromones surged outward, Tan He's entire body felt pressed down heavily. These weren't just the pheromones emitted during Ho Jin's sensitivity period, they were his offensive ones, too. The lavender sandalwood aroma swirled around Tan He's senses, feeling as if it would scorch his very veins. Continuing to release his own pheromones, Tan He tried to soothe Ho Jin. Yet this act only increased Ho Jin's anger. He despised this scent. Tan He's expression betrayed a few traces of panic. There was no one outside at the moment. Enigma's sensitive period already kept everyone at bay, even near the quarantine room where people would normally stay far away. Tan He spoke shakily, Chi-Ji. Chi-Ji. Chi-Ji is at the entrance of the differentiation base. It was intriguing. Enigma in their sensitive period could reject a perfect 100% match. Hearing the name, Chi-Ji, Ho Jin's eyes changed slightly but soon turned menacing again. He showed very few emotions, only extreme anger right now that couldn't be pacified by anyone. Seeing this, Tan He's expression grew more intense. At that moment, the third wave of pheromones came from the door of the quarantine room. Upon seeing who it was, Tan He exhaled deeply. It was Baiyu. Who allowed you to open this door? Baiyu's tone was fierce, directed at Tan He. But unique pheromones laced her words, trying to disrupt Ho Jin's aggressive ones. However, as soon as Baiyu opened the door, she herself was affected and wavered slightly on her feet. It was not pleasant to have one's home field disrupted. Ho Jin's gaze immediately turned toward Baiyu. In a daze-like state, he realized he could escape from here. Ho Jin let go of Tan He and headed towards the door. Baiyu tried to block his way but to no avail. Ho Jin rushed out of the quarantine room and sprinted ahead uncontrollably. He had no idea where he was going, his mind filled with confusion and an uncontrollable urge for violence. His pheromones became increasingly aggressive, beyond any control or measure. Enigma's pheromones exerted absolute suppression over others. As Ho Jin moved forward, no one remained unscathed, some even collapsed directly. When reaching the staircase, the alarm went off. A group of resilient alphas blocked Ho Jin's path. The result was predictable, each of them was injured by Ho Jin. No one could imagine the destruction such an Enigma might cause if they left the differentiation base. Everyone worked hard to trap Ho Jin. And yet, no one could calm him down. Chapter 146, Chi-Chi arrived. Hu Jin injured a total of 26 alphas, the most severely one having his leg broken. His mind was in utter chaos, and it seemed as if only the scent of blood could calm his thoughts a little. Quickly find Mr. Sang Ming. Director Hu can't settle down. An alpha who was blocking Hu Jin said in a low voice while looking around. Everyone tried to stop Hu Jin. If someone in such a state from the special differentiation base went out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hu Jin looked at the few alphas ahead who were barely standing but still trying to block him, full of frustration on his face. Regardless of everything, he moved forward, and those alphas didn't dare to step closer. At this moment, the attack pheromones emitted by Hu Jin were terrifying. They could barely stand because they had taken stabilizers. Seeing Hu Jin like this, how could people not feel fear? Get lost, Hu Jin coldly opened his eyes and spoke harshly. These alphas were both scared and terrified of Hu Jin, but as people from the differentiation base, each of them had been carefully selected, and none had the intention of fleeing. Would a sedative work? One of the alphas pulled out an injection with some trembling breaths. Can you even get close to him? Forget about the sedative, have someone close the gate. Another somewhat steady alpha said. Director Hu going out like this would be disastrous. The veins on Hu Jin's wrist were still prominent. He saw the injection in the other person's hand and instantly turned fierce. A moment later, all the alphas standing up fell, yet Hu Jin continued toward the exit of the differentiation base. Chi escaped the restraints at the entrance to enter the differentiation base. He ran in without being noticed by the people holding him back just before the gate closed. The heavy steel door did not leave enough time for anyone chasing him to follow through. Chi arrived at the main entrance right when Hu Jin was hitting someone. That brutal look was as if he had lost control of his consciousness. Blood flowed from the nose of the alpha on the ground who had been hit by Hu Jin. Chi's pupils contracted sharply, and his pace quickened. Hu Jin. Hu Jin. Chi quickly ran beside Hu Jin. 6 or 7 alphas nearby were trying to approach, but that strong attack pheromone made everyone hesitate. Chi couldn't remain unaffected either. All these alphas were S3 level and above, and they were already suppressed and rendered powerless. Not to mention Ji. This was the first time Ji had felt Huijin's attack pheromones. It was like a wildfire burning everything, making it hard to breathe and impossible to get close, a true high-level attribute suppression. The closer Ji got to Huijin, the harder it became for him to maintain his stance. It seemed Huijin hadn't heard his previous call. Ji snatched a vial of stabilization agent from the hand of an alpha nearby and injected himself with it. After pulling out the needle and throwing it on the ground, he rushed to Huijin's side. Ji grabbed the swinging fists of Huijin, his force was immense, and his whole body was exerting effort. Ji couldn't imagine what kind of thoughts were swirling inside Huijin's head now, he must be mostly unconscious. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't resort to fighting with the people from the differentiation base. When Enigma isn't soothed for a long time, it gets increasingly difficult to calm it down. This time, the suppressants that Huijin used were useless, which certainly meant he came into contact with some unusual drugs. Ji thought he might not be able to make Huijin quiet down. Ji tightly grasped Huijin's hands, striving not to collapse in front of Huijin. But that fire-like pheromone made the suffering unbearable, causing Ji's voice to tremble involuntarily. Huijin. Stop. Stop it. You will regret this. Even though it is not your intention, you will surely regret today's actions. All these people here are alphas who once fought alongside you. Hearing the familiar voice, Huijin slightly lifted his gaze to look at Ji. His expression changed slightly, but the severe ferocity didn't diminish. Huijin grabbed Ji's collar abruptly, his eyes probing more deeply. The alpha lying on the ground took the chance to crawl away partially, while others helped him up. Who let an S-level alpha come in? An S3 level alpha showed signs of shock. Such strong pheromones, they couldn't endure it themselves. This alpha who is so near to Huijin should need a month-long hospital stay for stabilization within an hour. How could an S-level alpha sneak in? The man asked again. If an ordinary person gets injured, it's the responsibility of their differentiation base. The leading alpha stepped forward, we need to find a way to take him away, or he'll collapse here. Ji heard the rustling sounds around him and stared straight at Huijin in front of him. He grabbed Huijin's hand intending to release soothing pheromones but felt as if his pheromones were confined. Ji's expression flickered with a trace of surprise. It was only now that Ji realized what had happened. The stabilizer he just injected contained substances that suppress pheromone emission. Such a stabilizer is excellent for blocking pheromones, thus making them impossible to be released. But on the market, there would be no stabilizers with such remarkable effects. Ji tightened his fingertips. He had forgotten that top-level stabilizers might differ from those available on the market. Ji's breathing grew heavy, without pheromones, what should he do? Huijin. Ji called out to Huijin again, his trembling voice somehow pitiable, calm down a little. Ji could not imagine how tormented Huijin must be feeling right now. His light brown eyes shimmered, and he was deliberately showing weakness. I'm Chi. Chapter 147, Chi's Consolation. It was clear that Ji's voice trembled. Huijin. Huijin's aggressive aura was intense. Ji had difficulty maintaining his balance, and he shakily grasped Huijin's hand. Now, information could not be released due to the agent. Ji could only endure the pain as if his bones were splitting throughout his body. Ji stared at Huijin in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot, and the veins on his wrist pulsed. The entire scene was unsettling. Huijin, calm down a little. The words spoken by Ji were futile. At this moment, Huijin's thoughts were too chaotic to control the dispersal of his aggressive information. Huijin's gaze was fierce, his thoughts hard to understand. He abruptly pushed Ji away and ran out of the room again. No one knew what he was searching for. Ji's pain was overwhelming, causing him to grow weaker with every pull. The base personnel nearby became tense again. Is the door of the differentiation base closed? Judge mustn't be let out now. Ji forced himself up with half-strength. Anxiety and bitterness intertwined in his heart. This outcome wasn't something Huijin could bear, nor was it something Ji wanted to see. Huijin. Ji's knuckles slightly trembled, and the arm holding up his body shook continuously. He looked at Huijin's back, blaming himself for being useless. Ji picked up a fallen stabilizer needle from the ground and gave himself another shaky injection. Although the stabilizer would suppress information, Ji found it difficult even to stand up now, let alone chase after Huijin. Ji Xingming had once told him, the highest level hierarchy is far more complex than a marketplace. Such actions were unacceptable for Huijin, who is the chief judge of CE Research Center. All matters should have measured progression and retreat. If Huijin left here, all would be utterly destroyed. With his final effort, Ji threw away the stabilizer and wobbled to stand up. Using his fastest pace, Ji pursued the direction Huijin had taken. The road ahead was dim and hard to traverse, seemingly smooth yet felt like walking through heavy sand. Huijin. This was Ji's first time feeling the suppressive information waves from Huijin, something one might remember for a lifetime. Ji Qi's body swayed slightly, but his steps instinctively quickened, almost losing balance when Ji Qi tripped and fell. His palms were slightly scraped, but Ji Qi, in a state of mental disarray, stood up without hesitation to continue chasing forward. Eventually, because of someone else's obstruction, Ji Qi caught up with Hu Jin at the gate of the differentiation base. Ji Qi ran sideways to the entrance, standing in front of Hu Jin and blocking his path. The closer he got, the more concentrated Hu Jin's cold purple sandalwood aura became. Ji Qi's chest rose and fell violently. The two were very close. Ji Qi recognized the oppressive force emanating clearly from Enigma, an absolutely obeyed leader. Hu Jin grabbed Ji Qi's clothing corner again. Ji Qi didn't understand why Hu Jin acted so strangely this time. He shouldn't exhibit such emotional fluctuations. Ji Qi didn't dodge, he just bit his lips and directly gazed at Hu Jin. Tremblingly, Ji Qi asked, "Do you want to hit me?" Hu Jin's dark eyes flickered momentarily. When Enigma's rage reached a certain point, memory gets filled with emotion. Ji Qi thought he looked the same to Hu Jin as everyone else, repulsive. Ji Qi was pinned against the door, gritting his teeth tightly, "Can't go out. Hu Jin, you cannot go out." Ji Qi tried hard to hold Hu Jin back. But it had no effect whatsoever. At a critical moment, Ji Qi suddenly remembered something. He moved his hand, which held onto Hu Jin's side waist garment, upward and directly cradled Hu Jin's face. Then he leaned forward and kissed the person in front of him. Though plum wine was confined, blood still flowed. Ji Qi's actions made Hu Jin hesitate for a moment. In an instant, Ji Qi bit Hu Jin's lip. Ji Qi's own lips were bitten as well. Hu Jin was suddenly stunned. Ji Qi had been holding on for a long time already, this closeness made Ji Qi increasingly unstable. He strained to stand. There was a multitude of emotions intertwined within this tender kiss. Ji Qi's trembling hands cupped Hu Jin's face. His mind was hazy and dazed. Ji Qi gently caressed Hu Jin's face, his words nearly whispered against the other's ear, "Be a little good." A faint scent of blood wafted. Ji Qi's mesmerizing eyes glimmered with helplessness and sorrow. Be a little good. Ji Qi didn't know if this would work, but he only knew that Hu Jin must not leave through this door. All the strength drained from his body, and Ji Qi was unsure if Hu Jin had regained any clarity. He had no energy left to investigate what would happen next. In the haze, he felt the force with which Hu Jin was gripping his hand gradually weaken. Before Hu Jin could fully recover, Ji Qi was about to collapse onto the ground in a daze. With blurred eyes, Ji Qi looked at Hu Jin in front of him, and the last thing he said to Hu Jin was, "Brother." That word was so soft it seemed trapped in his throat. Before it could fully escape, Ji Qi suddenly went black in the eyes and lost consciousness, falling to the ground. Chapter 148, Your Enigma. In a daze, Ji Qi heard Hu Jin seem to call his name. His head was heavy and muddled. As Ji Qi fell to the ground, Hu Jin's face looked numb, his mouth filled with the strong flavor of plum wine. The person who collapsed before him was his lover. In his blurred consciousness, Ji Qi faintly felt he locked eyes with Hu Jin. That pair of black eyes was no longer as violent and terrible. It seemed really useful. Hu Jin caught Ji Qi just as he completely slumped to the floor, his face showing great discomfort. He held Ji Qi in his arms, the person in his embrace now unconscious. Chi Chi. Chi Chi. Hu Jin's breathing was rapid, his chest aching, suffocated. The trace of pheromones he had just smelled was like a drop in the ocean for Hu Jin. Ji Qi falling did make Hu Jin regain some clarity. Looking at the surrounding alphas, Hu Jin demanded, "Give me stabilizers and composite drugs together." Hu Jin's voice was sharp, and those present were surprised that he seemed more lucid. "Hurry. Give stabilizers and the compound drug to Chief Hua," ordered the leading alpha. One of the alphas quickly handed the drugs over to Hu Jin before stepping far away as soon as possible. Hu Jin carried Ji Qi back into the quarantine room he had just exited. Rushing all the way, he tried hard to steady his emotions. Upon reaching the quarantine room, Hu Jin slammed the door shut. He then turned on the only lamp that hadn't broken yet in the room. Afterward, Hu Jin gently laid Ji Qi onto the bed. His fingertips had turned red from gripping tightly, the 2 vials of drugs he brought were all for himself. With this brief moment of lucidity, he had managed to suppress his aggressive pheromones again. Now Ji Qi by his side would not be harmed. Hu Jin gazed at Ji Qi on the bed, regret clearly written all over his face. He tenderly embraced him and rocked slightly. Chi Chi. Chi Chi. There was no response. At this point, Hu Jin's pheromones were thoroughly contained. His conscious control was alarmingly clear, starting from the moment Ji Qi hit the ground. All the chaotic emotions came to a halt. Hu Jin lightly caressed Ji Qi's body, the youth's head resting against Hu Jin's chest, his complexion slightly pale. Hu Jin looked extremely grim, leaning his head toward the boy's neck. The subtle fragrance mixed with the light scent of plum wine could only be detected at such proximity, unique to Ji Qi. His alpha. This has always been the case. Hu Jin liked this smell. Over the endless passage of time, he had walked towards Ji Qi for many, many years. How could he not love it? In this world, the best Ji was his alpha. Such closeness allowed Huajin to calm down. The calming pheromones emitted from Huajin at this moment didn't have much effect. Still, Huajin persisted. Chi. Huajin called Ji-Chi's name. If anything happened to Ji-Chi, he would never forgive himself in this lifetime. Alongside the heartache came resentment, because he once promised Ji-Chi that he would absolutely not let him experience the suppressive pheromones of an enigma. But he failed. Huajin cradled the person in his arms and softly stroked Ji-Chi's face. Chi. Seeing that Ji-Chi remained unconscious, Huajin became increasingly anguished and pained, just holding on to Ji-Chi tightly. His entire body's pheromones swirled around the beloved one in his arms like invisible silk strands. For 10 minutes, Huajin held Ji-Chi tightly. His chest beat rapidly, and his fingertips massaged Ji-Chi's shoulder. Yet he dared not leave Ji-Chi too far. He feared losing control again and worried about Ji-Chi's suffering pain. Only then did Huajin notice the skin on the outside of Ji-Chi's palm was scraped. Huajin gently handled Ji-Chi's hand, licking the blood off with his tongue. Buried in Ji-Chi's neck, he inhaled the faint scent that could only be detected with lips pressed closely. Huajin carefully kissed Ji-Chi many times. Each passing moment of Ji-Chi's unconsciousness was unbearable for Huajin. The still room echoed only the soft rustle of the air. Huajin lost count of how many times he called out Ji-Chi's name. When he could not sense Ji-Chi's fragrance, he changed places to sniff again, acting like a large dog sticking close to its master. Above them, the light buzzed softly, and amidst the chaos stood a pair of lovers embracing each other. When Ji-Chi regained consciousness, what he first heard was Huajin's heartbeat, strong and fast. Attracted by the familiar scent, Ji-Chi opened his eyes and couldn't help but look up immediately, only to see Huajin's worried and guilty face. Ji-Chi's eyes brightened slightly. During their eye contact, Huajin was filled with more joy. He held Ji-Chi even tighter in his arms. Chi. You've finally awakened. The strength in Huajin's grip was a little too heavy. Realizing this, he loosened it a bit. Ji-Chi understood the restrained emotions in Huajin's tender gaze. As they looked at each other, Ji-Chi remained silent. Seeing this expression from Ji-Chi, Huajin couldn't help but overthink, so he continued holding Ji-Chi's hand tightly. Wife. I'm sorry. Huajin didn't know how to start, so he hugged Ji-Chi and apologized directly. I'm wrong. Ji-Chi did not respond to Huajin's apology. Instead, he carefully examined him, confirming that he had indeed regained some consciousness. But in Ji-Chi's mind, Huajin still needed comforting at this moment. Ji-Chi appeared serious as he felt much more comfortable now. Between his breaths lay a faint cold sandalwood fragrance, which lacked aggression and carried a soothing effect, released by Huajin. Ji-Chi looked at Huajin, entirely unconcerned about himself, and instead asked. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Huajin leaned on Ji-Chi, a little. Upon hearing this, Ji-Chi cupped Huajin's face and kissed him deeply. This was the only way right now to calm Huajin down. Are you feeling better? Ji-Chi asked. Huajin shook his head, no. Ji-Chi kissed him again, how about now? Huajin, no. In the next moment, Huajin caressed Ji-Chi's waist and pulled him into a kiss. Unlike Ji-Chi's gentle peck, Huajin's kiss left Ji-Chi breathless. After indulging enough, Huajin released Ji-Chi who started breathing heavily in his embrace. Ji-Chi thought Huajin seemed much more aware than he imagined. Looking around, he asked, did you carry me here? Huajin nodded while embracing Ji-Chi. Do you remember what you just did? Ji-Chi voiced out, recalling the earlier scene with some lingering fear. Yes, and I know the consequences. When Huajin said this, his pitch-black eyes were brimming with contemplation. Ji-Chi glanced at Huajin, filled with concern, and asked, can we go home now? Huajin embraced Ji-Chi and whispered close to his ear, his deep voice magnetic and sexy, not yet. Your enigma is still unstable. Chapter 149, take him home. Your Enigma isn't very stable. Ji-Chi understood Huajin's meaning. He raised his eyes to look at him, you just hit me, right? Huajin held Ji-Chi tightly, only feeling that his scent was fading more and more. Huajin tried his best to inhale, I didn't. Ji-Chi knew why Huajin was hugging him so tightly, the effects of the stabilizer would take about 2 hours to wear off. No. Huajin said again. The topic couldn't be continued anymore. Ji-Chi felt like if they kept going, it would be too heartrending later. Ji-Chi gently patted Huajin's back, do you feel better now? Huajin rubbed against Ji-Chi's neck, his hair tickling as it curled around. Ji-Chi looked at the mess in the isolation room. He could guess where this was. Judging from the situation, after Huajin became conscious, he must have brought him over here. Ji-Chi spoke softly, you've been such a good boy. You even came back on your own. After Ji-Chi woke up, Huajin's dependency on him grew larger. His hand slipped past Ji-Chi's collar directly sliding into his waist, pinching the soft flesh. Huajin scraped against Ji-Chi's neck, whispering, wife. I'm sore all over. Ji Qi felt Hu Jin's emotions, and his voice became gentler. I'm here, it'll be fine soon. Hu Jin remained silent while Ji Qi comforted him for half a moment. Did you destroy all these things? Ji Qi asked, looking at the chaos on the ground. Hu Jin did not deny it, probably. What did you touch at the differentiation base? Ji Qi probed cautiously. Hu Jin seemed either dazed or genuinely unaware, I don't remember. Ji Qi's eyes dimmed, realizing he likely wouldn't get a coherent explanation from Hu Jin right now. Did you know you caused trouble today? Hu Jin's eyelids lowered halfway, his arms tightening around Ji Qi. Hu Jin's movements became somewhat heavier. Ji Qi glanced at Hu Jin. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Hu Jin responded, it doesn't matter. The next second. Hu Jin unbuttoned Ji Qi's shirt. Ji Qi's pupils slightly dilated, this is the isolation room. There are cameras. Hu Jin retorted, with me here, no one will dare watch. He pinned Ji Qi's hands down, making them immobile. Wife. Hu Jin's voice carried a plea. Ji Qi loosened his fingers, both helplessly and heartbreakingly, then, gently, Don't bite. Ji Qi's thighs started cramping, trembling painfully. He picked up the sedative test agent from the isolation room and compared it against Hu Jin's side neck. 0.3 dry. Ji Qi was pleasantly surprised. This data was relatively stable. They could leave the isolation room. Hu Jin hummed at the thing Ji Qi held that resembled a thermometer. Garbage produced by the differentiation base. Ji Qi. During the susceptible period, his mouth could become venomous too. Ji Qi asked, so you think it's useless? Hu Jin replied, trash. Just as Ji Qi was about to counter-argue, a knock came at the door. People outside can clearly see the stability data inside the isolation room, but someone coming to knock shortly after a measurement seemed too coincidental. Ji Qi went to open the door, his gait somewhat comical because of the leg cramps. Through a small window by the door which allowed him to see outside, it was about as narrow as two joints, Ji Qi saw Zhou Qi. Ji Qi, is Judge Hu stable now? Zhou Qi asked hurriedly, looking uneasy. The isolation room door can only be opened from the outside. Zhou Qi did not open the door directly, still cautious. Ji Qi glanced sideways at Hu Jin. The 2 hours had already passed, so his pheromones should be slowly released now. Hu Jin shouldn't be agitated anymore. Ji Qi nodded, go ahead and open the door. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi unlocked the 3 locks of the isolation room. Seeing this, Ji Qi frowned slightly. What's wrong? Ji Qi asked. How is Judge Hu? Zhou Qi continued to ask anxiously. Seeing Ji Qi's flushed face, he appeared to have come running. Are you coming from the CE lab? Did something happen? Zhou Qi bit his lips, looking serious, is Judge Hu awake? Instead of answering Ji Qi's question, Zhou Qi persisted with his topic. Ji Qi noticed that Zhou Qi seemed to have something on his mind, as if some words were not suitable for him to hear. Ji Qi said seriously, he's conscious, but his condition now is only at the level of being able to recognize people. When an Enigma in the susceptible period stays with their partner, the stronger the dependency becomes, the easier it is for them to be overtaken by their other side. Generally, they would become a complete mess in terms of handling other affairs. Hu Jin wasn't at that stage yet. However, Ji Qi still believed he was currently unable to deal with any work-related matters. Ji Qi continued, he can't give you any useful advice right now. If it's about work, it probably won't work. Zhou Qi glanced into the room, seeing Hu Jin hugging Ji Qi's coat like a large dog. Witnessing this, Zhou Qi let out a deep breath and turned to run away, take him home. Keep a close eye on Judge Hu these 2 days. He kept giving instructions while running. Zhou Qi's pace was so fast that Ji Qi had no time to respond. After Zhou Qi left, Ji Qi was about to turn around and bring Hu Jin out when a man appeared from the side to stop him. It was Sang Ming. In his hand was a pile of official documents stamped with seals. Ji Qi looked at Sang Ming alertly, but the latter spoke first, you can't take him away right now. Ji Qi's eyes dimmed for a moment, why not? Sang Ming stood tall, his cold demeanor weighing heavily on Ji Qi's heart, Judge Hu's current condition is very dangerous. I know better than you do. Before Ji Qi finished speaking, Sang Ming continued coldly. According to regulations, no one can take him away. Not even you, as his spouse. Ji Qi gave a derisive snort, does the law book in the hands of the head of the special differentiation base differ from that of ordinary people? The Supreme Department clearly stipulates that partners can take away their other halves during special periods, under any circumstances. Ji Qi glared with a rebellious edge. Sang Ming calmly hummed and then said, that law applies to ordinary alphas. Hu Jin, a high-level Enigma, requires a mark link to be taken away. Sang Ming narrowed his eyes, staring at Ji Qi with a piercing intensity, do you have one? Chapter 150, Deliberate. Ji Qi's fingertips curled sharply as he listened to Sang Ming's words. Marking. The mark between him and Hu Jin had indeed faded, and Enigma was certainly governed by separate legislation. Ji Qi's eyes dimmed slightly and his complexion changed. He shouldn't be here now. It's definitely not the best choice for him, I have to take him away. Sang Ming's expression was indifferent. What qualifies you? Ji Qi stared straight at Sang Ming. It's because Hu Jin and I are legally recognized partners by the highest authority. Sang Ming took a step closer toward Ji Qi, then looked in with unwavering focus. I said he can't leave, so he cannot leave. This is a special differentiation base, and I'm the one making decisions. Sang Ming's face grew dark and his eyes filled with savagery. Your family, and that allows you to stay beside him. This is already the biggest compromise made by the differentiation base. Sang Ming's argument was reasonable and seemed somewhat conciliatory, leaving little room for dispute. Perhaps Hu Jin sensed the presence of another Enigma's aura, prompting him to walk out from inside. When Hu Jin reached the doorway and observed the situation before him, anger quickly spread across his features. He grabbed Ji Qi's hand and pulled him behind himself, his gaze both lethargic and fiercely directed at Sang Ming. Leave. At this, attack pheromones from Sang Ming diffused sporadically around the air. This power seemed to ignite an intense fury within Hu Jin, as if creating a standoff between them. Sang Ming raised his eyes and looked at Ji Qi. There are huge issues with the documents Hu Pan has signed recently. Coupled with today's incident, he cannot leave this place. I hope you don't mislead him with false information. Hearing these words, Ji Qi's face darkened. Problems with the files? Sang Ming's implication was clear, his intention was for Ji Qi to side with him and let Hu Jin stay isolated. Ji Qi's expression shifted as his thoughts became jumbled. He felt unable to offer any assistance to Hu Jin. Ji Qi tightened his fingertips and turned his gaze towards Hu Jin. At this moment, Hu Jin should be relying on him more than ever. But it seemed he could do nothing to help. Hu Jin gripped Ji Qi's hand firmly, and through the palpable anger in Hu Jin's eyes, Ji Qi began gently stroking his hand as a way of calming him. Try to behave. After speaking, Ji Qi loosened Hu Jin's grip and stepped forward. Sang Ming deliberately retracted his information hormones. Ji Qi maintained a serious countenance, pointing at his neck. This mark is faint, but if we test the adrenal blood, it should still show up. Would you like to try? Sang Ming's lips tightened as he eyed the side of Ji Qi's neck where the barrier sticker was attached. Humph. Sang Ming chuckled lightly and then turned around, saying, follow me. And with that, Sang Ming started walking ahead while Ji Qi let go of Hu Jin upon hearing those words. Hu Jin gripped Ji Qi's hand. You're not allowed to go. Ji Qi turned around to look at Hu Jin. Stay here and don't move. Ji Qi moved forward after letting go of Hu Jin. But Hu Jin, following closely, was stopped again by Ji Qi. Don't follow me. Still, Hu Jin took one more step forward. This time, Ji Qi scolded him with a raised voice tinged with emotion. I told you not to follow me. Afterwards, Ji Qi quickened his pace, leaving Hu Jin standing frozen at the spot, staring at his retreating back. Ji Qi followed Sang Ming into a medicine room where drug management personnel sat in charge. Sang Ming glanced at Ji Qi who had trailed along and gave a slight upward curve to the corner of his lips. You may go now. Since you could follow me this far, there's no need to extract your adrenal blood anymore. Ji Qi's gaze remained cold, as he gave a disdainful chuckle. Sang Ming, I see I haven't misjudged you. Through many years in commerce, Ji Qi held an absolute alertness to all matters, and without a sure plan in place, he would never blindly follow Sang Ming alone. He didn't know what the situation with the supreme authority was at the moment. But judging by Hu Jin's recent hectic schedule, there was definitely something amiss. Sang Ming's eyes turned cautious as he glanced briefly at the medication overseers inside. What exactly have I done wrong? I've been fundamentally at odds with Hu Jin, and the mistakes he's made lately have become quite frequent. Today, he hurt too many long-time core members of the differentiation base. It won't take 3 days for the order from the supreme authority to come down. Sang Ming approached Ji Qi. Let me clearly tell you, I suspect that he has long-term dealings with the underground black market. You can take him away now. However, once I gather all the evidence, Hu Jin's demise will not be a pleasant one. Sang Ming's tone was indifferent, almost matter-of-fact. Yet this seemingly calm tone intensified the tension in the atmosphere. Ji Qi frowned deeply, showing no trace of fear. To my eyes, everything you just said disrespects my master. Sang Ming, aren't the issues surrounding Tanhe that you've brought to the CE Research Center even bigger? Should I suspect that you did this deliberately? Sang Ming tilted his gaze upward. Of course it was deliberate. Sang Ming didn't bother to hide it, but unfortunately, Hu Jin's actions were different from what I imagined. Upon seeing this, Ji Qi directly pressed for answers. So what result are you after? Things had reached this point, and Sang Ming already clearly stood on his side. Hu Jin should produce the high-concentration suppressant from the black market that hasn't been released yet. Hu Jin has it. As soon as he uses it, both the person and evidence will be caught red-handed. Sang Ming spoke with disdain, raising a brow. Now it doesn't matter that he's here with me, you can take him back, but make sure to tell him. Sang Ming leaned close to Ji Qi's ear. Every action has consequences, and I will definitely send him to prison. Ji Qi raised his eyes and looked at Sang Ming. Even though I don't know why you misjudge him so much, the innocent remain clear. You're not an ignorant person, don't fall into someone else's trap. After saying this, Ji Qi turned and left. When he arrived at the quarantine room, Hua Jin was angry but hadn't followed because he'd obeyed the instructions. Ji Qi comforted Hua Jin and took him home. Ji Qi walked in front, while Hua Jin followed from behind. Once they got home, Ji Qi opened the door. He grabbed shoes for Hua Jin. Change your shoes and come over. Hua Jin changed the shoes obediently as Ji Qi sat on the couch, and Hua Jin immediately approached, hugging him and sniffing around. Thoughts kept swirling in Ji Qi's mind about what Sangming had told him. Watching Hua Jin clinging to him, his thoughts became disordered. But all matters could only proceed once Hua Jin's sensitive period passed, which felt incredibly passive. Ji Qi kissed Hua Jin's forehead. Sit properly. He cupped Hua Jin's face. Why aren't you speaking? Ever since Hua Jin was upset at the differentiation base, he hadn't talked to Ji Qi again, now remaining unhappy even as he clung to him. He was partially calmed but not entirely. Ji Qi cupped Hua Jin's face. Call me wife. Chapter 151, I believe in you. Ji Qi cupped Hua Jin's face. Call your wife. Hua Jin didn't speak. Seeing this, Ji Qi's gaze dimmed. Ji Qi, call your husband. Hua Jin's eyes suddenly raised with a strange emotion in the black pupils, urging Ji Qi to repeat it. Call, what? Ji Qi stroked Hua Jin's face. Weren't you silent just now? Then Ji Qi continued. Call your husband, and I'll kiss you once for every call. Hua Jin had a lazy look. No need. Huh? Ji Qi frowned, clearly unable to deceive him. Ji Qi looked into Hua Jin's eyes. Just one call. Hua Jin stood up directly, lifting Ji Qi into his arms. Instinctively, Ji Qi wrapped her arms around his neck. What do you intend to do? Hua Jin's tone was extremely proper. There is no one else here. Ji Qi. After being thrown onto the bed, Ji Qi wrapped herself in the blanket, hiding herself away. Call me once, and I'll let you kiss. Ji Qi tried again cleverly. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt a tightening around her waist. A strong force pinched her waist tightly, realizing she'd been flipped over by Hua Jin using only one hand. Wife, haggling doesn't work with me. Ji Qi's expression was shocked. It was too embarrassing. Too embarrassing. For a renowned S-level alpha to be easily overturned by someone. If this gets out, the Ji family would lose all its honor. You, don't push your luck, Ji Qi said nervously. Hua Jin's dark pupils slightly narrowed as he stared at Ji Qi. Call me. Call, what? Ji Qi trembled. Hua Jin, call your husband. Ji Qi hadn't called Hua Jin like that often. One could count these moments on one hand, generally happening only when Hua Jin coaxed her. Ji Qi bit her lip. Ji Qi, if asked, I'm mute. Hua Jin kept staring at her. The longer he looked, the more melancholic his gaze seemed, and Ji Qi simply couldn't bear seeing him like that. She always gave in eventually. Ji Qi pressed her lips together before calling Hua Jin once, husband. Immediately after, Hua Jin smiled smugly and kissed her intimately. Good girl. Leave it to me. In the following 2 days, Hua Jin followed Ji Qi's every word except when clinging to her wherever they went and acting somewhat incapacitated. He was otherwise relatively normal. Ji Qi gained a partner who was obedient yet rebellious. One guest bedroom's bed collapsed. This was the first time Ji Qi wished Hua Jin's receptive phase would pass quickly. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened at the differentiation facility, it undoubtedly left negative effects on Hua Jin. Hua Jin still had much to accomplish. At this moment, too many unexpected changes might arise. On the third day, Hua Jin was dragged by Ji Qi to take a shower. Before finishing drying Hua Jin's hair, a knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Bang bang bang. Ji Qi handed the blow dryer to Hua Jin. Do it yourself. Hua Jin took the blow dryer but turned it off instantly, complaining directly, you don't care about me. Ji Qi pinched Hua Jin's cheek, and yet, you're pushing it. Today I even made dinner for you. Hua Jin, tasted terrible. Ji Qi glared at him. Hua Jin, it was alright. Ji Qi deliberately messed up Hua Jin's hair. He walked out of the bathroom, telling Hua Jin, stay here while I go open the door. Walking to the entrance, Ji Qi opened the door and was rather surprised to see Zhou Qi, who looked quite anxious. How is Judge Hua? He asked again, saying the same thing as usual. Ji Qi inexplicably felt a wave of tension. What's wrong? Ji Qi opened the door wider. Can I? She stopped midway through her sentence. Zhou Qi's eyes glanced inside the house. White Yu. White Yu has been wanted. Ji Qi frowned deeply, showing some surprise. White Yu. He's wanted. Zhou Qi appeared desperate. Has Judge Hua regained consciousness? Ah, has he woken up? Ji Qi was slightly dazed as she listened to Zhou Qi continue. It was found out that White Yu intentionally lost the documents, saying he consorted with anti-highest dominion authority figures. He's wanted. Zhou Qi's chest heaved violently as he grabbed Ji Qi. Quick, make Judge Hua clear his name. How can White Yu possibly consort with those people? Ji Qi looked at the fierce and worried look in Zhou Qi's eyes. Calm down first. Ji Qi's lips moved, but in the end, she could only mutter something inconsequential. Zhou Qi's voice continued, that day, it was me and Bai Yu who went together. He has put in so much hard work in the CE Research Center for all these years, how can they defame his integrity like this? Zhou Qi tightened his grip on Ji Qi's arm, you must let Judge Hu go clarify it for him. Quick, let Judge Hu clarify it for him. As Zhou Qi spoke, his emotions grew increasingly intense. Ji Qi turned around and glanced at the bathroom inside the house. Where is Bai Yu now? Where? Zhou Qi curled his fingertips. Where could he be? Running for his life. Do you know what killing a chicken to scare the monkeys means? Do you know? Ah. Zhou Qi's emotions were spiraling into despair, and Ji Qi started to piece things together. It was clear that even Zhou Qi didn't know Bai Yu's current whereabouts. His breakdown stemmed purely from anxiety and lack of information. Ji Qi looked at Zhou Qi, Bai Yu is smart. The way you're acting now isn't going to help. If he is innocent, Hua Jin will definitely clear his name. Ji Qi's eyes flickered, her thoughts difficult to read. Things have been happening one after another, one ring leading to another, and it's absolutely not as simple as we imagined. Ji Qi wasn't sure how to calm Zhou Qi down, so she tried to explain using her understanding of the matter. At this moment, Hua Jin emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing him, Zhou Qi immediately rushed to Hua Jin's side. Judge Hua, please clear Bai Yu's name. Please go clear Bai Yu's name. Zhou Qi pleaded earnestly with a note of impatience. Hua Jin's gaze rested coolly on Zhou Qi. His tone was cold and indifferent, delivering words that Zhou Qi did not want to hear. Bai Yu indeed had issues, and I won't clear his name. Zhou Qi stared at Hua Jin, shock written all over his face, what are you saying? Zhou Qi suddenly grabbed Hua Jin's collar, Hua Jin. Don't you know what kind of person Bai Yu is? Those files were ones you asked him to deliver. Is this you're doing on purpose? Now everyone is saying you're associated with the black market, I don't believe it, why won't you clear Bai Yu's name? Why? I refuse to believe what they say. Hua Jin stared unblinkingly at Zhou Qi. He exposed himself. Zhou Qi clenched his fingers tightly, his eyes red as he glared at Hua Jin. Damn it, I really misjudged you. Hua Jin. I really followed the wrong person. Zhou Qi's bloodshot eyes flared with anger and fury. With that, Zhou Qi angrily let go of Hua Jin and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Zhou Qi. Ji Qi called his name instinctively, but Zhou Qi neither responded nor turned back. Hua Jin's eyes flickered slightly, his long lashes casting shadows of silence. Ji Qi glanced at the clock. She could already sense the alpha pheromones radiating from Hua Jin gradually fading away. Ji Qi gazed intently at Hua Jin, her mouth opening and closing, unsure of what to say. She didn't believe Bai Yu was problematic. But even more, she didn't believe there was anything wrong with Hua Jin. Hua Jin was the respected chief judge admired by all. Ji Qi respected and loved him. Given the present situation, Ji Qi didn't think Hua Jin was faring any better than Zhou Qi emotionally. Ji Qi moved closer to Hua Jin and suddenly embraced him, wrapping her arms around his waist. The youthful voice acted like a sedative, gently soothing Hua Jin. I believe in you. You'll handle this well. Chapter 152, Hua Jin's Verdict. Hua Jin stroked Ji Qi's hair, and the faint scent of his lover wafted through his nostrils. Ji Qi asked, shall we go to the Special Differentiation Center? Hua Jin's voice was deep. No need. Ji Qi was a little confused and loosened the hands wrapped around Hua Jin's waist. Are you sure we're not going? Are you not worried? The light brown eyes of Ji Qi brimmed with complex emotions he couldn't even decode himself. A lot has happened these past few days. Hua Jin's expression softened, you don't have to overthink it. Some things will happen sooner or later. Ji Qi thought he might understand what Hua Jin meant. Hua Jin still remained so calm, that unwavering strength made him feel invincible just standing by his side. Ji Qi leaned into Hua Jin's embrace and didn't ask too much. For many things, you just need to believe in them without doubt. Ji Qi tugged at Hua Jin's collar and pressed a kiss to his lips, slightly tilting his head back. The sensation of wet cotton-like contact was intoxicating, mixed with an alluring fragrance. He didn't know what Hua Jin was doing, but Ji Qi could guess a bit of what was happening. Recently, the entire Supreme faction had been extremely tense. Hua Jin had things he needed to do and responsibilities he must bear. Ji Qi hugged Hua Jin tightly and told him, no matter what you do, please don't get hurt. Hua Jin raised his hand and gently caressed Ji Qi's face, tenderly rubbing it against his lover. Hua Jin did not respond to Ji Qi's words but leaned down to kiss him. Hua Jin's kiss was gentle, and the person before him was like the rose he had firmly held onto in life without ever thinking about the road ahead. It was fresh, precious, requiring the best soil to be nurtured, and any dirt on it would be considered his own mistake. I love you, Hua Jin said. Ji Qi's eyes bent slightly, I know. I've known for a long time. The next day. As Sang Ming had mentioned, the verdict from the Supreme faction came down. Ji Qi looked at the two alphas delivering the documents, feeling a bit nervous. The red writing on the proposal was glaringly clear. Hua Jin, chief judge of the CE Experiment Center, ordered indefinite suspension. The content detailed numerous work errors, document signing issues, and also included the injuries Jiang caused to the employees of the differentiation base, listed item by item. Jiang scanned each word, every one piercing to the eyes. Such indefinite suspension wording was deceitful to the extreme. This kind of document had been reviewed countless times by Jiang. Generally, this was just putting it nicely, it almost certainly implied no possibility of reinstatement. Jiang glanced at Jiang as he held the document. He walked up to Jiang. Are all these things listed here true? The Supreme Faction was far more complicated than business. Though Jiang thought he had endured years in the commercial financial center and seen all sorts of intrigue, he couldn't believe Jiang would be so careless. Observing Jiang, he appeared rather composed, as if expecting this outcome. He didn't even glance at the document, his gaze remaining fixed on the newspaper in his hands. Jiang threw the document onto the coffee table and plopped down next to Jiang. I think the Supreme Faction is no good anyway. Suspension means suspension, we don't care. Jiang coughed once, I can hire you. Becoming a star celebrity works too. Jiang finished, scrutinizing Jiang's face. Forget it, this face belongs to me alone. If Jiang's face went on the big screen, hordes of people would call him husband in admiration, it wouldn't end well financially. Jiang nudged Jiang with his elbow. Really, it's not a big deal. I can support you. Hearing Jiang's words, Jiang stopped looking at the newspaper. Jiang set down the paper, you'll support me? Jiang nodded. After all, most of our family money goes to me anyway, and you don't need much. Jiang hummed. In that case, thank you, dear. Jiang grabbed his hand, don't be sad. Jiang moved the corners of his lips, not sad. Really? Jiang raised his hand and ruffled Jiang's head, really? Jiang leaned on Jiang, I don't believe it. Jiang's eyes dimmed momentarily, it was the cause Jiang devoted everything to. In some sense, the title of chief judge of the CE Research Center was not just a position, it was Jiang himself. At this moment, Jiang suddenly recalled the crazy power struggles of ancient times and suddenly spoke, why do you look like nothing's wrong? Jiang looked at Jiang, do you want to seek justice for me? Jiang pursed his lips, and Jiang sensed Jiang's emotions. He ruffled Jiang's hair, I'm not sad. At this moment, Jiang noticed Jiang's phone buzz. Jiang glanced directly at the screen. It was a text message with a string of numbers. Jiang's eyes shifted slightly. Jiang watched as Jiang turned on his computer right in front of him. He entered an unknown web page that looked to have an incredibly high security level. No, Jiang's computer already had top-tier security. Jiang tried entering the same password he saw Jiang use just moments before, but it wouldn't unlock. Generally, Jiang didn't pry into Jiang's work, but today, he couldn't help himself. Plus, Jiang didn't seem to mind, so Jiang's eyes were immediately glued to the computer screen. After Jiang entered the numbers, a video popped up. The screen was pitch black, except for a faint glow flickering in the corner. Jiang couldn't discern any useful information from it. Jiang's dark eyes were cold, distant, almost unapproachable. His expression watching the video was unreadable, subtly shifting. Did you understand? Jiang suddenly asked. Jiang, no. Suddenly, Jiang felt a strange lightness beneath his feet, then he instinctively wrapped his arms around Jiang's neck. Why are you holding me? Jiang carried him forward, my job's been suspended, I can't vent this frustration anywhere. What? Jiang finally understood. He grabbed Jiang's face, if your job's been suspended, why am I the victim? Is this even reasonable? How could anyone do such a thing? Jiang continued carrying Jiang forward, looking around. Then he abruptly turned and brought Jiang straight into the kitchen. He placed Jiang on the spacious fruit and vegetable cleaning counter in the middle of the room. Startled, Jiang grabbed an eggplant nearby. Jiang raised his gaze slightly, be good. I'll cook something for you later. Jiang tightened his fingertips. He hesitated for 2 seconds. He thought it might be nice to comfort Jiang, one kiss wouldn't hurt. Jiang leaned down slightly and kissed Jiang, his hands loosely draped around Jiang's neck. The scene wasn't overtly suggestive, yet there was an unmistakable undertone of desire. Jiang suddenly noticed what Jiang was holding and urgently grabbed his hand, that. No way. Jiang switched to something else, what about this? Fried with olive oil is the most fragrant. Chapter 153, Dog. A low voice came from inside the room. Is it the cream cake again? Jiang's voice was slightly alluring. Jiang's fingertips trembled slightly. Jiang, you're so bad. A long time later, Jiang carried him to the bed and kept playing with him for a while. Jiang finally fell asleep in Jiang's arms. The face of the person in his arms was pale but showed a faint lotus-like beauty, with red and moist lips. Even the collarbone revealed an attractive color. The soft yellow light illuminated Jiang's face, drawing one's attention unconsciously. Jiang gently stroked Jiang's cheek with his hand. The boy seemed to sense something and moved comfortably, touching Jiang's fingers with his lips. It was warm and intimate. Hua Jin's eyes focused on Ji Qi's lips, leaning down to give him a kiss. When he lifted his eyes, they were filled with tenderness and a hint of other emotions. Hua Jin pulled the blanket over Ji Qi. He placed Ji Qi's clothes on the bedside table and took out a few drops of pheromone concentrate from a locked drawer, putting them next to the small rabbit on the bedside table. After finishing everything, Hua Jin left the room with his coat. The room was quiet. Because he was exhausted, Ji Qi woke up again only the next morning. His sleepy eyes lifted, finding the side of the quilt cold, leaving him inexplicably disheartened. On the bedside table, there was a note Hua Jin had left for him. Ji Qi held the note in his hand after reading it. Without much thought, Ji Qi quickly dressed and rushed out of the house. Both the living room and kitchen were empty. Ji Qi opened the door and went out, but Hua Jin's car wasn't driven away. Taking the car key, Ji Qi started Hua Jin's car. But before turning onto the main road, Ji Qi's car was stopped by people in front. Someone knocked on Ji Qi's window. Ji Qi lowered the glass, hearing them say, "Mr. Ji, please turn back." Ji Qi's eyes narrowed as he looked at the people outside. In front of the car stood two tall alpha soldiers, and there were more alphas on both sides of the car window. Each one was above S4 level and recognized him. Ji Qi frowned, "I'm just a regular person. Do you top levels have the right to restrict me too?" The alpha standing at the car window maintained a serious expression. "You have been placed under a protection order, which has now taken effect. During this period, it is our responsibility to ensure your safety." The man repeated, "Please turn back." Protection order. Ji Qi gripped the steering wheel tightly, looking grim. Did Hua Jin apply for it? Where is he? Where is he now? Ji Qi's voice rose. What a nonsense ruling judge. Why does this world need to fill the holes with blood? Ji Qi knew about the off-site assistance provided by the CE Experimental Center to the Supreme Department and the Joint Operations Division. He also knew that Hua Jin always considered completely eliminating the underground trading market as a must-do task. None of these concerned him. He just wanted Hua Jin to be safe and healthy. In response to Ji Qi's emotional reactions, the alphas outside the car did not comment much. Within the current range of activities, Mr. Ji can move freely within 1 kilometer of home. We won't interfere with your private life, don't worry. Ji Qi's breathing became heavier, his chest was beating faster. Are you people from the CE lab? The alpha did not seem to dodge the question. No. Ji Qi, Supreme Authority Staff. That alpha denied again, no. Then he showed his credentials, International Enigma Alliance. Ji Qi was shocked. He had heard about advanced alphas in the Enigma Alliance who possessed cross-grade pheromones. Now encountering 4 such individuals made him feel uneasy. Where is Hua Jin? Ji Qi asked again. The alpha remained serious, we are unauthorized to ask. Please cooperate and go back. Ji Qi knew asking would lead to nothing, and angrily turned the car around. While driving, he cursed. You damn dog. If 1 hair on my head is missing when I come back, I will divorce you. Chapter 154, The Beloved Under the Warm and Brilliant Sun. Ji Qi didn't drive home but instead turned around and headed in another direction. After driving less than a kilometer and being stopped again, he had tried 4 different places. As they had said, Ji Qi's range of movement was indeed within 1 kilometer from home. Ji Qi cursed under his breath, having driven down every road available before finally returning home. Hua Jin's phone was at home, leaving Ji Qi no chance to make any calls. Stupid Hua Jin. After getting home, Ji Qi went to Hua Jin's study. He rummaged through the documents on Hua Jin's desk, hoping to find something that could answer his questions. Hua Jin's study housed many important documents, each stamped with a fresh red seal. The sound of flipping pages grew increasingly agitated in the quiet room. Idiot Hua Jin. You've left me alone at home. After searching for quite a while, Ji Qi still couldn't figure anything out. His brow slightly furrowed, and suddenly, he remembered that Hua Jin kept some materials locked in drawers. Ji Qi lowered his head and pulled on the drawer, which was indeed locked. In general, Ji Qi never interfered with Hua Jin's work, and breaking locks was something he had never considered. Ji Qi's face darkened, filled with indecision. He forcefully bent the drawer and ended up using extreme measures when it wouldn't budge. When the drawer opened, all its contents tumbled onto the floor due to the excessive force used. Ji Qi stared at the scattered papers on the ground, taking a deep breath as he crouched halfway down to pick them up sheet by sheet. Most of the paper files were slightly yellowed, appearing to have been stored for a long time, giving them an old feel. As Ji Qi focused his gaze, his fingertips tensed abruptly, crumpling the paper he held with a faint noise. Several pieces of data contained the list of high-ranking staff, including Feng Lai. Ji Qi immediately recognized the people involved. The man bore some resemblance to Hua Jin's uncle but had more dashing features. He was Hua Jin's father. The first thing he noticed was a crime scene photo where the deceased was Hua Jin's father, detailing the cause, process, and autopsy results. Another document gave the highest authorities' verdict, only 3 million yuan as condolence money after much bureaucratic rhetoric. According to the timeline, Hua Jin received this sum at the age of 17. Prior to that, Hua Jin's father had been a secret operative for the highest authority, fighting for his belief but falling because of it. This was the result they had waited years for after losing contact with their family. Ji Qi flipped further, revealing a handwritten letter from Hua Jin's father addressed to Hua Jin. Every word urged Hua Jin to lead an ordinary life, advising him not to join the highest authority. Continuing onward was a family photo of the three of them together. Next was Hua Jin's mother's autopsy report, caused by mental confusion due to exposure to a high concentration of hallucinogens. She was the only female alpha rescued from the underground black market years ago, one of the few surviving special test subjects. Her death reason, falling off a cliff due to a disoriented state of mind. Ji Qi's hand trembled slightly as his fingers moved, causing a photo to fall to the ground. It fell face down. Ji Qi's gaze wandered as he picked up the photo. In the image, Hua Jin was taking a picture of himself. It wasn't clear who had captured the shot of both Hua Jin and Ji Qi on a basketball court. Ji Qi wore a basketball uniform and drank water on the field, while Hua Jin stood outside the court with a reserved smile. Looking at the banner hanging on the basketball court, Ji Qi remembered their university's inter-college basketball competition from long ago. Back then, Hua Jin really was there. On the back of the photo, words were written. They were Hua Jin's sharp yet powerful handwriting, something Ji Qi had seen countless times. The black writing read, "All these troubles cannot bring me closer to you, but liking you makes me feel like this world isn't so bad." Ji Qi's eyes felt slightly sore. Seeing these things and this photo together had a prolonged and profound impact on Ji Qi. He couldn't believe how Hua Jin managed alone through all these years. Ji Qi continued to flip through details of various transactions from the underground market over the past 2 years. Hua Jin had more complete information than even the highest authority. All evidence pointed to a shadowy figure. The reason the underground market had existed firmly for so many years was that although the highest authority outwardly suppressed and constrained it, in reality, this piece of cake was thoroughly rotten, rotted to the very core of the authority's deepest roots. The deeper Ji Qi looked, the heavier his breathing became. When everything became clear, this was already a result he could barely bear. Let alone Hua Jin. Ji Qi's worry for Hua Jin now reached its peak. He was gripping a stack of documents in his hand, his lips tightly pressed together, as the room remained silent yet seemed to ripple with waves of turmoil. Chapter 155, Fiery Plum Wine. For 3 consecutive days, Ji Qi had been unable to get in touch with Hua Jin. His restless heart felt like it was being gnawed by ants, leaving him anything but peaceful. Ji Qi could only stay at home and watch the news. The recent social news was incredibly eventful. The International Enigma Alliance had stationed troops in this part of the maritime nation. Bigwigs from various commercial sectors were scrambling to transfer their assets, leading to unrest and anxiety among the populace. Hua Jin was wanted by the Supreme Authority, and his information appeared on the front pages of every major website. However, Ji Qi hadn't seen Hua Jin in any of the images that were circulating. After Hua Jin's dismissal, Sang Ming assumed the role of chief judge of the CE Experimental Center. Hua Jin's alleged signs of disloyalty to the Supreme Authority were increasingly exaggerated by people who considered themselves righteous. The once highly esteemed Hua Jin was dragged into the mire by everyone. The person once surrounded by an aura of brilliance had now become a universally despised traitor. This was the faith for which Hua Jin had fought, this was what he received in return. Ji Qi suddenly chuckled bitterly, that inexplicable bitterness urging him to want to see Hua Jin immediately. Hua Jin's father, years ago, seemed to have gone through something similar to what Hua Jin was experiencing now. Beneath the high and mighty facade of the Supreme Authority, everything had already rotted through and through, its corruption so deep that it was beyond cure. Ji Qi clutched his phone tightly, but there wasn't a single person he could contact. He reflected on it. Hua Jin had a lover who couldn't fight alongside him as an equal. Sometimes Ji Qi would feel sad about his inability to help Hua Jin more. When he asked all the acquaintances he knew at the CE Research Center for news about Hua Jin, none of them replied. Now, everyone seemed to fear getting entangled in baseless disputes, each worrying about their own safety. Zhou Qi was utterly disappointed with Hua Jin. He believed Hua Jin should clarify Baiyu's situation. But when Zhou Qi learned that Hua Jin himself had been issued a warrant, he was speechless for a long time. He called Ji Qi, asking about his condition and telling him not to worry. "Don't you worry about Baiyu." Ji Qi countered him. "I don't believe there's any problem between them." Zhou Qi's tone became agitated. After saying a few sentences, he told Ji Qi to just stay home. On the 4th day, Zhou Qi made another call to Ji Qi. Zhou Qi asked Ji Qi to go to the entrance of their favorite bar where they often drank together. Zhou Qi told Ji Qi that he'd found Baiyu, but couldn't bring her over. "Help me take Baiyu away. There are always people following me." Zhou Qi's voice was heavy and low. Ji Qi wouldn't refuse such a request. That day, Ji Qi broke the limit of staying within 1 kilometer of home without realizing it. Everything seemed so perfectly timed. When Ji Qi arrived at the bar, what he saw instead was a captured Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi was bound tightly on the open balcony outside the bar. Thick hemp ropes soaked with blood restrained him. A pool of black blood lay on the floor. By his side lay Baiyu, whose head was held down by a steel knife wielded by an alpha. Bai Yu appeared unconscious, completely covered in injuries from head to toe. The red stains on her white dress stood out vividly. She had fainted. The sharp blade exuded a deadly threat that left one breathless. Ji-Chi's eyes flickered upon seeing the scene. The dark and empty road nearby felt unnervingly still, and the street lamps here looked as if bathed in crimson red. A sense of unrestrained madness filled the air. Zhou-Chi watched Bai Yu on the ground, her neck already cut with a wound. His eyes welled up, red veins clearly visible. This feeling of near collapse stopped him from remaining calm. "Run, fast," he urged Ji-Chi, "run." Sweat dripped from Zhou-Chi's forehead, panic causing his words to tremble. He realized that he'd been outsmarted. His chest tightened, making breathing difficult. The number of opponents was limited, but each of them was a strong alpha, radiating overwhelming pressure even at a distance. "Run away!" Zhou-Chi screamed, his loud voice full of unbearable agony. Ji-Chi clenched his fists and quickly turned to run into the narrow alleyway. But after taking only a few steps, Ji-Chi suddenly felt pain at the back of his neck. It felt like being pricked by a needle, and the next second, he froze in place, his entire body going limp as he collapsed. Turning his head slightly, Ji-Chi saw the man holding a high-powered tranquilizer gun standing at the corner of the alley, looking down at him from above. Even though Ji-Chi fell to the ground, he was still conscious. He heard a cold voice near his ear, accompanied by faint footsteps. It was as if it came from hell. "Long time no see, S390. Fierce plum wine." Chapter 156, Do You Dare? When Ji-Chi woke up again, he found himself in a brightly lit testing room. He was lying on a constant temperature human body testing machine. The unfamiliar surroundings made him uneasy. Ji-Chi tried to get up but discovered that his hands and feet were fastened to the machine with special restrainers. "Shit," Ji-Chi spat. He observed the surroundings. The testing room was large, filled with various instruments flashing signal lights, and the air was abnormally cold. It felt like a cold storage. Perhaps sensing movement, the room door opened, and Ji-Chi glared coldly at whoever came in. It didn't surprise him much who it was. It was Tan He, holding a notebook and wearing a specialized lab coat as he approached Ji-Chi. Tan He calmly walked to Ji-Chi's side, glanced down, and sneered lightly at the man lying on the machine. "Meeting again." After these words, Tan He's intense gaze softened somewhat but still carried more mockery, "Inferior alpha." "Humph." Ji-Chi's chest trembled slightly. "Tan He, you're nothing but a lapdog." The elite members within collaborated with multiple parties in the underground market, bringing the secretive black market into the open. Ji-Chi wasn't sure how many people were tumors to this system, but there were certainly more than he had imagined. "No," Tan He denied, "some things exist because they are reasonable. What are you, daring to judge me here?" His voice wasn't loud, yet somehow sinister. Ji-Chi moved his wrists, the steel restraints tightened painfully. "Let him come see me," Ji-Chi said coldly. "Him?" Tan He laughed softly, "Who do you mean? Bai Yu? Or Zhou-Chi? Sorry, you won't meet anyone now." As he spoke, Tan He reached out and probed Ji-Chi's neck side. "Your pheromones are rare." He stared deeply into Ji-Chi's eyes. "Is this why Huajin likes alphas like you?" Ji-Chi's lips curled slightly in disdain. "Inferior. I see you envy me so much. How noble are you? Your pheromones can be diluted like mud." Tan He was provoked by Ji-Chi's words and grabbed his neck forcefully. "Inferior is inferior, no need to get so worked up trying to act tough with me." Cough, cough. Ji-Chi coughed faintly. "I'm not acting tough with you. It's your own inferiority complex making you think you're less than me." Pausing momentarily, he added with contempt, "Don't feel inferior. A gnat cannot compare with a tree from the vast ocean. You're garbage." Ji-Chi. Tan He applied more force with his hand, veins standing out on his hand back. "Do you dare kill me?" Ji-Chi's face was pale, void of blood. "Would you?" Ji-Chi asked again with a fierce tone, his light-colored eyes like an abyss that could drag someone into endless darkness. Tan He hesitated for a moment. Ji-Chi chuckled. "You wouldn't, Tan He. You wouldn't even harm a single finger of mine. The S390 plum liquor pheromone has extremely rare compound regenerative properties." Ji-Chi knew why they captured him. There might be other reasons, but his gland was what they truly wanted. As to which big boss desired his gland? Ji-Chi's gaze scanned the instruments around him. Judging from the situation, it was probably someone in the entire underground market no one dared offend. Once a person reaches a certain level of life, money isn't all they want. Hearing Ji-Chi's words, Tan He raised his eyebrows. "You're quite smart." With that, Tan He released his grip on Ji-Chi's neck. "Your gland is indeed precious. Right now, there is indeed no one here who would dare to harm you. But I can personally perform a live gland extraction surgery on you. After the successful proportioning and time confirmation." Tan He's gaze turned cold and dim as he glanced downward. "I wonder if your screams will be pleasant or unpleasant." Chapter 157 Don't be afraid. Ji-Chi slightly bent his finger, his lips quivered. "Who wants my gland? At least let me die knowing the reason." Tan He frowned. "You don't need to know too much. After saying that, he stepped away from Ji Qi. See you next time, inferior alpha. A lazy voice rang by his ear, followed by the sound of the lab door closing. Ji Qi's breathing was heavy, with his chest rising and falling. He had no idea what was happening outside now. Ji Qi didn't want to be used as a pawn against Hu Jin. If he couldn't help, at least he wouldn't drag them down. He looked at the light on the ceiling, feeling his heart pounding uncontrollably. Hu Jin. Hu Jin. Half an hour later, Ji Qi was dragged by several people into a room. To be precise, it more resembled a high-end ward. Various heavy machines inside were flashing red and green lights. On the bed lay an extremely beautiful Omega, whose charming features could still be seen even with eyes closed. So obedient, so pitiable. The entire ward was freezing. Like an ice cellar. The windows were sealed shut, and there was a man standing at the curtain. As Ji Qi's eyes fell upon the man, his expression turned wry. All the answers were always so disappointing. So, what was Hu Jin's state of mind when he found out half a year ago? He must have gone mad. He definitely did. Uncle. Ji Qi laughed bitterly. Hu Chen, the evil man who killed his brother and nephew, how could he deserve it? How could he be worthy to be Hu Jin's uncle? Maybe I should call you Mr. Hu Chen. Ji Qi's face showed no emotion, but there was both desolation and fierceness in his changed tone. Upon hearing Ji Qi's words, the man turned around with his hands behind his back. Hu Chen's features remained unchanged. Still as calm as ever, as warm as jade. Actually, his temperament somewhat resembled Lin Jun's, but Hu Chen's serene elegance was cultivated through too many killings and worshipping gods. Too tragic, he ruined Hu Jin but kept gloating in his lofty position. It's been a long time, Hu Chen's mouth curled into a gentle arc. As kind as he was when telling him about Hu Jin's past. Ji Qi looked at the Omega on the bed and struggled to break free from the two alphas restraining him behind. The information sent of your Omega is rare, Ji Qi began. The gentle breeze wandered in the room, suffocating and unbearable. Hu Chen's voice was deep, it's rare. Then he added, just like you. Hu Chen was a lunatic, Ji Qi had already confirmed it. With the person right in front of him, Ji Qi decided to ask everything directly. 2 years ago, was it you who wanted my gland? Hu Chen wasn't evasive either, you could save my wife. Hu Chen walked closer to the bed, his tone melancholy, but unfortunately, you've been marked by Hu Jin. He stood in front of the bed, tenderly gazing at the Omega lying on it, almost devoid of any blood color. Enigma's temporary marking period is 3 years. At that time, Enigma's marking cleansing agent wasn't perfect yet. After your divorce, Hu Jin continued to protect you. So. You're still alive now. Ji Qi clenched his fists, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Weren't Song Lin also being exploited by you? Hu Chen chuckled lightly, he sought Hu Jin's help, but he couldn't get through to him. All the letters he wrote were intercepted, and you weren't willing to listen to him talk too much back then. He's smart and ruthless. I used him well. The deep, malevolent tone of the man sent chills down one's spine. When Song Lin obtained the medicine, he repeatedly ensured there were no side effects before giving it to you. Hu Chen's gaze, sharp as a blade, landed on Ji Qi's neck glands. My wife's body has been unsuitable for transplantation these 2 years, but now it can. Hu Chen's words were indifferent, but his compassionate expression made his spoken words akin to those of a demoness. Don't be afraid. I will give you a proper burial. Chapter 158, Despicable or Not. Ji Qi could not describe how he felt at this moment. He raised his eyes to meet Hu Chen's gaze. For so many years, the highest official couldn't bring you to justice. You're a great actor, Ji Qi said lazily. Hu Chen's eyebrows slightly lifted. You're wrong again, I've always been like this. You never asked about Uncle's identity. If you had, Uncle would have told you. Hu Chen's words always carried an unsettling sensation, as faint as water yet as intense as a river rolling with blood. How ridiculous. It was just too ridiculous. Ji Qi's heart raced, the dull thud making it hard to breathe. Some people don't need to pretend, they've been like that from start to finish. Ji Qi glanced at Hu Chen. A person like Hu Chen, even after killing someone, would calmly take out a handkerchief to clean his hands and then say offhandedly how bloody it was. Isn't it your doing that Hu Jin kept making mistakes in the highest office? Ji Qi asked, curling up directly. Hu Chen sat down on the chair beside the sickbed, calm and composed. He wanted to meddle in too many things. Power, money, he had them all, but in his heart, he kept thinking of overthrowing the authority to become a hero. Isn't that foolish? Hu Chen questioned Ji Qi. His sharp gaze still resembled that of a well-meaning elder. Ji Qi's face was icy cold. If I'm not mistaken, Hu Jin's father's death is also related to you, right? How can you say that? Hu Chen clearly seemed upset upon hearing those words. That was my brother-in-arms. No. Ji Qi smirked lightly, you don't deserve it. Ji Qi didn't know about Hu Chen and Hu Jin's father from that generation, but looking into all the reasons, Hu Chen was definitely culpable. Ji Qi's eyes fell on the Omega lying barely alive on the bed. Your Omega should have died long ago, shouldn't he? Hua Chen's eyes turned dark and cold as he looked down sharply at Ji Qi, his sharp gaze like blades cutting through a person completely. He hasn't died. He hasn't died. Hua Chen repeated coldly, losing control of his emotions for once. Realizing something, Hua Chen adjusted his mood instantly. He's very healthy. My lady is just asleep. Hua Chen's voice softened. She is just asleep. Hua Chen touched the hand of the Omega lying on the bed. The Omega's temperature was slightly cool, but not the lifeless chill. All these years, I've been searching for information similar to my lady's, one that can completely regenerate cells. It's hard to find, but heaven doesn't seem to want my lady to die like that. You should be grateful that you share some similarities with him. Hua Chen's warm gaze turned colder when looking at Ji Qi. Right now, all of my lady's body functions are fine. After you die, I'll pray for you to have peace in your next life. Hua Chen spoke with great composure, as if names were mere grass in his eyes, useful only when needed. Hua Chen. Ji Qi tightened his fingers. You've committed countless evil deeds. You will have a terrible death. Ji Qi groaned lowly. Even if I die, I won't give my gland to your Omega. A terrible death. Hua Chen furrowed his brows. I haven't thought about dying well. He gazed at the Omega on the bed, but your gland must be given to him. Hua Chen stood up and took a step toward Ji Qi, the surrounding atmosphere becoming oppressive. Because you have no choice, and Hua Jin won't find this place. By the time he comes, everything will already be over. Ji Qi didn't retreat, standing straight. Where did you imprison Zhou Qi and Bai Yu? You mean that pair of blood-drenched lovers? Hua Chen recalled the two who were covered in blood. They suited each other well. I extracted Bai Yu's gland. As for that Zhou something, he should be dead by now. Hua Chen sounded extremely carefree. Ji Qi clenched his teeth tightly, pupils shaking. The extreme mental pressure made it hard for him to breathe. Wanting to scream, wanting to kill, wanting to see blood. Ji Qi's emotions surged as he suddenly grabbed Hua Chen's collar, punching him crazily. Bam! The sound of their physical fight reverberated. I'm going to kill you. Hua Chen. You maniac. You will suffer a terrible death. Ji Qi only managed to punch Hua Chen once before the alpha behind him restrained him. Hua Chen seemed unfazed. He smirked, kicking Ji Qi in the stomach. If Hua Jin hadn't interfered, you'd have been dead long ago. Ugh. Ji Qi grunted as he struggled to retaliate, but the alpha dragged him backward. Hua Chen's eyes were half lowered. Are you despicable or not? When others sincerely treated you well, you paid no attention to them. When they don't want you anymore, you lower yourself and try to cling to them. Hua Chen grabbed Ji Qi's chin. I originally intended to leave a descendant for the Hua family. Because of you, now I can't. Chapter 159, Are you here? Ji Qi's jaw was pinched until it turned red, and he suddenly jerked his head away. Don't touch me. You won't succeed. Ji Qi glared ferociously. You will never succeed. Hua Chen raised his hand, and without answering Ji Qi, he coldly said to the alpha holding Ji Qi, take him away. Ji Qi was dragged out of the room, sweat forming on his forehead. Behind him were 4 or 5 S4 level alphas, and he had no chance to escape. Ji Qi was brought into a room with various medical devices. Tan He stood up when he heard the commotion by the petri dish. As their eyes met, Tan He gave a contemptuous laugh. Tan He approached Ji Qi with a syringe in hand. The venomous look on Tan He's face turned his alluring charm into something grotesque and twisted. Wasn't Sang Ming also exploited by you? Ji Qi had felt strange before. The timing of Tan He's appearance seemed suspicious. Sang Ming taking Tan He to a special differentiation base appeared as if Sang Ming was using Tan He. Now it was clear, it was Tan He who had been using Sang Ming. Holding the needle, Tan He walked to Ji Qi's side. Sang Ming is now convinced that Hua Jin has problems. Don't you think it's amusing to watch them fight? Even tigers have claws, and none of them mean well. How interesting. Ji Qi's eyes flickered darkly as he scrutinized Tan He. Do you not find it ignorant to be used as a pawn by others? The emotions in Tan He's expression were hard to decipher. Ji Qi, you're too innocent. Tan He walked half a circle around Ji Qi, his sidelong gaze piercing. Infamy is temporary, but gaining advantage is eternal. If the discipline of the future is written by me, you would know so much more. His cold gaze shifted. One should explore unknown realms rather than confining opportunities within one line after another. I can save more people. Tan He's words were distorted and obsessive. Ji Qi let out a faint laugh filled with intense mockery. Gaining advantage may be eternal, but it is based on entirely unfair terms. No one will pay for your actions. Tan He chuckled and leaned slightly closer to Ji Qi. His indifferent words pierced the heart. If you are about to die, do you think Hua Jin will pay for me? Will he do things beyond the boundaries? Ji Qi clenched his fists, his breathing deepened, his nails digging into his palms, the unbearable feeling spreading from his abdomen to his throat. He won't. Ji Qi angrily shouted, he won't. He will. Tan He pressed his shoulder, he will. Looking at Ji Qi whose breathing became heavy, Tan He smiled faintly. Everyone has weaknesses. Hua Jin won't watch his hopefully salvaged lover die in front of him. Everyone is the same. In the near future, there will be more transplants. Nowadays in Jiangcheng, waiting for a gland takes 5 years. Do you know what 5 years means? No one can wait that long. Tan He said calmly, your friend Song Lin also can't afford to wait. Our technology is perfect. After replacing the glands, we can implant mechanical gland ports for the ones who buy the glands, allowing everyone to survive. Isn't this good? There are even more beneficial inhibitors that the highest authority doesn't have. Ji Qi looked at Tan He coldly, aren't you underestimating human nature? If what you're doing were legal, how many people in Jiangqing alone would die mysteriously every year? Good people dressing up bad people's weddings, is this humane? To conspire with the highest authority to legalize these disgusting acts, how many people have you killed for experiments? If this laboratory could stand under the sun, wouldn't each corpse beneath your feet rise up restless? Fury overwhelmed Ji Qi, his cold, rigid expression screamed out in anger. Listening to Ji Qi's words, Tan He suddenly grabbed his hand, infamy is just temporary. What we are doing is saving more people. Ji Qi was tightly restrained from behind and couldn't pull his hand free. Tan He injected the syringe directly into Ji Qi's vein. Or let's make a bet, will Hua Jin cross the line for you? Tan He's sharp eyes complimented his casual words, let's see, if I say I can save you, will he kneel down and beg me? Suddenly, numbness spread through his whole body, causing Ji Qi to tremble violently. He didn't know what kind of drug Tan He had injected him with. He only felt the scene before his eyes gradually becoming blurred. Until he lost consciousness. When Ji Qi woke up again, it was already the third day. Opening his eyes, Ji Qi glanced around and found himself on an operating table. Looking to the side, he saw lying on the adjacent surgical bed was Hua Chen's Omega. Awake. A familiar voice sounded. Ji Qi looked at Tan He, wanting to speak but after opening his mouth several times, no words came out. His throat ached from dryness. Inside the operating room, there was Tan He as well as another chief surgeon, a high-level alpha with even more overpowering pheromones than Tan He. Around them were 5 or 6 surgical nurses, all of them highly ranked. Since you're awake, we can start. These words came from the other lead surgeon. Tan He moved to Ji Qi's side, watching him through the protective mask. The current concentration of pheromones is not enough. I think this moment suits best, the leading surgeon said sharply. Ji Qi caught that Tan He's position here was below this man. Let's open the gland first and take a look. The lead surgeon picked up the scalpel. Tan He grabbed the man's hand instantly, don't destroy my test subject. I want it at maximum concentration. Generally, within 10 minutes of waking up, a person's pheromone concentration would reach a certain peak. Tan He coldly stared at Ji Qi, we'll wait another 5 minutes. There must be no mistakes with Mr. Hua's demands. 5 minutes later, Ji Qi's pheromones peaked, causing the link device on his fingers to light up. Beep 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 beep. Hearing the alert, Tan He's lips curved into a smile. He took the scalpel from one of the surgeons, ready to cut along the side of Ji Qi's neck. With both his hands and feet secured, Ji Qi couldn't move, the sharp edge of the scalpel was about to touch his neck, drawing blood. Tension gripped every inch of Ji Qi's body, this wasn't how he wanted it to end. Hua Jin loved his pheromones so much. Don't. Ji Qi's eyes moistened and his voice trembled. What don't you want? Tan He replied indifferently. Ji Qi clenched his knuckles tightly, his eyes red as if they could bleed. I will definitely kill you. Definitely. Tan He agreed, such a strong temper still refuses to beg, huh? Saying this, his hand continued downward. The sharp chill of the scalpel brushed against Ji Qi's skin. It was just moments away from slicing into his gland. At the last possible second. Chapter 160, Justice. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, a loud sound of a broken door echoed. The operating room door was smashed open with such force that the entire room trembled. Tan He's hand brushed Ji Qi's clavicle as she moved. Don't move. A roar came from the doorway, and elite alphas wearing uniforms of the highest coalition combat organization stormed in one by one. In just a few seconds, the entire operating room was surrounded by alphas armed with guns. Get down. Get down. No one is allowed to move. The alphas in combat uniforms held specialized infrared guns. The cold red lines pointed directly at the heart center of everyone in the operating room. Everyone get down. The voice shouted desperately, echoing through the room. Ji Qi loosened his tightly gripping hand slightly. But the heart that was already on edge remained so. He saw who had arrived, behind the armed personnel was Sang Ming holding a gun. The chief surgeon seeing this directly pressed the button that released Ji Qi's restraints, and instantly, the automatic straps returned to the surgical table. But the next second, the man directly pulled Ji Qi and placed the scalpel straight against his neck. The infrared light from the guns in front was blocked by Ji Qi. And Ji Qi was dragged off the operating table. The chief surgeon's speed was extremely fast. So fast that the moment the breaking door sounded, he had already taken Ji Qi hostage to seek an escape route. All other medical staff had their hands on their heads, lying on the ground. Facing absolute pressure, no one dared to resist. Tan He looked at the chief surgeon beside him and stood silently behind him. Go through the side door. Tan He urged anxiously. After hearing Tan He's words, Ji Qi clearly felt himself being dragged back. He was currently weak all over, having been unconscious for a day without knowing what drugs he had been fed, leaving him unable to struggle. Don't come closer. Or I'll kill him. As the chief alpha surgeon continued dragging Ji-Chi back, each armed person in the operating room sought the perfect timing to end it there. Due to the presence of hostages, they did not dare to act rashly but waited for opportunities instead. Tan He and the chief surgical personnel used Ji-Chi as a shield and retreated behind a hidden door in the operating room. Tan He pressed the start button, and within a blink of an eye, a bulletproof wall appeared in front of the operating room, its speed astonishing. Hurry! Find the switch for the bulletproof door. Don't hurt the hostage. Take all others away. The voices of orders grew fainter and farther, while Ji-Chi's breathing became heavy. After the bulletproof door was opened, the next second Ji-Chi was dragged into an isolation room. Ji-Chi didn't know how long he had been dragged and thrown around, all he vaguely remembered was going upstairs then downstairs, entering elevators then more elevators. Ji-Chi did not know the situation outside at the moment, but judging from the panicked demeanor of this chief surgeon, everything must have completely collapsed by now. Ji-Chi attempted several times to seize the knife from the man. Now, the man who was holding him hostage couldn't risk any real mishaps happening to him. This made Ji-Chi even bolder. Don't move. The man growled, his body releasing information pheromones like wave pulses. Where's Mr. Hua? Tan He suddenly asked earnestly. The alpha holding Ji-Chi glanced out the window at the densely packed team of the organization's units. He tried sending a signal to Hua Chen. A minute later, a hint of shadow passed through the man's eyes. On the third basement level, Ji-Chi lowered his gaze, looking at the scalpel against his own neck and suddenly gripped the man's hand again, pushing the handle inward. The man kept the scalpel further from Ji-Chi's neck, saying, "Do you really want to die? You will meet a terrible end. But not today." Ji-Chi's words lacked strength. At this point, the situation outside is crystal clear, and you are still willing to be dogs for Hua Chen. Utterly foolish. Truly utterly foolish. Don't bother arguing with him. This sentence came from Tan He, taking steps forward. We need to find Mr. Hua immediately. The chief alpha surgeon intensely released suppressing information pheromones. They moved faster. While Ji-Chi was being led to the basement, he heard sirens coming from the ground floor. He wanted to break free, but his body was powerless. This was the absolute hierarchy division in this world, something Ji-Chi couldn't transcend. When he was brought before Hua Chen, he was directly grabbed by the collar and pulled into the car. On the third basement level, there were dozens of tall, muscular bodyguards around Hua Chen. Are all the things destroyed? Hua Chen suddenly asked the alphas behind him. Already destroyed, Mr. Hua, the lead bodyguard replied. Hua Chen opened the car door and threw Ji-Chi inside harshly. Immediately, a cold gun was pressed against Ji-Chi's waist. This gun won't kill you, but it can alter your pheromones and turn you into a useless man. You'd better behave yourself, Hua Chen said coldly. Ji-Chi looked at Hua Chen with disdain. Do I look like someone who fears death? Hua Chen smiled as he narrowed his eyes. No, but you still want to see Hua Jin, don't you? The hoarse tone of Hua Chen was terrifyingly low. Afterward, Ji-Chi noticed Tan He and the chief surgeon who had held him hostage also getting into the car. Head to the dark alley, Hua Chen suddenly ordered. Ji-Chi observed Hua Chen, who did not show any sign of panic as if they were heading toward impending disaster. When Hua Chen's car drove past the highest coalition checkpoint nonchalantly, Ji-Chi finally understood why. This operation might very well be similar to the one 2 years ago, where Hua Chen received internal support from within the highest coalition. At most, there would be another explosive news story released, just like 2 years ago. While the highest coalition would be praised by the public for their bravery, in reality, they were the true instigators. How absurd. How absurd. Ji-Chi's gaze landed on Hua Chen. Who is your protector? Hua Chen rested one hand on his knee and spoke lazily. It's naturally Hua Jin. Among all the arrogant people in the highest coalition, aside from my blood-related nephew, who else could it be? Chapter 161, It's Hua Jin. Ji-Chi listened to Hua Chen's words, feeling his scalp go numb, and the numbness even spread to his fingertips. Ji-Chi glared at Hua Chen with a cold gaze. You will get what you deserve, Hua Chen. Retribution. Hua Chen's expression showed disdain. What retribution? I raised him this far, shouldn't he do something for me? Ji-Chi tightly grabbed Hua Chen's collar. You framed him. You'll have a bad end. Ji-Chi was not an individual easily swayed by emotions, but any matter concerning Hua Jin could make him lose control. Hua Chen pushed away Ji-Chi's grip on him and replied with eyes colder than frost. I'm telling you, Hua Jin is finished. All results from this operation and the original instigator will point to Hua Jin. He'll die, just like his father. To die for some useless faith in a bloodbath created by the world. Ji-Chi shouted in opposition, his voice hoarse. You are the one who deserves to die. Ji-Chi looked at the gun placed beside Hua Chen on the seat. Suddenly, his quick reflexes led him to reach for it. Before his hand touched it, Tan He grabbed his wrist from where he sat nearby. Are you looking to die? Tan He said coldly. Tan He tightened his grip on Ji-Chi's wrist and pressed a knife hard against Ji-Chi's neck. You, a substandard S-Class Alpha, certainly have quite the guts. Hua Chen glanced calmly ahead as the car moved forward. Indeed, you match Hua Jin in some aspects. Ji Qi maintained an icy demeanor as he locked eyes with Hua Chen. Knowing that Hua Chen wouldn't kill him now, he provocatively said, "Your Omega still seems to be in surgery." Hua Chen kept a composed face, meeting Ji Qi's gaze. The automatic full enclosed technology of the operating room can transfer the lady directly into a hidden chamber. No one can find her. No one can find you either. The vehicle continued moving forward, passing through green wilds to barren sandy land, eventually stopping at a parking lot below the highest building. Ji Qi stared in shock at the bright sign above the entrance. This was the security center of Jiang City. A place every criminal would dread upon seeing. Yet Hua Chen drove straight here. In Ji Qi's state of shock. Before the car entered, it was suddenly hit forcefully by another car coming out from inside. Bang! The force of the collision caused Ji Qi to be thrown back. Smoke instantly rose from the front of the car. Hua Chen smirked slightly at the colliding car. Kill them. At this moment, Ji Qi lifted his eyes and saw the car ahead reversing. It was clear that it intended to crash again. Ji Qi identified the driver within the opposing car. It was Song Lin. Ji Qi's pupils dilated, his heart suspended and throat heated, shocked to the point where he couldn't speak. What kind of nonsense had this idiot come for? This was life-threatening business. He had lived more than 20 years, and this dog nature hadn't changed. Anxiety began to creep over Ji Qi. Seeing the Alpha in the backseat suddenly exit the car made Ji Qi's heart rise to his throat. At this time, an abnormal siren sounded from one side, this alarm different from that of the highest rank. Its piercing sound struck deep into the heart, yet unlike the security alarms of the top ranks. Hearing the sound, Hua Chen's eyes dimmed somewhat as he told the driver, "Go." No sooner had these words been spoken when Song Lin's car crashed into theirs again. Ji Qi watched people in anger, thinking they were treating cars like bumper cars. Two Alphas who had left the car walked toward Song Lin's car, their hands gripping weapons tightly. Meanwhile, the driver obeyed Hua Chen's command, making a turn despite the smoking engine. Song Lin quickly drove onto a narrow path, evading the Alphas behind him and found another opportunity to chase the preceding SUV with a swinging tail. Boom! There came a sound. As they chased, Song Lin's windshield was shattered by a bullet. Song Lin swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the steering wheel, but loosened the gas pedal a little. "Shit, I'm still a bit scared of death," Song Lin muttered under his breath. After speaking, his speed increased again. "The hell with your mother." Ji Qi turned around, looking at Song Lin following behind, wanting to shout curses at him. The car's high speed made Ji Qi unstable, and he held him tightly to prevent Ji Qi from being thrown out of the window during every drift. For an unknown duration, Ji Qi heard the surrounding alarms getting louder and louder. And Hua Chen's initially calm look gradually took on a touch of impatience. "What? Do you feel everything isn't under your control?" Ji Qi suddenly sneered. Hua Chen lowered his eyes. An interlude is still an interlude. "Do you understand? Kid?" Ji Qi snorted heavily with disdain. When the car reached an abandoned building, a sudden SUV that came from the front forced Hua Chen's car to stop. There was no one around, and there was only one person in the SUV. The moment Ji Qi raised his eyes, his pupils slightly trembled. The person who got out was Hua Jin. Chapter 162, My Wife. Hua Chen scrutinized Hua Jin, who stepped out from the opposite car, a faint smirk curving at the corner of his lips. Near the abandoned building complex, weeds grew rampant and the sounds of steel bars and concrete scraping against the ground echoed. Hua Chen leaned close to Ji Qi's ear. "Your Enigma is here." Ji Qi looked out through the windshield. The moment Hua Jin stepped out of the car, he slightly raised his hands, an obvious posture signaling surrender. Ji Qi clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to see Hua Jin, crazily so. But under these circumstances, Ji Qi had one thought in mind: he was insane to come alone. Hua Chen gave a nod toward an Alpha inside the car, and immediately the back door opened. After stepping out, the Alpha opened the car door in front of Hua Chen. Hua Chen grabbed Ji Qi's collar and said something to the former lead doctor. The man nodded gravely with a darkened face. After finishing his arrangements, Hua Chen pulled Ji Qi out of the car. Ji Qi stumbled onto the uneven muddy ground as he lifted his eyes to look at Hua Jin ahead. When their eyes met, Hua Jin's feigned calmness clearly wavered. "Qi Qi." Hua Jin's voice, light yet gentle, called out to Ji Qi, "Don't be afraid." Hua Chen held a gun pointed to Ji Qi's lower back, his cold expression showed no trace of humanity. "Isn't this the top criminal wanted by the highest authority? I wonder if handing you over would earn me a righteous citizen commendation banner." Hua Chen's tone was dark and ominous, and it was evident they had crossed the point of no return. Ji Qi stared directly into Hua Jin's eyes. He knew the current situation was chaos-ridden. Hua Chen deliberately set up Hua Jin for multiple errors within the highest jurisdiction. Moreover, he had placed black market drugs repeatedly in Hua Jin's office. During the recent investigation, all the illicit materials were discovered. To have Hua Jin carry things he shouldn't outside, such an act could easily be achieved. If one's closest companion turns on them, there will be no arguing back. This time, Huichin used the operation to completely incriminate Huijin as the umbrella protector of the black market. Huichin intended to utterly destroy Huijin. Now, Huijin represented evil, residing in the depths of darkness. Sang Ming must be more convinced than ever that Huijin was the greatest menace to the highest jurisdiction. Sang Ming believed he was clearing out corruption for the highest authority, but in reality, he was the one most severely exploited. At present, the three parties stood in opposition. The black market and the anti-government organization collaborating with Huichin, the highest jurisdiction, and Huijin standing alone. No matter how one discerns it, two of the parties viewed Huijin as the enemy. Huijin could die in this conflict by any means. Until the truth came to light, Huijin remained the villain. If Huichin ended up standing victorious in this farce, Huijin's entire life would be tarnished by accusations not his own. As history always tells us, victory belongs to those who emerge triumphant, from ancient times till today. Huijin's dark eyes revealed deep thoughts as he took a step closer to Ji Qi. With a blend of icy anger, his gaze clashed with Huichin's. Don't you think my life, Huijin's, is more valuable than my wife? I'll take his place, let him go. Huijin continued, taking another step forward towards Huichin. His words carried little probing intent, exuding a determined meaning instead. Humph. Huichin laughed sharply in response, I find controlling you via him far more interesting. At that moment, Huijin casually affirmed with an, You're right. Huijin spread his palm slightly, revealing a modified link button inside. His gaze lingered on the car behind him. This car contains the high-quality specialty explosives from the highest authority, intensity level 20 fire gold dynamite. Roughly 1 ton in the vehicle, with a blast radius of 3 kilometers and 0 survival rate within 1 kilometer. The explosion's impact wave travels 100 times faster than a speeding car. As Huijin spoke, his gaze intensified menacingly. Want to give it a try, uncle? Upon hearing Huijin's words, Ji Qi widened his eyes, recognizing this as a desperate last move akin to fish and net destruction. It might be crude, but certainly effective. Huichin's grip on the gun tightened somewhat. His pupils darkened in reflection, suddenly blurting out, when did you figure it out? This was easy to understand. Over the years, the highest authority had colluded with underground black markets like rats and snakes. Huichin played his part extremely well. He didn't believe Huijin had seen through him early on. After all, for many years, Huijin was still his well-behaved nephew under his control. In response to Huichin's question, Huijin was candid, sooner than you imagine. Speaking while stepping through the muddy terrain, Huijin continued, aren't you looking for scapegoat? Capture me, and you'd even claim success. This is the trap you designed yourself. I've jumped into it, and now I'll give you another chance to capture a traitor. Huijin's tone darkened as he fingered the remote controller in his hand. You don't have a choice. I want my wife back. If you refuse, we can both go to hell together. Behind me is Sang Ming, he's not one of your people. There are 200 high-level alphas from the Joint Operations Group. If you try to escape, it might be a little difficult. Even if there are reinforcements waiting for you after this checkpoint, uncle, it would still be unwise to take the risk. With everything that's happened these past few days, even if others don't trust me, Sang Ming shouldn't think we're putting on a show anymore. There were two possibilities in the current situation. Huichin could abduct Huijin, which would prompt the highest jurisdiction to reopen their investigation into Huijin's ties with the black market. The result might exonerate Huijin. Or add more sins to his name. Upon hearing this, Huichin's face darkened slightly. He tightly gripped Ji Qi's nape. At this moment, one of the bodyguards leaned in close and whispered softly in his ear, Mr. Hua, the equipment has been checked. There's indeed high-intensity explosives in the car. As Huichin's eyes flickered, he paused for a few seconds. I can let him go, but I can't guarantee that you'll be obedient. With that, Huichin took a syringe from an alpha behind him. He gave a sinister smirk as he tossed the syringe to Huijin, you know. I just don't trust you completely. Chapter 163, Protecting His Wife. Enigma is still Enigma. If it weren't for the fact that he now had the ability to kill Ji Qi with one blow, Huijin would have plenty of ways to deal with him. And just now, Huichin indeed received the pursuit route from Sang Ming. They had to leave from here. Leaving from here was the only way to be safe. Huichin's eyes flickered slightly as his gaze landed on the syringe. Don't ask what it is. Inject the suppressant into your vein yourself, and I'll agree to let him trade places with you. Don't agree to it. Ji Qi suddenly screamed. Huichin was devious and hypocritical. This suppressant was definitely no good. I'm not afraid. Ji Qi looked at Huijin, his expression gleaming faintly, do what you need to do, I fear nothing. Ji Qi knew that Huijin had been fighting alone all these years. His loneliness and desolation piled up day by day. Avenging himself against his enemies was his only wish. Ji Qi considered himself the tiny glow in Huijin's life in the darkness. Huijin was still Huijin, from start to finish, what he wanted to do never changed. Huijin didn't listen to Ji Qi. He injected the suppressant into his vein and then threw away the syringe. Huijin. Ji Qi's tone carried a reprimand. Let him go. Huijin said coldly. Hua Chen watched as Hua Jin after the injection clearly became heavier in demeanor, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. Such a Hua Jin was completely devoid of any threat. Hua Chen suddenly shoved Ji Qi forward, and Ji Qi staggered several steps. He quickly moved toward Hua Jin. Before he could speak, Ji Qi felt warmth in front of him as Hua Jin embraced him. Qi Qi. Qi Qi. Hua Jin's voice was deep and muffled, and Ji Qi's entire nervous system was on high alert. Hua Jin lightly caressed Ji Qi's earlobe. Sorry, I came too late. Hua Jin's fingertips were warm. Were you scared? Ji Qi shook his head. He tightly clutched Hua Jin's clothes, and his palms were covered in a thin layer of sweat. The wind blowing through the empty unfinished building brought an air of sorrow. For some reason, Ji Qi realized so clearly that Hua Jin seemed to have only himself left. Sorry. I shouldn't have run out. Ji Qi's voice trembled slightly. Hua Jin tenderly stroked the lover in front of him. The comforting pheromones were light, but they were enough to soothe. It's not your fault, Hua Jin whispered near Ji Qi's ear, it's not your fault. Hua Jin pressed his lips together, drive the car out of the restricted area, the people there will protect you. His voice gradually softened as he spoke softly to Ji Qi about something only the two of them could hear clearly. Follow my instructions and drive out. Between words, Hua Jin handed the car keys to Ji Qi. Don't look back. Don't be afraid. I've got everything under control. Ji Qi recalled Hua Jin's words in his mind as he gripped the car keys and walked towards the SUV loaded with explosives. You'd better not be lying to me. The hand holding the car keys was sweaty. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. As Ji Qi stepped backward, he safely entered the car while Hua Jin held the detonator high. After getting into the car, Ji Qi saw the explosives inside and took a sharp intake of cold air. Following Hua Jin's orders, he quickly turned the car around. The SUV sped off from the unfinished building, stirring up a thick cloud of mud and sand dust. While driving forward, Ji Qi kept looking back at Hua Jin. Hua Jin didn't turn around. Everything he had instructed Ji Qi to remember, Ji Qi remembered clearly. He needed to find Sang Ming. Hua Jin watched as Ji Qi drove farther and farther away, and he threw the remote control on the ground. Within this range, the connection for triggering the bomb had already been severed. Ji Qi was safe now. In every possible way. He sighed with relief. Hua Jin knew exactly what the agent given by Hua Chen was. Right now, he couldn't release pheromones to suppress the group of alphas. Powerless, dizzy, heavy-headed, at someone else's mercy. Where is the SFT energy pump? Hua Jin suddenly asked Hua Chen. This was the thing that Hua Chen had secretly researched deeply over the years, providing technical support to the highest level of the black market. The energy pump wasn't yet perfect, but Hua Chen had already figured it out. Its power was comparable to a time bomb. If damaged, it could destroy genetic structures, unable to reassemble, impossible to explode but more frightening than any explosion. Inside was a highly concentrated destructive mix of pheromones. Its physical damage was even prohibited in military use. If that thing isn't found, even if Hua Chen dies, it will forever be a time bomb. It would loom over everyone's heads. Hua Chen raised his head with a look of disdain on his face. You can't even take care of yourself now, and yet you're still here trying to sentence me. Hua Jin looked around behind Hua Chen. There was not an ounce of humility despite being outnumbered. Those pitch-black eyes became increasingly incomprehensible. Hua Jin reined in his ravaging gaze. You're right, I am sentencing you. You deserve to die. You should have died a long time ago. Hua Jin's voice lingered, as if coming from hell, shaking the soul. After saying this, Hua Jin locked eyes with Hua Chen. He brought up the unspoken topic between them. How did my father wrong you, that you had to sentence him to death? Was it just because he wouldn't cover up your disgusting dealings for you? Hua Chen, your false righteousness is truly nauseating. Hua Chen seemed unwilling to let Hua Jin speak more. He simply gestured to the alpha behind him, cuff him and take him away. Anyway, Enigma is much more precious than any alpha. Yes. The alpha behind Hua Chen coldly went toward Hua Jin. At that moment, Hua Jin clenched his fists, unleashing Enigma's suppressing pheromones so fiercely they cut like a blade. Unimaginable agony. That intensity, amplified by some power, was suffocatingly thick. The two alphas advancing toward Hua Jin instantly felt overwhelmed, every organ in their body splitting apart, losing stability in their steps. This was the absolute suppression of a top predator. Hua Chen stumbled, looking shocked with altered features. How are you not affected? This strength seemed even stronger than usual. After taking the suppressant, Hua Jin should be incapacitated right now. Hua Jin took a step closer to Hua Chen. He answered Hua Chen's confusion. I took the drug you gave me. Though it makes me drowsy, the effect is good. Hua Jin's piercing gaze was hauntingly lethal. Don't give me those kinds of things again next time. You see, it helped me, which is not very cost-effective for you. Hua Jin moved his finger from the nearby alpha to Tan He. Anyone around you now is useless. As he spoke, Hua Jin approached Hua Chen and kicked him hard. Hua Chen was kicked down onto the ground with a dull sound echoing from it. Hua Jin pulled out a knife from his pocket, squatting down beside Hua Chen. With the back of the knife, he violently struck Hua Chen's face. Come on, you choose, how do you want to die? Slit throat or stab through the heart? Huh. Hua Jin lightly drew the edge of his knife across Hua Chen's cheek. Or you tell me where the SFT energy pump is. Hua Chen glanced around, the alphas around him were all seemingly drained of the strength needed to pick up their guns or pull the triggers. Half slumped on the ground. Worthless. A group of worthlessness. Hua Chen looked at Hua Jin and smirked, never. If you touch me, the SFT energy pump will explode, and no one in the whole Jiang City will survive. Everyone will perish with me. Hua Jin tightly grabbed Hua Chen's collar, of course, I won't kill you. As he said that, Hua Jin's knife viciously pierced into Hua Chen's palm, driving it into the dirt. Ugh. Hua Chen's pupils widened in pain, Hua Jin. Bam. Hua Jin grabbed his collar and threw another punch. Don't yell, it's annoying. Hua Jin's tone was icily frigid. As the words faded, Hua Jin picked up the knife again, holding it straight and stabbing it sharply into Hua Chen's shoulder blade. This wound is for my father. The next second, another slash came down upon Hua Chen's other shoulder blade. The sound of the blade tearing through flesh was especially chilling. This one is for my mother. Ah. Hua Chen's bloodshot eyes glared at Hua Jin, unable to say a word through the intense pain. Hua Jin's gaze remained low, his blood-streaked face looking increasingly restrained. When Hua Jin heard another scream, he stabbed Hua Chen again. This time in Hua Chen's left ear. This one is for my wife. Hua Jin yanked Hua Chen's head, Hua Jin fear no death, but you never should have touched her. Ah. Hua Chen's muffled shout was already weak beyond belief. Crazy man, you're a crazy man. Hua Jin pulled out the dagger and struck Hua Chen's face with the bloodied blade. Hua Jin's words were pale, I went mad the year my father died, uncle, and you should have been dead a long time ago. It was you who dug out my father's glands, wasn't it? I heard it hurts terribly when done alive. But you must not have experienced that. Hua Jin's eyes revealed an obsessive madness, you just now wanted my wife's gland, which really angered me. As he spoke, Hua Jin raised his hand and slashed, directly cutting open Hua Chen's gland. Ah. Beads of sweat covered Hua Chen's forehead as his whole body trembled. This chapter is written as 1.5 chapters as an extra update. Give me some flowers if you enjoy it, wives. Chapter 164, watch out, your wife might beat you. Hua Jin pressed Hua Chen's head down hard into the mud-covered ground. Where is it? Hua Chen clenched his teeth and refused to utter a single word, if you want it, you'll have to die with me. I'll tell you, if I die, the energy pump will explode, and no one in the entire river city will escape. Hua Chen's heavy breathing made his voice tremble, but those fierce eyes clearly showed his ruthlessness. He was never someone to be trifled with, something he had also taught Hua Jin. Always leave yourself an out. Always. Hua Jin's knuckles on the short knife handle were bulging with veins. You truly deserve to die. Seeing the urgency of the knife about to fall, Hua Chen panicked for a moment. Hua Jin stared coldly at Hua Chen lying on the ground. Thinking that everything was about to end. At this moment, he suddenly found a vial of medication and took a dose himself. His position just happened to be behind Hua Jin. He stood up, took out a potent tranquilizer, and moved toward Hua Jin, finding an opportunity amid his heightened emotions. He injected the drug directly into the back of Hua Jin's neck. It was strong medicine that worked quickly and powerfully. Almost as soon as the drug was injected, the controlling pheromones emanating from Hua Jin weakened. He seized the chance to help Hua Chen up and into the car. Then he jumped into the driver's seat as fast as possible. The alarms behind them were getting closer. Sang Ming's people arrived almost simultaneously. The noise of the helicopter's propellers sounded loud above the abandoned building. Hua Jin stood up, shaking his head violently. He looked at He driving away, his eyes clouding over slightly. Perhaps due to the drugs, he was much more disoriented than before. At this moment, the pursuit squad reached the abandoned building. As Sang Ming's car pulled up beside Hua Jin, the Alpha guards accompanying him got out of the vehicles. Everyone surrounded Hua Jin while others continued ahead in pursuit. Everything was chaotic. Hua Jin gazed at Sang Ming, who held a gun, you came quite fast. Sang Ming kept his expression indifferent, there's still much to uncover about you. You should return to the Central Authority with me. Hua Jin tightened his lips into a straight line. Hua Chen's deliberate framing of him was flawless, which wasn't something to blame Sang Ming for. Hua Jin lowered his gaze and then pulled out a black and gold ID from his pocket. His voice remained cold, Enigma International Union requests assistance. Though he said, requests, there was no trace of asking in Hua Jin's tone. It was rather mandatory. Sang Ming, upon seeing the ID in Hua Jin's hand, his eyes widened sharply. His mind went into chaos instantly. If the credential was real, then Hua Jin's identity. His grip on the gun tightened, and his body tensed slightly. Hua Jin lifted his gaze towards the surroundings of the unfinished building. The 10-story-plus structure looked bleak, not yet fully completed. Suddenly, a blood-red laser beam shot directly to Sang Ming's chest area. Soon after, all the armed individuals hiding both on the rooftop and inside window positions had every person in the scene under their control. For a moment, everyone froze. Hu Jin took a step closer to Sang Ming. All the people upstairs are top-notch snipers, selected from hundreds. Hu Jin seemed fairly content with the situation. He fixed his stare on Sang Ming. I didn't give you a second choice. Having said that, Hu Jin grabbed the car keys from Sang Ming, more precisely, he snatched them. Hu Jin unlocked Sang Ming's car, and then drove off in the direction Hu Chen had fled. His speed was incredibly fast. Hu Jin, looking at the messages popping up on his phone, turned the car onto a small road. Because of the drugs, his thoughts were somewhat foggy, but the car didn't slow down. He followed the guidance, continuously moving forward. Eventually, Hu Jin stopped at a lab located 10 kilometers away from River City, where Hu Chen's car was already parked. This was the third car they'd switched to. A faint smile of indifference tugged at the corner of Hu Jin's lips. This place appeared to be a regular research institute. Looking at it now, it seemed too regular. When Hu Jin got out of the car, he happened to see Tan He walking out, holding a gun against Hu Chen's head. Behind them were many ferocious alpha warriors. This was Hu Chen's stronghold, a place he rarely brought anyone to. But the person who saved his life naturally deserved the right to come along and seek refuge. Hu Jin knew Tan He's identity came from the special differentiation base. Tan He had spent 6 years by Hu Chen's side, rising to become his trusted aide, yet Hu Chen still tested him in every possible way. They just needed an opportunity. Like today, when everyone was willing to risk everything, the dirtiest and most terrifying truth would be laid bare before their eyes. Hu Jin watched the time. 5 minutes should be enough. Hu Jin got out of the car, grabbed his gun, and aimed at the alpha who was trying to take a shot at Tan He. After the gasp of surprise came the sound of someone hitting the ground. Tan He's back was turned toward Hu Jin, while Hu Chen stood in front of him. One of Tan He's hands held a gun to Hu Chen's head, the other hand gripping Hu Chen's neck. In that hand, he also held an energy pump about the size of a mineral water bottle. At this moment, Zhou Qi and Bai Yu arrived at the experimental base earlier than the action team due to being forced to rest and not joining the mission. Zhou Qi suddenly appeared from the side with a gun, instantly positioning himself between Tan He and Bai Yu. "You're really something, Tan He." Zhou Qi spat, unable to hold back his disdain. Tan He glanced toward Bai Yu. "Watch out, your wife might beat you." Chapter 165 Second Update. Zhou Qi. Bai Yu. Hu Chen approached the few people present. There was a special gas within this base designed to block pheromone transmission. At this moment, their suppressor pheromones were all rendered useless. Whir. The sound of the helicopter's rotor blades above sent trees flying and created a rustling noise mixed with warnings being shouted. Alarm sounds came from all directions, signaling the end of everything. "This is the Enigma International Union Joint Action Team. Please drop your weapons and do not resist unnecessarily. Repeat, this is the Enigma International Union Joint Action Team. Please drop your weapons and do not resist unnecessarily." The warning echoed down from above, accompanied by the whirring of the helicopter, creating an especially heart-stirring atmosphere. Hearing these startling voices, the alphas who had been chasing out of the experimental zone began to panic. This operation was not top priority, which meant they would truly die without a burial site if it wasn't. As resisting alphas were taken down one by snipers, many surrendered, raising their hands in surrender. The laboratory erupted into cacophony, chaos and unease evident even from outside. Hu Jin observed the grand spectacle at the entrance before his eyes focused on Hu Chen restrained by Tan He. "Uncle likes acting, how does our performance look to you?" Hu Chen chuckled, lifting his gaze to Hu Jin. "Good, you've improved." Hu Chen suddenly glanced at Tan He. "He ate the medicine I gave him to show loyalty before he came with me. He won't live long." Hu Chen tightly grasped the wrist Tan He had around his neck. "You want to be a hero, right? Then pay for it with your life." Tan He struck Hu Chen's face with the gun in his hand, using great force. "Why are you barking like a dog?" Tan He's eyes turned cold. "Dying together is worth it." When Tan He spoke, there was already a subtle tremble in his voice. All those present exchanged glances with Tan He, who gave them a look indicating he wouldn't die easily. The alpha operatives behind Hu Jin were ready for action as his eyes glanced sideways. "Take him away." The alphas behind him hadn't yet moved forward. Hu Jin sensed Tan He's obvious weakening strength and tightly held a dispersal smoke grenade in his palm. Suddenly, Hu Jin fiercely threw the smoke grenade onto the ground. In a blink, thick fog surged up. But Hu Jin seemed to have no intention of escaping. Amidst the confusion, Hu Jin smoothly seized the energy pump from Tan He's hands. Then he flipped open the high-density switch. The entire process happened so fast it was hard to follow, causing fear to appear on Tan He's face. Once started, the energy pump could not stop turning, it had begun a self-destruct countdown. 6 minutes time. Unless someone could escape Jiang City. Otherwise, everyone within this range would be scorched by the highly intense nuclear fission inside the energy pump, disrupting their gene chains and causing irreversible pheromone chaos within a short period, leading all present to die the same death. Ha ha ha. Hu Chen suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes filled with obsession and terror. "Let us all be buried together. Let us all be buried together." A loud bang. Before the smoke had completely dispersed, Chen heard a violent explosion. His head was grabbed, and the bullet flew through his brainstem after entering from below his jaw. Ah! A muffled groan escaped his lips, then Chen collapsed to the ground. He didn't get to leave any last words. Because Jin was slightly nearsighted, the addition of the smoke grenade made him see things more unclearly. The smoke hadn't dissipated when Jin picked up the energy pump lying on the ground, breaking out into a thin sweat holding it. He also fell to the ground due to exhaustion, his mouth spitting out dark blood. Looking over faintly, he caught sight of Jin covered in a pool of blood. His powerless lips moved slightly, blood rolling within his mouth. Damn your grandma. Bai Yu looked at the fallen He on the ground, anxiously squatting down halfway, worried. But what concerned everyone even more now was that opened energy pump by Chen. If it detonated, the entire Jiang City would be annihilated. Jin clutched the energy pump in his hand, its numbers counting down. There was still a way. Jin glanced at Zhou Qi, then ran towards the vehicles at the back while gripping the energy pump. Jin. What are you doing? Zhou Qi screamed. Jin didn't answer Zhou Qi's question. There were 6 minutes left. Earlier, they had passed over an island. This level of fission had a high likelihood of being diluted with water, making it the most effective way to reduce casualties. Jin moved swiftly, pressing the gas pedal hard, and the tires scraped against the ground, producing sparks. 6 minutes wasn't enough to drive the car to the seaside, it seemed a bit unrealistic. But it wasn't entirely impossible. His knuckles gripped the steering wheel tightly as the veins on his hands stood out prominently, beads of sweat moistening his forehead. The sky ahead was obscured by dark clouds. They had to burst through, they had to drive through. Whenever Jin felt nervous or sorrowful, Ji Qi's face would pop up in his mind. Over the years, this had almost become a habit. The image of the young boy's smiling face, tilted slightly in delight, lingered vividly in his mind. Jin's gaze flickered slightly, knowing that because of Ji Qi, he always wanted to live a little longer. All those years before were spent living in a daze full of hatred. Ji Qi gave him back his heartbeat, making him feel alive again. For the first time, Jin experienced the fear of death. The countdown on the energy pump was like a ticking bomb. Jin had pressed the accelerator to the floor. 5 minutes 30 seconds. 4 minutes. 3 minutes 20 seconds. 3 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. The red light on the energy pump flashed faster and faster, keeping Jin's heart constantly suspended. With just 5 seconds left, Jin drove the car to the edge of the cliff. There was no time for him to get out of the car, not a second. 5 seconds, too slow. Jin kept his foot on the gas, pushing forward. Crash. A loud sound echoed as the car slid over the pebbles and hurtled into the sea with all its momentum. The vehicle plummeted, slicing through the air with an ear-piercing noise. Jin's head leaned back, suddenly feeling a wave of relief. It seemed everything might truly be over now. And he had finally avenged himself by killing his enemy with his own hands. But what about his alpha? Boom. The car crashed into the sea, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. After a few minutes, the sea surface calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a patch of bright red blood appeared somewhere on the sea surface, vivid and eye-catching like crimson waves. Chapter 166, 3 Calls for Flowers. After listening to Jin's words, Ji Qi found Sang Ming and cooperated with the Enigma International Union to clean up the rotten nest of the highest-ranking organization. When he rushed to the laboratory, he heard that Jin had driven off a cliff. Ji Qi grabbed Zhou Qi's collar. What did you say? I'm asking what you're talking about. Where is he? Ji Qi's voice trembled noticeably, his fingers shaking. Where is Jin? Zhou Qi clenched his fists. Jin has been consciously working on counteracting and replicating Chen's research all these years. He knew that the power pump would lose 80% of its strength when exposed to water. So he drove the car to the edge of the cliff. It must be because there wasn't enough time. There wasn't enough time. Zhou Qi's jaw trembled slightly. He didn't have time to save himself. Ji Qi violently shoved Zhou Qi aside and quickly turned toward the cliff. When Ji Qi arrived at the edge of the cliff, staggering along the way, his body was stiff and tense. Zhou Qi, fearing something might happen, followed swiftly behind Ji Qi. Sure enough, when he got there, Ji Qi had already walked to the brink of the cliff. Below was the wave-crashing seawater, dark and deep, giving a feeling as if it could swallow everything. Ji Qi. Zhou Qi grabbed Ji Qi's hand. They've already gone down to search, it will be fine. It will definitely be fine. Ji Qi tried to break free from Zhou Qi's grip, but was ultimately pulled back by Bai Yu, who scolded him heavily. Ji Qi knelt halfway on the ground, screaming out in despair, his voice muffled and hoarse as if coming through blood. Ji Qi's hands gripped the sandy soil and rocks tightly. I'm not finished with him. I'm not finished. Woo-woo. Woo-woo-woo. I'm not finished with you. Ji Qi's hands were eventually scraped raw by the rough pebbles. Lifting his eyes to Zhou Qi, Ji Qi realized his vision had blurred to the point where he could no longer distinguish human features. With a thick, sticky mouth, Ji Qi asked Zhou Qi, "He'll be alright, won't he? He said that next month we would get married. He'll be alright, won't he?" Zhou Qi tightly bit his cheek, unsure how to answer Ji Qi. No, he won't. Because of his recent weakness, excessive medication, and overwhelming emotions. Ji Qi passed out without even realizing it himself. It only felt like his vision went black, and then he lost consciousness. When Ji Qi woke again, it was 3 days later. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Jun. Ji Qi bit her lips, her fingers turning red from pinching them herself. Where is Hu Jin? In such a deep sea, still in the car, how was he supposed to save himself? Where is Hu Jin? Seeing Lin Jun remain silent, Ji Qi became more panicked inside. Lin Jun held Ji Qi's hand, urging her to rest well. This response made Ji Qi clearly understand the situation. Dad. The tone of Ji Qi reflected great impatience. Am I going to lose him again? Ji Qi's eyes grew distant, remembering that Hu Jin was an increasingly profound enigma he loved more deeply the more he understood him. At some point, Ji Qi could no longer imagine how to go on living without Hu Jin. The feelings of love and fondness should have grown day by day. At this moment, Ji Qi just felt her heart hurt fiercely. A stifling sensation made her feel like this heart no longer belonged to her, it wouldn't beat again. Hollow and helpless. Lin Jun rubbed Ji Qi's hand. No, it won't. This was the first time Lin Jun didn't know how to respond to Ji Qi. 1,000 words and countless sentences stuck in his throat, making him feel like whatever he said wouldn't be right. Whatever he said, it simply wouldn't be correct. Ji Qi looked at the ceiling above her head, her brain dazed and dizzy. Ji Qi gazed at Lin Jun for a long time. She understood why he kept watching her attentively, even unable to get up from his seat. Suddenly, Ji Qi faintly smiled. Dad. I will be okay. Ji Qi curled up in the blanket on the hospital bed. I will eat well, sleep well, and do nothing to harm myself. The teenager's eyes shone brightly, but her fingers were squeezed until they turned white. If I don't behave, Hu Jin would be heartbroken. Ji Qi closed her eyes, the tear stains trailing down past her ears. The young man's figure appeared lonely in the spacious room. As if any slight carelessness could cause him to shatter, untouchable and unapproachable. A cool breeze drifted in through the window, and Ji Qi's mind kept turning over and over. How did Hu Jin make it through all these years? He finally got what he wanted, how wonderful. Ji Qi's hand curled up. But what about your alpha, what about him? How is your alpha supposed to go on living? Ji Qi thought aimlessly about many things. She knew how slim the chances were for Hu Jin's survival. But as long as his body hadn't been found, there was still hope. She believed that Hu Jin wouldn't leave her behind willingly. Hu Jin. Your alpha is still waiting for you to buy him a little cake. Chapter 167, Hu Jin's wife. Ji Qi's thoughts were in chaos, and his eyes felt very sore. The room fell into silence. After an unknown period of time, Ji Qi perhaps cried enough. He suddenly pulled out the indwelling needle from his hand and got out of bed. Shao Qi. Lin Jun watched Ji Qi getting up from the sickbed, his nerves tightening. Where are you going? Ji Qi supported himself on the edge of the bed, looking at Lin Jun. There are still many things to do, Hu Jin still has a lot to do. He couldn't stop. Ji Qi walked towards the door. Revenge was what Hu Jin had been doing all along, and the highest-ranking tumors have always been under Hu Jin's supervision. This time they were uprooted and completely eradicated. There were still many things for the top organization to do. These were the things Hu Jin wanted to do. He could help, he should help. Lin Jun understood Ji Qi's intentions. He followed Ji Qi and went to the CE Research Center together. In the following few days. As a family member, Ji Qi clearly planned everything that required Hu Jin's approval. Ji Qi applied for external assistance to the Enigma International Alliance, which was granted, allowing him to personally participate in the counteraction against the top organization. Among them, 12 senior managers of the highest organization were dismissed and imprisoned, and death sentences were not to be tolerated according to the absolute rules. The highest organization experienced a true overhaul. Cheng Jin and other such vermin were all eliminated, including the close associates of various enterprises with Hu Chen, each being in danger. Even the Luo family, who invested in the highest organization, made it onto the list, as newspapers increasingly bluntly exposed without hiding anything from society. Hu Chen's experimental institute was marked as a restricted area, and none of the employees of the highest organization who profited under his hands escaped. With so much involved, everything finally came to an end on the 9th day after Hu Jin's fall off the cliff. The facade of the highest organization no longer looked as dull as before, vivid colors under the sun shone like rebirth. Sparkling, towards the sun. This time, more than 100 alpha subjects of human experimentation were saved, while some high-level omegas and alphas have already become mentally confused. Some alphas were forcibly catalyzed into becoming omegas. Mechanical glands, forced fusion of pheromones, half-experimental bodies differentiated 3 times, all of this was unspeakable and disordered. All of these facts sent shivers down one's spine and filled people with anger. Ji watched the people coming out of the experimental institute. They hadn't seen sunlight for too long, the smell of wind, and sight of trees made them cry. Such a scene would move anyone deeply. Ji, watching their hopeful eyes, grew increasingly respectful of Hua Jin from within his heart. He was Hua Jin, but also the judge regarded by everyone as the backbone. Ji gazed upwards at the lush tree branches, sunlight scattering spottily. For them, even the wind here carried a scent of fragrance. If Hua Jin were still here, he would definitely do something about it. Ji's eyes sparkled, and he took a step forward. Ji, as the successor of Bosun Group, issued condolences funds to all surviving alphas and omegas from that hellish place. On the same day, Ji wrote a 20,000-word special pharmaceutical research request plan to the International Enigma Alliance. Alpha and Omega survivors from the experimental institute would likely experience varying degrees of side effects, yet such conditions did not warrant the allocation of manpower and resources for intensive research by the highest organization. They might integrate into society like normal people, or they may never do so. If Hua Jin were here, he would surely take care of it. Hua Jin would write a 20,000-word application to address these matters. His mother failing to recover from her side effects remained an unforgettable event in Hua Jin's life. Ji believed that if Hua Jin were here, he would definitely act on this. Until Hua Jin returns, he will write this request for him. Hua Jin will return. Surely he will. In the dimly lit room, the desk lamp was shining, and Ji carefully worded the application and noted his willingness to donate, devoting considerable effort to each item listed. At the end of the document, the name signed was, Hua Jin's wife. 3 days later, Ji received a formal written response to his request. The International Enigma Alliance unanimously agreed that the appeal is reasonable. The plan will be conveyed to the highest organization shortly, managed by the CE Research Center. Thank you for your letter. The follow-up progress will be disclosed transparently to the public. Letter from the International Enigma Alliance. Ji's hand holding the letter trembled slightly. He had truly succeeded. He had truly succeeded. Hua Jin will surely be very pleased when he returns. After that, Ji constantly moved between the highest organization and the CE Research Center. No one would mention Hua Jin in front of him, and no one would tease him as they did before, calling him, "Oh brother." To be precise, no one dared to. Ji was very busy during the day and stayed up late at night, almost always heading to bed in a daze. Half a month later, Ji went to visit Tan He. His esophagus and stomach were severely burned by caustic substances, but he survived thanks to timely rescue. When Ji went to the hospital, there stood an Omega with a cool and composed demeanor next to Tan He's bed. That was his wife. Some people evoke respect once you truly understand them, just like Tan He who had acted for too long, the only thing he had done willingly was for himself. The highest organization had Hua Chen's informants, yet Tan He never betrayed himself. Ji understood why Tan He deliberately delayed those 5 minutes when Ji extracted the gland on the operating table. It wasn't about the best timing. Tan He was saving Ji's life. Ji looked at the Omega beside the sickbed. His expression was icy cold, making it hard for Ji to tell if the Omega had any feelings for Tan He. His frigid demeanor seemed tinged with more resentment. "Hello." The Omega saw Ji and greeted him with a distant tone. Ji's lips twitched slightly, as if he could sense some emotions from the other side. No Omega would want their alpha to take risks. "You, don't blame him. He's here now, and he'll be fine." Ji didn't know what he was saying. Wasn't this exactly a good thing? The Omega's eyes were clear and cold as he understood Ji's meaning. The world admires heroes, but I don't. Ji's lips flickered, then he placed the basket of fruit in the corner and exchanged a few words with the Omega before leaving the ward. Tan He was out of danger but still unconscious. The room was quiet. Not long after Ji left, Tan He's fingers on the bed twitched lightly. His eyes fluttered open with difficulty, only to see his Omega right there as soon as he opened them. Dark movements reflected in Tan He's pupils, incomprehensible. He reached out to grab the Omega sitting by his bedside. The Omega showed a brief change in expression before pulling his hand away with a cold face. But no sooner had his fingers slipped free than they were again tightly grabbed by Tan He. Tan He's grip was stronger now, several times more forceful than before. The Omega tried to pull his hand away from Tan He's grasp but failed, eventually giving up. He gazed steadily at Tan He, whose eyes were chilly and distant, not easily approachable. Tan He tightened his fingertips and his lips parted slightly. Tan He. Tan He. Chapter 168, I'll be yours. Tan He's eyes flickered secretly, and after a while, he looked at the Omega beside him, his tongue tied, that. Chong, that. Tan He swallowed hard, his thoughts in disarray, feeling uneasy no matter what he said. "I'm hungry." In the end, the most embarrassing sentence came out of Tan He's mouth. The Omega glanced at Tan He after hearing his words. There was no way he wouldn't blame Tan He. Tan He is an undercover agent of Enigma International Union, his identity as a pharmaceutical research expert. 6 years ago, he obtained a new identity after faking his death during a mission and arrived in Jiangcity. His family, all his close friends, even his own Omega, thought he had died 6 years ago on that mission. There has been no Tan He in this world for a long time. Hua Chen is a man with deep guile, hard to approach. Moreover, his top subordinates provide him with much cover. It is almost impossible for the underground market to be completely dismantled. Each high-ranking position has Hua Chen's informants. Even though Tan He went all out in his performance, Hua Chen never absolutely trusted him. The 100% match rate was deliberately arranged by Hua Chen, aimed at prompting Sang Ming, who already suspected Hua Jin, to deliberately look for mistakes in Hua Jin's conduct. He needs everyone to hate him more so that he can gain Hua Chen's further trust. Tan He's true identity was eventually discovered by Hua Jin himself. The two hit it off immediately, staging that play. Ji Qi was indeed an unexpected interlude, so before Hua Chen, Tan He switched the drug more than once. The original hallucinogen was replaced with a drug that has no side effects. Now everything is over, and Tan He's identity has finally been disclosed. His Omega now has visitation rights. And more importantly, knows that he is still alive. How could there be no regret in hiding such crucial information from the person he loves for so many years? Tan He tightly held on to Gu Tong's hand. In this world, he only owes his Omega. When the news of his death reached his ears 6 years ago, Tan He didn't know how long it took for his Omega to recover. To avoid exposing his identity, Tan He had never visited his lover after dying. Not even a quiet glimpse was allowed. He wasn't even sure now whether his Omega had married someone else. Or found a new boyfriend. Or perhaps Tan He dared not think too much. But any result, he should accept. It was his own choice back then. Nothing in this world would ever be perfect. Tan He bit his lips tightly. Just like he felt he owed his Omega throughout his entire life. How could Gu Tong not resent him when a man declared dead 6 years ago is now alive and standing right before him? How could Gu Tong not blame him? Gu Tong's eyes fell on the hand Tan He was holding, showing no emotion, still coldly. Tan He suddenly realized something. He gently let go of Gu Tong's hand. The lingering heat in his palm carried a unique fresh scent. Tan He tenderly rubbed his fingertips. He lowered his eyes, thoughts taut. You. Did you find a new alpha? Are you married? Have you started a new family? Facing Gu Tong, Tan He always struggled with words. He hoped not, wished that his Omega was still waiting for him. But obviously, that possibility was rather slim. Who would foolishly live just in memories for someone dead? Not just through a few seasons changing, but for 6 whole years. Tan He eventually didn't ask if Gu Tong was married or had a new lover. Either answer would not be one Tan He wanted to hear. He hoped Gu Tong was happy. But the price was likely forgetting him and starting anew. He didn't want his Omega to forget him. This contradiction tore him apart. Tan He's lips moved slightly, rasping throat, asking Gu Tong, do you still want me? Tan He's voice carried an empty ethereal quality, repressed longing mixed with firm desire. Gu Tong looked at Tan He indifferently. A closer look at those unfriendly eyes revealed faint bloodshot veins beneath. Gu Tong clenched his jaw, all hints of joy hidden beneath anger. The black raven-like lashes of Gu Tong were half closed as he said, I'm married. His voice was low, but Tan He heard clearly and understood perfectly. Seeing Tan He's silence, Gu Tong repeated himself. I got married 2 years ago. To be precise, he remarried to someone else. Tan He's eyes became dim, and after a long pause, he finally responded to Gu Tong's words as though both extremely annoyed and having made some sort of resolution. His reply was absolutely something Gu Tong had never expected. With a serious face, Tan He said, I can be your mistress. Gu Tong's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. What are you talking about? Tan He said, if you're married, I'll be your mistress. I don't have much dignity anyway. Chapter 169, No Hard Feelings. Being someone's mistress. What a load of garbage values. Rushing to be someone's mistress. After hearing Tan He's words, Gu Tong ground his back teeth hard enough to shatter them. His resentment towards Tan He wasn't just a little bit. 6 years ago, after Tan He died, Gu Tong collapsed several times due to mental breakdowns. He would never forgive Tan He. If he had known that his alpha was still alive, he wouldn't have been living those rotten, stinking days in a daze. 6 long years, exactly 6 years. The alpha standing before him now who still seemed to love him had never once appeared before him. How many times had he felt unable to survive, collapsing into despair during the dead of night? Tan He had never come to see him. He became a hero for himself. Why should he forgive him? Gu Tong stood up, why should I let you interfere with my current life? Tan He, no one will wait for you forever. Tan He's eyes were cast downward, hesitating to answer. Have you really gotten married? Tan He asked hoarsely. Gu Tong's gaze trembled slightly, whether I'm married or not has nothing to do with you. There's no way I'll reconcile with a fraud like you. Gu Tong's words carried evident emotion. His fists clenched tightly, his face enduring, as if a few more sentences would cause an emotional outpouring. I came to see you because only I could be contacted by the highest authorities. Gu Tong stared blankly at Tan He, since you've woken up, take care of your illness well. I'm going home. After finishing his sentence, Gu Tong turned and left. His steps became faster and faster. It seemed he couldn't bear to stay even a second longer. Tan He's breathing became heavier, his heartbeat quickening. He half rose, leaning on the edge of the bed. A sudden muffled thud echoed through the hospital room. At the door, Gu Tong froze as he had just opened it halfway. He swiftly turned around. Gu Tong moved much faster toward Tan He than when he'd walked away. He saw Tan He rolling off the bed. Watching Tan He fall to the floor, Gu Tong gripped his inner lips tightly, his eyes filled with unspeakable emotions. Stupid idiot. Tan He must have done this intentionally. Why didn't you die falling? Gu Tong approached Tan He. The indwelling needle that Tan He had pulled out himself hung on the bedside, still bleeding. Without pressing it down, the puncture on his hand bled profusely, staining his wrist. Tan He, lying weakly on the floor, couldn't possibly get up on his own strength. He didn't seem to be trying to either. Tan He's face was pale, a low groan escaped his mouth, suggesting unbearable pain. The next moment, Gu Tong kicked Tan He's foot. Did you do that on purpose? Tan He frowned deeply, every bone in his body hurting. This was genuine pain. A recently awakened patient deliberately falling from the bed was extremely exhausting. Given his current recovery condition, he'd probably have to stay in the hospital for another half-month. Disease can heal slowly. But losing his wife like this? No, I just wanted water and fell. Tan He replied hoarsely. Gu Tong glanced up, and indeed there was water on the cabinet beside the bed, it was just on the other side. If you wanted water, you should have fallen off from the other side. Tan He shrugged nonchalantly. Tan He remained silent, showing a rare sign of grievance that he'd never display in front of others. Tan He furrowed his eyebrows. So painful. The pain that Tan He portrayed magnified 3 points into 12. Gu Tong squatted down slightly. Tan He took the opportunity to gently lift his hand and grabbed Gu Tong's sleeve. His voice carried a pleading tone. Wife, take care of me. This hospital doesn't provide meals. I'll starve to death. Gu Tong's features stiffened for a few seconds upon hearing this. Don't call me randomly, we're not familiar. Gu Tong was both angry and frustrated with the current state of Tan He. He knew Tan He's nature. Too clever for his own good, especially when it came to matters of love. Gu Tong could feel that Tan He was trying to beg him for forgiveness. This trick of falling from the bed, really? Stupid idiot. But it worked. Tan He tightened his grip on Gu Tong's hand. You're obviously not married. A flicker of warmth passed through Tan He's eyes, the highest authority would only contact family members. You haven't remarried, and you are still my wife, Tan He. Gu Tong's eyes narrowed. He quickly rebutted, I didn't divorce because you died, and I could collect condolence money every month. For 6 years, it amounted to 6 million yuan. I spent it all in bars, buying the strongest alcohol for alphas. Tan He. Not believing it. Tan He spoke with a hint of resentment, I don't like hearing you say things like that. Tan He looked at Gu Tong in front of him gloomily, if I survive, I plan to go back and find you. I miss you so much. Tan He suddenly thought of something and his expression darkened. He missed his Omega dearly, sketching the lover's outline countless times in his dreams every night. But what he did was too dangerous, anything could become a clue for others to track him down. So he never dared to keep even a single photo of his Omega. When he wanted to, all he could do was look at the moon. Miss? Gu Tong gave a cold, detached chuckle. He knew the peculiarity of Tan He's job, after 6 years, it must be hard for you to even remember what I look like. Tan He's response always came as a surprise. Tan He turned his gaze, not difficult, I've been thinking about you. Chapter 170, Seeing Him. Gu Tong was speechless at Tan He's words. His eyes stared at Tan He, who pressed her lips together and grabbed Gu Tong's wrist through his sleeve. What I mean is. 2 seconds later, Tan He threw caution to the wind, this is exactly what I mean. Gu Tong glared at Tan He. What nonsense was this? Gu Tong, can you be a little more serious? I think of you every day. Tan He's mind raced as she tried to organize her thoughts. If you can still come see me, then that means you still want me, right? In the future. I'll live an ordinary life with you. Tan He's voice grew weaker, losing confidence. These were the same words she'd said to Gu Tong 6 years ago. Tan He's eyes were red-rimmed, with obvious bloodshot whites, and her lips trembled slightly. A tough guy showing vulnerability? Most likely, it was an act. Tan He's voice was hoarse and pitifully forlorn. Do you still want me? Tong Tong. Gu Tong didn't answer. After a long pause, no. Tan He, really, no. Gu Tong, no. Tan He bit her lip and looked at Gu Tong with glittering eyes, brokenly saying, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Gu Tong, damn. Snap. At this moment, the doctor arrived to check on them, opening the ward door. The doctor immediately became alarmed upon seeing Tan He lying on the ground with bloody hands. What are you two doing? The doctor approached the bedside. Don't you know you need proper rest and recuperation right now? Why can't grievances be resolved later? How could you start fighting like this? The doctor roughly pulled Gu Tong aside, move out of the way quickly. Good grief, his frail body falling from such a high hospital bed, doesn't he risk breaking something? The doctor glared at Gu Tong reprimandingly. He knew that anyone allowed to visit must be one of the patient's closest relatives. Yet, there wasn't much he could say. The fact he's still alive is already miraculous, don't torment him further. It'll be hard to explain if something happens, this was said directly to Gu Tong. Gu Tong remained silent, only biting down on his cheeks as he watched. After admonishing Gu Tong, the doctor squatted down to help Tan He up. Tan He swatted the doctor's hand away, I'm done with treatment. The doctor furrowed his brows, did you hit your head too hard? When you were on the operating table, didn't you say you'd apologize to your wife after getting better? And now, why aren't you willing to live anymore? Who begged me to save you? In the least, you should get to see your wife one last time. Gu Tong listened silently to these words, his emotions subtle yet deep. He couldn't help but feel moved. But he still refused to forgive Tan He. Seeing Tan He in deep thought, the doctor tried pulling him up again. When Tan He fell, she deliberately yanked the blanket off the bed to cushion her landing because of the pain. Now, Tan He clutched the blanket and hugged it close. Tan He, I've seen my wife. Tan He, but she doesn't want me. Tan He, I won't be treated anymore. Just kill me. Tan He, won't live anymore. The doctor glared at Gu Tong, look, he's giving up on treatment. The doctor extended his hand again, trying to pull Tan He back onto the bed. You need to maintain a good mood to recover faster. Don't wallow all day in depressing thoughts. Hugging the blanket tightly, Tan He curled up on the floor, her gaze sorrowful and despondent. My wife doesn't want me anymore, so what's the point of getting treated? Don't drag me. No treatment. Even though Tan He was sprawled on the floor, her resistance was surprisingly strong. The doctor struggled mightily but couldn't lift her up. Finally, the doctor took a deep breath, slightly panting, his aging bones simply couldn't keep up with young people. Turning around, the doctor looked at Gu Tong. Are you his wife? Tan He, yes. Gu Tong, no. Doctor, understood. The doctor stepped closer to Gu Tong, then how about waiting until he gets better before settling accounts? Gu Tong clenched his fists. All the shameless acts in the world seemed to have been claimed by Tan He alone. Gu Tong walked over to Tan He and squatted halfway down beside her, coldly stating, get up. Upon seeing hope in his eyes, Tan He whispered gently, then what do you care about me? Gu Tong breathed deeply, what do you expect from me? To become your nurse in the hospital. Tan He pressed her lips together, thinking she had caught a glimpse of hope. She believed that she herself wasn't greedy at all. You, coming to see me once every 2 days will suffice. 3 days is fine too. Gu Tong lightly rubbed his fingertips, you're quite greedy. What if I don't agree? Tan He looked aggrieved as if she could whine, I really made a mistake. You deal with me, Tong Tong. Though Tan He's tone shifted, it seemed to answer just right. Gu Tong really wanted to hit her. If Tan He was standing healthily in front of him, she'd definitely be beaten until her nose bled and her face was swollen. Right now, Tan He was so frail that even a light punch might make her spit blood. But this beating was inevitable. Gu Tong asked her, what do you plan to do once you're healed? Tan He's expression turned serious. Let you beat me. Before Gu Tong could reply, Tan He continued, to chase after my wife again. For a moment, Gu Tong's face wavered as he glanced sideways at Tan He with disdain, get up yourself. Tan He appeared somewhat timid, then will you care about me? Gu Tong, the cost for nursing is 90,000 yuan per day, 135,000 yuan for 15 days. Can you afford it? This wasn't letting down the guard, but Tan He didn't care, being able to see her spouse every day was worth selling everything. Tan He, sure, but there's one condition. Gu Tong shot a glance at her, you are, bargaining with me. No, Tan He licked her lips, it's not a condition, it's a request. Tan He hung her head. Gu Tong, what request? Tan He, cook meals for me. Gu Tong slightly narrowed his clear, cold eyes, then took out his phone, pay first. Tan He grabbed Gu Tong's phone, logged into her bank account, and transferred money to Gu Tong. It wasn't 135,000 yuan, it was all the money she had. After the transfer, her card balance became 0 yuan. All yours. Seeing Tan He act like this, Gu Tong couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? Tan He, it means I'll have nowhere to live or rent an apartment after leaving the hospital. Gu Tong, understood. Gu Tong, I'll contact the shelter for you. Tan He, ignoring, like turtle chanting scriptures. After handling all this, Tan He slowly rose by herself, breathing heavily. Gu Tong helped her onto the bed and then looked at the doctor, treat him. The doctor frowned, so you can stand on your own feet now? Just moments ago, he almost lost his life trying to drag him. Once Tan He lay on the bed, she immediately grabbed Gu Tong's hand. Her hand was slapped by Gu Tong. Instead of letting go, she clung to Gu Tong's hand in a pitiful way. There was no chance of letting go, the key here was shamelessness. Wife. Gu Tong showed complete indifference, I am widowed. Still mad. Tan he applied more force to her grip. No problem, I prefer your kind of omega with a housewife aura. Tan he didn't finish her sentence before Gu Tong yanked her hair hard, making her frown painfully. Too many emotions collapsed and burned away at this very moment. Gu Tong's words carried an indignant quiver, asshole. No longer hiding it, the Omega's eyes welled up with tears of pain and sorrow. At that exact second, Gu Tong couldn't distinguish whether the joy of recovering something lost or his grudge towards Tan he outweighed. Words accompanied by blurry eyes and unrestrained tears flowed endlessly. You asshole. Ji Qi left the hospital and went to the CE Research Center afterward. He sat for a while in Hu Jin's old office. Everyone seemed to be avoiding him. As if they didn't know how to face Ji Qi, or rather avoided mentioning Ji Qi's painful matters. Ji Qi handled everything meticulously. These days, the strings inside his brain had been tightly stretched, ready to snap any time. All it took was a catalyst. Even the wind could shatter and burn him to pieces. On this day, when Ji Qi returned home, the two rabbits on the bed looked soft and warm under the dim light. Ji Qi laid down and hugged the two little rabbits. Suddenly, the emotions from these past few days burst open. The youth's body trembled softly, a low weeping sound gradually becoming louder. The room was silent, the scent of plum wine pheromones thick enough to blur the lines between suffering and sorrow, hope and despair. If they were alike, someone wouldn't want to wake up. Hu Jin. If you don't come back soon, I'll really get mad. Ji Qi tightly held the rabbit, his voice sticky with affection. After an unknown length of time, the bedroom door opened. The person who came in was Ji Xingming. He pulled Ji Qi off the bed, his voice somewhat urgent, I'll take you to see him. Chapter 171, If the person isn't dead yet, don't be sad, babies. Ji Qi listened to Ji Xingming's words in a daze, his brain buzzing, see who? What was he talking about? Ji Qi's throat was dry, as if his mouth was glued shut. Is Hu Jin fine, right? Ji Qi grabbed Ji Xingming's clothes at the corner, his knuckles turning white, I knew he would be fine. I knew he would be fine. Ji Qi repeated his words in a haze. He didn't want any other answers. But Ji Xingming's face wasn't filled with joy, the heaviness from within made Ji Qi feel like he couldn't breathe. Ji Qi stopped in his tracks, tell me, Dad. Tell me he's fine. He's fine, right? Ji Xingming gazed at Ji Qi, who looked somewhat sickly. He didn't know how to begin. He's fine. Ji Xingming dared not say anything more. He is in the hospital now. Seeing Ji Qi's suddenly flickering eyes made Ji Xingming inexplicably heartbroken. The boy's dazzling gaze and sudden smile on his face made it seem like he was about to break apart. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't be gone, Ji Qi muttered. When Ji Qi was brought by Ji Xingming to the deep coma room of the hospital, he realized that everyone had been deceiving him. Everyone had been lying to him. On the second day after Hu Jin fell into the sea, the rescue team found and saved Hu Jin stranded on the beach. But everyone kept this secret from Ji Qi. When Ji Qi arrived at the door of the deep coma room, he met Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's head was bowed, showing signs of nervousness. There was only one possibility to seeing Ji Qi here, Ji Xingming hadn't managed to keep the secret from Ji Qi. Or rather, Ji Xingming couldn't bear it anymore. Standing outside the door of the deep coma room, Zhou Qi didn't know what to say to Ji Qi when he approached. Rubbing his abdomen nervously, Zhou Qi said, they found Judge Hua the second day after he fell off the cliff, but we didn't tell you, because. Because why? Ji Qi's face turned extremely cold. Because why? Zhou Qi faltered in his speech, not telling you was Hu Jin's own wish. Ji Qi's eyes widened slightly in shock before hearing Zhou Qi continue. Judge Hua had 6 minutes to bring the energy pump into the ocean, he knew his chances of survival were slim. The highest level staff can open a message box via voice command. In those 6 minutes, Judge Hua left behind a final message for the highest authority. Clutching tightly, Zhou Qi recited every word of Hu Jin's last message to Ji Qi. The chief judge of the CE Research Center, Hu Jin. Zhou Qi choked up noticeably while reading, readjusting the tremor in his voice. The chief judge of the CE Research Center, Hu Jin, position number 0021, has encountered an irreversible crisis. Applying for message identification, will leave the following message. The probability of the explosive burning and tearing of the energy pump upon water entry is 20%, diffusion probability is 80%. I have no chance of self-rescue. If the energy pump doesn't tear, there's still a high probability that I'll be invaded by intense pheromones without a chance of survival. Continuing, Zhou Qi's tone became increasingly shaky. My wife is kind and stubborn, emotionally fragile, insensitive, easily influenced by emotions, and she once suffered from an incurable disease. I ask the highest authority to take care of her. Conceal my death. If my body is ever found, please do not inform her, there's no chance of survival anyway. Please don't tell her either. To her, the vast sea waves represent hope, and I don't want her to be sad. The CE Research Center has a gift for my wife, please deliver it for me. Thank you. By the end, Ji Qi could barely make out people in front of him, feeling the throbbing pain from the bloodshot corners of his eyes. He did not want to hear these things. He absolutely refused to hear them. These words spoken by Zhou Qi were delivered by Hua Jin via voice recording to the highest authority. Zhou Qi didn't dare let Ji Qi listen to the original sound. Following that were sounds of the car being swallowed by the sea and monstrous waves getting louder and louder without any hope of escape. Zhou Qi didn't dare to listen even a second time. The heavy waves gave no one a chance to catch their breath. Zhou Qi's lips were clenched tightly. After the energy pump entered the sea, it followed Hua Jin's wishes and did not explode. However, the high-intensity pheromones inside will cause genetic link mutation in humans. Hua Jin is in the intensive coma room. He's been surviving all this time relying solely on counteracting medications. At this point, Zhou Qi decided there was no reason to hide anything anymore. Ji Qi had the right to know everything. Neither of them wanted Ji Qi to be unaware while Hua Jin's breathing and heartbeat stopped. Why didn't you tell me? Ji Qi's voice quivered as he spoke. He clutched Zhou Qi's collar tightly. Why didn't you tell me? Why do you all listen to him so blindly? When they already found him. Listen to Hua Jin's nonsense of a will. If the person isn't dead yet, that's not a will. Zhou Qi didn't dare look Ji Qi in the eye. Judge Hua meant, no matter the chances, he wanted you kept in the dark. He hoped you could live happily with better expectations. The high-intensity energy pump may not have exploded but leaked for sure. Those waters turned into dead water. The pheromones inside Judge Hua's body have split and can't be restructured. Gene cracks are irreversible. Judge Hua's current condition. Once the counteracting medications stop. Chapter 172, Has Hua Jin woken up? Death was just a matter of time. Even if the antagonist hadn't been stopped, it was like adrenaline merely sustaining his life. What difference did this sleeping Hua Jin on the hospital bed have from death? Ji Qi understood what Zhou Qi meant. These days he had been studying the energy pump, and the more he learned, the more terrified he became. Ji Qi tightened his grip on Zhou Qi's fingertips. How dare he make decisions for me? How dare he? He should die. And I, Ji Qi, will be the one to bury him personally. Ji Qi's chest heaved severely, and his vision was blurred, making everything look chaotic. Ji Qi pushed past Zhou Qi to peek into the ward, but couldn't see much from the glass window at the door. But it seemed Ji Qi lacked the courage to go inside. Fear outweighed his hopes. At this moment, Zhou Qi approached Ji Xingming and spoke softly. Ji Qi has only just regained his strength. Are you going to tell him now? Do you want to take his life? Ji Xingming pulled Zhou Qi back and said, if he wants to stay by Hua Jin, let him. Hua Jin always worries that little Qi will feel sorrowful. Isn't little Qi the same? Our children aren't that fragile. Ji Xingming's voice wasn't loud. Everyone knew that Hua Jin was currently only kept alive by the antagonist keeping his heart beating. They tacitly accepted the fact that Hua Jin was getting closer to death. Ji Qi stood outside the ward for a long time. When he pushed the door open, he appeared dazed. Ji Qi slowly moved closer to the hospital bed. The nearer he got, the heavier his steps felt. On the hospital bed, Hua Jin was on oxygen, with continuous injections administered through the veins in his fingers, wrists, and even gland areas, all equipped with small devices detecting his physical abilities. All the data from the densely packed sensors around the bed were transmitted onto a screen on the side, flashing faint light. Beep. 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 The subtle sound of the device seemed like the heartbeat. Hua Jin on the bed had no trace of consciousness, still deeply comatose. Ji Qi looked at Hua Jin on the hospital bed, biting his lips tightly, with the metallic taste swirling in his mouth. The visible pallor under the oxygen mask made Ji Qi stand there, frozen, staring at Hua Jin for a long while. A weight of 1,000 Ji not only pressed down but also caused prolonged asphyxiation. Ji Qi felt even breathing was painful. Ji Qi stretched out his hand cautiously, grasping Hua Jin's finger. It wasn't too cold, but definitely not at the normal temperature of a human body. His throat was choked up with heavy thoughts, and it felt like a salt-dipped knife repeatedly stabbing his chest. Ji Qi didn't use too much force, his eyes felt dry and scratchy. Only the useless cry. An alpha shouldn't express emotions with tears, but at this moment, Ji Qi only felt like he'd lost everything. When his tears fell on Hua Jin's hand, he quickly wiped them away. Another tear rolled down, hot like molten stones, scorching and uncontainable. Ji Qi wiped the teardrops again from Hua Jin's hand. Don't cry. His alpha wasn't as fragile as he thought. Ji Qi's trembling hands holding Hua Jin suddenly turned his back. Ji Qi wasn't good at self-regulating emotions. Hatred is hatred, love is love, liking is liking, sadness is sadness. Just like before when he believed he hated Hua Jin and tried to keep as far as possible. When feeling love, he approached wholeheartedly. Such pain was overwhelming and left no way out. After an unknown period of pause, Ji Qi turned back. He sat on the stool beside Hua Jin's hospital bed and leaned against the bedside edge, loosely embracing him. The faint plum wine pheromones emanating from Ji Qi dispersed within the room, carrying a refreshing scent with a slight hint of alcohol. It was tranquil, compassionate, continuously helpless, yet yearning for renewal. That day, Ji Qi stayed by the hospital bed until nightfall, where the strong smell of plum wine information in the sick room repelled others from coming near. Ji Qi caressed Hu Jin's hand, saying, "You've rested for so long. You can't be lazy anymore." Chapter 173, His Hu Chen. In the empty ward, only the sound of the machinery responded to Ji Qi. He slowly tightened his grip on Hu Jin's hand. Hu Jin was here now, still alive, and that meant there was hope. There definitely would be. Ji Qi firmly believed this. They had said things like stopping the antagonist would immediately cease breathing, but Ji Qi didn't believe it. His Enigma wouldn't have any problems. They still had so many things left undone. Ji Qi lifted his hand and gently stroked Hu Jin's temples. Hu Jin wouldn't deceive him. Hu Jin wouldn't break a promise. "Open your eyes and look at me." The young man's voice was extremely soft. "Hu Jin." The response was still the maddening drip sounds. Ji Qi straightened Hu Jin's clothes, leaning down slightly and placing a kiss on his forehead. "I don't believe what they say. You'll be fine. I will always be by your side. You'd better give me that ridiculous gift yourself. Don't make decisions for me." Ji Qi said with a hint of resentment, "Once you wake up, I'll settle accounts with you. So you must wake up." After that day, Ji Qi spent every day in this intensive coma room with Hu Jin. If Hu Jin weren't the highest-ranking judge or if Ji Qi didn't come from a wealthy family, such an expensive antagonist keeping the heart beating could bankrupt an ordinary family in just 1 week. Enigma International Alliance covered all the costs for Hu Jin's treatment, but this did not mean that such futile prolonging of life was justified. Everyone knew this was just a matter of giving people some closure, no one wanted to give up on Hu Jin. But there was no hope in sight. The possibility of Hu Jin waking up was as unlikely as a miracle. Ji Qi had studied countless documents, none of which could save him from his unbearable pain. Each answer told him that his Enigma was practically dead. Every time Ji Qi heard others talk about how nuclear fission in energy pumps would affect Hu Jin, he would walk far away. The gray days stretched on for 15 days, and Ji Qi had lost track of morning and evening. The calming pheromones in the ward had no effect. Ji Qi clearly understood. What they said was true. Stopping the antagonist would essentially stop Hu Jin's forced heartbeat. Ji Qi, gripping Hu Jin's hand beside the bed, his voice trembling greatly, "Aren't you the one who liked my pheromones the most? Can't you smell them? Really, can't you smell them at all?" Ji Qi's fingertips were pale from lack of blood flow. "You're not being good. Hu Jin." Ji Qi's words choked with infinite anguish. "Come back, none of what I said before counts. I'm not angry with you anymore, and I won't hold it against you. Do you want to wake up? Is that alright with you? As long as you wake up, I won't be mad." Ji Qi knew that Hu Jin hadn't wanted to tell him because he knew he was bound to be destroyed by the energy pump, having no chance of survival. He feared Ji Qi would relapse. He feared Ji Qi couldn't endure it. Anything was better than waiting without hope. Ji Qi tightly clenched his fingers. "What should I do? Tell me, what should I do?" Ji Qi fell asleep as usual next to the bed and woke up to a knock on the door. When the door of the sick bed opened, the person coming shocked Ji Qi more than a little bit. It was an Omega. This face, even turned to ashes, Ji Qi would recognize it. It was deathly pale but carried unique gentleness, very beautiful, like a porcelain doll that might shatter with a touch. He was the cause of Hu Chen wanting his own glands. He was Hu Chen's Omega. Named Hu Qianqing. He deserved to die. Seeing the visitor, Ji Qi's fingers tightened abruptly. Ji Qi had heard from Zhou Qi that Hu Chen's Omega was a victim throughout, never participating in any wrongdoings of Hu Chen. Thus, the highest court released him according to the law. The decision to save Hu Qianqing was made by Hu Jin, he always arranged everything. Although Ji Qi knew Hu Qianqing was innocent, Ji Qi still hated him to the bone. It was complete aversion rooted in personal emotions. "Get out." Ji Qi's voice was icy cold, overflowing with emotion. The Omega at the door slightly parted his lips, his pupils flickering, looking timid but also inexplicably resilient. The way he spoke was strange, the syllables unlike those of an ordinary person, hoarse and rough instead of clear. Ji Qi's eyes moved over to him. It was then he realized that Hu Qianqing was mute. Suddenly thinking of something, Ji Qi abruptly stood up and quickly approached Hu Qianqing. Ji Qi's gaze flickered as he asked, "Do you have a way? Do you have a way?" His voice lowered slightly, no longer so intimidating. This urgency made Ji Qi's whole body tense. Hu Qianqing's eyes were very bright, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitating. Ji Qi could see that he wanted to write something down. "I understand sign language." Hu Qianqing raised his gaze slightly and began signing, "Your sir saved me. I am grateful to him." Ji Qi's expression softened somewhat as he recalled what Zhou Qi had told him about the rescue. Hu Jin saving Hu Qianqing had been intentional. When Hu Jin fired the gun that killed Hu Chen, he whispered in his ear, "I can save your Omega, I will keep him alive, but you will never see him open his eyes again." This punishment was bitterly ironic for Hu Chen. Hu Jin deliberately ensured Hu Chen would die in anguish. Over the years, Hu Jin had been studying glands. He knew Hu Chen wanted to save his Omega, and he intended to make all of Hu Chen's efforts seem absurd when he died. Hua Jin shared the treatment method with Enigma International Alliance. He wanted Hua Qianqing to live. Ji Qi's gaze turned cold. I don't want to hear this. Hua Qianqing's eyes were gentle, even his sign language conveyed a kind and soft demeanor. Hua Qianqing, because I am Hua Chen's Omega, that's why you hate me, right? Hua Qianqing seemed like he had much to tell Ji Qi. Hua Qianqing, you hating me, is justified. I hate myself too. He continued signing, I have many things I want to say to you. Hua Qianqing's sincerity was evident. Compared to Hua Chen's evil deeds, Hua Qianqing seemed more like a flower swaying under the Bodhi tree. Impossibly clean and pure. Chapter 174, Medicine. Hua Qingxing lifted his eyes, and Ji Qi couldn't understand why such a wicked person would have an Omega who looked so innocent behind him. Hua Qingxing was mute, sometimes moving his lips slightly while signing. Those eyes, filled with sorrow and compassion like water. His as delicate as orchids made him look as though untouched by the storms of life, exuding a sense of fragility. Incense of Buddha, Bodhi trees, purified, unsoiled, it was indescribable. Even a glance made one unable to dislike him. Ji Qi grabbed Hua Qingxing's shoulder, I don't want to hear this from you. Tell me, do you know how to wake Hua Jin up? Tell me. Ji Qi tightened his grip slightly, making Hua Qingxing shiver, tell me. Hua Qingxing raised his gaze, his lips trembling slightly as he bit them. Why are you shaking your head? Ji Qi's voice trembled, feeling intolerable despite already knowing the answer, why are you shaking your head? Aren't you his Omega? Hua Qingxing bit his lips, shrinking back a little, I'm sorry. Hua Qingxing, I'm sorry. Hua Qingxiang tugged Ji Qi's sleeve but then let go, can you, come with me somewhere? Ji Qi released him, looking hateful, I don't have time to play with you. Hua Qingxiang bit his lips and retracted his hand. He looked at Ji Qi guiltily before stepping out of the room. Ji Qi had no mood to pay attention to Hua Qingxiang. After some time, Hua Qingxiang returned as if obstinate. He forcibly dragged Ji Qi away from the ward. Hua Qingxiang signed, if there is hope, you should give it a try. Ji Qi stared at Hua Qingxiang blankly. Hua Qingxiang's eyes rimmed red, either out of sorrow or fear, go to Linshui town. Linshui town. It was where Hua Qin used to live. He had been there with Hua Jin. Ji Qi's eyes sharpened immediately. Under the current circumstances, even if there was just a sliver of hope, he had to try it. Even if 1,000 people were lying to him, even if others thought he was a fool, Ji Qi would try anything. Ji Qi's chest rose and fell heavily, there's a way, right? Right or not? I know you were harmed by Hua Chen, and you're different from him. As long as you can save Hua Jin, I'll do anything. Ji Qi's throat ached dry. He tried to make his tone sound gentle and unthreatening. Hua Qingxiang really seemed like a hothouse flower that could burst into tears at just a look, and Ji Qi suppressed the hatred in his heart. As long as he could save Hua Jin, he would do anything. Hua Qingxiang tightly pinched his hands. Ji Qi suddenly pulled Hua Qingxiang out and got him into the car, starting the engine towards Linshui town. Hua Qingxiang sat in the back seat, opening the window to watch the scenery outside. The gentle wind brushed lightly across his face. Hua Qingxiang stretched his hand out of the window, his eyes blank, lost in unknown thoughts. Melancholy, pain, yet serene. Everyone said Hua Chen was bad to the bone. Hua Qingxiang felt the gentle breeze caressing his fingers, indeed, Hua Chen was rotten to the core. Uncle Hua will never meet a good end. This was what Hua Qingxiang thought. And his prophecy came true. Ji Qi drove to the small courtyard Hua Chen had lived in, the tree in front of the house having been cut down. The house was a mess, all furniture split open by sharp weapons, including the bamboo door, fence. It looked like it had been ransacked. No need to say, the people's anger was fierce. After Hua Chen's death, sensational news about his highest-ranking connection spread far and wide. Even a 7-year-old child now knew the highest echelon had changed. All those associated with Hua Chen after his arrest were put on public display. Naturally, the places he had lived would become venues for people's pent-up rage. The place was ruined beyond recognition. Ji Qi stepped out of the car, still faintly remembering how pleasant this place had been before. That lively tranquility was gone forever. Now, it was a tomb of malice. With light breezes under the shady trees, fruits on the trees, flowers behind the fences, living cats. Nothing remained. Even the few cats Hua Chen kept had been killed, their bodies left in the yard. When people lack a way to vent their frustrations, chaos ensues. Hua Qingxiang struggled twice to push the car door open before stepping out. He seemed to have no particular emotion toward the scene before him. Perhaps he had foreseen this all along. Or perhaps this courtyard was better preserved than he imagined, it hadn't been burned down. If it were burned, nothing would be left. There would be no hope left for him and Ji Qi to survive. This courtyard wasn't registered under Hua Chen's name, so it hadn't been confiscated by the highest authority. Hua Qingxing moved a branch from under his foot and continued forward. The thin figure ahead always seemed fragile and about to fall. Ji Qi followed him into the yard. Can you tell me now? Why did you bring me here? Ji Qi was ready for the worst outcome, perhaps being deceived. But what if Hua Qingxing really knew something? Hu Qingxing walked past the broken chairs and tables toward the house. Most of the items in front had already been destroyed. Hu Qingxing glanced up at the beams and showed a hint of joy on his face. He turned back to Ji Qi and signed, "There's a key on that beam, I saw Uncle Hu put it there before." Ji Qi's expression flickered with surprise. Hu Qingxing didn't seem to be joking around. Although he couldn't see anything as he looked up, Ji Qi still clung to his faint hope and fetched a ladder to climb up to the beam. Sure enough, there was a key hidden in a groove of the beam. After taking the key down, Hu Qingxing squatted halfway and tapped the ground several times, eventually finding a wooden plank that produced a dull sound different from the others. Watching Hu Qingxing's actions, Ji Qi immediately understood his meaning. Ji Qi pulled the plank that Hu Qingxing had found and used a tool to pry it open. Inside was a metal box. Ji Qi was shocked as he took out the iron box. What's inside? Ji Qi might have guessed some of it. Hu Chen wouldn't leave behind the creation of the energy pump without any backup plan. This understanding sparked hope within him. But Ji Qi dared not fully rely on this hope. If not, he would go mad. He would certainly go mad. While asking, Ji Qi was already frantically using the key in his hand to unlock the metal box. He tried several times but realized the metal box remained temperature controlled. Moreover, the lock was made with particularly intricate craftsmanship. After trying for half an eternity, Ji Qi still couldn't open it. His movements became increasingly restless. The key doesn't fit. The key doesn't fit. Ji Qi growled softly. If this really contained the backup plan Hu Chen had left for him. It was highly possible that it contained the agent used by the energy pump to clean gene chains, the very medicine that could save Hu Jin. Ji Qi's voice was urgent. The temperature-controlled metal box was complex in its design. It couldn't be forcibly opened, and the layers of latches could not withstand any rough force or shortcut tricks. Everything inside would definitely shatter under high pressure. The key doesn't fit. Ji Qi's veins bulged as he struggled. Hu Qingxing gently patted Ji Qi's hand. It seems, it's, with me. Chapter 175 Hu Qianqing. Ji Qi's brows furrowed, and he hesitated before speaking. Then they saw Hu Qianqing touch his neck. He had a miniature ring necklace hanging around his neck, with a specially designed groove on the ring. Hu Qianqing took off the necklace, then turned aside of the iron box to open the first lock. Seeing the first lock opened, Ji Qi's heartbeat quickened for some inexplicable reason. He quickly used the key in his hand to open the next lock. A faint popping sound rang out, and the iron box was opened. Ji Qi focused intently. Inside were 3 vials labeled as purification agent samples. Ji Qi didn't even dare to reach out and touch them. He feared that the dirt on his hands might contaminate the medicine. He closed the case and quickly got up due to the chaos of intense emotions intertwined within him. For a moment, he had forgotten that Hu Qianqing was in front of him. The storm raged, and waves churned in his mind. Hu Qianqing grabbed Ji Qi's arm from the side, and he signed, "Wait." Hu Qianqing pursed his lips and raised his hand. "This thing doesn't have much effect now. Your Enigma wound is too severe. The probability of survival at this level is still quite low." Hu Qianqing, "I am deeply sorry." Hu Qianqing tightly clenched his fists. "I want Uncle Hu's ashes." Hu Qianqing looked at Ji Qi with a bit of expectation. Is it possible? This was Hu Qianqing's condition. He wanted Hu Chen's ashes. People said Hu Chen deserved it, but he was Hu Qianqing's alpha. If possible, Hu Qianqing wanted to bury him. People wouldn't let him establish a grave. Then no name would be written. Hu Qianqing thought that if there were no names, nobody would know. When Ji Qi heard this, his expression darkened slightly, looking sinister. Who would keep the ashes of someone as despicable as Hu Chen? They were likely scattered long ago, burned to nothing. But when Ji Qi saw the meek yet determined look on Hu Qianqing's face, he paused. Hu Qianqing's expression was sincere. He knew Ji Qi wouldn't agree to his request. Still, he signed, "I want Uncle Hu's ashes. If Hu Jin can wake up, I'll give you the ashes." This was Ji Qi's response to Hu Qianqing. When Hu Qianqing said that, Ji Qi suddenly felt more curious about this seemingly gentle Omega in front of him. What kind of person was this? At least Hu Qianqing didn't appear to be coerced. He loved Hu Chen. Every gesture expressed endless suffering, yet there was also a calmness, an acceptance of the anticipated result. As Hu Qianqing listened to Ji Qi, his grip on Ji Qi's clothing tightened further. In a moment, he retracted his hand and continued expressing himself. Before Hu Qianqing finished forming his sign language sentence, Ji Qi moved forward. There was a trace of melancholy in Hu Qianqing's eyes as he tried hard to speak. "I promise you, but not now." Ji Qi suggested bringing him back, but Hu Qianqing refused. When Ji Qi returned the purifying agent to the Supreme Department, he transitioned from having hope to the disheartening reality of minimal chances following test results. Although they had this agent, Hu Jin's injuries were too severe, and another critical link was missing. Fortunately, the impossible prospect of awakening became somewhat less certain. Ji Qi learned about some things related to Hu Qianqing at the hospital from Zhou Qi. The next day, he went to Linshui town again to see Hu Qianqing. That dilapidated yard had been swept clean by Hu Qianqing, although it still showed traces of neglect everywhere. It looked far better than yesterday. When Ji Qi entered, Hu Qianqing was standing in the courtyard, lost in thought. Hu Qianqing. Ji Qi called out to him. Hu Qianqing made a hoarse humming sound as he turned around. The two sat down beside a table near the chopped-off tree. Ji Qi seriously focused on Hu Qianqing. Besides the purifying agent, what else do we need? Ji Qi's voice wasn't loud, he was asking humbly, his manner fairly gentle. Hu Qianqing looked up, his pale, sickly complexion giving him an almost shattered beauty. His sign language gestures lacked strength. I don't know. Hu Qianqing shyly poured Ji Qi a cup of tea. Several years ago, I fell seriously ill, after losing consciousness. I know very little about anything. His expression was earnest. Hu Qianqing glanced around, as if he couldn't find anyone to confide in. Slowly raising his hand, he signed slowly, would you like to chat with me? Ji Qi did not answer. Neither did he refuse. Hu Qianqing forced a bitter smile toward Ji Qi. The youth with slender fingers signed beautifully, I was picked up by Uncle Hu. Hu Qianqing, my last name isn't Hui either. Hu Qianqing, my name was given to me by Uncle Hu. He said everyone has their own way of living. The meaning of Qianqing is that there are always people who love you, seek you, and wait for you, no matter when or where. I'm not a child abandoned by everyone. Ji Qi's lips moved slightly as he listened to Hu Qianqing's words, you are different from him, you are good. Just by his willingness to bring out the purification agent, Ji Qi's irrational hatred towards him had diminished significantly. Hu Qianqing shook his head, no. Hu Qianqing's long lashes, like black crow's wings, fluttered as his thoughts drifted along with the images in his mind. Hu Qianqing signed to Ji Qi. Chapter 176, Uncle Hu is so ineffective. Hu Qianqing, do you want to hear my story? Hu Qianqing's light eyes dimmed with a bitter undertone as he asked Ji Qi. Ji Qi had heard some things about Hu Qianqing from Zhou Qi, and now didn't know how to start the conversation with Hu Qianqing. If he said yes, it would undeniably be like tearing open Hu Qianqing's bleeding wound again. Hu Qianqing observed Ji Qi's expression, I'm fine, you don't need to feel sorry for me. Hu Qianqing, now, no one wants to listen to what I have to say. They think I'm mute, worse, the wife of Hu Chen. Everyone is keeping their distance from me. Hu Qianqing, they all think I deserve to die too, right? Hu Qianqing flashed a fragile smile, Uncle Hu wanted me to live, so, I will try my best to survive. He knew that Hu Chen had long since gone bad beyond redemption. To Hu Qianqing, everything now was ironically facing him. He didn't even get to see Hu Chen's last face. Ji Qi's breathing grew heavy. Hu Qianqing looked sickly and dispirited, as if he could fall down at any moment. It's not your fault. Ji Qi spoke up. The more Ji Qi learned, the harder it became for him to hate Hu Qianqing. He was the root of all matters but also the deepest victim. Hu Qianqing lifted his gaze to glance at the branches in front of the door yet to be cleared. Hu Qianqing blinked slowly, how could it possibly not matter? Hu Qianqing, at first, I thought so too. Hu Qianqing, now that everything is clarified, many things that Hu Jin did not know about. Shouldn't you know by now? Ji Qi softly murmured an acknowledgement. He knew that Hu Qianqing suffered cruel treatment because of angering an alpha. That was where Hu Chen started heading toward darkness. Hu Qianqing's gentle eyes sparkled faintly, Uncle Hu treated me well while we were together. Hu Qianqing, back then, Uncle Hu worked at an ordinary job with little pay, but we lived like regular couples. Hu Qianqing, I worked part-time in a dessert shop and often got teased for looking younger than I am. Hu Qianqing used sign language very slowly, his emotions full of despair and lifelessness. That day's sun was so bright and warm, and all I did was refuse an alpha who tried to touch me. Ji Qi interrupted, if it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to tell me. Hu Qianqing shook his head, it doesn't make me uncomfortable, I'm fine. Hu Qianqing continued, that alpha followed me, Uncle Hu drove him away and injured him severely. Hu Qianqing, later, Uncle Hu lost his job, because we offended the son of a high-level executive. Hu Qianqing, you think that should have been the end of it, right? Hu Qianqing said, I accept such results, but others do not. Using sign language, Ji Qi could almost hear the suffocating tone in Hu Qianqing's voice. Hu Qianqing, that alpha had status and power, something we couldn't compete with. Losing the job could be fixed by finding another one, it should have ended there. Hu Qianqing's red-rimmed eyes shuddered significantly, pointing to his throat, that alpha silenced me. Hu Qianqing, he tricked me using Uncle Hu's identity into a rented apartment, calling me dirty, saying being noticed by him was my chance to rise high. Hu Qianqing, it seemed like he was taking revenge on Uncle Hu. His trembling hands doing the sign language became even more violent, 9 alphas. While recounting, Hu Qianqing couldn't help replaying the scene in his mind. His chest heaved, and even his eyes reflected reliving the fear and despair of that moment. How could sealed memories not hurt? It was the taste of living death. Hu Qianqing, he gathered 9 alphas. I remember each of their faces clearly. Enough. Ji Qi tightly clenched his fists, veins visibly prominent on his wrists. Hu Qianqing was held captive by those beasts under the pretense of education for a whole day. In that narrow rented apartment, Ji couldn't imagine Hu Qianqing's desperation back then. Don't think about it anymore. From now on, just live well. Ji whispered gently. Hu Qianqing softly chuckled, there's no way to live well. No way. Hu Qianqing appeared unsteady, his appearance growing more morbid. When Uncle Hu found me, I hated him so much. I truly hated him so much. Hu Qianqing's throat tightened, he came too late. I hated him so much. Hu Qianqing, I hated how he saw his Omega being tortured by others and couldn't say a word, only timidly taking me away. Hu Qianqing, those were all the alphas from the most powerful and influential families. Uncle Hu was so ineffective. He couldn't even protect his own Omega. Hu Qianqing, he was so ineffective. Chapter 177, Trying to Survive. Tear stains lingered at the corners of Hu Qianqing's eyes. Hu Qianqing's sign language, though powerless and pale, was jarring. Hu Qianqing, I hate myself. Hu Qianqing's thoughts twisted with anguish. After returning, Uncle Hu never touched me again. Hu Qianqing, after that incident, I didn't speak to him for a long time. I became withdrawn, stopped smiling, and even avoided going out. Hu Qianqing, I hated everyone, and I hated myself too. Hu Qianqing, my alpha despised me. Hu Qianqing, I thought Uncle Hu was avoiding conflict and sacrificed others to protect his future. I blame him, but it's not fair because he's my alpha. He promised to protect me. Slowly, I noticed Uncle Hu becoming busier. It all started when the alphas who lived in the same rental apartment complex began dying one by one, including their parents who had mysterious accidents. I guessed Uncle Hu was involved in something terrible. It took me a long time to find out about those deaths. By then, Uncle Hu could no longer back down. Hu Qianqing, he told me they were just unfortunate accidents, there were no traces of wrongdoing in any of the reports. Hu Qianqing, I don't know what he did. Hu Qianqing, all I know is people became more respectful toward him, and toward me as well. Everyone seemed filled with fear. A memory of Uncle Hu Qian resurfaced in Hu Qianqing's mind, with an incomprehensible smile curling on his lips. Hu Qianqing continued signing. Later, Uncle Hu touched me again. Hu Qianqing's trembling lips blurred his gaze, he said. I'm not dirty. The man in the mud who is lowly and vile is not his Omega. He said, Qianqing is clean, fragrant, and smells like osmanthus blossoms. Hu Qianqing, my alpha doesn't despise me. Hu Qianqing, when he first picked me up, he said I wasn't dirty, I would be clean after a wash. That night, when he carried me home, he reiterated, you're not dirty, you'll be clean after washing. I became mute, unable to speak anymore, and he said it meant I wouldn't bother him every day. Hu Qianqing, I like the name Uncle Hu gave me. Ji never expected Hu Qianqing to voluntarily recount these things. He didn't know how to respond. Hu Qianqing looked as if he was merely narrating. Hu Qianqing, I asked him what he was doing, but he wouldn't tell me. Hu Qianqing, there was no turning back for Uncle Hu, he would face retribution sooner or later. And indeed, retribution came. This was Hu Qian's end. After tasting power, Hu Qian became increasingly obsessed with authority, needing everyone to bow under his control. Hu Qianqing hadn't yet lowered his hand, and his entire face was wet with tears as warm streams traced his cheeks. Still signing, he said, it was fitting, once he started, there was no way to turn back. Hu Qianqing stared at Ji, but this is all my fault, isn't it? Shouldn't the one to die have been me? Ji clenched his fists tightly. Hu Qianqing, after I fell ill, Uncle Hu seemed like a completely different person. Hu Qianqing, I know he wanted me to live, but he'd already done so many bad things, he would stop at nothing. Uncle Hu was already insane. Hu Qianqing choked with sobs, he wouldn't listen to me. All I knew was he was doing bad things, and he always told me very little. Hu Qianqing bit his lips hard, he has gone mad. Suddenly, Hu Qianqing grabbed Ji's wrist, I know he can never repay his sins. I tell you all this. Because I hope you might feel sorry for me. I know Uncle Hu deserved his fate, and I won't defend him. I want to bury him properly. I won't let anyone else know. Hu Qianqing paused while looking at Ji, even if there's no tomb, it doesn't matter. Ji gripped the teacup on the table. He heard Hu Qianqing's underlying intention. Hu Qianqing wanted to try to keep living but felt like he had no purpose left. However, Hu Qian's ashes had already been scattered, leaving not even a speck behind. Ji pursed his lips toward Hu Qianqing, you can miss him. He was your alpha. You have the right to honor him with a tombstone, but Hu Qian doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve it. Hu Qianqing gritted his jaw tightly. I know. Ji sighed deeply, I'll try to think of a way for you. A flicker of light shone in Hu Qianqing's eyes. Ji said firmly, I've already stated that he doesn't deserve it. I will try to help you out of consideration for you. My hatred for Hu Qian will never diminish. Hu Qianqing responded simply with a, thank you, thank you. When Ji asked Hu Qianqing whether he knew the missing link, Hu Qianqing shook his head bitterly. Hu Qianqing said, your pheromones are the kind he likes, so spend more time with him. Hu Qianqing, the bond is the high-purity pheromone in the treatment process. Hu Jin is an enigma, and your level is too low for him. Ji Qi understood what Hu Qianqing meant. Isn't there a possibility for alphas to differentiate again after adulthood? Ji Qi spoke like this but knew it was impossible. S-level alphas were already rare in real life, and the probability of redifferentiation was as slim and intangible as Hu Jin waking up. Hu Qianqing answered, if differentiation were that easy, it wouldn't be so hard to enter the highest tier. Hu Qianqing felt regretful, it's unfortunate he's an enigma. If Hu Jin were an alpha, you could definitely save him. The pheromones from S930 have strong composite regenerative properties, but unfortunately, his partner is a formidable enigma that inspires awe. What's the current probability? With the purification agent, what's the probability of Hu Jin waking up? Hu Qianqing replied, there's only 1% difference between 1% and 100%, it all depends on whether your pheromone level can save him. He will wake up. He certainly will. Hu Qianqing looked up at the sky, consoling Ji Qi, he will, heaven won't let lovers part. Ji Qi felt every word from Hu Qianqing was so indifferent, as if life and death mattered not. You must live well too. Ji Qi said. Hu Qianqing smiled faintly toward Ji Qi, I will try, to live. After Ji Qi left, Hu Qianqing sat in the yard spacing out. The next day, Ji Qi came over. He informed Hu Qianqing about Hu Jin's condition. After the injection of the purifier, the pheromone levels in the ward remained stable. Hu Qianqing took out a peace charm from his pocket and handed it to Ji Qi. Hu Qianqing, this is the peace charm I prayed for him, hoping he wakes up soon. Ji Qi did not refuse, saying, thank you. Hu Qianqing took out another charm from his pocket and told Ji Qi, this one is for Uncle Hu, hoping he meets a better Omega than me in the next life. He looked at Ji Qi, someone like you, who can take on 10 alone. Chapter 178, How Can One Match? Hu Han's eyes carried a dimness that no one could understand. Ji Qi told him it wasn't his fault. Hu Han didn't respond. Ji Qi always hoped to gain more possibilities from Hu Han. After Hu Jin was injected with the purification agent, Ji Qi visited Hu Han several times. Hu Han told Ji Qi that the secondary differentiation of alpha was difficult and required an opportunity. Ji Qi's heart hung every day, without ever settling. After Hu Jin was injected with the purification agent, his body showed no signs of absorbing the medicine after a week. Even though there was hope, Ji Qi's pheromone concentration wasn't enough to let the heavily unconscious Hu Jin perceive it. Ji Qi detested his own incapability. What once made him proud, his S-level alpha status, had never made him feel so powerless. If Hu Jin's mate had been someone else, there would certainly be, as everyone said, an S3 level or higher alpha. Then, Hu Jin would have survived. Hope was already there. That day, Ji Qi stayed for a while in Linshui town. You must have a way. Isn't Hu Chen always researching banned drugs? Can't they cause secondary differentiation in alphas? When Ji Qi said this, he felt like he was almost losing his mind. He shouldn't be like this. Hu Jin sacrificed so much to destroy the underground black market, yet here he was suggesting such a thing. It was too ironic for Hu Jin. And also for himself. Hu Han shook his head, his dark gaze both powerless and indifferent, you shouldn't think like this. I believe that as long as you stay by his side, Hu Jin will wake up one day. Hu Han added, there are no banned drugs, and your Enigma wouldn't want you to go down this path. On that day, Hu Han sent Ji Qi away. After Ji Qi left, Hu Han stood next to a broken tree inside the house. New sprouts grew from the broken branches, tender green and full of hope. Hu Han glanced around the quiet room where even the breeze carried sound. Staring at one place for too long, Hu Han became lost in thought, memories forming pictures in his mind. Dazedly, he often thought of Hu Chen. Hu Han loved him but hated him just as much. The abandoned mud-covered child was cleaned by Hu Chen. Even when he rolled back into the mud, Hu Chen never called him dirty. He dug water channels from foul-smelling sludge, paved bricks, and rebuilt clean roads. From the start, Hu Chen had no retreat. Once he tasted the sweetness of success, he refused to stop, and the source of chaos in the muck remained completely disrupted. Hu Chen was rotten to the core. Desire caused him to lose all sense of morality. Hu Han thought to himself, perhaps he is the root, and the person who should apologize most is himself. Hu Han raised his hand and touched his throat. Upon realizing how deeply Hu Chen was involved, Hu Han frequently argued with him. Hu Chen never got angry but lied endlessly to fool Hu Han. But Hu Han wasn't stupid, and their relationship gradually worsened. When Hu Chen happily handed over a medicine that could cure Hu Han's speech impediment, Hu Han only retreated out of fear. His throat was silenced by the agents, and for years Hu Chen had been researching ways to restore his voice. With Hu Chen's abilities, he truly did manage to find a cure, but Hu Han asked him to stop, he refused to take it. Because Hu Han refused the medication, he remained mute for many years. Hu Chen thought it was out of spite and thus kept an Omega close, irritating Hu Han daily. Yet contrary to Hu Chen's hopes, Hu Han didn't move closer or act affectionate because of jealousy. Hu Han only noticed how Hu Chen's power grew. It was clear to him that countless pure, beautiful Omegas would willingly undress before his alpha. They drifted further apart. Their relationship grew increasingly cold and unthawed. Until Hu Han fell severely ill, and Hu Chen went mad trying to save him. Before Huan lost consciousness, he still hadn't spoken to Hu Chen. His alpha was arrogant, committing countless evils, yet knowing exactly how much Huan cared about him, he still paraded other omegas before him. How could he be so wicked? Huan remembered Hu Chen trembling and pleading for forgiveness in those moments when Huan lost consciousness. Huan pulled his hand away and did not answer Hu Chen. This was the last weak exchange between the two when they were both fully aware. A cool wind blew, causing Huan's hair to dance lightly, and his thin clothes flitted like feathers, making him seem as fragile as if a single gust could carry him away. Huan returned to the present moment. He gave a bitter laugh and then went to the room to find 2 syringes of agents, injecting them into his own glands. The sensation of numbness in his throat instantly made him shrink back. As soon as Hu Qianqing had finished injecting the agents, he felt a wave of dizziness hit his head, accompanied by the chaotic noise from outside the house. Is this the place? How could it not be? We've dug it all out, this is where Hu Chen lived before. The bastard deserves to be burned alive. My mood isn't great today anyway, so let's rid the world of this filth. Different male voices echoed, followed by an ear-splitting sound of breaking doors. Bam! The door was easily kicked apart. Hu Qianqing raised his eyes and saw 8 or 9 righteous-looking men striding aggressively toward the room. The men also spotted Hu Qianqing. Who are you? One of them stammered and pulled out his phone. He's Hu Chen's Omega. How is he still alive? Another alpha clenched his fists angrily. What right does Hu Chen's Omega have to avoid execution? How dare they even give him a place to stay? Is the higher-up insane? His alpha was a beast, what kind of person could his Omega possibly be? Shit. Seeing the gruesome pictures on the phone, their animosity towards Hu Qianqing boiled over. Beat him to death. How could someone like him deserve to live? Saying this, several men rolled up their sleeves with determination and approached Hu Qianqing. Chapter 179, Evil and its Source. Hu Qianqing suddenly shook his head violently. Before he could react, someone landed a punch on him. Hu Qianqing's eyes went black from the blow filled with infinite hatred, and the next second, he was kicked straight in the waist. Bang! Hu Qianqing was kicked to the ground, the chair behind him overturned, and he hit the floor with a dull sound. Before he could get up, another kick landed on his shoulder. You wretch! How dare you still have the face to live? A coarse male voice shouted. Hu Qianqing's throat felt dry, and his head rang. Already in poor condition, his body couldn't handle such force, and a metallic taste surged up from his throat. Words murmured out of Hu Qianqing's lips. He tried to open his mouth again. Hu Chen's medicine worked well. During his mumbling, Hu Qianqing realized he could already hear some sounds. Propping himself up, Hu Qianqing looked at the fierce alpha standing before him, bloodshot eyes clearly visible. They had every reason to hate him. Everyone hating him was justified. Hu Qianqing harbored no resentment. Even dying like this would be a form of relief. Hu Qianqing groaned incomprehensibly, trembling all over. Suddenly, his head was violently yanked by one of the alphas and then slammed onto the ground again. Boom! The force ruptured part of Hu Qianqing's head, and instantly blood welled up on his forehead. Shit! Your alpha is dead. Why aren't you? Filth! Malevolent voices echoed in Hu Qianqing's mind. At that moment, one of the alphas started looking askance at Hu Qianqing with an unsettling grin playing on his lips. Truly worthy of being Hu Chen's Omega, look at him, even in such a state, yet there's still this pitifully appealing demeanor. The alpha lifted his hand and grabbed Hu Qianqing's jaw. Must say, the wife of the black market boss does have a bit of allure. I wonder what it feels like. Others who heard those words immediately shifted their thoughts, their faces changing as well. Shit. It really is rare. Hu Chen deserves death, that beast hurt so many people, and his Omega should be forced to kneel for humiliation. We'll make sure his death is not in vain. We are doing this for justice. As they spoke, an alpha's hand plunged into Hu Qianqing's waist. Hearing their words and sensing the incoming actions, Hu Qianqing's whole body stiffened. The previous submissive weakness turned as if insane all of a sudden. Ah! Mutterings escaped from Hu Qianqing's lips. His breathing deepened 100-fold compared to just now. The trembling was wild, like a madman. In panic, Hu Qianqing dragged himself backward, his chest rising and falling violently, his breathing stuttering intermittently. His tongue hurt, and though he could emit some sounds now, he still couldn't form complete sentences. The doorway was blocked tightly by several alphas, despite it being broad daylight outside, yet darkness loomed behind him without letting even a sliver of light through. Silence, darkness, layer upon layer, ceaselessly. Do you still know fear? When Hu Chen committed murders and arson, weren't you just as much of a butcher too? You deserve to be humiliated. You got exactly what you deserved. Having our way with Hu Chen's Omega might mean he won't rest even in death. Ha ha ha. Just be quiet and let us vent. Every sentence was sharp like a blade. As Hu Qianqing retreated, he tripped over the chair. He continued to stagger back, his red-rimmed eyes more evident. His hands clenched against the ground, shaking severely. The alphas stepped forward step by step. One unknowingly began releasing suppressive pheromones, causing Hua Qianqing's body to tremble uncontrollably. He wasn't afraid of pain, not at all. They could beat him to death. But not like this. Absolutely not like this. Because of the intensified pheromones, Hua Qianqing collapsed weakly, which was the inherent weakness of omegas. With each step the alpha took forward, Hua Qianqing's mental state deteriorated further, teetering on the brink of collapse. Images from years ago overlapped repeatedly in his mind. A narrow rental apartment, cold iron blocks, chains, all sorts of pheromones. Waking up after fainting, fainting again after waking up. Suddenly, Hua Qianqing hugged his head and screamed like he'd seen a ghost. Ah! No! No! Uncle Hua! Uncle Hua! Tears blurred Hua Qianqing's vision, making everything unclear. All he knew was that he couldn't escape, and that these people were getting closer, just like back then. It was something Hua Qianqing would never want to recall for the rest of his life. His memory now was unusually clear. Ah! A sticky sound escaped from his mouth, blood circling around it. Suddenly, a pair of hands tore open his shirt collar, and Hua Qianqing flailed about, shrinking back desperately. He tightly guarded himself as the pheromones in the air made him feel dizzy and confused. No. Hua. Hua. Hua Qianqing's voice sounded markedly hoarse. He tried hard to call out, and at that moment, only Hua Qian occupied his mind. He wished he could show up. Hua. Uncle. Hua uncle, woo. His crying tone was choked with sobs and incomprehensible, making it difficult for others to understand a word. Open your mouth yourself. It was unclear who coldly threatened Hua Qianqing. Hua Qianqing struggled to escape, but all efforts were futile and powerless. His entire body shook violently, his head shaking furiously. Hua uncle. Uncle. At this moment, there was only despair in Hua Qianqing's mind. Uncle Hua wouldn't come. Beat me to death. You guys beat me to death. Qianqing will be fine. I know some people may criticize this. Evil always has its root and source. Qianqing remains an innocent victim of human greed and various excuses. Until the whole truth is revealed, kindness should prevail, cutting with scissors kills people, and the stench lingers on. I'm not afraid of any comments. I'll just write what I want. I don't agree with the phrase, starting high and ending low. If it didn't reach a high point, it certainly doesn't justify the effort and seriousness I put into it, and the low part even more so. I welcome all bad reviews. Still, if you don't like it, then don't read it. No need to tell me. The plot hasn't unfolded yet. I'll finish the next 2 chapters by midnight tomorrow. Chapter 180, Ji Qi's Anger. Hua Qianqing's words were vague and unclear. With his vocal cords not yet recovered, he was frantically gesturing in sign language. Let this group of alphas beat him to death. What is this scum talking about? Never mind him, he deserves to pay Hua Qian's debt. Hua Qianqing helplessly shook his head in despair. No. No. Uncle Hua. Hua Qianqing's faint voice of despair reverberated weakly within the room, as if the pheromones in the air had dissolved into water. He was drenched in cold sweat long ago. When an alpha reached out and touched Hua Qianqing's cheek, Hua Qianqing bit down on the person hard. How dare you bite me? The man angrily grabbed Hua Qianqing by the neck, causing blood vessels in Hua Qianqing's face to burst instantly. Filth. You and your alpha both are worth nothing. Pretending to be noble. You don't know how many people Hua Qian has ruined. After finishing, the alpha forcefully pinned Hua Qianqing's shoulders and straddled his body. Hua Qianqing cried desperately but his voice remained weak. Hua. Hua. Uncle. Hua uncle. Hua Qianqing's face was soaked with tears. He felt utterly useless, powerless. Hua Qianqing seemed like a broken soul. All he wanted was to cry for help. But just like before, all that remained was despair. Hua Qianqing lacked the strength to run away, and he let the alpha in front of him yell and tear at him mercilessly. Closing his eyes, he waited for a judgment far worse than death. Uncle Hua always came too late. And Qianqing always encounters bad people. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was kicked open with great force. What are you doing? Ji Qi arrived, seeing the scene ahead, veins bulging in rage on his neck. Several alphas had Hua Qianqing surrounded, deliberately releasing their pheromones to suppress him. How could one omega resist such a multitude? Hua Qianqing's clothes were disheveled, sweat covering his forehead and neck. Blood from his head trickled down along his eye corners and further dripped into his earlobe. His shirt was partially open, his body limp and frail, lost like a frightened spirit. Beasts! Ji Qi's reprimanding voice echoed throughout the room. He couldn't describe his feelings now, it was as if he witnessed the root of all evil. Fury coursed through his veins until he burned red. The alpha sitting on Hua Qianqing turned to look at Ji Qi and smiled casually. Don't get mad, you might have misunderstood. Do you know whose omega this is? He belongs to none other than the infamous black market boss Hua Qian's omega. All those terrible things Hua Qian did. We're simply returning some favors, giving vent to frustrations. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow towards Ji Qi, want to join in? Ji Qi lunged towards the alpha quickly. You die. In the next second, Ji Qi yanked the alpha by the back of the neck, pulling him off Hu Qianqing. With immense strength, Ji Qi dragged him down onto the floor, and struck hard against his philtrum. What is wickedness? A self-righteous arrogance so deep-rooted it permeates every fiber. Without discernment or reasoning, acts born of pure vengeance, do they even question right and wrong? Bastard! Damn your grandma! Ji Qi's fists hammered onto the man's face blow after blow. It was a release, days' worth of pent-up fury erupted all at once. Seeing this, the other alphas unanimously regarded Ji Qi as their enemy. An alpha picked up a chair behind him and smashed it forcefully onto Ji Qi's back. What the hell is wrong with you? Helping Hu Chen's Omega? Are you saying Hu Chen's organization hasn't been completely eradicated? Are you some remnant of the underground market? He's Hu Chen's Omega. Ji Qi's eyes reddened. Pausing momentarily mid-beat, he turned his head and looked at the alpha who had struck him. Hu Qianqing is Hu Chen's Omega. He understood it better than anyone else. The anger bubbling uncontrollably inside Ji Qi finally found its source. Standing up, he approached the alpha who had struck him. In the room, the plum wine-scented pheromones were thick, enough to grind the hierarchies present into dust. Bang! Ji Qi grabbed the man by the collar and slammed him violently sideways onto a table. Ah! A low sound of pain rang out instantly. Ji Qi delivered a kick to the man's waist, and amidst the confusion in the room, Ji Qi became bewildered. He felt like he was going to lose his mind just like Hu Qianqing. The several alphas were releasing their pheromones in defense of their territory. When Ji Qi had come alone, although he'd seemed proud, he was ultimately outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Among them was an S-level alpha. His pheromone rank was lower than Ji Qi's, but with the support of the other alpha's pheromones, Ji Qi became slightly weaker after just a few minutes. Shit! You ungrateful dog, he must be Hu Chen's man. Beat him to death. Ji Qi looked up at the surrounding alphas, unsure where his strength was coming from. All he wanted was to kill. As Ji Qi continued fighting, he became more dazed and confused. His foot pressed down on one of the alphas as he delivered punch after punch until the opponent was bloodied and unrecognizable. Ji Qi grabbed the man by the hair and slammed his head against the ground, his brain buzzing loudly. Do you think you're any different from Hu Chen? No. You're just like him. You should die. You all should die. The plum wine-scented pheromones inside the room grew increasingly potent, strong enough that Ji Qi's mental strength was faltering. All he could see was the terror on the faces of the alphas lying defeated below him. Each one was beaten close to death. Ji Qi pointed at Hu Qianqing, who sat in the corner, mentally disoriented and disheveled. Hu Qianqing is not the root cause. It's you. You are the real culprits. Hu Qianqing is not the one who deserves to die. It's you. If it weren't for people like you, Hu Jin wouldn't have never woken up. You deserve to die. My Enigma gave everything to protect people, not ones like you. Not monsters like you. Hu Jin protected the world from people like this, sources of pure malice. As Ji Qi spoke, he lost track of his own thoughts. His timeline of memories and ideas were tangled into chaos. A dizzying feeling was altering everything about him. The group of alphas on the ground were clutching themselves in pain, howling miserably, as Ji Qi's pheromones went berserk, devouring and obliterating those of others. Before losing consciousness, one alpha thought only that they shouldn't have angered an S4 level alpha. Fueled by anger, Ji Qi underwent secondary differentiation in that cramped room. In a leap across levels, he became an S4 level alpha with absolute pheromonal suppression. Looking around, Ji Qi saw two alphas unconscious, and a few more preparing to flee. It was then that Ji Qi noticed Hu Qianqing sitting huddled in the corner, clutching his head. His hair was soaked through. From fear. Step by step, Ji Qi walked toward Hu Qianqing. Chapter 181, Awake. The alpha on the ground tried to run away whenever he got the chance. He walked to Hu Qianqing's side and lifted his hand to grab Hu Qianqing's arm. Ah! Hu Qianqing screamed like a madman. Ji Qi closed his eyes for a moment. Now, if anyone touched Hu Qianqing again, he might really go crazy. Ji Qi turned around and walked out of the house. He picked up an urn from the ground which he had brought over earlier. When Ji Qi approached Hu Qianqing again, he handed the urn to him. This is Hu Chen's ashes. Actually, it wasn't true, Hu Chen didn't have any ashes. He didn't deserve it. The stuff inside the box was a handful of soil that Ji Qi scooped up from in front of the lab where Hu Chen died. It was from the exact spot where Hu Chen fell, still stained with blood. To Hu Qianqing, whether this constituted a deception or not, he couldn't tell. Hu Qianqing, trembling all over, suddenly looked up after hearing Ji Qi's words, biting his lip. Don't be afraid, it's all over. Ji Qi tried to calm down and spoke gently. Be fearless. Hu Qianqing recognized Ji Qi clearly, the expression of relief made him cry again. This time. Someone saved him. Truly someone saved him. Hu Qianqing could not describe that feeling, it was as if a bud broke through amidst the putrid crack of the earth. And then rain came, washing away some of the disgrace of the present and the past. He was saved, not only now, but also in the past life confined in darkness. Ji Qi let Hu Qianqing cry without comforting him. He believed that sometimes people need a good cry. Don't be afraid, Ji Qi said. Hu Qianqing took the urn, tightly hugging it in his arms. He thought he hadn't forgiven Hu Qin yet. Uncle Hu didn't listen to him and deserved such an end. He also thought he shouldn't have gone home with Uncle Hu from the beginning. Ji, thank you, New Jersey. It was difficult for Hu Qianqing to make himself understood when speaking to Ji Qi, but Ji Qi caught on eventually. Hu Qianqing's eyes glistened, glancing at Ji Qi. Because his throat hadn't healed yet, Hu Qianqing communicated via sign language. I just took some differentiated medication and some medicine that could treat my voice. Hu Qianqing, the differentiation drug is useless for us whose glands have been damaged. Trying his best to articulate clearly, we are the same. It didn't work on me, so, don't use it. It was then that Ji Qi realized that Hu Qianqing had been testing the drugs at his request. Why in this world are there people kind enough to do something like that? Ji Qi didn't dare to think about what would have happened today if he hadn't come. He imagined. Hu Qianqing surely wouldn't have survived. Amidst all the wickedness, Hu Qianqing was the most innocent one. Ji Qi looked back, the alphas on the ground had already fled from the house. He didn't chase after them, these people's retribution will come eventually. Not a single one would escape. Ji Qi didn't dare touch Hu Qianqing, his voice was very light. Don't be afraid, it's unsafe to live here, I'll find you a house to stay in. Tears streamed down the corner of Hu Qianqing's eyes, thank you. Hu Qianqing, you are the best person I've ever seen. Ji Qi knew what his appearance meant to Hu Qianqing just now. He stared at Hu Qianqing tightly holding the urn, feeling sorry for him. What Hu Qian did has nothing to do with him, but he would never be able to move on. At this moment, both of them were slightly mentally overwhelmed when the pheromones in the room dissipated. Hu Qianqing suddenly smiled towards Ji Qi. Hu Qianqing, looking surprised, Ji Qi, you've divided. Hu Qianqing, your division was successful. There's hope for your Enigma. Hu Qianqing seemed incredibly excited, as if the redeemed sinner had finally received redemption. Upon hearing Hu Qianqing's words, Ji Qi startled, realizing only just now he had spent too much energy beating others and hadn't paid attention. He glanced down at his hands. Ji Qi attempted to release pheromones. Dominant and assertive. He had divided. Really divided. Ji Qi suddenly laughed out loud, his pheromone level jumping 3 grades. Hu Qianqing appeared even happier than Ji Qi, congratulating him 1 second and passing out the next. Hu Qianqing. Ji Qi took Hu Qianqing to the hospital. He suffered a shock due to his physical condition and needed rest, requiring observation since he self-injected while experimenting with drugs. Nothing serious though. After Hu Qianqing woke up, because of the drug effect, he lost many of his memories in quite a dramatic manner. Amnesia? Ji Qi was somewhat shocked. Apparently so. His memory is a bit confused due to the drug trials. But isn't this good for him? That's what I think, Bai whispered softly. Yes, this seemed pretty good. Hu Qianqing would be better off forgetting some things, only then could he live on. All those who hated or pitted him could reconcile and start anew with him. And he, too, could start anew. After seeing Hu Qianqing settled in, Ji Qi sighed with relief. No one knew why Hu Qianqing's situation had such a profound impact on Ji Qi. It even became the turning point that led to his differentiation into an S4 level alpha. Ji Qi informed Zhou Qi about his differentiation, leaving Zhou Qi so astonished that he couldn't utter a single word. This counts as extraordinary talent. Your rank is higher than mine. Oh my goodness. When Ji Qi went to Hu Jin's ward again, as an S4 level alpha, no one dared to approach because of his high-level pheromones. No one else dared enter that room. Sitting on the chair next to the bed, Ji Qi held Hu Jin's hand, can you smell it now, right? As long as there were pheromones as a link, the drugs could be absorbed, and Hu Jin would wake up. Ji Qi caressed Hu Jin's fingertips, your alpha is so strong, come on, wake up. In the days that followed, Ji Qi spent every day in the ward. Hu Jin's physical condition improved day by day. Due to constantly releasing pheromones, Ji Qi was in a state of exhaustion throughout the day. One day, Ji Qi scolded Hu Jin harshly upon seeing him. In his daze, Hu Jin felt that everything in his mind was unbearably heavy. Hu Jin's pupils trembled for a long time, and his fingers twitched slightly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ji Qi sleeping by the bedside. Hu Jin's body was utterly weak, feeling as if he'd slept for ages and ages. His gaze was tender, never leaving Ji Qi from the moment he woke up. After moving his arm for a long while, Hu Jin finally managed to touch Ji Qi's cheek. The pheromones in the room still carried the scent of plum wine but were much different from before. His alpha had differentiated. Ji Qi's eyelashes fluttered as he felt an itch on his face. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Hu Jin, who had already woken up and was touching his face. At the sight, Ji Qi's eyes stung and his throat tightened, unable to speak. He suddenly lifted his head. He had waited. Really waited. With tearful eyes, Ji Qi punched Hu Jin's chest lightly, his voice trembling, "You didn't even tell me you're awake. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Ji Qi thought he hit lightly. But this punch sent Hu Jin, still dazed, straight back into unconsciousness. Before Hu Jin could say anything, his eyes darkened once more, and he lost consciousness. Ji Qi immediately panicked. His heart racing, his temples pounding, his mind buzzing. Hu Jin. Weak Hu Jin, awakened, but got knocked out again by my wife. Strong Ji Qi, Aawa. Does anyone understand my pain, family? Zhou, flowers needed. Chapter 182, Daughter-in-law. Is something wrong with you, Ji Qi? You just knocked him out like this. Because of Hu Jin's recovery, a group of doctors gathered in the ward, performing a full range of physical examinations, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Qi pointed at Hu Jin lying on the bed and continued to spit out, "Are you sure you just touched him?" Ji Qi nervously played with his fingers, feeling both happy and depressed. I just touched him. He didn't use any force. Where would he use force? Zhou Qi gritted his teeth, "Don't you know how much strength you have? He just woke up and is very weak. If you want to hit someone, you should take care of yourself first, right?" Ji Qi gritted his teeth. After Zhou Qi understood everything, his admiration for Hu Jin increased even more than before. Knowing that Hu Jin had regained consciousness, he was the first one to run over. He sighed, "Let me tell you, don't bully patients." Ji Qi was almost grinding his back molars into powder, he just touched him, who wouldn't cherish him. As long as Hu Jin wakes up, all his previous grievances are gone. The doctor observed Hu Jin for a while, and Ji Qi worriedly spoke up, "How is he now? Is he okay now?" The doctor looked pleased, "Thanks to you, all of Hu Panzhang's body indicators are normal now. Since his body is recovering, he is a little weak. The relapse has nothing to do with you. He really needs rest." Ji Qi let out a deep breath. But this rest means something entirely different from before, and the doctor's words clearly became much lighter. The doctor's gaze fell on Ji Qi. If there are no accidents, he will wake up soon. After that, spend more time with him. Hu Panzhang really needs you. After everyone left, the ward was left with only Ji Qi and Hu Jin lying on the bed. This time Ji Qi did not sleep, he just stared at Hu Jin lying on the bed. He held Hu Jin's hand, and Ji Qi's light-colored eyes constantly roamed over Hu Jin's cheeks. That look filled with hope and affection was different from every day before. Waiting without hope is a torturous agony. But now it's different. His Enigma truly gained a new life. Ji Qi tightened his grip on Hu Jin's hand and could feel the subtle movements, the warm breath was much warmer than before. "Damn it, you finally knew to wake up." Ji Qi cursed, heavy with emotion. An hour later, Hu Jin's eyebrows moved faintly in confusion once again. The moment he opened his eyes, they locked onto Ji Qi's unspoken gaze. Hu Jin. It was evident that Hu Jin was still very weak, even blinking took some effort for him. Hu Jin's lips moved but no sound came out. He just looked at Ji Qi. "You've finally woken up. Is there any discomfort?" Ji Qi tried to keep his voice low, suppressing his emotion since the patient needed a quiet environment and other things can be said slowly. "Does your head hurt?" Ji Qi asked anxiously. Hu Jin blinked his eyes, indeed, his head was heavy and his whole body lacked strength. Ji Qi touched Hu Jin's forehead, it wasn't hot. "You need to rest well now. Just recuperate, don't think about anything else." Hu Jin's gaze was hazy, fixed only on Ji Qi. Seeing no reaction at all from the other person, Ji Qi's eyes widened slightly. After a while, haven't you lost your memory? Just like in TV dramas, shouldn't it be that far-fetched? Why doesn't Hu Jin respond with even a single word? Hu Jin frowned, his originally unbearable expression carried a hint of inquiry. Hu Jin was very weak at the moment and wanted to tease Ji Qi. His lips moved slightly after a while. Ji Qi froze, damn it. Is he really amnesiac? Do we need to act so dramatically? It's a TV drama thing. This thought lasted only a second, Ji Qi's mind was spinning rapidly. He felt his chance had come. Ji Qi's lips curved upward, "Your husband. I am your husband." Hu Jin's face remained inscrutable between joy and sorrow. Ow. Understanding dawned upon him. Hu Jin's thoughts flowed, surely his wife must be angry with him, the chances of getting beaten were high. If his wife liked it, he could play along with her. Half an hour later, rumors spread through the hospital about Hu Jin having memory confusion, and Ji Qi's gait seemed to carry the wind as he walked. Because he told Hu Jin that he was his husband. Hu Jin actually believed it. His countermanipulation reached its peak. Ji Qi, secretly thrilled. "We've been married for 6 years, I am your husband, and you love me deeply. Do you love me?" Hu Jin seriously asked him. "Love, of course. I love you to death, my little baby." As he spoke, Ji Qi placed a kiss on Hu Jin's forehead. Hu Jin felt the tingling sensation on his forehead and raised a finger to point at his lips. "Kiss here." Ji obliged like soothing a wife and kissed him gently on the mouth again. Moi. Hu Jin's lips curved slightly as Ji tilted his gaze. Are you seducing me? After saying that, he pinched Hu Jin's face possessively and kissed him several more times. Logically, Ji should be looking for ways to treat Hu Jin's memory loss, but the doctor said it was due to the effects of a drug which would diminish over time, allowing the memories to return on their own. You'd be an idiot not to take advantage of this situation. For every single day that Ji could get away with this, he'd make Hu Jin pay back for all the teasing he did in the past. On the 10th day after Hu Jin woke up, Ji brought him home to recover slowly. Take advantage while we can, one day at a time. Ji pulled Hu Jin down onto the sofa. My good little baby, stay here and watch cartoons. I'll cook for you. Hu Jin frowned, wanting to tell his wife that memory loss doesn't mean intellectual disability. And also, he really didn't want to eat what his wife cooked. Let's have instant noodles. Huh. Ji refused. Now that your body is just starting to recover, you need nutrition. You can't eat instant noodles. Ji held Hu Jin's face and kissed him again. Wait for your hubby to prepare a big meal. Hu Jin raised his hand to rub his temples. Why don't I do the cooking? Didn't you say that I always cooked before? Regarding the memory issue, Ji exaggerated many things, even twisting some truths, but there were indeed real elements included. Ji waved his hands. You rest, I'll do it. As Ji entered the kitchen, smoke began to rise from inside the house. He kept talking non-stop. Almost once a minute. Ji, sweetie, what if I added too much water to the rice? Hu Jin, it's fine as long as it can be eaten. Ji, sweetie. Should we fry or boil the eggs? Hu Jin, boil them. Ji, sweetie. How do you know when the beef is medium rare? Hu Jin, cut it open and look. Ji, sweetie. Why isn't the range hood sucking up the smoke? Ji, sweetie. Ji, baby. Hu Jin was rubbing his temple on the living room couch when he finally stood up and walked toward the kitchen. When he reached Ji from behind, Hu Jin wrapped his arms around him from the back. Chapter 183, Chi's Rise. Ji felt warmth behind him and he glanced sideways at Hu Jin. Holding Hu Jin's hand, Ji coaxed, how did you come in? Go outside and rest. Hu Jin buried his head into Ji's neck and rubbed against it a little. Don't act cute, Ji sternly taught him a lesson. Ji turned around and pulled Hu Jin out of the kitchen. There is too much grease here, wait for me outside, darling. After being led back to the sofa, Hu Jin pressed his lips together, appearing somewhat downcast. Ji leaned forward slightly and looked tenderly at Hu Jin. What's wrong, baby? Does somewhere hurt again? Hu Jin felt as if he had gone too far this time and that there was a sense of impending beatings hanging over his head. More precisely, it wasn't exactly an illusion. Hu Jin grabbed Ji's hand, otherwise, I will do it. This can never happen. Just sit still and watch. Ji pinched Hu Jin's cheek gently. As my wife, you don't need to do anything. Hu Jin. Having said that, Ji kissed Hu Jin's face like comforting a child and then quickly ran into the smoky kitchen. Ei. My egg. An hour later, Ji placed 4 dishes on the table. In order to provide a nutritious meal for Hu Jin, Ji referred to a recipe book and achieved a perfectly balanced diet. It has to be said that the dishes were not nearly as terrible as the cooking process was. Hu Jin also knew about Ji's cooking skills, edible but unpleasant. Sitting next to each other, Ji served Hu Jin a full bowl, urging with care. Eat quickly, darling. Have more. Furrowing his eyebrows, Hu Jin took a bite and Ji asked inquisitively. How does it taste? Is it good? Tastes bad. Hu Jin said quietly. Ji reserved another helping to Hu Jin. Try again. Pinching his chopsticks hesitantly, Hu Jin tasted again. It's delicious. Ji smiled brightly. If it's delicious, have more. Hu Jin, why aren't you eating? Ji declared with dignity. My husband isn't hungry, I'll eat takeout. This meal went on unusually long for Hu Jin. After finishing, they stared silently at each other. That. Ji coughed once, in our house before, it's always been you washing dishes. Hu Jin tilted his head. Are you treating me badly? Ji smirked, never. Hu Jin, does being your wife mean having to wash dishes? Ji, I'll wash them. Hu Jin stood up to collect the bowls and plates. When you marry, you adapt, be it a chicken or a dog, I understand. What the hell? Ji swiftly seized the plates from Hu Jin. Let me do it, honey. Ji dragged him towards the bathroom. Being my wife means only taking baths. Hu Jin watched as the bathroom door closed and his eyelids started twitching heavily. It was completely unruly already. The impure thoughts of his alpha partner were already clearly displayed on his face. While Hu Jin was halfway through his bath, Ji came in and moved closer to the fully soaked Hu Jin. With the water dripping off his face, wet hair plastered against his skin, his strong arms radiated obvious strength. The droplets trailed along the pink hue of his chest, reflecting a perfectly toned hormonal body frame. It would be a pity if he didn't model. Ji clicked his tongue. Although Ji himself wasn't bad, Hua Jin was indeed a powerfully overwhelming player. Approaching Hua Jin's side, Ji reached out to feel the pectoral muscles. Big and hard. Lowering his eyes, Hua Jin saw Ji without any hesitation stripping his shirt off right in front of him. Together. Hua Jin's Adam's apple moved noticeably as he wrapped one arm around Ji waist, pulling him close. The shower head instantly drenched Ji completely, leaving the partially unbuttoned shirt stuck to his body revealing the delicate color of his skin. A faint blush appeared on Ji's earlobes, feeling as though stabbed by an unexpected knife from Hua Jin. You shouldn't move around, Ji spoke up. Why not? Hua Jin came closer. Ji felt the breath by his ears teasing, and Hua Jin's following words shook him entirely as his body shivered. I thought, you were inviting me. Hearing this, Ji lifted his head, you need to focus on recuperating now. Don't think about other things. The steam filled the bathroom, the mist curling around the glass walls creating an ambiguous mood. The narrow space became intensely warm. Hua Jin smirked and leaned toward Ji's ear. Then when can I think about it? Ji squeezed his waist lightly, can't you be modest? As a wife, couldn't she restrain herself a little? Making such a proposition on her own accord, wasn't that wild? Hua Jin cast a glance at Ji with feigned sorrow, so Ji embraced him to soothe him, kissing him twice. After the kiss, Ji warned with a fierce tone, that's enough. You'll get what's coming to you later. Hua Jin's eyebrows and eyes raised slightly. Sounds pretty tough. Hua Jin's gaze darkened with mischief, I'll play along with my wife for a couple more days. Ji had a proper shower and then dried Hua Jin's hair. Ji put down the hairdryer and rubbed Hua Jin's head, say, hubby, to me. This troubled Ji greatly, although Hua Jin could accept his identity as her husband by default, he simply refused to call him that. Darling, be a good girl and call me hubby. Hua Jin wrapped his arms around Ji's waist, if I trick you, will you hit me? Chapter 184, Chi curses, Schadenfreude version. Ji stared at the handsome face of Hua Jin and coaxed, how could your husband hit you? Can't you see how good I am to you? Hua Jin pursed her lips, feeling that things were getting more serious. Seeing that Hua Jin didn't answer, Ji held Hua Jin's face and played with it. Call me husband once. Hua Jin, do you really want to hear it? Ji's eyes flashed with brightness. Yes. Hua Jin, lowering her long lashes, exuded a fullness of desire. Come closer and whisper it in your ear. Ji leaned over. Close to his cheek, Hua Jin softly whispered, husband. Her voice was magnetic and alluring, leaving the listener itching in their heart. Ji had fireworks going off in his head like a celebration song. He suppressed his laughter, maintaining an upright look as if everything was justified, then lifted his head. You're such a good girl, darling. Hua Jin couldn't help but admire Ji who was secretly thrilled inside. Emotions unveiled as she massaged Ji's waist. She was truly, too cute. Hua Jin stood up and looked down on Ji from a height. The commanding air put Ji on edge, making him swallow nervously. Before he could say anything, Hua Jin picked him up horizontally. Hey! Ji moved his body, instinctively holding onto Hua Jin's neck. Why are you carrying me? It's time for bed. Hua Jin said. Ji reached out and pinched Hua Jin and seriously educated her. You're my wife. Can you act a bit more charming like other people's wives? Look at you, do you even resemble a wife? Hua Jin's gaze fell, do you not like it? Ji, it's not that I don't like it. What I mean is. Hua Jin put Ji down. I understand what you mean. Standing tall, she looked at Ji, carry me. Ji raised his head, walked beside Hua Jin, and tried to carry her bridal style after biting his back molars a few times. He eventually gave up. Hua Jin could be carried easily enough, but walking to the bedroom would have been challenging. He didn't want to tire himself out. Releasing pheromones now would definitely be strange too. Ji touched his nose, coughed twice, and said, why are you so fat? Hua Jin, my weight is normal. Ji grabbed Hua Jin's hand and headed towards the room. Between couples, there's no need to carry each other around. Hua Jin let go of Ji and picked him up again. Don't move, let me hold you. If you do this, it will make me lose face. Hua Jin, I won't tell anyone else. After putting Ji on the bed, Hua Jin directly embraced him. Ji felt uncomfortable and switched positions, holding Hua Jin while imagining there should be a cigar in hand. Hua Jin didn't move, letting Ji squirm around. Ji held Hua Jin and kissed his forehead. Sleep, baby. Tomorrow I'll take you out to play. Hua Jin's hand rested on Ji's waist as Ji grabbed Hua Jin's hand under the covers. Don't stir me up, you're unwell. Hua Jin, I'm fine already. Ji gazed at him with mischievous eyes. Are you sure? Hua Jin, yes. Despite this, Ji did not agree, insisting on taking care for a few more days. 3 days later, Ji could no longer endure it. He pressed Hu Jin down. In the dimly lit room, Ji approached Hu Jin with clear intentions evident in his eyes. Be a good girl. Hu Jin, looking innocent, fixed her gaze on Ji. Have you wanted this for a long time? Ji, of course. Suddenly, Hu Jin released her pheromones. The scent of cold sandalwood lingered, bringing a chilling unfamiliarity. Her hand touched Ji's waist. Suddenly flipping over, Hu Jin loomed above Ji and looked down at him. I won't comply. As the words left her mouth, a prolonged wet kiss followed, gentleness gradually deteriorating into something darker. Ji's eyes widened slightly, sensing something ominous. Are you planning a rebellion or something? Hu Jin's hand caressed Ji's waist. Ji exclaimed, hearing Hu Jin whisper softly next to his ear. Wife, have you had enough yet? Any more is not permissible. Extra chapters. 1. 1000-Star Baby. 2. Song Lin x Gu by Zhou. 3. Zhou Qi x by Yu. 4. Chi goes back to the first bar where she met Hu Jin and points to her neck. Shouldn't it be marked now? Hurry up. Hu Jin. 5. An 18-year-old Hu Jin and a 32-year-old Hu Jin meet Ji simultaneously, showcasing a famous confrontation scene. Hu Jin. Ji's eyes trembled slightly, and he kicked Hu Jin. You lied to me, you son of a bitch. Damn you, Hu Jin. You're dead. Ji was kicking as if he were a lion with his fur on end. Hu Jin's voice always delivered an ambiguous desire that struck Ji heavily. I didn't know my darling has such thoughts. Hu Jin lowered his gaze, his pitch-black eyes were sincere and left no room for negotiation. That's not acceptable. It must stay inside. Leaning closer, Hu Jin's voice was magnetic as if directly entering Ji's stomach and making him shiver. All of it must go inside. Ji was kissed until his face turned red. Cursing gradually became powerless. His hoarse tone in the end more resembled pouting than anything else. When the sky was about to brighten, Ji exhaled deeply while staring at the ceiling. Hu Jin showed absolutely no tenderness. All his tenderness was but a facade. Fake. Fake. All of it was fake. Hu Jin hugged Ji for half a day, but naturally, it proved useless. With gritted teeth, Ji flipped over and sent Hu Jin a sticker with pure provocation exceeding 100,000 points. This resulted in his retaliation. Ji panicked and threw his phone away. Weren't you sleeping? Hu Jin, I don't mind staying awake. Ji, shocked, flustered, eyes flashing, regretting his provocation. In the afternoon, Ji slowly opened his eyes. He had to beat Hu Jin. But when Ji, full of momentum, approached Hu Jin with pigeon-toed steps, Hu Jin was cooking in the kitchen. The moment Ji reached behind Hu Jin turned around, his eyes obediently looking at Ji, honey. Ji's breathing became rough. Hu Jin, I was wrong. Hu Jin, I was wrong. Hu Jin, truly, I was wrong. Hu Jin stepped back half a step. My body isn't recovered yet, so please no hitting. With clenched teeth, Ji kicked Hu Jin. Not recovered. You're brimming with energy like having eaten dragon galls, where exactly aren't you well? Afterward, he gave Hu Jin's chest a punch. Playing tricks on me. Hu Jin frowned and let out a soft groan that appeared difficult to endure. Hurts. Ji quickly retracted his hand, his face becoming worried. Where does it hurt? Feeling around on Hu Jin's body, Ji murmured, suddenly regretting giving Hu Jin a punch. He shouldn't have argued with a patient. Where does it hurt? Ji's voice became softer. Don't touch anymore. Hu Jin spoke all of a sudden. Hearing Hu Jin's words, Ji looked up. At the instant their eyes met, Ji realized Hu Jin looked as though he wanted to devour someone. You, stop trying things. Hu Jin, trying might be unacceptable, but that doesn't mean it can't be done, does it? Hu Jin embraced Ji's waist tightly, held his face, and bent down to kiss him. It was gentle, continuous, and filled with languid and intimate affection endlessly layering on. Ji's hands slowly touched Hu Jin's clothes, lightly playing with them. Such a feeling so close made one feel dreamlike. If there was never loss, one wouldn't understand the joy of regaining what was lost. How could the lover's presence beside not make one's heart soften and become immersed? Life inevitably has its ups and downs. Ji and Hu Jin were merely a little harder than others. Thinking this way, Ji believed they weren't destined for endless suffering and would meet again soon after adversities. He responded to Hu Jin's kiss, only releasing when their breaths faltered. Ji's chest rose and fell slightly, his lips were red and swollen. You cheated. Hu Jin's lips carried a permissive smile. Yes, I cheated. Hu Jin pulled Ji toward the door outside. Wait here, honey, will cook something for you. Ji shot a glance. Liar, laughing at me, haven't your teeth been grinning so much these days that they've gone to the back of your head? Hasn't your jaw been aching from holding it in? Wasn't that just waiting for the right moment to laugh at me? Jin stroked Ji Qi's hair tenderly, his tone as alluring and warm as mountain springs. I wasn't mocking you. I see your happiness, and I am happy too. Ji Qi lowered his gaze. Then fulfill my wish. Jin's dark eyes grew threefold dangerous. You cannot provoke your man. Chapter 186, Huang Jin. As Jin spoke, he moved closer to Ji Qi. Wife, you were born to be mine. Ji Qi. I really appreciate it. Ji Qi trembled and moved backward. Whenever Jin started saying seductive words, Ji Qi knew to stay away from him, otherwise the consequences would be severe. Jin appears well-dressed every day, but in reality, he's a madman with repressed desires. I'll wait outside while you. Ji Qi raised his hand and continued to retreat, panic-stricken. Hurry up. After finishing this sentence, Ji Qi hastily stepped into the living room in disorderly strides. Seeing Ji Qi's retreating figure, Jin couldn't help but laugh softly. He turned to look at the stove. The scene that suddenly flashed in his mind just now was because of the topic they had discussed, which hit rather hard. Jin glanced sideways, wondering why he couldn't keep still. Jin took the breakfast out, and Ji Qi was watching a remote company meeting. That air of casual disdain seemed like an understated sense of control. Using the company's business to expand your own network, you want me to serve as your stepping stone? Take a look at how much you weigh before opening your mouth. I nurtured you, not for you to stab me in the back. Ji Qi's tone carried a cold and rebellious edge. Though his voice wasn't loud, his seemingly carefree yet intensely hateful expression made people feel inexplicably fearful. Ji Qi cut off the meeting video screen, his eyes darkened. Jin placed the plate in front of Ji Qi. Ji Qi lifted his gaze and smiled at Jin, shifting his emotions very quickly. Sweetheart. Ji Qi propped his temple with his hand. A reflexive call that hadn't been corrected over time. Sitting opposite Ji Qi, Jin handed him utensils, asking, is there something troubling about work? Ji Qi curled his lips and, seeing Jin not arguing back, continued to dig deeper. These are all trivial matters, being with my sweetheart is more important. Helplessly shaking his head, Jin said, you worked hard yesterday, eat more. After speaking, he picked up the eggs from his bowl and passed them to Ji Qi. Ji Qi. Ji Qi, the world where only he gets hurt has been achieved. Being tough outside but playing wife inside for Jin is what he does. Observing Ji Qi's face, Jin couldn't help himself, laughing slightly with a charming demeanor. Good girl, finish eating first, don't think about things you shouldn't. Ji Qi. After the meal, Jin carefully rubbed anti-swelling medicine on Ji Qi. Ji Qi lay on the sofa, hugging a pillow with his face buried, cheeks heating up, feeling utterly embarrassed. Embarrassed to death. What's embarrassing? Jin softened his strength a little. Have I never seen you this way? Ji Qi buried his head sideways into the soft indentation of the pillow. You love hearing me cry. This nasty habit of yours needs to be changed. Or else. Ji Qi squeezed a mark onto the pillow core tightly. Jin's voice carried a light-hearted laughter. Or else what? Ji Qi's gaze fell on Jin. Or else I'll give you a bone treatment. Guaranteed to root it out. Jin pulled Ji Qi by the waist, flipped him around, and tenderly massaged his wrists that were turning slightly red. I can't change. You'll have to put up with it, wife. Ji Qi. After a while, Ji Qi came to an understanding. Forget it, forget it. It seems like Jin doesn't have any other weird habits. Such a small defect could be forgiven without forcing him too much. Ji Qi glanced at Jin. I truly envy you, having such an empathetic, wealthy, intelligent, and good-looking wife. Unable to stop the corners of his lips from moving, Jin's pitch-black pupils brimmed with shimmering waves. Jin gently caressed Ji Qi's cheek, knowing well that pride resided deep within Ji Qi's heart. Born as an alpha at the top, he willingly endured so much for Jin's sake. Leaning down, Jin kissed the corner of Ji Qi's mouth softly. Not only empathetic, intelligent, and good-looking but also very obedient. You're the most obedient one. He must treat Ji Qi properly. It felt like no matter what he did, it wouldn't be enough. Feeling a tingling sensation on his lips, Ji Qi reached out and encircled Jin's neck. Jin. A raspy sound responded to Ji Qi. Ji Qi looked at the Enigma right before his eyes with a soft gaze, feeling as if it's a dream. Afterward, don't let me worry so much again. Jin's hands reached behind Ji Qi's back. His tone gentle, flowing like water. Understood, understood. From now on, I will tell you everything I do. I will be by your side. I will love you. Ji Qi moved his body slightly. What do you plan to do with 3 months sick leave? Jin, to you at home. Chapter 187, Peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. Ji Qi invited everyone over. He said they should gather, as everything had finally settled down, and everyone could have a good time. The cook was brought by Lin Jun, and Ji Xingming surprisingly took a day off this day. Zhou Qi came with Bai Yu. Tan he took 8 attempts to get Gu Tong to come. It's just friends getting together to eat, come on wife. Gu Tong, don't misname me. I've lost my husband, the grass on his grave is already 2 meters high. Tan He, it's fine, I like you kind of housewife, ah. Lighter. Tan He covered his ear, his brows knitted into a frown. They were still arguing when they arrived at Ji Chi's doorstep. One calling wife. The other calling for her late husband. Song Lin couldn't drive because he'd been stuck with needles so many times, so he was dropped off by Gu Baizhou. When he arrived, everyone was already there. It was lively inside the house, laughter filling the air constantly. Song Lin adjusted his sleeves and pressed the doorbell. Ji Chi stood at the door to greet him. He inspected Song Lin from head to toe, smiling, didn't we say 1 dish per person? Song Lin, I've gone bankrupt. Then Song Lin raised an eyebrow, besides, what kind of relationship do you and I have? We wore the same shorts since we were kids. I can eat your share. Ji Chi, what about me then? Song Lin grinned cheerfully, you can eat the guy called Hua something. Hua something. At this moment, Hua Jin walked behind Ji Chi. He pulled Ji Chi and leaned back against himself, not particularly friendly towards Song Lin. Tell him, Hua what? Ji Chi swallowed, Hua Jin, fire and complete. Got it? Song Lin, ugly. Hua Jin, I never planned to invite you anyway. Song Lin stepped inside, then why don't you kick me out, punk? As Hua Jin was about to speak, Ji Chi hugged him and kissed him, moi moi moi, don't be mad. It's not that, Song Lin hissed, full of resentment, have you never kissed before? Do you really have to kiss in front of me? Ji Chi gave Song Lin a look, that's enough, I invited you for 8 meals asterisk if you won't eat, you'll sit at the dog's table. Song Lin, damn it. Hua Jin firmly grasped Ji Chi's waist and Ji Chi pulled him close again, go, make dinner. Hua Jin turned around with a face full of pouting, while Ji Chi continued to scrutinize Song Lin. Even though you're broke, you should at least celebrate the holiday. My dad is here, you should give him a present, right? How inappropriate. Didn't I transfer you 200 today? Ji Chi continued. Song Lin, how generous of you. I usually give you tens of thousands at a time, but you only give me 200, and you even think it's too much and want to return it. Ji Chi grinned sarcastically, if my partner finds out I transferred you money, I'd be in a lot of trouble. Song Lin, you're really struggling. Song Lin had a look of sympathy on his face. He's Enigma, can't you control him? Let him go east if you say west. Look how badly you're doing. I wouldn't say this, but if I were you, I wouldn't even dare to admit it. Song Lin seemed fearless that day, truly making others speechless. You're really doing poorly. Song Lin emphasized disdainfully again. After saying that, Song Lin rummaged through Ji Chi's pocket, quickly, give me a cigarette to smoke. Before Song Lin finished speaking, Gu Baizhou stepped inside behind him. The next second, a bunch of gifts were stuffed into Ji Chi's arms. Ji Chi staggered backward, almost dropping everything. That's too much. Gu Baizhou placed the gifts and his gaze landed on Song Lin, my hearing is poor, what did you just say you wanted to smoke? Huh. Song Lin bit his cheek, arrange hood. Oh. Gu Baizhou calmly responded. Ji Chi's arms were full of gifts, he peered out through the gap in between them, Dr. Gu is truly kind. Gu Baizhou, I bought some health tea for uncle, he should like it. Ji Chi carried the gifts into the living room. Come in and sit. Ji Chi spoke while walking inside. Inside the living room, Zhou Qi was playing games on the projector, Bai Yu was chatting with Gu Tong, both narrating vividly, clearly discussing something joyful. Tan He lay against Gu Tong's legs like a wolfhound, wife, my head hurts. Gu Tong was currently deep in conversation with Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked bitter, you can't clap with just one hand. Gu Tong suddenly slapped Tan He. Slap. Tan He convulsed. Gu Tong stared straight at Bai Yu, isn't that loud enough? Tan He, what hit me? Some people are just dumb. Gu Tong's eyes flickered, why don't you try and see? After saying that, Gu Tong pointed at Tan He, anyone who isn't an alpha like him is fine. Tan He. Second blow. Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud, you two are really entertaining together. Gu Tong, it's not fun. I've recently taken a fancy to an alpha from a listed company, tall and handsome. Bai Yu, are you planning to pursue him? When Tan He heard this, he sat up directly and leaned against Gu Tong, I'm very good at killing. Bai Yu. Bai Yu's gaze fell on Tan He, what about this guy then? Gu Tong, backup number 89. Song Lin burst into laughter hearing their conversation, laughing so hard it sounded like a rooster crowing. Gu Baizhou tugged his hand, don't make fun of him, he is really good at killing. Song Lin, he quickly shut up. A person who is good at killing should be cool. But Tan He was embarrassing. Embarrassing for real. Song Lin closed his mouth immediately after listening to what Gu Baizhou said. After playing 2 rounds of games with Zhou Qi, he went to the kitchen. Hua Qianqing and Lin Jun were wrapping zongzi, rice dumplings, inside, the atmosphere in the kitchen was warm. Ji Xingming was cooking, and Hua Jin was helping. Both of them could discuss cooking techniques. Ji Xingming skillfully wore an apron around his waist, my wife loves my cooking the most. After being busy at work, I rarely have time to cook for her. Let me tell you, with my skills, winning a prize in the city cooking competition would be no problem at all. Jiang turned the vegetables over in the pan. My wife also enjoys eating what I make. The faint mist rolled within the room, the sound of the exhaust fan carried the detailed sounds of daily life. You're really skilled, Qianqing. Lin Jun praised Qianqing as he watched him wrap the rice dumplings. Qianqing was smiling happily, swaying the dumpling in his hands. Jiang wasn't particularly interested in Qianqing, neither cold nor affectionate, he just tried his best to look less hostile. Qian belonged to another world than his, and when Ji Qi called Qianqing, Jiang didn't say anything. Song Lin walked into the kitchen, he hadn't seen Qianqing before. His first reaction was a big, wow. He approached Qianqing, looking completely astonished, wow, you're so beautiful. Even prettier than Tan He. In one sentence, he had praised both people. Gu Baizhou stood at the door of the kitchen, arms crossed. He was upset. Qianqing looked down modestly, thank you, you're very cool. Song Lin immediately pulled Ji Qi in front of Qianqing, tell me, which one of us looks better? Answering either way would offend someone. Qianqing glanced outside the window and pointed at Tan He looks better. Song Lin clearly wasn't convinced, he looks like a little girl. You should compare me and Ji Qi. At this moment, Gu Baizhou entered the kitchen. He glanced at Song Lin, he's not saying because he doesn't want to hurt your feelings. Qianqing bit her lips and laughed. Ji Qi patted Song Lin on the shoulder, don't be sad, Dr. Gu doesn't think badly of you. Song Lin glared at Ji Qi and looked at Gu Baizhou, you tell me, which one of us looks better? Gu Baizhou answered quickly, you look better. Song Lin, what about him? Gu Baizhou, too lazy to look. Ji Qi ran to Jin's side, dear, they're bullying me. Jin helplessly shook his head, just endure it, honey. Today will pass quickly. Amidst the cheerful laughter and joy throughout the house. Lin Jun deliberately made a lucky zongzi when he saw many people around for the sake of having a good omen. Let's see who has the luck. 2 hours later, a table full of dishes was served, and everyone wanted to see who had gotten the lucky zongzi. Finally, Qianqing timidly raised his hand. Wow! That's amazing. Among so many, only you ate it. Zhou Qi laughed. In the future, the happiest person will be our Qianqing. Lin Jun congratulated with a smile at the corners of his eyes. Qianqing smiled. He had lost a lot. But he would get much delayed love. Qianqing would be happy. Would he? Of course, he would. After eating the lucky zongzi, Qianqing took a group photo with everyone and sent a WeChat Moments post visible only to himself. He wrote, Uncle Hua, Qianqing can survive now, with a lot of love. Because of the medication, he had forgotten many things, memories stuck only in the happy past, the profound suffering trapped deeply within his subconscious, leaving only happiness. Remembering Qian, forgetting the bitterness. And he had eaten the lucky zongzi. Qianqing gazed at the sky outside the window, Qianqing was doing well, and in the future, he would do a lot of things to atone for Hua uncle. After going to hell, if there's a chance to be reborn, one should become a really good person. As he was lost in thought. Ji Qi placed a chicken leg on Qianqing's plate, Song Lin, don't dare to snatch it, it's the only one for Qianqing. After settling that, Ji Qi planned to reach out for the spare ribs in front of him. But just as his chopsticks arrived, Song Lin had already snatched them away. This piece has an ideal mix of fat and lean, it's for Qianqing. Ji Qi lightly stepped on Song Lin's foot under the table, you doggy. Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Qi felt Song Lin move farther away from him. Looking up, he saw Gu Baizhou's hand around Song Lin's waist, leading him aside. Gu Baizhou gave a warning glance at Jin, control your wife. Jin returned his gaze, calm yet sharp, you need to manage that person called Song what better. Ji Qi pulled Jin's sleeve slightly, Song Lin, 1, you, meaning rain, 1, Lin, meaning forest. Jin, sounds ugly. Ji Qi, this won't end. Today was a grand long dining table, everyone sitting together with a lively atmosphere. The chatty ones kept talking while the hungry ones kept their heads down and ate furiously. Only Tan He was acting like a beautiful wolfhound. Wife, feed me. Gu Tong picked a piece of chili, here. Tan He didn't hesitate, opening his mouth directly, but as the chili reached his lips, Gu Tong quickly swapped it with Sichuan peppercorns. Tan He, my wife clearly loves me, she wouldn't let anything too spicy near me. Ji Qi watched Tan He's willing to be fed expression and clicked his tongue, this kid. The hardship he went through acting earlier was truly hard on him. Ji Qi believed Tan He absolutely resembled his father Ji Xingming when he was young. By evening, the group dinner finally came to an end and people began to leave. A whole room full of gifts were left behind by all. As Ji Qi rummaged through the presents, something didn't feel right. That Song Lin boy sent 10 bottles of mint-flavored. Enraged, Ji Qi immediately grabbed his phone and dialed Song Lin, exploding with fury, damn you, Song Lin. What kind of crap did you send? Song Lin responded calmly as he'd expected this reaction, you only gave me 200 yuan, I could only buy these, they'll last for half a year. Song Lin, no need to thank me. Fuming inside, Ji Qi suddenly calmed his tone, give me Gu Baizhou on the phone. 1 second later, Gu Baizhou's voice came through, Ji Qi, Dr. Gu, what flavor do you prefer? Gu Baizhou, in what aspect? Ji Qi, eating wise. Gu Baizhou, asterisk something light and refreshing. Dragon Boat Festival mini storyline concludes here, 1.5 chapters long, extra update. Want a little gift? Tomorrow will be sweet daily routines. Chapter 188, Are you, an alpha, afraid of him? Hua Jin's vacation was long, and this was the first time Ji Qi hoped he would go to work. This day, Ji Qi sat on the sofa in a daze, the obvious dark circles under his eyes evident. He supported his forehead while looking at the morning finance newspaper. Every word on it was recognizable, but when put together, they were so confusing that he wanted to sleep just by reading them. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for half a month. Half a month. Ji Qi glanced sideways at Hua Jin cutting fruit in the kitchen and sent a message to Song Lin. Ji Qi, buddy, can you call me saying there's something at the company? Ji Qi, I can't stay in this house for another day. Ji Qi, if I leave home, I'll give you 200 yuan as pocket money. Beep beep beep, beep beep. Just after he finished typing the words, Song Lin's call came. Ji Qi wore a secretly pleased look. He knew Song Lin was reliable. In order to let Hua Jin hear, Ji Qi intentionally shifted his bottom toward the other side of the sofa and deliberately turned the phone call into speaker mode. Before Ji Qi could speak, an exaggerated tone from Song Lin came over. Ji Qi didn't even get to revel in triumph for 2 seconds. Because Song Lin's words were quite problematic. Song Lin, are you embarrassed or what? Are you, an alpha, afraid of him? Do you need to partner with me to deceive him every time you want to go somewhere? What kind of status is that? In the future, don't tell people we're brothers, it's too embarrassing. Just walk out and slam the door. If he bullies you, I'll deal with him. Ji Qi frantically hung up the phone, stunned. Trash Song Lin. Ah. Hua Jin found it hard not to hear these words. He had stood at the doorway since coming out from the kitchen. With his hands crossed in his arm bends, Hua Jin leaned against the glass sliding door of the kitchen, his gaze flickering faintly. Ji Qi edged his body towards one side of the sofa. That. Hua Jin scrutinized Ji Qi closely, his eyes soft but somewhat unruly. Baby seems very dissatisfied with me, huh? Ji Qi coughed, then got up and walked to Hua Jin, lifting his hand to hug Hua Jin's waist. No. So what is it? Hua Jin's voice was incredibly light and gentle. Hua Jin buried his head, sniffing Ji Qi's body scent, feeling completely relaxed and carefree. Ji Qi hugged Hua Jin and looked up. Did the doctor really say that to recover fast, you have to seek more pheromones you like? Am I being deceived? Ji Qi felt he must have been tricked by Hua Jin. Nobody would demand like this. Suddenly, Ji Qi heard laughter resonating low and pleasing above him. Hua Jin cupped Ji Qi's face, pulling away a little. Of course, I'm not deceiving you, it's true. It was a fact. Hua Jin thought he had only chosen the fastest and most effective way. Ji Qi pointed to his own lips, swollen. I apply for today's rest. Hua Jin reached out, gently caressing Ji Qi's lips. Wife, they're not swollen. Ji Qi pursed his lips, staring at Hua Jin, throat. Ah. Hua Jin watched Ji Qi with sympathy. It's a sore throat. He leaned down and kissed Ji Qi's lips lightly. Husband knows. Hua Jin raised his hand, lightly playing with Ji Qi's hair, kissing him soothingly. We ate a little breakfast this morning, are you hungry now? Ji Qi shook his head. When will you go to work? I've gained 2 Jin at home. And was bullied every day. Hua Jin's black pupils contracted slightly, sounding somewhat resentful. Wife, are you complaining about me? Not. Ji Qi fiddled with his phone several times. My point is, when you take care of your health next time, think of your wife a little. I also want you to get better soon, but you can't just. Can't just. Unspeakable. You're not listening. This was Ji Qi's final conclusion. Wife. Hua Jin called Ji Qi's name while biting his lips. Though he said nothing, Hua Jin understood Ji Qi's meaning. Hua Jin stood stiffly staring at Ji Qi for some time. Ji Qi thought Hua Jin was about to refuse, but unexpectedly, Hua Jin agreed, hugging him. Understood, listen to my wife. Coincidentally enough. The next day, Ji Qi's heat period arrived. Ji Qi kept inching closer to Hua Jin, his entire body tightly hugging Hua Jin, his eyes affectionate. This seductive state of his was rare indeed. Ji Qi leaned against Hua Jin, his voice filled with plea. Doesn't count. What I said doesn't matter. Hua Jin, today should be resting. Ji Qi's voice was hoarse, tugging Hua Jin's clothes. I'm in pain. Chapter 189, Hua Jin's desire ignited. Hua Jin leaned close to Ji Qi's ear. What do you want? I want you. The pheromones from Hua Jin intensified. Call me. Ji Qi's lips trembled. Big brother. Nope. Hua Jin's sexy voice carried a hint of ambiguity. Ji Qi buried his head in Hua Jin's neck and extended his tongue for a lick. Husband. Kiss me. Jin wrapped an arm around Ji Qi's powerful waist and pulled him closer. Does the deal still stand? Ji Qi's body quivered, his gaze hazy. Husband, good husband. In the next moment, Jin curled his lips and pressed a kiss toward Ji Qi. A low voice echoed from within the room. 3 days later, Ji Qi woke up nestled in Jin's arms. The person by his side seemed to have been holding him for a long while. Jin's expression softened upon seeing Ji Qi awaken. He adjusted the blanket covering them. Sleep a little longer. Ji Qi raised his hand with difficulty, his arm feeling numb and sore, his voice raspy. Jin. Jin responded gently, noticing that Ji Qi didn't intend to sleep further. He got up immediately to find clothes for Ji Qi. As Ji Qi flipped over, Jin dressed him like one would with a child, carefully putting each piece on. Ji Qi, sitting on the edge of the bed, kicked his feet against Jin's knees, teasing, when will elder Judge stop treating people like children? Jin was nonchalant, softly rubbing Ji Qi's wrist. I only treat you like a child. Hopefully I can spoil you so much that you won't be able to live without me. Ji Qi reached out and encircled Jin's neck with his hands, burying his head into the other's collarbone. All right. Ji Qi murmured, Jin idiot. Jin then carried Ji Qi out of the room, and they prepared breakfast together in the kitchen. Ji Qi occasionally caused a bit of chaos. Jin frowned as he looked at the stew pot in front of him. No one adds chili to congee. Ji Qi looked up. Your wife does. Jin, just heat up the milk. Ji Qi, it tastes better with ice cubes. Jin turned around and pinched Ji Qi's cheeks. Ji Qi leaning forward kissed Jin's palm before turning away again, sucking. At this moment, Ji Qi quickly added ice to the milk while Jin looked helplessly exasperated. You little rascal. After Ji Qi's fever period ended, he went back to work. The young male stars under their entertainment company were embroiled in many scandals. Ji Xingming and Lin Jun had gone on vacation, so all matters related to Boss Hen Group fell onto Ji Qi. For a time, Ji Qi was busier than ever. Jin became the loyal waiting stone. Messaging his wife is something Jin could easily do because he had too much free time, constantly checking his phone to see what his wife was doing. Rarely did Jin become such a chatterbox on WeChat. Jin, wife. Jin, will you come home for lunch? Jin, what did you eat for lunch, wife? Jin, shall I bring you food? Jin, why haven't you returned home yet? Jin, I miss my wife. Jin, wife, please reply to me. Jin, when will you finish work, wife? Jin, I'll pick you up. Jin, are you mad? At 8 in the evening, Ji Qi finally saw the string of messages Jin had sent him, and his cheeks hurt from laughing. Who knew that the cold and aloof Judge could become so adorable when he had a wife? Ji Qi, seated in the director's chair, set down the documents in his hands. The project manager who had just been scolded to hell by Ji Qi stood before his desk trembling with fear. Why was he laughing suddenly? Was he going to fire me? Ji Qi lifted his eyes and noticed the person still standing in front of him, sat up straight, and cleared his throat coldly. Get out. Give me 3 alternative solutions within 2 working days. Don't try to fool me. Okay. The man respectfully left the office, his heart almost leaping to his throat. Once the man was gone, Ji Qi picked up his phone to reply to Jin. Ji Qi, be a good boy, I'll be home soon. Ji Qi loosened his tie slightly and relaxed his clothing after an entire day of high tension, feeling quite exhausted. However, seeing Jin's messages greatly improved his mood. Even after being apart for just a single day, it felt like they hadn't seen each other for 10 or 15 days. Indeed, having a wife at home gave life meaning. When Ji Qi came down from the company and just walked out of the main gate, he saw Jin waiting for him at the entrance. Ji Qi quickened his pace, finally running towards him. He completely ignored the employees behind him and directly dove into Jin's arms. The employees following Ji Qi behind halted in their steps, each pair of eyes wider than the last. No. A female Omega employee stared. Isn't that our CEO who's as cold as an air conditioner? Right. Another one, pulling her back a little. What the heck? I thought young Master Ji was at least the type to have 3 Omegas around him, being promiscuous, but he is married, how come? It's someone else's wife. Their brains really need to work properly. Oh my god. If young Master Ji is already icy and difficult to deal with, isn't his man even more so? At this moment, a few gossipy employees were approached by an old-timer assistant of Ji Xingming. He seemed calm and satisfied their curiosity. Young Master Ji's other half is a joint staff member of the Enigma International Alliance and also the chief judge of the Central Research Center. He's very excellent. Upon hearing this, several people almost lost their balance. Jin. The Jin from the CE Research Center. Can he just be described as excellent? Judge Hua, oh my god. A few of them nervously pulled out their phones. Can we take a picture? They pressed the shutter button as they spoke. Sniff sniff. I feel like crying sniff sniff. What kind of divine couple is this? So well matched. Celestial couple. The people behind were further away, and Ji Qi could hear the whispers that wouldn't stop. He guessed they were discussing him and Hu Jin. Hu Jin straightened Ji Qi's tie, with a smile on his face. You came running over like this, aren't you worried about losing your authority in front of them? Ji Qi turned around and gave a look, causing everyone to quickly disperse, hurrying away timidly. Ji Qi's gaze returned as he raised an eyebrow, light breeze making his hair flutter. Authority comes from oneself, those above others can only impart knowledge. It's like how everyone in the lab fears you. Hu Jin lifted a hand and gently stroked Ji Qi's temple hair. Is that so? Do you fear me? Ji Qi's eyes glimmered with affection. I miss you. Hu Jin's lips tightened into a thin line, reprimanding while sulking, missing me all day yet not replying once, having time to attend press conferences, and I saw you watching live streams on your phone. Ji Qi immediately felt guilty. You actually watch live streams. Hu Jin, and you even posted on Weibo, never thinking of me all day. Ji Qi, well. Isn't it because I want to earn money to support you? Hu Jin darkened his gaze. I haven't reached the point where I need my wife to support me. Ji Qi glanced around and suddenly pulled Hu Jin's clothes, slightly leaning up to peck his corner of the mouth. Cheering Hu Jin up, Ji Qi had written a book on it already. Chu Mo. Soft kisses were sweet and moist, cotton candy-like in tenderness and sweetness. Hu Jin cooled down 1 degree. Mo. Hu Jin cooled down 2 degrees. Mo. Hu Jin ignited. Chapter 190, Happy Birthday. Ji Qi's eyes were filled with a hint of shock. He loosened his grip on his own hand, continuing to provoke, are you really so powerless against me? Hu Jin's hand circled Ji Qi's waist from behind, let's go home. Right away. Ji Qi's promise didn't count for much. After getting home, he just stared blankly at the ceiling. The ceiling was in asterisk, some unspecified state, and so was he. After Hu Jin felt satiated, he leaned against Ji Qi, wife, you smell so good. The next day, Ji Qi still got up early, had breakfast, and went to the company. The same was true the third day. A week later, one day when Hu Jin saw that Ji Qi was still like this, the heart of a stone waiting for her husband could no longer bear it. He was very unhappy. What made him even more unhappy was being told his wife wasn't there when he went to pick her up that evening. His wife was so naughty. She simply did not care about herself. That day, Hu Jin burst with emotion, calling Zhou Qi out for drinks, drinking himself semi-drunk with terrible wine. There was nothing else about Hu Jin to criticize except for his poor alcohol tolerance. It tasted like chicken feed. Hu Jin coldly stared intently at Zhou Qi in front of him, are all you alphas changeable? Is that right? You don't cherish what you get anymore. Hu Jin, holding the wine glass in front of him, looked full of resentment. My wife is like this. She completely ignores me now. All she cares about is making money. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi's eyebrows furrowed deeply. He's an alpha too, give him some slack. Hu Jin took another sip of wine, now he just hugs me when he gets home, then sleeps like it's a chore. As he spoke, Hu Jin abruptly slammed the raised wine glass back down onto the table, splashing its contents everywhere. I'm having my birthday tomorrow and he doesn't even know it. He's going to work instead, and when I went to pick him up, he wasn't there. With all those young and beautiful omegas in his company, does he think I'm too old? Zhou Qi. That's hard to evaluate. Zhou Qi coughed and replaced the high-alcohol liquor in Hu Jin's glass with low-alcohol content. Well, alpha men, you need to give them more private space. This is how they are. Fart. Hu Jin rebuked loudly. Do you feel insecure about being together with your wife? Hu Jin suddenly lifted his gaze seriously and said, I need to find a way for my wife to have a child for me, so we'll both be precious as parents. Zhou Qi. I know you're anxious, but calm down first. Ji Qi can't have children, try another approach. At this moment, Ji Qi arrived at their dining table, sent by intelligence reports, ready to collect the drunkard. The neon lights illuminated his irate and annoyed face. Ji Qi stood silently behind Hu Jin. Hu Jin's complaints grew louder and louder, then what should I do? My wife is becoming more distant to me every day. She won't even reply to my messages, showing no concern towards me. Hu Jin's head was clouded from drink. As he swayed, everything in his vision blurred and split, his wineglass splitting over and over again. My wife has become stingier and stingier lately. She gives me only $100 a day now, and I have to pay for groceries myself. Not only that, she doesn't care about me at all. Could such a person possibly be my wife? Zhou Qi glanced meaningfully at Ji Qi behind Hu Jin, leaning on his hand and forcing a laugh through gritted teeth. So, what do you plan to do? Humph. Hu Jin let out a heavy snort, if she doesn't come out looking for me, I won't go home. Right now, she probably doesn't even realize I'm not at home. My wife is truly terrible. Zhou Qi, but what if she comes to comfort you and tries to persuade you to go home? Hu Jin took another sip of wine, even if she comes to find me, I won't go home with her. Speaking, Hu Jin pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and slapped it on the table. Zhou Qi clicked his tongue, didn't Ji Qi tell you not to smoke? Hu Jin, he can't control me. Zhou Qi, do you dare say that a little louder? Hua Jin's heavy head sank. I've said it already, he can't control me. With a squeak, Ji Qi sat down next to the two, catching Hua Jin's attention. At this point, Hua Jin realized Ji Qi had been standing behind him for who knows how long. Hua Jin. Cool winds blew, sending shivers through the air. Ji Qi casually crossed his legs sitting down, the suit jacket draped over his hands, glaring seriously at Hua Jin. Ji Qi reached up and slapped the table with a loud slap. The wine in front of Hua Jin shook again. Ji Qi, can I control you? Hua Jin's head hung down. You can. Ji Qi, you're quite daring, aren't you? Drank 3 bottles. Hua Jin, eyes unfocused, 4 bottles. Ji Qi, am I so bad? Hua Jin, not bad. Ji Qi, going home. Hua Jin, go, back. Zhou Qi watched Hua Jin with a look that said, you're on your own. Ji Qi, feeling the gaze, lazily turned his attention to Zhou Qi. Ji Qi, don't you know he can't handle alcohol? He's the one with the worst tolerance in the whole agency. You came just because he asked you to and even listened to his complaints about me. You've got guts. Zhou Qi let out an awkward laugh full of helplessness. That's still your fault. You know how hard it was for Hua Jin to be with you, yet you always hang out with other omegas. How could he not be upset? You should show him more concern. Ji Qi's face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth had Hua Jin been saying? He practically held Ji Qi in the palm of his hand for fear of losing him. Just because Ji Qi had taken an omega from the company to the hospital yesterday. Hua Jin exaggerated everything into something much worse. Tomorrow was Hua Jin's birthday, and Ji Qi had spent the past 2 days preparing. When he returned home earlier, he was planning to send Hua Jin away temporarily so he could prepare a surprise. Ji Qi pursed his lips. He had deliberately tried to make Hua Jin happy today. Deliberately. Thinking about this, Ji Qi's ears involuntarily reddened with a rosy blush. How embarrassing. Ji Qi shot a glare at Zhou Qi and spoke sternly, next time you bring him drinking, I'll beat you up. Ji Qi brought Hua Jin home, supporting him all the way to the door. After pulling out the keys, he paused before opening the door, then fixed his eyes on Hua Jin. Did you make a mistake? Hua Jin, I did. Ji Qi understood why Hua Jin had such a big temper. It was because he had been so busy lately. Plus what happened yesterday. Hua Jin must have felt neglected. Ji Qi glanced at the time and opened the front door. The living room was filled with balloons and colorful lights, as well as an enormous gift almost half a person's height, carefully arranged on the ground. The atmosphere was perfect. Ji Qi looked around, satisfied. His Enigma had never celebrated a birthday before. Every day from now on should be happy and joyful. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Midnight. Ji Qi leaned over and kissed Hua Jin softly. Didn't forget, I've been preparing surprises for you these past few days. I bought you lots of presents. Though drunk, Hua Jin's gaze was surprisingly focused. He hugged Ji Qi tightly and dragged out a long voice like silk thread, wife. Ji Qi held the dazed Hua Jin and kissed his soft lips. What else could be done? Forgive him, bad Enigma. They kissed all the way from the entrance to the bathroom's glass door without opening any gifts. The scent of roses wrapped around them, and Hua Jin deepened the kiss. When his hands explored Ji Qi's body, something unusual caught his attention. Black, lacy edges, with a waist chain. Something that fell off easily. And it matched the type Hua Jin had once mentioned in Ji Qi's ear. Ji Qi leaned against Hua Jin's ear, whispering, a present for you. Happy birthday. Chapter 191, Gifts. Hua Jin didn't get to eat the meat because he drank too much alcohol. This was absolutely the most regretful day of his life. He regretted it so much that it felt like his intestines were turning green. In the end, Hua Jin spent an hour rubbing and groaning against Ji Qi before passing out from drunkenness. Wife. Hua Jin's tone was full of feigned pain. Wife. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Wife. Ji Qi looked at Hua Jin with sympathy. You drank too much. He was drunk. Ji Qi sighed longingly and grinned maliciously. It's a pity, big brother. Ji Qi touched his waist bones. I only wore it for 1 day, it's your own fault you couldn't unwrap this gift yourself. It's not my fault. Hua Jin sniffed around Ji Qi, I have to unwrap it. I have to unwrap it. The gift was finally unwrapped just as dawn was approaching. The seductive chain around the waist emitted faint, deep, and intimate sounds when it moved. The beads coated with seawater tasted sweet but slightly bitter. Hua Jin held Ji Qi whose eyes were glazed over, inhaling the pheromones mixed with body scent. The floor was littered with disorder. Ji Qi's throat was hoarse. Do you like it? Hua Jin pinched Ji Qi's waist, his voice filled with limitless charm and allure. I like it. After receiving the gift, Ji Qi started questioning him immediately. Sitting up by the headboard, he asked, who made you go drinking with Zhou Qi? Hua Jin hummed after some silence. I'm sorry. You dare drink with your poor tolerance. Ji Qi's eyes glared angrily while pinching Hua Jin's face. Next time I see you drinking, you'll sleep outside. Hu Jin understood. Ji Qi hearing the soft tone calmed down, feeling he was too harsh. Lately, things had been extremely busy. Once he returned home, he could fall asleep right away. Hu Jin's vacation wasn't over yet, which made Ji Qi feel like he was neglecting him. Ji Qi cradled Hu Jin's face and kissed him twice. Alright, I'll be with you today on your birthday. A trace of warmth flickered in Hu Jin's eyes. This glance was so understandable, Ji Qi got scared. Seeing his reaction, Ji Qi's expression changed quickly and he put his hands in front of himself. Not again. Hu Jin grabbed Ji Qi tightly in his arms, starting a lie with his deep voice, I'll just rub, not. Ji Qi bought many gifts for Hu Jin, clothes, shoes, watches, leaving nothing behind. At 18, Ji Qi thought that in the future, he would definitely treat his Omega well. Respect and admiration, giving him the best life and buying him the most expensive gifts to cherish. To spoil his Omega sky high. Now, he thinks, Hu Jin has suffered so much, he must give him lots and lots of love. After unwrapping the gifts, Ji Qi took Hu Jin to a cake shop and made him a small cake. Inspired by the moment, Ji Qi recorded a video, carrying the cake over to kiss Hu Jin gently. Chew. That day, all the work-related posts on Hu Jin's friend circle had a split line added, a show-off post of their affection. Hu Jin, sorry, showing off my wife today. This post got screenshotted by insiders directly trending on Weibo. Ji Qi flipped through his phone with shock on his face. You're joking, right? Posting a single WeChat status update can make it to the trending topics. Ji Qi, full of resentment, continued, do you know how much it costs me to buy a trending search term for an artist in my company? Hu Jin instantly reached the first place, with the trending hashtag being, Chief was showing off his wife. Hu Jin frowned as he opened Weibo, where various gossip material was flying everywhere. But basically all good words, CP fangirling galore. Hashtag this is the couple the public should ship, hashtag. Hashtag adored. Even meticulous Judge Hua is also a romantic brain, hashtag. Hashtag wish Judge Hua a swift recovery and have 8 precious babies with his wife, hashtag. Hashtag Judge Hua's wife is the young master of Boshen Financial Empire, no wonder they have such upright values, hashtag. Hashtag they have both helped people. They are both role models worth learning from, hashtag. Hashtag good ship, love to ship hashtag. Hashtag request a drama release, hashtag. Hu Jin looked at the topic rankings and liked 8 times under 8 precious babies. Though this was quite embarrassing for his wife. But it sounded festive. He enjoyed hearing it. Ji Qi was still puzzled. With his fingers curled, he calculated the cost of a trending search if he were to buy one. Hu Jin made 8 of them. This entertainment company truly cannot continue to operate. Since he and Hu Jin hit the trending topics, Ji Qi discovered that his work has become much easier. Whether pulling investments or negotiating project intentions, everything was smooth sailing, of course, primarily due to competence, without cheating. You don't say. You really shouldn't say. Having an Enigma at home is really cool. One day when Ji Qi went to the company, a bold front desk little sister directly complimented him, Mr. Ji, you and Judge Hua are such a perfect match. Ji Qi nodded, I'm the alpha. Chapter 192, You love me, of course. Receptionist, unbelievable. Alphas all need face-saving moments, she understood that. Alright Mr. Ji, I'll make sure to relay that implication next time we gossip. Ji Qi, I'm being serious. Other party, still unbelievable. Ji Qi, suppressing laughter, walked into the office. During his work breaks, he would send messages to Hu Jin. Otherwise, he'd be reprimanded when he returned home, without a chance to beg for mercy. After Ji Qi was busy for a while, Song Lin replied to Ji Qi's rant with a message, as of today, your alpha status is revoked. Song Lin, shameful. Song Lin, are you really so afraid of him? Ji Qi sent an audio message cursing back, he's usually obedient but becomes quite aggressive in bed. Song Lin, are you praising him, gritted his teeth. Ji Qi, aren't you afraid of Gu Baizhou? Song Lin, am I insane? Afraid of Gu? Wait, I'm coming. Gu Baizhou's voice could be heard midway through Song Lin's speech, and the tone quickly changed. Song Lin redirected, we'll talk later, I have to get an injection. Ji Qi, get well soon. Song Lin, you didn't finish your sentence. Ji Qi, plus the revoking of alpha status. Song Lin, hashtag at 3 end. Ji Qi didn't even open the voice message, it's too long, not listening. No playful banter, if I don't hear it, it doesn't count as an insult. After their verbal sparring match, Ji Qi sent another message to Hu Jin. In the evening, Hu Jin came to pick up Ji Qi, who unreservedly threw himself into Hu Jin's arms. Did you miss me? Ji Qi asked. The chill of the wind made his body temperature feel warmer. Hu Jin leaned down and kissed Ji Qi's lips. His black eyes were always so gentle, at least when looking at Ji Qi, I missed you. Very much. That day, Ji Qi was carried home by Hu Jin. No matter which way they went, they would pass through the long banyan tree-lined road on the way home. The faint yellow light shone softly on the ground, peaceful and harmonious. This long path was perfect for romantic confessions and kisses, like something from a manga. Ji Qi, leaning against Hua Jin's back, suddenly pointed at a tree near a road sign ahead. Do you see? It was right there under that tree where you forcefully kissed me. Hua Jin, I see. Ji Qi mocked, your guts were pretty big back then. Hua Jin was about to reply, but Ji Qi interrupted himself. He turned his head slightly and gave Hua Jin's cheek a peck. Were you very tired liking me back then? Hua Jin continued carrying Ji Qi forward. Their shadows were stretched long, not tired. Very happy. Hua Jin's words always sounded so good. Ji Qi lifted his hand and pinched Hua Jin's cheeks. Did you like me more before or do you like me more now? But Hua Jin responded, always liked you, more and more every day. Where did you take classes? Why are you so eloquent all of a sudden? Hua Jin let out a soft chuckle, warmth lingering in his gaze. Looking ahead, his steps slowed, wife. Ji Qi responded comfortably. We're going home. Ji Qi leaned on Hua Jin's back, a smirk curling his lips, alright, let's go home. Wife, Hua Jin suddenly called Ji Qi's name as he walked forward. I know, Ji Qi kissed Hua Jin again. I know. Hua Jin paused, without asking what I want to say, you already know. What do I want to say? Ji Qi's eyes flickered, you love me. Hua Jin crossed a small puddle, exasperated yet indulgent, yeah, I love you. Why are we walking so slow? Ji Qi subtly wriggled his legs. Wife. Hua Jin's voice deepened, I think my sensitive period has come. Ji Qi, huh? The dim light became brighter, glittering toward the moon. Gentle winds brought ambiguity, everything brimmed with joy. Hua Jin continued carrying his alpha forward. He knew he had been saved. The dark abyss will not bloom, no vine will sprout buds capable of saving anyone. Keep moving forward, toward sunrise, roses, mountains and rivers, love is not confined to the present. Don't lose hope in this world. Move beyond it. The sun and moon intermingle, replacing hardship with suffering no longer felt, as dawn brightens the sky. You see. Destiny intertwines the sun and moonlight just as it once did. Just like when Ji Qi played that friendly league game on the basketball court years ago. Hua Jin saw him at that school. An assistant bought water for Hua Jin, who held it and watched the teenagers match outside the court. The match was thrilling, with cheers from the crowd so loud it almost deafened them. The Omegas who brought water to Ji Qi were all exceptionally delicate. The teenager glanced over, seeing a group of people screaming and cheering. Among them stood a tall man with an extremely cold expression. It was unclear who he had come to see. To avoid any trouble or misunderstandings, Ji Qi was truly thirsty. Sweaty from head to toe, he pushed his way through the crowd. Hua Jin stood outside the court. Suddenly, a pair of slender fingers reached out. Ji Qi accepted the water from Hua Jin's hand. The touch between the tips of the young boy's fingers and Hua Jin's felt like dew falling onto dying grass. End of main text. Main text complete. Exciting bonus chapters begin. Chapter 193, Tan He chases his wife. As everyone knows, Tan He has no home. When the hospital informed him that he could be discharged, Tan He followed Gu Tong from behind. At first, Tan He quietly trailed her. 5 minutes later, he brazenly walked directly behind Gu Tong. Gu Tong suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned around, you're fine now. Stop following me. Wife. Tan He lifted his hand and pinched Gu Tong's clothes, I know I was wrong. Gu Tong ignored Tan He, I'm very busy. I don't have time to argue with you. Tan He unconsciously tightened his grip on Gu Tong's clothes. His remorseful demeanor was complete, his helpless gaze making it seem as though Gu Tong were the heartless one who had wronged him. Wife, let's go home together. Gu Tong, my house is too small to fit a great hero like you. Tan He, small isn't an issue, I can hold you while we sleep. Gu Tong, get lost. With that, Gu Tong turned around and continued walking forward, with Tan He still shamelessly following her. Tan He followed Gu Tong all the way to a small alleyway. The house was still the same place they lived together several years ago, every brick and every scratch familiar, and for a moment Tan He felt a lump in his throat. How could such a Gu Tong refuse to forgive him? He could live alone here for so many years, how could she not forgive him? Gu Tong was just angry. Tan He thought, he could win her back. Just as Tan He was about to follow Gu Tong into the house, there was a sudden sound, full of force. Bang! The door was slammed shut by Gu Tong. Tan He couldn't get in. Tan He. No problem, as expected. This house was very old, located in a dilapidated area of the old district. Tan He indeed didn't expect Gu Tong to continue living here. When he left, he bought her an apartment in the city center, obviously, Gu Tong hadn't moved in. Tan He sat on the steps outside the door, although the house was old, Gu Tong had kept it spotlessly clean. Through the keyhole, he could faintly see some scenes inside the house. Unable to enter, Tan He sat on the steps and pulled out his phone, sending 99+ messages to Gu Tong. Not a single message received a reply. No problem, as expected. Tan He, holding his cheek, looked increasingly grim, and he sought help from Ji Chi via message. Tan He, hey, kid, you seem quite good at seduction, you even managed to charm Judge Hua. Ji Chi happened to have free time and replied quickly, don't flatter me, what's the matter? Tan He, a friend of mine left his wife due to certain things he had to conceal. How do you reconcile with your wife? Please advise. Ji Chi, don't invent friends. Tan He, my friend. Ji Chi, does your friend's wife still like your friend? Tan He, of course she likes him. Ji Chi, buy flowers, buy clothes, buy buildings, buy bags, spoil them all. Tan He, do you, all you rich second-generation folks fall in love this way? Tan He, this is hard. I have no money. It's all given to my wife. If she doesn't feed me, I'll starve to death today. Ji Chi, you're pitiful. Ji Chi, transfer 8 yuan. Tan He, received 8 yuan. Tan He, are you serious giving me 8 kwai? Ji Chi, I suggest you thicken your skin. Gu Tong is just mad now, seeing you actually makes her happier. Tan He, she won't let me in. Ji Chi, I'm off to placate my own spouse, goodbye. Tan He. Tan He frowned as he stood up and walked toward the alley entrance. Looking at the balance on his phone, 8 kwai, perhaps it's enough to buy a flower. 10 minutes later, Tan He returned from the alley entrance. As he arrived at the door, he coincidentally saw an alpha knocking on Gu Tong's door. And Gu Tong even opened the door for him. Tan He's anger surged uncontrollably. In big strides, he kicked the door open. For a moment, the three of them stood face to face in silence, Gu Tong looking somewhat angry. Gu Tong coldly glared at Tan He and then shifted her gaze to the other alpha. The man appeared gentle, with clear features contrasting sharply with Tan He's showy good looks. After taking a clear look at the alpha's face, Tan He's head dropped immediately. Big brother-in-law. Gu Tong's brother had never really liked him, and this situation made things doubly worse. Seeing Tan He, Gu Jiu clenched his teeth with hatred, turning and pulling Tan He's collar. Bang! Gu Jiu angrily threw a punch that landed squarely on Tan He's face. You damn well came back. Do you know how Gu Tong has lived these years? Son of a bitch. Tan He did not fight back and was pulled to the ground where Gu Jiu continued hitting him. Gu Tong watched as her brother beat Tan He, her eyes inexplicably softening. Suddenly, Gu Tong stepped between them, pulling Gu Jiu away, brother. You must stop hitting him. Gu Jiu's chest heaved as his fists unclenched. Seeing Gu Tong come to comfort him, Tan He clung closer to her despite the pain. Although beaten, his wife had spoken up for him, and Tan He felt it was worth it. Wife. I knew you couldn't bear to lose me. Gu Tong bit her lip and said nothing. Now that Gu Jiu was here, if she distanced herself from Tan He, he would surely be hit again. In the end, the three of them sat together and awkwardly ate dinner while Tan He was scolded heavily by Gu Jiu. He recounted in detail how Gu Tong had lived over these years. Before leaving, Gu Jiu turned to warn Tan He again, I'm warning you, if you make her cry again, I'll never forgive you. With that, Gu Jiu left. After Gu Jiu departed, Gu Tong silently tidied up the tableware on the dining table. Her lonely figure made Tan He inexplicably heartbroken. He didn't know how to win her back. It felt like nothing he could do would ever be enough. Tan He went to the dining table to help clean up, snatching the bowls out of Gu Tong's hands to wash them in the kitchen. Gu Tong remained silent. When Tan He came out of the kitchen, Gu Tong was sitting on an old sofa. Tan He gently sat down at one side of the couch, gazing sidelong at Gu Tong. He then pulled a crushed rose out from his chest pocket and handed it to her. Flower. Tan He's voice was cloyingly sweet, clearly trying to charm her. Gu Tong didn't take it. Tan He shifted closer, inch by inch. Finally, when he realized Gu Tong wasn't going to push him away, he hugged her tightly. Really, I've been wrong, please forgive me, wife. Gu Tong clenched her molars hard, remaining silent. She was cold by nature, keeping everything inside, someone who cried without making a sound, always brooding quietly. Tan He embraced her, stroking her back gently, it's all my fault that you've suffered. I'm a terrible person, don't stay mad, okay? Tan He knew it wouldn't be easy for Gu Tong to get over her anger toward him. Just as now, even though she allowed him to hug her, he still had to coax her gradually. After that day, Tan He began clinging daily to this place. Initially, Gu Tong prepared food only for herself. Gradually, she started making enough for 1.5 people. 2 months later, the amount of food Gu Tong prepared finally increased to 2 servings. Though she barely spoke to Tan He could only sleep on the sofa every night. Tan He felt he had exhausted all his tricks, but Gu Tong still wouldn't give him a smile. Once again, Tan He consulted Ji Chi. Tan He, what does my wife mean? She lets me hug her, and when I kiss her, she doesn't hit me anymore, so why won't she smile at me? Ji Chi, a frozen river doesn't thaw in a single day. Tan He, I'm about to break the law. Ji Chi, suggest doing things that align with socialist values. Tan He, can't. That night, unable to contain himself any longer, when Gu Tong was taking a shower, Tan He suddenly slipped into the narrow bathroom. As expected, he got thrown out. No problem, it was expected. Tan He tried again, and this time Gu Tong held a towel in front of her body. Her face carried a faint blush. Tan He's sweatpants, already tight, instantly strained against the seams. His Adam's apple rolled nervously as he quickly turned away. No, no, no. He needed to respect his wife's wishes, he hadn't coaxed her well yet, he shouldn't take risks. I'll go out and won't bully you. That night, Tan He slept on the couch again. But in the middle of the night, Gu Tong ended up in his arms, wriggling restlessly. The room was heavy with fruit fragrance, and Gu Tong kept rubbing her waist against Tan He. Tan He's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly raised his hands to encircle her waist, preventing her from falling off him. Wife, you. Chapter 194, Did Tan He successfully win his wife back? The Omega's heat period arrived. Tan He reached out his hand. How come your body is all? Gu Tong furrowed his brows, his face filled with agony. Sitting on Tan He's waist, he held Tan He's face and kissed him deeply. Tan He's pants were loose, supporting Gu Tong. He held Gu Tong's hips and lifted him up in this position. Gu Tong faced him, burying his head in Tan He's neck, inhaling the scent. Tan He carried him to the bed. That day, Gu Tong cried fiercely, the usually quiet Omega trembling his voice and for a long while. I've waited for you for so long, woohoo, woohoo. You bastard. You bastard, woo-woo, woo. Did you ever think of me? How have I survived these past few years, do you know it? Gu Tong trembled as he cried intensely and harshly. Tan He wiped the tear stains from Gu Tong's eyes gently, knowing his nature. It's all my fault, hit me. Don't cry anymore, baby, it's my mistake. I'm a bastard. Gu Tong bit his lip and weakly slapped Tan He with a soft slap. Tan He looked at his lover who was crying beneath him and couldn't comfort properly, so he directly leaned down and kissed those soft lips. A gentle kiss interwoven with tears, salty and bitter. I'm sorry, let me stay with you from now on, okay? You can beat me or scold me, don't be upset alone. You're killing me with heartache. Tan He has always been straightforward, but now all he wanted to do was to pacify him. Gu Tong bit his lip, his gaze shimmering. Tan He paused, leaning close to Gu Tong's ear, whispering with a hint of allure, do you want your husband? Gu Tong didn't answer. Tan He continued to coax him with questions. After some time, Gu Tong's voice was hoarse, I want you. Tan He caressed Gu Tong's hair softly, good baby. Tan He kissed away Gu Tong's tears, have you forgiven your husband long ago? Have you forgiven him, wife? Gu Tong's lips turned a vivid red, According to Gu Tong's stubborn temperament, when he allowed himself to be hugged by Tan He had already forgiven him. He just wanted Tan He to know how angry he was, which was why he had stayed mad at him. Tan He ruffled Gu Tong's head and indeed, this was the only moment when he behaved so obediently. Were you thinking about finding your husband as soon as you felt unwell? Upon saying that, Gu Tong's tears came again. He tightly grabbed Tan He's clothes, his voice trembling, I have an alpha. I have an alpha. But he never comes back to see me. Tan He's heart sank instantly. Without any alpha to accompany him during his heat period, his Omega could only endure it alone. Tan He held Gu Tong gently and caressed him constantly, guilt and shame overwhelming his heart, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. It's my mistake. Will you allow me to stay with you from now on? Tan He lost count of how long he cajoled before managing to soothe Gu Tong. He spoke endlessly with Gu Tong, expressing how much he missed him and how much he loved him. Tan He wiped Gu Tong's cheeks with his fingertips, there, no more anger. I'll tell you everything I do from now on. Gu Tong allowed himself to be embraced by Tan He after being calmed down. Being extraordinarily obedient. Tan He adored the docile version of Gu Tong, holding him and kissing him repeatedly. Touching him repeatedly. Gu Tong pulled a nearby blanket over his face. What are you hiding for? You missed me too, right? Gu Tong used his elbow to cover his eyes and remained silent, lying sideways. After Gu Tong's heat period passed, Tan He implemented some mischievous moves to avoid the situation where his wife wouldn't recognize his account later. On the second day, it was Gu Tong who shyly pushed him away. You. Gu Tong couldn't figure out how to open his mouth due to embarrassment. Tan He immediately embraced him with one arm around, you can't chase me away anymore. Gu Tong gazed straight at Tan He. After a moment, he slowly raised his hands to embrace him back. This was his response. Tan He's smile widened, his eyes brimming with happiness. He tightened his arms and increased the hug, you're truly amazing, wife. I must have done countless good deeds in my previous life to meet such a wonderful Omega like you. Gu Tong pulled the blanket to hide his face, take me to wash, otherwise, you're done. Tan He moved quickly with a light-hearted mood, alright, alright. After cleaning Gu Tong, Tan He cuddled him and rubbed his body against his affectionately. Not mad anymore. Gu Tong, see your performance. Tan He laid him across the bed and threw him up onto it. Gu Tong threw a pillow right back at him, this isn't how to perform. Tan He, I will perform well in every aspect. Gu Tong lived in this old district because he wanted to wait for Tan He here. He said he was afraid that his alpha would come home and not be able to find him. Now that Tan He has returned home, his alpha suggests moving to a better place, and Gu Tong agrees. Tan He takes him to their new home. He takes Gu Tong to many places, spending days and nights with him. My Omega is the best Omega in the world. Tan He says. Stop flattering. A month later, Gu Tong feels unwell and goes to the hospital. He comes back with a stack of examination reports and hands them over to Tan He. Tan He looks at the report, his eyes widening more and more. Shaking hands, he puts down the test results and suddenly yells out loud. Ah! Wife! Tan He runs around the room several times holding Gu Tong. Gu Tong hits Tan He lightly. Is it really that exciting? Tan He's mind is bubbling while holding Gu Tong. Of course I'm excited. Tan He kisses Gu Tong repeatedly. Mwah 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 smooch smooch. Don't kiss anymore, you're smearing me all over. Gu Tong's gaze lowers as he hugs him tightly. Tan He, let's go to the bed so I can check you out. Gu Tong blushes. No. Chapter 195, Gu Baizhou pursues his wife. Gu Baizhou is a man of his word. After the Song group was sealed, Song Lin had no more connection with it. His surgery needed the signature of a family member to proceed. On the day Gu Baizhou received Song Lin's ID card, he took him to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Song Lin's fearless demeanor in the face of life and death made him unusually emotional. Gu Baizhou held the marriage certificate tightly in his fingers. Your sweetheart hasn't been won yet, do you really want to die so easily? Upon hearing this, Song Lin turned his head and glanced at Gu Baizhou. He did not answer Gu Baizhou but instead turned and walked toward the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. An alpha cannot marry another alpha. Just as he cannot be with Ji Qi, neither can he be with Gu Baizhou. Song Lin's glands have become diseased, so he is not currently considered an alpha. This marital relationship is just Gu Baizhou's way of trying to help him when no one else could. Song Lin knows these things. His personality has always been bold and inflexible. But some matters can still be figured out. Song Lin looked outside at the sky, his thoughts floating lightly. Being cornered, he had hurt Ji Qi, and upon Ho Jin's arrival, Ji Qi smelled very alluring. This would be fatal for someone who liked Ji Qi. But Ji Qi's pheromones didn't trigger Song Lin's susceptible period. It was his distorted view that led him to believe he was beyond redemption. It was obsession. In a daze, Song Lin recalled the day Gu Baizhou ran up to him and embraced him. How could there exist alphas releasing pheromones to soothe another alpha in this world? So, Gu Baizhou must also be sick. Gu Baizhou. Song Lin suddenly paused his steps and called out Gu Baizhou's name. The light and drifting tone made it seem as though the listener might drift away along with it. Gu Baizhou, standing behind Song Lin, softly hummed in response. Song Lin tilted his head, the gentle breeze blew a few slightly longer strands of hair covering his eyelids. You are also like a lunatic. He knew the chances of curing his illness were low. Song Lin reviewed Gu Baizhou darkly in his eyes. He didn't know when Gu Baizhou started liking him. What was there to like? Song Lin never thought of himself as a good person. Compared to Ji Qi, he was rotten to the core. Years of scheming and deception in the business world meant using every despicable method possible. He never had any compassion, wanting to destroy anyone who stood in his way, swallowing their crushed bones without hesitation. Suddenly, Song Lin felt a warm sensation in his palm as a faint warmth traveled from his fingertips to his heart. Gu Baizhou tightened his finger pads and firmly gripped Song Lin's hand. Let's go. Song Lin wanted to pull his hand back, but Gu Baizhou gave him no chance and directly pulled him into the car. Sitting in the car, Song Lin blankly stared out the window. Gu Baizhou always liked to take care of him. When someone was dying, not even a cigarette was allowed. How tormenting. Gu Baizhou is detestable. Song Lin rummaged through his pockets and eventually found only a lollipop. Peeling off the wrapper, he stuffed it into his mouth. It was both sour and sweet. Gu Baizhou drove the car back to the hospital. Song Lin had managed to persuade him to let him play outside for a whole day, which ended like this. When Song Lin returned to the ward, he found Gu Baizhou had upgraded it. A private luxury room complete with a bathroom, sofa, coffee table, and rest area. Song Lin sat on the sofa in the ward with tightly pursed lips. Such a ward would cost at least $1 million a month in this hospital. Supporting his cheek, Song Lin gazed at Gu Baizhou. I don't have money. Gu Baizhou's gaze softened. This is a special treatment for the relatives of medical staff by the hospital. Song Lin stood up from the sofa and approached Gu Baizhou. Your acting skills are quite amateurish, Dr. Gu. Song Lin, am I being pursued for my body? Gu Baizhou stood straight with an unperturbed expression. Cooperate well with the doctor for treatment. Song Lin raised his eyebrows and asked, if I truly get cured, what do you plan to do? A hint of incomprehensible emotion appeared on Gu Baizhou's face, his dark pupils obsessive and wild. Naturally, act like a madman. Song Lin wrapped his arms around himself, his eyes mocking. Do you want me to F***CKU? Gu Baizhou's gaze flickered slightly and became warmer, his wild eyes filled with 7/10 of untamed savagery. I don't have that idea. Chapter 196, Did Gu Baizhou succeed in winning back his wife? Song Lin's eyebrows slightly rose, and then he lay lazily on the sofa again. That's best. Liking someone is exhausting, especially when they don't like you back. It's even more exhausting. Gu Baizhou shouldn't be so miserable. Song Lin closed his eyes as if preparing to sleep, while Gu Baizhou looked at him on the couch. Song Lin still lacked any sign of liveliness. Because various surgical time plans and Song Lin's physical condition need to be matched. His surgery is confirmed to take place 2 months later. The daily needles and medications made Song Lin increasingly impatient. Someone who had never thought about survival didn't want to endure such pain anymore. Bone necrosis in the glands is one of the most painful and incurable diseases in the world. Song Lin's painkillers have progressed from level 1 to level 3. That day, Song Lin flipped over Gu Baizhou's medication. I want to go home. He wanted to go home. Initially, Song Lin thought Gu Baizhou would once again speak gently, persuading him not to do this. But Gu Baizhou agreed. You don't have a house under your name. Can we go to my house? Live outside 1 week before the surgery. Song Lin disliked the hospital environment, it was suffocating and unbearable for him. Fine. Song Lin quickly agreed. Song Lin left the hospital without taking anything with him. Standing by the hospital entrance, green plants emitted a fresh scent after the rain. Song Lin took a picture at the hospital entrance. Get in the car. Gu Baizhou's voice brought Song Lin, who was lost in sorrow, back to reality. He opened the car door and sat in the back seat. By the time they arrived home, Song Lin had already fallen asleep on the rear seat, lying there dazedly. Gu Baizhou opened the car door and didn't wake Song Lin. Instead, he directly picked him up horizontally. Song Lin opened his eyes and moved his body slightly. I can walk by myself. After Gu Baizhou put Song Lin down, Song Lin wobbled towards the door. The villa in the affluent neighborhood wasn't really suitable for Gu Baizhou's personality. Song Lin thought that this was more like something he might buy, ostentatious yet classy. Song Lin first walked to the door and leaned lazily against it. Password. Gu Baizhou, my birthday. How am I supposed to know your birthday? Can't you just tell me? For a moment, Gu Baizhou's face darkened, then he entered the password. Song Lin walked into the living room, where the decoration fit his taste, simple but not simplistic. This doesn't seem like your style at all. Gu Baizhou responded behind him, what's my style then? Song Lin mused and affirmed with a sound, I think your house should have many good paintings auctioned from large exhibitions or 3 study rooms, and the kitchen would contain anatomy books. Gu Baizhou closed the door and approached Song Lin, there are indeed anatomy books in the kitchen. Song Lin, do you dissect people? Gu Baizhou, yes, so you'd better behave. Song Lin. Song Lin walked to the sofa and lay down like an owner, I really can't understand you. If I were you, I wouldn't care about Song Lin. Gu Baizhou glanced at Song Lin and went to the water dispenser to pour him a glass of warm water. His voice was rather gentle, unfortunately, you're not me. I care about Song Lin. Upon hearing these words, Song Lin laughed silently. See, he had said it, Gu Baizhou was unwell. At this point, Gu Baizhou went to the study, grabbed 2 books, and handed them to Song Lin to read, claiming they could calm his mind. This was quite challenging for Song Lin. He flipped through a few pages, which turned out to be more effective than sleeping pills. With 2 fingers pulling his upper and lower eyelids apart, Song Lin struggled for 10 minutes and then gave up completely. Some people aren't meant for that kind of thing. Perhaps reading is something that should be left to people like Gu Baizhou. As soon as Song Lin put the book down, Gu Baizhou came over with pre-prepared medicine. Gu Baizhou was right, being discharged from the hospital didn't mean treatment should stop. Listen to Gu Baizhou. Otherwise, Gu Baizhou will send him back. Song Lin gazed at the approaching Gu Baizhou, wrinkling his face together but obediently extended his right hand to him. This was the medicine to prevent disease progression, requiring injection every day until before the surgery. Gu Baizhou informed Song Lin not to consume painkillers anymore. Excessive consumption of level 3 painkillers would lead to dependency and addiction. Song Lin had already shown signs of this. In 2 months, Gu Baizhou required Song Lin to endure until before the surgery. A faint warmth spread on Song Lin's wrist. He turned his head away, while Gu Baizhou looked at Song Lin, who tilted his head to one side. His fingertips lightly stroked Song Lin's wrist. There wasn't a single good spot left on Song Lin's wrist. Gu Baizhou found a needle mark that had faded somewhat and inserted the needle there. After pulling out the needle, Gu Baizhou took a lollipop from his pocket and put it in Song Lin's palm. Do you take me for a 3-year-old kid? Gu Baizhou didn't respond to such comments. After giving the injection, Gu Baizhou went into the kitchen. When the dishes were served, Song Lin deeply regretted agreeing to stay at Gu Baizhou's place. The food he made was even plainer than the hospital meals. It had no color at all. Song Lin, can we order takeout? Gu Baizhou picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks for Song Lin, speaking in a tone that rebuked but also sounded oddly gentle. Song Lin, be a good boy. After poking around to eat his meal, Song Lin went to the living room to play games. It was a competition. The person who got beaten up by Song Lin on the other side of the screen was named Gu Baizhou by Song Lin. When Gu Baizhou came out of the kitchen, he saw that Gu Baizhou on the game screen being beaten till rolling on the ground. Gu Baizhou sat in front of Song Lin and said, let's have another round. Then he grabbed the game controller and selected the two-player mode. Gu Baizhou rarely saw Song Lin smile except today. He looked smug, pleased with himself. As long as Song Lin won, he'd be happy. So, Gu Baizhou never won. After 10 rounds, Song Lin looked at Gu Baizhou with delight and said, you lost again. Gu Baizhou's lips curved slightly, gazing at Song Lin with those bright eyes. He said, I haven't won once. Not since the beginning. As if fate had mercy, for the first 3 days Song Lin was at Gu Baizhou's house, his glands did not hurt at all. That day, due to the drowsiness brought on by the medication, Song Lin fell asleep on the sofa. Suddenly, an intense pain woke him up. Unbearable, a muffled groan escaped from Song Lin. By now, he had become addicted to the hallucinogen in the painkillers. The pain tormented him like a wild beast, driving him insane. In an instant, everything on the coffee table in front of him, glasses, fruit plates, were knocked to the floor. He collapsed onto the floor, shaking his hands wildly to search through the drawers beneath the table for medicine. Painkillers. Song Lin's hands trembled more and more. Gu Baizhou had taken away all his painkillers. Song Lin's breathing became heavy, he frantically opened drawer after drawer. In the blink of an eye, the excruciating bone-deep pain left him unable to stand steady. The sound of breaking glass drew Gu Baizhou's attention inside the house. He practically ran out. Running into the living room, Gu Baizhou saw the mess on the floor and Song Lin whimpering softly. Song Lin was looking for the drugs. Gu Baizhou quickly went over and grabbed Song Lin's arm. Sweat soaked Song Lin's forehead. Song Lin. Gu Baizhou called Song Lin's name, Song Lin. Hearing Gu Baizhou's voice, Song Lin clutched Gu Baizhou's hand like holding onto a lifeline. Gu Baizhou would surely give him the drug. Gu Baizhou. Gu Baizhou, give me the painkillers. His eyes were unfocused, I'm in so much pain. Give me the painkillers. Gu Baizhou would surely comply. No. Looking at Song Lin's trembling fingers, Gu Baizhou said firmly, you need to stop taking the painkillers. Since you're having surgery soon, you can't let yourself be influenced by hallucinogens. That level of painkiller is no different from drugs. Do you understand? This was the main reason Gu Baizhou brought Song Lin home. Before Song Lin reached the hospital, he had been taking painkillers privately. Now they must stop. Song Lin violently shook his head. His thoughts were confused now, the pain throughout his body made him angry and irritable. He remembered, he promised Gu Baizhou he wouldn't take the painkillers anymore. But he couldn't bear it. There's no way he could endure it. It's worse than death. Addiction is fine as long as it doesn't hurt, it doesn't matter. Song Lin raised his gaze towards Gu Baizhou. Strands of hair, damp with sweat, hung around his forehead. He looked utterly dispirited. Clutching Gu Baizhou's clothes tightly, he pleaded, I'll stop next time, just give it to me today, I'll definitely listen next time. Gu Baizhou, save me. Chapter 197, Did Gu Baizhou successfully win back his wife? Please save me. Song Lin's current state frightened Gu Baizhou even more. His pain was real, as was his addiction and dependence on painkillers. Gu Baizhou wiped the sweat from Song Lin's face, his pheromones spreading invisibly yet tangibly. It felt like hands tearing him apart, horrifyingly intense, and he wanted to soothe the alpha in front of him. But it was useless, Song Lin couldn't perceive it. No matter how much soothing pheromone he released, Song Lin couldn't sense any of it. The helplessness felt as if someone was being flayed alive, excruciating. Suddenly, Gu Baizhou hugged Song Lin, gently patting his back, you can't take any more medicine. Would you let me stay with you? I'll stay with you. Driven by the pain, Song Lin yearned desperately, his body taking full control now, making him despise Gu Baizhou. Gu Baizhou wasn't supposed to be like this. He would give Song Lin whatever he needed, Gu Baizhou wasn't supposed to act like this. With all his strength, Song Lin pushed Gu Baizhou away. Like a madman, he searched frantically for the drugs inside the room where Gu Baizhou had stored them. The room became a mess under the dual torture of spirit and flesh, leaving no trace of reason. In the end, Song Lin curled up on the floor, his pain devouring him from the inside out. Gu Baizhou ran to Song Lin, lifting him into his arms, but Song Lin weakly resisted with kicks and punches. You're not Gu Baizhou. Gu Baizhou wouldn't be like this. Let me go. Shaking uncontrollably, Song Lin remained unaffected by Gu Baizhou's efforts to calm him down. In anger, Gu Baizhou carried him back to the sofa. By then, large patches of Song Lin's wrist were drenched in sweat. Song Lin's eyes rimmed red with bloodshot veins, and in agony, he clung on to Gu Baizhou. After being severely tormented, Song Lin suddenly showed weakness before Gu Baizhou, pleading and begging without any dignity. Gu Baizhou. I'm in so much pain. His lips oozed faint streaks of blood from biting them. With blurred eyes, Song Lin couldn't bear such agony, nor did he want to. I'm in so much pain. Song Lin gripped tightly onto the corner of Gu Baizhou's clothes, I'm really in so much pain. Can you give me the painkiller? Just this one time. Every word Song Lin spoke pierced through Gu Baizhou as if his flesh were being peeled off. If Song Lin lost hope, he could die from consuming too many painkillers, but Song Lin still had hope. Gu Baizhou didn't want to give up, nor did he want Song Lin to give up. With a dry throat, Gu Baizhou struggled to utter a single word as that oppressive feeling traveled from his lungs to his mouth. He wiped the sweat from Song Lin's face. You cannot take painkillers anymore. You must stop to prepare for surgery. I'll stay with you. Gu Baizhou repeated in a hoarse voice. I'll stay with you. Song Lin's knuckles trembled. Gu Baizhou wasn't supposed to be like this. How could he just watch him endure such pain? Song Lin's eyes filled with turmoil as he suddenly cupped Gu Baizhou's face and kissed his lips. His voice grew unclear, barely able to steady himself against the sofa. Kissing Gu Baizhou, his gaze shimmered with emotion. Gu Baizhou. I hate you. You don't like me. Don't you like me anymore? As he said this, he again supported his collapsing body to kiss Gu Baizhou once more. Why won't you make my pain hurt less? Why do you have to see me in pain? Song Lin's tone was sticky, tear-inducing and gut-wrenching. Hate you, hate you. Song Lin's fingertips turned white, void of color. He didn't need to explain how much pain he was in. These words were already clear enough. Too clear. Gu Baizhou's eyes brimmed with intense sorrow, hating Song Lin immensely. Hating him so deeply, truly. Why in the world would someone trample on another person's sincerity like this? Song Lin would. He clearly had no heart. Gu Baizhou suddenly grabbed Song Lin's jaw and kissed him fiercely. Song Lin responded to him, but this response was the ultimate mockery to Gu Baizhou. Gu Baizhou didn't give Song Lin the painkiller. Instead, he bit Song Lin's lip and held him while trying to comfort him. Song Lin kept pushing Gu Baizhou away, repeatedly saying, Gu Baizhou wouldn't do this. I hate you. I hate you. Gu Baizhou's pheromones grew stronger and stronger, but Song Lin received no solace. Eventually, the pain caused him to faint. When he woke up, the pain overwhelmed him again, causing him to faint once more. After repeating this cycle several times, he knew clearly that Gu Baizhou wouldn't help him. He would only hold him uselessly, offering futile comfort. Song Lin thought he wouldn't make it through. In the end, he collapsed again in Gu Baizhou's arms. His whole body was drenched in sweat. When he awoke again, the pain in his body had faded. The sensation left him powerless but strangely relaxed. 5 hours. He was still alive. After regaining consciousness, Song Lin no longer felt irritable or gloomy, his thoughts were entirely under his control. Song Lin propped up and looked around. He didn't know when Gu Baizhou had carried him to the bed. It's truly amazing that he could survive this. As soon as Song Lin opened his eyes, he saw Gu Baizhou sitting at the bedside. Song Lin knew his previous words must have hurt Gu Baizhou deeply. Liking someone is tiring, and liking Song Lin is even more exhausting. Song Lin gathered all his strength to sit up and looked at Gu Baizhou. Are you still feeling unwell anywhere? Gu Baizhou asked gently. All of a sudden, Song Lin leaned slightly forward, placing a hand on the edge of the bed, and kissed Gu Baizhou's face. Song Lin's lips were cool. This time, it's sincere, said Song Lin. Chapter 198, Did Gu Baizhou succeed in winning his wife back? Gu Baizhou was stunned for a moment. He quickly glanced at Song Lin and then looked away swiftly. Song Lin's kiss seemed like it was out of pity for him. Pity that he had been waiting all this time without response, pity for his unreciprocated feelings, and it was almost like an act of gratitude. It was sincere, yet not entirely. After being dazed for a bit, Gu Baizhou stood up. I'll go cook you dinner. Song Lin watched the silhouette of Gu Baizhou as he walked away, his gaze remained cold and indifferent. He slowly got up, dragging his exhausted body towards the bathroom. The shower water cascaded down from his head, washing everything away. While Song Lin stood under the shower head, his mind went blank, staring into space aimlessly. In fact, he had never thought about living or surviving. But Gu Baizhou always held on to him tightly. What's so good to like? There's nothing worth liking at all. After finishing his shower, Song Lin sniffed the clothes he was wearing, then gently pushed the bathroom door open. Just as he was about to call out, he lifted his eyes and saw Gu Baizhou standing there. Gu Baizhou handed him a set of clean clothes. Put these on. Wow. Song Lin instinctively took the clothes and began to fondle them absent-mindedly. The sky outside had already grown dark. After hours of struggling, Song Lin's mental state was still not quite right, lethargic and weak. Gu Baizhou's eyes were unreadable as he suddenly spoke, You've been very obedient today. Huh. Song Lin parted his lips slightly, glancing at Gu Baizhou before averting his eyes awkwardly. Song Lin took the clothes and turned around without further comment. By the time he finished dressing and came out, Gu Baizhou had already prepared dinner. Today one of the dishes wasn't as light as usual, it was salty, with a sauce-covered rack of ribs. On normal days, Gu Baizhou would just stew the ribs straight away, so when it was done, even the soup is clear. But today, the dish also included colorful bell peppers, making it look much heavier, which suited Song Lin's taste perfectly. Song Lin ate continuously. Is this a reward? Gu Baizhou served Song Lin a bowl of soup. Yes. Song Lin's glands hurt without any regular pattern, maybe 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, it wouldn't be easy over these next 2 months. That kind of pain is intolerable even for adults, let alone Song Lin, who is an alpha sensitive to pain. This was hard for him. But he endured it today. Gu Buizhou picked a piece of meat and placed it on Song Lin's plate. Tomorrow will be vegetarian only. Upon hearing this, Song Lin directly covered his rice with the leftover ribs. Well then, you don't eat either. Gu Buizhou nodded. Alright. Song Lin pouted in indignation. What nonsense. He was fine. After dinner, Song Lin leaned on the sofa watching TV and eventually fell asleep due to exhaustion. Gu Buizhou half squatted in front of the sofa and gazed at Song Lin's sleeping face, his heart stirred. Song Lin was always like this. When he liked someone, he'd do anything without reservation, but when he didn't care, he wouldn't even give them a second glance. No exaggeration. Out of impulse, Gu Buizhou reached out and lightly stroked Song Lin's hair, his fingertips moving inadvertently and brushed against Song Lin's cheek. He had lost a lot of weight. Gu Buizhou's fingers traced the contours of the person in front of him, his face, his eyelids, his nose tip, his lips. Finally, his hand stopped resting on Song Lin's pale lips. Before long, Gu Buizhou kissed Song Lin on the lips. This kiss could be explained by any excuse, one of resentment, deliberate action, or simply self-comfort. A scorching heat collided with slightly cool lips. When Song Lin opened his eyes, Gu Buizhou did not release him. Instead, he intensified the kiss obsessively. He did it on purpose. Song Lin's hands shoved at Gu Buizhou's chest twice, but it was useless. Relying on his strength, Gu Buizhou pinned both Song Lin's hands tightly. Their breathing intertwined. Gu Buizhou. Song Lin mumbled faintly and tearfully. Chapter 199, Did Gu Buizhou successfully win his wife back? Song Lin bit Gu Buizhou, but the latter still didn't let go of him, instead becoming even more aggressive. After a few minutes, Song Lin's face turned red from lack of oxygen before Gu Buizhou finally released him. Song Lin's chest rose and fell as he breathed heavily, staring at Gu Buizhou. Although Gu Buizhou looked neat and tidy, he was not the type to apologize for what had just happened. He was fundamentally insane. Song Lin's eyes were cast downward. If he demanded an apology now, Gu Buizhou would certainly kiss him again. Biting his lip, Song Lin leaned against the sofa in disheveled clothing. If he scolded Gu Buizhou now, it wouldn't be wise given his personality. If he tried to hit him, currently, he couldn't. Song Lin took a deep breath, and the words that came out were strangely odd. You, shameless. Gu Buizhou gazed at Song Lin's flushed face. Anything else? Song Lin's voice grew louder. Never kiss me again. Gu Buizhou replied, do you know how much my companion fee is per day? How will you pay me back? Song Lin glanced aside, guiltily saying, it's your choice, I don't have money. Gu Buizhou said, then give me asterisk when you're better. Song Lin said, are you crazy? After speaking, Song Lin quickly wobbled into his own room. The next day, Gu Buizhou acted as if nothing had happened, looking completely normal. These days, he had been staying at home, prompting Song Lin to ask involuntarily, aren't you going to the hospital? Gu Buizhou answered, no. Song Lin's long lashes flickered as she spoke words only the two of them could understand. You're really dumb. Gu Buizhou responded. After dinner, Song Lin sat on the sofa continuously staring directly at Gu Buizhou until he seemed uncomfortable and turned away. Gu Buizhou was managing everything too strictly. Song Lin was far more playful than Ji Qi. Once no one was around, Song Lin quietly slipped out the door. Who wants to stay cooped up at home when there are fun bars outside? Once out, why behave like an obedient child and remain at Gu Buizhou's place? It's not happening. After leaving the house, Song Lin sent a message deceiving Ji Qi to transfer money. Then swiftly went to a high-end club, resuming his dissolute lifestyle, indulging amidst the intoxicating atmosphere of opulence. A person who knows they don't have long to live becomes unrestrained even more. Whenever he felt unwell, Song Lin could even slap a dog passing by him. With the club perfumed with alcohol, Song Lin popped champagne, swinging it around. Today, Uncle Song treats everyone in this place. Wow! In the dimly lit room, cheers echoed everywhere, splashing Song Lin all over with wine, yet he found it refreshing. When Gu Buizhou arrived, Song Lin was sitting on a couch in the club, the place in wild chaos. Step by step, Gu Buizhou approached Song Lin without calling his name. Song Lin's shoes and coat were off, an Omega sitting compliantly beside him. The Omega poured Song Lin a glass of wine, Boss Lin, Blue Cellar from Binbei. Song Lin got injected during the day, and the side effects were fully manifesting now, his head spinning so bad he could barely keep his eyelids open. Song Lin held the wine and glanced at the Omega. What time is it? The Omega checked the time. Boss Lin, it's 11 p.m. now. Upon hearing this, Song Lin suddenly sat up straight and clumsily stood up. He needed to go home. Gu Buizhou was terrifying. As soon as Song Lin stood up and turned his gaze, he saw Gu Buizhou standing beside the sofa. His expression was menacing, and no one knew how long he had been standing there. Song Lin lowered his head and suddenly burped. Suddenly, Song Lin's wrist hurt, and he could feel how much force Gu Baizhou used while grabbing him. Stumbling forward, Song Lin was pulled by Gu Baizhou. After dragging Song Lin out of the club, Gu Baizhou suddenly gave him a harsh tug, pressing him against the cold wall. Song Lin's hand was pinched red, and outside the noise wasn't loud. But Gu Baizhou's rebuke made people's heads hurt. His grip became stronger and stronger. Song Lin, what exactly do you want? What should I do? Ha! What do you want me to do? Song Lin's head buzzed from being shouted at as he stared blankly at Gu Baizhou. Song Lin clamped down on his cheeks and didn't say a single word. Before being discharged, Song Lin heard everything between Gu Baizhou and the treatment team as he passed by. Since it was a hopeless matter, Song Lin couldn't understand why Gu Baizhou kept holding on to the faint, invisible miracle. Song Lin was fearless about life and death, but he feared pain. He wanted to peacefully finish these 2 months, take painkillers, and go crazy. But Gu Baizhou wouldn't allow it. Song Lin didn't want to tell Gu Baizhou that he had overheard those words. Song Lin stared directly at Gu Baizhou, his emotions breaking down unexpectedly without any warning. He suddenly burst into tears. Song Lin's voice was hoarse with the trembling in his throat. I'm scared of the pain. Gu Baizhou. I'm scared of the pain. I really am scared of the pain. Song Lin's eyes were rimmed with red bloodshot streaks. He felt there was nothing in this world worth clinging to, yet Gu Baizhou wouldn't let him die. Upon hearing Song Lin's words, the grip on Song Lin's hand from Gu Baizhou immediately loosened, leaving a red mark on Song Lin's wrist. Gu Baizhou's arrogance seemed to dissipate, or perhaps it didn't. He lifted his hand to gently caress Song Lin's cheek, his finger pads brushing against tear tracks. The disinterested demeanor toward everything around him shown by Song Lin made Gu Baizhou's chest ache. Song Lin. Gu Baizhou's tone softened hundreds of times compared to his earlier stubbornness, as if seeking mercy. Can you do it for me? For Gu Baizhou. Gu Baizhou wiped Song Lin's tears away again and again. Will you try for Gu Baizhou? Chapter 200, This is what dating looks like. Song Lin did not respond to him. The miraculous glimmer of hope would drag him into hell over and over again. But Gu Baizhou was asking him here if he was willing to give it a try for Gu Baizhou. Suddenly, Song Lin felt warmth in front of him as Gu Baizhou hugged him, and he didn't push away. Song Lin hoped for endless love. Gu Baizhou gave him endless love. Gu Baizhou's embrace was too warm. How could someone in hell bear to push him away? Song Lin had a good cry in Gu Baizhou's arms. Gu Baizhou just silently comforted him while letting him cry. After an unknown length of time, Song Lin raised his hand and grabbed the corner of Gu Baizhou's clothes. Let's go home. If I get better, I'll respond to you. Gu Baizhou held Song Lin's hand. Alright. After bringing Song Lin home, he took him into the bathroom. Song Lin had been drinking today, and every breath carried the smell of alcohol. That day, Gu Baizhou directly dragged the half-drunk person into his room. Seeing Gu Baizhou undressing by the bed, Song Lin didn't say anything. After Gu Baizhou lay down, Song Lin turned as usual. When he opened his eyes again, Song Lin found himself in Gu Baizhou's arms. Song Lin looked up at Gu Baizhou's face. His appearance perfectly matched the term, scholarly rogue, looking scholarly but also fitting well with the words, high-intelligence crime. He seemed gentle but inherently dangerous. Song Lin thought. Gu Baizhou was truly insane. Loving someone could drive one to insanity. Song Lin reached out to touch Gu Baizhou's tall nose. His voice was very light. Gu Baizhou was still asleep, so the words were said to himself, okay, let me give it a try for Gu Baizhou. Okay, let me give it a try for you. In the pitch-black mud, Gu Baizhou insisted on planting flowers. Gu Baizhou was utterly foolish. Song Lin wasn't sure if Gu Baizhou heard what he said. After opening his eyes, Gu Baizhou made eye contact with Song Lin for a second, then his expression turned dangerous. So, he had heard. Song Lin didn't avoid it. Instead, he looked straight at him. What? You want to kiss me? Right after Song Lin finished speaking, his neck was held by Gu Baizhou. His face showed delight. Is that okay? Song Lin almost wanted to laugh, but since Gu Baizhou no longer pretended in front of him, his true nature was already exposed. There wouldn't be a second choice. Song Lin, can I say no? Gu Baizhou, you can. Song Lin fixed his gaze on Gu Baizhou's lips. Will you listen? Gu Baizhou, no. While trying to swallow, Song Lin was seized by Gu Baizhou. If this wasn't a physiological reaction. Song Lin thought that Gu Baizhou had the potential to be a fox spirit seductress. He was more attractive than himself and very good at luring others. Song Lin suddenly pressed down on Gu Baizhou's shoulder, flipped him over, and pinned him beneath. You really want to be my wife? I have many omegas who like me. How about letting you be the first? Gu Baizhou couldn't help but look up at Song Lin with a grin. I have no interest in being your wife. As soon as the words were spoken, he quickly flipped them over again, his tone dark. I am more interested in being your husband. Song Lin. Song Lin. Song Lin. Shit. If Gu Baizhou has this idea. Song Lin suddenly felt a chill down his back. Gu Buizhou, oh Gu Buizhou. He is Gu Buizhou. How could he ever escape from his hands? Who is Gu Buizhou? He has countless tricks up his sleeve. Song Lin swallowed hard. I advise you to stop dreaming. Although I think you're pretty good right now, but. I'm warning you not to think what you shouldn't. Gu Buizhou's hand swept across Song Lin's waist, his eyebrows slightly lifted. Are you challenging me with your limited strength? Song Lin placed his hand low before Gu Buizhou, seeing the person about to press down suddenly changed the subject. Then how about we do? 135, 246. Gu Buizhou held Song Lin's waist. I advise you to stop dreaming. Song Lin was shocked. Song Lin was scared. Song Lin's eyes darted around. No bullying of the sick. Gu Buizhou glanced down at Song Lin's half-open shirt collar. Song Lin pointed outside with his finger. I'm hungry. Go cook. Gu Buizhou originally had no intention to do anything else, but hearing Song Lin's words, he got up with a warning meaning. After Gu Buizhou left, Song Lin touched his own lips. Damn it all. He thought Gu Buizhou liked him just like those omegas outside. Gu Buizhou was indeed different. Chapter 201, Another Look. Song Lin took out his phone and looked at his face, exuding a powerful masculinity. Gu Buizhou was just a pale-faced little fox spirit. His cheeks were so smooth they seemed to glisten with moisture. How could he compare to himself? If the two of them walked down the street together, who would think he was the subordinate one? Nobody. He didn't accept that. Really? Song Lin opened WeChat and sent a message to Ji Qi. Song Lin, I have a question for you. Ji Qi, wait, I'm kissing. Song Lin. A few minutes later, Ji Qi replied. Ji Qi, transfer 1,000. Song Lin, I'm not asking you for money. Song Lin, received 1,000 yuan. Song Lin, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about Gu Buizhou? Ji Qi, he likes you. Song Lin, I know. He just kissed me. Why is this happening? Ji Qi, you like him or lust after his body? Song Lin. Perhaps a bit. Song Lin, that son of a gun is such a fox spirit. Ji Qi, so you like him and lust after his body? Song Lin, if I treat him well and take him as my wife, how's that sound? Ji Qi, will he agree? Song Lin, he won't. Ji Qi, can you beat him then? Song Lin, not yet. Ji Qi, oh. Song Lin, what do you mean by oh? Song Lin, what do you mean by oh? Song Lin, I asked, what do you mean by oh? Ji Qi no longer replied. What exactly did he mean by oh? Doesn't he believe in me? Is that what it means? Ah. Is that what it means? Song Lin angrily stood up and performed a set of empty punches. Ever since Song Lin had snuck out, Gu Buizhou kept an even stricter eye on him. Song Lin went to the restroom and Gu Buizhou waited outside the door. Song Lin came out of the restroom and looked at Gu Buizhou. I won't sneak out anymore. Being confined like this made Song Lin miserable. After sitting dazedly on the sofa for a while, Song Lin suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Buizhou's sleeve. Take me out to play. Gu Buizhou remained unmoved. If Song Lin went out, there would be no way to control him, and if he suddenly got sick, what would happen? There were too many things for Gu Buizhou to consider. Seeing this, Song Lin moved closer to Gu Buizhou. He stared at Gu Buizhou for 2 seconds, then without warning, leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Gu Buizhou froze momentarily. He heard Song Lin say, I'm trying to ingratiate myself with you, don't be so ungrateful. Song Lin's tone wasn't one of scolding, it carried a faint hint of embarrassment, the voice one would use when flushed in the face. Gu Buizhou pulled Song Lin to his feet. Where to? On this day, Song Lin stayed out all day before returning home. Gu Buizhou accompanied him, and except for cigarettes and alcohol, everything else Song Lin wanted was bought for him. When Song Lin returned home holding a pile of gifts, a vague thought occurred to him, this whole day felt just like a date. Yes, it was a date. He had never been so happy before. Happy enough to want to stay with Gu Buizhou. Forever and always. As Song Lin turned around to look at Gu Buizhou, a sudden, intense pain shot through every limb of his body. The gifts Song Lin was holding fell instantly to the ground. Gu Buizhou. Song Lin's words were cut short as he lost his strength to support himself. Song Lin. Gu Buizhou reacted quickly, supporting Song Lin and leaning him against his chest. Pain caused sweat to pour down Song Lin's forehead, veins on the side of his neck bulging prominently. He hadn't expected to live much longer. But he had promised Gu Buizhou to try it for him. Song Lin's trembling fingers were clasped firmly by Gu Buizhou. Yet, despite his efforts, Gu Buizhou had no way to alleviate Song Lin's suffering. Song Lin. Song Lin. Chapter 202, Are you expecting me to kiss you? Looking at Song Lin's painful appearance, Gu Buizhou wavered, wavering countless times. If he gave him painkillers, his pain would be gone. Song Lin's eyes were blurred with sweat and tears, he couldn't see Gu Buizhou's face clearly. Song Lin raised his hand shakily, touching Gu Buizhou's cheek. Gu. Baizhou. Today I'm so happy. Gu Baizhou is so good. I will try it for you. Song Lin's voice was intermittent. His hand gently caressed Gu Baizhou's face with little strength. You don't need to feel sad. I'm not in pain. Gu Baizhou's hands trembled more than Song Lin's. If possible, he would willingly take Song Lin's suffering instead. He tightly hugged the other person, offering his shoulder for Song Lin to bite into, leaving a bloody mark within minutes. Song Lin didn't remember when he passed out. In a daze, he smelled the calming pheromones from Gu Baizhou. The dangerous scent of blood lilies. So pleasant. When he woke up again, Song Lin was still in Gu Baizhou's arms. Gu Baizhou had vacant eyes, appearing dejected, with bloodshot eyes tightly hugging Song Lin as if his soul was lost. Song Lin moved slightly in Gu Baizhou's embrace. His words were light-hearted, yet he could not speak loudly. I'm really great, Gu Baizhou. As if awakened by Song Lin's words, Gu Baizhou watched Song Lin lift his hand and lightly touched Song Lin's face. Song Lin. Song Lin looked up at Gu Baizhou. I am very happy now. Let me kiss you. Gu Baizhou did not kiss him. Instead, Song Lin adjusted Gu Baizhou's face and kissed his lips. You smell nice, but I stink. Gu Baizhou didn't find it amusing. Song Lin yearned for love, and Gu Baizhou provided it, a lot. With a sense of release, Song Lin laughed softly. If you smile once, I'll approve of you becoming my boyfriend. Gu Baizhou lifted his hand and grabbed Song Lin's. Song Lin continued, I won't divide us into 135 and 246 anymore. If it was Gu Baizhou, it was acceptable. There were two reasons. First, Gu Baizhou's nature was well known to him. If he decided something, he would certainly achieve it. Gu Baizhou had even more target-driven qualities than a hunting lion. If refused, he would use every action to tell you, it's impossible. Second, Gu Baizhou was like a fox spirit. It was this statement that made Gu Baizhou laugh. He held Song Lin's face and kissed him. The current Song Lin seemed not to pity him. His kiss was gentle, light, experimental, contrasting greatly with Gu Baizhou's usual predatory instincts. This kiss was sacred to an extreme. Do you have a tiny bit of liking for me? Gu Baizhou asked with a hoarse voice. He only needed a tiny bit, just a tiny bit would suffice. Gu Baizhou was not greedy at all. Song Lin responded to this, Gu Baizhou. My heart is beating so fast. So. It must be more than just a little. He could confirm now. A lot, an overwhelming amount. Love sprouts would grow wildly, fierce like layers upon layers of tangled threads. Not only unable to escape, it would weave into beautiful flowers blooming endlessly, growing into your most favorite shape. Facing the ocean's waves, they would rise and fall without end. I like Gu Baizhou a lot. I like you a lot. Song Lin responded to his words and his kiss. What happened before doesn't count. This is their first real kiss. Gu Baizhou laughed, filled with too many emotions to name, a mix of hardships and sweetness pouring onto the young bud he cultivated. Bitterness wrapped in hope. He kissed the person in front of him for a long time. Song Lin's body was covered with dried sweat. After his tongue went numb, he pushed Gu Baizhou slightly, panting. You still kiss me despite how I smell. Gu Baizhou bent down and kissed Song Lin again, holding him tightly. Not smelly, smells nice. Saying this, he picked Song Lin up. Song Lin resisted, I'll walk myself. Gu Baizhou continued forward, I want to carry you. Song Lin. If this was about dating. Since he wanted to carry, then let him carry. Growl. Song Lin stopped struggling. Chapter 203, Sometimes Gu Baizhou gives me money to spend. Gu Baizhou directly carried Song Lin to the bathroom, and after filling the bathtub with water, he held Song Lin and placed him inside. Are you serious? You're not leaving even while I'm taking a shower. Song Lin muttered as he fiddled with the water. Not only did Gu Baizhou not leave, but he also stepped in front of Song Lin and questioned, aren't I your boyfriend now? Gu Baizhou squatted halfway beside the bathtub, what's wrong? Haven't you ever been in a relationship before? Song Lin's head ducked under the water, it's not about whether I've been in a relationship or not, does it matter if you see me take a shower? Of course, it matters. When in a relationship, it's normal for a boyfriend to give his girlfriend a bath. After a pause, Gu Baizhou added, no, we're already married. I am your husband now. Song Lin was startled by Gu Baizhou's words, do you not blush when you say these things? Aren't you embarrassed? Gu Baizhou looked seriously, would I have a wife if I blushed? Gu Baizhou. Song Lin, still feeling weak, had no tone of authority. Don't call me like that. Gu Baizhou looked at Song Lin, then how should I call you? Dear. Rain. Baby. Wife. Gu Baizhou's voice was clear, and his words sounded pleasant like a spring. Song Lin felt his goosebumps rise upon hearing these words, it made him feel sick. All of those are forbidden. Gu Baizhou, do you remember what you just said? Song Lin had a strange look in his eyes, what? Gu Baizhou, if this is a romance, then it's normal to be more intimate. Song Lin didn't believe it, really. Song Lin remembered something, don't fool me. Ji Qi calls Huajin just Huajin. He pointed at Gu Buozhou, don't lie to me. Song Lin reiterated, you can't call me in such a cheesy way. Gu Buozhou let out a sound, his eyes filled with curiosity, then tell me, what should I be called by you right now? Song Lin, boyfriend. Gu Buozhou, didn't you say we shouldn't split every 246 hours? Song Lin realized he was being tricked, so what? Gu Buozhou maintained an expression of seriousness, then you should call me hubby now. Song Lin gritted his teeth, I should cut your asterisk. This person seemed indifferent. Gu Buozhou's hand touched the water, lightly grazing over Song Lin's chest with his fingertips, I'll either call you wife, or you call me hubby. Choose one. Song Lin stared straight at Gu Buozhou, will you call me hubby? Gu Buozhou, if you give asterisk, I will. Song Lin reached his hand into the water and suddenly splashed Gu Buozhou's face. Ah! You pervert! Gu Buozhou! How malicious of you! Gu Buozhou raised his hand and pinched Song Lin's face, that's how couples in love behave. Song Lin thought to himself that he must have been deceived. Does falling in love really mean touching someone all over while they're taking a shower? He got kissed 8 times during a single shower. Is this really normal? Song Lin touched his lips which were slightly swollen. Is loving each other always like this? After washing up, Song Lin lay down on the bed and sent another message to Ji Qi on his phone. Song Lin, what do you call Huajin at home? Ji Qi, it's Huajin. Song Lin, what do you call Huajin at home? Ji Qi, white-eye emoticon. Ji Qi, calls her wife. Song Lin gripped his phone tightly, he knew it. Ji General truly deserves to be Ji General. Song Lin, then what does he call you? Ji Qi, sends 20 yuan. Song Lin, tell me the truth. Ji Qi, wife, dear, pool, bastard. Song Lin's face contorted as he watched the screen. So cheesy. Suddenly, Song Lin pictured cold-faced Huajin cooing and calling Ji Qi, wife, so awkward. He couldn't help but avoid the sight of such imagery. Frowning, Song Lin replied, is this how people in love behave? Ji Qi, don't ask me about this kind of thing, watch more action movies. I've recharged the card for your hospital stay. Gu Buozhou told me that you don't behave, I warn you, if you die from drinking, I won't visit your grave. Song Lin. Song Lin opened his phone and searched for action movies. One of the titles caught Song Lin's attention. Alpha X Alpha. Chapter 204, right away. F***CK. Alpha can't possibly Zalpha. How could it? Curiosity got the better of him. He clicked to check it out. 5 minutes later, Song Lin threw his phone away. Suddenly, Song Lin felt warmth at the tip of his nose. He raised his hand to touch it and realized he was bleeding. Ah! Gu Buozhou! Song Lin instinctively shouted out. Hearing the call, the bedroom door instantly opened, and the moment he entered, Gu Buozhou saw Song Lin with blood flowing from his nose. Gu Buozhou rushed over in horror. His panic made Song Lin feel uneasy as well. Gu Buozhou took out a soft tissue to wipe Song Lin's nosebleed, his hands trembling slightly. To the extent Song Lin could sense. Song Lin's illness now couldn't suppress its spread, nosebleeds were a warning sign of worsening conditions, which explained Gu Buozhou's frantic anxiety. He found a cold towel and pressed it against the back of Song Lin's neck, forcing himself to keep his tone calm. Do you feel unwell anywhere else? Does your body hurt? Are your glands painful? It took a while for Song Lin's nosebleed to stop, after which Gu Buozhou continued gently wiping away the blood stains. Do you feel dizzy? Nauseous? How's your heart rate? Did you sneakily drink alcohol again? Gu Buozhou's voice grew louder. Weren't you fine just a moment ago? I already told you. The barrage of questions finally allowed Song Lin to realize why Gu Buozhou was so worried. He assumed that Song Lin's condition had worsened, hence the flustered concern. Song Lin glanced at the phone lying aside and awkwardly opened his mouth. I was watching something. Song Lin's voice mumbled incoherently, almost incomprehensible even to mosquitoes. Gu Buozhou looked at him with questioning eyes. What? Song Lin threw caution to the wind, I'm not feeling unwell, it happened because I was watching something. Gu Buozhou raised his eyes directly at Song Lin. Quickly, he picked up Song Lin's phone and unlocked it. Gu Buozhou's frown deepened. He understood now. Putting the phone down, Gu Buozhou gave Song Lin an educative look. Song Lin. Song Lin, whistling. Song Lin tilted his head to stare at the ceiling. Song Lin scratched his head. Song Lin folded the quilt. Indeed, when one is embarrassed, they become restless and engage in meaningless activities. Gu Buozhou sighed in relief. He turned Song Lin's face towards him, why don't you look at me instead? Song Lin swallowed hard, wetting his lips, stop staring at me like that, you siren. Siren. Gu Buozhou couldn't help but laugh, continuing to gaze steadily at Song Lin. His eyes radiated warmth, neither dodging nor attacking. Song Lin clenched his fingertips, looking at Gu Buozhou. In that moment, he realized another thing that this person had taught him. Sometimes, inexplicably, one wants to kiss another. That was what Gu Buizhou once said, unable to suppress oneself. Song Lin's eyes darted away nervously. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll kiss you until you die. Gu Buizhou kept his steady gaze on Song Lin. Song Lin. Let me guess, you want me to kiss you, right? Gu Buizhou didn't hide his intentions. Yes. Damn flirt. Song Lin grabbed Gu Buizhou's collar and leaned forward to kiss him lightly on the lips, nibbling teasingly as if delivering a lesson. Intense intimacy mingled with desire, leaving Song Lin's breaths becoming increasingly unstable. A sudden thought popped into Song Lin's mind, strange yet apt. Gu Buizhou had a sweet undertone to him. He wanted to touch his bottom. After kissing his fill, Song Lin loosened his grip. Feels good? Asked Gu Buizhou. Song Lin, not bad. Song Lin heard Gu Buizhou chuckle softly, and when he looked up, he caught the amused expression on his face. You must be overjoyed inside, Gu Buizhou. Gu Buizhou sat on the edge of the bed and pulled Song Lin into his embrace, his deep voice reverberating through his chest. Indeed. Song Lin felt strange, unable to describe this feeling. It was as though his heart was filled to the brim, and though all humans carried guilt, when Gu Buizhou hugged him, he felt none. Slowly, Song Lin's hand crept up Gu Buizhou's waist, clinging tightly to him. Gu Buizhou always knew what he desired. He craved love. An unprecedented love that no one had ever given him. As Song Lin's hand slowly retracted, a peculiar impulse guided it straight toward Gu Buizhou's shirt buttons, a clear indication. He wanted Gu Buizhou. Song Lin began undoing Gu Buizhou's shirt, leaning in for more intimate kisses. When Song Lin's hand reached around Gu Buizhou's waist, it was swiftly captured. You want me? Gu Buizhou's eyes sparkled with added allure, lowering deeper and darker with intensity. Song Lin's gaze was teasing, can look but can't eat. Gu Buizhou examined Song Lin with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Not now. Once you're better, I'll let you eat. As he spoke, Gu Buizhou wrapped an arm around Song Lin's waist and leaned over him. Song Lin clutched the quilt tightly. He heard Gu Buizhou say, I can help you. When Gu Buizhou carried Song Lin out of the bathroom, Song Lin's face was flushed as if he had drunk fake alcohol. For 2 hours, not a single word came out. Song Lin, who was about to sleep, initiated by snuggling into Gu Buizhou's embrace. How come you're so shy? Gu Buizhou teased on purpose. This earned him a punch from Song Lin. Shut up. The next second. Chapter 205, I advise you not to leave. Gu Buizhou's hand slipped inside Song Lin's clothing, then let me feel. Gu Buizhou. You pervert. Song Lin cursed but didn't take any actual action. Gu Buizhou, call me husband once, and let me hear it. Song Lin covered Gu Buizhou's eyes with her hands. Go to sleep. You can have everything in your dreams. Gu Buizhou sighed. Isn't that piece of land you've always wanted under your stepmother's control? Call me, and I'll buy it for you. Song Lin. Song Lin, are you serious? Gu Buizhou looked sincere. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Song Lin cupped Gu Buizhou's face with an earnest look. Husband, 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 husband. Gu Buizhou turned his face away, hinting quite clearly. Song Lin leaned in for 2 loud kisses. The kisses were both loud and clear. Gu Buizhou couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't exactly a fair deal. But there was no big issue. He tightened his arms lazily around Song Lin, not easy to fool. After they confirmed their relationship, Gu Buizhou's favoritism toward Song Lin reached an extreme point. Due to Song Lin's physical condition, Gu Buizhou had refrained from taking things further than just touching and kissing. Song Lin agreed to try, and during the episodes every time they occurred, he hadn't asked Gu Buizhou for painkillers. Even as convulsions racked his body, he was still thinking of trying for Gu Buizhou. Day after day, Song Lin persisted, not because he felt hopeful, but just so Gu Buizhou could be a little happier. If Song Lin didn't care for his own life, Gu Buizhou would surely be devastated. During those 2 months, Song Lin didn't know how he made it through. Without Gu Buizhou, everything else seemed like a terrible nightmare. A week before the surgery, Song Lin quietly wrote a will at home. He also wrote Gu Buizhou an incredibly long letter. Song Lin thought, he really liked Gu Buizhou now, liked him so much that he became attached to this world, liked him so much that he wanted to live on. When he was wheeled into the operating room, Gu Buizhou told him not to be afraid. The lights overhead shone so brightly they hurt his eyes, and he disliked the smell of disinfectant. How could he not be afraid? Initially, he feared the pain. Now, he fears leaving Gu Buizhou. As Song Lin put on the oxygen mask, he thought. Gu Buizhou is such a rigid person. If the person he likes dies, he will certainly lock himself at home, grow a lot of beards, and no one will be able to console him. So what should Gu Buizhou do then? He feels so pitiful, his newly acquired wife is about to leave. Song Lin closed his eyes, and all he could hear were the drips from the medical equipment, linked to his heartbeat, linked to heaven and hell. Gu Buizhou is a doctor who believes in scientific facts without superstition. But he prayed to Buddha before Song Lin's surgery. What was he praying for? Song Lin thought it must be praying for Song Lin to be his wife. Ha ha ha. Thinking about this, a tear rolled down the corner of Song Lin's eye lying in the hospital bed. Alright, Song Lin actually wants to be his wife too. Life is a bold gamble. Song Lin told Gu Buozhou, you've liked me for so long, these 2 months have all been returned to you. I'm really afraid of pain. If I can come out of the operating room alive, you'll have your wife. If I don't make it, don't continue liking Song Lin. Liking him is exhausting. Gu Buozhou said he had prepared a gift for him, which he'd give him upon waking up. Song Lin wanted it so badly. He truly wanted it. 8 hours later, the light outside the operating room went off. Drip, drip. Drip, drip. The numbers on the monitor flickered. Chapter 206, Repair. Blood pressure is normal. Heart rate is normal. Oxygen saturation is normal. Temperature, 37 degrees Celsius. Respiratory rate is slightly low. Gu Buozhou won the bet. Song Lin's gland was removed using the latest plan. Since there wasn't a perfectly matched gland, Gu Buozhou applied to the CE Research Center for an experimental nourishing gland technology. The approval document was signed by Hu Jin at Ji Qi's request. The words, surgery successful, came out from someone's mouth, and the emotions that Gu Buozhou had been suppressing collapsed in that moment but were then remolded. The patient is very weak now and will likely be unconscious for a few days. Dr. Gu, you sure have guts. With this plan, Song Lin has also become half of an experimental subject. All voices around Gu Buozhou buzzed like a swarm of bees in his ears. He didn't hear a single word. He only knew one thing, he had one. He didn't let Song Lin suffer for nothing over these 2 months. After being transferred to the observation room, Song Lin still wore an oxygen mask, and Gu Buozhou stayed with him every day. He didn't work and spent all day long in the observation room. A week later, Song Lin woke up. His neck was wrapped in thick gauze. He opened his eyes and looked around helplessly. The discomfort made him clearly aware that he had awakened. Song Lin's eyes were bright, as if it felt like being reborn. Gu Buozhou was not there. Song Lin was a little upset. Just as he thought this, Gu Buozhou, who had gone out 2 minutes ago, came back. Song Lin closed his eyes. When he couldn't see him right after opening his eyes, Song Lin decided to make Gu worry for 2 more minutes. Not long after, Song Lin felt warmth on his hand. Gu Buozhou was wiping his hands for him. Song Lin sneakily glanced at Gu Buozhou. Forget it, it seems too pitiful, he wouldn't stay mad. When Song Lin was about to open his eyes, a knock on the door interrupted. As Song Lin opened his eyes, Gu Buozhou turned around to open the door. Song Lin, what? You again? Father, mother, Song Lin heard Gu Buozhou call, and instantly panicked before closing his eyes again. Waking up in this situation would be awkward, wouldn't it? Were Gu Buozhou's parents really here to visit him? Not daring to open his eyes, not at all. Song Lin silently listened to the conversation. Pretending to be dead. So, this is the Song Lin you mentioned. How is this child doing? Gu Buozhou's mother gently walked towards the bed. Why is he so thin? This poor boy. Did they say when he will wake up? Gu Buozhou cast a glance at the Song Lin lying in the bed, his eyes full of tenderness. The surgery was very successful. He should wake up within the next couple of days. The woman sighed, you never told your father and me about getting married. We're not close-minded people who need perfect matches or anything like that. As long as his character is good, and you both are happy, that's enough. Her voice carried a sense of elder sympathy towards Song Lin. Now that you've been through all this, once Xiaolin wakes up, you two can settle down and live happily together. Song Lin. Do I look like some starving little guy? Huh? Do I? At this point, Gu Buozhou's mother took out a bundle of cash from her luxury wicker basket and placed it on the bedside table. You're an alpha, so treat your wife well. When Xiaolin wakes up, take him home and eat a meal. Song Lin, who isn't an alpha? Gu Buozhou took the money and returned it to the woman's bag. Mom, I have money, and I can support my own wife. Song Lin's eyelids twitched a bit. Actually, I kind of want it. Gu mother glared at Gu Buozhou and put the money back on the bed. It's for my daughter-in-law. Why are you interfering? At this moment, Gu father chimed in. I've seen you avoid marriage for so long, and now finally come to your senses. Don't mess things up with this one. Gu Buozhou. Gu Buozhou frowned as he stared at the cash on the bed. What do you take him for? Some sort of greedy degenerate? Song Lin, that's exactly what I am. Exactly. Gu Buozhou won't give me money to spend. Chapter 207 Revision 2. Suddenly. Song Lin let out a muffled cough from his throat. Gu Buozhou, hearing the sound, quickly turned around to look at Song Lin. Song Lin opened his eyes drowsily and looked in confusion at several people in the hospital room. Song Lin. Song Lin. Gu Buozhou, seeing that he had woken up, forgot everything and his heart trembled with joy. You've finally woken up. You've finally woken up. Gu Buozhou tightly gripped Song Lin's hand and caressed it uncertainly. Song Lin coughed again, the tone both light and heavy. Gu Buozhou. Gu Buozhou held Song Lin's hand. I'm here. Song Lin tightened his own hand, then saw Gu Buozhou's parents, each of them with bright eyes. Who are they? Song Lin asked weakly. It's Mom. I'm your mom. Gu's mother looked anxious. Oh darling, you've finally woken up, you scared us to death. Gu Buizhou pressed his lips together, then said to Song Lin, they are my parents, they came to see you. What do you mean, your parents? We're already married, why separate you and me? Gu's mother was all smiles. Little Lin, it's all because this kid kept things hidden from us, otherwise, your dad and I would have come to see you long ago. You see, we came and you woke up, what great fate. Song Lin smiled. After a while, he looked at the two of them and called out, Dad. Mom. You just rest well. Gu's mother wore a beaming smile. Gu's father thought his son would be single forever, but now he suddenly has a daughter-in-law and also wore an expression full of joy. Gu's mother directly picked up the money on the bedside and handed it to Song Lin. This is what your dad and I bought for your nourishment. If you want anything, just ask Gu Buizhou to make it for you. He knows about these things, so feel free to ask him. Song Lin didn't say much, he just nodded. I know, Mom. What a good child. Song Lin wanted to decline and passed the money back to Gu's mother. Gu Buizhou seemed to understand his intention, directly taking the money from his hand intending to give it back to Gu's mother. However, when Gu Buizhou took the money, he realized Song Lin was quietly pulling on it with force. Song Lin, I want the money. Song Lin's head hung down as he cast a glance toward Gu's mother. Mom, Gu Buizhou sometimes gives me money too, so please take this money back. Song Lin clung desperately to the money, acting skillfully. Sometimes gave him money. What? Sometimes? Gu's mother shot a cold eye at Gu Buizhou, so does that mean most times he didn't give you any money? Song Lin remained silent. His head hung even lower. Gu Buizhou received one scolding. Bang! Gu's mother frowned severely, are you human? Gu Buizhou stared at Song Lin in surprise, rubbing the arm where he'd been hit. Gu Buizhou's eyes were filled with question marks. Gu Buizhou tilted his head and looked at Song Lin. Song Lin, sneaky, sneaky. Gu Buizhou couldn't help laughing and crying. That was because once Song Lin got money, he'd go off somewhere without returning home. Gu's mother affectionately pinched Song Lin's hand and then pulled out a supplementary card from her bag. Here, use my money. Under such an encirclement attack, Song Lin emerged victorious. After cursing at Gu Buizhou, Gu's mother left with Gu's father. Song Lin hugged a stack of cash and grinned wildly while holding the card. In the next second, his card was confiscated by Gu Buizhou. 1,000 yuan in cash was given to Song Lin, and the rest was put into the family fund by Gu Buizhou. If Song Lin had money in hand, he wouldn't behave properly. In the future, aside from buying clothes, your monthly allowance will only be 5,000 yuan. Song Lin raged, you exploit the people. Song Lin, I want a divorce. Suddenly, Gu Buizhou grabbed Song Lin's face. In the future, if you're good, your husband will increase your allowance. Chapter 208. Song Lin, a healthy wheat skin tone, now with a buzz cut. His strong features exuded an air of extravagance and defiance, standing at 187 centimeters. Gu Buizhou, pale skin, often dressed properly in glasses, he was the epitome of a cultured rogue. His smooth facial lines hid a darker side beneath a gentlemanly surface, actually quite insane. His peaches and cream eyes made him look like a fox spirit to Song Lin's eyes, at 188 centimeters. Main text. As he spoke, Gu Buizhou leaned on the edge of the bed and embraced Song Lin. He gently stroked Song Lin's back, the real touch felt like regaining something lost. Making it so pleasant it was as if falling into the clouds. Wife. Gu Buizhou suddenly called out, his muffled voice tinged with expectation. Song Lin tilted his head, don't call me that. Cheapskate. He wouldn't even let me spend money. Wife. Gu Buizhou called again. A moment passed. And another moment. Yet another moment. Finally, Song Lin let out an Ao. Ao. Wife. I'm here. After waking up, Gu Buizhou took great care of Song Lin, carefully blowing on each mouthful of food, repeatedly tasting the lukewarm water. Because of their appearances, temperament, and complexions among other reasons, Song Lin had his head shaved due to surgery and currently sported a rugged buzz cut, though fortunately, his face remained intact and his hair continued to grow. Soon enough, all sorts of rumors spread around the hospital. Dr. Gu takes meticulous care of his husband. Dr. Gu's husband is very handsome. Dr. Gu becomes zero for love. Dr. Gu truly cares for his husband. In this world, everyone but Ji Qi believed that Song Lin had found a good wife. Half a month later, after Song Lin was discharged from the hospital, he still ate the nutritious meals prepared by Gu Buizhou every day when they returned home. Using chopsticks, he poked at the bowl. What kind of stuff is this? I want meat, braised, heavy flavored. Gu Buizhou did not agree. Not for now. We'll talk about it after you recover more. Then, Gu Buizhou looked straight into those black eyes, saying, I want meat too. Song Lin felt a shiver through his body. While washing dishes, Song Lin pulled Gu Buizhou closer and gave him a kiss, trying to appease him, don't be stubborn. Gu Buizhou wiped his face and left with a smug smile. Gu Buizhou. Never expect me to kiss you again. Gu Buizhou's parents treated Song Lin extremely well, a kind of affection that Song Lin had never experienced before. It was also highly effective to tattle to Mother Gu. Whenever Song Lin was unhappy, he would go to Mother Gu to complain. Seeing Song Lin furiously typing, Gu Baizhou crossed his arms and watched him squarely. Tattling again. Song Lin gritted his teeth, shut up. Song Lin glared at Gu Baizhou ferociously, I didn't know how skilled you are at exploiting people. Not only do you not feed me, but you don't give me any money to spend either. Is there anyone like you? In other families, the wife handles the finances, and you want me to act as your wife, but naturally, I should manage the money. Gu Baizhou grabbed Song Lin's face, our wife cannot manage money. Why not? Gu Baizhou sighed helplessly, because the wife is too wild and uncontrollable. Song Lin turned around, I'll ask mom. Gu Baizhou wore a triumphant smile, she won't give you any money anymore. Song Lin looked shocked, why? Gu Baizhou, afraid the daughter-in-law will run away. Song Lin, who had already walked away, upon hearing this gnashed his teeth and quickly turned around, running to Gu Baizhou and stepping on him. Smack! Just as he was about to leave. Gu Baizhou suddenly held Song Lin tightly, if you want to buy anything, your husband will get it for you, just tell me. Song Lin struggled, a luxury car. Gu Baizhou, okay. Song Lin, buy my father's company and burn it down. Gu Baizhou, okay. Song Lin, buy cigarettes. No. Gu Baizhou, you need to quit smoking. Song Lin pushed Gu Baizhou away, I won't play with you. Chapter 209, Repair 4. Gu Baizhou chuckled lightly. He cupped Song Lin's face and kissed him, don't be mad anymore. I'll take you to buy a car. Any car you want. Song Lin's eyes gleamed like a feral cat's, really? Gu Baizhou nodded. Of course. He rubbed Song Lin's face, it's just a big toy, as long as my wife likes it. That day, Gu Baizhou managed to placate him by pre-ordering a limited edition sports car. In return, he received lots of kisses. This wife of his, Song Lin, really cost a fortune to please. When Gu Baizhou lay down on the bed, Song Lin was already asleep, with his phone showing a chat record with Ji Qi. Gu Baizhou glanced at it. Song Lin, my wife bought me a car. Ji Qi, what? Did you sell yourself? Song Lin, no. Stop bullshitting. Song Lin, Gu Baizhou doesn't touch me. Is there something wrong with him? Ji Qi, you seem to have accepted your fate. Song Lin, I can't compete with him. Gu Baizhou is smarter than 8 of me combined. Plus, he's insane, with a dark room personality. Besides, I've thought it through. I'm willing. Song Lin, you don't know how good he is to me. Song Lin, do you know how hard it is to get that car? Song Lin, I like dating him. Song Lin, so is he, you know, functional. Ji Qi, doesn't seem so. Song Lin, I did him tonight. The chat ended here. Ji Qi's reply came half an hour later when Song Lin was already asleep, so he probably didn't see it. 22 hours 30 minutes and 1 second. Ji Qi, did you do it? Gu Baizhou picked up the phone and sent Ji Qi a voice message, his chilling voice seeping into one's bones. Gu Baizhou, soon. On the other end, Ji Qi dropped his phone after receiving the voice message. What happened? Got scared? Hua Jin asked Ji Qi with concern, holding him close. Stop looking at dismemberment cases. Ji Qi shakily picked up his phone, the cabbage grown at home is gone. Finally, a month after returning home, Song Lin could enjoy some spicy dishes. Braised pork, soy sauce ribs, chicken with taro, even a small cup of cola was allowed for him by Gu Baizhou. Feels great. Due to the alpha's special essence causing changes in Song Lin's glands, he could now detect all kinds of pheromones emitted by Gu Baizhou, including the soothing pheromones only omegas can smell, as well as X pheromones. I've become a monster, Song Lin said calmly. You're not a monster. You're cooler than others, Gu Baizhou responded. Song Lin sighed, am I still an alpha then? You're still an alpha. Of course you are. Song Lin hummed for a moment, still, I quite like your pheromones. Now I kind of want to sniff. Come and smell them. As soon as Song Lin finished speaking, the blood belladonna pheromone surrounded him deeply, akin to floating ribbons caressing him. Dark fragrance, dangerous. Song Lin poked at the rice in his bowl, stealing glances at Gu Baizhou, do you want to smell mine? To ask someone to smell pheromones is akin to asking them to undress and be touched. Even more so, to ask if they would like to smell one's own pheromones. Gu Baizhou covered his mouth and coughed, ahem. Song Lin furrowed his brow, poking a hole in his bowl of rice. He finally asked what had been bothering him all along, Gu Baizhou. Are you, unable? Gu Baizhou. Song Lin was angry. He was a man, a proper man. He loved money, people, and desire. With his loved one always teasing around him daily, he could no longer stand it. Song Lin suddenly stood up and dragged Gu Baizhou straight into the bedroom. An end must be reached today. Song Lin looked serious. Today. No matter what. Song Lin's gaze was resolute, allowing no arguments, either you kiss me, or I asterisk you. Chuckles. Gu Baizhou let out a soft laugh. He tightly embraced Song Lin's waist. Do you think you can handle it? Gu Baizhou's eyes were playful. Originally planning to nurture Song Lin further. But now it seemed Song Lin was pretty much recovered. To the point of rebelling already. His hand gently touched Song Lin's waist. With little height difference between them, just one peculiar look exchanged while standing close together could ignite an intense pull. Gu Baizhou locked his eyes onto Song Lin, who remained motionless. Will you make the move, or should I? Gu Baizhou increased the force in his grip. This sentence will also count towards your punishment. I don't like hearing it. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and the atmosphere in the room shifted. Song Lin, you were born to be asterisked by me. Chapter 210, Repair 5. Gu Baizhou's voice was soft, but extremely alluring. Suddenly. With a flip, Song Lin felt the world spinning around him, and in the next second, he was directly thrown onto the bed. Gu Baizhou pressed Song Lin down like an unbridled lion growling, of course it's me who will do it. Song Lin was trembling fiercely. Mommy. Gu Baizhou has gone insane. The next day, Song Lin had a fever. A cold towel was placed on his forehead, and a thermometer was stuck between his lips. Gu Baizhou was truly a lunatic. Really? Only now did Song Lin know what kind of things were in his bedside cabinet. He shouldn't have provoked Gu Baizhou. Creak. At this moment, the bedroom door opened, and Gu Baizhou entered with a cup of warm water. Song Lin glared darkly. Gu Baizhou's joy yesterday was comparable to winning 8 billion yuan. Song Lin grabbed the pillow by the bedhead and threw it at Gu Baizhou. Anian. Did your teeth fall out from laughing? Song Lin croaked, unable to say a complete sentence. But Gu Baizhou was very obedient now. He walked to the bedside, picked up Song Lin's thermometer for a look, then touched Song Lin's forehead. In such situation, it is very normal for wife. Research shows that the more you like someone, the greater the chance of having a fever. Song Lin, you don't need to stammer to make me believe it. Song Lin, ne an yinman. Is your meaning that because you love me so much? Gu Baizhou fiddled with the corner of his clothes. Song Lin used all his strength to utter a clear sentence, bad guy. Gu Baizhou quickly confessed his mistake, I'm wrong. Really? I'm wrong, Lin Lin. Song Lin, don't call me Lin Lin. What should I call then? Song Lin, call me brother. Gu Baizhou never took verbal advantage, he responded swiftly, brother. Lin Ji, elder brother. Song Lin, flame extinguished. He reached out to touch Gu Baizhou's abs, so obedient little crazy one. Afterward, Song Lin continued eating plain meals for a long time. After Gu Baizhou went to work at the hospital, Song Lin also found something to do for himself. Working as an executive in a foreign company, the salary was decent, and he planned to start his own business when he had enough money. The only downside was that the salary needed to be handed over. Had it handed over? Do you understand? Do you understand? Let alone reasoning, whose alpha gets their salary managed by others. Song Lin complained while sitting on the bar terrace and pulling Ji Qi along. Gu Baizhou exploits me. Song Lin spoke with great resentment. I rebel today. Tell Gu Baizhou that I am staying at your place tonight, not going back. Ji Qi scratched his nose, my wife wouldn't agree for you to come to my house either. Song Lin drank barley tea as fake alcohol, then drive him away. You have known each other for how many years? We wore one pair of pants since childhood Ji Qi. Song Lin growled with a sore mouth, drive him away, drive him away. Ji Qi. The starting point was good, but I advise you not to act upon it. Your money is money. And my waist is also important. As Song Lin was about to grab Ji Qi's phone to call Gu Baizhou was standing behind Song Lin without anyone noticing. And he took the phone directly. Ji Qi, TSK. Song Lin let out a laugh filled with icy glares, ahahaha. Gu Baizhou sighed, taking Song Lin home and consoling him for a long time. He hugged Song Lin while sitting on the couch, rubbing against the scent of his body, because I am afraid. Gu Baizhou gently massaged Song Lin's cheeks, I understand Song Lin too well, because I fear losing you. It's always been me feeling that your affection has an expiration date. It's always been me lacking security. All these are my problems, I will slowly change. Gu Baizhou's voice was deep, and this was the first time he said such things to Song Lin. Song Lin had never given him any promises. He kept drawing circles around himself. Song Lin patted Gu Baizhou's head and planted a kiss on his cheek, understood, understood. Song Lin hugged Gu Baizhou and said, no need to change. Understood, understood. Known it long ago. No need to change. Song Lin rubbed his nose against Gu Baizhou's, how much I love you, Gu Baizhou. Gu Baizhou whimpered and called Song Lin, wife. Song Lin patted Gu Baizhou's head, here, I'm here. Gu Baizhou lifted his gaze, I want. Song Lin's pupils quivered with anger, want your grandpa. Gu Baizhou and Song Lin's story has come to an end. Chapter 211, Qianqing. The omake from yesterday couldn't be written, so it was deleted. Sorry dear readers, the ending is on Weibo if you're interested. Below is the Qianqing Omake. A new volunteer teacher arrived at Qinglin village, 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangcheng. In this remote mountainous area, muddy roads made traveling difficult. Each trip down the mountain required a 2-hour hike on foot. It was quiet here, but there wasn't much else to it. The trees in the forest trembled, their branches heavy with water droplets. The newly arrived volunteer teacher liked the moon-viewing stone forest behind the school. The students all called him Teacher Qianqing. He was a beautiful omega. Teacher Qianqing stood by the moon-viewing stone outside the school. In the morning, he watched the sunrise, and in the evening, he watched the sunset. Gazing at the mountain scenery before him, Qianqing's pupils softened gently with affection. Teacher Qianqing, why are you watching the sunset again? A somewhat childish voice rang out as a child about 8 or 9 years old ran toward him from beside the moon-viewing stone. The boy giggled and threw himself into Qianqing's arms. Qianqing gently rubbed the boy's head, his soft voice like storytelling, gentle and soothing, because the teacher likes it. What is like? The boy tilted his head and asked Qianqing. The gentle breeze blew a few strands of hair across Qianqing's nose. To like someone means that you feel happy when you see them, and if they're gone, you want to find them. You think of them all the time. The little boy picked up some foxtail grass from the ground and grinned broadly. Then I like Teacher Qianqing. Qianqing's lips curved upwards, his eyes glowing faintly. Yes, that counts as one kind of liking. I know, the boy looked toward the direction of the school. There's another kind of liking, like the principal liking you, right? Qianqing paused for a second, his expression calm and unreadable. The principal treats you so well, why won't you become his omega? The principal is very excellent. My dad often tells me this. The boy asked seriously, a naturally curious tone filled with clarity. Suddenly, Qianqing felt a warmth in his palm. The little boy had grabbed his hand. Teacher Qianqing, you're so pretty. There must be a lot of people who like you. You're the prettiest omega I've ever seen. When I grow up, I want to find someone like you to be my wife. Qianqing couldn't help but smile. As long as you respect everything and maintain goodwill, omegas like Teacher Qianqing will like you. Really? Really? Don't listen to Teacher Qianqing. At this moment, a deep voice came from behind the two of them. Omegas like Teacher Qianqing won't like anyone. Hearing this, Qianqing turned around. The alpha standing behind appeared to be in his early 30s. He wore a simple white shirt, without any adornments. His features were refined but had a touch of warmth. Saying he was the principal, he looked more like someone here to experience life. In the 2 years following the highest level incident, Qianqing had traveled to many places. He met countless people, most of whom were simple and kind-hearted. He Mingfei was a very special person. Qianqing stood up and walked over to He Mingfei's side, where his arm was suddenly caught by He Mingfei. Qianqing was timid, accustomed to being bullied. He froze momentarily. I need to go teach my class. He Mingfei looked up at the sky. Teach pigs at night? Qianqing stammered and lowered his gaze. Qianqing hung his head, struggling to break free. Seeing this, He Mingfei released his grip and took a candy wrapped in paper from his trouser pocket, offering it to Qianqing. I bought this in the city. Sugar that dainty omegas like. The shopkeeper said it could kill 8 alphas with sweetness. Hearing this, Qianqing frowned. He mustered the courage to look up. Then why don't you try it yourself and see if it kills you? He Mingfei scoffed under his breath, lips pressed together as a bellyful of words reached the tip of his tongue. Why are you so hard to please? Qianqing returned the candy to He Mingfei, then turned and left without looking back. You're so embarrassing, principal, the little boy from earlier chimed in gleefully. He Mingfei pinched the boy's face. Are you embarrassed too since you wet your pants? The boy didn't give up. You've been pursuing her for half a year now, and you haven't even touched her hand. That's really embarrassing. He Mingfei. Qianqing worked here as a volunteer teacher for a year. The day before the volunteer teaching ended, Qianqing was still watching the sunset at the moon-viewing stone. In his hand was a drawing board, and Qianqing carefully sketched on it. Amidst the soft sounds around him, a warmth lingered. Is he, your alpha? He Mingfei suddenly asked, looking at the man on the drawing board. Qianqing replied straightforwardly. He must treat you very well. Qianqing's voice trailed off like cotton candy. Should I have met you earlier? He Mingfei's tone carried a bitterness that could be blown away by the wind. Qianqing slightly pursed his lips. You are a good person. But you don't like me. Qianqing stood up and left without another word. The next day, when Qianqing finished his volunteer teaching and was leaving, the students all came to see him off. He received an entire basket of free-range eggs, and on his head was a garland made of wild grass by the students. He Mingfei gave him a piece of candy. Bought in the city. Candy for delicate omegas. Qianqing did not take it. Instead, he held his drawing board. I like painting. Do you only like painting? He Mingfei asked him. Qianqing answered. Only painting. Only liking Uncle Hua. Omake for Qianqing is finished. Qianqing is a complex person, timid and kind but also a very traditional omega. He lost many of his memories, and I don't know if he will spend the rest of his life alone. Qianqing's personality is very likely to attract alphas with strong protective instincts. He will receive flowers, declarations of love, and sincere affection. But whatever the result, it belongs to him. No one can interfere. I don't know his ending. The only thing certain is that Qianqing will have a lot of love in his future life, including familial and platonic love, all belonging to him. I see many fans want to read the make for Baiyu Ezhou. To avoid regret, I'll write 2 chapters, then finish it with a story about the bar. Love you all, my dear readers. Chapter 212, Second Son. Baiyu x Zhou Qi. Baiyu is a male Omega. Queen received X loyal dog attacker. Main text. The lights on the CE Research Center building were still on at 2 a.m. Zhou Qi was standing at the entrance, hesitant to enter or leave. He thought he was a fool. No one could be as foolish as him. It took him so long to realize who he liked. When he acted stupidly, he even asked Baiyu how to chase other Omegas. Now he must think I'm a philandering big idiot. Zhou Qi angrily kicked the warning sign at the door. With a bang, the warning sign was kicked over by Zhou Qi. Who? The security personnel rushed out with an electric baton. Zhou Qi. Are you crazy? Zhou Qi hurriedly squatted down to pick up the red warning sign. I'm sorry. It's not broken, it can still be used. His repentant expression made the security personnel put away the electric baton. The security personnel glared at Zhou Qi. What's wrong with you? You've been standing in front of the office every day for the past 2 days. Is your soul lost inside? Zhou Qi bit his cheeks. Previously, the highest faction had secretly split into 2 camps, each acting independently. He belonged to the Joint Action Group, and he came to the CE Research Center just to cooperate with the operation. Only Hu Jin knew his identity. Now that everything was over, Zhou Qi couldn't even get into the CE Research Center with his ID card. It had been a week since he last saw Baiyu. Zhou Qi looked toward Baiyu. Uncle, what time does Baiyu finish work? Baiyu? The security uncle subconsciously looked toward the lit laboratory building. He used to be your leader, don't you know? He's a workaholic, often sleeping right in the lab. You're waiting for him. Zhou Qi lightly coughed. Yes. Security uncle tilted his head. He's been promoted now. Baiyu is now the deputy judge of the CE Research Center. Could it be that you like Deputy Judge Bai? Zhou Qi sniffed, unworthy +1. Zhou Qi didn't deny it. Instead, he directly asked others for advice. Uncle, what kind of alpha does an Omega like Baiyu prefer? Hold on. The security uncle was surprised when Zhou Qi spoke. Are you saying Baiyu is an Omega? TSK. I always thought he was an alpha. Goddamn alpha. Zhou Qi. Don't make assumptions next time. The security officer frowned, asking again, isn't he an alpha? The security officer carefully recalled, many aspects of the personnel identities in the CE Research Center are confidential. These little people dare not ask about matters within the CE Center. Baiyu also liked to conceal his own pheromones, behaving even more decisively than alphas, and possessing great courage. Everyone obeyed him. No Omega was like this. I really always thought Deputy Judge Bai was an alpha. He can be fiercer than Judge Hua sometimes. As the two were chatting animatedly, they completely failed to notice the illuminated office building go dark. Baiyu descended the stairs and walked to the entrance just as he heard this sentence. He raised his eyes, seeing Zhou Qi standing there. Baiyu paused for a second, instinctively sniffing his own scent. All disinfectant smell. In the next moment Baiyu released his pheromones to mask the odor. Baiyu didn't particularly like the smell of himself. Because it was too childish. Even with an air of arrogance around his body, he was still a milky-scented Omega. Too juvenile. Feeling the gaze, Zhou Qi raised his eyes and immediately became nervous. Because he couldn't enter through the main door, Zhou Qi could only stand at the gate, his eyes gazing at Baiyu from afar, resembling a large dog awaiting its master's favor. When Baiyu stepped closer to the gate, he cast a casual glance at Zhou Qi. Are you looking for me? Zhou Qi nervously fidgeted his hands. I came here to escort, take you home. Baiyu lowered his gaze. Is it a coincidence or did you come intentionally? Zhou Qi's eyes sparkled slightly. Which answer allows me to take you home? The security uncle wanted to kick him after hearing Zhou Qi's words. Aren't you stupid? Stupid. This person can ever attract Baiyu if he eats the warning sign at the door. Suddenly, Zhou Qi felt like he said something wrong, glancing around. I specifically came here. I've waited for you for a long time. Baiyu looked very relaxed. Aren't you pursuing your young boyfriend anymore? Are you so idle now? At the mention of this, Zhou Qi's scalp tingled. He was always too stubborn, and he was just beginning to understand clearly that his affection for Yan Lu was akin to that of an older brother for a younger brother, completely different from how he felt about Baiyu. Moreover, Yan Lu only regarded him as a big brother. I didn't like him. Zhou Qi said guiltily, his puppy-like eyes flickering. Baiyu walked forward. Zhou Qi followed behind. It had been a week since he last saw Baiyu. He missed him. But Baiyu seemed so hard to pursue. This is about the silent arrogance at home who's never going to admit his lifelong crush suddenly taking a turn. Reporter, Deputy Judge Bai, do you like Zhou Qi? Bai Yu, there's no such thing. All gossip should be killed. Zhou Qi wildly waves his hand and wags his tail, I like him. I like him. Bai Yu, secretly enjoying it. Reporter, Mr. Zhou Qi, do you think Bai Yu likes you? Zhou Qi, my wife doesn't like me yet, but I will keep trying. Chapter 213, Begging at Night. Zhou Qi watched Bai Yu's retreating back and anxiously rubbed his hair. Brother Yu. Have you had dinner yet? Let's have dinner together. Zhou Qi's voice grew quieter and quieter. He had no confidence that Bai Yu would accept the invitation. Bai Yu didn't respond, yet Zhou Qi continued to follow behind him. Because of his height advantage, Zhou Qi quickly caught up with Bai Yu in just a few steps. Just as Bai Yu turned around to speak, he accidentally collided straight into him. Zhou Qi quickly straightened up and took a step back. I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Zhou Qi looked apologetically at Bai Yu. After all, he was trained in combat, even accidental collisions could feel firm. The corner of Bai Yu's mouth twitched involuntarily, you're such an idiot. Zhou Qi glanced at Bai Yu, will you go eat with me? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, trying to flatter me. What problem are you trying to resolve? It's not. Whenever Zhou Qi got to the point, he couldn't help but hesitate. He now dared not say anything. If he confessed his feelings, wouldn't it mean everything ends before it even began? Each sentence Zhou Qi spoke carried emotion. I just want to have dinner with you. Just, having dinner. Brother Yu. Bai Yu walked straight towards Zhou Qi's car, let's go. You agreed. Zhou Qi grinned happily. Bai Yu continued forward without replying. When he saw that Bai Yu had agreed, Zhou Qi became excited for a moment when Bai Yu wasn't looking. After getting into the car, Zhou Qi kindly fastened Bai Yu's seatbelt. Furrowing his eyebrows, Bai Yu asked, what exactly do you want from me? After Zhou Qi started the car and adjusted its direction, after mentally preparing himself for some time, he suddenly said, that. Brother Yu. What kind of alpha do you like? Lazily sitting there, Bai Yu replied, didn't you say omegas like me wouldn't be liked by anyone? Why ask this question? Do you want to introduce me to some alpha to ruin my life? Fat chance. Zhou Qi's voice suddenly increased in volume. Turning his eyes sideways, Bai Yu wore a cold expression, are you being aggressive towards me? Who gave you the nerve? Zhou Qi, even though you're not in the CE research center anymore, your rank is far beneath yelling at me. Zhou Qi immediately deflated, almost sounding a bit aggrieved, I didn't yell at you. How could he dare? Ever since the start, Zhou Qi's fear of Bai Yu has never dissipated. Though he likes him, whenever Bai Yu shows any fierceness, Zhou Qi can only stand there as a hollow shell of an alpha. How could I ever yell at you? I just wanted to casually ask what type of alpha does such a domineering omega like. Sinking his tone, Bai Yu answered, you've already asked me this question before. I like someone like Hua Jin, don't you know that by now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi was struck down again. Hua Jin. A top predator who differentiated at the age of 17 into Ejingan, with skills and abilities all surpassing his own. When all events came to an end, Zhou Qi realized that the performance during that incident was orchestrated by Bai Yu and Hua Jin together. The documents sent out were deliberate actions. Even later instances of entrapment and frame-ups were meant to make Hua Chen believe their scheme succeeded, misleading everyone to think Hua Jin was the biggest umbrella for the black market drugs. Only by letting enemies relax their guard could they be dealt a fatal blow from behind. At that time, the two factions within the Supreme Department fought against each other without distinguishing friend from foe. They never believed in the chaotic Supreme Department. That individual was Hua Jin, the revered judge respected by all. Bai Yu admires strength, and his liking for Hua Jin really left traces that made sense. Zhou Qi drooped like a drenched puppy, all it would take is a little tap and he'd start yowling. That sight appeared vivid with both sound and imagery. Arg. With a puffed-up expression, Zhou Qi gripped the steering wheel hard, forcefully saying, he's married. He's very much in love with Ji Qi. Don't even think about it. They'll be holding their wedding soon, so you should give up on that thought early. Leaning his head on one side, Bai Yu hummed, it truly is a pity. Then he directly stared at Zhou Qi, tell me, between me and Ji Qi, who's more handsome? If I tried to show off in front of Chief Judge Hua, would I still have a chance? Zhou Qi. How could you act like this? Zhou Qi's lips trembled as he spoke, you shouldn't act like that. Bai Yu's talent for observing people was top-notch. Ever since going through the life and death experiences before, Zhou Qi seemed like he'd changed into a completely different person. He had initially only suspected it, this guy, possibly, maybe should, suddenly, perhaps, had a little feeling for him. Now it was confirmed. This fool has fallen for me. This thought filled his mind. Bai Yu opened the car window and gazed out, allowing the cool breeze to tousle his hair. The neon lights danced vividly in front of his eyes at this moment. The wind was gentle, but his heartbeat wasn't. Pfft. He suddenly laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Zhou Qi asked, sulking with an uneasy feeling throughout his body. Chapter 214, Look here, look here. Wives, let me recommend another book of mine. The main god hands me the chopsticks, and I pass the dish, the main god opens the door, and I get in the car. Don't mind. The name is earth-shatteringly rustic but worth a read. The fox who loves tails x the main god who loves foxes. Li Qing x Yuan Zheng. Fully finished, definitely worth a read. Just click on my homepage to see it. One person watching helps Jojo earn 1 cent. 1,000 views would buy me a cup of tea. Quick, support Jojo. Wives, look at me. Moi moi. Main text. Zhou Qi sulked, what are you laughing about? Bai Yu turned his gaze back and glanced at Zhou Qi for a moment. I wonder how a dimwit like you got selected. All your brains must have gone to your physical skills. Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi felt he was looked down upon again, so he sped up, his mind full of Bai Yu's disdain for his stupidity. When they reached the restaurant, originally walking ahead, Zhou Qi subconsciously slowed down once he realized Bai Yu wasn't following and walked behind Bai Yu instead. Leader first. At that stance, Zhou Qi instantly became a bodyguard. This restaurant was chosen by Zhou Qi himself. He had asked Hua Jin, who said it was sincerely done. It was the most expensive restaurant within 10 kilometers of the CE Research Center. Zhou Qi, used to doing things roughly, often managed with a roadside stall for meals. The luxurious interior design of the restaurant made Zhou Qi feel awkwardly out of place as if a country dog had entered the city. Bai Yu is a result-oriented person, completely dedicated to whatever he does, with little pursuit of quality in life, only caring if the food is clean and hygienic. Guided by the server, the two sat at a table by the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Bai Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhou Qi, whenever not deliberately pretending, couldn't hide his true feelings at all. Tell me, why did you call me here? Bai Yu asked. It's just to invite you for dinner. Why are you overthinking it so much? Zhou Qi answered hesitantly. Bai Yu looked around. This meal will cost you half a month's salary, right? Was inviting me worth it? Of course it was. Zhou Qi replied quickly. Bai Yu couldn't help but suppress a laugh and remain silent. Zhou Qi picked up the wine in front of him and gulped it down like one of the heroes from Mount Liangshan, drinking away all his romantic mood. He dared not speak a word. And even less knew how to chase an omega like Bai Yu. He only knew he liked him. Very much. Feeling uncomfortable if unseen for a day. Dreaming about him in sleep. The possibility that Bai Yu, the alpha, might like him was zero. The more he thought, the worse Zhou Qi felt. He stopped talking to Bai Yu and kept drinking the wine in front of him. Back and forth. Zhou Qi drank up the entire bottle of wine in front of him. Seeing person after person drink glass after glass, Bai Yu massaged his temple. Why do I like such an idiot? Even though obviously stupid, Bai Yu found him rather cute. Decided to tease a bit. In that intangible atmosphere, it was as if Zhou Qi had voluntarily handed over the rope tethering himself to Bai Yu. Pull it lightly, and he'd be delighted for a long time. During the break, Bai Yu got up and walked to Zhou Qi's side, looking down at his now somewhat reddened eyes that resembled those of a dog. With both hands clasped together, Bai Yu said, "Stop drinking." Ow, in a daze, hearing Bai Yu call him, Zhou Qi responded instinctively. When he raised his head, his face looked even redder. Bai Yu frowned tightly, this level of drunkenness. So stupid. You've drunk so much, how do you plan to send me back? Ah. Realizing the situation, Zhou Qi quickly straightened up, looking hopeful and pleasantly surprised, can I still send you back? Bai Yu cast a shadowy glance at him, idiot. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi sniffed, you're right. I'm an idiot. Bai Yu berated him sharply, not only are you an idiot, but you're also dense. Again Zhou Qi accepted the reproach with a sense of victimization. If he were animal form right now, his tail would surely be drooping, ears sagging too. Bai Yu watched that pitiful expression and mysteriously melted again in heart. He poured the man a glass of hot water to sober him up. Zhou Qi happily took it and didn't dare drink it immediately but rubbed it lovingly between his hands. Zhou Qi's brain was in a jumble. Truly adored Bai Yu. Really liked him. Suddenly, in the haze of his alcohol-fogged state, Zhou Qi's bravery surged unexpectedly up his throat. What do you think of me? Zhou Qi suddenly asked. Startled by this straightforward question, Bai Yu retorted oddly, Wah, what kind of think? Zhou Qi looked at Bai Yu who was standing and wagged his tail like a husky, how about being your alpha? Bai Yu's eyes flickered as he glanced around. What's the point of asking that? Zhou Qi suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Bai Yu's wrist, can I pursue you? Bai Yu froze for a moment. The lighting in the room was alluring, making it an excellent place for a date. The music was romantic and lingering. Everything seemed perfect. If only. Zhou Qi didn't have that strong smell of alcohol on him. Bai Yu quickly pulled his hand back and turned away fast. Brother Yu. Zhou Qi stood up and followed. He again rubbed his head. No one could be more foolish than himself. Brother Yu. Bai Yu still did not answer, continuing to walk down the stairs. Since Zhou Qi had drunk alcohol, Bai Yu would drive them home. During the ride, Zhou Qi kept looking at Bai Yu either intentionally or unintentionally. Watching Bai Yu driving with such ease, Zhou Qi felt as if he were the naive Omega. When they arrived at Zhou Qi's house, Zhou Qi, dizzy and dazed, needed help getting out of the car. If this were an alpha skilled in matters of love, Bai Yu would certainly suspect that it was intentional. But alas, this person was Zhou Qi. He truly was dumb. Not an ounce of guile. How could such a person possibly chase after him? Come back in 100 years. What an idiot. Stupid to death. Bai Yu dragged him out of the car and into the house. At the door, Zhou Qi tugged on Bai Yu's clothes. Brother Yu. I'll need the car tomorrow, so you can't take my car after dropping me off. Bai Yu observed Zhou Qi. So what? Zhou Qi opened the door and pulled Bai Yu inside. So you're staying at my place tonight. Just look at these crude thoughts, written boldly on his forehead. Although Bai Yu despised stupidity, this rule didn't apply to Zhou Qi. His wits really came from brute force. I swear. I won't do anything to you, Zhou Qi emphasized. Bai Yu finally couldn't hold back a laugh. When he regained his composure, Zhou Qi stepped back directly against the door. I really won't do anything to you. Zhou Qi muttered hoarsely. Bai Yu glared at Zhou Qi. Do you like me? Zhou Qi curled his fingertips but didn't deny it. Yeah. Do you want to pursue me? Zhou Qi, yeah. Bai Yu, do you think I'll agree? Zhou Qi's gaze faltered. I don't know. Bai Yu met Zhou Qi's stare directly. Zhou Qi gazed unwaveringly in return, then his Adam's apple moved. Don't look at me, Zhou Qi chuckled nervously. Why? Bai Yu challenged provocatively. Zhou Qi's breathing became slightly heavy, his body shifted slightly, turning off the light indoors with the movement of his arm. In the darkness, his words emerged simultaneously, because I'll want to kiss you. Whether it was the darkness that gave him courage or the alcohol intoxication. At that moment, Zhou Qi's boldness burst through the clouds. Leveraging the moonlight outside the window, Zhou Qi directly kissed Bai Yu. Chapter 215, I won't apologize. Ugh. Bai Yuding's pupils widened in anger, her whole body trembling with the kiss. The tremor in his hand was clearly visible. The person before him was the alpha he liked. He always stood far away from Zhou Qi. No one knew how fast his heart raced when Zhou Qi told him he liked him. He had thought Zhou Qi might foolishly say he liked him. But he absolutely didn't expect that he would have the nerve to kiss him. Zhou Qi, ugh. Bai Yuding whimpered in anger, and Zhou Qi deepened the kiss, filled with ambiguity and testing. At this moment, Zhou Qi was sober, more so than at any time earlier. Too much of Bai Yuding's pheromones were released, not warning pheromones, nor provocation pheromones or territorial pheromones. It was the type S1 ambiguous pheromone that leaks involuntarily. He was shaking. He was nervous. No Omega can release such submissive pheromones involuntarily in front of an alpha they don't like. Bai Yuding wasn't under control, he definitely didn't dislike him. This was the first thought that popped into Zhou Qi's mind, and he did not let go of Bai Yuding. Instead, he touched Bai Yuding's waist, making him closer and becoming more unrestrained with his kisses. He released his own friendly pheromones. Zhou Qi's pheromones were quite special, animal-like, full of oppression, just compulsory suppression, no scent. Though he looked stubborn on a daily basis, no one dared to underestimate Zhou Qi's pheromone type. The joint action team naturally wasn't easy to get into, but Zhou Qi could because of his abilities. Huijin's favorite iron hammer is certainly not to be trifled with. Once he went berserk, it could make everyone in the CE Research Center jittery, the strong animal pheromone signifying the master's intolerance of provocation. Within seconds, Bai Yuding softened under the assault. This was the natural barrier between Omegas and Alphas, yet for Bai Yuding, only Zhou Qi's pheromones could do this to him. Bai Yuding shakily grabbed the edge of Zhou Qi's clothes. This was undoubtedly Zhou Qi's stupidest smart move ever. To smell his own pheromones and directly use them to tease him. That bastard. He's gone wild. Bai Yuding breathed heavily, clenching his hands tightly as intense warning pheromones were suddenly released. The room filled with a milky fragrance, mixed with high concentrations of level S3 warning pheromones. Zhou Qi almost froze in place upon smelling it and instantly let go of Bai Yuding. Zhou Qi immediately became timid. He didn't dare not to let go. Zhou Qi's face was a mixture of emotions, realizing he had misunderstood. How could Bai Yuding allow him to kiss? He was sure to beat him up. The sound of a slap echoed as the light in the room was turned on by Bai Yuding. The instant the lights lit up the room, Zhou Qi stood by the door with his head hanging low. In that stance, Bai Yuding could have commanded attention and Zhou Qi would have obeyed on reflex. Zhou Qi bit his cheeks, his hair covering his eyelids, half drunk. I won't apologize. You hit me. Bai Yuding's lips were still numb, and he gave Zhou Qi a punch. You're really going wild. Zhou Qi continued silently, his head hanging but rebellious inside. If I am wild, then let it be. I will keep doing it later. What did you say? Bai Yuding observed Zhou Qi's attitude of clearly knowing better but refusing to apologize and felt. Alright, he found it cute. Zhou Qi stood resolutely. I said I'll keep kissing you. Before, there had been no kisses, and he never knew how sweet and soft it could be. He wanted more. Now. Originally, he thought one kiss would get him beaten up by Yuding, but it didn't happen. So, he wanted another kiss. Yuding, if you bully Omegas, I will file a complaint against you where you work. Zhou Qi, would a written complaint result in another kiss? Yuding, very well, this is consistent with Zhou Qi's logic. Yuding glared at Zhou Qi and walked straight to the sofa near the room. Zhou Qi stood at the door lost in thought. Sitting on the sofa, Yuding looked at Zhou Qi who remained standing by the door with a furrowed lip. After a while, he was still standing there. Come here. Yuding called out with a commanding tone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi approached the sofa. After sitting down, Yuding asked directly, do you know you've made a mistake? Zhou Qi neither nodded nor shook his head. Yuding looked displeased, what are your plans to chase me? He continued gazing at Zhou Qi, like what you just did. Forcefully kissed me and refused to apologize after the kiss. Zhou Qi pursed his lips and stayed silent. Suddenly, he looked at Yu with utmost sincerity, what should I do to win Yu's affection? Chapter 216, Bad Omega. Yu didn't answer him, instead scolding Zhou Qi until he was red with embarrassment. Are you stupid? Is your brain only for arguing? Damn it. Just now, weren't you very capable? And now, you can't even say a word. Idiot. Zhou Qi listened silently, not saying a single word in rebuttal. That evening, Yu stayed at Zhou Qi's house. Zhou Qi slept on the sofa holding a blanket. There wasn't a trace of impropriety. The next day, Zhou Qi drove Yu to the CE Research Center. After opening the car door, Zhou Qi asked glumly, can I pick you up from work later? What do you think? Yu asked him. Zhou Qi looked sincere. I'll wait for you at the entrance. I'll wait until you finish work. And if I don't finish work? Yu raised an eyebrow. That would make me very sad, Zhou Qi said, and his tone carried a tinge of victimization. Yu, what does my sadness have to do with you? Zhou Qi, Yu frowned, damn it, she really felt like she had done something wrong. Depending on my mood, Yu said this and left. At 6 p.m. that evening, Yu came out from the laboratory entrance. Zhou Qi successfully picked up Yu as he wished. While driving, joy couldn't be hidden from his eyes. After sending her home, Zhou Qi asked Yu again, can I pick you up for work tomorrow? Yu, it depends on my mood. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Zhou Qi was waiting outside Yu's house. He successfully picked up Yu again as he wished. Zhou Qi took out a lunchbox from the back seat, I brought breakfast for you, an egg sandwich. Yu accepted it and opened the lunchbox, it looked good. Did you make it yourself? Zhou Qi nodded, yes. Yu turned her gaze to the window, and her lips lifted unconsciously. Yu held the lunchbox without eating. As everyone knows, Zhou Qi disliked people eating in his car, and Yu is an extremely rule-abiding person who never challenges other people's sore points. Seeing her hesitate for a while, Zhou Qi tightened his grip on the steering wheel, why aren't you eating? Do you not like it? And he had specifically made it. Isn't it that, you dislike people eating in your car? Yu asked. Zhou Qi glanced around, unhappy with Yu's words, others are others, you are you. You're different from them. You can eat stepping on my head. Yu, speechless but happy. Idiot. Yu suddenly said softly. After delivering her to the CE Research Center, Zhou Qi continued their yesterday's conversation, can I come to pick you up tonight? Yu, it depends on my mood. Fourth day. Zhou Qi, can I come to pick you up tonight? Yu, it depends on my mood. Ninth day. Zhou Qi, can I come to pick you up tonight? Yu looked cold, whatever. 15th day. Zhou Qi, can I come to pick you up tonight? Yu, okay. 25th day. Zhou Qi, I will come to pick you up tonight. Yu, understood. Thus, Zhou Qi pursued Yu for exactly 2 months. Yu gave sweet favors but also through cold water, Zhou Qi was controlled by her leaving no residue. One day, Zhou Qi heard from someone else that Yu was on a date with a certain high-level executive. This news directly angered him to the peak. When Zhou Qi angrily arrived at the restaurant someone mentioned, he just happened to see Yu laughing happily with another alpha. He was angry, but he dared not say anything. Yu was not his Omega, so it was normal for many people to like him and pursue him. It was also normal for many to chase after him. Sitting in the corner, normally, with his temper, he should go and beat up the alpha sitting across from Yu till he was bloody. But that would make Yu angry. Yu disliked hoodlums. Zhou Qi felt his chest constrict painfully. He had never felt like this before, what alphas were supposed to endure was physical pain, but this invisible force piercing through deeply made one feel like their spirit was torn apart piece by piece. That day, Zhou Qi drove away the car. Unlike usual, he did not pick Yu up from work. Instead, he went to the terrace bar where he used to often go with Ji Qi. That day, Zhou Qi drank heavily. While he was in a daze, leaning on the dining table blowing sea breeze and counting stars. Of course, he couldn't enjoy the scenery, his heart only throbbed with dull pain over and over again. Zhou Qi remained motionless while lying there, with Bai Yu occupying his entire mind. Idiot. Zhou Qi was truly an idiot. Bai Yu didn't like idiots. Zhou Qi lazily stared at the glass of alcohol in front of him when his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, future wife. Zhou Qi's fingers hovered over the red hang-up button. He disconnected the call. Then, he changed Bai Yu's contact name to Bad Omega. Chapter 217, Nothing Discussed. Zhou Qi sniffed, his face flushed red from drinking, his eyes brimming with prolonged grievance. Bai Yu was the worst Omega in the world. Truly. No one was like him. Never going to look for him again. Zhou Qi's black lashes fluttered slowly, his appearance resembling that of a large pet abandoned by its owner. He looked as if he were earnestly upset. When Bai Yu found Zhou Qi, he was shocked by the table full of alcohol in front of Zhou Qi. Not answering the phone. Coming here to drink. He's finished, really. With a cold face, Bai Yu walked over to Zhou Qi. The neon lights of the bar counter-lengthened, and the invisible momentum brought the temperature around Zhou Qi down sharply. SSS. Chilly shivers ran down his spine. Zhou Qi's brows suddenly furrowed deeply, he raised his head from the table and glanced around. There was no one in front of him. Stupid Bai Yu, cursed Zhou Qi. Making him hallucinate all the time. How could there be Bai Yu's pheromones here? He didn't like it. At this moment, all Zhou Qi could think about was Bai Yu having dinner with that executive alpha. Bai Yu laughed so happily. He hadn't even smiled at him like that. At that moment, Bai Yu stood behind Zhou Qi, tightly pressing his lips while listening to those emotionally charged words. What was wrong with this kid? Usually very fond of responding to his wishes, but now cursing him behind his back. Coupled with the incident of his call being rejected just now, Bai Yu grabbed the collar of Zhou Qi's shirt at the back. With one tug, Zhou Qi's head tilted up. Who are you cursing? Bai Yu said through gritted teeth. Zhou Qi jolted when pulled by Bai Yu. Seeing Bai Yu, his pupils scattered, unable to focus, his expression filled with grievance. When Bai Yu saw Zhou Qi like this, where was the anger? After letting go, he stepped over and stood firmly next to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, dazed, thought he was hallucinating. He didn't want to see Bai Yu now. Zhou Qi lifted his hand absent-mindedly and pushed Bai Yu away. Go away, I don't want to see you. Bai Yu? What utter nonsense. Bai Yu's eyes glared fiercely as he slapped the table once. Who allowed you to come here and get drunk? And pushing him too. What right did he have to get angry without cause? Hearing the soft vibration of the liquor bottles, Zhou Qi was momentarily disoriented. Only then did he begin to realize that the Bai Yu before him wasn't merely a product of his imagination after drinking too much. Zhou Qi fell silent. Just sat there blankly. The two were at a standoff for a while. The more Bai Yu observed, the clearer it became to him that Zhou Qi was not only upset but specifically upset with him, and quite seriously so. Peering at Zhou Qi's lonely and desolate figure, Bai Yu felt a weight settle on his heart. Bai Yu replayed any possible events that may have upset Zhou Qi. Thinking and thinking, he could not pinpoint an origin. He hadn't done anything to make this dimwit mad. Leaning closer, Bai Yu peered at Zhou Qi, another strong smell of alcohol making Bai Yu frown again. This time, Bai Yu's tone softened noticeably. One might even say he was tentatively coaxing Zhou Qi with the dominant attitude he usually possessed. What's wrong? Why are you angry? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi pressed his lips tightly together. I don't want to talk to you. Bai Yu. TSK. This was real anger. Zhou Qi had never spoken like this before. His tongue may have been clumsy but always managed to strike Bai Yu's soft spots perfectly. Nothing like today where he persistently tried to distance himself from Bai Yu. Bai Yu anxiously scratched his nose. Could it be because he was too domineering, leading to the other feeling unhappy? Bai Yu coughed once. Come home with me. Zhou Qi slumped back onto the table, burying his head, turning his back on Bai Yu. Won't go home. Don't want to go home with you. Bai Yu, why? Zhou Qi, don't like you. Wasn't this the person who shamelessly confessed just this morning? And now didn't like him anymore in the evening? Bai Yu was flustered. That sensation was more unbearable than being thrown into boiling oil. He nervously supported himself against the edge of the table. Really, don't like me anymore? Zhou Qi muttered quietly, not looking back. Bai Yu wanted to console him, but he didn't know how. Did I offend you? Zhou Qi turned his head over, a face full of resentment. Why did you have dinner with other alphas? A flash of enlightenment hit Bai Yu. It made everything crystal clear instantly. His heart, which had tightened, relaxed a bit. Phew, good thing, it wasn't real hatred. He leaned in closer towards Zhou Qi and asked with relief tinged in his voice, so that's why you're angry? Don't you trust me? We've been together for so long, and you still don't trust me? Now it was Zhou Qi's turn to be utterly confused, his thoughts swirling bizarrely. Together? When had they gotten together? When had Bai Yu agreed to be with him? That never happened. When did we get together? Zhou Qi's eyes were rimmed with red bloodshot lines, demanding an answer. Explain clearly. Bai Yu, huh? They weren't together yet. In Zhou Qi's eyes, they too hadn't become a couple yet. Zhou Qi thought he was still pursuing him. 6. Bai Yu's mind raced, believing that just last month, his acceptance of Zhou Qi's daily commute with him already counted as a silent agreement. What stage was this kid stuck in? Huh. Wait. Considering carefully, Bai Yu frowned as he meticulously reviewed whether he'd explicitly told Zhou Qi that he agreed to date him. Was he supposed to say it? Huh. Isn't the default enough? Bai Yu closed his eyes momentarily. Sorry, no experience in love, didn't know how to handle it. Relationships needed verbal acknowledgement. How to fix this current situation. Chapter 218, thought about it for a long time. Bai Yu suddenly realized he had been careless. No wonder he thought that even though he had made things so obvious, even letting Zhou Qi kiss him forcefully multiple times without resisting, Zhou Qi still acted completely properly. Bai Yu lowered his eyes and looked at himself. He had already doubted his charm more than once. He was still wondering why this kid was such a perfect gentleman. Bai Yu glared angrily at Zhou Qi. Apparently, this stupid dog thought that when he kissed him, it was all done by force. Was he a pig? Not being beaten to death by him and instead thinking it was all due to luck the whole time. Was he a pig? Bai Yu thought Zhou Qi had already understood him well enough. He didn't expect that this dumb puppy was even dumber than he imagined. It was really infuriating. Bai Yu pulled out the chair beside Zhou Qi and sat down. In the end, he overestimated this idiot. How long have you been pursuing me? Bai Yu asked. 2 months. Zhou Qi's mind was both dazed and clear. Did I agree to you? Zhou Qi's eyes were filled with grievance. No. Bai Yu, very good. In a moment, Bai Yu heard Zhou Qi emphasize irritably again, you had dinner with other alphas and laughed happily. Bai Yu observed Zhou Qi's pouting face and became slightly stricter, sit properly. For Bai Yu's instructions, Zhou Qi has always instinctively followed them. Bai Yu's voice remained serious, when did I laugh happily with other alphas? Zhou Qi mumbled after Bai Yu's words, today. Bai Yu rubbed Zhou Qi's head. Today he was exceptionally patient because it was adorable for Zhou Qi to be jealous. Bai Yu explained briefly, that was because of work. I don't have any relationship with that alpha. Zhou Qi obviously didn't believe him, then why were you laughing so happily? Bai Yu recalled the scene of having a meal with others just now, he clearly hadn't laughed at all. Suddenly, Bai Yu pieced together some clues in his mind. He was always very serious. Except for when he said his alpha was stupid but cute. TSK. This was something he definitely didn't want to admit. Bai Yu coughed, because he was the client. Zhou Qi, do you think I'm stupid? Where would the client come from in the CE Research Center? Bai Yu. Bai Yu's eyes dodged as he bit his lips and thought. No longer hiding, he confessed, because I thought of you, I was happy, so I laughed. Speaking of this, Zhou Qi became excited immediately. His eyes seriously stared directly at Bai Yu, really? Bai Yu sighed. This idiot, if he didn't explain it to him clearly up to this point, he would surely still think that Bai Yu didn't like him. Today, he would solve it all at once. He wanted to see what this dumb puppy would be like with an omega. Really? Bai Yu's eyes flickered, do you still like me now? Zhou Qi replied quickly, like. Bai Yu, will you still chase me? Zhou Qi responded resolutely, chase. I agree. Bai Yu's words floated in the wind, the quiet night repeated it to Zhou Qi again and again. I agree. I agree. Zhou Qi didn't react for a moment. The next second, before he could give Bai Yu a chance to change his mind, This sentence dispelled all the gloom he'd felt throughout the day. He tightly hugged Bai Yu in front of him, the strength almost crushed him, yeah, I'm so happy. I'm really so happy. Bai Yu was somewhat shocked. At this moment, large amounts of information pheromones swirled around this balcony dining table. This cub, is this happy? Bai Yu thought it was a loss. He should have told this fool earlier. Making him endure a month of fake dating, constantly thinking there was something wrong with his alpha. Bai Yu felt the heavy pheromones approaching Zhou Qi's ear, control your pheromones, others will think you're strutting around like a peacock. Zhou Qi's level of pheromone release was worse than a peacock spreading its tail feathers. It already belonged to seeking a bond. Zhou Qi rubbed against Bai Yu while hugging him, the wine scent spread everywhere. He tried to suppress his pheromones but ended up holding him tightly with a pout, can't pull back, too happy. Idiot. Bai Yu helplessly. I am really so happy. Regardless, Zhou Qi seized Bai Yu's neck and kissed it lightly, wife. These 2 words made Bai Yu's face turn crimson, his body tingling as if he'd eaten Sichuan peppercorns, and his fingertips flushed in an instant. Not allowed to call me that. Bai Yu tried to regain control of the situation. Go home. Zhou Qi tightened his grip around Bai Yu's waist. Let me hold you a little longer. Are you a mangy dog? Bai Yu snapped. Go home, Bai Yu repeated firmly. Lifting his gaze with clear eyes, Zhou Qi said, then you have to sleep with me in the same bed tonight. Bai Yu. TSK. Once again, he realized that this entire month had been one-sided fantasies on his part. Zhou Qi wasn't as innocent as Bai Yu had thought. Pushing Zhou Qi away, Bai Yu pinched his cheek. What are you thinking about? With shining eyes, Zhou Qi replied, to sleep with you. I've wanted to for a long time. Chapter 219, Shameless. Bai Yu never expected that Zhou Qi could be so blunt to say such things. He pushed Zhou Qi, do you have any shame? Saying this on the street. Zhou Qi was unfazed. He hugged Bai Yu and rubbed against him, releasing a torrent of pheromones toward the omega in front of him. He lifted his puppy-like eyes and said, no. After that, Zhou Qi's hand slipped into Bai Yu's clothes. Slap. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qi's hand was slapped by Bai Yu. Ah! Zhou Qi screamed in pain but still didn't let go. Ji Qi had told him that he could touch his wife freely. Other people's wives might be able to. But apparently, his wife wasn't. Zhou Qi wouldn't give up. Despite being beaten by Bai Yu, he continued to rub Bai Yu's slim waist, looking at Bai Yu with filled eyes. Why won't you let me touch you? Bai Yu. Can't you show some shame on the streets? Zhou Qi hummed disdainfully and then proposed a condition, then kiss me. Zhou Qi clung onto Bai Yu like a big dog who'd been neglected for too long, you haven't kissed me, just one kiss. Unrelenting in his demands, Zhou Qi continued, wife, just one little kiss. This childish yet shameless way of asking turned out to be quite effective on Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked around furtively, ensuring no one was watching before pretending to remain calm as she kissed Zhou Qi's cheek. Plop. Zhou Qi felt the unusual warmth and fell into dreamland full of bubbles, wagging his tail in happiness. Bai Yu pulled him up from the chair, can we go home now? Zhou Qi nodded firmly, visibly happy. He was still smiling when they got in the car. After bringing him home, Zhou Qi followed Bai Yu around like a sticky everywhere. Bai Yu rummaged in the kitchen for something to cook Zhou Qi a bowl of sobering soup. Looking at Zhou Qi who kept following him, Bai Yu said, stop following me all the time. Zhou Qi, I want to. Go sit outside. Zhou Qi, no. Bai Yu frowned coldly, you're not being obedient again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi obediently turned and went to the sofa, quietly grumbling unhappily, humph. Half an hour later, the sobering soup was ready. Drink it all, Bai Yu handed over the steaming bowl of sobering soup to Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi moved back instinctively with a look of disdain, it's hot. Bai Yu dragged him by the collar to the dining table and blew on the soup inside the bowl, now it's not hot. Zhou Qi, I want my wife to feed me. Bai Yu, how? Zhou Qi, with your mouth. That's how they do it in TV dramas. Bai Yu turned black in face, don't make me slap you. Bai Yu glared fiercely, drink it. Zhou Qi lowered his eyes, his hands, his head. And then he drank it all in one breath along with the sobering medicine. While drinking, Zhou Qi's mind buzzed. Why were other omegas so obedient and gentle? His own omega would lash out at him any time. Once he finished drinking, the complaints in his mind also came out of his mouth. His lips pouted, and his puppy eyes twinkled, why are you so mean? Zhou Qi curled his hands and felt wronged, I didn't do anything wrong just now. Seeing this situation, Bai Yu quickly thought. Zhou Qi was someone who, if given even a little sweetness, would become unscrupulous. If he hadn't acted harshly earlier, the sobering soup would have gone cold while still on the table. Looking at Zhou Qi who seemed like a dog curling its tail, Bai Yu coughed lightly, and then cupped Zhou Qi's face and gave him a quick kiss on the corner of his lips. The moment the warm lips touched, there was a moist softness. Bai Yu extended his tongue for a taste. Is that better? Bai Yu asked softly. Zhou Qi couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn upwards. He liked to sulk, but he was extraordinarily easy to please. Taking the opportunity, Zhou Qi held Bai Yu's waist, one more kiss. Bai Yu didn't refuse, and kissed his cheek again. The next second, Bai Yu felt a tightening around his waist, giving him the illusion that Zhou Qi's tail was coiling around him circle after circle. Bai Yu slapped Zhou Qi once again. Did he know how strong his own grip was? Was he trying to break his waist? You should be gentler. Bai Yu's voice wasn't loud, not really a scolding. This tone obviously had no deterrent effect on Zhou Qi. Instead, it made him even more unrestrained in his caresses. Zhou Qi hugged Bai Yu tightly and mumbled, wife, you're so soft. I'm so hard. Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced at the bathroom and shivered, saying, I'll let you touch me after you take a shower first. Chapter 220, His Diary. Bai Yu, male omega. Age 26, height 179 centimeters, presence as tall as 2 meters. Zhou Qi, height 189 centimeters, age 25. These two have 800 levels of scheming, Bai Yu has all 800 while Zhou Qi has none. Just as Bai Yu's words had fallen, he was hit by a wave of dizziness. Zhou Qi immediately stood up, scooped him up by the knee and carried him horizontally in his arms. Hey! Put me down. Bai Yu tugged at the crook of Zhou Qi's arm. No. Ignoring Bai Yu, Zhou Qi quickened his steps towards the bathroom, we're going to take a shower together. Zhou Qi walked into the bathroom and placed Bai Yu directly into the warm bathtub. Instantly, Bai Yu's clothes were soaked. In this situation, running away or slapping Zhou Qi wouldn't be realistic. Bai Yu braced his hands on the edge of the bathtub. Alright. He didn't want to bully his alpha either. Zhou Qi gazed at Bai Yu, who was sitting inside the bathtub, his Adam's apple moving up and down involuntarily. Bai Yu's thin shirt clung to his skin due to the weight of the water, revealing faint pink tones like a blush through silk. Zhou Qi half knelt by the side of the bathtub, holding Bai Yu's hand which dripped with water, with eyes filled with both devotion and desire. The hazy look on his face, as if not fully sober yet, made him seem genuinely obedient and sincere. Zhou Qi grasped Bai Yu's hand that touched his face, rubbing it against his cheek in a dog-like, pitiful manner. Wife, you're so beautiful. Zhou Qi murmured softly, you're truly so beautiful. I love you so much. So much, so much. I can't get enough of loving you. Each word flowed from Zhou Qi, full of what Bai Yu liked hearing. Bai Yu's fingertips lightly caressed Zhou Qi's cheeks. I know, I know. Seeing how Zhou Qi looked simultaneously pleased and upset, Bai Yu couldn't help but ask, we've already kissed, we've already hugged, is there anything else making you unhappy? Zhou Qi's hand reached into the bathtub, gently touching Bai Yu's waist. His cautious movements resembled those of a devout worshipper. Zhou Qi's actions were extremely gentle, requiring Bai Yu's permission before becoming bolder. Pausing, Zhou Qi gazed at Bai Yu tenderly, testing further with every move, fearing rejection would cast him into hell. Can I? This question, spoken by such a big man, created an oddly harmonious yet somewhat jarring impression. Zhou Qi bit his lips, seeing Bai Yu's silence, his eyes turned a little despondent. Wife, can I? A small curve appeared at the corner of Bai Yu's lips as he glanced aside with suppressed amusement. You're so stupid. For this kind of thing, one should not even need to ask. Stupid. Since he hadn't received approval, Zhou Qi's hand was about to retreat, but the next second, it was caught by Bai Yu. Bai Yu faced Zhou Qi, one hand grabbing Zhou Qi's fingers. The other hand rose and rested on Zhou Qi's neck, leaning closer to his ear, whispering softly, you may. The humid breath in the heavy, sticky voice seemed tangible, spreading out for miles. You may. I agree. The next moment, Bai Yu felt the heat on his neck as Zhou Qi gripped his neck tightly and kissed his lips. Dogs bite too. And they bite hard, leaving teeth marks all over your body. Bai Yu realized that Zhou Qi wasn't always the obedient one. For example, when Bai Yu cried, Zhou Qi would think it was coquetry, and work harder than ever. The next day, Zhou Qi was kicked off the bed with Bai Yu's remaining strength. Ah! Zhou Qi let out a muffled cry as he fell, but when he raised his eyes and saw it was Bai Yu who had kicked him, his painful expression quickly changed. He obediently stood there holding the blanket. Chapter 221, His Diary. Hey. Wife. Zhou Qi called Bai Yu, does it still hurt? Zhou Qi took one step closer to Bai Yu, then slowly reached out his hand with a beaten expression. Bai Yu could see through him. Zhou Qi's attitude towards admitting his mistakes was clearly this, I've made a mistake, and I'll do it again next time. Can't change. Bai Yu didn't beat him up. He glanced at Zhou Qi, feeling that he truly understood how Zhou Qi acted as an alpha after their relationship had been confirmed. He treats you as his lover but more like prey. Zhou Qi is straightforward and uses the most direct and fierce ways to express love. You need to endure it. Otherwise, the troublemaker would feel sad. Bai Yu rubbed his temples. What to do? What to do? He just liked this. Go cook for me. Bai Yu ordered. Okay. Zhou Qi quickly put on his underwear and rushed out of the bedroom. As Bai Yu shifted his body, his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. This day's workaholic surprisingly took 2 days off. Because of his position as a senior executive, Bai Yu directly asked Hua Jin for leave. Bai Yu, sick leave, no time to write a note. Hua Jin, you usually don't take leave, is it serious? Bai Yu, serious, going to die, thank you. Half an hour later, Bai Yu got up. The breakfast made by Zhou Qi was very abundant, named nutrition replenishment. After finishing the meal, Bai Yu processed documents on the sofa while Zhou Qi leaned against Bai Yu's leg sleeping. A large pendant. The pheromones around Zhou Qi were swirling in the room, bringing joy and excitement. After processing the documents, Bai Yu looked down at Zhou Qi leaning against him. The alpha had messy black hair and long black eyelashes. He reached out to touch Zhou Qi's lashes, causing Zhou Qi to move his head slightly when ticklish, then fell asleep again after a moment. Bai Yu curled the corner of his mouth and bent slightly to kiss Zhou Qi's cheek. Idiot. On the second day, Zhou Qi took Bai Yu out for a whole day of fun. Finally, they bought a bouquet of flowers to visit his mother. When they came back, Bai Yu received a huge red envelope. He didn't refuse it and brought it home. Coming out from Zhou Qi's hometown, Bai Yu gave Zhou Qi a big beating. Slap. What's wrong with you? Coming to your house without telling me beforehand, I have nothing prepared. Zhou Qi massaged his beaten arm, I just bought stuff for you, so everything counts towards you. Bai Yu, is that the same? Zhou Qi, same, mine is yours, you're my wife. After a pause, Zhou Qi added, didn't you notice that my mom likes you so much? She even complimented how pretty you are. Bai Yu kicked Zhou Qi, idiot. Watching Bai Yu's angry figure, Zhou Qi caught up within 2 steps. I'm sorry, wife. Zhou Qi's voice dropped further. I didn't tell you earlier because I was afraid you wouldn't come. Zhou Qi blocked Bai Yu's way. I really made a mistake. In the future, I will tell you everything and listen to you. After half a day of coaxing, Bai Yu stopped being mad at him. In the end, he held Bai Yu's hand and walked a big circle in his hometown, greeting people everywhere. Every conversation turned into Bai Yu being his omega. Really, showing off too much. After returning home, Zhou Qi hugged Bai Yu and kissed for quite some time, with great satisfaction written all over his face. Wife. I like you so much. Zhou Qi had a diary. It recorded the daily lives of him and Bai Yu. July 14th, took wife home. July 20th, the 9th day with wife, she smells so good, also so soft. July 21st, wife kissed me, she must like me so much. July 22nd, wife wore clothes not fastened well, surely trying to seduce me, did it. July 23rd, wife praised me, did it. July 24th, missed wife, slept hugging her. July 25th, wife found my diary. I threw the diary, but. July 25th, after 3 hours, wife hasn't found my diary. July 26th, bought gifts for wife, today wife was very proactive, need to make more money. July 27th, scolded by wife, slept on the couch, wife is scary. Wrote a complaint letter accusing her of domestic violence. July 27th, wife talked about it, Hua Jin handled it, Hua Jin protects my wife, there is no justice. July 28th, beaten by wife, slept on the couch. July 29th, couch. July 30th, sofa. July 31st, hair. August 1st, hair. August 7th, did it. August 19th, today I found so many photos of me at wife's house. Wife has liked me for a long time. Ha 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 ha. I won't tell her that I know about this, because the wife wouldn't admit it, and would beat me. Today was fun, the wife couldn't get out of bed. August 19th, got beaten, not painful. I love my wife, she's so cute, and likes me so much. But I think I like her even more. Zhou Qi x Bai Yu, finished. Tomorrow is the bar night. Chapter 222, Jing Jin is here. In the bustling city center, a bar's evening atmosphere exuded an indifferent. The pulsating music was intense and rebellious, the heavy smell of alcohol filled the air, the clinking sounds of transparent glasses echoed as ice and fire mixed together, revelry ran rampant, in wild release, without restraint. This raucous scene made Ji Qi, who hadn't drunk too much, feel out of place. Ji Qi sat in a corner of the bar, a fruit cocktail in hand, carefully observing his surroundings with a defiant look in his eyes. Today, the youth wore a low-cut fashionable shirt. His pale neck and faintly visible collarbone added a touch of sensual allure to him. Putting down his glass, Ji Qi rested his long fingers on his temple and muttered under his breath. How hasn't he come yet? He clearly remembered that several years ago Hua Jingjing had been in that very corner. Why hasn't he arrived? Ever since confirming he traveled back 7 years in time, all Ji Qi could think about every day was today, finding Hua Jingjing, not wasting a single moment. Thinking about the days Hua Jingjing had previously endured, the careful precautions, and everything he silently bore alone, Ji Qi, even after many years, couldn't let it go. His Enigma had received so much less love than others. Now being back here, Ji Qi awaited this encounter every single day. What? How did this happen? Who knows? He just made a wish. A fox god named Li Qing granted it. TSK, too cool, absolutely too cool. Ji Qi's gaze scanned everywhere, checking the time, it was 9:20 p.m., about this time. Just as he thought, at that moment, a man with an elegant figure and outstanding physique entered the bar's entrance. White shirt, broad shoulders and narrow waist, his firm chest was perfectly discernible even through his clothing. Hua Jingjing, Hua Jingjing. Precious darling. Ji Qi's eyes immediately lit up, suddenly full of spirit. Ji Qi wanted to get up but then reconsidered, if they didn't know each other, rushing over might scare off his precious darling. Ji Qi stayed still, continuing to pretend to drink his own cocktail. He kept subtly peeking in Hua Jingjing's direction. Sitting at a corner of the bar counter, Hua Jingjing's expression was stern, projecting a do not disturb aura, the surrounding atmosphere noticeably cooler than around others. Still like this, acting like everyone owes you money, Ji Qi grumbled in criticism, unable to resist. Ji Qi shook his wine glass, muttering to himself, your wife is right here. Come flirt, idiot. After speaking, Ji Qi let out a long sigh. The old Hua Jingjing knew himself too well, approaching would only result in disdain, those provocative words he would never dare utter. Ji Qi's lips pressed into a thin line, feeling further heartache for Hua Jingjing. After Hua Jingjing entered the bar, nothing seemed to happen. Ji Qi vaguely remembered drinking quite a bit last time, this time he had no intention of getting drunk. He wanted to see why Hua Jingjing hit people. To Ji Qi's left earlobe was attached a high-precision micro-listening device, which allowed him to filter out the bar's noise and clearly hear the conversations happening near the spot where Hua Jingjing once got into a fight. Ji Qi stared intently as moments after Hua Jingjing sat down, a few alphas about Ji Qi's age approached, their demeanor oozing the confidence of rich young masters. Recognizing one of the alphas, Ji Qi's eyebrows furrowed tightly. This particular alpha was a well-known rich brat from Jiang City whose father's business had dealings with the Boshan group. To put it simply, this guy would have to bow and scrape before him like a lapdog. The content of their conversation reached Ji Qi's ears. When Hua Jingjing moved to strike, Ji Qi heard the entire exchange crystal clear. What nonsense, isn't Ji Qi just relying on his father? Without his father, he'd be nothing, I could have killed him a long time ago. He's nothing good, sooner or later I'll teach him a lesson, another alpha chimed in agreement. But the young master of Boshan group sure does look good. Turning him into an omega during heat would certainly be interesting. Ha 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 ha. The wealthy son's words were a continuous denigration of the young master of the Boshan group. Bang! A loud noise erupted and, within seconds, the group was beaten down by Hua Jingjing onto the ground whimpering. Ah! Aya! Moans and cries for help mingled with the sound of shattered wine glasses and overturned chairs in chaos. The scene devolved into pandemonium. Stunned, Ji Qi turned back to watch. Hua Jingjing had shown not an ounce of mercy in his blows. So, the initial reason Hua Jingjing fought people was because they were cursing him. Idiot Hua Jingjing. Ji Qi stood up from his chair. The fighting sounds had drawn the attention of security personnel, and those who had been talking nonsense were carried away, still groaning in pain as they were helped to their feet. Hua Jing took out a document from his pocket, and within moments the bar returned to normal. The ID was in Zhou Qi's name. Identities like this were more useful in such chaotic places. Ji Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that it was around this time when he had offended Hua Jin back then. Ji Qi positioned himself accordingly, picking up his glass and walking towards Hua Jin. As Ji Qi approached Hua Jin's side, he cleared his throat. This time, he wasn't drunk, so he intended to take a good look at Hua Jin. Ji Qi walked to the bar counter and sat down next to Hua Jin, his gaze warm and unrestrained. Brother, you looked really cool just now. Hua Jin focused his gaze on him, his astonishment evident even to Ji Qi. He feigned calmness, making him all the harder to read. Would you like a drink, brother? Ji Qi, rubbing the rim of the glass with his fingertips, spoke again. Chapter 223, Ji Qi's Online Husband Management. Ji Qi swayed the wine glass in her hand. The reddish wine, under the neon light, resembled a bloodstain, dangerous and intoxicating. Seeing that no one responded, Ji Qi lazily propped one hand on the table, supporting her face. With this movement, the white V-neck of Ji Qi's dress slightly slipped down. During the flicker of the lights, her thin lips looked more tempting than forbidden fruit. Brother, are you alone? Ji Qi asked with a smile, her lazy tone carrying the unique clarity of youth. Ji Qi deliberately outlined a meaningful gaze, her heart and eyes both screaming just a few words, hello, let's do it. Hua Jin was momentarily dazed, his long lashes fluttering as he met Ji Qi's gaze. In just half a second, Hua Jin, who had braved battles and rolled in mud and blood, felt inclined to evade her stare. Hua Jin thought he understood Ji Qi well. In many moments when Ji Qi hadn't cared, Hua Jin had observed her multiple times. He would apply for a position at her debate competitions, attend her basketball games, understand her preferences, and unintentionally focus on countless things about her. She had never known about him. Never. Ji Qi was proud but not conceited. As an alpha, she always believed that omegas could naturally escape the pheromone control of stronger beings, respected all, and was kind and intelligent. But she liked omegas with candy-sweet scents. She accepted love letters from omegas with sweet pheromones and was even saving up for her future wife. She disliked being out of control, detested being forced into humility, hated mandatory marking, which she equated with rape in her mind. So, she would dislike Hua Jin. She was bound to dislike Hua Jin. Hua Jin stared at the youth before her. He didn't want any connection with Ji Qi. A moment later. Hua Jin's gaze wavered for a split second. Look, he himself didn't believe that sentence. He wanted a relationship with Ji Qi, an eternal entanglement, impossible or hated. Even if it meant tearing her apart, drawing blood, forcing her to remember him, this was what needed to happen. Brother. Ji Qi tilted her head slightly, unable to resist calling Hua Jin again since he wasn't responding. Ji Qi's words carried a faint alcohol aroma, leading Hua Jin to think she'd drunk too much. According to Ji Qi's nature, she should have been more interested in the previous fight than now coming to share drinks with him. She was peculiar. At least, not like what he imagined. Calling him brother. Hua Jin felt as if he were dreaming. In a minute, 3 such words emerged. This absolutely did not sound like something Ji Qi could say, especially to a stranger they had met for the first time. It was completely improbable. Hua Jin's eyes flickered. You, what did you call me? Brother, right? You look older than me, so shouldn't you be called brother? Ji Qi lowered her head to control her emotions before lifting it again. Or is there another title you prefer? Ji Qi leaned forward, mischievously examining Hua Jin's handsome face with seductive remarks. How about a drink? Hua Jin glanced toward the bar and ordered a drink. As the bartender mixed the cocktail, Hua Jin maintained a facade of composure, delighting Ji Qi inwardly. Kid, you must be overjoyed inside, isn't your heart pounding? Pretending to be so icy. TSK, look, your eyes are shaking. Sir, here is your blue sea on fire. The bartender handed a cup of viscous blue wine to Hua Jin, its icy quality free of scent but evidently strong at a glance. Thank you. Hua Jin took the drink and sipped immediately, he truly felt unbearably hot at the moment. Ji Qi supported her head, brother, it seems like your tolerance for alcohol is quite poor. Hua Jin's eyes fell on the wine in Ji Qi's hands, he very much wanted to give her a lesson. Ji Qi loved drinking too much, which was unhealthy. Won't you get drunk after just one sip? Ji Qi spoke without reservation. Not necessarily, Hua Jin replied coldly. After speaking, he took another sip of the drink in his hand. Hua Jin's expression darkened a bit, indeed, he couldn't match her tolerance. He made her want to discipline. Such old married couple dynamics, Ji Qi instantly grasped the meaning hidden in Hua Jin's eyes. Hua Jin remained Hua Jin, always wanting to manage her at every turn. Ji Qi wanted to tease Hua Jin and casually glanced around at the colorful lights and liquor in the bar, her eyes gleaming with a strange luster. Suddenly, Ji Qi lifted her foot beneath the bar, lightly touching and caressing Hua Jin's leg. The white casual shoes teasing the neat slacks of her companion. What was outlined wasn't the expensive fabric but the enigmatic composure he pretended to maintain. Hua Jin's expression faltered for a moment, his whole body going numb as his usually cold demeanor turned somewhat wooden. Ji Qi's lips curled into a seductive smile, brother, you know, right? Places like bars are full of fleeting romances. Would you like to try something with me? The hand holding the glass trembled, ripples of wine shifting dangerously close to spilling over. What was she talking about? What exactly was she saying? Could these words come from Ji Qi? Was this something Ji Qi would do? Hua Jin believed he knew Ji Qi well enough, so where had it gone wrong? Hua Jin tightened his grip on the glass, his serious gaze even adding an unintentional teaching tone, do you even know what you're saying? Of course I do, Ji Qi replied matter-of-factly, her eyes sweeping around, here, you're the best looking. Hua Jin's face remained icy, does the young master enjoy playing around so much that anyone will do? Ji Qi paused for a second. Miscalculation. Hua Jin had arrived here with thoughts of being disliked by Ji Qi, her prior statement made her appear quite unruly. Awful. How could she start by having her Enigma dislike her? Ji Qi stared straight at Hua Jin, trying to rectify, no one else but you. Damn. This sounded too much like an insult. Ji Qi clicked her tongue, what I mean is, I like you. Huh. Hua Jin got choked on his drink, his throat burning with sharp coughs. Cough, cough, cough. Unsteady, disbelief written all over his face. Seeing this, Ji Qi patted Hua Jin's back, instinctively complaining like a married couple, if you can't drink much, then have less. Why are you so stupid? You aren't allowed to drink alcohol anymore in the future. Hua Jin raised his eyes. Hua Jin. Ji Qi. In 1 minute, Ji Qi made 800 false gestures to cover her nervousness. Ah, she pulled her hand back and stroked her hair, I'm just a person who cares about others. Hua Jin, feeling uneasy, lowered his eyes, do you do this to everyone? Ji Qi, the hole was getting deeper. But she still wanted to play. Ji Qi, not really, we have many pets at home. It's normal to have a bit of compassion. Hua Jin gave a strange look. He reviewed Ji Qi's previous statements, then hesitantly asked, you said you liked me earlier? Ji Qi looked sincere, yes. Hua Jin, would you like to sleep with me? Ji Qi, huh. After pondering back and forth, Hua Jin came up with only one possibility, do I look like an omega to you? For some reason, Ji Qi was startled by Hua Jin's question. It seemed that Hua Jin truly didn't believe she would like him, rather believing she mistook him for an omega than consider herself liking an absolutely top predator Enigma. Ji Qi's thoughts surged. Indeed, if it were a few years ago, she felt she would choose bloody resistance and flee. But now, she was willing to approach Enigma because it was Hua Jin. Ji Qi's mind sank deeper. Truly, troublesome. Ji Qi, lost in thought, absent-mindedly reached out, grabbing Hua Jin's drink and gulping down a large mouthful. Chapter 224, Qi's Confession. Ji Qi followed Hua Jin's gaze toward the wine in his own hand that he had mistakenly picked up. Oh this. Sorry. At home, I only drink my husband's. It has become a habit over time. It's all good. As long as he's not embarrassed, then it's Hua Jin who feels awkward. Ji Qi continued to hold on to Hua Jin's glass, brother, I just took a sip of your wine. You won't be angry, will you? Hua Jin glanced sideways, having imagined many scenarios for meeting Ji Qi. Thought about countless dialogues. Fierce and bloody. None were like the one happening now. Hua Jin's expression grew complex, and after a long pause, not a single word came out. Hua Jin's gaze deepened, realizing that perhaps he needed to reassess Ji Qi. You can drink from my cup, I don't mind. Hua Jin's eyes softened but occasionally flashed with sharpness. Ji Qi felt his thoughts churn. What's going on? Why did Huajin suddenly change his approach? He sure is adaptable. Ji Qi could feel his heartbeat quicken as he looked up at Huajin. Did I seduce Huajin or did Huajin seduce me? Even at this age, my charm still works well. Ji Qi took another sip of Huajin's wine right in front of him, lightly swaying the glass. Brother's wine tastes good, I wonder how. Brother tastes. Ji Qi's words were bold and provocative. Huajin saw through Ji Qi's intentions. This was completely unlike the Ji Qi he knew. The well-mannered young master who kept himself clean was certainly not an outwardly reckless and wandering scoundrel. All of Ji Qi's words today left Huajin speechless. Huajin tentatively touched the bar counter with his fingertips. Do you want to try? Ji Qi smiled. I'm this good-looking, it would be a waste for you, brother. Huajin became increasingly certain that his assumptions weren't wrong. Why choose me? Ji Qi's eyes fell on Huajin, slowly moving upward. Used it, found it useful. Slept with it, found it comfortable. Seeing the disbelief in Huajin's gaze, Ji Qi thoughtfully considered ways to deal with Huajin since he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Ji Qi let his gaze linger on the dance floor of the bar for 2 seconds. If brother doesn't want to. I see there's an Omega over there who seems pretty decent. Maybe I'll go find that Omega. Before Ji Qi could finish his sentence, Huajin pulled him off the bar stool. Ji Qi winced in pain. TSK, lighten up. You're making your wife's hands numb. Not gentle at all. Young master seems pretty wild, Huajin muttered coldly, gripping Ji Qi's wrist firmly. Huajin pulled Ji Qi straight out of the bar, and when they reached the entrance, Huajin glared at Ji Qi with a rebellious look. Hotel or my place? Ji Qi gave another confusing response. Of course, we'll go home. I don't like hotels. Huajin examined Ji Qi with lowered eyebrows. All the jumbled thoughts today boiled down to one phrase: I hope you don't regret it. With that, Huajin dragged Ji Qi into the car's back seat. On the way, Ji Qi was exceptionally obedient. Huajin leaned in to fasten Ji Qi's seatbelt. You love to play, huh? Ji Qi licked his lips, making them even more alluring. It depends on the person. Brothers like you, I prefer. Since both had been drinking, they ended up calling a designated driver. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of Huajin's house. Huajin directly lifted Ji Qi out of the car. Starting from the shoe cabinet by the door, pieces of clothing began falling off one by one, until they reached the bedroom, where the intimate atmosphere grew heavier. Ji Qi lifted his eyes to look at Huajin, breathing heavily, his face flushed red after being kissed fervently by Huajin, his breaths hot and heavy. Am I very kissable, brother? Despite his trembling voice, Ji Qi continued his flirtation. For Huajin, this comment was nearly fatal. This was supposed to be the start of hate and repulsion. Why did it turn into this? Huajin gripped Ji Qi's hand and pressed it against his waist. Don't play with fire, you'll hurt yourself. Huajin said sharply. The next moment, Ji Qi moved closer to Huajin again. Come on, who's afraid of who? The next morning, Ji Qi woke up extremely early, tiptoeing into the living room. Then, he took Huajin's pen and left a note for him. Brother, I'm satisfied. I'll find you next time. Left by Ji Qi. On top of the note, he placed 200 yuan he had found in the living room drawer. Vivid and bold, glaringly conspicuous. Huajin always used to keep his pocket money in the drawer, and apparently he still does. After finishing these tasks, Ji Qi rummaged through his own pockets and took out 20 yuan, placing it in Huajin's drawer. Using my money to sleep with me? Is that what you mean? Suddenly, Huajin's voice rang out from behind him. Ji Qi. Ji Qi quickly turned around. For a second, both men stared at each other as Ji Qi wasn't aware Huajin had been standing behind him for some time. Ji Qi looked down. This isn't fun, not fun at all. With an earnest face, Huajin spoke. Young master, have you played around with anyone else? Instantly Ji Qi felt guilty. No. Huajin's eyes fell on Ji Qi's buttocks. Yesterday, you were more than willing. Ji Qi, Huajin walked up to Ji Qi and retrieved the 200 yuan and note Ji Qi had placed on the coffee table. If yesterday was your will. He left the sentence hanging, but Ji Qi could already guess where this was going. Ji Qi, you want a formal relationship? Huajin, I believe it is necessary. Ji Qi gave a sardonic laugh. Why? Huajin moved even closer, narrowing the gap between them until they were mere inches apart. His warm voice carried a sharp edge. Now you are my alpha, and I need to take responsibility for you. Ji Qi pursed his lips. Huajin hadn't marked him yesterday, leaving Ji Qi puzzled. You didn't mark me, how can we have any relationship? Huajin glanced at Ji Qi once. He thought if the start were this gentle, Ji Qi wouldn't hate him, and he wouldn't need the forced marking to make Ji Qi stay close. As long as Ji Qi stayed by his side, Huajin would be sure to protect him at every moment. This kind of beginning was what Huajin desired all along. It made him feel the road ahead was bright when looking at Ji Qi, instead of the barren and filthy darkness, the bottomless abyss. Huajin gazed at Ji Qi's neck side. What? Do you want my mark? Ji Qi let out a mournful sound. Who wanted that thing anyway? Yeah. Ji Qi's heavy tone shocked Hua Jin again. His eyes trembled with a million thoughts circling his head. Where exactly did things go wrong? Is Ji Qi so easy to pursue? Had he wasted his unrequited love for so long? Ji Qi observed Hua Jin's expression, knowing that inside Hua Jin must be reveling in delight. Why? It seemed Hua Jin needed to hear more from Ji Qi, asking why. Ji Qi coughed. Don't laugh at me if I tell you. Hua Jin, I won't laugh. Ji Qi licked his lips, deciding to fabricate a story for Hua Jin. You remember watching the basketball game at my school before, right? Hua Jin averted his gaze for a second, his long lashes flickering fast. How do you know? Ji Qi fidgeted with his clothes. I saw you. From the first glance, I liked you. Hua Jin's pupils widened but didn't respond to Ji Qi's confession. Stutteringly, Ji Qi continued, as he knew all the ins and outs of the matter. His words held no loopholes. Later, I asked my friends to help find you. They said you're the chief judge at the CE Research Center. And then I sent lots of letters to the CE Research Center, just wanting to meet you. All of them were refused. Hua Jin's Adam's apple rolled. None of Ji Qi's words left room for fabrication. He wanted to interrupt and ask for clarification, but Ji Qi kept talking. I planned to withdraw from the social debate contest because of schedule issues. Later I learned that you'd be one of the judges, so. I participated again. That. My friend told me yesterday that you would be at that bar. I went there. I know there's a big gap between us, and if I didn't speak to you yesterday, I might never have gotten another chance. So Ji Qi raised his eyes. I've liked you for a long time. He gathered his courage as if it would fade, speaking feebly. I know you're outstanding, but I'm not bad either. Ji Qi stood seriously, asking earnestly, I like you. Will you give it a try with me? Dating. I'll treat you well. Every declaration Ji Qi poured out hit Hua Jin like a wave, leaving him slightly stiff. Hua Jin's fingertips curled up. He stared at Ji Qi, bewildered and incredulous, his voice trembling and raspy. You. What did you say? Chapter 225, So Sweet. W.H. What did you say? Hua Jin couldn't describe the complexity of his emotions at this moment. A fierce wind whipped across the parched earth, drenching it repeatedly with sweet rain. Ji Qi saw Hua Jin suppressing his feelings and pretended to be shy, attempting to dodge away. He tripped on a table leg in his haste. You can think about it carefully, no need to rush for an answer. I'm going home first. Then Ji Qi turned around and threw one of his business cards to Hua Jin. This is my contact information. You can find me. As Ji Qi left Hua Jin's house, Hua Jin still stood there somewhat dazed. His mind kept replaying Ji Qi's words from earlier. Hua Jin mechanically walked over and sat down by the couch. Suddenly, he chuckled with deep and intense emotions, his reddened eyes making him look incomprehensible. Hua Jin was high up in rank, accustomed to being distant, always rigid and rule-bound, often bound by heavy constraints. To him, the joyous emotions of others always seemed unattainable. With too many things to do, Hua Jin trapped himself, moving forward strictly. He had never thought that he and Ji Qi could have a good outcome. But now Ji Qi was expressing affection before him. The sincerity in those eyes was so genuine, how could Hua Jin not be moved? How could he not imagine all sorts of possibilities he had never dared to before? Hua Jin picked up the business card left by Ji Qi, gently caressing it with his fingertips. His throat was heavy with bitterness. Could Hua Jin be happy as well? Apparently, young master didn't prefer Omega with the flavor of milk candy. Ji Qi said he would go home, and so he went straight back to the Ji family villa, where he directly sought out his father. Ji Qi stood in front of Ji Xingming in the main study, who was processing some documents, looking like he wanted something. Dad. Ji Xingming glanced at Ji Qi's pleading face and furrowed his brow. What? Do you want me to light a cigarette for you? Ji Qi coughed once, not. Listening to Ji Qi's indecisive mumbling, Ji Xingming nearly kicked him. Speak properly, boy. Ji Qi straightened up. Didn't you give me money to take a spouse? I want it. Hearing Ji Qi's words, Ji Xingming lit up instantly. Daughter-in-law. Finally. You got some sense. Which good Omega family? How old are they? Where did you meet? Ji Xingming interrogated relentlessly. Ji Qi looked back in a daze, knowing that Ji Xingming wouldn't accept Hua Jin at this point. What if it's not an Omega? Not an Omega. Ji Xingming's expression darkened several degrees. So, you're into AA lovers? Ji Qi, not that either. Ji Xingming, is it B-type A? Ji Qi, also no. Ji Xingming felt he was being teased. You fall for the big yellow dog our mother raises? What are you saying? Ji Qi shot Ji Xingming a glare. Just give the money, and I'll secure your daughter-in-law. High, rich, and handsome, powerful and authoritative. I've set my eyes on him. You provide the money, I'll chase. Ji Xingming noticed something strange about Ji Qi's manner and asked cautiously, I don't care about other stuff. One question only, Ji Qi replied. Ji Xingming, can she bear children? Ji Qi. I should kneel and apologize to you, sir, for this truth that might disappoint you. Ji Xingming observed Ji Qi's expression and immediately understood, boy, don't go wild. It's not like a second marriage where the person cannot even bear children, right? For heaven's sake. It's not a second marriage. His body might. He might not be able to have kids, but I love him. Ji Qi answered firmly. Ji Xingming raised his eyes, bring him home first for a look. Ji Xingming had lots of money. If the person could not bear children, he would just throw them a lump sum as a severance fee. Ji Xingming had already rehearsed his lines. 5 million yuan to leave my son. Ji Qi stretched out his hand, not yet pursued successfully, give me the money dad. Wooing a wife is expensive. Ji Xingming tossed a card from his drawer to Ji Qi, we've agreed. As an alpha, don't bully people. Otherwise, Lin Jun will beat you, and I'll get implicated. Ji Qi took the card, don't worry. I can't fight anyway. After getting the money, Ji Qi stepped out the door. Initially planning to invite Hu Jin to dinner, Ji Qi discovered upon taking out his phone that Hu Jin had added him on WeChat. TSK, can't keep calm at all. Ji Qi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Sitting in the car, he flipped through Hu Jin's friend request and clicked agree. It was still the familiar profile picture. Still the familiar public execution circle of friends. Still so scary. After Ji Qi agreed, he waited for Hu Jin's message. The other party is typing. Ji Qi waited for 5 minutes, and the other party is still typing. Come on, are you writing a long essay for me? Ji Qi chuckled inwardly. Knowing Hu Jin's personality, writing an essay was highly unlikely. The only possibility was that Hu Jin was too nervous, not knowing what to say, but still wanting to chat with his wife. He was also worried that his words might not be appropriate, but still wanted to chat with his wife. In short, he just wanted to chat with his wife. But think about it, who is Hu Jin? No social life, no hobbies, all he has in mind is work, rigid and rule-bound, the cold and distant Judge Hua, yet here he was with typing. Showing up in his chat window. Thinking about this, Ji Qi's heart floated back into the clouds. Idiot. Send anything, you're so dumb. Just as Ji Qi finished speaking, Hu Jin's message arrived. It took Hu Jin 5 minutes to type 3 words. Hu Jin, are you home? Ji Qi tscared. 3 words in 5 minutes, tough job for you. After complaining, Ji Qi replied instantly. Ji Qi, Hu Jin, yesterday, did your body feel uncomfortable? Ji Qi sweat dropped. What a silly topic to bring up. Ji Qi, what would you do if I felt uncomfortable? Send me medicine. Hu Jin, Ji Qi almost laughed. So obviously trying to flirt with his wife but too scared. Ji Qi, idiot Hu Jin. Hu Jin didn't reply. Seeing this, Ji Qi pulled the conversation back himself, it hurt a lot, so please take me out for dinner. Hu Jin replied extremely quickly, do you prefer Chinese or Western cuisine? Ji Qi typed with more force than usual, really, big brother. Hu Jin, Ji Qi, then can I come over to your place this afternoon? Hu Jin, Ji Qi smacked the steering wheel. Just saying, all the time. Pretending to be so aloof. Ji Qi smirked at the corner of his mouth and then took a picture of himself. The sunlight inside the car made Ji Qi's face slightly overexposed, giving him a hazy and even better-looking appearance. He sent the photo to Hu Jin. Ji Qi, picture. Ji Qi, big brother, I have a blind date this morning. Does this outfit look good? Can you help me check? Ji Qi had changed clothes after coming home. Now, he wore a mint green shirt with a designer men's necklace around his neck, its sharp lines accentuating his otherwise bare and increasingly appealing neck. Ding dong. Hu Jin replied. Hu Jin, I only have time this morning today. If you want to eat, come in the morning. I'll be on a business trip to Binbei this afternoon. Ji Qi burst out laughing. So why were you saying, before? Ji Qi pressed down the voice recording and sent a text message to Hu Jin. I thought you'd only say, Can't deal with you anymore. Ji Qi put down his phone and started the car, heading towards the city center. He bought Hu Jin a watch and a bottle of cold-scented perfume at a luxury goods store. Although Hu Jin could perfectly hide his pheromones as an enigma, Ji Qi absolutely did not want anyone else to smell Hu Jin's scent, even a bit. With this perfume, only he should be able to enjoy Hu Jin's scent. When Ji Qi arrived at Hu Jin's house, it was exactly noon. He rang the doorbell at the entrance. Hu Jin came very quickly. The moment he opened the door, Ji Qi grinned at Hu Jin. Big brother. Hu Jin slightly moved his jaw and glanced sideways as he opened the door wider, still responding in his characteristic muffled tone, Like the tip of a feather brushing water droplets over his heart, Ji Qi liked it. Gifts for you. Ji Qi shoved the shopping bag into Hu Jin's hands. Very expensive, he couldn't even afford such items for himself. Hu Jin fetched slippers for Ji Qi and carefully put away the gifts. Ji Qi wore the slippers and went straight to the sofa. Hu Jin brought Ji Qi a cup of warm water and went to the kitchen to cook. The two didn't talk much, but there was no awkwardness between them, as if this was how it should always be. Warm and romantic. Ji Qi stretched back and looked at Hu Jin in the kitchen. As usual, he subconsciously gave instructions, spicy, big brother. Hu Jin turned and glanced at Ji Qi, and for a moment, his reply seemed to merge with the future version of Hu Jin, no. He had checked, Ji Qi's stomach wasn't very good. Chili, off the list. Ji Qi sighed. Of course, Hu Jin was always like this. Alright. An hour later, Ji Qi ate the dishes cooked by Hu Jin. All of them were his favorites. Ji Qi sat on the dining chair and raised his eyes. Brother, did you search online? Hu Jin sat opposite him, his emotions calm. Search for what? Ji Qi, what the young master of Boss Hen Group likes to eat. Hu Jin lightly caressed the chopsticks in his hand. No. He had searched Ji Qi's WeChat moments instead, where there were dishes that Ji Qi had praised. Ji Qi took a big bite of beef, his satisfied mouth curling upward. Delicious. Hu Jin looked as usual, hiding his subtle emotions extremely well. Ji Qi smiled at Hu Jin and suddenly tested, brother. Does your willingness to cook for me mean I have a chance? Hu Jin gripped the chopsticks tighter. Are you really ready? Do you like me and want to be with me? It's not because of play, it's not because of jokes. Ji Qi nodded, of course. Hu Jin's voice was gentle yet sharp. All uncertainties are not allowed. Ji Qi's eyes passed over a faint shadow, such as. Hu Jin showed an unyielding face, like breaking up. Ji Qi nodded quickly. Not splitting up, absolutely never. I really like you. I will absolutely treat you well. The corner of Hu Jin's mouth slightly lifted. Did you bring your ID? Ji Qi surprisingly looked back. What for? Hu Jin tapped the table with his hand. Young master accustomed to fine food, if you betray me, it would be quite a bad deal for me. I demand marriage. Ji Qi. 6. Let's do it. Ji Qi took out his ID. Right now, immediately let's get married. Ji Qi reached out and grabbed Hu Jin's hand. Your meaning is that you agree, right? Hu Jin, yes. Really? Ji Qi was astonished. Yes. Ji Qi stood up, leaning slightly forward with his hands resting on the table, kissing Hu Jin's cheek. Chew. Hu Jin stiffly sat upright, his sexy Adam's apple moving up and down. Ji Qi kissed him again. So does brother also like me, right? Hu Jin lowered his eyes and stared into Ji Qi's light brown eyes without any evasiveness. The low tone was filled with ambiguity, all words being exactly what Ji Qi wanted to hear. Brother likes you. Very much likes you. Hu Jin's voice echoed again and again in Ji Qi's ears. Ji Qi gently nudged his nose against his. How could I possibly like you so much? After that day, Hu Jin and Ji Qi started dating. Ji Qi would come to pick Hu Jin up after work every day, giving him a big hug each time. When he wanted to show vulnerability, he awkwardly flattered. Hu Jin would return home on time, cooking meals for his alpha. It was the first time Hu Jin felt like a living person, full of anticipation, joy, and love. Reborn towards the sun, reaching out could touch the moon and stars. That day, Hu Jin went to Boss Hen Group to pick Ji Qi up after work. Ji Qi ran from the main gate straight into his arms. In the middle of winter, Hu Jin's coat perfectly wrapped around him. Ji Qi buried his head and complained, small puffs of white fog emerging from his mouth. Why did you come so late today? Hu Jin took out a beautifully packaged little cake from behind and handed it to Ji Qi. His voice was as ever soft and pleasant. Didn't you say this morning you wanted to eat it? So I bought it for you, but there was some traffic congestion in the evening, so I arrived late. Ji Qi looked around and hid the small cake inside Hu Jin's clothing. It's so embarrassing, it's very humiliating bringing it here. Others will laugh when they see. Hu Jin gently rubbed Ji Qi's cheeks and indulgently chuckled softly, then we'll hide it, others won't see. Ji Qi hurriedly dragged him back home. Go home, go home, go home to be embarrassed. After going home, Ji Qi happily ate the small cake and became exceptionally proactive in the evening. Ji Qi leaned on Hu Jin, rubbing his neck. I saw the photos in your drawer today, didn't you like me long ago? Hu Jin did not hide at all. Yes. Have liked you for a long time. Hu Jin's hand hugged Ji Qi's waist as his eyes roamed, telling real stories. I watched your basketball game at your school before. When I saw you the first time, I liked you. Hu Jin's words were completely different from Ji Qi's. Without hesitation or stuttering from start to finish, I asked friends to help investigate your information. They said you are the young master of Boss Hen Group. Previously, when you participated in a social debate competition, I was originally supposed to go on a business trip, but knowing that you would attend, I applied for the presiding judge qualification. I went to the bar because I knew you would be there. Ji Qi, listening to Hu Jin's words, leaned in and kissed his lips. Stupid Hu Jin. Hu Jin closed his eyes slightly and gazed at Ji Qi. Ji Qi. I love you. Tomorrow continues with the main text and wedding. 2 chapters at a time, it's an extra update. Diligent Jojo is online seeking likes for short video clips. Chapter 226, All Passion. In the third month after Huajin woke up, he fulfilled his promise to Ji Qi. He married his alpha. Regarding this matter, Ji Qi's attitude was, if Huajin wanted to marry, he wanted the title. Give it. Give it wholeheartedly. Ji Qi was not opposed to getting married, of course, with the premise that he would be marrying. What's the current situation? Unable to resist. TSK, shameful, shameful. Young master of the Boss Hen group holding a wedding ceremony was naturally an unprecedented bustling event. Despite trying to keep it low-key, it was still unstoppable due to his father's good relationships. The entire venue was packed to the brim, with all major media outlets present, allowing the crowd noise to rise. Ji Qi took the gift money list to Ji Xingming. All the red envelopes are kept by me. Ji Xingming looked knowingly at Ji Qi. What about the red envelope from your Enigma side? Ji Qi, that goes to me too. Ji Xingming gritted his teeth. You sure know how to take advantage, don't you? You've fallen into the trap of greed. For all these years, I don't even remember how much I have given away. Now, finally when I managed to get some back, you want to take it all. Ji Qi lifted his head. Are you actually proud? Ji Xingming approached Ji Qi and pulled out a card from his pocket, handing it over to Ji Qi. I'll give you more. If he bullies you, just buy the CE Experimental Center. Ji Qi was at a loss for words. Can the CE Experimental Center be bought? At this moment, Lin Jun, who had greeted the guests, walked over. He's an employee of the Enigma International Alliance. It would be better to buy the Enigma International Alliance. Ji Xingming's eyes gleamed. Can the Enigma Alliance be bought? Ji Qi thought, no wonder his father knows how to do business. Ji Qi knew that what Ji Xingming said was in jest. He took the card and gift list in his hand and left properly. There were many people at the wedding, and Huajin was busy hosting everyone. The outdoor venue extended indoors, filled with the aroma of wine. The wedding procedure was not complicated. After the guests had dispersed, Huajin recited the wedding vows to Ji Qi alone under the vast sky filled with artificial stars. Some people make you feel like everything should be anticipated, fortunately having met him, fortunately having fallen in love with him. Huajin did not know how to write the wedding vows, so he treated this seriously, revising the drafts over and over again. People watch distant mountains and seas, encounter forested paths and detour accordingly, their hearts aspire passionately and romantically. Ji Qi asked Huajin to read them all aloud. Huajin embraced him, their fervent temperatures merged as if their souls were closely bound together. I hope my baby is happy. Ah. Too cheesy. Ji Qi covered his head. Say it again. My baby must be happy. Ji Qi's ears turned pink in Huajin's embrace. Ji Qi wrote special vows specifically for Huajin, but he didn't say them, simply handing over a card filled with scribbles and corrections. If I make you angry, don't sulk on your own. Tell me, I'm the best at comforting you. I will love you the most. Your allowance won't just be 200 yuan. Love is a two-way thing, we still have so many years ahead. Alphas are all good to their wives, I definitely won't bully you. Thank you for loving me. The things that make you sad in this life, I'll make up for in the next. The whole world loves you the most. Left for beloved Ji Qi. Huajin chuckled at Ji Qi's vows. Ji Qi stepped closer to Huajin one step at a time. Alright, now exchange rings. Huajin took the ring from his chest pocket and put it on Ji Qi. Ji Qi returned a wedding band. After placing the ring on Huajin, Ji Qi gazed at Huajin with somewhat hazy eyes, leaned closer to him. President Hui is crying, huh? Huajin glanced aside momentarily, then denied it. Huajin reached out and held Ji Qi in his arms. No one could possibly know how difficult the road had been for Huajin and Ji Qi. Huajin buried his head in Ji Qi's neck, sniffing the fragrance of Ji Qi's body. The gentle breeze carried the scent of tens of thousands of roses. Huajin slightly distanced himself from Ji Qi, cupping Ji Qi's face. Can I kiss my wife now? Ji Qi puckered his lips. Huajin lightly spun and caressed Ji Qi's face with his fingertips before kissing him. After being kissed to the point of losing strength, Huajin only released Ji Qi, but immediately afterward Ji Qi felt lighter as Huajin picked him up horizontally. Ji Qi grabbed Huajin's tie, directly untying it, then wrapping it around his own hand. My wife has been kidnapped, 3 million ransom or she stays tied. Huajin took bigger strides, heading directly into the house toward the bedroom. Ji Qi wagged his hand in front of Huajin. Did you hear? Your wife has been kidnapped. Huajin directly threw Ji Qi onto the bed and then really tied him up with the tie. Compared to the previous loose knot, this time it was impossible for Ji Qi to break free. Huajin's speed at binding people was extremely fast, and his knots were even more secure. Ji Qi's eyes widened. I wasn't. You can't handle it. Suddenly, Ji Qi felt a cool sensation on his body. Huajin tore off Ji Qi's clothes. I'll check the goods first. If you can't play, don't start. The next day, when Ji Qi woke up, he finally had time to look at everyone's wedding gifts. Qianxing. Gu Baizhou. Song Lin. Bai Yu. Zhou Qi. Tan He. Gu Tong. Yen Lu also came. Ji Qi noticed that the most stingy one was Song Lin. The most generous was Gu Baizhou. Ji Qi thought Song Lin was trying to please Hu Jin, genuinely. Song Lin even sent Ji Qi a message, "I'm bankrupt, give me some slack. When I get married, all I'll give you is a scratch card." Ji Qi, you're done for, I tell you. In the evening, as Ji Qi was lying on the sofa resting his head on Hu Jin's lap watching TV, he couldn't help but chuckle. What's so funny? Hu Jin glanced at Ji Qi and asked deeply. Ji Qi stood up and hugged Hu Jin's waist, leaning into his arms, "Hold me. Are you being spoiled?" Hu Jin pinched Ji Qi's face. "No, not at all." Hu Jin patted Ji Qi's head, looking at him for a while, smiling and saying, "You're definitely not." That day, when Hu Jin passed by the counter, he bought a watch Ji Qi had liked for a long time and also a single rose. When he got home, Hu Jin found Ji Qi was gone. When he pushed open the bedroom door, Hu Jin saw Ji Qi sitting in the corner holding his clothes, sniffing them carefully as if nesting. Hu Jin walked toward Ji Qi, put down the gift he was holding, and approached closer. Ji Qi lifted his gaze, recognized who it was, and immediately discarded the clothes and pounced into Hu Jin's arms. "Hu Jin." Ji Qi's voice was hoarse and soft. Hu Jin gently stroked Ji Qi's back, feeling pity, smoothing his hair softly, and said gently, "I'm here." Hu Jin held him in his arms and comforted him for a long time. Now, Ji Qi depends on him. At any time, Ji Qi knows clearly that he belongs to Hu Jin's Enigma. He doesn't need to split anymore, nor does love. Hu Jin caressed Ji Qi's cheeks, bending down to kiss him lightly. He obtained everything, mountains and seas, roses, blazing sun and full moon. They passionately possessed, they passionately loved. Finished. It's complete. Thank you, wives, for your company. It's over. Flowers thrown everywhere. There might be many typos I haven't checked, truly sorry. Any mistakes pointed out have been corrected. Thank you all. It's an honor and delight meeting all of you here. MWA. Lastly, an interview with Judge Hua. Reporter, did Mr. Ji really only give you 200 yuan for pocket money? Hu Jin, please change the topic, thank you. Reporter, will there really be further research on Enigma pheromone agents? Hu Jin, please change the topic, thank you. Microphone handed to Ji Qi, Mr. Ji, do you have any perfume recommendations similar to Judge Hua's pheromones? Ji Qi, no, not recommended. Reporter, when was the last time you kissed? Ji Qi turned and kissed Hu Jin once. Reporter, everyone says Judge Hua is quite intimidating, what do you think, Mr. Ji? Ji Qi, sometimes, he can be pretty scary. Reporter, what are your plans next? Ji Qi held Hu Jin's hand, we will continue dating. Chapter 227, Extra Chapter, Darling, be happy forever. I miss them so much. Let me write. Years after they had been together, Ji Qi increasingly came to appreciate Hu Jin's goodness, feeling like he'd stumbled upon the greatest treasure in the world. He stopped drinking. He quit smoking. Why would these things be better than a good kiss with Hu Jin? Song Lin commented on this, I see that you're completely infatuated. Ji Qi grinned, corners of his mouth stretching wide. I enjoy it. I'm fine with being infatuated by him. Ji Xingming and Lin Jun went on vacation, and the heavy responsibilities of the company fell onto Ji Qi's shoulders. Sitting on the board chair and listening to meetings from various departments, Ji Qi zoned out for a few minutes. Because his face was serious as he stared at everyone, no one noticed Ji Qi's distraction. Everyone sincerely recognized the ability and tactics of this new director. Over the years, he had run the company impeccably. When faced with an indecisive moment, there was always someone at home ready to offer advice. There was absolutely nothing that could challenge him. During the meeting, Ji Qi's phone vibrated slightly on the desk. He glanced over. The screensaver was a photo of him and Hu Jin, and the message that popped up was sent by Hu Jin. The best treasure in the whole world, Jin, sweetheart, will you have lunch with me today? Ji Qi lightly coughed, picked up his phone, and replied, I want to eat what you make. Ji Qi, I miss you. Ji Qi, there's so much work to do, but I want to be with you. Ji Qi, can you shrink? I'll carry you with me. Ji Qi, you were too rough yesterday, don't do that today. Hu Jin, I miss you too. Hu Jin, I'll bring you some food. Hu Jin, be good. Hu Jin ignored the last line. Ji Qi sent it again, I said you were too rough yesterday. Hu Jin, thank you for the compliment. Ji Qi almost couldn't hold back his laughter. While Ji Qi was lost in thought, his assistant beside him reminded him. He fiddled with his watch and returned to normal, looking severe and sharp. His gaze swept across everyone in the room, no one dared to meet his eyes. There's a new inhibitor drug set to launch next month, if we get approval from the Supreme Authority, it will certainly be beneficial to us. The man speaking was the manager of the marketing department, and his eyes glanced toward Ji Qi during the speech. Everyone knew about the relationship between the supreme authority Enigma Huijin and their director. This statement was obviously trying to hint at Ji Qi pulling strings for favor. Ji Qi hooked his lips, coldly reprimanded, "Don't look at me. Everyone should compete fairly. Don't keep thinking about shortcuts. I won't ask anything from Huijin. If I hear words like this again, there will be consequences." The meeting room fell silent instantly. Lost in his own little world, Ji Qi sent another message to Huijin. "Ji Qi, kisses." "Yes, yes, yes." The man bowed his head immediately. Standing up from his seat, Ji Qi ended the meeting and returned to the office. Huijin was standing in front of the giant floor-to-ceiling window in Ji Qi's office flipping through documents. From such a high floor, the entire Jiang City stretched out beneath them. Huijin's tall figure radiated power, strong and robust. Each part of his body enclosed in clothing, Ji Qi couldn't help but love every inch of it more and more. More he looked, more he liked. Decisive President Ji closed the office door and walked to Huijin's side. Ji Qi crossed his arms, tilted his gaze upward, and questioned, "You're rummaging through the director's data without permission. Are you planning on stealing secrets? Where did you come from? Get out immediately, or I'll call security." Huijin met Ji Qi's gaze, leaned down, and kissed the corner of Ji Qi's lips. It was loud, done on purpose. "Stop kissing recklessly. I have a husband." Ji Qi pushed Huijin away. "What will happen if he finds out?" Huijin took a step closer to Ji Qi, his eyes reflecting amusement. Rarely replying to Ji Qi's playful banter, he said, "What should we do then? The house flower can never match the wildflower's fragrance. We're having an affair." Ji Qi laughed and said, "You wouldn't know how strictly my husband controls me. And he is incredibly busy, cannot even stay with me for long." Huijin's laughter echoed in his eardrums. His face was gently rubbed, and Huijin looked at him tenderly for a while. "Are you telling tales?" "Yes," Ji Qi responded with righteous indignation, "telling tales. I'll spend time with you tomorrow." Huijin patted Ji Qi's head. Ji Qi hugged Huijin. "I miss you so much." "How could I miss you so much?" Ji Qi snuggled into Huijin's embrace. "Do you miss me?" Ji Qi asked. "It takes 2 hours driving from the Supreme Authority's place to your new company. What do you think? Are you hungry?" Huijin cupped Ji Qi's face and kissed his lips again. Ji Qi tilted his head up to cooperate. Tranquil sunlight filtered through the glass and scattered across their eyelids and strands of hair, casting a warm golden glow. It added a flirtatious atmosphere. After loving each other for years, the yearning between the lovers only increased, never fading. The dish was made by Huijin, including shrimp. Huijin took care of peeling them while Ji Qi only needed to enjoy eating. After feeling content, the two of them returned home together. The courtyard in front of their house was a place they often liked to sit. Ji Qi rested his head on Huijin's lap and gazed up at the stars. "Once my parents come back, take me out to play." "Sure." The long swing creaked gently as Ji Qi closed his eyes and reached into Huijin's pocket. There was a tie clip inside. "You always do this, buy things but don't show me, making me feel tempted to search around in your pockets so I can take it myself." Huijin smiled. "Do you like it?" "I like everything you buy." As he said this, Ji Qi pulled out a small box and pushed it into Huijin's pocket. "Let's trade." "Anything else?" Ji Qi asked with satisfaction. Huijin never hid his affection, and Ji Qi had been spoiled to be delicate and tender, afraid of pain and separation, but cherishing both dependence and being depended on. If people were compared to stars, Huijin was the brightest one in his life. From somewhere unknown, Huijin produced a little cake wrapped in a package with a light yellow rose pinned to it, handing it over to Ji Qi. Ji Qi's eyes softened as he leaned in and brushed his nose against Huijin's. "I love you the most." There was a card on top of the little cake. It read, "My darling, stay happy forever." The end.